She is the Empress of the Great Flame Dynasty, yet she summoned an unskilled Xiao Tian to be her consort. Little did she know, Xiao Tian is an earthling from a higher dimension. In this lower dimensional alternate space, standing up alone already makes him invincible. One day, Xiao Tian woke up, only to find a woman next to him. This woman, with her exquisite beauty and breathtaking curves, left Xiao Tian utterly stunned. How did this woman end up on his bed? Did he do something inappropriate? After a moment, the woman finally gathered herself and explained awkwardly, I slept here just to silence the ministers. It turned out she was the Empress of the Great Flame Dynasty. Due to the undercurrents in the court, many ministers advised her to marry. Unwilling to be dictated by the ministers, she used a talisman to summon a servant from another space and time. And Xiao Tian, he was an ace of a 21st century assassination organization. That day, he was about to be ambushed by a rival group. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly found himself in a strange room, with a red cloth covering his head. Empress Suruyam looked at the summoned Xiao Tian, who had no cultivation and was just an ordinary man. Xiao Tian just stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Her delicate face, her statuesque figure, and that indomitable aura, she was just perfect. The woman let out a soft sigh. Oh well, a mortal will do. It will save a lot of trouble. Xiao Tian, looking confused, asked, Who are you? Where am I? The woman looked down at him and said, I am the Empress of the Great Flame Dynasty. From today, you are the Prince of the Great Flame Dynasty. And thus, my consort, Xiao Tian, burst out laughing. Does that mean I can do nothing and just live off you? Empress Suruyam nodded slightly. Yes. Hearing this, Xiao Tian quickly patted the side of the bed and said, Then what are you waiting for? Let's get started. However, the Empress informed him, as for marital matters, I cannot satisfy you at the moment. Regarding the summoning talisman's contract ring, I will find a way to free you from it. After saying this, the Empress left with her attendants. Seeing the woman leave, Xiao Tian looked at his hand. Is this the contract ring she mentioned? Wearing this, I can't harm the summoner. Ha! Just then, a voice echoed. Do you wish to activate the Supreme System? Xiao Tian smirked. Transmigration in a system? I can't believe I'm experiencing this. In that case, of course, I choose no. Since he was young, he was adopted by an assassin organization. To survive, he became stronger, engaging in countless, senseless killings. Off of the so-called missions, the path of the Supreme Powerhouse, Xiao Tian was already tired of it. What in this world is more pleasing than being a carefree prince without worries? Seeing Xiao Tian's refusal, the system prepared to erase Xiao Tian's memories, and then detach from Xiao Tian to seek a new host. While sipping tea, Xiao Tian remained calm and undisturbed. The next second, the system showed an error. Memory erase failed, unable to detach. The system then tried to bind. Yet again, it showed binding failed. Then, let's try establishing ownership. Still a failure. Suddenly, the system blared, warning, the target is a high-dimensional earthling, activating parasitic slave mode. Still a failure. The system continued to attempt. During these attempts, Xiao Tian was dumbfounded. What's going on? Does this system want to be my slave? After 9,999 failed attempts, the system could only ask Xiao Tian, could I become your auxiliary system, to be your slave? Xiao Tian smiled. So, the system wants to be my loyal follower now. Once confirmed, the system requested Xiao Tian to give it a name. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian said, Why don't you just be called Puppy then? The system immediately expressed its liking for the name. However, it reminded Xiao Tian to quickly learn how to conceal his aura. Otherwise, he might unintentionally erase system and endanger other lives. Looking at a potted plant beside him that had been half erased, Xiao Tian exclaimed, Is this caused by my aura? This won't do. I must suppress it. Following the techniques provided by the system, Xiao Tian quickly learned to conceal his aura. Afterward, he looked at the potted plant and asked the system, Puppy, what's happening to me? Respected master, the system replied, You come from a high-dimensional plane where you have long been suppressed by 490,000 rules. Now that you're in this lower-dimensional plane, you're free from the suppression of heavenly rules, and your body is rapidly absorbing the energy between heaven and earth. After some thought, Xiao Tian inquired, So, how many rules govern this world? Respected master, this world is bound by 3,000 rules, the system answered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian spat out the water he was drinking. The water pierced through the wall. This feeling is indeed peculiar. Soon after, the system sent over Xiao Tian's status information. Xiao Tian, realm, none, traits, unknown, bloodline, earthling, potential after unlocking, unknown, can ignore any rule or law, has a suppressive ability over all beast-type creatures, and these abilities were only what could currently be detected. A moment later, Xiao Tian strolled around and arrived at a martial arts arena. Picking up a long knife, he easily snapped it with a slight bend. This Empress really skimps on quality, Xiao Tian muttered. Puppy quickly interjected, respected master, spiritual weapons are graded in 9 tiers, each tier further categorized as high, mid, low, and extreme. That knife was a tier 6 extreme quality, which is considered top-notch in the Great Flame Dynasty. Hearing this, Xiao Tian grabbed another sword, which obviously looked of even higher quality. He tried to slash his palm with the blade. His hand was unharmed, but the sword cracked. Casually tossing the broken blade back, Xiao Tian gained a rough understanding of his capabilities. As for the weapons, he no longer wished to touch or partake in any violence. On the 3rd morning, Xiao Tian woke up to find the Empress in his bed. Sensing Xiao Tian's movement, the Empress slowly opened her eyes. Startled, Xiao Tian exclaimed, "What happened last night? Am I tainted?" Seeing her puzzled expression, Xiao Tian reached out and gently patted her face, asking, "Did you with me?" Upon hearing his words, the Empress finally snapped back to her senses. Clearing her throat and feigning an authoritative tone, she inquired, "How did you sleep last night?" Feeling embarrassed, Xiao Tian replied, "I slept quite well." "Did I sleep in the wrong place?" The Empress shook her head and explained, "I slept here merely to silence the gossip. If we were to sleep separately on our wedding night, it would give rise to unnecessary rumors. In the future, I might occasionally stay here. I will assign some people to assist you. If you need anything, just ask." With that, the Empress prepared to leave, but just as she reached the door, she turned to say, "I'm sorry for summoning you here for my own benefit." Watching her leave, Xiao Tian reminisced about the warmth of the previous night and couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking, "Truly a great Empress. The woman who supports me is indeed extraordinary. My wonderful days are about to begin." That night, inside the royal study, Empress Surian was reviewing reports when she exclaimed, "Has the situation in the north deteriorated to this extent?" A female general named Zhong Lishuang quickly explained, "The barbarians are acting more frequently. It seems there might be someone behind the scenes. According to our intelligence, the barbarian sage has left their royal court." Upon hearing this, the Empress slammed the report on the table, declaring, "I will lead the troops personally to cut off the hand that dares to stretch towards us. Relay my orders. In 3 days, General Zhong, you will accompany me as we march northward." Zhong Lishuang was overjoyed and responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." 3 days later, the Empress was mounted on a majestic horse, asking Zhong Lishuang beside her, "Is everything arranged properly?" Linger is secretly following him. "There won't be any problems, but Your Majesty, why are you so concerned about a man without any cultivation?" The Empress smiled lightly. "After marrying him, the fate of the Great Flame Dynasty has become more stable, and even my strength has improved. Now, let's set out." The soldiers immediately acknowledged her command and began their journey northward. Not far away, a proud figure looked at the departing army. It was Zhong Lishuang's daughter, Zhong Ling. She sighed deeply, "Mother is really something. Not only did she go to war with the Empress without taking me, but she even assigned me to secretly protect this useless prince. While the Empress goes to war for the Great Flame Dynasty, this guy goes to the mountains for his cravings. I really don't understand why the Empress would marry such a man." At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged and abducted Xiao Tian. Zhong Ling witnessed the scene but did not intervene, thinking to herself, "He's really asking for trouble. I wonder if that useless prince is scared now." Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Tian was happily munching on a leg of pork, remarking, "This tastes so good. Too bad you can't taste it." Soon after, Xiao Tian was thrown in front of a group. A scar-faced man took one look at him and quickly asked, "Fourth brother, are you sure you got the right person? Can the Empress's husband really be such a simpleton?" Xiao Tian continued to enjoy his pork leg, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Zhong Ling, hiding in a tree, silently judged this useless prince. However, she realized that these people must be from the Blood Cloud Tower's Great Flame Dynasty branch. Thinking that it was best to retrieve Xiao Tian while they were distracted, she transformed into a shadowy figure and darted towards him, gesturing for him to grasp her hand. But just then, something unexpected happened. Zhong Ling instantly realized she had fallen into a trap. This is the 6th rank ceiling formation, the Soul Chain formation. Bound by the formation, Zhong Ling couldn't move. Scarface laughed heartily, a prodigy who reached the 5th rank at the age of 16. "It's nice to meet you. In this world, cultivation is divided into 10 ranks, each with 9 levels." As he spoke, Zhong Ling struggled to draw her sword to break the formation. Scarface chuckled, "Don't waste your energy. This formation specifically counters your break defense slash." Zhong Ling was taken aback. "Who are you? How do you know about it?" He smirked. "How do I know? How should I know?" Slowly, Scarface removed his mask, revealing a sinister face. Moments later, the duo was dragged into a cave. Furious, Zhong Ling shouted, "Liang Shou, so, you're still alive." Meanwhile, Xiao Tian nonchalantly wiped his hands and stood up. "Since we all know each other, we'll be on our way." Liang Shou grabbed Xiao Tian's shoulder, leaving, "We're not done yet. Pretty boy." Xiao Tian responded with indifference. Is that so? Okay then, impressed, Liang Shou commented. You're indeed worthy of being the Empress's husband. You've got guts. Suddenly, he produced a cloth pouch. Dissolve this in water and splash it onto the Empress's martial arts arena. Not only will it save your life, but also, without hesitation, Xiao Tian grabbed the pouch. No problem. Liang Shou, slightly stunned by Xiao Tian's boldness, took out a small bottle. Merely giving your word won't suffice. You also have to. Before he could finish, Xiao Tian swiftly took the bottle and downed its contents. This left Liang Shou utterly shocked. Are there still people who willingly seek death in this age? Wiping his mouth, Xiao Tian handed back the empty bottle. Can I go now? If I take too long, it might arouse suspicion from the female guards. That wouldn't be conducive for carrying out your task. Liang Shou stared at the empty bottle, feeling uneasy. What should I do next? This situation is way beyond what I expected. Xiao Tian was equally exasperated. I've been so cooperative. Why won't he let me go? Witnessing the situation, Zhongling couldn't help but lash out in anger. Despicable. Others must be blind to have chosen a spineless man like you. Liang Shou, on the other hand, was hoping for a rift between the two. Idiot. Only those who understand the current situation are the real heroes. Do you really think everyone is as naive as you and your mother, unable to see the bigger picture? Of course, Zhongling was aware of the internal and external challenges facing the Great Flame Dynasty. Growing tired of their bickering, Xiao Tian pointed at Zhongling and asked, Can I take her and leave now? Liang Shou refused. No, I have some scores to settle with her. That won't work. We came out together. If she doesn't leave with me, I'm as good as dead. At this point, one of Liang Shou's subordinates shouted, Shut up if you don't know how to talk. Seeing Xiao Tian's unyielding stance, the henchman angrily charged at him. Just as Xiao Tian's hair was being grabbed, Zhongling cried out in concern, Xiao Tian. After all, the prince was just a regular person with no cultivation. How could he withstand such an attack? But to everyone's surprise, Xiao Tian, looking rather bored, merely yawned, leaving them all dumbstruck. How can he be so nonchalant? A second later, Xiao Tian's face changed. Do you really have to be so handsy? I absolutely despise people touching my hair. With a swift punch, the assailant was instantly vaporized. Everyone present was in shock. That man was a 5th rank expert. As the smoke cleared, there was now a large hole blasted through the cave. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Tian unleashed a torrent of fierce energy, vaporizing everyone it touched on the spot. Liang Shou was thrown to the ground by the residual force. Xiao Tian approached, his face expressionless, staring down at him. All I wanted was to be a leisurely prince, to enjoy the simple days. Why wouldn't you let me be? Didn't I cooperate enough? Why did you force me to act? Terrified, Liang Shou dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. But in the next moment, his form began to disintegrate, turning into ash bit by bit. After settling the matter, Xiao Tian turned to face Zhongling, who was already stunned by the scene before her. In a panic, she pleaded, Prince, I realize my mistake. I promise it won't happen again. Before she could finish, Xiao Tian effortlessly shattered the formation with his hand. He then joked, Are you an idiot? Stay here and don't move. I'll cover our tracks. With that, Xiao Tian vanished. Relieved, Zhongling thought to herself, At least I'm still alive. But her relief was short-lived when she saw a mountain suddenly rise into the air in the distance. She tried to comfort herself, thinking, At least it's not the prince coming back, just a hopping and jumping mountain. Wait, since when do mountains hop and jump? Taking a closer look, she was shocked to see that it was Xiao Tian holding the mountain. What kind of creature is he? She thought, stunned. Could the prince be a legendary being beyond the 10th rank? As Zhongling was lost in thought, the massive mountain crashed down, covering the entire cave behind her. No one would ever guess that there once was a cave beneath that mountain. Dusting off his hands, Xiao Tian grinned. Done. No traces of my actions left. Zhongling felt as if her soul had left her body. At that moment, all she could think of was how grateful she was to Prince Xiao Tian for showing her what it meant to leave no traces behind. As Xiao Tian turned to leave, he said, Little girl, just say you saved me later. Zhongling wanted to say something in protest, but before she could, Xiao Tian turned back with a cold glare. Didn't your mother ever tell you to listen carefully to your elders? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhongling shivered. The next moment, she knelt and kowtowed. I promise. I won't say a word out of place. Xiao Tian then helped her up, saying, Let's go. Just then, the sound of footsteps emerged from the nearby jungle. The approaching party was the female soldiers from the Great Flame Dynasty. Prince, General Zhong, are you both alright? Xiao Tian yawned in response. Zhongling immediately caught on and informed the group, The bandits have been taken care of by me. Rest assured. With a wave, Xiao Tian added, Everyone's worked hard. Let's go back and continue our barbecue. The lead soldier, named Lu Yan, informed Xiao Tian, Prince, bandits in this mountain, it might not be safe. Xiao Tian dismissed her concerns. It's okay. This young lady took care of all the bandits. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers exchanged worried glances. The young general despises those who indulge in pleasure like Prince Xiaotian, and now he's even calling her little girl. We should try to stop the general from hitting the prince later. To their surprise, Zhongling had no reaction and immediately followed Xiaotian without a word. Seeing the soldiers still in shock, she turned and urged them, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Everyone was stunned, wondering when the young general had become so agreeable. Soon after, a bonfire was lit, and a pig was set up for roasting. Xiaotian beckoned, "Little girl, do you have a knife?" Without hesitation, Zhongling handed over a short knife. Xiaotian cut a piece of meat and tasted it, commenting on its tenderness and juiciness. All the while, Zhongling attentively stayed by his side with a smile. Several female soldiers behind the two were mentally collapsing. "It's over! It's over!" The young general's mind must have broken. Not long after, Xiaotian suddenly turned to Zhongling. "Little girl, those people who took me earlier, are they acquaintances of yours?" Zhongling's face immediately became serious. "Yes, the leader is named Liang Shou. He used to be the bandit leader of Smoke Wolf Stronghold. He was a challenge set by my mother before my coming-of-age ceremony. He was supposed to be publicly executed a year ago, but somehow became an assassin for Blood Cloud Tower." Hearing about the coming-of-age ceremony, Xiaotian looked surprised. "How old are you?" Zhongling blushed slightly and looked down. "I'm 16. 16? I must criticize your mother for this. You're so young, and she's having you do these things." Zhongling nodded obediently, not adding any more. The female soldiers nearby were discussing. Their goal this time by kidnapping the prince was the Empress. "We don't know who's behind this. They failed this mission, but within 7 days, they'll surely send more people." Hearing this, Xiaotian was taken aback. "They'll come again in 7 days? One of the soldiers quickly suggested, "Prince, why don't you temporarily stay in the palace? The palace's protective array is very powerful. The Blood Cloud Tower assassins wouldn't dare to break in." Upon hearing this, Xiaotian immediately decided, "I'll stay in the palace." The soldiers were rendered speechless, wondering just how afraid of death the prince really was. Zhongling was pondering just how reluctant the prince was to get involved. After their barbecue on the mountain, Xiaotian proposed a walk elsewhere to help digest their meal. As they walked further away, 2 imperial guards began whispering among themselves, "Do you think the young general likes the pretty boy type? Why is she so patient with the prince?" "Don't gossip. We can't fathom the young general's thoughts." "I understand, but with what's happening now, I wonder how many more commoners will suffer." Standing on the edge of a cliff, Xiaotian looked into the distance. He then turned to Zhongling and asked, "What were those imperial guards discussing earlier about the commoners suffering? What's that about?" Zhongling glanced at the group of imperial guards with an expressionless face before explaining, "With Blood Cloud Tower failing their mission this time, they might proceed as they usually do, slaughtering the commoners to force the Great Flame Dynasty to pay protection money." Xiaotian looked puzzled. "Protection money?" She continued, "In the past, some upright officials in the dynasty would interfere with the interests of powerful local families. These families would then place bounties on them through Blood Cloud Tower. The dynasty would protect these officials, and when the Blood Cloud Tower couldn't get to them, they'd slaughter the commoners to force the dynasty to yield. The dynasty would then have to pay protection money to the Blood Cloud Tower to get them to cancel their assignment. Now that their mission to capture you failed, they will certainly try again. And if they continue to fail, they'll resort to massacring the commoners for the protection money." Upon hearing this, Xiaotian was furious. He originally came from an assassin background, but he would never harm innocent civilians. He asked Zhongling, "Given what you know about our Empress, if she thinks my abilities are decent enough, would she ask me to take action?" "She probably would." Zhongling responded, looking taken aback, "I think you might have a misconception about the word decent." Feeling frustrated, Xiaotian thought about the dilemma he was facing. If he took action, he'd reveal his true strength, but if he didn't, the civilians would be slaughtered. This issue arose because of him. If Shi Ruoyan decides to dismiss him, his comfortable life of being provided for would be over. This was a terrifying thought. "I must defeat every single member of the Blood Cloud Tower." Zhongling was speechless. Was the prince trying to eliminate the problem entirely since he couldn't find a solution to it? Xiaotian glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, suddenly wrapped an arm around Zhongling's slender waist. With a slight exertion of his feet, they shot into the sky with a booming sound. Zhongling was utterly shocked. The prince was able to fly so swiftly without using a hint of spiritual energy, relying only on his physical strength. But soon, she couldn't even think, her mouth emitting only hysterical screams. A system prompt quickly warned Xiaotian that Zhongling's body was reaching a critical point and advised him to slow down. Shortly after, Xiaotian stopped. "We're here." Zhongling, looking at the empty space in front of her, asked with confusion, "Where are we?" The next moment, Xiao Tian clenched his fist and slammed it into the space in front of them. An explosion of intense energy erupted, followed by the sound of shattering. A barrier was broken, revealing an island floating in the sky. Zhongling couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a flying spiritual artifact." No wonder the Empress couldn't find it. It was in the sky. What do we do next? Do we sneak in? Xiao Tian smirked slightly. Sneak in? That's not possible. He then leaped high and burst directly through the entrance. The hall inside was immediately filled with the aura of the Blood Cloud Tower's entourage. Zhongling felt numb. The weakest here is at the 5th rank. A woman with a seductive smile on her face said, "Such a strange face is rare to see. Who are you? Why have you come to our Blood Cloud Tower?" Before she could finish, a raging energy surged, engulfing the entire hall. Witnessing the scenes of blood splattering, Zhongling's eyes widened. The prince had truly shown through action the meaning of act rather than talk. At that moment, 3 more figures appeared in the hall. Who dares to act recklessly in front of the Empress? Zhongling couldn't help but shout, "There are 2 silver assassins and a gold assassin here." The system puppy also provided information. Silver assassins are qualified only at the 7th rank, while gold assassins require a 100% mission completion rate. The gold assassin, rubbing his wrist, chuckled, "Zhongling, the legitimate daughter of Zhongli Shuang and the prince of the Great Flame Dynasty. Impressive. You seem quite capable. It seems you're forcing my hand." He instructed the 2 beside him, "Don't kill him. The prince still has value to us. Send the head of the one named Zhongling to the northern front lines. I imagine Zhongli Shuang will go mad. It'll be beneficial for our war strategy." Listening to his arrogant words, Zhongling could only grit her teeth. Xiao Tian smiled slightly. "Such detailed intelligence. You have insiders in the Great Flame Dynasty, don't you? Your ambitions seem quite large." The gold assassin pulled out a dagger. "Our headquarters has had its eyes on the Great Flame Dynasty for a while now. Come on, let me see just how useless this prince really is." Before he could finish, the gold assassin's face froze. Xiao Tian had made his move, or more accurately, exerted his power. The entire Blood Cloud Tower division was enveloped in his imposing presence. The 3 assassins felt dizzy and overwhelmed, and even Zhongling couldn't hold on. The gold assassin fell to his knees. "Sir, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. I only wanted to live a peaceful, righteous life, yet you sent people to bother me. Aren't you just forcing me to destroy your headquarters?" As he spoke, Xiao Tian clenched his fist and threw a punch, blasting a hole through the main hall. Seeing the massive hole in the hall, the 2 silver assassins silently cursed their intelligence department. "You call this monster useless?" Xiao Tian didn't even bother dealing with the remaining 2. He simply withdrew his overwhelming aura, and then helped to stun Zhongling to her feet. Staring blankly, Zhongling asked Xiao Tian, "Are you still going to their headquarters?" "Yes, it's necessary to remove this malignant tumor." Following that, with a punch, he smashed open a wall revealing a stash of gold and silver treasures that the Blood Cloud Tower had hoarded. He instructed the system puppy to gather all of it, commenting, "After all the harm they've done to me, asking for some compensation for mental damages isn't too much, is it?" Zhongling was in shock and replied, "Not at all. Who would dare say you're overstepping?" Once finished, Xiao Tian suddenly crushed a stone talisman and transformed its formation, offering it to Zhongling. She recognized it and exclaimed, "This is the Mountain Guardian Talisman? Prince, you shouldn't. This 7th level defensive talisman is too precious." Xiao Tian explained, "The Blood Cloud Tower headquarters is quite far. I need to travel fast to get there before dinner, and I'm concerned about your safety. With this talisman, there shouldn't be a problem." Before Zhongling could process this, Xiao Tian had already hoisted her onto his shoulder. He shot up into the sky. Once again, the air was filled with Zhongling's screams. She hadn't expected Xiao Tian's speed to be so intense that even the 7th level defensive talisman was struggling to handle it. Shortly after, they arrived at the Blood Cloud Tower headquarters. As Xiao Tian landed, the protective formation of the Blood Cloud Tower shattered like an eggshell. Marked, as expected of the top assassin organization, the scent of blood here is thick. Moments later, a group of people surrounded them, shouting, "How audacious! How dare you intrude into the Blood Cloud Tower!" Then, a man and a woman slowly approached. The man smirked. "Seems there's no shortage of people seeking death these days." Zhongling recognized the powerful aura of the 2 gold assassins, but was soon distracted by a voice from the rooftop. "I had wondered who would suddenly visit, but never expected the prince of the Great Flame Dynasty and General Zhong." Finishing his statement, the figure jumped down, and upon landing, everyone immediately knelt and proclaimed, "Greetings, Tower Master." Zhongling whispered to Xiao Tian, "That's the Tower Master of the Blood Cloud Tower, the King of Assassins in the Southern Wilderness, Yun Jinwei." Xiao Tian nonchalantly inquired, "Is the Blood Cloud Tower particularly interested in the Great Flame Dynasty?" Lin Jinwei responded with a slight smile, "Yes, but I am more interested in you right now. The useless prince mentioned in our intelligence has come knocking so quickly. Perhaps you're closer to the secret of the Great Flame Dynasty. Men seize him, but be gentle, don't harm him. Unexpectedly, the burly man from earlier motioned for everyone to hold back. Wait, let me have some fun with him first. Facing the provocation, Xiao Tian was deep in thought, considering the over 100 people present. When it's time to act, I must not let any of them escape to avoid information leak. Seeing Xiao Tian's silence, Huang Gang stepped forward to taunt him further. Look at this pretty boy. Seems like the Empress of the Great Flame Dynasty has a thing for young, pretty faces. What do you think? Will he cry if I land a punch on him? Several subordinates laughed uproariously. However, Xiao Tian, with a defiant face, pointed to his own head and challenged, "Come on, aim here." Everyone present was stunned by his audacity. He continued, "What's the matter? Afraid? Chicken?" Huang Gang, enraged, retorted, "Who are you calling chicken?" With that, he delivered a fierce punch straight to Xiao Tian's face. A loud thud echoed, leaving two of the underlings and even the tower master Yun Zunlai looking worried, fearing that Huang Gang might have killed Xiao Tian with that single punch. However, as the dust settled, they discovered that Huang Gang's punch had been blocked, and to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Tian had stopped the powerful blow using just one finger. Xiao Tian quipped, "Didn't you have your breakfast? Can you put in some effort, please?" Huang Gang was infuriated. He gathered all his strength and threw another punch, but the result remained the same. Xiao Tian blocked it effortlessly with just a single finger. Waving his finger dismissively, Xiao Tian taunted, "Come on, what's this? Give it some effort." Blinded by rage, Huang Gang swung wildly, punch after punch. In desperation, he even burned his essence blood, concentrating its power in his fist. With a thunderous crash, he threw his most powerful punch yet. A golden aura enveloped Xiao Tian, and to everyone's shock, Huang Gang was sent flying, embedding him into a distant wall. His body was tattered, and blood dripped from his wounds. With a stern face, Xiao Tian mockingly said, "That's an interesting technique. Almost got yourself killed there." Hearing this, tears streamed down Huang Gang's face. He angrily shouted, "Those damn fools in the intelligence department, are they all brainless? What kind of rubbish information did they gather?" Watching the tears in Huang Gang's eyes, Xiao Tian was somewhat speechless. Don't they think things through? If I could find this place, what did they think it implied? Puppy then explained that because Xiao Tian's body was still strengthening and couldn't cultivate, he was perceived as a regular person with no realm, leading to these misjudgments. Just then, other islands belonging to Blood Cloud Tower emerged. Xiao Tian thought, it's time to take action. In an instant, multiple attacks targeted the newly appeared islands. Before they could even stabilize, they were blasted into nothingness. The scene left everyone present stunned. Is this even human? Immediately, everyone began deploying their magical concealment techniques. They believed that by splitting up and fleeing, they might have a chance to escape. Huang Gang, though injured, was determined that if even one of them could escape, they needed to spread the news about this monstrous being. He refused to believe that among the dozens of assassins present, not a single one could get away. With a cold expression, Xiao Tian remained silent. He instantly appeared in front of one person, pushing him away with a palm strike. Then, in a blink, he was behind another, swiftly taking him down. A series of rapid explosions ensued, left in utter disbelief. Huang Gang was paralyzed in shock, thinking, How is this possible? The woman who was previously by Yin Zunlai's side now approached Xiao Tian. Your Excellency is truly unparalleled in might. Could you spare me so I can serve you? Zhongling, observing from a distance, recognized the woman as Yu Yan, who was especially adept at seducing her targets. Once they were completely entranced by her, she would turn on them, eating their hearts. Could Xiao Tian resist such temptation? As Zhongling pondered, she was shocked by what she witnessed next. Xiao Tian, furious, reprimanded Yu Yan. Such a wicked mind you have. Yu Yan, taken aback, asked, My lord, what are you talking about? Xiao Tian replied, You offering your service is one thing, but how would the Empress view me? If she misunderstands and thinks I've been disloyal, what will become of my laid-back prince life? Labeling her intentions as malicious, Xiao Tian struck her down. To her last breath, Yu Yan didn't understand her absurd demise. Managing the curse, you idiot. Only Yu Zunlai remained, hiding under the bed, hoping that the treasure vault upstairs would divert Xiao Tian's attention. He had thought Xiao Tian was the secret of the Great Flame Dynasty, as all intelligence had pegged him as an ordinary man, not this invincible force. The floating islands, which Yu Zunlai had chanced upon in his younger days, were sturdy enough to withstand even a Tier 10 force, but Xiao Tian destroyed them with ease. From the texts inside the relics where Yu Zunlai had found these treasures, they belonged to the ancient Great Flame Dynasty. Hence, every faction was eyeing the dynasty, especially secrets from that long-lost era. Feeling a sudden quiet outside, Yu Zunlai sighed in relief, thinking Xiao Tian had left. But in the next moment, Xiao Tian appeared before him, waving in greeting. Stunned, Yu Zunlai blurted out an expletive. Amused, Xiao Tian said, "What are you, a child, hiding under a bed?" Just as Xiao Tian reached to grab him, Yu Zunlai used a secret technique to transform into smoke and flee. Upon escaping the floating island, he detonated it, thinking, "Now, let's see how you get out." But to his dismay, Xiao Tian soon appeared, grabbing him by the neck. "Where do you think you're going?" Xiao Tian, holding Yu Zunlai like a small chicken, brought him back to the floating island. With a bewildered expression, Yu Zunlai knelt on the ground. The scene was almost comical. This powerful individual was found hiding under a bed. Zhongling was completely flabbergasted by the turn of events. It felt so surreal. If she hadn't witnessed it herself, who would believe that the renowned assassin king of the southern wilderness was defeated so easily? Yu Zunlai was equally baffled. "I had concealed my aura, held my breath, and even stopped my heartbeat. How did you find me?" Xiao Tian replied with a smile, "Simple. I heard the sound of your blood flowing." Both of them were stunned. Before Yu Zunlai could recover, Xiao Tian questioned him about his interest in the Great Flame Dynasty. Sweating profusely, Yu Zunlai bargained, "If you spare my life, I'll provide you with the information." Without waiting for a response, Xiao Tian swiftly snapped Yu Zunlai's neck. "Never mind. No need to ask anymore." Zhongling stared at Yu Zunlai's lifeless body. "This prince is terrifying. I want to go home." Soon after, a stone tablet descended from the sky, landing in a lake. Inscribed on it were the bold words, "Acting on heaven's behalf, King of Hell." Xiao Tian, with Zhongling in tow, gracefully landed beside the stone tablet. Feeling pleased after resolving the issue, he cheerfully suggested, "Let's go home and have a meal." Curiously, Zhongling asked about the name King of Hell. "It's just a moniker I used back home," Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. "There's a saying there, the King of Hell claims souls at the third watch of the night. Who dares to keep them till the fifth? Oh, and by the way, don't talk recklessly when we return, okay?" Startled, Zhongling nodded hastily. Seeing her obedient response, Xiao Tian affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Little ones should listen to adults blushing." Zhongling tidied her hair and retorted, "I'm not that young, you know." Without looking back, Xiao Tian dismissed her comment with a wave of his hand. Okay, you're very grown up." Hearing this, Zhongling became even more embarrassed. A moment later, the duo returned to where the Imperial Guard was stationed. Xiao Tian, pretending to be relieved, patted his chest and exclaimed, "I found it. That was close. It's the token of love given to me by the Emperor." Zhongling was speechless, thinking, typical prince, lying without batting an eyelid. Shortly after, the group lined up, and Xiao Tian loudly announced, "All right, let's head home." The head of the Imperial Guard, Lu Yan, looked displeased. "This prince is so frivolous. We don't even know if the scum from the Blood Cloud Tower have left yet. Young general, you were reckless just now. This isn't like you. Why did you indulge the prince's whims today?" Zhongling, facing Lu Yan, someone who had watched her grow up, could only smile and remain silent. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and asked, "Sister Lu, did you think of him because of our encounter with the Blood Cloud Tower assassins?" Lu Yan looked down, not responding, but her face showed clear anguish. Zhongling sighed deeply. "If it weren't for your fiancé holding back the assassins from the Blood Cloud Tower all by himself, that village would have been completely wiped out." She had heard her mother recount how, when Lu Yan led the rescue party, they found a blood-covered man at the entrance of the village who had seemingly passed on, but still stood firm. Even the Emperor once said, he was the backbone of the Great Flame. By the time Zhongling finished her story, tears streamed down Lu Yan's face. "It's in the past, let's not talk about it," she murmured. Ahead, Xiao Tian suddenly smiled. One of the Imperial Guards curiously asked, "Prince, did something good happen?" Xiao Tian turned his head. "Not really. He felt that I did something meaningful earlier. So, rest in peace." One day, as Zhongling was getting ready to leave the house in a hurry, her father, Zhong Yangming, couldn't help but ask where she was headed. She candidly replied, "I'm going to the palace to take care of Prince Xiao Tian." Zhong Yangming looked puzzled. That prince is known for his indulgence and idleness. Besides, he has the Imperial Guard to protect him in the palace. Why are you so concerned about him? To his surprise, Zhongling seemed rather upset. "You've never spent time with Prince Xiao Tian. How can you judge him without knowing him?" Without another word, she left, leaving Zhong Yanming completely baffled. Just yesterday, she seemed to dislike the prince. What changed overnight? This doesn't bode well. At this very moment, Prince Xiao Tian was leisurely enjoying his afternoon. Not only did he have maidens feeding him fruits, but he also used a system to watch Ultraman fight monsters. Such a life of luxury was more than just delightful. Unfortunately, the head of the Imperial Guard, Lu Yan, didn't appreciate this sight. The Emperor is on the front line battling, and yet her prince indulges in such pleasures? It's infuriating. Just then, young General Zhongling arrived, but she looked different from what Lu Yan remembered. Zhongling, with her blushing face and a brilliant red dress, looked more radiant than ever. Xiao Tian was taken aback. "Little girl, what are you doing here? With a serious expression, Zhongling responded, I'm here to protect Prince. Waving his hands in refusal, Xiao Tian retorted, go where you please. Who asked you to guard anything? What if you accidentally reveal my secret? The room fell silent. Everyone looked at Xiao Tian, thinking, is the prince courting death? With young general's temperament, who will be able to stop her later? Unexpectedly, Zhongling, with her face flushed, firmly said, I won't leave. I will stay right here. This is the emperor's order, she added. The imperial guards behind her looked at her in disbelief. Is young general out of her mind? Come to think of it, Prince Xiao Tian is indeed handsome. Not only did he bewitch the emperor, but now even young general seems to have fallen for him. Just then, someone reported from the doorway that a floating island bearing the insignia of Blood Cloud Tower had fallen from the sky. Could it be the main headquarters of Blood Cloud Tower that the emperor has been desperately searching for? Zhongling rushed over to inquire. What happened? Lu Yan's face was aghast. Young general, one of the branch towers of Blood Cloud Tower has been destroyed. Zhongling responded nonchalantly. I see. What else? Seeing her so unconcerned, Lu Yan was at a loss for words. Isn't this significant? Young general, aren't you even a little surprised, realizing she might have appeared too calm? Zhongling awkwardly replied with a chuckle, the destruction of a Blood Cloud Tower branch is good news. Xiao Tian watched this exchange and thought to himself, she's overdoing it. That act might give her away any moment now. Lu Yan, with a serious expression, remarked, under normal circumstances, it would indeed be good news. But now that one of Blood Cloud Tower's branches was destroyed within the Great Flame Dynasty, what if their main force decides to attack us? Moreover, what if their leader, known as the King of Assassins, causes trouble for the Emperor in the northern border? Xiao Tian and Zhongling had to stifle their laughter. Is she talking about that King of Assassins who hides under the bed? Lu Yan was flabbergasted. Young general is laughing. Shouldn't she be more concerned? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Zhongling, young general, why are you laughing in such a critical time? Have you lost your sense of duty? Realizing her lapse, and noticing the disapproving looks from both of them, Zhongling began to stutter, struggling for an explanation. Just then, Xiao Tian stepped in, tapping her lightly on the head. I heard everything. The nation is in crisis, and you're laughing and joking? What kind of behavior is that? Relieved, Zhongling thought. That was close. Almost gave everything away. Xiao Tian then addressed Lu Yan. Commander Lu, she's still young and doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. Please don't hold it against her. Moreover, the Great Flame Dynasty is in its prime. Don't worry too much. Now you can get back to your duties. I'll make sure to teach this little one a lesson. Subsequently, Xiao Tian took Zhongling away, leaving a group of Imperial guards discussing amongst themselves. Commander, if I recall correctly, you watched the young general grow up, didn't you? Why does it seem like you're the outsider now? They've only known each other for less than 2 days. Lu Yan replied gravely, it seems the situation is more serious than I thought. Quickly, write a letter to the general and inform Minister Zhong as well. That morning, Zhongling almost gave herself away and was reprimanded by Xiao Tian. However, in a surprising move, she suddenly knelt before him, asking him to take her as his disciple. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian's power wasn't cultivated traditionally, and he couldn't teach her his abilities. Time passed leisurely. Half a month later, Xiao Tian was once again roasting wild boar on a mountain, with Zhongling by his side. Suddenly, an imperial guard rushed towards them, excitedly announcing to Lu Yan, Commander, the latest news from Astral Pavilion is that Blood Cloud Tower has been destroyed. All their powerful members were executed, and we have their bodies as evidence. Lu Yan was in shock. For the past half-month, she'd been worried about an attack from Blood Cloud Tower, and now she's being told they're gone? Tears filled her eyes, realizing someone had avenged her fiancé. Beside her, Zhongling also thanked Xiao Tian sincerely. However, chewing on his wild boar meat, Xiao Tian replied, it has nothing to do with me. If you have nothing to do, help me cut the meat. Zhongling murmured something about him being uninteresting, but still obediently took up a knife to assist. Elsewhere, at the northern border, Empress was chatting with General Zhongli Huang. That old man is really stubborn. The last time I injured him with my sword energy. If he comes again, I'll finish him off. Zhongli Huang affirmed, of course, your majesty is unparalleled in the world. A mere old man is no match for you. Just then, a soldier presented 2 letters. These were from Lu Yan and Zhong Yangming, sent half a month ago. As Zhongli Huang opened the letters, she was taken aback. The Blood Cloud Tower's branch had been destroyed within the Great Flame Dynasty. Empress immediately looked concerned. This isn't good. The main headquarters of the Blood Cloud Tower might take action, but in the next second, Zhongli Huang's face turned furious. Empress took the other letter and read, Zhongling is infatuated with the prince's looks and dresses up meticulously every day to accompany him. Empress knew that Xiao Tian was indeed handsome, but no matter how handsome, this shouldn't happen, right? Zhongli Huang, in his anger, slammed a fist into the stone pillar in front of him. That damn girl. If I don't spank her so hard that she blossoms when I get back, then I'm not her mother. But suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Zhong Li Huang was puzzled. Did his punch really have such power? Everyone looked up to see that the southern barbarians were launching another attack. An old man wearing a mask led the charge, proclaiming, "With my power, I transform into divine light. Let my soldiers march straight into enemy territory." As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of barbarian soldiers roared and charged forward. Zhong Li Huang quickly told the Empress, "Your Majesty, leave the defense of the city to me. You should deal with that old man." Without hesitation, Empress approached the barbarian elder and shouted, "Jiayu, do you truly wish for death?" The elder replied, "I'm merely trying to secure a future for our barbarian kingdom. I won't die until I succeed." Empress swiftly thrust her sword at the elder, proclaiming, "The future of the barbarian kingdom will be ruined by your hands." The elder struggled to defend himself and was clearly outmatched. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Empress confidently said, "You shouldn't have left the barbarian kingdom without the protection of the nation's grand formation. You're no match for me." But to her surprise, the elder suddenly smirked, truly worthy of being the great flame empress, unmatched in grace and power. Just then, something unexpected happened. A formation began to emerge between them. From the elder's palms, a blood-red power continuously emanated, and in an instant, the formation surrounded the Empress. "Is this a sealing formation?" Empress questioned. "So you spat out blood earlier to inscribe this formation in the air?" The elder's face lit up with satisfaction. "Exactly. With me anchoring this formation, it will trap you for at least several days. Black Soul Hall has paid a handsome sum to hold you back. By now, the poisonous marsh elder from Black Soul Hall must have entered the Great Flame region. What a pity for the innocent citizens of the Great Flame Imperial City." Empress's aura exploded with rage. "If the lives in Great Flame are lost, I will make your entire barbarian kingdom pay for it." On the ground, Zhong Lijuang was fighting valiantly, attempting to rush towards Empress. However, Empress suddenly shouted, "Don't come closer. Defend the border at all costs and prevent the barbarians from breaking through." At this moment, Empress was seated, pondering, "I don't understand. Is it worth it for you? By using this blood-burning, sealing spirit formation, you won't have the chance to progress further in your cultivation." "It's absolutely worth it," the elder responded. "The waters of the Great Flame Dynasty run too deep. Our barbarian kingdom just wants to keep our distance. The reward we received is our capital to do so." Hearing this, Empress took a deep breath. The vengeance from Blood Cloud Tower's headquarters and the threat of Black Soul Hall were indeed disturbing. However, she needed to stay calm, think clearly, and find a way out to aid the Imperial City. The elder remarked, slightly surprised, "Indeed worthy of being the Empress. You managed to calm down and strategize so quickly. It's a pity for the innocent citizens, but I have no choice. Everything I do is for the barbarian kingdom." Elsewhere, atop the ruins of Blood Cloud Tower, a teleportation array was activated. A young man said to the elderly man next to him, "Master, do you think this was done by the Great Flame Dynasty?" "No, they lack the capability. Let's go." With Empress held back by our old friend, this is our golden opportunity. We head to Green Flame Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Tian was already there, living a relaxed and luxurious life. That day, as Xiao Tian was barbecuing on the mountain, he consumed an entire wild boar. Zhongling and the group of Imperial guards watched in amazement. He can eat so much. They didn't know that due to Xiao Tian's immense power, he needed to eat continuously to maintain his energy levels. Thankfully, Empress was providing for him. Otherwise, he would have been so broke that he'd resort to eating dirt. At that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly realized that the leader of the Imperial Guard, Lu Yan, was missing. Zhongling quickly explained. "She went to Green Flame Town to get wine." "Green Flame Town? Isn't that the town where her fiancé defended to his death?" "I believe she wants to convey the good news of Blood Cloud Tower's destruction to her deceased fiancé." After a moment of thought, he said, "Let's go there together. We can take a look around Green Flame Town." Zhongling expressed her concern. "What if Lu Yan returns and we miss each other?" Pointing to the group of Imperial guards, Xiao Tian replied, "It's simple. You all stay here. If you don't see us within half an hour, pack up and head back to the palace." The Imperial guards wanted to object, but Xiao Tian cut them off. "Don't worry. With Zhongling by my side, everything will be all right." Elsewhere, at the entrance of Green Flame Town, a statue had been activated, forming a protective barrier around the town. The leader of the Imperial Guard, Lu Yan, was violently thrown against the statue by someone. Struggling to her feet, she fixed a fierce gaze on the two individuals standing before her. The two cloaked figures spoke with disdain. "We've long heard that the Imperial Guards of the Great Flame Dynasty are seasoned warriors who have been through countless battles. But from what we see now, they seem rather unimpressive." The two individuals were none other than poisonous Marsh Elder from Black Soul Hall. Lu Yan instantly understood the situation. Black Soul Hall had collaborated with Barbarian Kingdom to force Empress into a direct confrontation, and then they would take advantage of her absence to slaughter the people of Great Flame. The poisonous marsh elder was named Xian Yuanbai, while his disciple was called Guamao. Xian Yuanbai instructed his disciple to dispose of her quickly. We'll use the people of Green Flame Town for a blood sacrifice, and we mustn't alert anyone else. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure she departs comfortably. Guamao replied confidently. With a swift motion, he drew a long sword and lunged directly at Lu Yan, aiming for her throat. In a desperate move, Lu Yan quickly drew her sword to block, but she was still struck on the shoulder. Guamao took advantage of the situation and lifted his leg, kicking Lu Yan with great force. She flew back, slamming hard into the statue, blood filling her mouth. Guamao stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver the final blow. Lu Yan could only helplessly close her eyes, silently thinking of her late husband, reassuring herself that as his wife, she had not shamed him. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Tian arrived. He flicked a stone towards Guamao, who sensed the danger and tried to retreat. However, the force from the stone still sent him flying a good distance away. Lu Yan, eyes still closed, wondered why the fatal strike hadn't come yet. To her surprise, she heard a voice beside her. What do you intend to do with the head of my Imperial Guard? Stunned, Lu Yan murmured. Prince. Xiao Tian looked furious. Young lady, slice him up. Zhongling unsheathed her sword and stepped forward. Leave it to me. Without hesitation, she swung her sword directly at Guamao, who barely managed to raise his hand to block her attack. As Lu Yan observed the situation, she wondered how she had mistakenly thought that it was the prince who saved her. It should have been the young general. When Xiao Tian called out to her and got no response, he directly reached out, pinching her chin. From a system, he took out a pill and shoved it into Lu Yan's mouth. Ordering, swallow the pill, Lu Yan covered her mouth, thinking that the prince wasn't as annoying as she had initially thought. She then stood up, urging Xiao Tian, Prince, have the young general take you away quickly. That poisonous marsh elder is a 7th tier expert. You'll be in grave danger. Xiao Tian consulted his system, asking, Puppy, is this old guy really that strong? The system replied, Target is at the 7th tier, 8-fold peak, and is proficient in poison techniques. Confused, Xiao Tian remarked, but in my perception, all three of them see nearly the same strength. How is that possible? The system explained to you, their strength is inconsequential. In front of you, they are just frail and pitiable beings. Hearing this, Xiao Tian became slightly concerned. With Zhongling only at the 5th tier, she definitely couldn't win. What to do? Lu Yan observed from the side. If she discovered my abilities and told the Empress would undoubtedly seek my assistance. If I were to decline, I would certainly face punishment. Seeing Xiao Tian lost in thought, Lu Yan comforted, Prince, there's no need to worry. I'll protect you, even if it costs me my life. Xiao Tian laughed. You just took a pill to heal, and now you're eager to sacrifice yourself? What for? Before Lu Yan could reply, she noticed that her arm was healed. She thought, this must be a life-saving pill the Empress gave to the prince. It seemed the prince wasn't so useless after all. Realizing the situation, Lu Yan told Xiao Tian, Prince, the young general cannot be harmed in a place like this. I will help you buy some time to escape. The royal city has protective formations. Even the poisonous marsh elder cannot break through. As long as we wait for the Empress to return, she will surely avenge us. At that moment, Zhongling suddenly unleashed her sword intent prototype. Sparks ignite the plains. Once this sword intent prototype is formed, it means invincibility at the same level. Gu Hongmao found it hard to accept. She's younger than me. I can accept her being of a higher realm, but she has understood the sword intent prototype. Why? Why is this? As he spoke, he thrust his sword at Zhongling, but Zhongling clearly saw that Gu Hongmao's sword technique was messy. With one swing of her sword, a radiant arc of light struck Gu Hongmao directly. He immediately lost his resistance and knelt on the ground. Zhongling approached him slowly and taunted. Someone of your caliber dares to run wild in great flame? Surrender your life. As she raised her hand to deliver the final blow, a small portal suddenly opened in front of her. Several venomous snakes lunged out with their mouths wide open. Aiming for Zhongling, she hastily dropped her sword and retreated, narrowly avoiding their bites. The sword clattered to the ground, emitting wisps of green smoke, a clear sign of deadly poison. If her reaction had been even a tad slower, her hand might have been lost. Gu Hongmao returned to the side of the poisonous marsh elder. There's always someone better. Do you see it now? Gu Hongmao bowed slightly, replying, I see it now, master. The poisonous marsh elder then turned his gaze to Zhongling. Little girl, you're quite brave, daring not to flee in my presence. As for this great flame prince, although he's a weakling, he does have a handsome face. No wonder the Empress chose him as her consort. Zhongling, with the hint of schadenfreude, commented, this pitiful fellow, even facing death, continues to babble. You all have no idea how terrifying the prince truly is. However, when she turned around, she was shocked to see Xiao Tian casually drinking wine. Xiao Tian then feigned a cowardly demeanor and pleaded, "Poisonous marsh elder, I've long heard of your renowned reputation. I'm well aware today doesn't bode well for me, so I would like to offer a secret of the Empress in exchange for my life." Hearing this, the leader of the Imperial Guard, Lu Yan, looked at him incredulously. "Prince, you..." Only Zhongling was aware of Xiao Tian's penchant for mischief. She thought, it seems like Sister Lu really believed him. I must reassure her, or she might get hurt by Prince's antics. Approaching Lu Yan, Zhongling grabbed her wrist and whispered, "Sister Lu, the prince has his own considerations. Do not act rashly. There are certain things I can't tell you now." Lu Yan was bewildered, thinking, when did the young general become so irrational? The poisonous marsh elder watched the scene unfold, finding it amusing. The Empress's secret, I can agree to that. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian continued, "Then, allow the two of them to leave first. This way, even if you decide to kill me, at least the two of them will survive." Lu Yan was taken aback, overwhelmed by emotions. "He's trying to save us first. How can I agree to this?" "Prince," Lu Yan interjected, "why don't you tell me the secret and I'll stay behind on your behalf?" Xiao Tian cut her off sharply. "Nonsense. Do you think the elder here is not sharp-witted? I'm afraid of death and would spill the secret if left behind." "You're not afraid. But what use are you if you stay behind? Why can't this brainless person just stick to the script? How am I supposed to make my move if you don't leave?" At this moment, the poisonous marsh elder spoke. "It's not up to you here. You have no choice. The only option in front of you is to spill everything you know. If I'm pleased with what I hear, I might just spare your life." Zhongling felt a headache coming on, thinking this old geezer must be tired of living. Lu Yan, angered, shouted, "Xiao Nuanbai, do not push us too far." Suddenly, Xiao Tian burst out laughing. "You really leave me speechless." With that, Xiao Tian unleashed a surge of power, causing the surrounding space to warp. Sensing this horrifying energy, the poisonous marsh elder began to stutter. Unable to form words, Xiao Tian's aura grew increasingly fierce, causing the ground to crack. Even nearby mountains began to tremble and shake. The poisonous marsh elder, in his fear, fell to the ground, staring in terror as Xiao Tian approached step by step. Each step he took echoed with a deafening boom. From his elevated position, Xiao Tian looked down at the elder and said, "I truly don't understand. Why won't people like you ever listen to reason? I really didn't want to reveal my true power. All I wanted was to divert this Imperial Guard commander. Is that too much to ask?" Having said that, Xiao Tian sighed deeply and, in the next moment, slapped the poisonous marsh elder across the face. "I'm talking to you. Answer me." The poisonous marsh elder trembled uncontrollably, managing to stutter. Elder, it was a misunderstanding." Another slap rang out. "What elder? Barely in my 20s. Can't you speak properly?" "I'm sorry, sir." "Speak up. I can't hear you." Listening to their conversation and the repeated slaps, both Zhongling and Lu Yan were in shock. The poisonous marsh elder seemed to have lost his mind, suddenly shouting loudly, "Sir." Xiao Tian landed several more slaps, yelling, "Why are you screaming so loudly? You scared me, you know?" Lu Yan, dumbfounded, asked, "Young general, what on earth is happening? Am I dreaming? As you can see, Prince is invincible. So, you must never tell the Emperor. Otherwise, you'll be ungrateful," Zhongling explained. Only then did Lu Yan realize that the drastic change in Zhongling's attitude, obeying every command from the prince, was because the prince was so fearsome. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Yan. "Young general, the Blood Cloud Tower. Did he?" "Exactly. The one who obliterated the powerhouses of the Blood Cloud Tower was none other than the prince himself." Zhongling confirmed. Lu Yan felt like everything that had happened today had turned her world upside down. Looking at Xiao Tian's silhouette, her eyes were filled with admiration. Suddenly, she noticed something amiss. A dark formation started to appear beneath the poisonous marsh elder. Lu Yan shouted urgently, "Prince, get out of the way," with a sinister smile on his face. The poisonous marsh elder declared, "Too late." An eerie purple marsh suddenly formed right under Xiao Tian's feet. The elder jumped back. "How about that? This is my lifespan burning dark swamp, crafted by burning 30 years of my life. Relish it. As it engulfs you, your skin will start to rot, your flesh will corrode, and your bones will become as brittle as charcoal, easily crushed. The more you struggle, the deeper you'll sink, and the faster the poison will seep into your body. Regardless of how powerful you might be, you've still fallen into my trap. Even a 10th level being cannot escape the poison from this swamp." On the side, Lu Yan was frantic. "Young general, save him quickly." Zhongling, however, was calm. "There's no need. All we have to do is stay out of the way. You're underestimating the prince. He's not just strong, he's insanely strong." Lu Yan fell silent at that, but soon her jaw dropped in shock and she wasn't the only one. Everyone present, except for Zhongling, was utterly astonished by what they were witnessing. It was beyond comprehension. The elder had sacrificed 30 years of his life to summon the deadly swamp that could corrode both the body and soul. Yet, Xiao Tian seemed unfazed after being submerged in it, even going as far as to give the poisonous marsh elder a thumbs up. Nice move, it's like a natural exfoliation. But seriously, is this thing supposed to be this powerful? After saying that, he set his sights on the poisonous marsh elder's disciple, Gu Haomao, who immediately fell on his backside, begging Xiao Tian to stay away. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian grabbed him by the collar and threw him into the swamp. Gu Haomao screamed in agony and in a matter of moments, sank and ceased to breathe. As Xiao Tian curiously played with the poisonous liquid, the poisonous marsh elder was utterly flabbergasted. Who are you? Ignoring the question, Xiao Tian applied the liquid as if it was a face mask. The elder trembled in fear, lost for words. After a while, Xiao Tian removed the mask and turned to Zhongling. Little girl, how is it? Do I look fairer? Zhongling was speechless. Since when did Prince become so vain? Shrugging, Xiao Tian responded, you know nothing. Kid, I need to look more handsome to charm the Empress. He then faced the poisonous marsh elder. May I ask, how much lifespan do you have left? The elder was horrified. What do you mean? Oh, nothing really. I just think your swamp is quite impressive. How many more times can you use it? If I gave you a pill to extend your life, could you keep providing skincare for me? The elder was a mix of embarrassment and fury. You're a beast. One might kill a man, but not insult him. This old man. With that, the poisonous marsh elder smacked his own forehead with his palm, ending his own life on the spot. Zhongling and Lu Yan were utterly stunned. One of the 6 evil kings of the Black Soul Hall was actually driven to suicide by the prince. Xiao Tian, however, looked genuinely puzzled and asked, why did he kill himself? I was being so sincere and even wanted to spare him. Both of them couldn't help but internally comment, Prince, please be more humane. Zhongling then advised Xiao Tian, Prince, you should consider how to cover up this mess. Looking at the massive rift in the ground, Xiao Tian remarked, this is quite a disturbance. If I'm not mistaken, continuing in this direction would lead us to the Great Flame Dynasty, right? As Zhongling was nodding, Xiao Tian's aura erupted again, startling her. What are you trying to do? She hurriedly inquired. To get rid of the evidence, Xiao Tian exclaimed. With that, he delivered a punch, releasing a force so powerful it seemed to pierce through the heavens and earth. Both Zhongling and Lu Yan raised their arms to shield themselves from the raging wind. Moments later, Xiao Tian exhaled deeply, sending forth a tornado that seemed to connect the earth to the sky. Zhongling was in disbelief. Is this how you interpret disposing of the evidence? Xiao Tian smiled faintly. As long as the landscape changes and no traces of the past remain, that's considered disposing of the evidence. Once the dust settled, everything in sight was tranquil and calm. Zhongling held back her comments, thinking this is more like reshaping the entire world. At that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled something. The villagers in the town didn't see all this, did they? Lu Yan smiled and explained. Don't worry, Prince, there's a defensive array around the town that obstructs the view from the outside. Xiao Tian sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought our peaceful days were over. All right, I'll be waiting in the nearby woods. Once you're done, remember to bring some wine. Watching Xiao Tian's retreating figure, Lu Yan couldn't help but reflect. The prince truly is one of a kind. Despite his immense power, he's content to live off others and be this carefree and heartless prince. She patted the sculpture beside her and mused. Isn't it wonderful? Just then, the townspeople, late to the scene and armed with hoes, rushed out only to find that the 2 huge mountains they were familiar with had vanished. Lu Yan chuckled and addressed the villagers. Beldertown chief, it's safe now. Let's go back. The mountains just went for a walk and haven't returned yet. A young woman was animatedly recounting tales of Xiao Tian. The head of the Imperial Guard suddenly had a thought. Could it be that all the bad things we secretly said about him behind his back, he heard all of them? Hearing this, Xiao Tian, who was walking ahead, suddenly spoke. Of course I did. You went home and criticized me for being a disaster for the nation, accused me of seducing the emperor with my looks and said that I was too timing, enjoying what I have while coveting something else, referring to me messing with the young Zhongling. Zhongling looked at Lu Yan with suspicion. Sister Lu Yan, what have you been imagining? Lu Yan immediately knelt down. I'm so sorry. Prince, I apologize. Young General, Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, just a minor misunderstanding. Zhongling, with a cheeky grin, said, who would have thought that big sister Lu Yan, who seemed so mature, would be such a gossip monger at home? Wait, at home? She suddenly realized something amiss. Prince, you could hear what Lu Yan said in her own house from the prince's residence? Of course, Xiao Tian smirked. Our dear Lu Yan here turns into quite the chatterbox at home, always mumbling non-stop. Lu Yan was left unfounded. It was clear Xiao Tian was doing this on purpose, thinking, you gossip about me, I'll embarrass you. Soon after, the group returned to the Zhong residence. Xiao Tian pointed irritably at the gate. Go back, Prince. I want to dine in the palace too, pleaded Zhongling. No, you've been in the palace these past few days. Your father scolds me every night because of it. It's so annoying. Lu Yan sighed in exasperation, thinking, if anything secret were done at night, wouldn't it be heard clearly? Zhongling, with a hopeful look, begged Xiao Tian. Prince, please let me go to the palace. Don't be so stingy. No, stop this act. You have parents, and yet you don't appreciate them. I grew up without parents. You don't know how blessed you are. Upon hearing this, both Zhongling and Lu Yan were taken aback. They hadn't expected the prince to have such a tragic past. Xiao Tian waved it off. It's all in the past. I'm happy now. Resigned, Zhongling agreed to go home. Xiao Tian affectionately ruffled her hair. Good girl, go home. Just then, Zhongling's father, Zhong Yangming, appeared and angrily questioned. What are you doing? Prince, you are the emperor's consort. Are you treating her right? Lu Yan, hearing this, immediately retorted, Lord Zhong, how can you say such things? How can you tarnish someone's reputation without knowing the truth? Zhong Yangming, taken aback, waved his hands defensively, but Lu Yan continued, her anger growing. You hold such a high position, and yet you judge so blindly. I am disappointed in you. Zhong Yangming was taken aback and fell to the ground. He thought, such a righteous and loyal woman, and she too fell for the prince's charms. Zhongling chimed in, the prince was kind enough to let me go home to have dinner with you, and you behave like this? Ling her eye. Zhong Yangming stuttered at a loss for words. Zhongling grabbed Lu Yan and said, Dad, you can eat dinner by yourself tonight. Zhong Yangming muttered in frustration, what has the world come to? The issue with the refugees in the south hasn't been resolved, and now my daughter is being so disobedient. After a moment, he got up and prepared to return to his residence. Unexpectedly, the trio returned to him. Shortly after, inside a pavilion in the Zhong residence, Xiao Tian stared at a table full of delicious dishes, unable to prevent his mouth from watering. Zhong Yangming served the last dish, saying, Please, everyone, eat. Zhongling giggled behind her hand. Prince, it's this dish. My dad once used it to win my mom's heart. Xiao Tian gave her a playful tap on the head. Show some respect. How can you talk about your father like that? Zhongling nodded with a smile. Zhong Yangming looked on in confusion. Why is my daughter so afraid of the prince? He thought, I better apologize and eat. He raised his glass. Prince, I apologize to you. Xiao Tian also lifted his glass and took a hearty drink. After taking a bite of the food and savoring the taste, he gave a thumbs up. The taste is truly amazing. As Xiao Tian continued to eat, Zhong Yangming was a bit bewildered. One shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but the prince's obsession with enjoying life's pleasures is strange. At that moment, Xiao Tian muttered something. Zhong Yangming asked, Prince, if you have something to say, please speak up. Xiao Tian hesitated. Can I come over to eat regularly, to taste the dishes you personally make? Your culinary skills are outstanding. Zhong Yangming didn't respond verbally, but thought to himself, does he expect me, the Minister of Revenue, to be his personal chef? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The next second, Xiao Tian slammed a ring onto the table. I'll personally donate 1 million spirit stones for the relief of the southern refugees. Zhong Yangming's face changed instantly. Prince, what would you like to eat tomorrow? I'm free, so I'll personally choose the ingredients to ensure you have a delightful meal. Linger, can you help buy a chef's robe for me? We can't be careless with the prince's meals. Zhongling and Lu Yan stare in disbelief. That was a quick change of heart. Holding the spirit stones tightly, Zhong Yangming caught his daughter's puzzled look. He wanted to retort, you don't understand anything. The refugees can neither be ignored nor easily settled. Now that we have funds, I'd even call him Dad if needed. By the way, Prince, are these spirit stones legitimate? I hope they weren't sneaked out from the palace. Xiao Tian waved dismissively. Don't worry, these spirit stones were compensation for an apology someone owed me. Make sure you don't mention it came from me. This is my private stash. The emperor can't know. Feeling reassured, Zhong Yangming said, I promise I'll keep it secret. Xiao Tian sighed in relief. You have no idea how hard it was to get this money and what those people did to me. Hearing Xiao Tian's indignant tone, Zhong Yangming's imagination ran wild, picturing him suffering some severe torture. He quickly comforted, thank you for your generosity. On the side, Zhongling and Lu Yan were even more shocked. Did the Blood Cloud Tower force you to wipe out their entire clan and you emptied their treasury? Suddenly, Xiao Tian asked, Minister Zhong, how do you plan to use these funds? I intend to purchase relief supplies and send them, as well as fund the construction of temporary shelters until they can harvest their crops. Xiao Tian shook his head. That's not efficient and it might lead to problems. Why not try a work for relief approach? Zhong Yangming was taken aback. What do you mean by work for relief? Xiao Tian explained, look at the refugees in the south. They lack everything but manpower, right? Why not use this money to employ them? We're providing relief. How can we employ them? Why not, instead of letting a large group of people sit idle and cause trouble, use the money to buy food and goods as wages, employ them to repair bridges, roads, and cultivate wastelands. Let them fill their bellies and help build the Great Flame. And with no extra energy for mischief, why not? This method can also scatter the refugees, avoiding the gathering of acquaintances who might muster courage together to cause trouble. Think about it. Zhong Yangming had a sudden realization. This is killing multiple birds with one stone. Brilliant. Prince, whenever you crave for food in the future, just let me know. I might not be confident about other things, but when it comes to culinary skills in the entire Great Flame Dynasty, I consider myself second to none. He patted his chest with pride. Xiao Tian smirked. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I'd like a midnight snack later, alright? The two exchanged amused glances. The two girls felt something was off about the situation. Until that day, Zhong Lishuang stood atop the city walls, gazing at the Empress who had been trapped. After being calm for half a month, the time for her breakthrough was near. The barbarian kingdom's Grand Elder urgently ordered the soldiers to retreat, realizing that the Empress was about to advance to the 9th rank. Soon, the Empress opened her eyes with a cold hum. Her aura surged out like a landslide or a tsunami, causing the barbarian soldiers to flee in panic, fearing they would be left behind as fodder. The next moment, the ceiling formation was shattered with a loud bang by the Empress. Holding her sword majestically, she remarked, "Old man, you sure ran fast, but no matter how fast you run, can you escape the sword energy from a 9th rank?" The Empress swung her sword, and the chilling sword energy instantly froze the soldiers running behind. The elder from the barbarian tribe gritted his teeth and sprinted at full speed. Suddenly feeling a chill from behind, he was taken aback, never expecting the might of a 9th rank practitioner to be so terrifying. Hastily, he turned around and employed his life's most formidable skill, conjuring a giant illusionary figure to block the attack. But the giant figure, fragile as foam, was effortlessly torn apart by the sword energy. The elder, like a kite with a broken string, plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Moments later, he struggled to his feet, his facial mask shattered, realizing the true terror of a 9th rank expert. On the other hand, the Empress chose not to pursue further. She returned to the city walls, ordered the deputy general to stay behind and take care of the aftermath, and to lead the army back once everything was settled. She decided to leave early with Zhong Lijuang to prepare for the impending turmoil. Along the way, Zhong Lijuang tried to comfort her. "Your Majesty, don't worry too much. There are formations everywhere now that can delay the poisonous marsh elder's actions for a bit." The Empress, however, was still concerned. "The poisonous marsh elder is an 8th rank. These formations won't hold him for long. I just hope that the Great Flame hasn't suffered significant damage." Soon after, the duo reached the town where two large mountains were previously located, only to find them gone. Zhong Lijuang was dumbfounded. The Empress observed for a while and speculated. "There's no accumulated dirt nearby, but there's a layer of dust on the distant mountains. I suspect someone pulverized these two mountains into dust with a single strike." "A single strike? Your Majesty, now that you're in 9th rank, how do you measure up against this person?" The Empress gave a bitter smile. "You're overestimating me. I couldn't even gauge his strength. How could I possibly be his match?" "Your Majesty, could the person responsible be a 10th rank?" "No, that's the most terrifying part. If he was 10th rank, I'd be able to recognize it. Whose power could surpass the 10th rank?" When she returned victorious from the northern expedition, she discovered that Xiao Tian had grown surprisingly close to the head of her Imperial Guard and Zhong Lijuang's daughter. Both seemed to hold this freeloading man in high regard, showing him much respect. Xiao Tian was trying to distance himself from their fervent attention when he suddenly sensed a murderous intent nearby. Taking a closer look, he realized it was his wife, the Empress, returning. Standing by the Empress, Zhong Lijuang was pointing at her daughter, scolding, "Zhong Ling, how many days has it been since you last got a beating? You're itching for another one." "Ha!" The three who were in the middle of their banter were dumbfounded. Zhong Ling, startled, dropped her bun. "Oh no, how did Mother return so soon? And if I'm not mistaken, that's Her Majesty beside her." The head of the Imperial Guard, Lu Yen, whispered, "I once misunderstood your relationship with Prince Xiao Tian just like your father did. I even wrote a letter to the general about it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was horrified. "What the heck, Commander Lu? Are you trying to get me in trouble?" Zhong Lijuang, noticing them whispering, approached with evident anger, clearly ready to mete out some punishment. Zhong Ling, terrified, hid behind Xiao Tian. In his panic, Xiao Tian exclaimed, "Kid, why are you hiding behind me? Hide behind your sister, Lu. Are you trying to make things even worse?" Zhong Ling meekly replied, "Prince, please just block for a moment with Her Majesty here. Mother won't lay a hand on you." "Are you sure about that?" Looking at the furious Zhong Lijuang standing in front of him, she sternly told him, "Prince, move aside." Staring at the nearly 2-meter-tall, muscle-bound figure, Xiao Tian couldn't help think, "Minister Zhong, you're the real man." He tried to mediate General Zhong. Beating a child in public might traumatize her. Zhong Lijuang, without hesitation and clenching her fists threateningly, said, "Prince, I'm trying to reason with you out of respect for Her Majesty, but that doesn't mean I won't act." Hearing this, Zhong Ling quickly threw herself into her mother's embrace, exclaiming, "No, mother, you absolutely cannot lay a hand on Prince. If you must hit someone, hit your daughter." Lu Yan also stepped in to mediate General Zhong. "Please, let's stay calm and think this through." Zhong Lijuang, taken aback by their attitudes, responded, "You silly girl, this is Her Majesty Xiao Tian. He's not someone you should be concerned about." Little did she know that what Zhong Ling was actually thinking was, what if Prince retaliates? What will Dad and I do? At this moment, a few robust young men stepped forward, asking, "Prince, is there a problem?" Xiao Tian quickly tried to reassure everyone, this is a friend of mine. There's no need to be alarmed. Disperse now. Since that's the case, I'll be leaving first." A villager responded, "Prince, if you ever need anything, just give us a shout." "Sir, it's getting late. Why not come to my home and rest?" Xiao Tian politely declined. "I appreciate the offer, but I have a banquet to attend. I must leave now." Seeing how warmly the villagers interacted with Xiao Tian, Zhong Lijuang was left in shock. Is Prince's allure really that strong? All of these villagers are men. Xiao Tian, gazing at the figure of his Empress wife, mused, "My wife is truly beautiful." Admiring her graceful silhouette, suddenly the Empress turned and gave him a deep look. Captivated, Xiao Tian thought, "Look at those eyes. They're like shimmering stars." Suddenly, the Empress approached and inquired, "I'm very curious. What did you do to earn such adoration from the people of Green Flame Town?" Xiao Tian grinned slightly. When a woman starts to become curious about a man, it signifies she's lost to him. The Empress looked at him with confusion. "What's he so happy about?" I asked him a question, and instead of answering, he's laughing. In response to the Empress's query, Xiao Tian told her, "Just throw money at the problem. I simply funded the construction of roads for them." She raised an eyebrow. "Where did you get the money from? If I recall correctly, you don't have that much to spend." Xiao Tian burst into laughter. "Your Majesty, don't forget that I'm now your husband. I've been showered with gifts recently. It seems there are quite a few wealthy individuals in our court, but merely funding road construction wouldn't make the citizens so grateful." Zhong Lijuang felt the same, wondering how a seemingly frivolous prince could gain such adoration from the people. At this point, Zhongling chimed in, "It's because the prince has brought prosperity to the people of Green Flame Town." Upon hearing this, both the Empress and Zhong Lijuang looked at her questioningly. Zhongling quickly explained, "Green Flame Town is known for its delicious wine, which was previously only available in the capital. While it improved the lives of the citizens, it didn't make a massive difference." The prince then came up with branding strategies. Lu Yan then recited a promotional slogan, "Water from Green Flame Mountain, the essence of fine wine, great flame quality, the centennial vintage town of Green Flame wine. Even the Empress approves of the Great Flames wine." With the endorsement of the Empress and the guarantee from the Minister of Revenue, Sir Zhong, the Green Flame wine was renamed Green Flame Empress wine and became the most premium liquor in the capital. Now, a jar of this wine is worth a fortune. Xiao Tian continued, "I had to use your name for the wine, Your Majesty. After all, I'm just a powerless and useless person." Zhongling and Lu Yan rolled their eyes. In their minds, they sarcastically thought, yes, you're useless. All you did was scare the poisonous marsh elder into taking his own life and destroy a few mountains with a single punch." The Empress's displeasure was evident. "What do you mean useless? You are my man, the Great Flame Prince. No one has the right to call you useless. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll slay them for you with my sword." Xiao Tian was smitten. "Damn it, she's flirting with me again. Someone, replace my bowl for eating soft rice with a metal one." Then, with utmost sincerity, Xiao Tian told the Empress, "You, who makes fish sink and birds fall, outshining the moon and flowers, unparalleled in beauty and grace, my lady, Your Majesty." Empress responded with a calm face, "Flattery will get you nowhere. I've never been a fan of sweet talk." But then, a faint smile on her lips betrayed her true feelings. Zhong Lijuang patted Xiao Tian on the shoulder and advised, "Prince, the Empress has always been strong-willed since she was young. Trying to woo her with tactics suitable for young girls won't work, understand?" Xiao Tian didn't reply, just gazed at the Empress's silhouette. "You think I can't see through that veil? What works and what doesn't? That's just my wife, Empress, being Sundara. She might not say it, but she likes it." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly told Zhongling, "Your mother knows nothing," leaving Zhongling bewildered. Up ahead, Zhong Lijuang suggested to the Empress, "Your Majesty, when we return to the city, why not dine at my place? Sounds good. I'm looking forward to experiencing Minister Zhong's culinary skills, replied the Empress. Soon, the group arrived at the Zhong residence. Xiao Tian, looking at his wife's back, suddenly felt her power had grown. Puppy, what's the current level of Empress Saruyan? Respected master, Empress Saruyan is now at the first level of the 9th rank, responded Puppy. Xiao Tian smiled. During her trip, not only did her level increase, but she also resolved the northern border conflict. My wife is truly amazing. As female General Zhong Lishuang led the Empress to dine in her home, the delicious aroma of food welcomed them. She assumed her husband had personally prepared the meal, knowing she'd be returning. Behind her, Zhong Ling remained silent, realizing sometimes it's better not to know certain things. Zhong Yangming sensed someone entering the room and without looking up, he cheerfully remarked, "Prince, you're in for a treat today. I've prepared a golden-tailed white jade fish and some of your favorite side dishes. We won't stop drinking until we're both completely drunk." Only then did the Empress and Zhong Lishuang realize that the meal had been specially prepared for the prince. This was unexpected. How did even Zhong Yangming become charmed by the prince? As Zhong Yangming turned around and saw that it was the Empress herself, he immediately and awkwardly bowed in greeting. The Empress showed no sign of displeasure, saying, "This time, as in the past, Uncle Zhong, just treat me as the young girl who used to freeload food and drink at the Zhong residence." Scratching his head in embarrassment, Zhong Yangming stuttered, I'll get more bowls and chopsticks. Your Majesty, please take a seat." He then quickly excused himself. Zhong Lishuang turned and demanded, "What exactly happened while the Empress and I were away?" Xiao Tian sighed with resignation. If the Empress found out he had been giving advice to Zhong Yangming, discovering his talents and asking him to help with state affairs, what should I do? Moments later, as everyone settled at the table, Zhong Lishuang teased, "Zhong Yangming, you've prepared this meal with such care and finesse." The Empress picked up a cup and asked, "Is this the famous green flame wine?" "Yes, Your Majesty, it indeed is the green flame wine." The Empress smiled, "I've had it before, but it's truly delightful. I understand now why it's said to be worth its weight in gold, not only because of its reputation, but also due to its inherent quality. Your Majesty speaks the truth." Not only did Prince fund the construction of a distillery in Green Flame Town and employ the locals, he also improved the brewing techniques of Green Flame Town, revitalizing the entire area, and even volunteered to pay taxes, setting an example for the imperial merchants. Xiao Tian covered his face in exasperation, thinking, "This is exactly what I was afraid of. Someone, please knock me out. I just wanted to live a simple life without any responsibilities." Misinterpreting Xiao Tian's reaction, Zhong Yangming assumed the prince was being modest and continued to sing his praises. If it were just that, it still wouldn't do justice to the prince's excellence. Xiao Tian was taken aback, thinking, is he really going to say more? Zhong Yangming continued, "In the matter of the refugees from the southern border, the prince not only provided strategies, but also funded the project himself. The only thing he asked in return was for me to satisfy his culinary desires, which is nothing in comparison." By now, Xiao Tian was completely stiff, unable to even muster a smile. However, the Empress had a look of admiration on her face. Seeing this, Zhong Yangming smiled faintly and said, "Prince, this is as much as I can help." Xiao Tian understood Zhong Yangming's intentions all too well. He had always intended to live a leisurely life, not wanting to work at all. As expected, the Empress asked, "With such talent, why do you keep calling yourself useless?" Caught in a difficult spot, Xiao Tian wondered, how should I explain? Can I just say I want to be lazy? If he admitted that, he imagined the Empress would assign him loads of work, and if he refused, she'd probably whip him. His dream life seemed to be slipping away. To his dismay, during this simple dinner, his true nature had been exposed by Minister Zhong. Xiao Tian was immensely embarrassed. While Zhong Yangming looked quite proud, the Empress poured herself another drink and remarked, "I didn't expect you to know about brewing." Hastily, Xiao Tian replied, "Not really, I just have a slight understanding. I'm mostly good at enjoying the finer things in life." However, the Empress responded directly, "Not many people earn praises from Uncle Zhong. Why do you look so worried? If I'm not mistaken, you just want to enjoy life without responsibilities. You're afraid I'll ask you to take up an official position and work hard for the Great Flame, aren't you?" Xiao Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. The Empress reassured him, "I promised you a life of luxury and comfort where you could live carefree as a relaxed prince. When I summoned you with the talisman, I already owed you. I don't need you to do anything. Just be happy." Xiao Tian blushed, thinking to himself, "Oh my goodness, stop flirting with me." Suddenly, the Empress's expression turned fierce. "If anyone dares to gossip and call you useless, I wouldn't mind playing the tyrant for once. I'd behead a few to strike fear into the court and silence these demons." Feeling elated, Xiao Tian thought, is this what it feels like to be pampered by the Empress? It's amazing. Changing the subject, she asked, "Speaking of which, when the poisonous marsh elder, one of the 6 evils of Black Soul Hall, died at the entrance of Green Flame Town, you were present, right? Tell me the details. Yes, Your Majesty. After some time, Lu Yen finished recounting the events. Zhong Lishuang, a female general, jumped up excitedly and asked, was it truly just one punch? Did this unparalleled warrior leave a name? Lu Yen replied with a grave face, he left the name, King of Hell. Moreover, he also destroyed the headquarters of Blood Cloud Tower. It has been confirmed by Astral Pavilion that the King of Assassins, Yun Jimai, has perished. The Empress struggled to believe the news. Are you certain this is true? Lu Yen, remembering her fiancé, who was killed by Blood Cloud Tower, responded, Your Majesty, you're well aware of my vendetta against Blood Cloud Tower. I wouldn't make a mistake about this. The Empress mused. If I ever have the chance, I must personally thank the King of Hell for his righteous act on behalf of the heavens, solving the major problems for the Great Flame Dynasty. Whether King of Hell is a friend or foe, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks for Great Flame. Everyone present is enthusiastic. Only Xiao Tian looks guilty. King of Hell is actually his old alias on Earth. He just reused it. Zhong Yangming analyzes that King of Hell's actions have made him seem closely related to Great Flame. Zhong Ling and Lu Yen both agree that his presence will make others hesitant to attack Great Flame. In the meantime, Xiao Tian and Empress have been affectionately interacting. You really spoil Prince. Someone comments, will you hold court the day after tomorrow? Of course. What's the matter? Then you need to protect Prince. The Northern War is settled. You have no excuse to delay. You must introduce Prince to the ministers. Xiao Tian is confused. What does it mean to meet the ministers? Zhong Yangming explains that according to Great Flame Dynasty tradition, the Empress must introduce her spouse to the ministers. In simple terms, it's like meeting the in-laws. Will I be in trouble? Xiao Tian asks. Empress sincerely explains that she married him to give herself closure, not just as a shield. She mentions Lu Aodin, a name that brings a murderous look to her face. The Prime Minister of the Great Flame Dynasty is named Lu Aodin. Before my father disappeared, he held this position. He is both my teacher and my father's close advisor. The year my father went missing, my eldest brother ascended to the throne. The barbarian kingdom moved from the north. He led the troops personally and died in battle in the north. My second brother took the throne and the Black Soul Hall on the southern border erupted in chaos. It affected the Great Flame Dynasty. He went south to quell the unrest and expand the territories, but was poisoned and passed away in the end. With Lu Aodin's assistance, I ascended the throne. I was 16 that year. Lu Aodin promised to return the power to me when I turned 18. However, Lu Aodin pursued his private interests, gaining immense influence in the court. If not for my secret strategizing and a decent natural talent and cultivation, progressing from nothing to the 7th rank in just 2 years, it would be very difficult to reclaim the power. On her 18th birthday, Lu Aodin came to talk about an arranged marriage between me and his son, telling me it's time to consider having an heir. I kept delaying until I learned the summoning symbols that brought you to the Great Flame Dynasty. So, Lu Aodin will definitely give you a hard time, says Empress. Xiao Tian ponders. No wonder she clarified that she didn't marry me as a shield. If she wanted to, she could have thrown me out by now. Seeing Xiao Tian's silence, Empress thinks he's afraid. Don't worry. Even though I'm wary of Lu Aodin, if you don't want to face him, I'll protect you. Xiao Tian reassures her. No need. I'll go. Besides, with you protecting me, what can Lu Aodin do? Execute me in court? Zhongling and Lu Yan almost burst out laughing. You worry about him executing you? Just make sure you don't lose your temper and completely obliterate Prime Minister Lu. Empress, unaware of Xiao Tian's capabilities, cautions, you don't need to go that far, especially if Lu Aodin gets the upper hand. I worry. My adoptive father is not only a scholar, but also difficult to read in terms of power. I don't want to confront him unless absolutely necessary. Zhong Yangming interjects. Your Majesty, I believe in Prince. He may look like a pleasure seeker, but he's incredibly tough to deal with. Xiao Tian wonders, is he praising or insulting me? Zhongling and Lu Yan also chime in. Don't worry, Your Majesty, Prince won't be at a disadvantage. Since Prince has made up his mind, why not let him do it? Empress, not knowing Xiao Tian's full capabilities, can only sigh. You two are really confident in him. Zhongling and Lu Yan insist that their father is right and that Prince is not to be underestimated. Finally, female General Zhong Lijuang speaks up. Your Majesty, this is an opportunity to confront Lu Aodin. With your increased power, you have more confidence. You don't have to be afraid of that old man. Empress still looks worried. I really am concerned about what might happen in court. Xiao Tian cuts her off. I trust you. Empress falls silent for a long time. You're not afraid? Xiao Tian bursts into laughter. My wife is the one who secured the northern border with a single sword, a peerless beauty who rules the world. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing this, Empress smiles, a radiant, blushing smile. She stands and heads towards the door. If you're so determined, I won't persuade you anymore. There are piles of memorials to review. I need to go back to the palace. Xiao Tian knows what she's feeling. It's a two-way street. I can't let her flirt with me and not flirt back. All this talk about urgent work, she's not being sincere. Ah, women. As Zhongling and Lu Yan prepare to follow him back to the palace, Xiao Tian senses someone following them. This person is adorably clueless, doesn't even know they've been spotted. Is this someone from the Prime Minister? Never mind, let's not make a move if they don't. Suddenly, Xiao Tian takes off his contract, a ring from his left wrist. Zhongling and Lu Yan are stunned. Contract rings are bonds left by powerful realms to summon weaker ones. They are both laws and customs. Only entities of the 10th rank can break them. What are you doing? Zhongling finally asks. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. I'm just switching it, answers Xiao Tian. Zhongling is utterly bewildered. That's not what I meant. How could you talk so lightly about such a shocking act? Lu Yan clarifies. Young General is curious how you managed to remove the contract ring and switch its position. Xiao Tian, unconcerned, removes it again. Didn't you see how I did it? Here, I've switched hands. It's that simple. Just pull it off and put it back on. Both are rendered speechless. What's a major deal to others seems like a trivial matter to Prince. At that moment, Xiao Tian glances at the person in black still following them. When he sees Xiao Tian approaching his sleeping quarters, the figure darts off in another direction. When you're strong enough, you won't care about threats from ants. Zhongling suddenly whispers, Prince, are you planning to kill Lu Aodin outright? Wow, you're pretty savage for a kid. Why would I kill him for no reason? But Lu Aodin will definitely try to corner you in court. You'll have to show your hand then, revealing your strength. How about we just raid the Prime Minister's residence then? Before Zhongling finishes, Xiao Tian bonks her on the head. Holding her head, Zhongling complains, Prince, you'll break my brain like this. Your head's already full of water. Were we not just talking about Lu Aodin targeting me? Now you're suggesting I kill him. Do you think Empress would agree? Zhongling mutters, just say so. No need to hit me on the head all the time. Lu Yan chuckles silently. The once arrogant young general is now completely subdued by Prince. Xiao Tian ignores them. If I talk nicely, you won't listen. What can I do? Soon after, Xiao Tian lies down in his sleeping quarters. Puppy, let's watch a blockbuster. All right, master, he tells the two women the usual rules. Train for an hour, then go home. As he speaks, electrical sparks fly around them. I've put pressure on your surrounding space. Start training as I taught you. Zhongling and Lu Yan assume positions for the body cultivating technique designed specifically for them by Xiao Tian. There's no ulterior motive. After an hour, Xiao Tian can finally train himself. Just then, he senses Empress approaching and she's brought a crowd. Walking out, he's astonished to see Empress with hundreds of beautiful attendants waiting in the courtyard. Prince, what are you waiting for? Come, follow me to the palace for rest. All this just to get me to go to sleep? Empress leads him into the room. She spots 2 puddles of water on the floor, thinking it's his sweat. People think you're all about leisure, but they don't see the hard work you put in. Have you managed to cultivate? Feeling guilty, Xiao Tian feigns exhaustion. Still can't cultivate, just stretching my muscles. Lost in her own imagination, Empress thinks he's just being modest. No worries, take your time. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Xiao Tian is captivated by Empress's smiling face. Wow, is she leveling up her flirting skills or what? Moments later, Empress is half lying on the bed reading. She glances at Xiao Tian, who's standing still. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to rest? Finally, Xiao Tian decisively removes his outer garment and joins Empress on the bed, lying down stiffly like a fish. Empress chuckles. This guy is really interesting. In the night, Empress extinguishes the candle, removes her outer garment, and lies at the opposite end of the bed. Don't be so rigid to dispel suspicions. I'll often spend the night here. You act as if I'll eat you. It's just my second time sharing a bed with a girl, so I'm a bit nervous, Xiao Tian explains. His foster father always taught him that women would only slow down as sword draw. Suddenly, Empress asks, somewhat displeased, second time. Who was the first? It was you, your majesty, before the expedition to the northern frontier. Don't you remember? Empress replies, both my first and second times were with you too, you know. Empress then asks, I want to know, why did you go to court? I won't force you if you don't want to. Xiao Tian's face turns serene as he blurts out, loneliness. Empress frowns. What do you mean? Before I was summoned here, I was often alone. From a young age, I was too gifted, too strong. No one could be my partner. I had to complete missions alone. Now in this different world, I'm the only earthling left. It's like level 10 loneliness times 2. Empress can't help but feel the same. Yes, I'm alone too. Hearing this, Xiao Tian turns his head and says, even if it's inexplicable, we're now husband and wife. Perhaps it's not entirely true in some ways, but in a sense, I have a family member and that's you. At the very least, we're not alone anymore, though I can't be of much help. If you want that position, I'll face it with you. Instantly, Empress's eyes fill with emotion and a sense of connection. Let's get to know each other again. Hi, my name is Shi Ruoyan. Hello, I'm Xiao Tian. Let's start, shall we? On that day, all the officials are waiting outside the Xuanhua Gate for the morning court session. A few officials discuss amongst themselves. I heard that the northern frontier has been pacified and that His Majesty has returned. The prince will also meet the ministers this time, but I heard that the Prime Minister has always wanted his son to be with His Majesty. Shush, lower your voice. The Prime Minister is coming. The man in charge of the government, Prime Minister Liu Aodian, arrives and silences them with a glare. His son, Liu Shimei, angrily looks at the seat next to Empress's throne. That should have been my seat. Just then, a sharp voice announces, the Emperor arrives. The prince arrives. Empress takes her seat on the throne. Xiao Tian, however, looks puzzled at the phoenix chair next to her. To sit or not to sit? I'm not a woman. Sitting there would be embarrassing. Noticing his hesitation, Empress quickly asks, what's wrong? It's just this chair. Before he can finish, Empress commands, bring another chair. A man can't sit on a phoenix chair. Two eunuchs hastily bring over a snake chair and place it beside her. Once that's done, Empress gives Xiao Tian a flirtatious glance. Xiao Tian pauses, realizing that this was intentional on Empress's part. It's her way of signaling to the ministers how much she favors him. So, with a sweep of his robe, Xiao Tian sits down gracefully, a triumphant smile on his face. The ministers all bow their heads in silence. Zhong Lijuang covers his face. At that moment, Empress coughs slightly, and the eunuch beside her immediately announces, those with petitions, speak. Those without, court is dismissed. Seizing the opportunity, the Prime Minister, Liu Wuyan, immediately says, Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Empress glances at him. Granted, speak. The Prime Minister starts talking, and Xiao Tian silently chuckles as he listens. This is interesting. I never knew the Prime Minister was such a capable man. He has solutions to all the issues Shi Ruoyan has raised, and even provides comprehensive insights into the affairs of the southern frontier. It's clear that the Great Flame Dynasty owes much of its prosperity to him. Unfortunately, ambition paired with capability makes taking back control very challenging for Shi Ruoyan. Just then, Liu Wuyan suddenly says, Your Majesty, Prince Xiao Tian has disrupted the rules of the court and seduced you. His virtue is not worthy of his position. I implore you to strip him of his title and execute him. With those words, the ministers instantly divide into two clear factions, one supporting the Prime Minister and the other supporting Empress. Both sides are at a standoff. Xiao Tian smiles slightly. The main act has begun. How entertaining. Xiong Ling whispers to Liu Yan, Look, Liu, Prince is really something. People want to execute him, and he's still happy. Liu Yan gestures for her to be quiet. The worst that could happen is that Prince will reveal his true power and kill the Prime Minister with a single slap. Let him have his fun. Both of us are well aware of how terrifying Xiao Tian is. Empress then speaks up, glaring at Liu Wuyan. Prime Minister, Xiao Tian is my husband. You want to execute him on a whim? This is absurd. As she speaks, Empress releases her aura, sweeping over the ministers, who are all stunned and awestruck. She's only 20 and already at the 9th level, truly unparalleled. Liu Wuyan, however, merely smiles, thinking to himself, just the 9th level. How overconfident. Though thinking this, he still boasts slightly. Old servant congratulates Your Majesty on your progress. The people behind him are utterly surprised. Is the Prime Minister planning to concede? But regardless, now that the Prime Minister has spoken, they have no choice but to join in congratulating Empress. At this moment, Empress is not entirely calm within. I can't even discern his realm at my 9th level, and he can effortlessly resist my pressure. His strength is deeper than I imagine. Sure enough, Liu Wuyan lifts his head and coldly says, Your Majesty, it's a good thing to advance in cultivation, but the Great Flame Dynasty depends not only on strength, but also on ability and principles. Prince Xiao Tian, as Your Majesty's consort, should possess talent that can span heaven and earth. Instead, he's engaging in dirty deeds that exploit the people. You are honorable, and the Great Flame is supreme. How can someone who tarnishes your name and reeks of vulgar commerce be fit to be your consort? Therefore, I request that we remove the prince. He continues, Moreover, General Zhong's legitimate daughter, Zhongling, is always around the prince, not understanding the differences between men and women or distinctions in rank, and Commander Liu Yan, neglecting her duties, indulges in nonsensical activities with Xiao Tian. There's also the Minister of Revenue, Zhong Yangming, who has degraded himself to being the prince's cook. This makes us a laughingstock. Aren't these actions undermining the established norms of the court? Given how you're favoring the prince, will there come a time when the monarch no longer holds court? Therefore, I again request the execution of the prince. Zhongli Swan, the female general, is furious. What's wrong with this old geezer? bringing up my daughter out of nowhere. She has done nothing inappropriate with the prince. At this point, her husband, Zongliangming, speaks up. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is talking nonsense. The prince established a brewery and modified green flame wine for the sake of building bridges and roads. This is about taking from the people to serve the people. How can you say he is exploiting them? Moreover, you may not know, but the Southern Frontier Plan that you've been praising was actually Prince's idea. I am merely executing it on his behalf. Lu Outyen and his people are stunned, so that's why Zongliangming was so elusive about taking credit for the plan. Zongliangming continues, you all know my daughter is fiery-tempered. It's only through her association with the prince that she has improved. Commander Lu Yan is from Green Flame Town, and under the orders of your Majesty, she's been assigned to guard and serve the prince. What's the issue? So I would like to ask the Prime Minister, how can you say the prince is not virtuous enough for his position and is undermining the norms of the court? Empress laughs, and Xiao Tian can't help but give a thumbs up. Old Zhong sure knows how to speak. However, Lu Outyen coldly snorts, is that so? Minister Zhong, do you have evidence? Zongliangming is stunned. What do you mean? What evidence? Lu Outyen continues, how could the prince possibly have such ability? Minister Zhong, I have every reason to suspect that you are attributing your own deeds to him. As soon as these words come out, the court bursts into murmurs. Do you think Minister Zhong can provide evidence? Probably not. I didn't expect Minister Zhong would go to such lengths for the Empress. What's so good about that prince? Is he worth it, Minister Zhong? Zongliangming is shocked. He had only verbally agreed with the prince, and now he can't actually produce any evidence. Just then, a voice suddenly rings out. You say Minister Zhong has no evidence to prove these are my deeds? The one speaking is Xiao Tian. He looks at Lu Outyen with interest and continues, do you, Prime Minister, have any evidence to prove these deeds are not related to me? The Prime Minister doesn't know how to respond, so he pulls out an ancient book, hoping that Xiao Tian will take a look. Seeing this, Empress bursts out angrily. Prime Minister Lu, what are you trying to do? Xiao Tian is a bit surprised. Why is my wife, the Empress, reacting so strongly? It's just a book. Can a book kill me? I don't believe it. So he smiles and says to him, if you want me to read it, sure, no problem. Empress is terrified. No, you can't read that book. Xiao Tian seems unconcerned. Whether I should read the book or not is beside the point. Prime Minister Lu, what gives you the right to demand that I read it? You're not the emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty, are you? Hearing this, Lu Outyen's face turns serious. I am fiercely loyal to Great Flame, and I am the Empress teacher. Of course, I have to be careful in what I do. Are you a scholarly and talented prince, unable to withstand even his test? Or are you saying that you're all show and no substance, conspiring with Minister Zhong to deceive and mislead us? Xiao Tian is speechless. This guy is really good at making accusations. If I weren't the protagonist, I might even believe his twisted logic. Don't read that book, Prince. This is a legacy book written in a different script. If you can't understand it, you'll die instantly. 17 people have already died trying to decipher it. Xiao Tian still maintains his smile. Prime Minister, you said earlier that reason should prevail in Great Flame, but the test you're now suggesting is entirely unreasonable. Lu Outyen doesn't explain, but tries to provoke him instead. So you're afraid, Prince? Of course not. It's just that using this ancient book to test whether I am worthy of the Empress or am learned makes no sense. If I fail to understand it, I lose my life. But you, Prime Minister, lose nothing. Isn't that unreasonable? As he speaks, Xiao Tian walks directly up to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's son, Lu Shimei, suddenly interrupts. Xiao Tian, don't try to muddy the waters or dodge the issue. Before he can finish, Xiao Tian slaps him. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt. That's rude. Turning his gaze back to Lu Outyen, he adds, Prime Minister Lu, how do you educate your son? Hearing this, Lu Outyen glares at Lu Shimei, who immediately understands and kneels down. Your Majesty, I behaved improperly in front of the court. Please punish me. Lu Shimei, you've acted inappropriately. Half a year's salary will be deducted as punishment. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Tian glances at him silently. I thought he would be easy to provoke. A weak point for Lu Outyen. I didn't expect him to calm down so quickly. Both father and son are difficult to deal with. At this point, Lu Outyen continues to speak. All right then, when Her Majesty ascended to the throne, I acted as the regent. When I returned the power back to her, I had concerns about her potential recklessness. So, I did not fully return the keys to the secret treasury left by the late emperor. He then takes out a key. If you, Prince, are truly exceptional and will assist the Empress, then I don't need to worry anymore. This key should be returned to its rightful owner. In addition, I will offer 3 million spirit stones as a wedding gift to congratulate the Empress on her marriage. What do you think of this offer, Prince Xiao? Xiao Tian laughs outright. Not enough. I want 5 million spirit stones. Without that amount, I won't agree. Ha ha ha. Since Prince Xiao has such a good appetite, I can't be stingy either. 6 million spirit stones. Please, Prince Xiao. Saying this, he hands the ancient book to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian takes the ancient book and smiles. Chancellor Lu, I'll thank you in advance for your generous gift of 6 million spirit stones. Just then, the Empress suddenly speaks up to intervene. Prince, don't be reckless. If you can't understand this ancient text, it could be fatal. However, Xiao Tian seems to pay no attention and has already opened the ancient book to read. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly closes the book. The Empress is instantly shocked, as if struck by lightning, and she can't help but exclaim. Xiao Tian, the Chancellor and other ministers, also chime in. Prince, it looks like you won't be able to enjoy my gift after all. It's over. The prince is really decisive about committing suicide. Once you open this book, you have to read it through. If you don't understand it by the last page, you'll die. If you give up halfway and close the book, you'll also die. But not only is Xiao Tian fine, he also pretends not to hear the questions. Why? The Chancellor is immediately stunned. What the hell? You're actually fine. Xiao Tian nonchalantly turns around and says, while looking at the book, I'm just tired of standing. I'll go back and read it slowly while sitting down. Do you have a problem with that? Then, Xiao Tian sits next to the Empress and starts reading the book. The ministers below are all confused. What are you all looking at me for? The court meeting isn't over yet, right? You go on with your business, and I'll go on with mine. Empress is still a bit uneasy. Prince, do you feel unwell anywhere? Xiao Tian gives a slight smile. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm fine, I assure you. I'll get hold of the Chancellor's congratulatory gift. Not far away, Zhongling and Lu Yan look at each other speechlessly. We knew it would be like this. How could anything happen to Prince, that monster? The Chancellor looks at Xiao Tian, who is engrossed in the book, and can't help but think, how is this useless guy unaffected by the ancient text? Could it be that ordinary people without cultivation are not affected by it? Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly closes the book and holds his head, silent, as if lost in thought. The Empress glances at him, thinking that being an ordinary person without cultivation does have its advantages. At this moment, she wants to tell everyone, look, my husband may be ordinary, but he's extraordinarily unique. Little does she know that Xiao Tian is on the verge of erupting. What on earth is this ancient text? It's like some kind of gibberish. Are we sure a human wrote this? He directly consults his system. Puppy, what kind of power is in this book? Respected master, this book is an ancient text passed down from the ancient god race. Its protective spells are powerful enough to annihilate beings of 10th level. Of course, it poses no threat to you, Puppy responds. Xiao Tian bursts into laughter. An ancient text from the ancient god race? So it really wasn't written by humans. This world seems more interesting than I thought, filled with non-human entities. Can you translate it for me? Puppy indicates. To translate this text from the ancient god race, you will need 3,000 mission points. You can obtain mission points by completing tasks set by the system. Xiao Tian's face turns cold. Can't you just translate it directly for me? I am extremely sorry. Master, according to my system settings, I need. Shut up. I've already made a promise. If you make me lose face, you know the consequences. Puppy goes silent for a moment, then announces, mission assigned. Sit in the chair for 1 second to complete the mission. Congratulations. Master, your mission is complete. You've earned 99,999,999 mission points. The ancient text from the god race is now being translated. Xiao Tian can't help but want to laugh at Puppy's antics. Looks like I need to put some pressure on you to get things done. Improve next time. Got it. Apologies. Master, I will continue to improve. Down below, Prime Minister Lu Aodian has no idea what's going on. Seeing Xiao Tian continuously flipping through the ancient book, he becomes irritated. Is this guy mocking me right in front of my face? The Prime Minister can only sarcastically ask, Prince Xiao, have you understood the book? I hope you won't make some ridiculous excuse, saying it might be a fake or something. Xiao Tian smiles slightly. I have no interest in playing such petty tricks with you. He glances at an invisible progress bar. The next second, the ancient text in his hand starts to vibrate, emitting a humming sound. The text suddenly radiates countless golden characters, difficult to understand, but majestic. Everyone present exclaims in surprise, this is the Legacy Gold Tome. Even the Empress can't contain her excitement. Standing up, a deadly ancient book that has killed over a dozen people has now been unlocked by Prince. This level of talent should meet the Prime Minister's standards, right? The Prime Minister, sweating profusely, stubbornly says, while it's true the Legacy Gold Tome has appeared, Prince Xiao hasn't received its legacy yet. Who can guarantee that this wasn't caused by the prince randomly flipping through the pages and triggering some hidden spell, making the Legacy Gold Tome appear by itself? Just as the Prime Minister's words fell, the Legacy Gold Tome switched, and all the golden, archaic characters surged madly into Xiao Tian's mind. Xiao Tian calmly accepted the legacy. The officials from the Prime Minister's side were at a complete loss for words, while those aligned with the Empress wore satisfied smiles. A moment later, having fully accepted the legacy, Xiao Tian looked towards the Prime Minister and gently let go of the book. The legacy gold tome dropped to the ground as if it were trash. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Tian smirked. "Prime Minister Lu, what do you have to say now? Or are you going to go back on your word? Don't make any ridiculous excuses, saying this might be a fake book." The Prime Minister clenched his fists, pondered for a long while, and finally admitted, "I misjudged Prince's talent." Seeing him concede, Xiao Tian pressed on. "So about the 6 million spirit stones, you better not default." Also, Xiao Tian abruptly stretched out his hand and snatched the dynasty key. "Anything that belongs to my emperor's wife should be taken seriously." Waving the key in his hand, Xiao Tian continued, "Thanks, Prime Minister Lu." The Prime Minister was furious, but could only reply in a subdued manner. "It originally belonged to Her Majesty, so there's nothing to thank me for." Xiao Tian shook his head. "Prime Minister Lu, I'm referring to the legacy gold tome and the 6 million spirit stones. Originally, I only asked for 5 million. But who would have thought that you'd be so generous as to give an extra million?" As he spoke, Xiao Tian suddenly clenched his fist. The Prime Minister was taken aback, wondering, what is this worthless guy trying to do? To everyone's surprise, Xiao Tian simply extended a thumbs up, grinning naively and praising. "Thank you, you're really a good person." The corner of the Prime Minister's mouth twitched. "I swear, this guy is so annoying. You're the good person. Your whole family are good people." The Empress quickly stepped in to mediate. "All right, my husband. Don't be too unyielding. If you make the Prime Minister sick, who will send us gifts?" The ministers chuckled quietly. "Your Majesty has been influenced by the prince." Using the Prime Minister's own trick of feigning illness against him, feeling cornered, the Prime Minister could only grit his teeth and reply, "Thank you for your Majesty's protection. My gift will be sent to the palace this afternoon." The Empress, in high spirits, waved her hand and smiled. "Then I must also thank the generous Prime Minister. If there's nothing else, let's adjourn the court." Upon hearing this, all the ministers prostrated themselves on the ground. "Long live your Majesty." As they exited the Shuangwu gate, the ministers were all smiles, but the Prime Minister and his son had grim expressions, their moods at a boiling point. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was cheerfully telling Zhong Yangming, the minister, "I had a big win today, so I'll come to your residence for dinner tonight." A few officials aligned with the Empress quickly gathered around. "Prince Xiao has truly uplifted our spirits. A closer look indeed reveals extraordinary temperament. You managed to overshadow the Prime Minister." His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Xiao Tian grinned and waved his hand grandly. "I like hearing that. 1 jar of green flame Empress wine for each of you. Have someone pick it up from Minister Zhong's residence later." The three were overjoyed. "Thank you, Prince. You're so generous." Zhong Lishuang, a female general, also joined in. "You're indeed very impressive. I have high hopes for you." Zhong Yangming then pulled Zhong Lishuang along. "Wife, let's go. We should head home to prepare some good food for the prince." Seeing that almost everyone had left, Xiao Tian took out the dynasty key and examined it. Will that guy find an excuse to renege on the 6 million spirit stones? Lu Yan shook her head. "He won't. If Luo Yan said he would do it, he will. But this Prime Minister, Lu, is really a bit strange. I'm afraid he has some tricks up his sleeve. It's good that Luo Yan has some skills. The current Great Flame Dynasty needs him to stabilize the court and assist in governance." Zhongling suddenly interjected. "Right, Prince. What was the deal with the ancient tome that caused people to drop dead?" Xiao Tian looked indifferent. "That ancient tome? It's something like an inheritance book of an ancient god clan. The restrictions inside can wipe out individuals of the 10th level and below." Upon hearing this, both Zhongling and Lu Yan were stunned. Wipe out the 10th level. Lu Yan was the first to recover. What is this ancient god clan? Xiao Tian was also puzzled. "You guys don't know?" Both shook their heads. "We've only heard of the human race and demon race. Never heard of the ancient god clan." Zhongling suddenly remembered something. "Right, Prince. Does opening and closing the ancient tome repeatedly help with receiving the inheritance?" Xiao Tian looked innocent. "No, not at all. How could you have such a ludicrous idea? How could flipping the book help with the inheritance?" Hearing this, Zhongling was even more confused. "Then why did you keep doing that, Prince?" Xiao Tian mined a little. "Well, the power of the restrictions in the book felt pretty relaxing because the force was intermittent. I kept flipping it. Goodness, 10th level, a height they might never reach in their lifetimes. Is just this in the prince's eyes? That's a power that can wipe out the 10th level and you're using it for a massage. Prince, for the love of God, please act like a human being." That night, within Prime Minister Lu's residence, Lu Shimei, the Prime Minister's son, was angrily complaining. "Father, this Xiao Tian is pushing it too far. Why don't I find someone to take care of him?" Saying this, Lu Shimei gestured across his neck, the meaning clear. However, the Prime Minister did not respond, only looking sternly at him. Lu Shimei started sweating, realizing he'd said something wrong. After a long pause, the Prime Minister finally spoke. Things have already reached this point. Don't ruin the big picture over a small, insignificant person. I'm very disappointed in your performance today, Father. Lu Shimei began, but the Prime Minister interrupted him again. One day, when we return to the Empire, with your current behavior, you'll hardly be suitable for grand occasions. Have you forgotten all the principles I taught you? I've realized my mistake, Father. The Prime Minister looked at the night sky. All these years, the day we return to the Empire is drawing near. We must be extra careful at this crucial juncture. Lu Shimei released the news that Xiao Tian has received the Golden Book of Inheritance as soon as possible. Let's give this scoundrel Xiao Tian some trouble. Lu Shimei hastily agreed. The Prime Minister felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. What rotten luck! If it weren't for the terrifyingly powerful individual called King of Hell randomly intervening and destroying Blood Cloud Tower, I would have kidnapped Xiao Tian and controlled Ji Ruan by now. We wouldn't have these issues. If he knew that the powerful individual who destroyed Blood Cloud Tower was that prince, he'd probably be packing his bags and running away by now. On the other end, inside a chamber of the royal palace, Xiao Tian had just returned from outside. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw the Empress busy with official documents. Memorandums were piled high on the entire table. Xiao Tian was dumbstruck. So many. How long will it take to get through all of these? The Empress looked up wearily, her face full of melancholy. If it weren't for Luo Tian's considerable ability, taking on more than half of the responsibilities, you probably wouldn't even see me standing here. Xiao Tian could only agree. Being the Empress is really tough. It's good that I'm just a freeloader. Otherwise, I'd be worked to death. However, the Empress didn't see it that way. Great Flame Dynasty is the fruit of my father's labor, and it's also what my two brothers gave their lives to protect. No matter how difficult or tiring it is for me, it's nothing compared to their sacrifices. Xiao Tian suddenly remembered, by the way, the 6 million spirit stones from Luo Tian have been delivered to the palace. Upon hearing this, the Empress stood up and handed a key to Xiao Tian. Perfect timing. I have something I need your help with. This jade key pendant, along with the one you got from Luo Tian, can be combined to form the palace treasury key. It opens to a treasury filled with the wealth left by my father. Xiao Tian took the half of the key and was stunned for a moment. I have to do more work, the Empress then explained. I'm giving you the key so you can manage the palace treasury. This way, no one can say you're idle and not doing anything useful. Isn't that a good thing? Hearing that he would be in charge of the treasury, Xiao Tian became instantly joyful. This is great. Saying this, Xiao Tian combined the two halves of the key. A ding sound rang out as the key suddenly emitted rays of golden light that enveloped Xiao Tian. The Empress didn't even look up. The jade pendant itself is also a spiritual artifact with protective effects. It can keep you safe. I have built a new treasury since my ascension. Have Lu Yan move everything from the new treasury into the main one. While you're at it, feel free to pick anything you like. Just don't exceed 2 million spirit stones. Great Flame still has many expenses. The things you brought over earlier are also in the treasury. Whether or not you want to take them is up to you. Xiao Tian was thrilled. This is too good to be true. Life's great. Having the ruler of a country backing me and being able to spend money freely, this is amazing. He immediately cupped his fists in gratitude and laughed. Thank you, Your Majesty. I promise to manage the treasury securely for you. Having said this, Xiao Tian turned to leave. However, the Empress suddenly called out to him, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian quickly turned around. What's the matter, Your Majesty? The Empress slowly approached him, then broke into a warm smile. Thank you. Xiao Tian understood her sentiment and casually responded, You're welcome, my wife. That day, Xiao Tian, along with Zhongling and Lu Yan, visited the Empress's private treasury. Surprisingly, among the room full of rare and exotic treasures, the only thing that caught Xiao Tian's eye looked like a coffin. Zhongling was puzzled. This thing looks kinda strange, doesn't it? But Xiao Tian's eyes were filled with nostalgia as he gently touched the wooden box. What's strange about it? It looks like a coffin. Annoyed, Xiao Tian immediately gave Zhongling a flick on the forehead. Nonsense. This is a single-user armored weapons cabinet, and it's a custom-made version from my master. Upon hearing this, Zhongling was immediately interested. A single-user armored weapons cabinet, custom-made by a master? Sounds awesome. Can I take a look? Without thinking, Xiao Tian directly refused. This box had actually come with him when he was summoned. It was a weapons cabinet he used on Earth during his time as an assassin. If possible, he hoped to never use this weapons cache again. Subsequently, Xiao Tian called to the two women. Let's go. Let's check out my father-in-law's old treasury. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the old emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty's treasury. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by guards at the door. The two soldiers shouted in unison, This is a restricted area. No unauthorized entry. Xiao Tian smiled slightly. I am the Empress's husband, and I am here to take over the treasury by her orders." Seeing the key to the treasury in Xiao Tian's hand, the soldiers immediately sheathed their weapons and turned to open the gate. Upon entering, the three were stunned. The entire space of the treasury was packed full of spirit stones and treasures, piled up so densely that it seemed overwhelming. Their eyes widened as the room was so filled that it seemed endless. Xiao Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "Father-in-law, you really are something. This dowry is straightforwardly overwhelming." But that said, a founding emperor's private stash being dozens of times richer than the entire Great Flame dynasty seems rather unreasonable, doesn't it? Zhongling was also dumbstruck and murmured, "How many spirit stones could there be here?" Suddenly, Xiao Tian patted Lu Yan's shoulder. "Go get the Empress. Let's see what she wants to do with all these spirit stones." Lu Yan nodded and immediately left. At this moment, Xiao Tian whimsically asked Zhongling, "Do you think your dad would faint if he saw this?" Zhongling shrugged. "My father has been in charge of finances for years. How could he faint over something like this?" Xiao Tian thought about it. Fair point. Just then, the Empress and Zhong Yangming arrived. Xiao Tian stepped forward. "What should we do?" The Empress was stunned looking at all of it, while Zhong Yangming suddenly collapsed and fainted on the spot. Everyone looked at Zhong Yangming speechlessly. Zhongling covered her face. "This is too embarrassing." A moment later, Zhong Yangming regained consciousness and excitedly examined the room full of spirit stones. These could be used to forge new weapons. These could be used for the southern frontier. Hee. Finally, we can fight a war of abundance. The Empress, with the loving look on her face, told Xiao Tian, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that my father's private treasury had so many spirit stones. From now on, take as many spirit stones as you want, as long as you're happy." Hearing this, Xiao Tian was elated. "Take as many as I want?" Hee. Not long after, Xiao Tian was the first to leave the treasury, with Zhongling and Lu Yan covering their faces and walking alongside him. Behind them, several soldiers were struggling to carry a bed made of spirit stones. "Lu Yan, won't this bed be too hard to sleep on?" Zhongling asked. "I don't know, as long as the prince likes it," Lu Yan responded. Xiao Tian was lying on the spiritual bed moved from the Empress's treasury. Suddenly, an eye appeared between his eyebrows, scanning around. Moments later, the eye transformed into a spiritual consciousness, showering down radiant light into Xiao Tian's sea of consciousness. This spiritual consciousness was a legacy spirit from the ancient god race. After examining Xiao Tian's sea of consciousness, the spirit looked incredulous. "Is this a human sea of consciousness? I must sense it again to be sure." The elderly-looking legacy spirit closed its eyes and began to mutter incantations. Moments later, he was enraged. "How is this possible? The lowly human race has no right to inherit the ancient god's legacy. They must have used some despicable means to steal it." Suddenly, a voice sounded in front of the old spirit. Analysis complete. Legacy spirit of the ancient gods, responsible for imparting legacy knowledge. Upon focusing, the old spirit saw that the source of the voice was a tomato, but what was even more terrifying was what came next. Generally, the more starlight a sea of consciousness had, the stronger the soul. The old spirit had 99 starlights behind him, which was already incredibly powerful. However, this tomato had 3,000 starlights. He couldn't help but exclaim, Who are you? Isn't this supposed to be a human sea of consciousness? I am Puppy, the servant of my master. The sea of consciousness yearn does indeed belong to my master, Puppy replied. Just then, Xiao Tian also appeared. Why is it so noisy here? Can a person get some sleep? Upon hearing the voice, the old man immediately knelt down without any hesitation, muttering to himself, this has to be a monster. Xiao Tian was enveloped by boundless starlight. At this moment, Puppy suddenly warned the old man, Intruder, please step back. My master just woke up and might accidentally erase your existence. Hearing this, the old man slid back a good distance while still kneeling on the ground. Xiao Tian was baffled and asked Puppy, come here. Why did an old man suddenly appear in my sea of consciousness? Respected master, this old man is a legacy spirit from the ancient god race's golden scripture. According to my analysis, under normal circumstances, he would guide the inheritor with knowledge within the sea of consciousness, Puppy explained. Hearing this, Xiao Tian understood. Ah, so the ancient god race looks like this? He even looks like a teacher. The old man chuckled and responded, Indeed, sir, my appearance is in the likeness of the ancient god race. But in his mind, he was pondering how to tactfully engage with this powerful figure. If he could pretend to impart knowledge and extract information from him, maybe the ancient god race could be revitalized. The next second, Xiao Tian suddenly leaned in close to his face and asked, What are you thinking? Caught off guard, the old man's face turned awkward. Sir, seeing his reaction, Xiao Tian suddenly shouted, Why are you acting so guilty? As expected, those who aren't from my kind have ulterior motives. You old wretch, you're definitely up to no good. Puppy, eat him with a swoosh. Puppy darted past and the old man lost his lower half. Seeing that his scheme was exposed, the old man's face turned angry. You're not playing by the rules. Resorting to violence, have you lost all sense of honor as a strong person? Xiao Tian coldly snorted. Just as I suspected, you're filled with resentment because your plot was exposed. Is this the intellect of the ancient god race's legacy spirit? As he spoke, Puppy had already eaten the old man until only his head remained, but he was still cursing and grumbling. Shortly afterward, Puppy informed Xiao Tian that he needed to upgrade. Well, nobody ever told me that a system could be upgraded by eating. That night, a shadowy figure was lying on a roof within the palace, peering through a hole at Xiao Tian. Worthy of being the Empress's beloved consort, so extravagant, even using so many spirit stones as a bed. Sadly, your days of comfort are over. The next second, the masked man plummeted down, holding a shining silver blade in his hand. However, the blade broke into two pieces with a clang and Xiao Tian continued to sleep, oblivious to what had just happened. The broken blade fell to the ground with a clatter under the masked man's stunned gaze. Frozen in place, the masked man was at a loss for what to do next. Just as Xiao Tian began to wake up and saw someone standing in front of him, he too was startled. Who are you? What are you doing here? The masked man was sweating profusely. I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? At that moment, a servant outside the room also called out. Prince, are you all right? Xiao Tian immediately shouted back. I just accidentally knocked something over. I'm fine. Just send Lu Yan over. The masked man looked confused, having no idea what he was planning. The two guards outside who were about to break in also stopped and exchanged glances. Yes, Prince. Xiao Tian then picked up the broken blade, curiously inspecting its material. I can't believe someone would actually dare to assassinate me in the palace. The next second, Xiao Tian casually crushed the broken blade into a ball. The masked man was completely shocked. What the hell is this? That was a high-level spiritual weapon given to me by my master. Is the intelligence department in the palace filled with idiots? Weren't you supposed to be an ordinary person? The masked man fell to the ground, shivering. At that moment, Lu Yan also rushed over. Prince, what happened? I had just woken up when this guy tried to knock me out with a dagger. By the way, has the Empress noticed any of the commotion here? Don't worry, Prince. I was nearby. There was no disturbance here. The Empress was not alerted. Xiao Tian sighed with relief. That's good, as long as she wasn't disturbed. By the way, where's the weapon? Lu Yan looked around but saw nothing. Xiao Tian extended his hand. It shattered when he tried to strike me. I was bored, so I was playing with it. Here, you can have it. It should be worth some money as scrap. Upon examining the small ball, Lu Yan was amazed. Goodness, this is actually spiritual edge gold. Just this lump could easily sell for hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Lu Yan immediately thanked the prince with a fist and palm salute, then turned towards the masked man. Another one from the Black Soul Hall? Considering your age and that you managed to sneak into the palace without being detected, you must be one of the twin evils under the 6 evil shadow killer, right? The masked man hurriedly smiled and said, You have good eyes, ma'am. I am Earthly Killer, Feng Meng. It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? You broke into the palace at night to assassinate the prince and you're talking about a misunderstanding? Feng Meng quickly explained. I wasn't trying to assassinate you. I used the blunt side of the knife. Prince, think about it. Didn't I use the blunt side? Xiao Tian nodded. Yes, you did use the blunt side. Exactly. I came into the palace just to gather some information. I absolutely had no intention of assassination. Hearing this, Xiao Tian looked at him in silence for a moment, then turned to Lu Yan and said, I feel like this guy is treating me like a fool. Lu Yan, the head of the Imperial Guard, also sighed helplessly and said, Just accept your fate. Your Black Soul Hall is unlucky to have fallen into the hands of the prince again. The masked man paused. What do you mean, again? As far as I know, only poisonous Marsh Elder from our Black Soul Hall has been here before. Why are you saying again? The masked man seemed to realize something. His eyes filled with horror and unease. The next second, he tremblingly pointed his finger and asked, Are you the king of hell? They had already received news that one of the 6 evils from Black Soul Hall, poisonous Marsh Elder, had been completely annihilated by a mysterious powerhouse. Also, the infamous assassination organization, Blood Cloud Tower, was completely destroyed by that mysterious powerhouse within a day. The world knew that this mysterious powerhouse had left a stele behind with the name King of Hell inscribed on it. Now they're telling him that this King of Hell is the useless prince in front of him, the man who's just a pretty face charming the Empress. The masked man was so scared that his liver almost exploded and his mind began to drift. He suddenly shouted loudly, Prince Xiao, you are the King of Hell, as he spoke. He even vibrated his spiritual energy, trying to get this information out. Xiao Tian was slightly stunned by his loud shout. Dude, why are you shouting so loudly? What if my wife hears this? Xiao Tian then waved his hand casually. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space right in front of him. The masked man was completely stunned, tearing open space with bare hands. Is he even human? Before he could react, Xiao Tian had already grabbed him by the neck. I was originally thinking of giving you a chance to start anew. I didn't expect you to be so malicious, deliberately shouting loudly and vibrating your spiritual energy. Were you trying to alert His Majesty and expose my true abilities? The masked man was trembling all over, wanting to beg for mercy, but unable to speak. Desperate, he gestured with his hands. Xiao Tian sighed. You'd rather die than beg for mercy from me and even provoke me with gestures. Speaking, Xiao Tian sighed again. I guess I was overthinking it. Assassins would rather die than surrender. No sooner had he spoken than the masked man was tossed into the space crack. Xiao Tian then brought his hands together as if asking for the heavens to forgive his act of killing. After that, Xiao Tian chuckled. I really do treat others generously and hold myself to strict standards. Lu Yan listened and couldn't help but roll her eyes. First there was the destruction of the body. Now there's this generosity. Prince, your understanding is always so extraordinary. By the way, go and see if the Empress is still in the Imperial study and see if she was disturbed by the noise here. Just as Lu Yan nodded and was about to leave, a guard reported at the door half an hour ago. General Zhong Lishuang hurried into the palace. Soon after, the Empress left with her and asked me to inform the prince that she might not return tonight. Advising him not to wait, Xiao Tian was instantly overjoyed. Isn't this perfect timing? My freeloading lifestyle is saved. Then, Xiao Tian waved his hand. Alright, you guys can go on duty. After the two left, Xiao Tian lay on the bed, happily thinking, I got a scare tonight. I'll have Zhong Yangming make me some extra delicious food tomorrow. The next morning, Zhong Ling was pacing anxiously back and forth in the courtyard. Zhong Lishuang, who had been searching all night, just returned and asked, any news of your father in the city? Zhong Ling, dark circles under her eyes and a dejected face replied, no, I've searched everywhere in the city and haven't found any trace of my father. Zhong Lishuang clenched her teeth. I also searched around the Imperial city and found no trace of your father. Just then, a golden light suddenly fell in front of them. The aura was so astonishing that both of them felt like they were facing a great enemy. Who is it? Zhong Lishuang hastily asked. As the light dispersed, they finally saw that it was the Great Flame Empress. Zhong Lishuang hurriedly approached her and asked, Your Majesty, any news? The Empress shook her head. Aunt Zhong, I haven't found any trace of Uncle Zhong. Zhong Lishuang almost collapsed to the ground. It's my fault, all my fault. I shouldn't have argued with him yesterday and kicked him out of the room in a fit of anger. If he had been with me, he wouldn't have been abducted. The Empress also looked grim. I suspect the main reason Uncle Zhong was kidnapped has to do with the situation in the southern border. Under his administration, the southern border has become increasingly stable. He has rooted out many troublemakers hiding among the refugees. And to retaliate, they would surely seek an organization capable of infiltrating the Imperial city undetected to abduct the Great Flame Minister of Revenue. That leaves only one option, the Black Soul Hall. Upon hearing the Empress's analysis, Zhong Lishuang became even more worried. The Black Soul Hall is known for their extreme and violent behavior. The chances of my husband coming back safely are slim, she thought. Falling to her knees, she pleaded, Your Majesty, I've never asked you for anything, but I beg you to save him. The Empress quickly helped her up. Aunt Zhong, although we are in a ruler-subject relationship, I am also your little Ruan. Don't worry, I will bring Uncle Zhong back in my personal capacity. Zhong Lishuang, teary-eyed, thanked her. Thank you. Aunt Zhong thanks you. Seeing her so distressed, the Empress turned to Zhonglang. Take good care of your mother. Zhonglang nodded. In the next moment, the Empress transformed into a beam of golden light and shot up into the sky. As soon as the Empress left, Zhong Lishuang suddenly felt uneasy. What if the enemy is trying to draw her away? What if they haven't actually gone far? Linger, stay at home and don't wander around. I'll continue to search for your father nearby, she said before leaving. Left alone, Zhonglang was anxious, pacing like an ant on a hot pan. What if Mom is wrong? What if something has already happened to Dad? Suddenly, she had an idea and thought of Prince Xiao Tian, who was likely still sleeping in the palace. She rushed toward the palace as fast as she could. Meanwhile, in Xiao Tian's side chamber, Lu Yan had just finished her physical training. Zhonglong burst in, asking, Is the prince here? He's probably still sleeping. Young general, what's going on? Frantic, Zhonglong exclaimed, My dad is missing. Lu Yan was taken aback. Your dad is missing? Without explaining, Zhonglong rushed to Xiao Tian's room, pushed open the door, and shouted, Prince, wake up. Xiao Tian, who was rudely awakened, looked at her unhappily. When he realized it was Zhonglong, he finally sat up, yawned, and asked, What are you doing here so early, you little rascal? Prince, my father was taken away last night, and we still haven't found him. I know you've said you're tired of fighting, but could you please help this time? Before Zhonglong could finish her sentence, Xiao Tian exploded. What did you say? My chef was taken away. Zhonglong was stunned. Chef, Prince, did you just give something away? My father treats you like a brother, and you see him as your chef. Realizing his mistake, Xiao Tian awkwardly replied, ignore what I just said. Let's start over. Then, strangely, he lay back down on the bed, pretending that nothing had happened. The next second, he suddenly sat up, grabbed Zhonglong by the shoulders, and shouted, what did you say? My good older brother was taken away. Zhonglong and Lu Yan just silently watched him perform. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Clearing his throat, Xiao Tian admitted, all right, I was just kidding. No wonder Her Majesty wasn't in the palace yesterday. Such a serious incident has happened. Who dares to kidnap the Minister of Revenue in the capital? Prince, have you forgotten? Last night, someone bold enough also infiltrated the palace and attacked you. Lu Yan reminded him. Hearing this, Zhonglong was shocked again. What? Who's audacious enough to make a move on the prince? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Tian said, Black Soul Hall, it's them again. How audacious. Why are they targeting me? Both Zhonglong and Lu Yan were puzzled. How did it become about targeting you? Prince, Xiao Tian looked serious. Think about it. Ever since I became the Great Flame Prince, I've kept a low profile. All I do every day is enjoy some good food and have a little wine. I haven't offended anyone, have I? Both of them stared at him blankly. It seemed like he was right. So, this Black Soul Hall. First, there was that old man who somehow showed up at Green Flame Mountain to ambush me. It may seem coincidental, but is it really? Maybe they discovered some clues about me from the Blood Cloud Tower incident, so they deliberately came to investigate. And this time, the man from Black Soul Hall who would rather die than beg for mercy, he came directly at me. In the Great Flame Dynasty, there are so many other people. Why didn't they target Prime Minister Liu Yutian, but instead kidnapped Zhong Yangming? Who's closest to me? Prime Minister Liu Yutian is a heavyweight figure in the dynasty. Them kidnapping Zhong Yangming shows that I have reason to suspect they're targeting me. Listening to this, Lu Yan and Zhonglong were almost speechless. Prince, you're really overthinking it. In their eyes, you're just an ordinary person. Who would target you? Ignoring them, Xiao Tian continued. Now Her Majesty has also gone to Black Soul Hall. If she sees me taking action, won't my true abilities be exposed? But if I don't take action and something happens to Minister Zhong, I'll never get to enjoy delicious meals again. This is infuriating. Why do some people always want to harm me? I just want to eat, drink, and be merry. Is that wrong? No, this absolutely won't do. I have to go and eliminate them. Don't worry, I will bring your father back. With that, Xiao Tian transformed into a beam of golden light and shot towards the sky like a rocket. The maids in the yard who were bringing breakfast were startled by the sudden rumbling noise. Only after a moment when the sound gradually faded did they look around in astonishment. Zhongling then turned to Lu Yan. Isn't Prince a bit too sensitive? Black Soul Hall probably doesn't mean that, right? Lu Yan thought for a moment. Maybe before being summoned, Prince had some experiences in his own realm that make him always suspect people are out to get him. By now, Zhonglong was no longer worried about her father, Lu Yan. I suddenly feel some sympathy for Black Soul Hall. What on earth did they kidnap my dad for? There's no need for that. There's nothing to sympathize with. Just like Prince said, this Black Soul Hall is a disgusting and troublesome force that deserves to be wiped out. Now that they've provoked Prince, they're just asking for trouble. Meanwhile, the Empress, who is out searching, hasn't found a single clue. She can't believe that they'd be able to get away with Zhong Yangming so quickly. She's already reached the border of the Great Flame. Should she continue to search further out? If she moves further south, it'll be Black Soul Hall territory. If she goes in recklessly, it'll be tantamount to tearing up all pretense of civility. No, I should not assume the worst just yet. I'll go search the south first. Just as she was indecisive, something was flying towards her at incredible speed from behind. Startled, the Empress immediately released a defensive golden light. What is this thing? And why is it so fast? A huge beam of light zipped past her. Its momentum was so great that even as a 9th level powerhouse, she would be obliterated if hit. Thinking she was under attack, she quickly unsheathed her sword, only to realize she had no power to resist. Suppressing her shock, she shouted, "Who is it? Identify yourself." With that, she slashed her sword, producing a powerful wave of sword energy. But this figure didn't pause for a moment and charged straight ahead. The Empress stared in the direction it went, murmuring to herself, "So strong. Who is this powerful individual?" That direction is towards Black Soul Hall. A sudden thought struck her. Could it be he is the King of Hell, the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the Blood Cloud Tower with a single punch, an existence that surpasses the 10th level? Empress quickly chased after him, eager to find out who this person was. On the other side, in a valley, a group of people were waiting in front of a teleportation circle. Moments later, a bearded man appeared in front of the circle with Zhong Yangming. All present quickly knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, Heavenly Killer," with a stern face. Heavenly Killer nodded, and then escorted Zhong Yangming through the crowd. At this moment, Zhong Yanming felt a surge of emotions. Could this be the headquarters of Black Soul Hall? Yet the grand doors in front of him and the surrounding decorations looked fairly new, likely built within 30 to 40 years. If his conjectures were correct, then something was off about Black Soul Hall. According to what he knew, the existence of Black Soul Hall had to be longer than 40 years. As the doors slowly opened and the two entered the hall, Zhong Yanming was roughly thrown to the ground by Heavenly Killer. Then, with clasped fists and a respectful face, Heavenly Killer spoke. "My lord, I have brought Zhong Yanming from the Great Flame Dynasty." The man smiled faintly. "It seems you've acted much quicker than Earthly Killer. Any problems along the way?" But Heavenly Killer continued to explain. "My lord, this man's wife, General Zhong Li Huang, reacted quickly. She went out of the city with Empress Si Ruoyan to search for him. Unfortunately, they never suspected our hidden short-distance teleportation circles." The man nodded in approval. "Very good. Well done." This somewhat sinister-looking man was none other than the master of Black Soul Hall by Qing Liang. Zhong Yanming had obviously heard of him and blurted out his name. "You have good composure and courage, Lord Zhong," said the woman leading a few of Black Soul Hall's executives. She smiled. "I'm curious to see if your courage is greater than that of most people." Zhong Yanming showed no fear. "It looks like my odds are poor this time and I probably won't be able to go back. So be it. I'm just a mere minister of revenue. Seeing such grandeur from Black Soul Hall before my death is not a wasted journey." At that point, Bai Qingliang finally spoke up. "Minister Zhong, why so pessimistic? We in Black Soul Hall are reasonable people. We've invited you here to discuss a matter, nothing more than to help maintain Prince Xiaotian's position. In addition, we would like you to collaborate with Xiaotian to monitor Empress Shi Ruoyan's movements." Zhong Yanming paused. "Monitor the Empress? What exactly are you planning? Prince Xiaotian is just an ordinary person. Why are you so concerned about keeping him safe?" Bai Qingliang chuckled behind his hand. "What we plan to do and why we're acting against Lu Haotian are not for you to know." Hearing this, Zhong Yanming realized that Black Soul Hall wasn't the external force collaborating with Lu Haotian. But why did they want to monitor the Empress? What was the significance of that information? Seeing his silence, Bai Qingliang prodded. "So, Minister Zhong, what say you? I admire you. You know, you'd best recognize a good opportunity when you see one." Grimacing as if preparing for death, Zhong Yanming clenched his teeth. "I was but a penniless scholar, fortunate enough to be favored by the late emperor, which led to my current status. And the present empress, while a monarch in name, is also my niece who I've seen grow up. Do you really think I would betray my own family?" Bai Qingliang chuckled. "You've got backbone. But unfortunately, in our domain, backbone is the most useless commodity. Sufu, show Minister Zhong what you can do." A man named Sufu grinned. "All right." In the blink of an eye, Sufu morphed and appeared before Zhong Yanming, landing a brutal punch on his stomach. Sufu then pulled out a strange, large, and fat worm, forcibly prying open Zhong Yanming's mouth and shoving it inside. After the deed was done, he carelessly threw Zhong Yanming onto the ground. Despite his retching, Zhong Yanming could only helplessly let the worm burrow deeper into his abdomen. With a cruel smile, Sufu explained, "This is a scent-sniffing insect, a very interesting type of poison. It's now parasitic inside you. Within 3 days, if you don't smell the specific scent, the insect will consume your internal organs. Its abdominal legs will also pierce into your flesh to suck your blood, making your life worse than death. So, Minister Zhong, how about it? You only have to agree. Light this incense, and your body will emit a smell that the scent-sniffing insect detests. It won't bother you after that." Zhong Yanming lay trembling on the ground, enduring immense pain, yet never pleading for mercy. Those present couldn't help but admire his resilience. Throughout this, he had not uttered a single cry. Only Sufu roared in what seemed like a loss of face. "This is impossible. Why aren't you screaming? Don't you feel pain?" After a while, Master Bai Qingliang, curious whether Zhong Yanming was dead or alive, couldn't help but call out his name. Zhong Yanming gritted his teeth and groaned, veins popping on his face. The next second, he actually stood up and shouted, "The late emperor humbled himself to call me a lowly person, his brother and friend. The current empress, since childhood, has called me uncle. This great flame dynasty is both my nation and my family. You, Black Soul Hall, think a mere finger-length poison insect can make me yield? You are laughable." Sufu ceded, irate that his methods were so belittled. "Zhong Yanming, are you truly seeking death?" Enduring the severe pain in his abdomen, Zhong Yanming burst into laughter once more. "I, Zhong Yanming, would rather die standing than live on my knees." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingliang gave up on persuading Zhong Yanming to surrender. "Very well, if you insist on seeking death, I will grant you that wish. Zhuangyan, your skills are the best for the job. Your slices are the thinnest. Execute him for me." Hearing this, the masked man known as Zhuangyan said nothing but instantly appeared in front of Zhong Yanming. Sufu muttered with some dissatisfaction, knowing that with Zhuang'an in action, Zhong Yangming's death was inevitable. So boring. Zhuang'an's blade then emitted an overwhelming aura. Facing the brink of life and death, Zhong Yangming couldn't help but shed tears. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I can no longer assist you. Linger. I won't be able to see you marry and have children. My wife, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have argued with you last night." Just as Zhong Yangming was silently repenting, the ceiling of the Black Soul Hall suddenly shattered with a loud bang. Amid the flying debris, a dark figure slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. He had arrived. Xiao Tian descended from the sky, crushing an evil king underfoot as he landed. Seeing this familiar yet strange silhouette and feeling the bone-chilling pressure emanating from him, Zhong Yangming was stunned, tears still in his eyes. Xiao Tian turned his head and smiled. "Good morning, Minister Zhong." "Oh, why are you crying?" The next second, Xiao Tian's eyes exploded with cold light. "You dare bully even my cook?" As his words rang out, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing several evil kings to vomit blood on the spot. Xiao Tian's face turned serious. If it weren't for fear of harming Zhong Yangming, why would I only shout those worthless individuals to death? And I just saw my wife, Shi Ruoyan, earlier. Xiao Tian then decided to take action immediately, lunging towards Bai Jingliang, the master of the Black Soul Hall. Bai Jingliang almost wet himself. "Wait, Prince Xiao. Zhong Yangming has a painful parasite inside him. Without an antidote, he'll surely die." Hearing this, Xiao Tian turned his head towards Zhong Yangming and saw him shivering all over. "You're still lying at this point. He's not in pain. He's clearly stunned." "Stunned? He's stunned because you scared him." Sufu quickly explained. "Prince Xiao, I assure you, I planted this insect. Without an antidote, he will indeed die. If you don't believe me, just ask Minister Zhong." The others also chimed in. "Minister Zhong, please explain to Prince Xiao. Your life is at stake." "Exactly, Prince Xiao. Zhong Yangming is your good friend and an important minister. You can't joke around with his life." Zhong Yangming was utterly confused. "Who am I? Where am I? What are these people doing? Weren't they trying to kill me just a moment ago? What's going on here?" After hearing their words, a still somewhat skeptical Xiao Tian finally asked Zhong Yangming, "Are you really dying?" To which, Zhong Yangming responded, "Are you really Prince Xiao Tian?" Xiao Tian continued, "A brat named Zhongling mentioned that when she was 6 years old, she had an annoying dad who would purposely aim his butt at her face before farting." At this, everyone in the Black Soul Hall struggled not to burst out laughing. Zhong Yangming felt his scalp tingle. Why would the prince use this to prove his identity? That damned girl Zhongling remembered something from when she was 6. What's wrong with a new dad having a little fun with his child? A moment later, Bai Qingliang stepped forward to comfort Xiao Tian. "Prince Xiao, it's all a misunderstanding." Xiao Tian felt disgusted hearing this. "Can you talk like a normal person? You sound so effeminate. It's nauseating." Bai Qingliang broke out in a cold sweat. "Ahem, Prince Xiao, sorry, old habits die hard. Enough, no more nonsense. Bring out the antidote." Xiao Tian waved his hand impatiently. At that, Sufu took out a lamp, filling the air with a faint fragrance. Zhong Yangming breathed deeply as if he were a fish returned to water. Xiao Tian was a bit puzzled. "Is this the antidote?" Zhong Yangming hurriedly explained. "My prince, this is just to temporarily relieve the pain caused by the scent-sniffing insect inside me. It's not the antidote." Hearing this, Xiao Tian was instantly furious. "You dare to trick me?" Terrified, Bai Qingliang hurriedly explained. "Not at all, Prince Xiao. We're just trying to make Minister Zhong more comfortable for the time being. As for the antidote, we hope to use it in exchange for the lives of the 4 of us. Also, we wish to form a blood pact for added security." Before Xiao Tian could speak, Zhong Yangming stood up to stop him. "No, Prince, you absolutely can't agree. A blood pact is an unbreakable bond. Once established, you can never act against them." Zhong Yangming clenched his teeth. "My death would be a small price to pay. The malignant tumor that is the Black Soul Hall must be eradicated." Hearing this, the people of the Black Soul Hall felt their scalps tingle. Their worst fear had come true. It wasn't that Xiao Tian was too strong. It was that Zhong Yangming was not afraid to die. Who knew that the next second, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. "Fine, let's form a blood pact." Xiao Tian then turned his gaze back to Zhong Yangming. "If you die, where will I find another chef who cooks as deliciously as you? Besides, your daughter, that little brat Zhongling, would cry non-stop and annoy everyone if she knew her dad was really dead." Suddenly, Xiao Tian's face turned cold and he told the people of Black Soul Hall, "Let me give you some advice. Be more considerate in your actions. Remember, what goes around comes around. Nobody is spared by the heavens." Then, standing in place, Xiao Tian was surrounded by several people from the Black Soul Hall. Together they chanted, invoking the cosmic laws as their witness. In exchange for the antidote to save Zhong Yangming's life, Xiao Tian would never harm any of the Black Soul Hall members present. The antidote must also be effective. As the red glow of cosmic laws gradually dissipated, The blood pact was successfully formed. An imprint was engraved on Xiao Tian's hand by cosmic laws. Seeing this, Su Fu took out an antidote and gave it to Xiao Tian. After taking this, within 3 days, the scent-sniffing insect will dissolve into pus. With that, he tossed the antidote to Zhong Yangming. Xiao Tian then coldly warned them, "I hope you cherish this opportunity. Take care." After saying that, Xiao Tian left with Zhong Yangming in a flash of light by Qing Liang, and his men finally exhaled in relief. Finally, that guy is gone. A moment later, Bai Qing Liang, who had recovered his energy, suddenly yelled at Su Fu, "Plant a scent-sniffing insect in every person in the intelligence department. How dare you tell me Xiao Tian is a waste? Make them suffer." Still stunned by Xiao Tian, Su Fu nodded mechanically. "Don't worry, master, I'll make their lives a living hell. And these fools dare to say that Xiao Tian is a useless slacker. That man is clearly an incredibly strong monster." Another person scratched his head and asked, "Master, what should we do now?" Bai Qing Liang gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. "It seems we'll have to ask for the help of high-ranking officials from the Holy Demon Sect's headquarters. Revenge is a dish best served cold. The blood pact only says he can't harm us, but we can still go after him." Xiao Tian overlooked this detail. I will definitely torture him and make him suffer." Just then, a hearty laugh came from outside the front gate. The woman shivered in fear and hurriedly patted Bai Qing Liang. "Master," annoyed Bai Qing Liang snapped. "What are you doing? Haven't I said I hate being touched by women?" Trembling, the woman pointed towards the gate. "Master, look over there, look." Reluctantly, Bai Qing Liang followed the direction she was pointing and was dumbfounded. This is trouble. Hiding outside the gate were none other than Xiao Tian and Zhong Yangming, who had returned. "Prince, we've been discovered," Zhong Yangming said. Xiao Tian stepped out and spoke. "Old Zhong, do you know how to describe people like these?" Zhong Yangming thought for a moment. "I don't know, Prince, you tell me." With a smirk, Xiao Tian pointed at Bai Qing Liang. "It's called a leopard can't change its spots." Zhong Yangming chuckled. "Indeed, the true source of happiness is built upon the suffering of others." All the people from the Black Soul Hall were terrified, but Zhong Yangming was immensely impressed by Xiao Tian. Though Prince may appear to be out of tune, he is actually very thoughtful. He went on to explain that Xiao Tian had told him earlier to observe these people to see if they had genuinely changed and had no intention of seeking revenge. Xiao Tian coldly stared at everyone. "I originally thought of giving you a second chance to walk the path of righteousness. I even came back to compensate you for the roof I broke earlier, but you have disappointed me greatly." Bai Qing Liang broke out into a cold sweat. "Prince, Xiao, I was just speaking casually. Besides, we have a blood pact." Zhong Yangming felt disheartened. "I knew it would come to this. If not for saving me, Prince wouldn't be in such a passive position." The others from Black Soul Hall also tried to pacify the situation. "Prince, Xiao, the master is right. It's all a misunderstanding. We have a blood pact after all." Growing more audacious, Bai Qing Liang continued, "If you dare lay a hand on us, the rules of heaven and earth will fall and all beings will be as insignificant as ants." Annoyed, Xiao Tian retorted, "You're truly incorrigible. Even at this point, you don't know how to repent. You even speak in such a contrived manner. Just as I suspected, you people from Black Soul Hall have been scheming against me all along." Pointing at Bai Qing Liang, he added, "I've underestimated you. At first, I thought you were just trying to sabotage my relationship with the Empress through poisonous marsh elder and earthly killer, but I never expected you to be so meticulous as to trap me with a blood pact. Such a frightening mind, such poisonous scheming." Confused by Xiao Tian's accusations, Bai Qing Liang wondered, what is he talking about? When did I ever scheme against him? If I had known he was this formidable, I would have stayed far away. The evil kings of Black Soul Hall looked at him in astonishment. Our master could scheme to this extent? That's incredible. Annoyed, Bai Qing Liang retorted, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't do anything. How could I have used poisonous marsh elder?" "Wait a minute, poisonous marsh elder?" Bai Qing Liang suddenly raised his voice. "Are you saying that poisonous marsh elder died at your hands? Are you the king of hell?" Xiao Tian replied earnestly, "Don't make baseless accusations. Do I look like the kind of person who would kill indiscriminately?" "Poisonous marsh elder committed suicide," said Xiao Tian. Zhong Yangming, who was standing behind Xiao Tian, was now stunned. So Prince is actually the king of hell. The members of Black Soul Hall felt chills running down their spines upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. "What on earth did you do to make someone prefer suicide over living another second? Are you a demon?" Xiao Tian smiled and energy surged within his palm. "Up to this point, you still have no intention of repenting and you still slander me as the murderer. It seems you were rotten to the core. Fine, today I shall act as an agent of heaven and send you all to the paradise." Terrified, a subordinate acted quickly out of fear, spitting out a large amount of poisonous fluid towards Xiao Tian while questioning. "You've already signed the blood oath. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly rules?" Xiao Tian just snorted coldly, "So low and dirty. Even your moves are disgusting." As he said this, his gaze sharpened and an overwhelming force burst forth from his hand. It rushed toward the subordinate with a loud rumble, like a laser firing. Looking at the marks left on the ground and walls, Zhong Yangming was frightened. "Prince, why are you so impulsive? You should know, almost no one signs blood oaths because the vows are stringent and it's easy to break the rules. A severe violation will undoubtedly lead to death." Bai Qinglin also didn't expect that Xiao Tian would be so decisive, acting immediately. Was he not afraid of losing his life? As expected, at this moment, dark clouds gathered and thunder rolled in the sky outside the hall. A repressive atmosphere began to spread. Zhong Yangming looked at the sky, worried. The rules of heaven and earth can't be challenged or violated. Otherwise, calamity will strike, and under this thunder, death is inevitable. "Prince, you're too reckless." At this moment, no one was happier than Bai Qinglin. He repeated the words that Xiao Tian had said earlier. The wheel of fate keeps turning. Heaven spares no one. As he spoke, thunderbolts, filled with rolling anger, rained down. It was as if the avatar of heavenly law was roaring at Xiao Tian. The people of Black Soul Hall reveled in Xiao Tian's misfortune, completely lost in their joy. Xiao Tian, however, kept his head low, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. The next second, Xiao Tian suddenly let out a cold snort and angrily shouted, "If you dare, try striking down on my head." As Xiao Tian's words fell, the giant dragon seemed to sense something wrong. Its pupils dilated in fear, and it quickly dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, replacing them with a beautiful rainbow. It then landed behind Xiao Tian and let out a soft roar, as if to proclaim Xiao Tian's sovereignty. It seemed to tell everyone, "This Xiao Tian is my boss." Then it obediently began massaging Xiao Tian's legs and shoulders, acting very much like a sycophant. Zhong Yangming and the people of Black Soul Hall were completely stunned. They couldn't think of any words to describe their feelings at that moment. After the heavenly dragon finished flattering Xiao Tian, it slipped away as if its feet were greased. The group was so scared that they huddled together, trembling. Xiao Tian just smiled and extended his left hand, which was previously bound by the blood pact, saying, "Blood pacts may be useful to you, but they mean nothing to me." As he spoke, he clenched his fist and the pact vanished into thin air. Black Soul Hall's leader Bai Qingliang was completely stunned. What kind of freak is this? Even the laws of heaven and earth don't apply to him. Without any more hesitation, he knelt before Xiao Tian and cried out, "Prince, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. This time I am truly repentant." Xiao Tian shook his head. "Really? I don't believe you." Bai Qingliang immediately put on an ingratiating face. "Prince, I know a shocking secret." "No need. I don't want to hear it," interrupted Xiao Tian. "People like you, who wreak havoc and kill indiscriminately, deserve to die. I already went against my better judgment by giving you a chance earlier. However, I'm a soft-hearted person. Considering you've spent years cultivating your skills, I'll give you one last chance, like this. When I count to 3, you tell me one good deed you've done in your life. If you have, it means there's still hope for you." Hearing this, the group exchanged glances. This guy Xiao Tian is just a simple-minded, brawny fool. We just need to flatter him a bit and we'll be saved, they thought. Zhong Yangming felt uneasy. "Prince, this doesn't seem right. These people don't deserve leniency." Xiao Tian just smiled. "Minister Zhong, that kind of thinking is dangerous. The world is already dark and difficult. If even people like us, who have the power, don't give them a chance to embrace the light, when will the light ever break through the darkness? Why not give them an opportunity? Now then, are you 3 ready?" 3! Upon hearing this, they were all stunned. Wait, shouldn't he start counting from 1 before they could react? Xiao Tian made his move. "You're all so stubborn. I already counted to 3. Why aren't you speaking? I guess I was overly optimistic. But don't worry, I won't let you die out in the open." As he spoke, a black hole suddenly appeared behind the group and swallowed them all up. He also clapped his hands and lamented, "What's the use of having such power if you can't lead people to goodness?" Sigh, as expected. As soon as he was saved, Zhong Yangming suggested, "Prince, if you completely annihilate Black Soul Hall, the southern region of the Great Flame Dynasty will surely be stable for many years." Xiao Tian turned his head in silence. "You see, I've just revealed my power and you're already putting me to work." Zhong Yangming felt awkward. Well, the capable should bear more responsibility. Xiao Tian took a deep breath. "You X-splitting elites truly have no heart. Once my wife finds out about my real power, wouldn't I be busy all day and night without even knowing which way is up? No, I absolutely cannot reveal my strength." He turned towards Zhong Yangming. "I warn you, do not expose my strength when you go back." Zhong Yangming wanted to say something, but Xiao Tian continued with a smile. "If you dare to speak out, I'll tell Zhong Lishuang about the 167 secret stashes of money in your Zhong mansion. I'll also secretly abduct you to a brothel every night and let Zhong Lishuang catch you there." Zhong Yangming was horrified. "Prince, can you really say such malicious things? Fine, I won't say anything, okay? Prince, What about my daughter and Lu Yan in Black Soul Hall? Xiao Tian waved his hand to interrupt. Zhongling and the others already know about my situation and have promised to keep it a secret. As for Black Soul Hall, come with me. The two walked out of the main hall. Only then did Zhong Yangming notice that apart from the main hall, the rest of Black Soul Hall had turned into ruins. What happened here? Xiao Tian smiled. When I arrived earlier, I came in too fast. The air pressure was too intense and it accidentally lowered the height of the buildings. As for them, they were probably crushed to death along the way. Perhaps this is retribution for their many evils. Zhong Yangming thought to himself, what a form of retribution this is. Moments later, the two arrived at a place that was relatively well preserved, sealed off by a large ray. Xiao Tian reached out his hand and clawed at the air. The next second, the door was blasted open with a loud bang. The place was filled with rich spiritual energy and brilliant lights, probably where Black Soul Hall kept their ill-gotten gains. Upon entering, Zhong Yangming was stunned by the room full of spirit stones. Xiao Tian then called on his system, Puppy, to calculate the value of these items. To his surprise, Puppy informed him, the system is currently upgrading and requires temporary maintenance. Xiao Tian was immediately displeased. You can't even handle something this small. What's the use of having you? Might as well get rid of you here and now. Frightened, Puppy urgently paused the upgrade, calculating the total value of Black Soul Hall's stash as 32 million spirit stones. May I continue the upgrade and maintenance now? Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Master. And the system resumed its upgrade, entering maintenance mode. Then, Xiao Tian sighed and told Zhong Yangming. Zhong Yangming quickly explained, Prince, the entire annual tax revenue of the Great Flame Dynasty is only around 10 million spirit stones. Prince, shouldn't these be turned over to the national treasury? Why are you talking about compensation? Xiao Tian looked displeased. Why should it go to the national treasury? This is all compensation from Black Soul Halls by Qing Liang to us. Zhong Yangming was puzzled. What are you talking about? You've already made Bai Qing Liang miserable. He's dead. Aren't you going to let him go? Xiao Tian crossed his arms and began to explain. Right now, I should be sipping some wine, eating some food, and waiting at your Zhong residence for the dishes you've prepared. But instead, I'm here because of Black Soul Hall. They were plotting against us. Shouldn't they compensate us 10 million spirit stones? I'll take 9 million, and you can have 1 million. Zhong Yangming was confused. Prince, what do you mean by plotting against us? Xiao Tian retorted. You don't understand. Time is money. Time is life. Black Soul Hall wasted our time. How is that not plotting against us? In addition to compensation, we should at least get 10 million spirit stones for our services, right? For tuition fees. I'll take a loss and count it as 10 million spirit stones. And for transportation costs, 5 million spirit stones is reasonable, plus the emotional distress you suffered from being kidnapped. Another 2 million isn't excessive, so that totals to 37 million spirit stones. The value of this stash is only 32 million. Darn it, Black Soul Hall still owes us 5 million spirit stones. Looking at Xiao Tian's indignant expression, Zhong Yangming's worldview completely collapsed. How is it that someone who's already gone could end up owing you 5 million? Prince, the way you do your accounting is absolutely unparalleled. After dressing himself in Zhong Yangming in night attire, Xiao Tian was very satisfied. Worthy of my choice, this outfit looks like it's made for escaping. Alright, wait for me a moment, I'm going to clean up the scene. With that, Xiao Tian suddenly burst forth with energy, and without making a move, the palace below started to tremble. In an instant, sand filled the sky, the ground sank, and all the buildings of Black Soul Hall disappeared into the earth. Zhong Yangming was left dumbfounded. Prince, just how strong are you? What realm are you in? Could you be above the 10th level? Xiao Tian honestly replied. I have no realm. I don't even have spiritual energy. Haven't you noticed? Zhong Yangming realized this fact a bit too late. Prince does indeed seem like an ordinary person. But why are you so strong? Don't guess. My strength is a bit special and seems to be increasing. I don't know just how powerful I am yet, but luckily, I'm very good at control. Otherwise, the Great Flame Dynasty would have already been destroyed. Destroyed? Zhong Yangming's scalp tingled in fear. It seems like it wouldn't be a difficult feat for someone with Prince's abilities. If I were a bit stronger, would I not have been so easily kidnapped? Thinking of this, Zhong Yangming clenched his fist and asked Xiao Tian, Prince, could you give me some guidance on cultivation? Xiao Tian was taken aback. You want to cultivate? I remember Zhongling saying you're not really interested in cultivation. You've been focusing all your attention on the affairs of the Great Flame Dynasty. Zhong Yangming became serious. After witnessing Prince's strength, my views have changed. This time, Black Soul Hall had something for me to do. That's why they didn't harm me. What if next time, someone sets their sights directly on the Great Flame Dynasty and wants to harm me? So, this incident with Prince has also given me some inspiration. If I appear weak on the surface, waiting for those who want to harm me to reveal themselves, Can I just take them down in one fell swoop? With a sly smile covering his face, Zhong Yangming made his point. Xiao Tian was speechless. This guy is so cunning, planning to play the fool to catch the wise. Xiao Tian directly took a refusing posture. You can do it without involving me. I simply wanted to enjoy a peaceful life, and they forced me to act. But it's good for you to practice. It will save a lot of trouble. Have you thought about your alias yet? Zhong Yangming scratched his head, looking confused. Alias? What alias? So stupid. Everyone in this world has an alias. Think of one in advance, so you can announce it when you act. I had a friend who used to ambush people in the toilet, earning him the nickname, the slaughterer of the restroom. So, be serious about it. What if people call you the heavy cavalry? Xiao Tian spoke with righteous indignation, but Zhong Yangming only mumbled in bewilderment. Your friend. Xiao Tian interrupted him. That's not the point. The point is your alias. Have you thought of one? Hearing this, Zhong Yangming's eyes turned determined. Call me heavy cavalry. Xiao Tian subconsciously praised him, decisive and manly. Wait, are you sure you want to go with that name? Zhong Yangming nodded confidently. Yes, heavy cavalry it is. Heavy represents the weight of the responsibilities of the Great Flame Dynasty. Cavalry symbolizes charging into battle. I really like this name. Zhong Yangming then spoke again. Prince, could you do me a favor? Xiao Tian glared at him. Why do you have so many requests? Come on, Prince, how about this? Instead of preparing 5 meals a week for you, I'll prepare 10. Xiao Tian immediately brightened up. Speak. What is it? Zhong Yangming pointed at the ruins below. Could Prince write a line of text? Right. The affairs of the Great Flame, the King of Hell is destined to conquer. Make it big enough to cover the entire valley. I want to make a splash in these murky waters using the name of Prince, a hidden powerhouse. Let's see who has their eyes on our Great Flame Dynasty and what they're after. Xiao Tian stared at him blankly, unable to resist commenting. You're really scheming, aren't you? No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He turned to look behind him. Oh no, my wife is coming. Quick, run! After leaving the name King of Hell on the ground, he stirred up a gust of wind with a loud boom and flew away immediately. Watching Prince disappear into the horizon, Zhong Yangming couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly powerful he was. Then he looked at the speed of the Empress. In comparison, she was really slow. A moment later, Empress gently descended in front of Zhong Yangming, enveloped in golden light. Seeing him unharmed, she was a bit puzzled. Uncle Zhong, are you okay? I'm closer inspection. She became even more confused. Didn't Zhong Li Huang say that you were kicked out in nothing but your undergarments? How come you're now dressed in a high-grade spiritual artifact? Then, the Empress casually turned her head and exclaimed, Holy crap, this is King of Hell. Zhong Yangming proceeded to explain, Your Majesty, I was originally captured by Heavenly Killer Pang Tong, one of the 6 evils under the banner of the Black Soul Hall. According to Bai Qingliang, they wanted me to protect Prince from Lu Aodin. Listening intently, Empress furrowed her brows, seemingly puzzled. Zhong Yangming continued, That's when King of Hell appeared. He was dressed in black, and I couldn't see his face clearly. Bai Qingliang and the others were killed by him. Not only did he give me an antidote, but he also allowed me to take all the treasures from the Black Soul Hall. He said he wasn't interested in them. A look of disbelief covered Empress's face. If that's the case, what does this King of Hell want? It seems he desires the current stability of the Great Flame Dynasty. He doesn't want us to be influenced by Black Soul Hall and Blood Cloud Tower. Your Majesty, think about it carefully. Lu Aodin has been devotedly serving the Great Flame. Also, Black Soul Hall not only refrained from offending the Great Flame a few years ago, but even took the initiative to confront Blood Cloud Tower on our behalf. Don't their goals seem to align? Their goal is to fatten up the Great Flame Dynasty's national power and resources, much like fattening up a pig before slaughter, Zhong Yangming said. Empress nodded thoughtfully. Based on what you've said, that seems to be the case. Zhong Yangming then took out the storage ring that Xiao Tian had given him. Your Majesty, this is a gift from King of Hell. After sensing its contents, Empress was amazed. It's full of high-grade spiritual artifacts. King of Hell is really generous. It seems he genuinely wants the Great Flame Dynasty to prosper. I wonder what he's up to. Zhong Yangming couldn't help but think sarcastically. What else could he be up to? He probably just wants to indulge in food, drink, and leisure, and not worry about anything else. Oh, I need to ask Zhongling how Prince managed to annoy poisonous Marsh Elder to death. After putting away the ring, Empress told Zhong Yangming, Let's hurry back. General Zhong and Zhongling are quite worried about you. Thank you, Your Majesty. No sooner had Zhong Yangming spoken than he was enveloped in a force field. Empress then took him and flew into the sky. Only then did he realize how incredibly fast she actually was. Not long after, Zhongli Suan and Zhongling were sighing in worry when Zhongling suddenly stood up, smacking Zhongli Suan on the side. Mom, look! Zhongli Suan looked and instantly teared up, mouth wide open. My husband is back, despite the dark circles under his eyes. He looked rather spirited in his high-grade spiritual artifacts. Zhongli Suang rushed forward to embrace her husband, and they both broke down in tears. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't argued with you yesterday, none of this would have happened." No, it's my fault for making you angry," Zhang Liangming said. Zhongling looked on, rather annoyed. Enough. You two have been married for years. Why are you being so mushy? I can't stand it." Hearing this, Zhongli Suang finally let go of her husband and turned around to poke Zhongling on the head. Empress looked at the harmonious family scene and smiled contentedly, although there was a tinge of wistfulness in her smile. How wonderful it is to be with family. Whenever she dealt with petitions late at night, she would think about the happiness of other families and could only console herself with the thought, even if I'm alone, I can still manage. That night, after finishing her work, Empress stretched, feeling satisfied. A maid quickly approached and asked, "Your Majesty, would you like some late-night snacks brought over?" "No need. I'm not really in the mood today." "Has the back palace study been cleaned up?" The maid seemed hesitant, stammering. "It has been cleaned up." Tired and not noticing anything amiss, Empress walked directly to the back palace, only to find something seemed different. Usually, during her rest periods, there would be minimal lighting in the back palace, especially in the front yard, which should be dim and chilly. Why is it different today? She thought, picking up her pace. She saw her husband, Xiao Tian, sitting on a stone chair. Seeing Empress arrive, Xiao Tian smiled. "You've been working so hard. How about a hot pot late-night snack? You've probably never had something like this." Empress paused. There was an ocean welling up inside her. "How are you?" "Here." Xiao Tian stood up and guided Empress to sit down. "Commander Lu told me that you have a small habit. Whenever you're up late handling state affairs, you like to have some late-night snacks. Eating alone isn't much fun, so I prepared some local delicacies from my hometown to reward you, Your Majesty, for all your hard work." As he spoke, Xiao Tian picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. "For hot pot, you need to cook the ingredients in the broth. Each ingredient has its own cooking time. Try this one. Unfortunately, we don't have sesame sauce here. Otherwise, a single dip would make it incredibly fragrant." Xiao Tian blew on the meat to cool it down. "Your Majesty, please, have a taste." Empress's cheeks flushed as she obediently opened her mouth to try it. After carefully chewing, she felt the delicious flavors spread across her palate, making her cheeks even rosier. "Prince serves me so well. I'm very pleased. You deserve a reward." Xiao Tian looked at her with interest. "What would Your Majesty like to reward me with?" Empress returned his gaze fervently. "I reward you with the chance to feed me again." Xiao Tian smiled. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. The piece of meat I'm cooking for you this time requires special attention, so you'll have to wait." Empress silently watched Xiao Tian as he busied himself, feeling a sense of appreciation. It's so good not to be alone, she thought. The two continued to eat, drink, and chat happily, enjoying the steaming hot pot. Before they knew it, it was already late into the night. Finally full and satisfied, Xiao Tian put down his chopsticks. Standing up, he said, "Your Majesty, it's getting late. I should be going." As he finished speaking, a ring on his hand emitted a glow, and a tableware was quickly put away. Xiao Tian prepared to leave, but Empress suddenly spoke. "Why go through all the trouble? Just stay here and rest." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Tian felt a jolt in his heart. He turned to look at Empress, who was smiling at him, her eyes shining like autumn water. It seemed like it was going to be another restless night. In the middle of the night, Xiao Tian lay in bed while Empress sat upright, meditating. Xiao Tian was a bit speechless, so she invited me here just to watch her meditate, but her way of meditating is really something else. As time passed, Xiao Tian began to doze off. In his half-asleep state, he suddenly jolted awake. What on earth is that? A majestic dragon was spiraling around Empress, making her appear even more awe-inspiring. Feeling quite annoyed, Xiao Tian thought, why can't I cultivate? I want these cool visual effects, too. He suddenly remembered the system puppy and called out to it in his mind. However, the system displayed a message saying it was undergoing an upgrade. Throwing impatience, Xiao Tian thought, why isn't it done upgrading yet? Upon hearing this, Puppy immediately paused its upgrade. I'm sorry, Master, how may I assist you? Xiao Tian pointed to the dragon surrounding Empress. Can I get those light effects, too? Puppy clarified. Master, those aren't just light effects, they're the Emperor's dragon energy and royal purple energy that surrounds the Ruoyan. These are extremely rare and dignified energies that belong to the human race's legitimate lineage. Disdain appeared on Xiao Tian's face. Legitimate lineage of the human race? Is it so impressive? Puppy responded, Master, there are thousands of different worlds in the universe, each with their own traditions and races. Ruoyan's lineage is from the most legitimate among these in the realm of thousands of worlds. Xiao Tian finally got serious. Thousands of realms and worlds. And the legitimate lineage of the human race is so powerful. Does that mean the realm we are currently in is one of the most core ones? No, master, the realm you are in is called the Southern Wilderness Realm, also known as the Southern Wilderness World. It's one of the most desolate, impoverished, and fragile realms among the thousands of realms and worlds, Puppy explained. Hearing this, Xiao Tian was rendered speechless. So, I'm in the worst one, fine, go back to upgrading. Subsequently, he looked at Empress with a goofy grin. Who would have thought I'd be so lucky, summoned to another world, and not only do I get an Empress as a wife, but she also has golden legendary potential. Just as Xiao Tian was entranced by Empress, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him. Startled, he quickly turned around, his face flushing as he stammered. I was just looking, not doing anything. Seeing his reaction, Empress chuckled affectionately. Then, Empress ended her meditative state with a wave of her small hand. The lights dimmed, shrouding the room in soft darkness. All right, let's rest, she said as she lay down. Xiao Tian could only nod and obediently follow suit. After some time passed, under the increasingly bright starry sky, Xiao Tian, who was deep in sleep, was suddenly awoken by Empress, who kissed him lightly. Pulling away, she softly explained, my word is my bond. Since I said I would reward you, I won't just casually go back on it. It's just that it's a bit late. Xiao Tian's face turned red, and one thought dominated his mind. Did I just lose my first kiss like that? He moved closer to Empress, whispering in her ear, can you still sleep? Meanwhile, a group of people dressed in black robes looked at the writings on the ground, completely astonished. Black Soul Hall and Blood Cloud Tower have just disappeared like that, without a trace. Elder Wu Haobu looked disdainful. Bai Qingyin is really useless, can even handle such a small matter. At these words, the two men in black robes who were with him immediately became unhappy. Wu Haobu, we're all in the same boat here. The Bai Temple Master is dead. What's the use of speaking ill of him now? Especially when he died fighting against someone as powerful as the King of Hell. He died like a man. However, the next second, Wu Haobu snapped. Nonsense. Following his outburst, a sharp attack instantly pierced through the forehead of one of the men. A few stared at him in shock. Is this the same Wu Haobu who was afraid of dying? He's just an elder of a minor division, and yet his move was so swift and powerful. Trembling, one of them cautiously asked, you've actually reached the 9th rank already? Wu Haobu smirked when facing someone as strong as the King of Hell. One must be careful with their words and show some respect. Those who don't surrender and choose to provoke are just asking for death. Fortunately, our sect planned for one of us to be in the open and the other hidden. Otherwise, how would our sect ever get word of what's happened here? At this, the few were even more astonished. You and Bai Qingliang are actually from the same sect? Wu Haobu didn't answer but muttered to himself, Bai Qingliang, my foolish junior brother, you almost ruined our sect's big plans. He then turned to the crowd, my junior brother Bai Qingliang is dead. It's my turn to come into the light and take temporary control of the Black Soul territory. From now on, all the divisions will combine into one, gathering our forces. The Southeastern Sandstone Division will serve as the main temple for now. Everyone quickly bowed their heads in agreement. After finishing his instructions, Wu Haobu thought grimly, King of Hell, once reinforcements from my sect arrive, you won't be jumping around any longer. On the other side, in the backyard of Empress's study, Empress was writing. Xiao Tian, holding a book, asked, wife, isn't the story in the Emperor's journey a bit exaggerated? Empress replied, no, what's recorded in the book are all true experiences of my father. Everything can be verified. Although it may seem incredible, it's precisely because of such incredible experiences that my father was able to achieve such great feats. Xiao Tian was speechless. He didn't pick up the wrong book, but his wife's father was actually named Esteemed Purple Emperor. What's with this cringeworthy, overly dramatic name? And this biography reads like a wish fulfillment story. The book actually says that a long time ago, an old scholar found a baby at his doorstep and named him Esteemed Purple Emperor. However, Esteemed Purple Emperor was different from others from a young age. There were sounds of dragon roars in his dreams. Fortunately, when he was tested at the age of 5, his talent was deemed extremely low. At that time, he suffered a lot of disdain and ridicule from others. Finally, at the age of 16, after experiencing a broken engagement in his foster father's suicide, he attempted to take his own life. Fortunately, his suicide attempt failed, and instead, he stumbled upon a cave filled with spiritual energy in the form of elixirs. With the influx of this vast elixir, Esteemed Purple Emperor's Supreme Emperor's body finally awakened. Later, Esteemed Purple Emperor broke through his limitations and traveled the world. He met his companions and gradually made a name for himself. However, the genius girl who broke off their engagement, along with the son of a promoted county magistrate, couldn't stand to see Esteemed Purple Emperor leading such a successful life. So they frequently sought to cause trouble for Esteemed Purple Emperor, even escalating their efforts to the point of attempting to assassinate him at his home. To protect himself, Esteemed Purple Emperor had no choice but to kill the son of the county magistrate. Little did he know, this son was actually the illegitimate child of the current prime minister. To protect this younger son from potential harm from his legitimate wife, the prime minister had secretly placed the child under the care of his student, the county magistrate. Now that the child was killed, esteemed Purple Emperor had angered the powerful and had no choice but to flee while facing assassination attempts. Eventually, after discovering that all his friends and family in his hometown were killed by the prime minister, esteemed Purple Emperor became enraged. He killed the county magistrate, took up arms, and started a rebellion. A few years later, at just 20 years old, he founded the nation of Great Flame and became the great emperor that his foster father, the old scholar, had always believed he would be. Reading this, Xiao Tian couldn't help but be impressed. What an awe-inspiring father-in-law, just like the main character of a novel. Although the story seemed extraordinarily thrilling and reasonable, something felt odd to him. Seeing him furrow his brows, Empress asked, "What's on your mind? You look concerned." Xiao Tian then slowly explained, "Your father had an extraordinary encounter in that cave, awakening his potential. He wanted to study at the Four Directions Academy, but had no way to get in. At that time, the county magistrate's cousin was present and provoked your father. They fought and caught the attention of the academy's tutor, who then admitted your father." Empress nodded. "Indeed, that was one of the fortunate twists in my father's life, full of hardships. Your Majesty, don't you find it odd?" Xiao Tian continued, "If you look at the story of esteemed Purple Emperor from a different perspective, something about his life experiences doesn't add up." Hearing this, Empress suddenly turned her head and said, "What do you mean?" "Based on my inference, when esteemed Purple Emperor first entered the academy, he had little to no resources. However, shortly after enrolling, he was provoked by the cousin of the county magistrate's son. He stole several spirit stones and elixirs from the duel, the prodigious girl who broke off the engagement, and she initiated a challenge herself. She lost your father, giving him a substantial amount of academic credits, which could be used to exchange for various resources at the academy. Coincidentally, your father didn't have a suitable spiritual artifact at the time, so these academic credits came just in time. Later, when your father left the Four Directions Academy and wandered the world with your mother, the county magistrate's son secretly mobilized the power of his biological father, the prime minister, to ambush him. Your father not only killed the county magistrate's son, but also those who were trying to assassinate him, gathering a large amount of resources in the process. When he rose in rebellion in Luo County, the prime minister was enraged and sent troops to suppress him. Each time your father clashed with the imperial army, he captured a great deal of military supplies and provisions, expanding his territory in the process. Finally, during a standoff against the prime minister's army led by Prince himself, your father fought to a standstill with the prime minister's 4 great Vidras. He had a breakthrough on the battlefield, killed the 4 great Vidras first, and then decapitated the prime minister, putting an end to this long-standing grudge. Empress listened intently as Xiao Tian continued, "Don't you find it strange that at every turn, your father seemed to gain precisely the resources he needed, almost as if some unseen force was arranging things for him?" Hearing this, Empress suddenly stopped writing and turned to face Xiao Tian, asking, "Are you sure you're reading the biography of the esteemed Purple Emperor?" Xiao Tian still looked skeptical and said, "If you remove all the emotional text that portrays how miserable your father's life was and only look at the outcomes and gains, the situation becomes very interesting. This Prime Minister of Great Han could have directly sent his 4 great Vidras to resolve the issues from the start, but instead, he kept sending experience, equipment, money, territory, and even supplies. Toward the end, he even gave up his own life, catapulting your father's fame to the peak." The more Empress listened, the more startled she became. She quickly put down her brush, went over to Xiao Tian, and grabbed the book to flip through it. Sure enough, the content was as Xiao Tian described. Seeing how worked up Empress was, Xiao Tian tried to comfort her, saying, "I don't know if it's really this coincidental or if someone with a twisted sense of humor has been manipulating things all along. After being adopted by an old scholar who wrote storybooks for a living, your father led a life similar to that of a storybook protagonist." This thought alarmed Empress. Could my father's legendary life have actually been manipulated by someone? She wondered silently. No, something is wrong here. She told Xiao Tian to keep this hypothesis a secret, stowed away in their hearts. Regardless of the truth, strength is what matters most. My cultivation has been going very smoothly lately. Even reaching the 10th level won't take too long, she said. With that, she patted Xiao Tian on the shoulder and assured him, "Don't worry, I've got this. Any conspiracies or schemes, any fog of deception, all would be laughable in the face of absolute strength. Even if the situation deteriorates to an irreparable state, if anyone wants your life, they'll have to step over my dead body first." After speaking, Empress blushed slightly and turned back to her desk. Xiao Tian was left somewhat bewildered by her words. Hold on, all I did was casually read a book and share some afterthoughts. How did the topic suddenly shift to matters of life and death and profound vows? And what's with my wife, the Empress? Why is she trying to flirt with me so abruptly? Ugh, this is frustrating. I'm feeling sleepy again. Might as well lie down, he thought. With his current leisurely lifestyle, he mused that he could easily write a storybook titled The Royal Son-in-Law. The overbearing Empress falls in love with me. Amused by his own thoughts, Xiao Tian yawned out of boredom. After some time, Empress finally finished her work and stretched beautifully. When she turned her head, she found that Xiao Tian had already fallen asleep. She smiled at the sight, thinking that having someone by her side felt indeed wonderful. She wondered, though, how long she could preserve this happiness. That day, Xiao Tian enjoyed a meal at cook Zhong Yangming's home while Zhong and his daughter practiced their stances in front of him, trembling with exhaustion. As Xiao Tian ate, he didn't forget to chastise Zhong. Squat lower. How are you even worse than your own daughter? Provoked by his words, Zhong Yangming couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Why is this so difficult? He muttered. Xiao Tian shook his head and said, practicing martial arts without foundational work is a waste. Your basics are too weak. You are far behind Shi Ruoyan in the same cultivation process. Her speed in cultivation is fast, but her foundation is very solid. Perhaps due to her constitution, you should earnestly follow my training. Just look at how skilled your daughter is. Zhongling also turned her head to encourage her father. Dad, hang in there. Science's cultivation methods are really effective. It's not just about honing the basics. It seems to enhance innate talent as well. Zhong Yangming was stunned. Enhance innate talent? Xiao Tian took a large gulp of fine wine. Your cultivation methods rely on borrowing the power of heaven and earth to improve yourselves. That's interesting in its own right. My past training focused on external body conditioning and internal energy cultivation. I focus on self-improvement, continuously exploring my own potential and breaking through human limits. This technique emphasizes transcending oneself, establishing one's inner world. The heart and mind communicate with each other, connecting with the heaven and earth. Zhong Yangming and his daughter were dumbfounded. This concept was simply inconceivable in their understanding. Xiao Tian shouted, all right, continue practicing. Your fatigue means you've just started getting into the groove. The real mental grind starts now. Seeing Zhong Yangming trembling uncontrollably, Xiao Tian couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. Zhong Yangming is actually a once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy. The title of heavy armored cavalry will probably spread far and wide before long. Meanwhile, at the residence of Chancellor Liu Yutian, who had been plotting to kill Xiao Tian, Liu Yutian was reviewing official documents. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. In the next second, a masked man appeared before him. The masked man respectfully presented a sealed letter. Sir, please take a look. Liu Yutian took the letter, his expression turning somber. Is there an issue with the Empire? They've actually sent someone to deliver a message directly. This is absolutely outrageous, the masked man quickly explained. Sir, there has been a slight issue in the aftermath of the Black Soul Hall's destruction. Liu Yutian snorted coldly. An issue? What kind of issue could there be? It's probably just the Holy Demon sect sending more people. But the next second, Liu Yutian was stunned. How could this be? That's the Holy Demon sect. He stood up immediately and inquired, how did the leader of the Holy Demon sect die? What about the agreement? The man replied, Sir, the agreement still stands. According to the information provided by the Astral Pavilion, although the leader of the Holy Demon sect is dead, a new leader will soon take his place. Liu Yutian seemed quite shocked. According to the information we have, the Holy Demon sect wasn't completely wiped out. It seems someone else interfered, and the three-party agreement is still intact. Things are very complicated right now and prone to go wrong. Liu Yutian paced back and forth in his chamber, visibly unsettled. We've planned for so many years and expended so much in resources. There mustn't be any mistakes at this final juncture. Rest assured, sir, His Majesty has mentioned that our years of hard work will not go to waste. If the new leader of the Holy Demon sect plays by the rules, all is well. If not, we're prepared for that too. As he said this, the masked man took out a talisman. Liu Yutian was immediately taken aback. What is this? He snatched the talisman. Has His Majesty gone mad? If this talisman is activated, it'll be a do-or-die situation. This is incredibly daring. To bring this here, no wonder someone was sent all this way. Delivering a message was just a ruse. This is the real deal, isn't it? Indeed, the masked man removed his mask and said, His Majesty's verbal order, at worst, it's a do-or-die situation. Liu Yutian was stunned. He actually sent you? It seems His Majesty is prepared for a battle of no return. He spoke coldly. Who else came with you? The man replied, the 4 great Vidras. It looks like we've indeed reached the final juncture. From now on, stay at the place I've prepared and try not to show yourselves. Understood. We are just a backup force and won't take any action unless absolutely necessary. With that, the masked man vanished in a flash, leaving only Lu Yutian standing there. He looked at the secret letter and muttered, 100 years of planning, and yet things are prone to go wrong at the most critical moment. What exactly happened to the Holy Demon Sect? I've spent so many years working for the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Great Flame. There can't be any mistakes now. Xiao Tian walked down the street, and immediately a young man approached, offering him some local snacks. Prince, this is freshly made popcorn flour. Would you like to try some? Xiao Tian took it and asked, has your mother's illness been cured? The young man was overwhelmed with gratitude. Yes, she's better now. If it weren't for the medical expenses you lend us, my mother would have. Never mind. How does the popcorn flour taste? Xiao Tian gave a slight smile. It tastes excellent, but let me correct you. The money was not lent by me, but awarded by Her Majesty the Empress. Keep this in mind. The young man was teary-eyed. Rest assured, Prince, I'll engage in good deeds and won't let you down. As he continued down the road, an old lady approached. Prince, this handkerchief is carefully embroidered by me. Please give it to Her Majesty. If it weren't for you and Her Majesty lending me money, I wouldn't even know where to get money for my stall. Others joined in. Prince, please try these candied hawthorns I made by hand. Prince, this fruit is from my own farm. It's guaranteed to be sweet. Please take some back to try. Calls and praises echoed around him. Xiao Tian walked like the light of righteousness on earth. Countless villagers kept praising. The prince is such a good man. Ever since he married Her Majesty, the moral climate in the capital has been getting better and better. Exactly. Prince is charitable and kind, not associating with evil. Yes, people say that the prince is living off his spouse, but if one can live off their spouse to such an extent, who would object? How about we give Prince a nickname? That sounds like a good idea. Let's call him the Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity. Soon after, in a deserted corner, Xiao Tian sighed deeply. Zhongling and another person quickly asked what was wrong. Xiao Tian turned his head, his face full of gloom. Do you guys have nicknames? Zhongling was the first to answer. Yes, I'm called the Dancing Flame Sword. Back in the day, I fought through various talents across the Great Flame at the 5th level, and Her Majesty bestowed this name upon me. Xiao Tian looked even more miserable, and you, Lu Yan thought for a moment. Before the young general grew up, I was in charge of quelling bandits within the kingdom for a period. People called me the Hawk Dog under the Emperor. Hearing this, Xiao Tian was completely disheartened. Damn it, why do their nicknames sound so cool, while mine is the Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity? What kind of ridiculous name is that? Zhongling and Lu Yan looked at the dispirited figure of Xiao Tian. They didn't understand what had wronged him so deeply. They could only catch up quickly. Xiao Tian didn't notice that there was a beggar in the corner. As he walked past her, the female beggar lowered her head even more. Lu Yan felt a sense of unease. It looks like Prince really is in a bad mood. He even ignored a beggar and didn't give any money. After the three left, the female beggar quietly lifted her head, watching their retreating figures, and muttered, I didn't expect to find such a talented woman in a place like this. Quite surprising. Not long after, the three arrived at the Green Flame Town distillery. The village head kept expressing gratitude. Prince, you truly are the savior of Green Flame Town. Not only did you fund the road construction, but you also introduced the Green Flame Empress wine. Additionally, you leased the southeast region of the Green Flame Mountain, breeding wild pigs, chickens, ducks, and other livestock, especially the wild pig meat. It has become the second iconic product of Green Flame Town following the Green Flame Empress wine. It's often in high demand. Xiao Tian felt a surge of pride. Those were the wild pigs he had protected with various formations around the mountain. The taste was simply indescribable. He told the village head, it's nothing. Everything I did was for the betterment of the town. I'm here to collect some wine and also head to the livestock farm on the southeast side of Green Flame Mountain to pick a pig for a feast. As he firmly held his hand, Xiao Tian thought, let go of me. I want meat and wine. Don't stop me. Zhong Yangming is waiting to cook for me. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly heard a distant voice. How is this possible? It's just a pig farm. Why are there so many formations? What's with this formation? Unable to control himself, Xiao Tian roared. What's wrong with this world? In broad daylight, a young woman is up to such mischief. He sped off, shouting to his companions, wait here, I'll be right back. How dare they try to steal my pigs? Meanwhile, inside the formation at the pig farm, a woman was suspended in the air. This ancient formation is so annoying. I don't know how old it is, but it's so sturdy, it'll probably take hours for me to break free. I just wanted to taste the legendary Green Flame Mountain pork. Why is it so hard? I, the Demon Clan Empress, am stuck here. Suddenly, rapid footsteps approached. The woman was stunned. How can an ordinary person run so fast? Xiao Tian curiously looked at her. Isn't this the beggar I saw on the road earlier? But speaking of which, since when do beggars eat so well? Feeling Xiao Tian's gaze, Luo Fengyuan's face turned red, and she shouted, get lost. You stinky man. What are you looking at? A moment later, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. This is my fault. I've caused you unnecessary suffering. Stepping forward, he reached out to touch the ancient formation. Startled, Luo Fengyuan quickly shouted, "Don't touch it. This formation is dangerous." Yet in the next second, the formation unraveled in Xiao Tian's hands like soft ropes being pulled apart. Luo Fengyuan, no longer restrained, landed beside Xiao Tian. He chuckled. "Relax. This is just the second tear. Low-grade formation I had someone set up. See how thin these lines are? They're easy to undo. I apologize for my previous neglect due to my bad mood. If I had assisted you earlier, you wouldn't have been desperate enough to sneak up the mountain to steal a pig and get caught in the formation." Luo Fengyuan was stunned. Xiao Tian then took out a stack of silver notes and asked, "Is there anything else you need help with?" Still in shock, Luo Fengyuan inquired, "Are you very rich?" He hesitated. "Well, I guess I am." Luo Fengyuan's face turned slightly red then. "Would you consider supporting me?" Now it was Xiao Tian's turn to be stunned. He looked her over, thinking, the world really has changed. Such a lovely girl first resorts to begging, then stealing, and now even considers selling herself and her soul. Is this how Luo Aodin governs his country? Luo Fengyuan, on the other hand, wondered, is he angry? I just saw how effortlessly he broke the constraints of the ancient formation. My approach is also related to the trilateral agreement. Why is he so peculiar in his thoughts? He wouldn't reject me, would he? He has no right to refuse me. Thinking this, Luo Fengyuan wiped the mud off her face and flicked her long hair, laughing. I am still very attractive. If I clean up and stay by your side, I won't embarrass you and will be very obedient. Seeing Xiao Tian staring intently at her, Luo Fengyuan giggled to herself. Indeed, no man could resist. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly slapped Luo Fengyuan on the head and shouted word by word, "Stay away. If the Empress finds out, my peaceful life will be over." Luo Fengyuan held her head, utterly stunned. Damn it, there's actually a man who can reject me, and he's done it twice. But this pain, I kind of want to feel it again. She looked at him with a longing expression. Xiao Tian was completely baffled. Is this girl a little off? Why does she seem so happy even after I hit her? He squatted down and patiently explained, "Young lady, this kind of thinking isn't right, you know? As humans, we should strive to live positively and face the sunshine. How can you be so self-deprecating? If you're facing difficulties, you can talk to me about them." Without hesitation, Luo Fengyuan said, "No, I want to experience the feeling of getting something for nothing." Hearing this, Xiao Tian, who was initially trying to comfort her, clenched his fist in anger. Not listening to advice? I'm telling you to live a proper life, not to have such wild fantasies. Can't you understand? As he spoke, Xiao Tian once again landed a punch on her head. Unexpectedly, Luo Fengyuan's face was filled with joy, and she said with a look of enjoyment, "Oh, how strange. Why can't this concubine understand?" Xiao Tian was about to scold. How can you possibly not understand? But in the next second, it seemed as if he had realized something, and his face was suddenly covered in cold sweat. Could it be this girl has awakened some strange fetish? Xiao Tian was terrified. If the Empress finds out, I'm probably going to be kicked out. Seeing the woman acting so clingy, he cautiously offered, "How about I take you home to find your parents?" But to his surprise, the beggar woman, with a face full of sorrow, responded, "My parents killed each other, they're both gone." Feeling helpless, Xiao Tian tried to persuade her, "Can you at least heed my advice and lead a good life?" With a lovesick expression, the beggar woman cooed. This concubine doesn't understand. Annoyed by her behavior, Xiao Tian was about to slap her, thinking, she's really beyond redemption. She's driving me crazy. But just as his hand was about to hit her, he held back. He thought to himself, I can't slap her. She seems to enjoy it. As expected, the beggar woman looked up at him with an expectant look, not dodging his move at all. Frustrated, Xiao Tian punched the ground. What misfortune. I just wanted to enjoy some wild boar meat, and now I've got this mess on my hands. Not long after, at the Green Flametown distillery, the village head spotted someone approaching. Ha! Is that Prince? Xiong Ling and Lu Yan were taken aback. They quickly followed the direction the village head was pointing and exclaimed, Wow! Did Prince bring back a beautiful beggar woman? The beggar woman, with a love-struck expression, shamelessly asked Xiao Tian, This concubine is so tired. Can you carry me on your back? Xiao Tian immediately turned and snapped at her. Shut up. Walk on your own. Hearing this, the beggar woman once again showed that provoking expression, replying, This concubine understands now. The village head, along with Xiong Ling and Lu Yan, were left stunned. Wasn't Prince going to catch the pig thief? Why did he bring back such a peculiar beggar woman? Does Prince always have such a temper? It wasn't until the two approached that Lu Yan finally pointed at the beggar woman and asked, Prince, who is this? Xiao Tian immediately handed the beggar woman over to the village head. Please, make sure to find her a job at the women's packaging factory. Keep a close eye on her. She needs to undergo labor reform and understand the meaning of self-reliance. She should create her own future with her own hands through hard work. As he spoke, he couldn't help but slap the beggar woman on the head again. Did you hear me? The beggar woman, with a face full of joy, responded. This concubine understands. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiongling and Lu Yen felt completely dumbfounded. What's with this woman? At this moment, Xiao Tian wanted to leave immediately. After instructing the village head to arrange everything, he bolted. The village head looked somewhat uneasy. I didn't expect Prince, who has an empress, to be so audacious. Luckily, there was a residence that the townspeople had built as a gift for the prince. It came in handy now. All Xiao Tian could think was, women are so annoying. I need a drink. I want to eat the food made by Xiong Yangming to console my wounded soul. Soon, the beggar woman was settled in the house. She sat by a stone table, lost in thought. That Xiao Tian is interesting. Since my parents passed away when I was young, no one has dared to hit or scold me like that. But this feeling of being disciplined, it's quite nice. If Xiao Tian saw her expression now, he would probably have nightmares tonight. Suddenly, the woman's face turned cold. In a flash, several figures landed in front of her. It turned out they were 3 women from the demon clan. The leader was named the eldest. All 3 simultaneously addressed the beggar woman, Empress. The woman, with an authoritative presence, was none other than the Empress of the demon clan. At that moment, in a secluded palace within the royal city, 3 subordinates of Luo Fengyuan arrived upon hearing the news. Ensuring there was no one around, Luo Fengyuan transformed back to her true appearance before addressing the 3. How are things progressing? One of them reported. Empress, the tripartite agreement drafted by the holy demon sect, Black Soul Hall, an Eastern Flame Kingdom to divide the fate of the Great Flame Dynasty is still ongoing. The holy demon sect, mentioned in the agreement, was founded by your 18th royal brother. Thus, it's logical for us to take over the agreement. Luo Fengyuan sighed. My 18th brother was indeed competent. If our parents hadn't instigated a war over the throne, leading the primordial demon kingdom into a decade-long civil war, they wouldn't have died at each other's hands. I had to fight with my siblings for the throne to survive, resulting in the fate becoming unstable. I suspect the agreement was something my 18th brother intended to use after his ascension. Now, with Black Soul Hall severely weakened, they're of limited assistance. Our strategy remains: win over the hearts of the people of the Great Flame Dynasty using resources. Use the resources I've brought to benefit the common folk. Upon hearing this, the 3 subordinates began discussing among themselves. We could simply provide charity. That won't work, another interjected. Given the intangible nature of fate, directly pouring resources isn't effective. Why not invest? The Green Flame Town, where Empress is hiding, is a good example. That's too slow, another countered. Our hidden identities mean we can't easily take action. The high officials of the Great Flame Dynasty, the insiders from Eastern Flame Kingdom within the Great Flame, are the highest-ranking officials. They will sabotage our efforts. It's a pity that Black Soul Hall once secretly sent people to the Great Flame amidst chaos. That was a brilliant idea. That fool named by Qing Lian unnecessarily provoked such a formidable enemy. He deserves to die. The 3 kept chattering and discussing, but Luo Fengyuan's mind was filled with images of Xiao Tian and that man named Wu Haobao. How dare he encourage us to provoke the King of Hell? He deserved to have his head burst open by Empress. Unable to stand their incessant chatter, Luo Fengyuan interjected. Enough. You've been arguing for so long without a solution. Tomorrow, head to the royal city to gather more information, and while you're at it, find out more about this Xiao Tian. As she spoke, a mist rose from Luo Fengyuan's hand, gradually taking the shape of Xiao Tian. Recognizing the familiar face, the 3 witches exclaimed in surprise. The supreme benevolent sugar baby deity, Luo Fengyuan, was taken aback. What? What deity? The eldest among the 3 witches explained. Empress. This Xiao Tian is the husband of the Great Flame Empress and the current prince. He's an ordinary man with a unique, captivating charm that has bewitched the Great Flame Empress, Ji Ruoyan. He even foiled the plans of Luo Tian from the Eastern Flame Kingdom. However, he is indeed a good person. The prosperity of Green Flame Town is in no small part due to him. The nickname, Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity, is what the city folk have fondly named him. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan felt a pang of jealousy. Someone got to him before I did. How can I get him for myself, to support me and give me 5 royal children? She imagined Xiao Tian holding her in his arms in front of the Great Flame Empress. The mere thought made her feel elated. No, if the Great Flame Empress finds out I'm supporting him, he might get worried and scared. But what of it? He has already been supported by the Great Flame Empress. Why can't I? With this realization, Luo Fengyuan suddenly stood up. I've been wrong from the very beginning. The 3 witches looked at her in confusion. Empress, what did you get wrong? With a sweet smile on her face, Luo Fengyuan pointed to Xiao Tian and declared, I want to support him. The 3 witches felt a chill run down their spines. Wait, Why are you joining this drama? The revered ruler of the primordial demon kingdom, with the noble blood of the holy demon clan, wants to support an ordinary human man? Empress, are you joking with us? Luo Fengyuan giggled. Would I joke about such a significant matter in my life? Do you believe in love at first sight? The three shook their heads. That's just a made-up thing. But Luo Fengyuan was completely lost in her own world. Coincidentally, I believe in it. The three were utterly flabbergasted. Empress, have you chosen to become selectively blind and deaf? You don't know, but this Xiao Tian suits me well. He's exactly my type. Not only is he kind, but he also scolds and punishes me. Oh wow. I can't remember the last time I was disciplined. Don't you think that feeling is wonderful? You need to help me figure out a way to get him. This courtyard will do as our wedding chamber for our wedding night. You can decorate it while you're at it. The three witches felt they had never been so shocked in their lives. Good heavens, Xiao Tian, with his enchanting beauty, has such a terrifying charm. He captivated the great flame Empress, who never showed interest in men. And now the Empress, who has always been irritated with men since she was young, is smitten by him. However, at the moment, Xiao Tian looked worried, unable to understand why the female beggar wanted him to support her. It felt so strange. Seeing Xiao Tian unmoving in front of a table full of food, Zhongling sensed something was off. Prince, what's wrong? Lu Yan shook her head. I'm not sure. He's been like this since you went to deliver food to General Zhong. I don't know what he's thinking. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhong Yangming approached with a dish, smiling. Done. The final 5-colored pagoda dish is ready. Drawn in by the aroma, Xiao Tian turned his attention to the dish. With a confident expression, Zhong Yangming introduced Prince. This new dish is crafted from the now famous Green Flame Mountain specialties. Green Flame Pork, Green Flame Lamb, Green Flame Chicken, Green Flame Duck, and Green Flame Fish. The 5 colors are derived from 5 different colored, aromatic mystical herbs, which are used as a coating. The meat is first fried, then steamed, and fried again. Xiao Tian leaned in to take a sniff, and instantly, his mouth started watering. Well, Prince, care to have a taste? Without hesitation, Xiao Tian picked up a piece of meat from the top and popped it into his mouth as he relished the flavor dancing on his taste buds. He couldn't help but exclaim, a minister of revenue who doesn't practice martial arts truly makes an excellent chef. With such delicious food, why was I even sulking? Immediately, he began to devour the food, returning to his old self of heartily eating meat and guzzling down drinks. Zhongling and Lu Yan watched, their eyes wide with astonishment. That's the prince we know. Soon after, Xiao Tian let out a satisfied burp. Zhongling stared at him with a puzzled expression. Noticing her gaze, Xiao Tian inquired, is there something you want to say? Zhongling finally spoke up. Prince, what were you brooding over earlier? Holding a cup of hot tea, Xiao Tian responded, if I tell you, you almost promised not to laugh. The trio nodded immediately. Taking a breath, Xiao Tian continued, today, someone asked me to support her. Isn't that strange? Before Xiao Tian could finish, Zhong Yangming burst out laughing, causing Xiao Tian to frown immediately. You promised not to laugh. What are you doing? Zhong Yangming quickly explained, my apologies, Prince. I had some food residue in my mouth and was just trying to spit it out. Please continue. Resuming his story, Xiao Tian recounted his encounter with the female beggar. I already said I'd help her be self-sufficient, but she insisted that I support her. Tell me, have you ever heard of someone so determined to be taken care of by someone else? Lu Yan couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing, trying to duck under the table to hide. Xiao Tian, visibly annoyed, asked, what are you doing? Hiding your head like that thinking I can't see you. Lu Yan, still under the table, responded with his shoulders heaving. Prince, you've misunderstood. I was just stretching after our martial arts session. Xiao Tian abruptly stood up, thumping his chest with a serious expression. I'm being very serious here. This matter concerns my reputation. Upon hearing this, Zhongling finally broke into laughter. Infuriated, Xiao Tian slapped the table. Darn it, you little brat. I've been patient with you for far too long. Moments later, from the courtyard came the muffled sounds of 3 thuds. The trio stood with bumps on their heads, mentally grumbling, it's clearly the prince's fault, with a title like Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity. Who wouldn't laugh when someone asked him for financial support? Shortly after, Xiao Tian, accompanied by Lu Yan, headed back to the palace. On their way back, Xiao Tian suddenly chuckled. Concerned, Lu Yan quickly asked, what's the matter? Staring ahead, Xiao Tian responded, just reminiscing, it feels so good to be in the light like this. Who said those who dwell in darkness wouldn't yearn for light? Xiao Tian, feeling rather bored, lay down on his bed, sensing that the system was possibly upgrading. He lamented not being able to watch any shows. Resigned, he picked up a book and decided to read and accompany his rich wife, the Empress, while she worked. Seeing the Emperor's chronicle, he was astonished at the events recorded within. Where did my father-in-law get the spirit stone from the old archive? Did I overlook something? Noticing Xiao Tian's distraction, the Empress turned to ask, "What's on your mind?" Closing the book, Xiao Tian replied, "Just thinking." The Empress grinned. "Was the meat you brought to the palace last night the famous green flame pork everyone's talking about?" "Yes, even those vegetables come from Green Flame Mountain. It's a treasure trove. With the right formations, vegetables grow incredibly fast there, though it's costly since they burn spirit stones." The Empress smiled broadly. "No wonder even last night's fruits and vegetables tasted exceptional. But someone in the court filed a complaint against you. It's one of Lu Outyan's subordinates, accusing you of inflating market prices and taking advantage of the people." Looking disdainful, Xiao Tian responded, "My wife is the Empress. File all the complaints you want." At that moment, the Empress continued, "However, your green flame pork really is expensive. The Great Flame Treasure Notes actually lists them at 100,000 taels each. Isn't that too much? If you're sure on funds, just ask me." Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It's not simply about the price, it's the principle of scarcity that drives the price up. Raising these pigs isn't easy. I've invested heavily in setting up the formation and feeding them with various rare ingredients. I even had people drive them around to ensure they get enough exercise. Given the unique environment of Green Flame Mountain, the price of the green flame pork is justified." Suddenly animated, Xiao Tian asked, "Your Majesty, can you tell me who this imperial historian is? I'd like to have a word with him." The Empress smirked. "Are you planning on reasoning with him, or are you planning to bully him again?" Xiao Tian immediately protested, raising his hands defensively. "Your Majesty, I have no such intentions." The Empress, with a teasing smile, replied, "I won't be fooled by you again. Last time, someone from the Ministry of Works accused you of overpricing your liquor. In response, you and Zhongling targeted Lu Shimei, blaming him as the mastermind behind the accusation. This led to him going to the Prime Minister's mansion to apologize, creating quite the commotion. Given the scale of the incident, how do you think we should handle it?" Hearing this, Xiao Tian assumed a submissive posture. "I am aware of my mistakes. Your Majesty, please punish me accordingly." Clearing her throat, the Empress playfully said, "All right, I will punish you." "Really?" Seeing Xiao Tian's dejected look, she continued with a smile, "Your punishment will be to inspect Green Flame Mountain and select the best pig, and tonight, you'll accompany me for a few drinks." Xiao Tian's face lit up in joy. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will definitely pick the best one. I knew my wife wouldn't really punish me. I must select the best pig to accompany our drinks tonight." But then, a sudden realization hit him. "Wait a minute, green flame pig?" Xiao Tian suddenly began to daydream. Luo Fengyuan was hugging a pig, muttering to himself, "You, Prince, I'd rather steal your pig, you fool. Looking for financial support from you? It's more worthwhile to just steal your pig." Xiao Tian cursed inwardly. "I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted. Now, with the green flame pigs being so valuable, stealing one would mean living without worries. Stealing two would mean living comfortably for half a lifetime, and stealing a few more would mean immense wealth. Relying on the infamous sugar baby prince for financial support, she's definitely trying to deceive me. She just wants to steal my pigs." Seeing Xiao Tian's distraught expression, the Empress asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Without a word, Xiao Tian flung open the door and ran out, shouting back, "Wait, my dear, someone's trying to steal my pigs." The Empress was left unfounded. Stealing pigs? Seriously? While Luo Fengyuan was discussing with his subordinates, Xiao Tian burst into the room. The Empress was taken aback. Why did he suddenly appear? "I'm not prepared yet, and I wonder how he feels about the outfit I'm wearing now. Will he dislike it?" Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was staring at Luo Fengyuan's extravagant appearance, lost in thought. He assumed that in just one night, Luo Fengyuan had sold all the pigs and used the money to buy such fancy clothes. Both Luo Fengyuan and his subordinates were puzzled. "Can he tell we're from the demon clan?" With gritted teeth, Xiao Tian angrily exclaimed, "I thought life must have been tough for you, being a female beggar and all. I didn't expect you to repay my trust like this. You sold all the pigs?" Luo Fengyuan stared blankly at him for a moment, realizing he was mistaken about the stolen pigs, but she couldn't help but think he looks so handsome when he's angry. Smiling, Luo Fengyuan explained, "Why would I? Regular livestock only fetches a small price. This concubine doesn't even bother with such." Hearing this, Xiao Tian became even more infuriated. Only worth a small price, Xiao Tian swiftly pulled out an object from his storage ring, an abacus. "Look here," he said, beginning to calculate rapidly. "In the Imperial City, a green flame pig costs 100,000 Great Flame Treasure Notes, equivalent to 100 spirit stones. Selling all the green flame pigs on this mountain would fetch at least tens of thousands of spirit stones." Luo Fengyuan smiled faintly. "Tens of thousands of spirit stones are just a drop in the bucket for this concubine." She motioned to one of her attendants, the eldest, "Bring out the gift." On command, a woman behind her nodded. The next second, a large box filled with dazzling spirit stones was placed in front of Xiao Tian. The woman explained, the Great Flame Dynasty mainly uses low-grade spirit stones. What you see here are 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, compressed from spiritual energy, equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. We offer them to you. Xiao Tian was left flabbergasted. What's going on? She was a beggar just yesterday. How is she now exuding an aura of immense wealth? He scrutinized Luo Fengyuan and her entourage. Is this really the female beggar from yesterday? The bust size seems similar, but in this world, there are countless ways to impersonate someone. I can't just rely on that alone to identify her. I need to be sure. What if they're trying to harm me? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Xiao Tian leaned in, demanding, have you been deceiving me this whole time? Did you find amusement in exploiting my kindness? Luo Fengyuan was taken aback by his sudden confrontation, but before she could answer, Xiao Tian's hand swiftly chopped her head, akin to the gesture he made previously. True to form, Luo Fengyuan once again revealed an expression of pleasure, saying, there were reasons for my actions. This concubine had no other choice. Xiao Tian was momentarily speechless. It was indeed her. After gathering his thoughts, he finally managed to ask, how did this transformation happen? Just yesterday you were a beggar, and now you're suddenly wealthy? What's going on? Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan grabbed Xiao Tian's arm and led him to a stone bench. She began, this concubine's surname is Luo Fengyuan. I belong to the demon clan. If there's nothing else, I should take my leave. However, Luo Fengyuan quickly grasped his hand. There's an urgent matter. I am the eldest princess of Abyssaline Kingdom. Our nation faced a great calamity, and my father ordered me to safeguard the royal treasury and seek refuge in foreign lands. I possess limited powers. To restore our kingdom, I need to practice an ancestral technique which requires a male partner. Our encounter yesterday was a test. I need a husband to trust and join me in our mission of restoration. Now, you are the one I've been searching for. Xiao Tian was dumbfounded. Does every citizen in Great Flame possess prophetic powers? Have I truly become the sugar baby deity? How is it that by randomly helping a beggar, I get offered riches and affection? He felt conflicted. No, I can't become like this. He told Luo Fengyuan, I am the rightful prince, officially wedded to the current Great Flame Empress. I cannot serve two women. It wouldn't be fair to either Shi Ruoyan or you. Moreover, money doesn't solve everything. The Great Flame Empress is wealthier than you. Has she ever flaunted it? No. Also, I, Xiao Tian, am not a greedy person. Please take back these spirit stones. Use them as capital for restoring your nation. It's not wise to waste them. At his refusal, Luo Fengyuan's infatuation flared. What's there to waste? I am much wealthier than that Great Flame Empress. These few spirit stones are nothing. Xiao Tian, trying to remain patient, responded, as a princess of a fallen kingdom. Even if you possess its treasury, it's still the treasury of a fallen kingdom. How wealthy can it be? You might not know, but if we calculate based on the value of these mid-grade spirit stones, the private treasury of the Great Flame Empress would be at least 100 million, Xiao Tian stated. Before his words could settle, Luo Fengyuan opened her secret vault. It was filled to the brim with spirit stones. She responded, yet, if we were to evaluate the wealth within this concubine's vault in terms of mid-grade spirit stones, it's several hundred billion. Hearing this, Xiao Tian felt a shiver down his spine. Damn, she has outdone herself. It's outrageous. His vault, big as it is, seems more formidable than even my father-in-law's old treasury, not to mention the dazzling spirit stones inside. It does make sense. If she wasn't this affluent, her cup size probably won't grow that big. Turning his head, Xiao Tian addressed Luo Fengyuan. Although you are far wealthier than Ji Ruoyan, as I said earlier, money can't solve everything. I'm quite comfortable and happy in Great Flame. So, as he spoke, Xiao Tian suddenly raised his hand, looking like he was about to strike. Luo Fengyuan instantly adopted a hopeful, smitten look. However, the next moment, he halted his hand and explained with a laugh, so, you're just too late. And by the way, don't be so naive in the future. Who displays their entire wealth like that? Hearing Xiao Tian's mildly concerned words, Luo Fengyuan felt completely captivated. She covered her flushed cheeks and said sentimentally, this concubine feels even more attracted to you now, even if rejected 3,000 times. This concubine will not give up. Speechless, Xiao Tian thought, oh no, I forgot about this newly awakened trait of hers. Luo Fengyuan giggled behind her hand before reassuringly adding, this concubine won't make it too hard for Brother Xiao. Why don't we spend some time together? Just be normal friends, okay? What do you mean by normal friends? Just normal friends, chatting, talking, regular interactions. But it might take up some of your time. So, how about this concubine gives you 1,000,000 spirit stones every month as compensation for our chats? What do you say? Xiao Tian was left astounded. 1,000,000 spirit stones? My goodness, she truly is a wealthy woman. She's spending lavishly. But no, I can't be corrupted by money. That's the capital you need for reclaiming your kingdom. How can you just give it to me? It's not right. Luo Fengyuan pondered for a moment. Brother Xiao, you love doing good deeds, helping the people of the Great Flame Dynasty, right? But in such a vast kingdom, can you really help everyone? Hearing this, Xiao Tian became a bit agitated. What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Hearing his response, Luo Fengyuan's quirky side flared up again. Oh, how dare I? It's just a small suggestion. With these million spirit stones, you can assist more citizens of Great Flame. As their lives improve and the nation strengthens, they can also help our abyssal and kingdom reclaim its throne. Plus, you've always advised this concubine to be virtuous. Isn't this a great opportunity? Please, for the people of Great Flame, accept this. Listening to her, Xiao Tian fell silent. Just for chatting, he could receive 1,000,000 stones as charity funds. Talking isn't as demanding as fighting or killing. He's often idle anyway. Just a bit of talk to benefit the Great Flame Dynasty and repay Empress Surian seemed okay. He'd make a small sacrifice. With that thought, Xiao Tian picked up the box and said, I accept this on behalf of the people of Great Flame. Seeing him agree, Luo Fengyuan excitedly grabbed his arm. So, Brother Xiao, can you chat with this concubine now? Is that okay? Wait, don't cling to me like that. It's too tight and uncomfortable. We agreed to just chat. Why are you getting all touchy? Are you trying to take advantage of me? No, this is too much of a loss. Unless Luo Fengyuan paused. Unless what? Xiao Tian, with an air of righteousness, declared, you'll have to pay more. Shortly after Xiao Tian left, Demon Clan Empress Luo Fengyuan, looking despondent, leaned against a table. Suddenly, she murmured, it's only been a minute since Brother Xiao left, and I already miss him. Her subordinates were left speechless. They thought, our Empress is beyond hope now. Just then, two figures uninvitedly appeared in the courtyard. It was none other than the Prime Minister of Great Flame, Lu Aodin, and his son, Lu Shimei. Lu Aodin slowly began. Are you the new leader of the Holy Demon Sect? Luo Fengyuan remained silent. Lu Shimei, on the other hand, eyed her captivating formless obviously. What a stunningly seductive woman. Not just her face, but her figure is outrageously splendid. Suddenly, there was a soft thud. Lu Shimei instantly fell to his knees, covering his bleeding eyes, crying out in pain. The attacker was Luo Fengyuan. With a face full of disdain, she declared such a nauseating gaze. How dare you look at me that way? The eldest, Empress commandant emotionlessly, crush this disgusting bug for me. On her command, the eldest zoomed towards Lu Shimei, an overwhelming power emanating from him. Seeing this, Lu Aodin hastily stood in front of his son. Holy Demon Sect leader, what do you think you're doing? The eldest, without replying, directly stomped down. Lu Aodin gritted his teeth, raising his hand in defense. As their powers collided, thunder and lightning echoed above. Lu Aodin was evidently weaker, being pushed back by several meters. He shouted at Luo Fengyuan, new leader of the sect, are you trying to breach the tripartite agreement? Luo Fengyuan silently scoffed in her mind. Who do you think you are? The eldest continued his onslaught. As Lu Aodin tried to fend him off, he shouted, what exactly do you want, leader of the Holy Demon Sect? The primordial embryo is about to mature. 100 years of planning is at stake right now. Do you wish to see it all go to waste at the last moment? Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan finally commanded the eldest. Immediately, the eldest halted his attack and stood behind Luo Fengyuan. Lu Aodin, frantic, examined his son's injuries and thought, this woman has gone mad. What does she want? Luo Fengyuan retorted, what do you intend by barging in uninvited? I heard that people from the Holy Demon Sect have arrived in Great Flame. I just wanted to meet. Lu Aodin replied. The second and the third both sneered. Meet? The third added, didn't anyone teach you to knock before entering? Your son is ill-mannered, staring blatantly at our leader. Who does he think he is? Is he worthy? Lu Aodin was furious but knew he had to calm down and resolve the situation. Acting impulsively might ruin bigger plans. He then respectfully said, what can I do to make amends? Please be clear. Luo Fengyuan pondered for a moment. If you want this matter settled, it's simple. The legitimate prince of your empress, Xiao Tian, has caught my eye. Whenever you meet him, you must greet him respectfully, not make things difficult for him, and assist him in every way. If anything happens to him, I won't hesitate to turn against the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion. I won't play along anymore. With that said, Luo Fengyuan suddenly released an overpowering aura, forcing Lu Aodin to step back several paces. What shocked Lu Aodin the most, however, was her demand. He thought, what on earth? This overbearing new leader of the Holy Demon Sect. What is she saying? To save my son's life and resolve this matter, I must look out for that. Pretty boy. Prime Minister Lu Aodin was completely taken aback. He couldn't help but mentally complain. Xiao Tian, how blind was I? You're not just any ordinary person. You're a charming man who can turn the world upside down. Unfortunately, he is quite handsome and has an indescribable charisma that makes people feel attracted and close to him. Wait, Lu Aotin's face turned red as he realized his own thoughts. He slapped himself hard. What dangerous thoughts am I having? Charming man indeed. Demon Clan Empress Luo Fengyuan shot him a stern glance. Have you made up your mind? Playing the victim won't work on me. Lu Aotin hurriedly agreed, yet Luo Fengyuan looked down at him, intimidatingly saying, remember not to expose me if the Shao Tian I've got my eyes on gets away because of you. You know the consequences. Now, get out. Hearing her command, Lu Aotin swiftly carried his blind son and leapt away, seething with anger. This was the most humiliating experience he'd had since he became the Prime Minister of Great Flame. Moreover, he'd now have to greet Shao Tian with a smile. Back at the Prime Minister's mansion, Lu Aotin was livid. It's all your fault. You almost ruined years of planning. He furiously threw his son onto the ground. If I had the time, I'd rather strangle you and have another child. Lu Shimei harbored his own resentment. It's because of your incompetence that my eyes are now damaged. Sooner or later, I'll kill you, old man. Elsewhere, Luo Fengyuan was daydreaming. She imagined that once Shao Tian found out about all the things she did for him behind the scenes, he'd abandoned Ji Ruoyan and rushed into her arms, smiling to herself. She muttered, when that day comes, I might even allow Ji Ruoyan to be a concubine. He nodded. The eldest looked at the daydreaming Empress inside, thinking, there's truly no hope for the Empress. She's completely lost it. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace's sleeping chambers, Shao Tian lay on his bed, sighing out of boredom. I wonder when the puppy system will finish its upgrade. I'm not used to sleeping without its sleep mode. Incidentally, a system notification came in. Respected master, system upgrade has been completed. Shao Tian blinked in surprise. Finally, you're back. Yes, master. Sorry for the wait. Shortly after, Shao Tian's body slowly lifted off the ground, and in the next moment, he found himself inside the system's space. A soft, delicate voice greeted him. Master, how may I assist you? Shao Tian was taken aback, for before him stood a young, vibrant, and adorable girl. He stared in astonishment. Are you Puppy? The girl nodded. Yes, master. How did you turn into this? Puppy then explained. I am your servant, residing within you. Over time, I evolved and upgraded, revealing this form. You can understand this as my true appearance. As for my attire, it was formed based on your preferences, which I discerned from your data when the sleep mode was active. I chose this look to please you. Shao Tian hurriedly defended himself. What nonsense are you talking about? How could these be my preferences? Puppy just smiled, her silence speaking volumes. Seeing this, Shao Tian turned away. Never mind. I just want to sleep. Remember to activate the sleep mode. Hearing this, Puppy nodded in agreement. With the wave of her hand, an interface appeared before her. She began operating it, and one more thing switched from white stockings to black ones. I prefer black, and you said you summarized my preferences. Clearly, you got it wrong. Puppy chuckled softly. As you wish, master. Everything will be as you desire. Puppy promptly summoned an interface that read, Sleep mode activated, protecting master's spirit, blocking memory nightmares, memory protection field, using master's power, energy at 100%. As soon as the words faded, a barrier quickly arose. After it was set, Puppy looked adoringly at the sleeping Shao Tian and whispered, Sweet dreams. Memories falling like meteorites were entirely blocked by the force field. Suddenly, a thought struck Puppy. Are those memories which trouble Master's dreams? His memories from Earth? Puppy directly accessed the interface to delve into those memories Shao Tian didn't wish to recall. The scene displayed a massive training base. A young Shao Tian was seen participating in a competition with his dog. Soon, the leader announced the results. Luo Tian, 9 years old, 27th place. Zhou Tian, 10 years old, 8th place. Shao Tian, 6 years old, 1st place. Despite clinching the top spot, Shao Tian seemed indifferent, focusing solely on the puppy beside him. The leader, who was also Shao Tian's adoptive father, approached and ruffled his hair, asking if there was any reward he desired. Shao Tian shook his head, expressing he wanted nothing. The leader then turned to the puppy. I heard you train this dog yourself. Very well done. Shao Tian finally smiled. He's very obedient and smart. With hard training, he can always be number one. The leader patted the dog, noticing the bond between them. I've never heard you talk this much about anything before. What's his name? Shao Tian replied with a soft smile. His name is Puppy, my companion. With these words, the spirited puppy immediately jumped into his embrace. Watching the harmonious scene, the leader's expression turned solemn. Even though you're young, I think it's time for your first task. Shao Tian immediately stood at attention, awaiting his orders. To his surprise, the leader handed him a gun, pointing at his beloved white dog. He coldly ordered, kill it. The memory shattered abruptly at this point, leaving the ending unknown. After witnessing these events, System Puppy seemed lost in thought. After a moment, she knelt beside the sleeping Xiao Tian, gently placing his head on her lap. Looking down at him, she softly murmured, "Honored master, I truly cherish this name." On this bright morning, Xiao Tian yawned as he prepared to attend the morning court. He was irritated at the thought of joining the ministers in the main hall to discuss proposals, especially the one about building a welfare institution. He had to wait for Empress Zi Ruoyan's approval. If it weren't for the primary sponsor's insistence, he wouldn't have wanted to come at all. That sponsor was the demon clan Empress, whom Xiao Tian had only recently met. She gave him 3 million spirit stones every month just for chatting with her. These were to be used to raise his reputation in Great Flame. At this moment, Zhong Yangming and Zhong Lijuang greeted Xiao Tian. Lu Yin turned towards Xiao Tian and greeted, "Greetings, Prince. Did you not rest well last night? I have a calming incense at home, which helps with sleep. After the court session, I'll send some to you." Everyone, including the surrounding officials, was stunned. Even Xiao Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He pointed at Lu Yin and accused, "What are you up to? Poisoning the incense to harm me, offering favors without reason. He's either deceiving or stealing. Maybe I should just get rid of him. Too many witnesses here. It's not the right time." But wait, Lu Yin is essential for Great Flame. Killing him would be problematic for the Empire. And how would the Empress sustain herself? Xiao Tian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Meanwhile, Lu Yin was flabbergasted, wondering, "What did I do? Why would I try to please you if it weren't for that crazy woman? Did Xiao Tian really want to kill me? A mere mortal like him, trying to kill me? Who gave him such courage? I need to stay calm." Thinking this, Lu Yin laughed and explained, "Prince, you misunderstood. I was just thinking of the nation's greater good." He suddenly gave Xiao Tian a thumbs up. "The recent deeds you've done have shown me the kind of person you are. The title Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity truly suits you." Xiao Tian felt his scalp tingle, thinking, "How could you mention that name in front of such a large crowd?" He turned his head, and sure enough, the surrounding officials were covering their mouths, trying to hide their snickers. Damn it. Soon after the morning session ended and the officials departed, the Empress approached Xiao Tian. "What's with Lu Yin's sudden support for you? Have you really not done anything recently?" The Empress was puzzled. Could it be that the Prime Minister genuinely values the Great Flame Dynasty and has a changed perspective after observing Xiao Tian's recent actions? With a disdainful expression, Xiao Tian responded, "I'm just as confused. After waking up, I noticed Lu Yin's attitude changed drastically. Did you not see how brightly he smiled at me before the meeting?" Zhong Yangming was also baffled by Lu Yin's abnormal behavior, adding, "And Lu Shimei suddenly fell ill at home. I wonder if there's any connection." Zhong Lijuang seemed indifferent. "Regardless, we'll face any challenges as they come." Hearing this, Xiao Tian sighed in resignation, but a moment later, he remembered something crucial. "I need to leave now. I'll come back in the afternoon to accompany you in the Imperial study," he said to the Empress as he rushed out. Zhong Yangming quickly called out, "Prince, where are you going? What do you want for lunch?" Without turning back, Xiao Tian replied, "I'm going to make money. I won't be back for lunch." Hearing this, both Zhong Yangming and his wife were utterly confused. What kind of urgent business required him to earn money? The Empress was also puzzled. Had she been giving him too little pocket money recently? He did plan on opening a welfare institution for charity, which must have depleted his funds quickly. Perhaps she should find an excuse to increase his allowance. That night, Xiao Tian was writing in his diary, documenting his experiences in the alternate world. Clear skies. September 15th. The breakfast in the palace remains, as usual, inedible. In the morning, I visited Luo Fenyuan. She insisted on bathing in the hot springs. She also suggested increasing the meal allowance for the welfare institution and even took action on it. I had no choice. Making a sacrifice for a good cause is not shameful. While there, Luo Fenyuan cheerfully asked if I would catch a cold bathing fully clothed, but in the next moment, she looked surprised and covered her mouth. I had a nosebleed. It must be this overly warm and cloudy spring water. Great Flame Log, hot autumn day, September 16th. On my way out of the city, I bumped into Luo Yutian. He kept smiling, spoke softly, and had a strange look in his eyes. I felt uneasy around him, thinking there might be something off about this man. Tonight, I'll need to activate my closed senses to secretly listen if he's plotting anything. Later, when I reached Luo Fenyuan's residence, she told me she had twisted her ankle. "It's painful. Can you massage it for me? I can give you a tip." I frowned, thinking, how dare she think a mere tip would get me to massage her foot? However, in the afternoon, when I handed over 5 million spirit stones to Zhong Yaming, he kept asking where I got the money from. It was annoying. "Just use it. I earned it through labor." I thought, he's going to get extra training tonight for all his questions. Great Flame Log, light rain, autumn, September 17th. I didn't sleep well last night. Keeping my senses closed seems better, as the external noise is too distracting. Late at night, I often hear unsettling noises, especially from that old lecher Luo Yutian. Even at his age, he wants a son. Doesn't he fear his son, Lu Shimei, might disapprove? Today, Luo Fengyuan was a bit too forward. She asked me to accompany her to her room. Naturally, I refused. However, she kept calling me big brother and poking my face. I felt I should teach her a lesson and not let her become too unrestrained, but I think I fell for her trap. She seemed even happier than I was. Darn it, she probably wanted me to scold her. Thankfully, she compensated me for my emotional distress, which I handed over to Zhong Yaming in the afternoon. Zhong Yaming wants to expand the academy to cover the entire Great Flame. Impressive. It's a good idea. Fortunately, Zhong Yaming didn't pester me with questions this time. He just kept mumbling about some decoction of tentonics and mentioned getting some ingredients from the seaside. I'm relieved. Why should a chef have so many queries? Just focus on cooking. Another issue. Ji Ruyan seems very vexed by the core affairs. She got drunk at the prince's residence last night. I had no choice but to let her stay and rest. Sigh. I shouldn't let her drink anymore. Alcohol causes trouble. Great Flame Log. September 18th. Clear day. When I woke up today, I found myself drooling, and Ji Ruyan, who woke up before me, caught me red-handed. Such bad luck. For some reason, Luo Fengyuan overreacted tremendously. She started kicking the wall, shouting, "So what if you're great?" Sneakily taking advantage of others when they're not alert, thinking you can benefit because someone else is not too sharp. What a lame excuse. You can't be the only one to kiss. I only shared the drooling incident with Luo Fengyuan. Why did she react so strongly? It's as if she's the one who's embarrassed, not me. Later, she even tried to sneak a kiss from me, if it weren't for her terrifying expression. Like she wanted to devour me, which scared me into freezing on the spot. She wouldn't have succeeded. I expressed my discontent, saying it was my first kiss. She disrespected me. Yet, she got even angrier and demanded that I carry her around Green Flame Mountain to make amends. Thinking it would be a good opportunity to check on my pigs, I agreed. Arriving at the pig farm, I was astounded. Just a few days apart, and the size of the Green Flame pigs had doubled. I had to look up to see them. The free-ranging Green Flame chickens were also as tall as a person. They could peck open rocks to find food. It seems Green Flame Mountain truly is a geomantic treasure. Since it's so vast, I'm considering raising other things there as well. However, Luo Fengyuan was strange. She had a serious look and kept glancing around. Those glimmers, could they be some sort of treasure? Very odd. While the history of the Great Flame Dynasty has seen many challenges and adversities, it has always reaped significant gains after each ordeal. Where can I even begin to understand all this? However, I drooled again in my sleep today. My mouth tasted sweet. Fortunately, Xiroyan didn't notice. She was busy reviewing official documents. She must be so exhausted. When I woke up, I felt a bit hungry. Sadly, the preserved fruit was too sweet. The palace chefs are really lacking. Even if Zhong Yangming were to cook with his eyes closed, it would still taste better than this. At night, Xiao Tian was reading, pondering, why is the Great Flame Dynasty so peculiar? The barbarian kingdom attacks Great Flame, yet it leads to an expansion of Great Flame's territory. The assassins from the Blood Cloud Tower, who die every time their operation is executed. Their storage rings are terrifyingly rich with resources. The Black Soul Hall and Land of Dark Souls, whenever chaos ensues, causes a massive influx of refugees to the southern borders. Aren't these labor resources? Whatever, I'm tired. Just as Xiao Tian decided to rest, he suddenly saw Xiroyan staggering towards him with a pot of wine in hand. Xiao Tian quickly moved to support her, saying, "Your Majesty, why do you drink when you can't handle alcohol?" Xiroyan, with a dreamy look in her eyes, replied, "In the days to come, I feel the need to drink. It's good to have you by my side to practice my tolerance. Besides, some things are easier to do when drunk, right?" Now, Demon Clan Empress Luo Fengyuan brought over another large box of spirit stones. Xiao Tian was dumbstruck. He estimated there were roughly 100 mid-grade spirit stones inside, equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. How enviable. Money truly is wonderful. Pointing at the spirit stones, he asked Luo Fengyuan, "What's the meaning of this?" Luo Fengyuan, her face filled with excitement, said, "This concubine doesn't just want to chat today. I want you to accompany me for a walk in the mountains, hand in hand, chatting while enjoying the scenic beauty." Xiao Tian immediately slammed the box shut, rebuking her with a stern face. "Nonsense. Didn't you hear a word I said yesterday?" However, Luo Fengyuan responded, "Brother Xiao, everything you do is for the people of the Great Flame Dynasty." Thinking of the orphanage, Xiao Tian had no choice but to agree. "All right, tell me, do you want to hold my left hand or my right hand? And let's make it clear, we can only hold hands. No hugging. Otherwise, I'll be so uncomfortable." Luo Fengyuan blushed, her tone very sweet. "Oh, stop teasing. This concubine didn't mean to make you uncomfortable on purpose. Soon after, the two were walking hand in hand in the woods. Just so you know, Xiao Tian began, after lunch, I have to go back and be with the Empress. Why be with her? Can't you stay a bit longer? What are you doing? Teaching me how to do things. Luo Fenyuan responded playfully, oh my, how would this concubine dare? Meanwhile, in a certain valley, Xiao Tianjie of the Astral Pavilion was observing. What do you see? In the valley was something that looked exactly like Empress Siroyan. Xiao Tianjie slowly said, from the surface, the maturation time of the primordial embryo seems to have advanced. How is that possible? The primordial embryo is born in accordance with the heavens and the earth. Its maturation time is set in stone. It can't change, not even by a minute. The person speaking was Great Flame's Prime Minister, Lu Yutian, but Xiao Tianjie was someone who could see fate with the mocking expression. He told Lu Yutian, you can't see fate. What do you know? Lu Yutian was instantly furious. Xiao Tianjie, can't you speak nicely? Hit me then? Xiao Tianjie taunted, sure, you're much stronger than me, but we all have our realms sealed. Who's afraid of whom? Xiao Tianjie's arrogant demeanor infuriated Lu Yutian, who could only chant to himself, keep the big picture in mind. Xiao Tianjie continued, of course, if you unseal your realm and beat me up, I'll accept it. But do you dare? Upon hearing this, Lu Yutian didn't argue further. I will discuss this matter with your astral pavilion to ascertain the truth. Xiao Tianjie seemed indifferent, going to complain. Go ahead. Regardless of who comes from the astral pavilion, the result will be the same. The development time of the primordial embryo and the time when Empress Siroyan increased her cultivation are set in stone. But the issue is, during that time in the northern border, Siroyan managed to break through and even increased her aptitude. This caused the timeline to advance by a year. Xiao Tianjie was puzzled. It's really strange. Her bloodline and physique are already top-notch. How could she possibly improve further? In that king of hell, which realm did this foolish youngster come from? Making a mess and claiming Great Flame as his nonsense. Suddenly, a female voice intervened. What impact will this advancement have? Xiao Tianjie initially thought she was the sect master of the Holy Demon sect. Lu Yutian glanced at her. No, she is the eldest, a servant by the sect master's side. Xiao Tianjie said with some dissatisfaction, this matter is not a trivial one. If your sect master is around, why isn't she here? Is there something more important than the early emergence of the primordial embryo? The eldest responded nonchalantly, the sect master has an important guest and is naturally unavailable. It's enough for me to handle this matter. Lu Yutian thought to himself, important guest? That madwoman is just entertaining a young pretty boy. What's wrong with her brain? Valuing an ordinary Xiao Tian over the primordial embryo, the three then turned their attention back to the primordial embryo. Xiao Tianjie explained, whether it's good or bad, our astral pavilion has never encountered such a thing. We don't know if the primordial embryo will continue to mature at this accelerated pace or return to its normal speed. It's unfortunate for these people. They might live shorter lives now. Alright, we've seen enough. You can stay here and enjoy yourselves. I'm leaving. With that, Xiao Tianjie turned into a streak of golden light and flew away swiftly. The eldest handed Lu Yutian a bottle of antidote. You've been performing well lately. The sect master is quite pleased. Your son's eye condition isn't healing because he's been poisoned. Take this pill, and he'll be fine. Oh, and act a bit more natural. Prince Xiao mentioned to the sect master more than once that your recent laughter resembles that of a creepy old man, and it makes him uncomfortable. Before Lu Yutian could retort, the eldest quickly flew away, leaving him alone, yelling in frustration. I laugh like a creepy old man. Xiao Tian, you, 10,000 words omitted for brevity. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, with a physique akin to a deity, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he thought, this doesn't make sense. I don't catch colds. Is someone cursing me? Luo Fenyuan seized the opportunity to advise. It must be because you're soaking in a hot spring with your clothes on. Once the wet cloth gets a breeze, you'll feel cold. Listen to this concubine and take off your clothes. Xiao Tian immediately refused. You offer the price, and I'll provide the service. You can't take advantage of me. Moreover, if I remove my clothes and someone sees, it'd be hard to explain. Just then, the warm hot spring water suddenly turned to ice. Xiao Tian was taken aback. Strange. Why does the water feel colder and colder? Luo Fenyuan's eyebrows raised, sensing danger. She grabbed Xiao Tian by his hair and pulled him out of the water, then laughingly addressed someone not far off. Oh dear, after all, he's your husband. Aren't you afraid of freezing him to death? Following her gaze, Xiao Tian realized that the newcomer was none other than his Empress wife, Ji Ruoyan. Holding a longsword with an enraged expression, she shouted, Zhongling, Lu Yan, watch the prince closely. I'm going to kill someone today. Luo Fenyuan seemed completely unfazed, even taunting with a smirk. Your Majesty Ji, such a fiery temper. But do you have the capability? Ji Ruoyan remained expressionless, her body radiating immense spiritual power. Whether I do or not, let's find out. No sooner had she spoken than Ji Ruoyan made the first move, charging fiercely at Luo Fengyuan. The two collided, sending a cloud of dust billowing from the ground, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Luo Fengyuan provocatively said, "Is that all you've got?" With that, she lunged forward, aiming a fierce kick at Ji Ruoyan, who effortlessly blocked it. "You're not that impressive either," she retorted. Such envy between women, as physical combat proved inconclusive, the two started harnessing their spiritual power. Zhongling and the others watched from a distance, occasionally having to fend off the aftermath of their fierce exchanges. Turning to Xiao Tian, they commented, "Prince, seems like you've stirred up trouble. If Her Majesty wants to punish you later, please show some restraint." Xiao Tian was speechless, thinking, "I just wanted to make a little extra money. How did things get to this point? Nothing's ever easy." As it turned out, Empress Ji Ruoyan, having some free time, had visited Green Flame Mountain for a leisurely stroll with Zhongling and Lu Yen. Zhongling suddenly remarked, "Your Majesty, just ahead is the Green Flame Mountain's hot spring. It's secluded and has excellent water quality. You could relax a bit, since there's no morning court session today." "Thank you, General Lu." But then, Ji Ruoyan paused, thinking she heard Xiao Tian's voice. She asked the other two if they had heard anything. The pair exchanged puzzled glances. Didn't the prince say he was going to make some money? Upon hearing this, Ji Ruoyan waved dismissively. "It must have been my imagination." However, as they neared the hot spring, they saw Xiao Tian and the demon clan Empress, Luo Fengyuan, soaking in the waters. Luo Fengyuan appeared to be making advances, while Xiao Tian held his chest defensively, looking utterly reluctant. Enraged, Ji Ruoyan exclaimed, "Who is this audacious woman daring to steal my man?" Consequently, a fierce battle between the two empresses ensued. Zhongling and the others watched the drama unfold with a mix of amusement and resignation. She turned to Xiao Tian and asked, "Didn't you say you were here to make money this morning? Why are you now in the hot springs with someone else?" Sighing, Xiao Tian replied, "I really was here to make money. Where do you think the money I gave to Zhong Yangming came from? It all began a few days ago when I mentioned someone wanting to provide for me." Before he could finish, both Zhongling and Lu Yen burst into laughter. Baffled, Xiao Tian asked, "What's so funny?" "I've been working seriously to earn money." Between fits of laughter, Zhongling managed to say, "No, it's just thinking of something amusing." "Lu Yen, do you think Her Majesty can win?" Suppressing her giggles, Lu Yen replied, "Hard to say, but is this what the supreme benevolent sugar baby deity has to deal with?" Xiao Tian, feeling misunderstood, spread his arms and said, "I earn money for good deeds, contributing to the Great Flame. Why are you laughing like this?" As Lu Yen wiped away her tears of mirth, she added, "Prince, you truly work hard to earn money. You're so selfless. We admire you." This only set off another round of giggles from Zhongling. Meanwhile, the standoff between Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan continued. Luo Fengyuan taunted with a snare, "Not bad in strength. It's good to stretch your muscles once in a while. But today, it seems you won't be killing anyone." Ji Ruoyan snapped back, "I thought you were just a lowly mistress sneaking around. Turns out you've got some skills. However, Xiao Tian is mine. I suggest you quit these futile fantasies. Though, since I'm often busy, if you'd like to serve us, fetch tea, and attend to my husband and me, I might consider keeping you around." Luo Fengyuan chuckled, "Calling me a lowly mistress? Oh, this concubine isn't like you, kissing someone stealthily and then lying that it was just drool from sleeping, pretending to be so virtuous." Hearing this, Xiao Tian turned to Ji Ruoyan in shock. "She kissed me." Zhongling and Lu Yen were both left in shock, their minds going blank. They thought, "Is Her Majesty really this bold?" Ji Ruoyan's face turned slightly red as she quickly retorted, "Don't spew nonsense. If I wanted to, I'd just take him by force." Would Xiao Tian dare to protest? "Me, sneaking a kiss? He drools in his sleep anyway." Both Zhongling and Lu Yen looked away, thinking to themselves, "Her Majesty, that's a great explanation. Maybe don't explain next time. Who in their right mind would believe that?" However, to their surprise, Xiao Tian just scratched his head and laughed. "Ah, you scared me there. I knew it couldn't be true." It was then that the two remembered that Prince Xiao Tian wasn't exactly what one would call normal. Luo Fengyuan looked annoyed. "Don't act innocent after taking advantage." "Me? Taking advantage? What a joke." Ji Ruoyan responded sharply. "Xiao Tian is my husband, wedded in broad daylight. Who are you to comment? If I share a bed with him, do you think you have any right to judge?" Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan was left speechless and enraged. She changed back into her original attire, grabbed her large scythe, and prepared for an intense battle. The massive, dark purple crescent blade came slashing down towards Ji Ruoyan. Reacting swiftly, Shi Ruoyan conjured an ice shield to block the blow, then raised her sword to counter Luo Fengyuan's scythe. As their weapons clashed, shards from the shattered ice shield scattered, extinguishing many of the surrounding purple flames. Luo Fengyuan smirk. Even if you've reached the 9th stage and 9th level, you still can't compare to the power of the 10th stage. Shi Ruoyan was well aware of the power gap. However, for her beloved Prince Xiao Tian, she was determined to fight, regardless of the odds. Shi Ruoyan unleashed her spiritual power, sending countless ice crystals crashing towards Luo Fengyuan. With just a light tip of her toe, Luo Fengyuan leapt gracefully, avoiding all the incoming attacks. Seeing this, Shi Ruoyan channeled her spiritual power once again, slashing with her sword. The ice crystals, sharp as blades, hurtled towards Luo Fengyuan anew. Yet, Luo Fengyuan began to spin her crescent scythe like a windmill, shattering the icy blade aura, rendering it completely ineffective. Luo Fengyuan jeered, "Is that all you've got? You should leave Xiao Tian's side. You're simply not worthy of him." With that, Luo Fengyuan gathered her strength and swung her scythe with tremendous force. In an instant, a terrifying attack, accompanied by endless purple flames, shot directly towards Shi Ruoyan. Biting down hard on her teeth, Shi Ruoyan used her sword to fiercely block the blow, though her body was now covered in injuries. The force was overwhelming, sending shockwaves throughout her internal organs. However, she believed that she could withstand it. No one could take him away from her. With that determination, Shi Ruoyan swung her sword once more with all her might, shouting, "I'll show you if I'm worthy or not." Luo Fengyuan grew increasingly irritated, swinging her crescent scythe wildly at Shi Ruoyan. "You're so annoying. Why won't you just admit defeat?" The barrage of fury-infused attacks left Shi Ruoyan's mind reeling, causing her to fall from the sky. As she landed, even the hand holding her sword trembled. Yet, defiance still blazed in her eyes as she locked gazes with Luo Fengyuan. Luo Fengyuan observed Shi Ruoyan carefully, considering how rapidly Shi Ruoyan's realm had advanced. The spiritual energy within her body had expanded but felt unstable. Perhaps she could beat Shi Ruoyan up to help refine and purify her spiritual energy, further advancing her realm. This would be a sort of compensation for trying to take Xiao Tian away. After all, someone like Shi Ruoyan shouldn't meet her end here. Luo Fengyuan lifted her long leg, delivering a fierce kick to Shi Ruoyan's chest. Shi Ruoyan was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby mountainside with a thunderous impact. Zhong Ling and Lu Yan's expressions shifted dramatically, and they attempted to rush over to check on her. However, Xiao Tian stopped them both with a firm grip, one hand on each. Zhong Ling looked at Xiao Tian incredulously. Gone was the usually whimsical demeanor of Xiao Tian. His face was calm and composed. He calmly remarked, "Trust your Empress. She's not the type to just fall or give up easily. After all, she's the stubborn Sunderer who, even when exposed in front of others, still adamantly denied everything and clung to me." Hearing this, the two were taken aback. "Prince," Zhong Ling queried, "you didn't actually believe the Empress' words, did you?" Xiao Tian blinked. "When a man is outside, he should give his woman some face," he said confidently, crossing his arms and watching the scene unfold before him. "Just watch." As expected, Shi Ruoyan, clutching her sword, staggered to her feet. Xiao Tian's gaze was intense. "Your Majesty, don't fall. I have great faith in you." Luo Fengyuan stared at Shi Ruoyan with a puzzled expression. "Why don't you give up? If you continue like this, you'll die." Shi Ruoyan responded with a smile, not of anger but of pity. "In a way, I understand your feelings, but have you ever looked at his back? If you truly pay attention, you'd see that he seems to be in pain and sorrow, not fitting in with the world around him. But this fool, when he faces others, always has that silly smile on his face." Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan turned to glance at Xiao Tian, who stood not far away. Indeed, she remembered the times when she walked behind him on mountain trails. His lonely silhouette was heart-wrenching to behold. But what did that matter in the end? Luo Fengyuan chuckled. "I like it when he scolds me and then looks at me helplessly, wearing that exasperated smile." Shi Ruoyan seemed to ignore her, continuing in her own world. "That night, I was supposed to." She suddenly paused, as if a mental block had been lifted from her mind. Then, a serene smile graced her face. "That night, as usual, I was preparing to return to the dimly lit and cold hall to rest alone, to face another busy day on my own the next day. But the usually dark hall was lit with warm lights. The once desolate courtyard had a steaming pot, and beside it sat him, gifting me with his brilliant smile." As the Empress spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. A golden spiritual power began to whirl and converge in front of her chest. The radiance intensified, enveloping Shi Ruoyan completely. Anyone watching knew that something monumental was taking place within her. Zhong Ling, Lu Yan, and Luo Fengyuan stared in astonishment. Only Xiao Tian remained calm, intently observing the transformation. After a moment, the solidified golden light pillar began to shatter, resembling the hatching of an egg. Luo Fengyuan finally came to her senses, her mouth agape, exclaiming in awe, 10th level. She's ascended to the 10th level just like that. As the golden pillar of light shattered completely, Shi Ruoyan's figure emerged. At this moment, she was fully enveloped in gold, bounding a majestic and awe-inspiring set of golden armor. Luo Fengyuan, feeling the pressure of a formidable opponent, began to unleash her magic power in full force, her purple hair fluttering wildly in the gusts. Then, Shi Ruoyan finally opened her eyes, her pupils having transformed into a commanding shade of gold. With her sword in hand, she bellowed, "He is my husband. If you think of taking him away, don't even dream of it." Zhongling couldn't help but shout, "Your Majesty, you're so cool." Lu Yan turned to Xiao Tian and asked, "Prince, you stopped us from stepping in earlier. Did you know this would happen?" Xiao Tian replied with an air of indifference, "If you're talking about Luo Fengyuan eating Shi Ruoyan in her breakthrough, then yes, I was aware. But as for that battle armor, I have no idea." He looked perplexed. What does this golden light have to do with Her Majesty? Is it related to the Great Flame Dynasty? However, hearing Xiao Tian's words, Zhongling appeared reluctant to believe. "Are you suggesting that woman helped Her Majesty advance to the next realm?" "Yes, look closely. Right now, Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan, one gold and one purple, their powers are evenly matched, contending with one another in perfect balance." Just then, Xiao Tian sensed someone approaching. "You all focus on the fight, I'll deal with the hidden lackeys in the shadows." As they watched the two figures clashing ferociously in the air, Zhongling couldn't help but murmur, "So powerful. This is not the same level of battle as before." Lu Yan also felt a chill run down her spine. If that woman had used this kind of power against Her Majesty earlier, I fear. Interrupting her, Xiao Tian flexed his wrist and commented, "Exactly, Luo Fengyuan's combat strength has amplified at least tenfold from earlier." As he spoke, Xiao Tian casually signaled for a handkerchief to be handed to him. Zhongling and Lu Yan, both with a skeptical look, questioned, "Why would that woman help Her Majesty break through?" While wiping his hands, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly, "Shi Ruoyan's ascension was too rapid, her internal spiritual energy expanding and becoming unstable. Luo Fengyuan probably wanted to beat up Shi Ruoyan, kidnap me, and in the process, refine Shi Ruoyan's spiritual energy to enhance her realm as compensation for taking me." Who could have anticipated that not only would Shi Ruoyan advance in rank, but she'd also manifest in armor, boosting her combat capabilities. At that moment, Zhongling noticed something amiss and exclaimed, "Prince, why are your hands covered in blood?" The handkerchief in Xiao Tian's hand was now thoroughly soaked with fresh blood. "It's nothing. This Green Flame mountain range consists of 39 mountains. It seems some individuals were hiding here. The noise from the fight attracted some hidden forces, 27 of them to be precise, all at the 10th tier." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan hesitantly asked, "So, Prince, you took action?" With a slight nod and a somber expression, Xiao Tian faintly smiled. "While you all were engrossed watching Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan's battle, I swiftly dealt with them on the side, perhaps due to my bad mood. I didn't choose the cleanest method, hence the messy hands." Zhongling pursed her lips, tightly gripping the beside Lu Yan, who didn't dare to breathe. The Xiao Tian before them at that moment was terrifying. Just then, the system puppy suddenly alerted, "Master, please calm down. You are not in the superdimensional Earth plane. The ambush ordered by your adoptive father is in the past. These people are merely unfamiliar forces that set up this ambush. Don't get agitated." Xiao Tian abruptly realized his oversight. The chilling ambience that enveloped them returned to its original temperature. Rubbing his forehead, Xiao Tian flashed his familiar radiant smile at the two and apologized. "I'm sorry. I was momentarily overwhelmed, thinking about some unpleasant memories. Did I scare you?" Both Zhongling and Lu Yan shook their heads vigorously, indicating they weren't frightened at all. Xiao Tian, a bit exasperated, remarked, "Maybe you both could stand up while talking?" Following this, he casually tossed the bloodied handkerchief into a black hole, silently muttering, "Thank you, puppy." Within the sea of this consciousness, a maid dressed in black gently cradled a soul, replying, "You're welcome, esteemed master." Meanwhile, the battle in the sky continued. Unable to resist asking, Zhongling inquired, "Prince, how do we separate Her Majesty and the other when a time comes?" Lifting his gaze to the sky, Xiao Tian saw Xiroyan resembling a golden ice warrior queen. With each swing of her sword, a golden ice dragon roared and charged, eventually colliding with Luo Fengyuan, dispelling her flames. Xiroyan, in another swift motion, thrust her sword, piercing through Luo Fengyuan's body. Stunned, she quickly withdrew her blade, shouting, "Idiot! Why didn't you dodge?" Yet, at that moment, the figure before her became ethereal and a slender hand reached out from behind Xiroyan. Luo Fengyuan whispered, "Oh, dear, are you worried about me?" Xiroyan swiftly deflected Luo Fengyuan with her sword, her face turning crimson as she exclaimed, "Who allowed you to touch me so casually?" To her surprise, Luo Fengyuan just chuckled and changed the topic. So small, infuriated. Xiroyan retorted, I am not like that young girl Zhongling. What's small about me? Down below, Xiao Tian nearly choked on his saliva. He glanced at Zhongling, who was looking up at the sky with a puzzled expression. Xiao Tian thought to himself, it's better that she never finds out. The person she respects the most might be the one who hurts her the most. Xiroyan was the first to strike, landing a punch as she mocked. You think you're so great because you're bigger? Luo Fengyuan countered with a punch of his own, taunting back, can't you take a joke? Is it wrong to point out that you're small? Watching the two of them bicker and fight, Xiao Tian pondered for a moment. It seems like they've mostly vented their frustrations. Not only are they bantering, but their murderous intent has diminished significantly. Luo Yan frowned and voiced her concerns. Prince, if they continue like this, it might attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Tian rubbed his wrist and agreed. Indeed, it's time to intervene. To their surprise, he started warming up, which made both Luo Yan and Zhongling's eyes light up with anticipation. It seemed the moment they had been waiting for was finally here. The prince was about to showcase his formidable strength. Xiao Tian cleared his throat and then suddenly shouted towards the two fighters in the sky, Stop it. Both of you, stop fighting. Stop it right now. Upon hearing this, both Zhongling and Luo Yan were utterly stunned. Is this really the prince's solution? Unsurprisingly, neither Ji Ruoyan nor Luo Fengyuan seemed willing to be the first to cease their combat. They continued to clash intensely. However, in that moment, Xiao Tian slipped, and Ji Ruoyan noticed immediately. With a gasp of surprise, she teleported in a split second to appear behind Xiao Tian, catching him firmly in her embrace. Luo Fengyuan, arriving a moment too late, could only watch as Xiao Tian fell into Ji Ruoyan's arms. Lying in her hold, Xiao Tian began to inspect the clothing of the two fighters. He pondered to himself, when choosing clothes as a man, one has to pick the right kind. If it's leather, it feels rather cold but is very smooth. Its shiny appearance is quite appealing. As for Gao's clothing, though it might not insulate well, it's quite warm. Its matte finish gives off a slightly mysterious vibe, and it feels incredibly silky. Blessed in his thoughts, Xiao Tian murmured aloud, choosing clothes is really difficult. Maybe I should get both types. Ji Ruoyan, still holding him, asked in confusion, What did you say? Xiao Tian looked up to see both of them staring intently at him. He quickly changed the topic, saying, the hot spring has been ruined because of your fight. There's no more for us to enjoy in the future. Ji Ruoyan wasn't so easily fooled. She said with a hint of irritation, That hot spring. I think you should soak in it for the entire night. You won't need to return to the palace tonight. Lu Yan, let him stay in your old mansion. He can stay in Green Flame Town. Lu Yan was taken aback and replied, Your Majesty, my old mansion is located in the old district of Green Flame Town. Not only is it far from Green Flame Town, but it's also too dilapidated for anyone to live in. Are you serious? As Ji Ruoyan turned to leave, Xiao Tian tried to persuade her once more. Your Majesty, what about the hot pot dinner tonight? Without turning her head, Ji Ruoyan replied, I'll eat it myself. You don't need to worry about it. Feeling a bit helpless, Xiao Tian turned to Luo Fengyuan and asked, And at your place? But before he could finish, Luo Fengyuan suddenly released his hold on Xiao Tian and said, Oh, this concubine suddenly remembered that I have plans tonight. It seems I won't be able to host Prince Xiao. Anyway, since the Empress has had her say, it's not appropriate for me either. Seeing Luo Fengyuan's jealous demeanor, Xiao Tian felt completely at a loss. Ji Ruoyan then instructed Zhongling not to allow Xiao Tian to stay at the Zhong residence for the night. Afterward, the two went their separate ways, leaving Xiao Tian behind. Zhongling and Lu Yan looked at Xiao Tian with concern. Prince, it seems you've messed things up. Xiao Tian glanced at them and responded, You may not understand, but if you want to laugh, just do it. Your suppressed smiles make me feel even worse. Upon hearing this, the two burst into hearty laughter. That night, inside Lu Yan's dilapidated mansion, Xiao Tian lay on a tattered bed. The system puppy inquired, Respected master, would you like to activate the sleep aid mode? No need. I plan to sleep late tonight, Xiao Tian replied. After what felt like hours, a shadow slowly approached the entrance. It was Empress Ji Ruoyan, her face marked with annoyance. This guy is sleeping so soundly. I told you not to come back, and you really didn't. How infuriating. Little did she know, Xiao Tian was not asleep at all. At that moment, he was excitedly thinking, I'm glad I didn't turn on the sleep aid mode from the system. Will the Empress really sneak into my room tonight? I'm so looking forward to it. I've been trying to bait her, and as expected, in the middle of the night, Empress Ji Ruoyan came again. Observing Xiao Tian, who appeared to be soundly asleep, she thought, he seems to be sleeping deeply. I wonder if he's pretending, or if he's genuinely asleep. I have an idea. With the sudden inspiration, the Empress summoned a table full of hot pot from her storage ring. She then couldn't resist any longer and gave Xiao Tian a kiss. He still hasn't woken up. It seems he really is asleep, she thought. After what felt like hours, Xiao Tian finally began to stir. Ji Ruoyan quickly stood up, wondering what excuse she would use. Pretending to be unaware, Xiao Tian murmured, "Strange, why am I drooling again? The food smells so good, especially the hot pot. Could it be that I drooled because of the aroma?" Seizing the opportunity, the Empress chimed in, "So that's the reason. I was wondering why you drool every time you sleep. Now it makes sense. Who can blame you when you're such a glutton?" Feigning realization, Xiao Tian said, "I must have dreamt about eating food. Wait, that's not right." Suddenly, he pointed at Ji Ruoyan and asked, "Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" Seeing Xiao Tian's confused expression, a thought crossed Ji Ruoyan's mind. He looks so adorable when he's clueless. She then sat down at the table and said, "I initially didn't want to come, but I realized that as the Great Flame Empress, I shouldn't have to do things myself. Besides, I'm not a narrow-minded person. However, you still need to be punished. Tonight, you can only feed me the hot pot and you're not allowed to eat yourself." Gazing at Ji Ruoyan's seemingly calm demeanor, but noticing her flushed ears, Xiao Tian, holding back a chuckle, bowed and said, "My dear Empress, rest assured, I'll make sure you enjoy the meal." Just as Ji Ruoyan was about to respond, she noticed Xiao Tian, bowl and chopsticks in hand, sitting right next to her. She questioned, "Why are you sitting so close to me?" Xiao Tian looked serious. "Your Majesty, if I sit too far, it won't be convenient to feed you. If I accidentally drop food on the table or the ground, it's not just a sign of disrespect to you, but mainly a waste of food, don't you think?" Ji Ruoyan blinked and replied with her face turning a shade of red, "I also think, yes, it should be like that." Thus, the two sat side by side. After boiling a piece of meat, Xiao Tian cooled it by blowing on it, while Ji Ruoyan anxiously clenched her fists. After a moment, Xiao Tian picked up a piece of meat and fed it to her. The meat tasted perfect in her mouth, with the right temperature and texture. It was simply divine. Wearing a beaming smile, Xiao Tian asked, "How is it? Tasty?" "It's okay," Ji Ruoyan replied, feigning indifference. "After all, I've only had one bite. How could I know its flavor?" Xiao Tian immediately poured more ingredients into the pot and said, "Wait a moment, Your Majesty, it'll be ready soon." As he busied himself, Ji Ruoyan watched with amusement. Shortly after, Xiao Tian offered another piece of food. "Your Majesty, try this. How's the flavor?" "It's alright," she replied nonchalantly. "In this one, it's passable, I guess." At that moment, the chopsticks in Xiao Tian's hand accidentally fell to the ground. He slapped his thigh in frustration. "How clumsy of me. I even dropped the chopsticks. I can't even manage such a simple task as serving Your Majesty." Ji Ruoyan quickly reassured him, "It's just a minor issue. You shouldn't blame yourself so much." With a downcast tone, Xiao Tian asked, "Then how can I feed you with these foods?" "It's okay. I have." Before Ji Ruoyan could finish, Xiao Tian interrupted, "I've got it. I can feed you with my mouth. Your Majesty, I must say, I'm quite ingenious." Ji Ruoyan was stunned, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Before she could react, Xiao Tian was already holding a piece of meat towards her. She could only gently bite it, silently cheering herself on. "It's okay. I'm the Empress. What's there to be nervous about? Feeding me this way since the chopsticks fell is reasonable." Yet in the next second, Xiao Tian leaned in, and they shared a passionate kiss. Ji Ruoyan quickly turned her head away. Amazingly, Xiao Tian asked, "Your Majesty, was it good?" "It was okay. Just average," she replied. Yet inside, she was ecstatic, thinking, this feeling, it's so different from being secretive. It feels so much better when it's out in the open. Xiao Tian shook his head slightly, looking out of the window, gazing at the bright, full moon. He couldn't help but murmur, "Such a beautiful moon tonight." Hearing this, Ji Ruoyan also turned to look at the night sky, softly agreeing, "Indeed, it's beautiful." The room was filled with tranquility. With only the bubbling sound of the hot pot, Ji Ruoyan pursed her lips and slowly shifted her chair, discreetly moving closer to Xiao Tian. Just as the two seemed to be getting closer, a figure suddenly jumped in through the window. It was Demon Clan Empress, Luo Fengyuan. Before she could stand up, she excitedly said, "Brother Xiao, this concubine brought some fine wine. Let's drink till we're drunk." Lifting her head, Luo Fengyuan finally noticed Ji Ruoyan and couldn't help but mockingly say, "Oh, how come this little bun is here?" Not one to back down, Ji Ruoyan retorted, "I'd also love to know why this cow is here." The atmosphere quickly became tense. "You called me what?" "I called you a purple-haired mess." The two continued bickering, leaving Xiao Tian feeling utterly exasperated. He thought, such a predicament. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan turned around and sat down, speaking in a sarcastic tone. How strange. Wasn't this Empress furious, forbidding Brother Xiao from staying overnight in the palace? Even specifically warning Brother Xiao not to return to the Zhong residence. So, was all this fuss just for a secret rendezvous here? Ji Ruoyan crossed her arms, retorting, "It's still better than someone who deliberately overstays, eavesdropping on others. Weren't you the one who said you were busy tonight? So, your busy night involves sneaking around to chase after my man, does it?" Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan feigned innocence. "But from what this concubine knows, aren't you just using Xiao Tian as a shield? The Prime Minister Lu proposed for his son, and you got married that very night. Who are you trying to fool?" Ji Ruoyan was momentarily at a loss for words, regardless of whether he's a shield or not. Ever since he entered the palace, alive he's mine and dead he's my ghost. With that, Ji Ruoyan suddenly slapped in Luo Fengyuan's direction, asking defiantly, "Showing off for whom? Think you're very impressive?" Luo Fengyuan, startled, quickly shielded herself, exclaiming, You dog Empress, I won't let this go." With that, Luo Fengyuan lunged at Ji Ruoyan. Ji Ruoyan, taken aback and her face pale with fear, shouted, "You bully, what are you doing?" But once, from the side, Xiao Tian watched the two without blinking, thinking to himself, "Incredible, this is truly entertaining." Before long, both women were panting from exhaustion. Luo Fengyuan spoke first, "Enough fighting, continuing like this will get us nowhere. So, what's your brilliant idea?" Luo Fengyuan slapped the wine jug beside her. "If we can't settle this through physical combat, let's have a battle of wits. A drinking contest. Do you dare, Ji Bun?" Ji Ruoyan immediately waved her hand dismissively, scoffing, "You think I'd be afraid of you?" The next moment, a whole line of wine jars flew out from a storage ring, neatly arranged on the ground. Both of them slapped the table simultaneously, pushing the hot pot aside. Their hands then radiated spiritual power, directly opening the wine jars. As spiritual energy and demonic energy intertwined, the wine inside the jars rose into the air, mingling together before falling back into the jars. Immediately after, both turned their heads in unison. Brother Xiao. After saying their piece, they turned their attention back to each other, sparks seemingly flying between their gazes. It was uncertain who would emerge victorious this evening. Ji Ruoyan believed in the principle of first come, first served, but Luo Fengyuan believed in another principle: the newcomer surpasses the old. Xiao Tian, looking quite aggrieved, was left pouring drinks for the two women, unable to get a word in. Ji Ruoyan continued to advise, "I still want to remind you, a forcefully plucked melon is not sweet." Luo Fengyuan, with some hidden thought making her face turn red with amusement, retorted, "How do you know that something taken by force isn't sweet? What if it's especially sweet?" Soon, bowls piled up in front of both of them, but neither Ji Ruoyan nor Luo Fengyuan showed much sign of inebriation. Ji Ruoyan gave a light hum. "I didn't expect your tolerance to be this good. Heh, you're not too bad yourself." "Another round?" Ji Ruoyan said, her storage ring glowing as she prepared to bring out more wine. Luo Fengyuan, undeterred, looked defiantly at her. The next moment, both of them took out another 8 jars of wine, arranging them neatly on the ground. Luo Fengyuan, picking up a jar, suddenly turned and proposed, "This time, let's change the game." Ji Ruoyan casually spread her hands. "All right, how do we play?" Luo Fengyuan pondered for a moment. "We compete using martial techniques, lose a move, take a drink, how about it?" Ji Ruoyan smiled and immediately agreed. The very next moment, the two of them rushed out of the house, not using any spiritual energy, purely matching each other move for move. Xiao Tian chose to sit on the roof, enjoying the scenery while deep in thought. As he watched, Ji Ruoyan landed a punch on Luo Fengyuan's face, immediately lifting a wine jar and taking a big gulp. She then followed up with a knee to Luo Fengyuan's stomach, and Luo Fengyuan, in turn, gulped down a large mouthful of wine. Xiao Tian was flabbergasted. The usual lightweight Ji Ruoyan, who typically was down after 3 cups in front of him, was clearly bluffing all this while. She had drunk several jars by now, and was still evenly matched with Luo Fengyuan in their brawl. And what was Luo Fengyuan thinking, bringing that strong-smelling wine to their place? What was the meaning behind the high-concentration alcohol in Empress Ji Ruoyan's storage ring? They even had their wine bowls prepared. What was going on? As Xiao Tian was lost in thought, a sudden burst of crying from the front snapped him back to reality. He heard Ji Ruoyan sobbingly say, Ji Ruoyan, in her daze, stared at Luo Fengyuan for a while, then suddenly reached out to pat her on the head. "It does seem like you've had it a bit rougher." Luo Fengyuan stuttered, struggling to find words, and suddenly pulled Ji Ruoyan into her embrace, holding her head and crying bitterly. Xiao Tian, who was watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded. What kind of plot twist was this? Was this some kind of competition of who had a more tragic past? But in a way, they indeed belonged to the same kind of people. As the two women unexpectedly drifted off to sleep, Xiao Tian got up and approached them. With ease, he picked them up, one in each arm, and gently placed them on the bed. After looking at them for a moment, he glanced around the messy room. "So troublesome," he mumbled. The two women had conveniently fallen asleep, leaving him to clean up the mess. Ripping open a spatial void, Xiao Tian threw in all the wine jars and trash. Moments later, he stood in the courtyard, now pristine and clean, and nodded with satisfaction. Returning to the room, Xiao Tian froze upon entering. On the bed, Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan were wrapped around each other, sleeping soundly like intertwined octopuses. A tender smile crept onto Xiao Tian's face. The next day, as the sun was already high in the sky, rays of sunlight spilled through the window onto the two women. Their sleeping positions looked quite disheveled. At one point, Ji Ruoyan, perhaps reacting to a dream, made a sudden move. Luo Fengyuan, out of reflex, swatted her hand away. However, in their half-asleep state, they unexpectedly leaned into each other and shared a brief kiss. The two of them snapped awake almost instantly, their eyes locking onto each other, realizing whom they had just kissed. Both quickly turned away and spat repeatedly on the floor in disgust. Wiping her mouth, Luo Fengyuan was the first to speak. "It's one thing for you, a female hooligan, to grab me, but you even dared to kiss me." Ji Ruoyan's face turned bright red. "It was clearly you who kissed me first, and now you have the nerve to play the victim? I'm going to take you on, you Ji Bun. You Luo Chao, do you think I'm afraid of you?" With that, the two started to bicker and tussle right on the bed. Just as they were tangled up, Xiao Tian pushed the door and walked in. So spirited so early in the morning, the scene before him left him completely stunned. The three of them stared at each other for what felt like a long moment before Xiao Tian finally found his voice. "I'll go prepare breakfast for you both." Without giving the two women a chance to respond, Xiao Tian turned on his heel and left. Luo Fengyuan wore a smug expression. Xiao brother was quite naughty just now. He kept staring at this concubine. Ji Ruoyan, annoyed by her smugness, started to get dressed and laughed. "You're joking, right? Clearly, Xiao Lord's eyes were only on me. Someone should avoid being overly self-confident." Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan snickered and glanced at Ji Ruoyan disdainfully. "Being too confident isn't always good. Who do you think would be interested in buns?" This comment hit a nerve, and Ji Ruoyan swiftly turned her head, fists clenched. "Today, I'll tear that cow mouth of yours apart." The two women once again began their fierce scuffle. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian peeked around the corner, his eyes shining brightly, not blinking at all. "I didn't realize Ji Ruoyan had such an impressive figure. No, this is too violent. I better prepare their meal. I can't watch this anymore." Half an hour later, both Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan had changed their clothes and were quietly sitting in the courtyard, eating noodles. Luo Fengyuan was lost in a taste. "The noodles made by Brother Xiao are so delicious." Ji Ruoyan also expressed her admiration. "Xiao Lord, your culinary skills are on par with Uncle Zhong." Xiao Tian waved them off, indicating they should tone down their praise. "I just know a bit. As long as you both enjoy it, I'm happy." Ji Ruoyan, out of curiosity, asked, "Given your cooking skills, Xiao Lord, why do you let Uncle Zhong cook instead of doing it yourself?" Xiao Tian smiled and replied, "Food made by someone else always tastes better than when I make it myself." Luo Fengyuan, on the other hand, quickly gulped down her bowl. Xiao Tian, seeing this, admonished, "Slowed down. Who's trying to snatch it from you?" Upon hearing that, Luo Fengyuan put down her bowl, slurped up the soup from her lips, and in response to Xiao Tian's reprimand, grinned. "This concubine knows now." Ji Ruoyan snorted in response and hurriedly drank her soup, raising her eyebrows at Luo Fengyuan once done, even flipping the bowl to indicate its emptiness, as if challenging her. Xiao Tian was left utterly befuddled by their competitiveness, thinking, women are so hard to understand. After breakfast, Ji Ruoyan suddenly inquired, "Luo Fengyuan, if I recall correctly from last night, you have no family left, right?" Thinking about the night when they comforted each other, Luo Fengyuan felt embarrassed. Ji Ruoyan then unexpectedly suggested, "How about you move into the palace?" Not only was Luo Fengyuan stunned by the proposal, but even Xiao Tian was taken aback, wondering, the Empress isn't jealous anymore, why let her into the palace? Yet, Luo Fengyuan responded with a mysterious smile, "Little miss, are you perhaps concerned for this concubine?" Ji Ruoyan, looking flustered, retorted, How could I? Why would I care about you, you annoying cow? If you're outside the palace, you might try to seduce Xiao Lord, but if you live inside, under my watch, you won't be able to make any moves or steal any moments with him." "Yes, that's it. I'm not concerned about you being alone. I just don't want you seducing Xiao Lord." Xiao Tian looked unhelplessly, thinking, "Your Majesty, you're really not good at lying." Luo Fengyuan readily agreed to the proposition. If that's the case, then this concubine won't hold back. Ji Ruoyan defiantly stood up and, although a bit resentful, responded, "Come if you wish. What do I have to fear? If there's competition, let's face it head on. If I didn't have this much confidence, I wouldn't be the great flame empress." Upon hearing this, Luo Fengyuan chuckled and moved closer to Ji Ruoyan, saying, "Empress, it's not a big deal. Compared to you, I'd say I'm more magnanimous. Even if you lose, I can still let you be a concubine." Ji Ruoyan replied with a smile. Who ends up as a concubine remains to be seen, princess of a fallen nation. Hearing this title, Luo Fengyuan burst out laughing, considering how adorable and kind you are. Ji Ruoyan, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm not some princess from a fallen nation. I am the demon emperor of the primordial demon kingdom. The outside world prefers to call me the Holy Demon Empress. Holy Demon Empress? Xiao Tian looked at Luo Fengyuan in shock, especially at the horns on her head. So, she's not human. Ji Ruoyan was equally stunned. She's of a different race, like the barbarians, and her title is Holy Demon Empress. Empress? That's on par with my status. This won't do. Xiao Tian is mine, and only mine. It seems I need to be more careful so she doesn't steal him away. With these thoughts, Ji Ruoyan smiled and said, You truly surprise me. Luo Fengyuan casually sat down, crossing her legs. As you said, fair and square. There's no point in hiding things, right? She then turned to Xiao Tian, her tone coquettish. I'm sorry, Xiao Tian, I didn't mean to hide my identity. Trust me, aside from that, I've been mostly honest with you. After all, being from the Holy Demon Clan, most humans can't accept being with someone from the Demon Clan. However, Xiao Tian's focus was elsewhere. He pointed to her horns and asked, if these broke off, would it hurt? Do they keep growing? Do you need to file them regularly? Do members of your demon clan ever pierce them? Would that hurt? Luo Fengyuan answered honestly. These horns are a symbol of our holy demon clan, and are the toughest parts of our body. Breaking them would definitely hurt, and we don't have a tradition of piercing them. She then grew a bit anxious. Xiao Tian, now that you've seen my horns and tail, don't you feel weird? Like this? Xiao Tian's excitement grew. What? You have a tail too? That's awesome. Luo Fengyuan looked at Xiao Tian in surprise. Xiao Tian, don't you think? Before she could finish, Xiao Tian raised his hand, chopping lightly on Luo Fengyuan's forehead with a playful hand-chop gesture. I don't care about what you think. What matters is what I think. I've said I don't mind, and I meant it. So you have horns? A tail? So what? When Luo Fengyuan was about to say something, Xiao Tian raised his hand again. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, expecting another playful hit. Instead, Xiao Tian gently ruffled her hair, saying softly, the person I know is named Luo Fengyuan, not the Holy Demon Clan. Feeling overwhelmed with happiness, Luo Fengyuan, with a beaming smile, lunged towards Xiao Tian. Expectedly, she ended up in the soft embrace of Ji Ruoyan, who looked displeased. Don't overstep your bounds. Purple Fuzz. Irritated, Luo Fengyuan retorted. Can't you read the room? Yellow Fuzz. Watching the two women bickering, Xiao Tian suddenly had an idea. Puppy, can you record this? Respected master, a voice responded. I've been recording since yesterday. Good job. I'll definitely give you a 5-star review. I apologize for previously calling you just a voice assistant, Xiao Tian praised. Moments later, he stepped in to separate the two women and asked Luo Fengyuan, let's get back to the main issue. Why did you choose to reveal your identity? Luo Fengyuan took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Before we get to the main issue, Ji Ruoyan, there's something I need to tell you. The concept of the 3,000 worlds is just a name. In reality, there are far more than 3,000 worlds out there. Whenever a world's rules break down, space becomes unstable and spiritual energy gets chaotic, rendering the world unsuitable for long-term habitation. It's referred to as a barren domain. The southern barren domain was once ruled by the imperial power known as the Great Flame Empire. But 60,000 years ago, during the War of the Domains, this domain started to crumble. At this point, Luo Fengyuan stepped forward, taking Ji Ruoyan's hand with a solemn demeanor. Ji Ruoyan, the world you've experienced since childhood, it's all an illusion. Empress Ji Ruoyan was visibly shaken, her face serious as she tried to process the profound revelation. Recovering quickly, she looked determinedly at Luo Fengyuan. Whether it's real or not, I am still the Great Flame Empress, the sovereign of the countless citizens of the Great Flame Dynasty. Luo Fengyuan momentarily looked surprised, then she hugged Ji Ruoyan tightly. You truly are worthy of being the woman trying to steal Xiao Tian from me. To remain so composed in the face of such news is impressive. On closer inspection, you're not so bad after all. Fine, even if you end up as a concubine in the future, Big Sister won't give you a hard time. Ji Ruoyan's mouth twitched in annoyance. I really want to squash you, you silly cow. Saying this, Ji Ruoyan reached out and gave Luo Fengyuan a hard pinch. Luo Fengyuan, feeling the pain, let out a sharp cry. However, she could only blush and pleaded with Ji Ruoyan. Alright, let's stop the teasing and get to the matter at hand. This issue is somewhat related to your father, the esteemed Purple Emperor. My father, Ji Ruoyan, was taken aback upon hearing her father's name. Luo Fengyuan turned her gaze to Xiao Tian. First, I need to be honest with Xiao Tian about more of my history. The previous Demon Emperor and Demon Empress of the primordial demon kingdom were my parents. Since my birth 20 years ago, they had been embroiled in internal strife. After their deaths, my siblings, seeking to seize the throne, tried to eradicate me. After I ascended the throne, I unexpectedly found a three-party agreement related to the Great Flame Dynasty from my 18th brother. As Shi Ruoyan listened to Luo Fengyuan's past, her eyes shimmered with emotion. So she's just a month older than me. We're both 20 years old. Although she had her parents and siblings, her life wasn't much different from living alone. Our experiences share some similarities and commonalities. But how can she be so mature despite being just a month older? How did she grow up like this? Luo Fengyuan continued, from the intelligence I gathered from the Holy Demons sect under my brother's command, the Southern Barren Domain is currently under the control of the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion. This domain serves as a trial ground to test the younger generation from both sides, and also as a place to search for relics and valuable treasures. However, 100 years ago, another trial was initiated. The young members of both the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion discovered a brand new wonder. On top of a mountain formed from a dragon corpse, they first encountered the esteemed Purple Emperor as an infant. At this point, Luo Fengyuan looked at Shi Ruoyan, thinking it might be best to let her digest this information. Shi Ruoyan fell deep in thought. The Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion found my father 100 years ago. But why? When he established his empire 45 years ago, was he only 20 years old? In what Xiao Tian mentioned earlier, about my father's experience seeming intentional. So, this false world began 65 years ago, the moment my father was adopted, right? Luo Fengyuan nodded in affirmation. After discovering your father 100 years ago, both the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion tried various methods. They couldn't move the dragon corpse or melt the ice seal until the appearance of the primordial embryo, a treasured item nurtured by the heavens and earth. With the emergence of the primordial embryo, the ice began to thaw and a pure imperial aura leaked from your father's body. My 18th brother happened to sense it and came searching. From then on, the Holy Demon Clan, Eastern Flame Kingdom, and Astral Pavilion became acquainted. Luo Fengyuan then looked solemnly at Shi Ruoyan. Although the imperial bloodline cannot be forcibly taken, there are other ways. That is to gather the human race's legitimate imperial luck to bolster one's own power and gain the blessings of heaven and earth. In this way, when one achieves enlightenment, everything around them flourishes. Moreover, the legitimacy of the human race's destiny is too prestigious for any single party to claim. Dividing it among three was just right. Afterward, the demon clan provided the methods, used some resources to buy slaves, and replenished the population. Astral Pavilion was responsible for observations, calculations, and designing the process of consolidating imperial luck. The Eastern Flame Kingdom contributed manpower and effort, using their experience to build an empire for the esteemed Purple Emperor. After 30 years, the ice seal completely melted. My 18th brother, the king of the Eastern Flame Kingdom, and the pavilion master of Astral Pavilion, they sealed their cultivation levels and personally brought the infant esteemed Purple Emperor here. At the same time, a waning Han dynasty had already been established. They personally took the esteemed Purple Emperor to that village and entrusted him to an old scholar. Luo Fengyuan suddenly grasped Shi Ruoyan's hands. From that moment on, the fabricated life of your father, the esteemed Purple Emperor, began. Originally, under Astral Pavilion's calculations, the primordial embryo would take 60 years to mature. But there has been an issue. Its maturation is accelerating. Shi Ruoyan pondered for a moment. What exactly is this primordial embryo you speak of? Luo Fengyuan gave a mysterious smile. It's on you. Shi Ruoyan frowned in confusion. On me? I wasn't aware. Could it be? She quickly retrieved an item from her storage ring. That's right, Luo Fengyuan affirmed. The Imperial Seal of Great Flame is that very primordial embryo. Once the dynasty's fate successfully consolidates and the Imperial Seal matures, it will be time to seize the nation's destiny. Shi Ruoyan looked up at her. What will happen if the nation's destiny is seized? Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan slowly held up two fingers. Different choices lead to different outcomes. The first choice, if the destiny is seized, it signifies the demise of the Great Flame Dynasty. All the subjects of the Great Flame Dynasty will perish, leaving only you as the sole survivor, becoming a desolate empress. The second choice is for you, as the empress, to resist the backlash from the theft of the nation's destiny, to sacrifice yourself and protect the subjects of the Great Flame. Shi Ruoyan frowned. Didn't you say that all of this is fake? Shouldn't these civilians and officials? Luo Fengyuan interrupted her immediately. The events might be fabricated, but the Great Flame Dynasty genuinely exists. The people who were first thrown here had their memories altered, but as time passed, the population naturally grew. Shi Ruoyan took a deep breath. What happened to the dragon corpse that couldn't be moved? Luo Fengyuan pointed behind her after the ice crystals sealing your father melted. That dragon corpse transformed into a vast mountain range, which is now the Green Flame Mountain Range. Xiao Tian should be able to sense this too. Xiao Tian finally understood. No wonder everything grown and bred on this mountain is so delicious. Does that mean what I've been raising are dragon pigs? Dragon chickens? Damn it, why didn't you say this earlier? I sold them too cheaply. He playfully chopped at Luo Fengyuan's head. Shi Ruoyan quickly pulled Luo Fengyuan aside. What happened afterward? Do you know about my father's disappearance? And what about my two royal brothers? Luo Fengyuan gently patted Shi Ruoyan's head to comfort her. Don't worry, your father is definitely safe. According to the intelligence, your father was most likely rescued by your mother. My mother? Shi Ruoyan's pupils contracted, as she seemingly had no recollection of her mother. After your father sensed the plan to seize the dynasty's fate, he secretly left the Great Flame Dynasty. The illusionary array that was supposed to cloud his mind surprisingly lost its effect, allowing him to see the true nature of the southern wilderness. As a result, he was pursued by the chief disciples led by the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion. However, your mother's power is incredibly formidable. Even when she was in the sealed realm, she was able to combat two opponents at once. There were hints that she even had the upper hand. But suddenly, a large hand tore through the space, taking both of your parents away without a trace. According to your elder brother's conjecture, your mother's background might be extremely mysterious and formidable. She revealed herself while saving your father. That massive hand was probably the act of a powerful figure from her family. Right now, your father must be residing with your mother's family. As to why he hasn't come back for you, I'm clueless. Luo Fengyuan shot a glance at Xiao Tian, noticing his envious expression. Xiao brother, what are you thinking about? Xiao Tian snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and said, I was thinking that this Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion are so wicked. How could they manipulate someone's life like that? It's so unfair. He then turned to Ji Ruoyan, consoling her, Your Majesty, don't worry too much. Your father, having been controlled and toiled for many years, is now with your mother's family. At the very least, he doesn't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. He doesn't have to exert himself and can take a good rest. Finishing his words, Xiao Tian fell deep into thought again. Why is my father-in-law so fortunate to be taken away, piercing through countless spatial barriers, such a background, such support, and the capability to live off someone? It's incredibly solid. No wonder he's so contented that he's even forgotten about his own daughter. Why can't I live a carefree life like him? Why do I always run into abnormal individuals, forcing me to combat them? All I wanted was to live a comfortable life. Where did I go wrong? Luo Fengyuan and Ji Ruoyan, observing his conflicted expression, exchanged glances. What's gotten into him? I have no idea. Xiao Tian has two top-tier wealthy wives, yet he still felt his life wasn't good enough. After some deep contemplation, he had an epiphany. It's because his wife isn't powerful enough. He abruptly grabbed his wife's hand, his eyes filled with anticipation. Empress Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan were startled and quickly asked, Xiao brother, what's wrong? The more Xiao Tian thought, the more it made sense to him. As the saying goes, to forge iron, you yourself must be strong. For food to be delicious, the wife must be powerful. It seemed that Ji Ruoyan had already realized she needed to become stronger. Her excuse to invite Luo Fengyuan to live in the palace was merely a pretext. Ji Ruoyan surely wanted to spar with her to enhance her strength. Realizing this, Xiao Tian gave Ji Ruoyan a thumbs up, saying, You are indeed the Empress, always so thoughtful and wise. Ji Ruoyan was puzzled. What did I do? Why am I considered thoughtful and wise now? Luo Fengyuan, still with a silly smile on his face, remarked, Xiao brother's thoughts are really hard to guess, but I love it. After taking a moment to compose herself, Ji Ruoyan asked Luo Fengyuan again, So after my father disappeared, I became the substitute, right? Luo Fengyuan spread his hands in agreement. Exactly. The original choice for the substitute was the Crown Prince, your eldest brother. But your elder brother did not awaken the true imperial bloodline of the human race. Neither did your second brother. Everyone had given up hope, but unexpectedly, over 4 years ago, you awakened. Ji Ruoyan sighed. 4 years ago, such a fateful time. I was in a dire situation back then. Awakening at that time saved my life and allowed me to ascend to the position of Demon Empress. Hearing this, Xiao Tian suddenly interjected, 4 years ago. Incidentally, I also nearly died 4 years ago. Ji Ruoyan was shocked. You almost died? Was that something that happened in your realm? It turned out that 4 years ago, Xiao Tian was still on Earth and had not been summoned to this world yet. On that particular day, heavy rain poured. Xiao Tian was being chased by a large gang and had already been stabbed over a dozen times. Just as he was about to give up, a hand reached out from an alleyway and pulled him in. Even now, Xiao Tian couldn't understand how the rain and darkness could blind those pursuing him so completely, and how that girl disappeared without a trace remained a mystery to him. Ji Ruoyan felt a twinge of jealousy. What did that girl look like? Luo Fengyuan also stood up, visibly excited. Did that girl become someone important to you later on? Xiao Tian waved his hands dismissively. Not at all. She disappeared like a ghost. But isn't the key point that our experiences from 4 years ago are so eerily similar? We both turned a dangerous situation into a blessing and moved on to something better. As for what she looked like, is it that important? Though her silver hair was indeed rare, suddenly Xiao Tian moved closer to Ji Ruoyan. She was very beautiful, with mesmerizing eyes much like yours. He then turned to Luo Fengyuan. Her eyebrows, so captivating, looked almost exactly like yours. Both of them blushed, thinking he was merely flattering them. They playfully accused him of trying to charm them with his smooth talk. But only Xiao Tian knew that he wasn't just trying to please them. That 16-year-old girl with silver hair on that rainy night on Earth really had eyes like Ji Ruoyan's and eyebrows indistinguishable from Luo Fengyuan's. At that moment, Luo Fengyuan suddenly pulled Xiao Tian into a tight embrace, catching Xiao Tian completely off guard. With a flirtatious tone, Luo Fengyuan whispered, "Xiao brother, this concubine has laid all the cards on the table for you, sacrificing my own interests. Don't I deserve some kind of reward?" Before Xiao Tian could respond, Ji Ruoyan erupted in anger. "Let him go at once." Luo Fengyuan playfully stuck her tongue out at Ji Ruoyan. "I don't want to let go." Xiao Tian was rendered speechless by the whole scene. Ji Ruoyan could no longer contain herself. "You, come here." She grabbed Luo Fengyuan by the collar and pulled her close. Luo Fengyuan teasingly remarked, "Oh my, why so mad again?" Xiao Tian watched the scene unfold and urgently whispered a call to Puppy in his mind. The system Puppy immediately responded, "Respected master, when Luo Fengyuan lunged at you, I predicted the action and started recording." Xiao Tian gave a thumbs up. "Well done." Wishing for a more peaceful life, Xiao Tian asked Puppy, "Is there a way to boost the strength of Luo Fengyuan and Ji Ruoyan?" Puppy explained, "Master, when you have good intentions towards someone, depending on the degree of soul compatibility, your aura can envelop and indirectly enhance their strength. The higher the soul compatibility, the better the effect of martial arts practice under your aura. Here are the current compatibility percentages. Zhong Yangming 90%, Ji Ruoyan 105%, Luo Fengyuan 102%. Xiao Tian's hair stood on end. "What? Zhong Yangming, a grown man, has 90% compatibility? What does this mean?" Puppy chuckled, "Master, soul compatibility increases based on how often you're with them. The longer you're together, the faster it grows. The rapid enhancement of the national fate and Ji Ruoyan's rapid realm advancements are all because of your presence." Xiao Tian was dumbfounded. "So this is related to me. But Eastern Flame Kingdom, Astral Pavilion, Holy Demon Sect is our own." Puppy quickly caught on. "Master, data for Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion is insufficient for navigation. You can ask Luo Fengyuan for information. But these two factions may not be in the South Wasteland realm. If you decide to go after them, you might need to travel across different realms." Xiao Tian looked perplexed. "What do you mean go after them?" "I need to correct you on this. I am not inclined towards violence. Whether it's the Eastern Flame Kingdom or the Astral Pavilion, if they can establish a fake dynasty and orchestrate a plan spanning over 100 years, they are not to be trifled with. Moreover, they have not attacked me, so I cannot harm them without reason." Just then, the previously playful Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan suddenly brought out several jars of wine and placed them on the table. Xiao Tian was utterly speechless. "Here we go again," he thought. Luo Fengyuan provocatively held up a finger to Ji Ruoyan. "Dare to compete again, you female hooligan." Ji Ruoyan, with a wave of her hand, lined up the wine jars and taunted, "Are you joking? Who would be afraid of you?" Which? Xiao Tian felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. How much wine did these two women bring last night? Are they trying to drown me in it? As expected, after an undetermined period of drinking, the two women were once again crying in each other's arms. "Why didn't my powerful parents come to find me?" One lamented, "My parents were no better." The other sobbed, "They didn't care about their child's life, only their own happiness. We can only rely on ourselves." After a while, the two could no longer hold on and, still hugging each other, fell asleep on the ground. Xiao Tian wanted to separate them and take them to their rooms, but found them clutching each other so tightly that he couldn't pull them apart. With a sigh of resignation, he decided, "Fine, I'll just carry them as they are." He carefully placed the two on a bed and covered them with blankets. In her sleep, Luo Fengyuan muttered, "Brother Xiao, come play." Xiao Tian, feeling a moment of peace, went to the courtyard. He instructed Puppy to hand him a communication jade token. With a wave of his hand, he opened a spatial rift and threw all the empty wine jars inside. After tidying up the courtyard, Zhongling and Lu Yan arrived. Holding the communication jade token, Zhongling inquired, "Prince, you called for us. What do you need?" Xiao Tian waved them over. "Come and see." As they entered the room, Zhongling's eyes widened in shock. "Prince, you're so wild." Zirwei Yan and Luo Fengyuan were both sound asleep. Showing signs of utter exhaustion, Xiao Tian swiftly gave Zhongling a flick on the head. "Little rascal, Where did you pick up such nonsense? Lu Yan finally spoke up. Prince, you called for us. Are you asking us to take care of Her Majesty in this? Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. I called you here to keep an eye on them. If anything happens, use the jade token to notify me. Rest assured, Prince, we'll take good care of them. Where are you going at this late hour? It's nothing much. There's something I wanted to ask you about. Just don't mention it to Her Majesty, okay? Of course, Prince. Please go on. Xiao Tian hesitated for a moment. It seems there's a power around the Great Flame Dynasty called the Astral Pavilion, right? Do you know where it is? I do know where the Astral Pavilion is. May I ask why the prince is inquiring about it? Xiao Tian smiled. Well, you know my nature. I truly can't bear to blame others. I intend to go and forgive them, give them a chance to live. Upon hearing this, both Zhongling and Lu Yun felt a shiver down their spines. What should have been a merciful statement somehow felt chilling and menacing coming from the prince. Xiao Tian immediately asked Zhongling about the whereabouts of the Astral Pavilion. She responded with palpable fear. Prince, are you genuinely going to forgive them and not to defeat them? Xiao Tian flicked her on the head again. What's gotten into you? Have all my teachings been in vain? Is this the insight you've gained from your recent good deeds and cultivation? Holding her head, Zhongling exclaimed, Prince, please stop hitting my head. I feel like I'm getting dumber by the second, and your form of good deeds is quite terrifying in itself. Lu Yun, looking exasperated, chimed in, the prince is indeed kind-hearted. He renovates orphanages, takes care of the old and young, and supports those in need. For the common people, the prince is benevolent. However, for officials involved in corruption, taking bribes, and exploiting villagers, this is not benevolence. For the sake of the common people, the prince has already ordered the execution of hundreds of corrupt officials. Subsequently, Xiao Tian put on a compassionate face and sighed. Alas, one shouldn't be like this. While the Astral Pavilion has indeed made mistakes, no one is perfect. Why can't we give them a chance to redeem themselves? With that said, Xiao Tian walked towards the exit. With a slight push of his foot, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the sky. Zhongling watched Xiao Tian's departing figure and couldn't help but murmur to herself, it seems the Astral Pavilion is truly wicked. They're doomed. She shook her head, as if she had already foreseen the fate of the Astral Pavilion. Meanwhile, at a branch of the Astral Pavilion, a man gazed at the starry sky, lost in memories. Rich nostalgia. Back then, Luo Yan and I came from there, bringing along our fellow disciples to this mysterious revival area. We met the esteemed Purple Emperor and initiated the tripartite agreement. In the blink of an eye, almost 100 years have passed. We're finally on the brink of success. Once it's achieved, we'll use her flesh and blood to create an elixir for my daughter-in-law to consume. Perhaps she could give birth to an offspring with the pure bloodline of the human race. Suddenly, a subordinate approached and reported, Master, someone is approaching the mountain. The master turned his head. Who would come up the mountain at this hour? Did the mountain protection formation not stop them? The subordinate quickly explained, it's Prince Xiao Tian from the Great Flame Dynasty. He has the jade token we gifted to the Empress, allowing him access to our mountain, hence he could ascend. The master was taken aback. Xiao Tian, that pretty boy who relies on his looks. What's he doing at our Astral Pavilion? How did he come all this way? And is he accompanied by anyone? No, just him alone. The subordinate replied. He's walking up the mountain with a sincere expression. His eyes are full of determination, and he seems compassionate. The master looked puzzled. Compassionate? What is this Xiao Tian up to? Does he have a death wish or something? Master, should we invite him up? The master waved his hand dismissively. No need. If that fool wants to climb the mountain, let him. Once he reaches the top, we'll just send him back down. It's amusing, especially in the middle of the night. Hearing this, the subordinates chuckled coldly. On the other side, Xiao Tian continued his ascent, taking each step deliberately. He sighed internally. How many Oscars do they owe me for this performance? After about another hour of climbing, Xiao Tian finally arrived at the Astral Pavilion. The pavilion's master and his men were already waiting for him. Seeing Xiao Tian's arrival, the master was the first to speak. Prince Xiao, everything must be tiring, isn't it? Xiao Tian stretched and took a deep breath. You have 2 chances left for me to forgive you. Unfortunately, you failed my test just now and lost one opportunity. I hope you can perform better next time. Try to seize the few redemption opportunities left. Upon hearing this, the master spread his hands dismissively. Prince Xiao, you keep saying you want to forgive us. What exactly did our Astral Pavilion do wrong? Xiao Tian feigned anger. Astral Pavilion, in collusion with Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Holy Demon Sect, intervened in the life of my father-in-law, the esteemed Purple Emperor. You deceived his feelings, and that's fraud. Moreover, you caused the death of my 2 elder uncles and deceived the current Empress. Your actions are absolutely horrifying. For committing such grave offenses and still laughing here, I'm deducting another chance for forgiveness. The master looked slightly startled. How did you find out? The secrecy measures for our plan were thorough. How could someone like you, who survives on his looks, know? Xiao Tian retorted. It doesn't matter how I know. The master, unconcerned, even mocked him. Oh, I'm so scared, Prince Xiao. So tell us, how should we repent? Xiao Tian listed his demands. First, I want Astral Pavilion's master, Zhou Tianji, to write a self-criticism letter and read it while kneeling at the gates of the Great Flame Dynasty for 3 days as a sign of sincerity. Zhou Tianji must also inform Astral Pavilion headquarters to abandon the three-way plan. Secondly, the culprits responsible for the death of my 2 elder uncles must be handed over and be publicly executed at the noon gate of the Great Flame Dynasty's imperial city. Third, given the unique environment of the southern wastelands where one shouldn't stay for long, I'll graciously ask the Astral Pavilion headquarters to cede some of its territory as compensation to the Great Flame Dynasty. As for compensation from my wife, father-in-law, uncles, and my own emotional distress, along with death compensation, labor costs, hardship fees, and such, a mere compensation of 18 billion mid-grade spirit stones will suffice. Then, you must inform me of the location of Astral Pavilion's headquarters in the Eastern Flame Kingdom, as well as how to get there, and then work on infrastructure building and labor in the Great Flame Dynasty for 100 years. That should suffice. Xiao Tian didn't even notice the astonished expressions of the people from Astral Pavilion. He was still contemplating how magnanimous he was. He originally intended to demand 50 billion mid-grade spirit stones and labor reforms for 500 years. He had significantly reduced his demands. His adoptive father was right. He should correct his overly merciful tendencies. Xiao Tianji, looking at the self-absorbed Xiao Tian, was speechless. Did Empress Zeruan go blind? How could she fall for this delusional pretty boy? Fortunately, his delusional state can be an advantage. We can capture him and find out who leaked the information. So, Xiao Tianji told Xiao Tian, I don't have time for your nonsense. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you come with me willingly, or I'll capture you. Xiao Tian somewhat incredulously responded, I've been extremely generous offering you an Astral Pavilion a chance, and yet, you want to arrest me? 3rd chances are the last. Are you sure you don't want to cherish this opportunity? Before Xiao Tianji could reply, his deputy couldn't help but laugh uproariously. The sight of the deputy laughing infuriated Xiao Tian. I came to discuss serious matters, and you dare laugh? Clearly, you're a heartless killer. You can't be spared. Xiao Tian then raised his fist and delivered a punch straight at the deputy. The force exploded instantly, causing a straight line and space to shatter, pulverizing the deputy along with it. Xiao Tianji's formerly amused expression froze as he stared at the extending spatial rift. Only one thought came to his mind, Luo Din, damn you, is this really the naive and harmless pretty boy you described? Moments later, Xiao Tianji tried to compose himself, his expression complex. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Xiao Tian bring his palms together, miraculously mending the shattered spatial rift. Xiao Tianji swallowed hard, utterly stunned. Is he even human? He shattered space and could fix it back. After mending the rift, Xiao Tian looked at everyone with a serious expression. I lost my temper just now, but let me remind you, this is a serious matter. No more jokes and smiles. Treat it with the gravity it deserves. Is it that hard for you all to repent and do the right thing? Xiao Tianji waved his hands in panic. No, Prince, you misunderstood. I accept all the conditions you put forth. We'll make sure they are met satisfactorily. Xiao Tian sighed in relief. That's more like it. I'm not unreasonable. As long as you sincerely admit your mistakes, I'm willing to give you a chance to start afresh. Xiao Tianji nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Prince, we will sincerely apologize and repent. However, Xiao Tian suddenly laughed. About the compensation of 18 billion, you'll need to add another 2 billion. Prince, why? Xiao Tianji was taken aback. Xiao Tian explained earnestly. Think about it. Just now, with that punch, I helped you cleanse a harmful element from your group. Isn't a fee of 2 billion reasonable? Xiao Tianji internally wanted to throttle Xiao Tian, thinking, how does this make any sense? Are you even listening to yourself? Yet, outwardly, he readily agreed. Seeing this, Xiao Tian was very pleased. I knew it. With reason and emotion, you would see the error of your ways. Now, hand it over. Xiao Tianji looked a bit bewildered. Prince Xiao, what are you talking about? The compensation, 20 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Prince, 20 billion mid-grade spirit stones is a huge amount. I don't carry that with me. I need to arrange for it to be delivered. Xiao Tian glanced at the time. It's fine. There are about 3 hours until the first light of dawn. Plenty of time. Once you've met all my conditions by sunrise, we can head to the imperial city to apologize. Xiao Tianji, somewhat stunned, asked Xiao Tian, Prince Xiao, Are you saying that I need to present 20 billion spirit stones before dawn? Besides that, those coming from your headquarters to apologize and the culprit should also appear before me by sunrise. And also, the territory you're ceding from Astral Pavilion must be prepared." Xiao Tianji sighed in exasperation. "Prince, are you in such a hurry because of some pressing matters?" Xiao Tian glanced at him and said, "Exactly. I need to get back before sunrise to prepare a loving breakfast. My recent performance hasn't been up to par, and I fear my allowance might get cut." Xiao Tianji was flabbergasted, thinking, is this guy for real? Is he a lapdog or something? However, the 3-hour deadline set by Xiao Tian felt too tight, and Xiao Tianji felt overwhelmed. Xiao Tian responded with, "If I were in your shoes, given 3 hours to prepare, I'd be stifling my laughter. Besides, what challenges can't be overcome?" Xiao Tianji nearly burst into tears. "Prince, even if I used transportation arrays to get back, it would still take several days. This isn't something that can just be overcome by sheer will." Xiao Tian waved him off. "You seem to be obstinately persistent in your misconceptions. This last chance I'm giving, you don't seem to want to cherish it." Xiao Tianji was petrified. "Prince Xiao, I acknowledge your strength, but using your power to act as you please and being so unreasonable is not fair." Xiao Tian's expression darkened. "Are you telling me I'm being unfair? Are you accusing me of being unreasonable? When you plundered the fortune of the nation and tried to harm the entire populace of the Great Flame Dynasty, did you speak of fairness then? When you harmed my father-in-law and his family, did you talk about being reasonable?" Xiao Tian's aura erupted in anger as he continued to berate. "Those innocent people who died because of you, could they hear your so-called reasoning, your so-called fairness? It makes me sick. Even now, you show no remorse. You are nothing but beasts in human skin, consuming others without leaving a bone behind. You brought this upon yourselves." Everyone present was stunned, and before they could react, Xiao Tian sent out a palm strike, directly killing several of them. Another deputy pavilion master thought, "Damn it, Zhou Tianji, were you tired of living that you provoked him?" No sooner had he finished this thought than he too vanished from existence. The remaining individuals, witnessing the horrifying scene of people being obliterated and sensing the terrifying aura permeating the environment, all tried to flee in panic, hoping to escape with their lives. However, Xiao Tian seemed to be everywhere at once. In a mere instant, he appeared in front of every single one of them. No matter where they hid or which corner they tried to escape to, Xiao Tian's finger would find them. Piercing their consciousness, those struck had a bloody hole appear on their foreheads, and they fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Xiao Tian finished his task and returned to Zhou Tianji's side. Zhou Tianji's eyes were filled with rage, and he muttered, "So, you're acting as the Avenger, the King of Hell. You've been hiding your identity with ulterior motives. Now, you'll be exposed. If even one disciple of Astral Pavilion escapes, your true face will surely be revealed." Xiao Tian merely shook his head. "Before coming here, I had already ascertained that this branch of Astral Pavilion had 147 members. Now, only you remain. Do you have any last words?" Xiao Tianji gritted his teeth, thinking that there might still be a chance. Xiao Tian valued Xiroyan greatly, as well as the people of the Great Flame Dynasty. Perhaps if he revealed the biggest secret, there might be a glimmer of hope. Just as Zhou Tianji was about to speak, Xiao Tian suddenly grabbed his throat. Xiao Tian mused aloud, "Impressive. Even at this point, you refuse to speak with me. There's some backbone in you. Though your group deserved their fate, this resolve of yours in the face of death is commendable." Zhou Tianji's face turned red from suffocation, desperately trying to break free from Xiao Tian's grasp. But Xiao Tian continued to speak. "If you had known it would come to this, why did you start in the first place? Your feeble attempts to hurt me are in vain." The next moment, Xiao Tian noticed Zhou Tianji using his blood to write in the air. "I have a major secret about Xiroyan." Only then did Xiao Tian release him. Catching his breath, Zhou Tianji explained, "Prince Xiao, you only know part of the story. Plundering the nation's fortune is just the tip of the iceberg. Our Astral Pavilion has deeper, more secretive aims that even the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Holy Demons sect are unaware of." Xiao Tian squatted down, looking serious. "What secret aim? If I tell you, can you promise not to harm me further?" "Not harm you? Yes, then, I can allow you to take your own life as atonement." Xiao Tian's sudden grin made Zhou Tianji freeze in shock. Zhou Tianji felt so humiliated that he could feel his teeth grinding. Never in his life had he felt such indignity. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. As Zhou Tianji was about to slap his own forehead in suicide, Xiao Tian quickly grabbed his hand. "What are you doing? Didn't we just agree? You tell me the secret, and then you can end your own life. You haven't revealed the secret yet." Zhou Tianji, at the brink of his patience, yelled, "When did we agree to that?" "Xiao Tian, don't push me too far." Xiao Tian glared and without hesitation, slapped him. "Why are you suddenly yelling? You scared me." But then, with a sharp pop, Xiao Tian froze in realization. He had unintentionally slapped Zhou Tianji's head clean off. Where the hell did his head go? Xiao Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Puppy helpfully chimed in, Master, it seems like you accidentally exploded it. Xiao Tian, feeling rather frustrated, continued walking towards the Astral Pavilion. If I'm not mistaken, the location of the Astral Pavilion is considered part of the Great Flame Dynasty's territory, right? He asked Puppy. Yes, Master, Puppy responded, disregarding the false imperial project. This land belongs to the Great Flame Dynasty. It's technically leased to others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian forcefully pushed open the doors to the treasury. Have they paid their taxes? Based on the records of the Great Flame Dynasty, there's no record of Astral Pavilion ever paying taxes. Xiao Tian, shaking his head in disapproval, remarked, Not paying taxes? That's not acceptable. It looks like I'll have to seize it on their behalf. Without hesitation, he emptied the entire treasury. Later, Xiao Tian made his way to a side hall within the Astral Pavilion and indulged in a warm bath. He examined the treasures he had acquired and praised Puppy. You did well, Puppy. You even categorized and documented the books and artifacts I collected. Show me this airborne flight artifact and this emblem. Does it represent the Great Flame Empire? Yes, Master. The Southern Flame Domain, which was ruled by the Great Flame Empire, left behind many relics after it transformed into the Southern Wilderness. Most of these items come from those relics and therefore bear the emblem of the Great Flame Empire. There's no historical record in Astral Pavilion's library about the emblem of the Great Flame Dynasty. Xiao Tian pondered, is there a connection between the Great Flame Dynasty and the Great Flame Empire? Unable to figure it out, he finally decided to let it go. Whatever, bathing is more relaxing. I don't feel like thinking anymore. It's exhausting. An hour later, Xiao Tian got up. It's getting late. I should head back soon. Soon after, at the old mansion of the Luyan family in Green Flame Town, both Luyan and Zhongling felt a sudden jolt. Seized back already. As Xiao Tian landed, Zhongling immediately asked, Prince, did you forgive them? Caught off guard by her question, Xiao Tian paused momentarily before shaking his head. Unfortunately, their sins are too grave. I generously gave them 3 chances, but they didn't take them. Alas, it's my own inability. I couldn't save them. However, I did ensure they departed peacefully. Zhongling tried to console him. Prince, don't be disheartened. In the future, there will be people who will truly understand your deep intentions. They'll realize that you weren't simply ending their lives, but cleansing them of their sins, allowing them to be better individuals in their next life. Hearing this, Xiao Tian, feeling understood, affectionately ruffled Zhongling's hair. What a teachable child. Lu Yan, you should learn from this young one here. Look at how enlightened she is. Enough of this. I need to prepare breakfast. To reward you both, I'll let you taste my culinary skills. Watching Xiao Tian walk away, Zhongling spoke. What did I tell you, Sister Lu Yan? I knew that the wicked people of the Astral Pavilion would not live to see the sun rise today. Lu Yan sighed. You truly are getting to understand the prince better each day. Zhongling responded with a resigned smile. That's because, at times, the prince can be quite childlike. He often exists in his own world. The emperor once mentioned that the prince always seems to have a lonely smile, as if he doesn't fit into this world. Yet, he always faces everything with positivity. A man is a being who transcends all things. While everyone else is worried about the future, he has single-handedly destroyed the Astral Pavilion branch, all for the sake of living a happy life without worries. Meanwhile, at the old house, Zhong Yangming yawns and asks listlessly, Prince, is this really okay? Xiao Tian is unfazed. What's not okay? Is it difficult to assist me? Zhong Yangming finally explains, Prince, my wife will panic if she wakes up and finds me mysteriously gone. Bad things could happen. In the time it took me to just roll over, I was dragged here by Prince to do heavy lifting. It's terrible. Xiao Tian smiles. Zhongling is outside. She can explain for you later. Take this out. Zhong Yangming is puzzled. There are only 5 of us. Why do we need so many bowls and chopsticks? Seeing Zhong Yangming standing still, Xiao Tian turns to urge him, hurry up. Leaving the yard, Zhong Yangming realizes his mistake. But what's the deal with that purple-haired, horned woman and a tail too? She looks scary and disgusting. Moments later, Xiao Tian calls for noodles. Everyone is silent, making the atmosphere awkward. Empress Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan are staring at each other intensely. Both are silently comforting themselves not to get angry. We can't kill our own Xiao Tian because of the humiliating scene last night. Why must I remember such an embarrassing, humiliating scene? Zhongling and Lu Yan are also glaring at the 3 people on the other side. How annoying. Are these horned women transformed from cows? How can they be so large? Moments later, Zhong Yangming is the first to ask, Prince, what exactly is going on here? Empress Ji Ruoyan responds, it won't hurt for you all to know. There aren't many people in the Great Flame Dynasty whom I can trust. However, after hearing it, you'll need to stay calm. Luo Fengyuan's 3 subordinates shake their heads. These humans probably can't handle the truth. Ji Ruoyan then begins to narrate slowly. It has to do with my father and the Great Flame Dynasty. Soon, a quarter of an hour passes. The situation is as follows. The truth is horrifying, but I hope before Ji Ruoyan could finish, Zhong Yangming mutters to himself. So that's how it is. This explains Luo Yutian's strange behavior. Zhong Ling asks Lu Yan in a daze. This is making my head spin. Do you understand, Sister Lu Yan? Lu Yan puts it succinctly in simple terms. We're being raised like pigs to be slaughtered when we're fat enough. Zhong Ling instantly understands. And upon seeing this, Luo Fengyuan can't help but praise. Remarkable. You've truly impressed me. Facing such truth and still maintaining your composure, that's really impressive. At this point, Zhong Yangming suddenly stands up and asks, Lord of the Demon Empress, may I inquire if there's no turning back once this innate embryo jade matures? Faced with his own Xiaotian chef, Luo Fengyuan seriously explains. Not necessarily. Thanks to the barrier of this special region, anyone who wishes to enter must suppress their cultivation to the 10th stage. Those who would come in to snatch the innate embryo jade are all at this level. Saying this, Luo Fengyuan gives Ji Ruoyan a slightly provocative look. My true cultivation level is much higher than yours. Ji Ruoyan's face turns red as she huffs. So what? I will surpass you sooner or later. Luo Fengyuan laughs, her eyes filled with indulgence. You look really cute when you're being stubborn. Ji Ruoyan's face grows hotter, but she continues to deny. I am not. You are so annoying. Bursting into laughter. Still denying it. Ha ha. On the side, the trio of Zhong Yangming are still discussing. If that's the case, then we're not entirely powerless. That's good. The Emperor is already at the 10th stage. With the aid of the Imperial City's array, as long as the opponent doesn't exceed this level, I believe the Emperor can handle it. Zhong Ling covers her mouth and giggles. Anyway, we can't lose. The eldest offers an explanation to you. The 10th stage may seem strong, but for the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion, this level of strength is not uncommon. Hearing this, the three who know Xiao Tian's true power all look at him at once. Although Prince appears to be in a daze, focusing only on his bowl of food, none of the three are anxious. This secret weapon will take action when cornered. At this moment, Luo Fengyuan, seeing the seemingly easy to bully Ji Ruoyan, suddenly presses her against himself. A triumphant look on her face. Come on, my little darling. Keep going. I'm waiting for you to hit me. But Ji Ruoyan is firmly pressed and can't speak, only managing to emit sounds of discontent. Just at this moment, Luo Fengyuan suddenly looks up and sees the astonished faces of Zhong Yangming, Zhong Ling, and Lu Yan. She thinks they are frightened by the mention of Astral Pavilion and Eastern Flame Kingdom, so she decides to comfort them. Therefore, Luo Fengyuan releases Ji Ruoyan and turns to the three, smiling. You don't need to worry too much. I will personally assist you. The Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion are easy to deal with. He then looks back at Ji Ruoyan and says, Speaking of which, you previously invited me to live in the palace. Does that offer still stand? Ji Ruoyan pauses for a moment. Why did she pity her in the first place? Although her sympathy got valuable information and a new ally, she is really annoyed by her. Seeing Ji Ruoyan remain silent, Luo Fengyuan continues to chuckle. Ah, the Great Flame Empress, a direct descendant of the legitimate imperial bloodline. You're not going to back out, are you? I've already shared valuable information and even plan to help you. Seeing Luo Fengyuan's expression, the Empress clenches her teeth, filled with inner criticism. What are you really up to? Do you think I don't know? Yet Ji Ruoyan clears her throat and states, My word is gold. What I say, I do. Although she regrets saying it instantly, thinking, so annoying. Why did I agree to this holy demon Empress? I can't calm down at all. Luo Fengyuan smiles very contentedly, as expected of the Great Flame Empress. However, at this moment, Ji Ruoyan suddenly puts forth her conditions. Don't be too pleased just yet. Entering the palace is fine, but there are rules. First, Xiao Tian belongs to you in the morning, but he's mine in the afternoon and evening. As she says this, she points at Xiao Tian, who looks confused. Second, you're only allowed to share a bed with me. No sneaking off to Xiao Tian in the night. Third, you must spar with me to improve my strength. No more drinking contests with me. Saying this, Ji Ruoyan moves closer but is immediately pushed away by Luo Fengyuan, who exclaims, No way, are you an idiot? If we're together every night, wouldn't others benefit? Change the second condition. The three of us should be together. Understand? Watching Luo Fengyuan pinch her cheek, Zhong Yanming covers his mouth, struggling to hold back laughter. Then, he pats Xiao Tian's shoulder and says, Prince, you've had it tough. You've sacrificed so much for the people of Great Flame. By the way, Prince, would you like some nutritional supplements? Annoyed, Xiao Tian pushes him away and retorts, What are you thinking? Stop looking at me like that. Only Luo Fengyuan's three subordinates in the room feel a massive headache coming on. My Empress, what are you doing? We are here to seize the national fate. Why did you get yourself involved? It's beyond words. At this moment, in a side chamber of the palace, Xiao Tian lies between the two empresses, Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan, each gripping one of his hands. The blanket has long since been kicked away. Slowly opening his eyes, Xiao Tian realizes that sharing a bed, which he once looked forward to, isn't what it seemed. Dark circles under his eyes. He thinks he can't lie down any longer. His body just can't take it. In the next second, Xiao Tian maintains his supine position and slowly floats up between the two women. Then he heads straight for the door. Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan seem somewhat unaccustomed to his departure. They reach out, grasp for a bit, then end up embracing each other before falling back asleep. Xiao Tian steps out into the courtyard, breathing into fresh air. However, his stomach rumbles with hunger. If I go to Zhongyangming now, I should be able to get some breakfast. Not long after, at the Zhong family dining table, Zhong Lijuang takes a bite from a large bun and frowns at Xiao Tian. "Prince, why are you here again?" Xiao Tian smiles and says, "Isn't it because Master Zhong's cooking is so good? Look at this bun. Oh my, why is this bun so small?" He takes a big bite, thinking that this bun is really small and nowhere near as good as Luo Fengyuan's or even Ji Ruoyan's. "Prince, be careful with your words." Zhong Yangming coughs twice, looking helplessly at Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian casually shakes the bun in his hand and says, "You're not that serious either. You have unique tastes, and yet you often make fun of me." Zhong Yangming's face turns red instantly, and he doesn't know what to say. Just then, someone from outside yells, "Madam, there's a situation." Zhong Lijuang instantly appears in the courtyard and takes the letter. After reading the statement inside, her face changes immediately. This is outrageous. Upon hearing the exclamation, Zhong Yangming rushes out to ask what happened. Zhong Lijuang then explains, "Astral Pavilion has been destroyed. There's a letter left behind, saying acting on behalf of heaven, it's suspected to be the work of the King of Hell." Hearing this, Zhong Yangming simply responds with a disinterested "oh," seemingly not too concerned. This confuses Zhong Lijuang. Is this guy really so composed? And what about Linger? Why aren't these father and daughter surprised at all? No, now is not the time to worry about them. Immediately, Zhong Lijuang, with a serious expression, tells everyone, "I have to go to the palace to report this to His Majesty right away. I don't know what the King of Hell is up to, causing so much turmoil everywhere." Maybe before she can finish, Zhong Yangming interrupts, "Madam, if there's an urgent matter, you should quickly go to the palace to report to Her Majesty. Don't waste time here. It's crucial to get there as soon as possible." Upon hearing her husband's concern, Zhong Lijuang gives him a kiss. "My husband speaks wisely. I'll be back soon." After she leaves, Zhong Yangming wipes sweat from his forehead. "Ah, my wife. The King of Hell is right in front of you. You can't afford to speak recklessly." Returning to the dining table, Zhong Yangming immediately explains to Xiao Tian, "Prince, please don't take my wife's ignorance to heart." Xiao Tian waves it off. "I'm not petty enough to hold a grudge over a few words." Upon hearing this, both Zhong Yangming and Zhongling nearly roll their eyes to the heavens. "Do you even believe what you're saying, Prince?" Then, Zhong Yangming suddenly asks Xiao Tian, "With the fall of Astral Pavilion, I suspect Lu Outyin won't be able to sit still." Xiao Tian looks unconcerned. "There's no need to rush. With Xiroyan and Luo Fengyuan joining forces, two empresses combined, even Astral Pavilion and Eastern Flame Kingdom don't stand a chance. After all, these women are my breadwinners." Just then, Zhong Lijuang returns, looking displeased. Zhong Yangming is puzzled. "Madam, why did you come back so soon?" Shaking her head, Zhong Lijuang solemnly informed Xiao Tian, "Prince, I have something to tell you. Don't take it too hard. A purple-haired woman may have cuckolded you. I went to see His Majesty and found them kissing." Xiao Tian feels a chill run down his spine. Just then, a helpless Lu Yan enters the courtyard with Zhong Lijuang, explaining, "General, you misunderstand. Things are not as they seem." Zhong Lijuang frowns, looking back at her former subordinate. "Where's the misunderstanding? When I went there, His Majesty was indeed embracing that purple-haired woman and passionately kissing her." Lu Yan looks somewhat helpless. "It's good you don't know the identity of a holy demon empress. Otherwise, things would be worse." Xiao Tian, appearing to understand, says, "So they've started fighting, haven't they?" Lu Yan nods. "Prince, you're right. Her Majesty and Lord Luo had some sort of morning crankiness, so they started sparring in the courtyard. They had a fight, and when not using their cultivation, Her Majesty kept aiming for Lord Luo's chest, and in a moment of desperation, Lord Luo grabbed Her Majesty's hand and pulled it toward her, causing their lips to accidentally touch. Her Majesty thought Lord Luo did it on purpose and kissed back in anger. Lord Luo thought Her Majesty was being a scoundrel and, irritated, tried to bite Her Majesty's face. In retaliation, Her Majesty bit Lord Luo's head. That's when you, General, walked in, and perhaps from your angle, you misunderstood." Upon hearing Lu Yan's explanation, Zhong Li Huang feels somewhat embarrassed. Zhong Ling, standing beside her, can't help but laugh. Her Majesty is suddenly acting like a child, causing such a ruckus. This might actually be a good thing. Though they may not be good friends, at least Her Majesty has found a playmate. Zhong Yangming's face reveals a look of relief. Upon hearing the word friends, Xiao Tian packs his things into his system space and mutters as if reminiscing. His sudden muttering sends a shiver down the spines of Zhong Yangming and Zhong Ling, who are sitting next to him. Prince, what sort of schemes did your adoptive father use? Zhong Ling asks cautiously. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian slowly speaks. The one who should apologize is me. Xiao Tian looks up at the distant sky and laughs, as if recalling something. But we're friends too, aren't we? Zhong Ling suddenly chimes in. Getting ahead of yourself? Are you trying to be my equal? Zhong Yangming's eyes widen in disbelief. You're mixing up generations here. Zhong Ling sticks out her tongue at Zhong Yangming. It's just a metaphor. Why are you getting so worked up? Besides, you're not worthy to be friends with the prince. You little brat, don't make me discipline you. Come on, Dad. You couldn't beat me if you tried. Zhong Ling shrugs, leaving Zhong Yangming fuming and powerless. Just then, Zhong Li Xuang suddenly roars like a lioness and slaps the table. Are you ignoring what I say? Who allowed you to only eat the filling and not the skin of the bun? If you're not disciplined for 3 days, the roof tiles will lift off. With that, Zhong Li Xuang grabs Zhong Ling and starts spanking her. My dear wife, you're hitting too hard. Zhong Yangming, who was fuming just a moment ago, rushes over with concern, only to be met with a scolding from his wife. How dare you speak? This girl's behavior is all because you spoil her. Xiao Tian sits there silently, watching the family drama unfold before him. He finally speaks. It's wonderful. Do you know why my cooking skills are actually not inferior to Zhong Yangming's? Yet I prefer to eat his dishes. Lu Yan smiles at Xiao Tian. Is it for the same reason you cook noodles for Her Majesty and the others? Commander Lu is right. Xiao Tian stands up, propping himself on his knees, and looks at the family of 3 in the distance. The food that Zhong Yangming makes is not just for me, but also for his family. Dishes cooked with love and intent for one's family are, of course, irresistibly delicious. Let's go back to the palace. I suspect our Empress and the Demon Emperor are probably starving by now. Saying this, Xiao Tian casually walks towards the exit of the estate, his hands behind his back. Lu Yan nods silently, casting a somewhat pitiful look at Xiao Tian's retreating figure. At this moment, Ji Ruoyan angrily chops Lu Fanyuan on the head with the side of her hand. Are you an idiot? How did you become the Demon Empress? Lu Fanyuan, clutching his head, mumbles indifferently, fought my way up. Ji Ruoyan sighs in exasperation. It's a wonder the primordial demon kingdom hasn't been ruined by your family. She then points to the content in the book, different strokes for different folks. However, upon hearing these wise teachings, Lu Fanyuan becomes instantly confused. Not coddling her, chops her head again. Pay attention. I really am paying attention. Lu Fanyuan moans, clutching his head. Ji Ruoyan continues to go through the primordial demon kingdom's information, saying, many things can't be generalized. You need to understand. Yet Lu Fanyuan is staring intently at her face, thinking, how is she so amazing? Noticing her gaze, Ji Ruoyan is dumbfounded. This guy's mind is filled with nothing but Xiao Tian and fighting. She knows nothing about governance, yet she's still an empress. But then again, her chest is so big, she must have traded her brain for it. Later, with Ji Ruoyan's help, Lu Fanyuan uses her avatar to issue various orders in the primordial demon kingdom. The officials are overjoyed and in tears. Finally, our demon empress is willing to use her brain. She stopped cutting people down at the drop of a hat. However, her avatar seems perplexed. Why can't we just cut them down? It's such a hassle. Can't I just do it later? Why do we have to think? On the other side, Ji Ruoyan's Empress mini-classroom session comes to a temporary end. Lu Fanyuan lies dizzily on the desk. Why is being an empress so complicated? My former subjects never consulted me like this. From a nearby reclining chair, Xiao Tian suddenly chimes in, probably because they were afraid you'd cut them down. Being an empress is hard and technical work. There's much for you to learn. As soon as Xiao Tian finishes speaking, Ji Ruoyan places a large pile of memoranda in front of Lu Fanyuan. These are all summaries from your personal guards regarding the state of affairs in the primordial demon kingdom. Review them carefully. I will check them later. For the sake of your people, do your best. Ji Ruoyan's face betrays a mix of frustration and hopeful expectation, as if wishing for her to excel. Lu Fanyuan looks helplessly at her bodyguard, begging, help me. Her guard looked at her helplessly. The eldest sighed and comforted, Demon Empress, my lady. The Great Flame Empress does make a lot of sense. Empress Ji can patiently teach you. You should cherish it. Work hard and stop running away. Xiao Tian on the side picked up a drink and took a big sip. Exactly. If you don't govern the country well, your family fortune will eventually run out. Upon hearing this, Lu Fanyuan slammed her fist on the table. We can't let the family fortune run out. Otherwise, How will we support Xiao Tian? At this moment, Xiao Tian is lying on a lounge chair, sipping a drink. In the eyes of Ji Ruoyan and Lu Fanyuan, he looks extremely adorable and good-looking. After a moment, Lu Fanyuan looked up again at Ji Ruoyan, who was focused on reviewing petitions. This person is really amazing. How can she review so many petitions without getting dizzy? Meanwhile, outside the palace, the winds and clouds are changing, as if something big is about to happen. At this moment, inside the Prime Minister's residence, a person in black told Lu Yutian, "The Eastern Flame Kingdom has responded. The Emperor agrees with your plan, but the problem is, if you really do this, people will die." Lu Yutian looked indifferent. "Touch my face." The man in black hesitated, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Are you insane?" But seeing Lu Yutian's serious face, the man in black sighed, stepped forward, and extended a finger. Just as he was about to touch Lu Yutian suddenly turned into a shadow of light and disappeared in front of him. The man in black then understood. "I should have known. Your advanced dodging technique in close combat is remarkable in our generation. You were dominant because of this." Lu Yutian waved his hand. "A hero doesn't talk about past bravery. Zhou Jitian has been above me for so many years." Upon hearing this, the man in black laughed. "But Zhou Jitian doesn't even have a head now. Astral Pavilion's branch has been destroyed. They lost their opportunity. The Emperor agrees with your plan and has sworn you will take care of the Lu family." Lu Yutian took the imperial edict handed to him and took a long sigh of relief. "Good. The positions of those who died at Green Flame Mountain will immediately be filled by newcomers from Eastern Flame Kingdom. From now on, the highest command in this area will be given to you. Don't let me down. All for Eastern Flame." The man in black seemed a bit excited and repeated, "All for Eastern Flame." The next second, the man in black suddenly burst into tears. "Big brother," Lu Yutian was stunned, even doubting his own ears for a moment. After a while, Akamo Lu Yutian sighed softly. "It's been many years since I've heard you call me that. Go!" The man in black nodded and quickly left. Lu Yutian then sat at his desk and began to write a letter. "Prince Xiao, or should I call you King of Hell? Although it's just a guess, I think it's very likely." Upon reading this, "King of Hell, don't act rashly. Don't be in a hurry to come and kill me. Otherwise, nearly 70% of the Imperial City's populace will be buried with me. After reading the letter, please come to number 1 Sky in the east of the Imperial City to meet at the Empress and Prince's Love Field and Emotional Sunshine Welfare Institute. By the way, let me mention, naming it like this is really a bit off." Xiao Tian looked at the letter with a heavy face. Lu Yan next to him couldn't help but ask, "Prince, what happened?" Xiao Tian nodded. "It's very serious. Even more tricky than I thought." "Commander Lu, let me ask you," Xiao Tian said while holding his forehead. "It really seems difficult to understand. You see, is the name Empress and Prince's Love Field and Emotional Sunshine Welfare Institute really that problematic? Changing it now would be a complicated process. Very tricky indeed." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan was completely stunned. "So you're worried about this?" But she still comforted Xiao Tian. "Don't overthink it, Prince. The name is quite nice." Xiao Tian nodded. "That's good. Then it's just Luo Tian's personal taste issue. By the way, the Welfare Institute, mainly funded by Luo Fengyuan recently, is about to be completed. What do you think of the name? Wholehearted Prince and loving Lady Luo's sincere contribution to a beautiful and happy Welfare Institute." Lu Yan immediately gave a big thumbs up. "The name Prince came up with is excellent, very thematic, and it promotes the positive energy you've taught us." Xiao Tian was also very excited. "Commander Lu has good taste. Lu Aodian has terrible taste." Saying that, Xiao Tian slowly stood up. "All right, it's time for me to have a talk with Lu Aodian." Lu Yan was puzzled. "Prince, what does Lu Aodian want with you?" Xiao Tian waved his hand. "Don't worry, I won't die." However, Lu Yan suddenly became worried. "Prince, could there be an ambush?" The next second, Lu Yan recalled the time he used the toxic swamp as a facial mask. On second thought, never mind. With Prince's strength, it would be him ambushing a group of people led by Lu Aodian. After reading Prime Minister Lu's threatening letter, Xiao Tian hurried to the Welfare Institute. A little girl missing an arm looked up at him, wanting Xiao Tian to be her father. "Wow, I considered you my little sister, and now you want me to be your father? Dream on. How could this prince afford to raise you?" Xiao Tian picked up the little girl. "I will always be your big brother, Xiao. Let's make that clear." The little girl hugged Xiao Tian's neck tightly with her only hand. It turns out that she was once a pitiable beggar controlled by others. If it weren't for the beggar boss being captured by the prince, she would still be kneeling on the street in the cold wind, begging laboriously. Now she has new clothes to wear, can read and write, and even learn cultivation from teachers. Seeing the group of children before him, Xiao Tian's previously gloomy mood greatly improved. "Don't push. Be careful not to fall. Take it easy. Which little rascal touched my butt again?" Xiao Tian pretended to be angry, making the bunch of children burst into laughter. So, surrounded by children, Xiao Tian entered the Welfare Institute. Along the way, the elderly in the yard looked kindly at the Great Flame Prince being escorted by children. Thanks to Lord Prince, he paid for our housing and allows these children to learn. And even we, the older ones, can contribute using our skills. At this time, inside the Welfare Institute, Lu Haoyan, the Prime Minister of Great Flame, was making tea. The title of Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity suits Prince Xiao very well. You're deeply loved by the people and especially adored by these children. While pouring tea, Lu Haoyan looked at Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian remain silent, Lu Haoyan directly tugged at his robe, exposing the area over his heart. Prince Xiao, now we can sit down and talk over tea. If I suffer even a minor injury, this trap void turbulence rune formation will detonate. I can't speak for others, but this Welfare Institute will collapse instantly, and these pitiable children, those pitiable people, they will all die. As Lu Haoyan's words fell, he gently placed a jade cup across the table. Please, Lord Prince. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian sighed, put down the little girl in his arms and told everyone to move back. This is adult business. Children shouldn't be involved. After saying this, Xiao Tian walked straight to the opposite side of Lu Haoyan and sat down, drinking all the tea in the pot in one go. Now that we're done, let's talk business. This made the corner of Lu Haoyan's mouth twitch slightly. Damn it, this Xiao Tian is still so annoying. Xiao Tian flexed his hands and looked at Lu Haoyan. What would be the consequences if I kill you now? Hearing this, Lu Haoyan pointed at his heart and explained. The Trap Void Turbulence Rune formation is a killer weapon, combining both formation and rune. The main rune is connected to my life. 8 subrunes are placed at 8 directions around the Imperial City. If I die, the subrunes will explode, causing spatial collapse and temporal turbulence. 70% of the people in the Imperial City will undoubtedly die as soon as the words were spoken. A rune suddenly appeared in the sky above the Welfare Institute. Immediately following, the space in this area was all sealed off. This startled Xiao Tian. What is this? At this moment, both of them looked at the rune above their heads. Lu Haoyan chuckled lightly. The rune formation is activating. Once it's fully activated, you and I will be trapped within this formation constructed by the 8 subrunes. Once the trapping formation is fully established, the main rune on my chest will also activate. At that time, the space within the formation will break and collapse, pulling both of us into a temporal turbulence. Of course, given your strength, perhaps killing me now would leave you unharmed, but this Welfare Institute and the people of the Imperial City would suffer terribly. Lu Haoyan became more excited as he spoke. If I die, the rune on my chest will detonate. 70% of the population would be affected with the worst impact, being on the people closest to us in this Welfare Institute. Saying this, he suddenly leaned forward on the table, slowly moving closer to Xiao Tian. Would you strike me down? Xiao Tian turned his head to look at the children in the Welfare Institute and immediately made up his mind. With a serious face, he replied, at least for now, I won't. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoyan felt a triumphant thrill. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shortly after, Lu Haoyan bowed to Xiao Tian. I indeed have not misjudged you. On behalf of the people of the Imperial City, I thank Prince for his benevolence. Saying this, Lu Haoyan slowly sat down, spreading his hands in a somewhat commanding manner, reassuringly saying, Prince Xiao, rest assured, our Eastern Flame Kingdom's Emperor has already agreed. Once this is resolved, all the people of Great Flame will move to Eastern Flame and live in peace and prosperity. Xiao Tian smiled with a hint of mockery. Sounds interesting. So, you're actually a person who cares for the people? Lu Haoyan took it seriously. It's just a matter of different standpoints. I had no choice. I can only try to ensure the survival of the people of Great Flame while also protecting the interests of the Eastern Flame Kingdom. Xiao Tian thought for a moment. You really are ruthless. No matter whether I take action or not, you'll end up dead either way. Is it worth it? Lu Haoyan wore a face that was ready to die for the people of Eastern Flame. Of course it's worth it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian suddenly felt somewhat annoyed. I can respect you, but that doesn't prevent me from wanting to kill you. You dare to use the Welfare Institute to threaten me? If I weren't afraid of causing a disaster by making a move, I would beat you and your son until even your mother wouldn't recognize you. At this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly thought of a question. By the way, how did you discover my true identity? I should have covered my tracks well, whether it was cleaning the scene or dealing with witnesses. Even the astute Empress didn't notice. So how did you, a fool, manage to? Hearing this question, Lu Haoyan's face brimmed with confidence. He chuckled smugly. Xiroyan doesn't know, but there is a world called the Body Cultivation Realm in the lower realms. There, the spiritual energy is thin, resources are scarce, and cultivators don't have realms. They can only rely on lightning to temper their bodies, achieving sanctification of the flesh. The price is that they cannot break through above the 10th level. If my guess is correct, you should have been summoned by Her Majesty from such a body cultivation realm. While Xiao Tian was confused upon hearing this, Lu Haoyan continued speaking to himself. Now the space here is weak, and the rules are chaotic. Your power can be fully utilized. Likewise, you often pretend to be listless, acting lazy, precisely to create the illusion of a supreme powerhouse who is physically drained. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment. So there's something called the body cultivation realm. Ah, if I didn't know that I came from another dimensional universe, I'd almost believe this nonsense. Just as Xiao Tian was about to say that there might be a misunderstanding, Lu Haoyan interrupted him. People from the body cultivation realm, knowing they have no future, are quick to deny it. But Prince Xiao, don't you have even that much grace? He sighed as he continued. To others, you may appear as a brute with only strength and no future, but I highly respect your benevolence. Xiao Tian's face was filled with disbelief. Alright, if it makes you happy, let's say I'm a futureless waste. While Xiao Tian was puzzled, Lu Haoyan slowly explained the reason. Ever since Her Majesty the Empress summoned you, the King of Hell has appeared. Also, after the Blood Cloud Tower was destroyed, Zhongling has been acting like an obedient little mare in front of you. It made me suspect. Later, Lu Yan started showing you immense respect, deepening my suspicions. Then, that ancient book's backlash had no effect on you, probably because of your strong physical body. When Zhong Yanming was abducted but later rescued by the King of Hell, why would the King of Hell do that? What if Zhong Yanming was the King of Hell's chef? Wouldn't that make sense? Everyone in the Imperial City knows about your relationship with Zhong Yanming. What confirmed my belief that you are the King of Hell was when you pinched my face on the street, and I couldn't dodge you. Therefore, you must be the King of Hell. Having said this excitedly, Lu Haoyan watched as the surrounding trap void turbulence formation finally completed, sealing them both in. He looked at Xiao Tian and said, Xiao, King of Hell, though body cultivation has no future and is a dead end in this place, you, invincible at the 10th level, are terrifying. Eastern Flame Kingdom can't afford to lose. The greatest respect I can offer is to drag you down with my life. Lu Haoyan stood up, the runes around him flickering with golden light. Prince Xiao, please don't think about killing me. Before we enter the spatial turbulence, your attacks will trigger the runes. Pointing at the children nearby, he added, for the sake of those kids, please refrain from acting rashly. Xiao Tian didn't respond, internally asking Puppy, what's the outcome? Puppy calculated the results. The risk of affecting the orphanage is 12%. The best choice right now is to hold off. Even if we're trapped in the spatial turbulence, there won't be any harm to you, and your presence can stabilize the space. Reducing the damage to a minimum, Xiao Tian's mind churned. So can I directly tear the space and throw him into the spatial rift? That won't work, Master. Doing so will still trigger the runes and affect the surroundings. Xiao Tian was somewhat puzzled. Why is that? Isn't that a bit excessive? Puppy paused before responding. It's because he's too weak. He can't withstand the impact of you tearing space. Xiao Tian immediately became angry and started cursing Lu Haoyan. You waste of space. Lu Haoyan was puzzled. Why is he suddenly calling me useless? What's the reason? Just then, Xiao Tian's eyes widened. He was thinking that he mustn't let Lu Haoyan get hurt, but the situation took another turn. Turns out, his son Lu Shimei had just drawn a sword, attempting to backstab Lu Haoyan. But in the next moment, blood splattered on the runes, and Lu Shimei's eyes widened. Lu Haoyan had pierced his stomach with his bare hands, chuckling softly. Ah, my son, you're still too young. The knife in Lu Shimei's hand clanged to the ground as he slowly fell down. The blood from his stomach seemed almost sentient, frantically converging toward the runes. It was then that Lu Haoyan explained with a smile, the trap void turbulence rune formation requires a blood sacrifice. The moment you chose to conspire against your father, you became the perfect candidate. Meanwhile, the strange runes, after absorbing Lu Shimei's blood, began to emit a bizarre red glow, as if it was about to engulf everything. Already on the verge of eruption, the children nearby were not afraid, but rather, they were extremely worried about Xiao Tian. They yelled, Brother Xiao Tian, and rushed toward him. Xiao Tian snapped back from the shock of Lu Haoyan's act of killing his own son. Seeing the children closing in, he hastily shouted, Don't come any closer. Are you all not listening? The children immediately stopped in their tracks. Lu Haoyan shook his head and mockingly, How touching, Prince. Just then, Lu Yan hurriedly arrived, trying to get closer, but was stopped by Xiao Tian's raised hand. Don't come any closer. Help me keep an eye on those children. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan focused his spiritual energy into a shield, blocking those children who still wanted to charge. Seeing this, Xiao Tian finally looked at Lu Haoyan. You really are ruthless, Prime Minister. Lu Haoyan looked self-assured. The astral pavilion is hiding its true intentions, and its backhand is unknown. The Holy Demon sect has the support of the primordial demon kingdom. Compared to them, my Eastern Flame Kingdom has the least means. Speaking, Lu Haoyan suddenly became serious. This generation's emperor of the Eastern Flame Kingdom is bent on militarization. The national fate is declining. The people are suffering. We urgently need the enhancement of national fate. For the Eastern Flame Kingdom, for the people of Eastern Flame, this is a necessary sacrifice. Saying this, Lu Haoyan sighed. After all, if possible, who would willingly seek death? But he quickly reaffirmed his resolve. For Eastern Flame, my life is but a trivial sacrifice. As Lu Haoyan's voice fell, the surroundings began to fill with countless bloody thunders. The entire space seemed as if it was collapsing. Above the sealed space where the two stood, a formidable force of space, like a tornado, caused the heavens and the earth to change color and the winds to rage. Lu Haoyan spread his hands and told Xiao Tian, when the space collapses into spatial turbulence, the ruins will detonate. There, no civilians will be affected. King of Hell Xiao, I admire your courage, but I also know that you really want to kill me right now. Unfortunately, you can't do anything before we're caught in the turbulence. Xiao Tian looked at him calmly, but the children from the orphanage were crying, shouting to let the villain release Brother Xiao. Upon seeing this, Xiao Tian shouted sternly at the children, "Don't cry. Have you forgotten what I told you? From now on, you can only rely on yourselves. You must learn to be strong." Hearing this, the children bit their lips, stubbornly holding back their tears. "We're good kids. We'll listen to Brother Xiao." Seeing their adorable faces, Xiao Tian finally spoke. "Your brother Xiao is very strong. Don't worry about me. I'll have to take a little detour with this big villain for now. In the days when I can't watch over you, study hard, eat on time, dress warmly, and take good care of the dogs you've adopted. Understood?" The children, dressed in blue and white, all raised their hands and responded, "We understand." To boost their confidence, Xiao Tian deliberately put his hand to his ear. "I can't hear you. Say it again." The children, faces flushed, screamed out, "We understand." Xiao Tian burst into hearty laughter. "It's a deal, then. Wait for my return." Accompanying Xiao Tian's laughter, the space suddenly collapsed and twisted, taking Lu Yutian and everything within the sealed space, instantly turning into a black dot and vanishing on the spot. Lu Yan stared intently at the space in front of her. The little girl beside her asked hesitantly, "Auntie Lu, will Brother Xiao come back?" Lu Yan sighed softly, turned around and rubbed the little girl's head. "Don't worry, Prince will definitely come back. He can't bear to leave you adorable kids." As she said this, she even playfully pinched the girl's nose. Then she turned back to the spot where they had disappeared. Mulling over in her heart, "Lu Yutian, your biggest mistake was using these children and civilians to blackmail the prince. You fool, you have no idea how terrifying the prince is. Eastern Fling Kingdom. Ha, you're done for. Heaven and earth, no one can save you now." Meanwhile, in the chaotic area at the edge of the Void Realm, a streak of light suddenly tore through the space, falling into what appeared to be a mysterious location. Moments later, Lu Yutian landed on the ground with a thud and Xiao Tian was sitting on his lower back. Lu Yutian looked puzzled. "We're actually not dead." Xiao Tian looked around, clearly displeased. "What's going on here? It's so dirty. Who's been littering here? Absolutely no manners." But then, why do these pieces of trash look so familiar? System Puppy awkwardly chimed in, "Master, it seems that the trash you usually throw away when tearing open space for convenience is all here." Xiao Tian took another close look. "Is this really stuff I've thrown away?" Puppy initiated a system analysis and said, "Based on the knowledge from ancient divine tribe scriptures, this appears to be a targeted setting for the Southern Wilderness Realm. Any spatial tearing and traversal that occurs in the Southern Wilderness Realm will be transferred here. This setting might be related to your father-in-law, esteemed Purple Emperor." Xiao Tian immediately understood. "So you're saying, the Great Flame Dynasty is covered by a special realm barrier. To get in, one must pass through a special channel and seal their cultivation. Those who are more powerful and try to tear through space to get in will be forcibly transferred here. That's why whenever I tear through space to discard trash, the trash ends up here." At this moment, Lu Aodin suddenly burst into laughter. "This is the Holy Dragon Relic from the Sea Clan. Ah, the Holy Dragon Relic really exists. Legend has it that in ancient times, mankind had 3 leaders. They were called Human Emperor, Human Sovereign, and Human Venerable. In this Sea Clan, Holy Dragon lineage followed the command of the Human Emperor lineage. Unfortunately, that era fell, and we can't see the glory of mankind from that time. We can only see some past splendor from these ruins." Lu Aodin became a bit sentimental as he spoke. "It's a pity. The Holy Dragon Relic can't be opened without the bloodline of the Human Emperor. People like us, with ordinary human bloodlines, end up here, reduced to mere servants, toiling away to maintain these ruins, dying in this place." Suddenly, Lu Aodin turned to look at Xiao Tian. "But at least my plan was successful in the end. Without you as an extra variable, the agreement can continue to be implemented normally. I've successfully dragged you down with me, Prince Xiao." Just then, the door to the ruins was suddenly opened. A man who looked quite majestic led a man and a woman out and shouted, "This is the Holy Dragon Relic. Who dares to make a ruckus here?" When Lu Aodin saw the people on the stage, his face changed dramatically. "By Qing Liang, it's actually you, and Li Yang and Li Chenhua from the Black Soul Hall. What are you three doing here?" Bai Qing Liang covered her mouth and chuckled. "Lu Aodin, I never expected to see you here." Bai Qing Liang wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Li Yan. "What's going on? Why did you interrupt me?" Bai Qing Liang turned to scold the two, only to find their faces pale, trembling as they looked in a certain direction. Bai Qing Liang followed their gaze. Xiao Tian excitedly waved at him and warmly greeted him. Bai Qing Liang was so scared that his liver almost failed, as if he had seen a lifelong nightmare. After a moment of shock, the three turned and ran, wishing they had never come out in the first place. Xiao Tian's face turned cold. "You think you can run after seeing me?" The next second, Xiao Tian teleported, appearing directly in front of the gate, effectively blocking Bai Qing Liang's way. Xiao Tian scratched his head, about to say something, when Bai Qing Liang and the others were so scared they nearly fainted in their disoriented state. The three instinctively stepped back, only to miss their footing, and tumbled down the stairs. Xiao Tian followed them at a leisurely pace and slowly extended his hand in front of them. "Pay up. You three still owe me 5 million spirit stones." Bai Qing Liang and the others looked at each other, puzzled. 5 million? When did we owe you money? Seeing the three stay silent, Xiao Tian's face turned cold. "You really forgot?" The three shook their heads in bewilderment, looking as innocent as they could be. Xiao Tian stretched out his fingers. "How could you forget? I thought surviving a near-death experience would have made you wiser. Let's see. Last time you kidnapped Zhong Yangming, I traveled far and wide, crossing mountains and rivers to save him. That's labor costs. I originally thought about letting you go and patiently advised you to be good. That's tuition for the life lesson. Then, after sending you into the space-time rift, I also helped transport your treasury. That's moving costs." Xiao Tian spread his hands. "So, you see, don't you owe me 5 million spirit stones?" On the side, Lu Altyan's eyes widened. "You can actually tally it up like this. Is this a calculation that any normal person could make? And why did Bai Qing Liang get scared into idiocy? Even if Xiao Tian is invincible at the same level, there's no need to be that afraid of him. How did they get through the space-time rift to come here?" Just then, an angry shout echoed through the entire relic. "Who dares to cause a commotion here?" Lu Altyan quickly turned around, only to see the spiritual energy inside the relic suddenly converge, gradually forming a holy dragon illusion, the appearance of the holy dragon, its majestic dragon aura everywhere. Seeing this, Lu Altyan became suddenly emotional. "This is the spirit of the holy dragon from the holy dragon relic. It is said that there is a spirit of the holy dragon in the holy dragon relic, formed from a dormant holy dragon. It really does exist. This trip was totally worth it." Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was thinking, this thing really resembles the Dragon King in Dragon Ball. When it transforms into a person, I hope it isn't a dragon-headed human. As for Bai Qing Liang and the others, they were winking and gesturing at the spirit of the holy dragon, seemingly telling him not to come out. But it was too late. A venerable elder appeared, with an imposing demeanor and dragon horns on his head. Unable to restrain his protective instincts, Bai Qing Liang ran towards him, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Lord Dragon Spirit, don't come here, run." Lu Altyan was dumbfounded. Run? Telling such a powerful being like the dragon spirit to run as he lost her mind? Sure enough, the dragon spirit angrily scolded Bai Qing Liang, "You lowly servant, dare to tell me to run? Kneel before me." With that, the elder dragon spirit burst forth in his aura. A wave of dragon's might immediately radiated out. With a thud, Bai Qing Liang and his companions immediately knelt down, but their expressions seemed somewhat off. At this moment, the elder dragon spirit also suddenly knelt down, kneeling proudly without hesitation. This move left Xiao Tian completely bewildered. However, the elder dragon spirit looked serious, with a face 3 parts innocent and 3 parts reverent. He simply knelt on the ground, looking at Xiao Tian. The scene was awkward for a good while. Finally, after a long moment, Xiao Tian reacted and asked, "Elder, why are you showing such great respect?" The elder looked confused. "Didn't I use the power of my soul and dragon's might to make them kneel? Why am I kneeling here?" Bai Qing Liang and his companions covered their faces, mentally commenting, "I knew it. Even if we came to the holy dragon relic and became attendants to the guardian dragon spirit, we can't escape the palm of Xiao Tian." Lu Yan was also dumbfounded. "What's going on here? Does the guardian dragon spirit of the holy dragon relic also have issues with mobility due to old age?" The elder hastily stood up and angrily shouted, "I am Long Qiu Dao, the last appointed master of the holy dragon by the human emperor, a renowned dragon lord across multiple realms. How could I possibly be humiliated by a mere human like you?" With that, Long Qiu Dao activated the holy dragon power throughout the relic. In an instant, there was a flash of lightning and rumbling of thunder. The winds and clouds surged. All of the holy dragon's power converged onto Long Qiu-dao. The next second, above Long Qiu-dao's head, a holy dragon's true form soared into the sky, looking down on Xiao Tian with a superior posture. In that moment, a sweeping dragon's might filled the entire relic. Bai Qingliang and his companions, as dragon servants, were just trembling with fear, but Lu Yan knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment, Long Qiu-dao emitted a dazzling, radiant light, his expression solemn, floating high above, in front of the illusory form of the holy dragon. Lu Yan glanced again at Xiao Tian, who was indifferent. This dragon lord of the holy dragon relic can't be real, right? Otherwise, why would Xiao Tian be unscathed? However, Xiao Tian is also unlucky enough to be misdirected in anger because the elder accidentally knelt due to his own infirmity. At that moment, Long Qiu-dao suddenly spoke with a dignified face. Now, kneel before me. Before he could finish, the entire relic space suddenly started to shake violently. A much more dazzling golden light burst forth from behind Xiao Tian. This feeling, Long Qiu-dao was completely stunned. How is this possible? This is actually the legendary primordial dragon god. And at this moment, behind Xiao Tian, there were actually 9 divine dragon illusions. One of them slowly opened its eyes, seemingly somewhat disdainful. The next second, a dragon's breath was exhaled toward Long Qiu-dao. In an instant, the holy dragon illusion behind Long Qiu-dao was shattered, and he himself fell to the ground with a plop. His eyes widened in confusion. How could this be? The blessing once granted to me by the human emperor has been completely erased. How could such a terrifying real dragon illusion appear behind this young man? Lu Yan also stared at Xiao Tian for a long time. What was that behind him just now? Do the dragons of the sea clam look like that? Comparing them, the one behind that elder was like a mudfish. A moment later, Long Qiu-dao finally spoke in alarm. Who exactly are you? Xiao Tian patted his chest. Although I'm just an ordinary person, even though I don't know what just happened, the feeling of being protected feels so good. I don't even have to lift a finger, and the opponent is already kneeling and conquered. Long Qiu-dao had no idea what Xiao Tian was thinking, staring blankly at him. After a long while, Long Qiu-dao couldn't help but burst into tears. Am I not pathetic? People are just chatting. A little noise shouldn't matter. Why did I have to show off my authority? Bai Qinglian told me to run. Why didn't I? Wait, why didn't Bai Qinglian explain things to me clearly, just telling me to run without details? Of course I wouldn't. Thinking of this, Long Qiu-dao pointed at the trembling trio. It's all your fault, screaming and disturbing this distinguished person, even meddling and sowing discord in front of us. You are truly disposable trash. With that said, Long Qiu-dao suddenly raised his hand, directing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strike the three. Bai Qinglian's eyes widened, unable to hold back an angry curse. But before he could finish speaking, he was blasted into pieces, with no hope of surviving. After doing all this, Long Qiu-dao turned to face Xiao Tian and bowed. Lowly, Long Qiu-dao greets this distinguished person. Are you satisfied with the small assistance I provided earlier? Who knew Xiao Tian would suddenly clench his fists and shout, why did you kill those 3? Long Qiu-dao felt a shiver run through him, thinking to himself that this was bad. Could it be that this Xiao Tian doesn't like killing? The next second, Xiao Tian grabbed him by the neck and scolded. They still owe me 5 million spirit stones. At this moment, faced with Xiao Tian's questioning, Long Qiu-dao was incredibly shocked, but didn't know what to say. Just a few spirit stones. Does this distinguished person really care so much? Seeing him silent, Xiao Tian continued to question. You said it was noisy at the entrance, and you're the guardian spirit of this place, so you must have heard our conversation. If you were really looking out for me, why didn't you wait for me to get back the 5 million spirit stones before killing them? Long Qiu-dao completely ran out of excuses. Xiao Tian became even more certain. So that's how it is. You learned some information about me from those 3, so you were scheming against me in secret. As the saying goes, the older, the craftier. When you were speaking earlier, I observed your expression, your eyes darting left and right. Perhaps in that moment, you already had countless tricks and schemes. Had I not reacted quickly, I would have fallen into an irredeemable trap. Saying this, Xiao Tian suddenly gathered energy in his hand, reaching out to grab Long Qiu-dao in front of him. But unexpectedly, he grabbed at thin air. Long Qiu-dao immediately burst into laughter. Ah, you can't touch me. Just then, Puppy suddenly sent a message in Xiao Tian's mind. Master, he is in a soul form. A direct attack cannot touch him. You also cannot actively mobilize soul power now. I suggest that you shatter the space. Utilize spatial turbulence to wash him away. Xiao Tian gave a slight smile. This is easy to do. Saying this, Xiao Tian suddenly clenched his fist. Immediately, a shattering noise was heard. Lu Yen, who was quietly observing from the side, sucked in a cold breath, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What just happened? Was I seeing things? Did Xiao Tian just crush the space in his palm, while Xiao Tian stared at the smug Long Qiu Dao in front of him? Do you think if I can't touch you that I have no options? Long Qiu Dao's smile didn't fade. It's useless, since you don't know how to use soul power. How could you possibly kill me in this state with just your fists? Just then, Xiao Tian's figure seemed to vanish from the spot in an instant. Long Qiu Dao inexplicably started to feel a bit nervous, only to see that Xiao Tian had already stood in front of him, muttering softly, "Power control, 1/10,000th." A surge of wild power immediately concentrated in his palm, but Long Qiu Dao was confused. What do you mean, control the power to 1/10,000th? Are you joking? How much strength could 1/10,000th have? Enough to beat an earthworm? The next second, an earth-shattering power erupted, enveloping both of them, and with one punch from Xiao Tian, the space started to emit a cracking noise. Ferocious spatial turbulence burst out instantly, starting to violently wash away through the shattered space. Long Qiu Dao wanted to escape, but it was already too late. He could only grit his teeth and ask, "How is this possible? You didn't even use spiritual energy. How could you shatter space with one punch? This is holy dragon relic space, extremely durable, and you idiot, you will also be washed away by the spatial turbulence. Is it worth it to risk your own life to kill me?" As he said this, Long Qiu Dao suddenly stopped. At this moment, Xiao Tian, who was also standing in the spatial turbulence, seemed to be enveloped by some strange force field, leaving his robe completely intact. Xiao Tian crossed his arms and looked at the spatial turbulence. "This is really slow. Let me help speed it up." Saying this, Xiao Tian pointed again. The collapsing space suddenly became even more unstable, even more violent, and the spatial turbulence also grew more fierce. Long Qiu Dao's rate of being obliterated was also accelerating, seemingly having accepted his fate. He had one final question. "Who are you?" Xiao Tian tilted his head in thought. "You're asking who I am?" The next second, Xiao Tian suddenly showed a bright smile. "I won't tell you. For someone as bad as you should die in ignorance." Letting Long Qiu Dao die in spatial turbulence with a face like he'd swallowed 3 pounds of flies, Lu Aoyin, who was off to the side and had witnessed everything, saw Xiao Tian casually close up the shattered space with a pull. Tears flowed down Lu Aoyin's face. "Hehehe, I am really stupid. Why did I provoke something like this?" At this moment, Lu Yan, who had seen Xiao Tian be swept into the temporal turbulence, knelt in front of Shi Ruoyan with a face full of sorrow. Zhong Lishuan, who stood by her side, looked worried. Would the Empress do something foolish? Demon Clan Empress Luofonun clenched her fist, cursing Luotian through gritted teeth. "That scum from the Eastern Flame Kingdom. I should have killed him when I had the chance." At this moment, the Empress suddenly stepped forward to help Lian up. "The blame is not on you, and I am pleased. Lord Zhao's choice just proves that I have chosen wisely." Lu Yan looked at Zoroyan, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Zoroyan through the slave ring of the summoning charm. "I can't sense his location, but at least he's still alive. Perhaps some accident involving the spatial turbulence has given him a glimmer of hope." Luofonun also nodded. Indeed, maybe the spatial turbulence didn't tear him apart, but instead took him to another safe place. Zhong Lijuang suddenly thought of something. What on earth is Luotian thinking? Why did he suddenly attack Xiao Tian? Zoroyan calmly but astonishingly said, "Perhaps he discovered that Lord Xiao is the king of hell." Hearing this, Zhong Yiming's Hongling and Luyan almost simultaneously widened their eyes, staring directly at Zoroyan. "What's going on? How did your majesty know?" Only Zhong Lijuang seemed to be tremendously shocked, exclaiming incredulously, "King of hell?" Luofonun furrowed her brows, looking puzzledly at Zoroyan. "Is Xiao brother that king of hell? His strength does seem very impressive, but he indeed lacks a realm. If my guess is correct, Lord Xiao likely comes from the body cultivation realm world. Can't you guess this? Isn't it very obvious?" Luofonun was completely baffled. Her mind just couldn't wrap around it. "Ah, is it that obvious?" Zoroyan silently looked at her. "Indeed, you've exchanged your brains for your size." Luofonun recalled the moment on Green Flame Mountain when Xiao Tian tore apart the ancient formation with his bare hands. "So it's the body cultivation realm world. If you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten. No wonder Xiao brother has no realm, yet his physical body is so strong." Lu Yan at the side swallowed. "Your Majesty." "You, Zoroyan," interrupted her again. "Why am I not surprised? That's because Lord Xiao is such a fool. His flaw's too big. When you, this young lady, started to obey him, I knew something was off with your character. If Lord Xiao had no capabilities, how would you willingly follow him?" Zhongling could only awkwardly chuckle at the side. Also, the subsequent events were too coincidental, especially after the destruction of the Black Soul Hall. "The message we found in the valley, that suggestion was from Uncle Zhong, right?" Zhong Yangming quickly responded, "Your Majesty is wise. Indeed, it was my suggestion." Lastly, Zoroyan summed up, "That message from King of Hell is harmless to Great Flame. If the other party were an enemy plotting against Great Flame, this action would be, but if King of Hell is Lord Shao, everything makes sense. Zhongling still couldn't figure it out. But your majesty, if you knew all along that the prince was so formidable, why did you pretend not to know? Zoroyan looked at her gently and explained slowly, the stories my mother told me mention that people in the body cultivation realm world are always fighting due to their environment and limited resources. Lord Shao must be tired of the killings. That's why he assumed the lazy posture of a prince. So I nurtured him to be that idle prince. Even if I knew he was willing to help me with my troubles, I would still pretend not to know. It's good to be a little confused sometimes, living in happiness and dreams, and waking up from a perfect nap to cheer and celebrate. What exactly did he go through to treasure a normal nap so much? As she said this, a hint of heartache showed in Zoroyan's eyes. Finally understanding, Luo Fengyuan chimed in, if Brother Shao is of this body cultivation type, then he is a 10th level unbeatable figure. In the special area of the Great Flame Dynasty, he's simply against the heavens. No wonder Luo Aodian wanted to take him away. This also implies one thing. At the very least, the Eastern Flame Kingdom is making its move, so they're eliminating the biggest threat in advance. It looks like a fierce battle is inevitable. The golden pupils of Luo Fengyuan suddenly ignited with fighting spirit, only to be dumbfounded by a sentence from Zoroyan. Why is it that your brain lights up all at once when it comes to fighting? At this, the corner of Luo Fengyuan's mouth twitched. She glared at Zoroyan and yelled, I've been putting up with you for a long time for Brother Zhao's sake. Can you stop bringing up brains? Zoroyan also refused to back down. Did I say something wrong? Sometimes I really think you should change your title. Don't call yourself the Holy Demon Empress. Call yourself the Holy Demon Dumb Emperor instead. Suddenly Luo Fengyuan straightened her back, showing off her grandeur. You arrogant woman, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're just jealous of me. I think you should also change your name from Great Flame Empress to Little Empress. Zoroyan seemed to have hit a sore spot, gritting her teeth, the veins on her forehead bulging. What are you so smug about? Lord Shao doesn't even like it. Luo Fengyuan nonchalantly curled her lip. If a female hooligan like you can like it, not to mention Brother Shao. The two women stared each other down. Others standing nearby could feel the collision of their wills and couldn't help but murmur. Here we go again. How many times has this been? Lord Prince, please come back soon. This family will fall apart without you. Just then, another round of the Battle of the Two Empresses came to an end, with Luo Fengyuan emerging as the winner. Zoroyan could only praise. Well fought. When we go back, I will give you an extra 3 small governance lessons as a reward. However, Luo Fengyuan sensed something was amiss during the fight. Your aura is becoming more mature. The National Seal Jade Stamp may soon be able to successfully condense the national fate. Zoroyan gently nodded. I know, I can feel it. Saying this, she took out the National Seal Jade Stamp from her storage ring. At this moment, the National Seal Jade Stamp began to emit bursts of golden light. Luo Fengyuan stared at the reaction of the National Seal Jade Stamp. Looking at this, it should be complete within a month. That will be the time for Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion to make their move. Upon hearing this, Zoroyan looked solemn. She put away the National Seal Jade Stamp and began to give orders. Minister Zhong, effective today, you will replace Luo Yinyan's position. As the Great Flame Prime Minister, deal with all the ministers from Luo Yinyan's faction and replace them with people we've prepared in advance. The intelligence department should immediately start monitoring everything around us. We must know of any movements. The Great Flame Dynasty is entering a state of war. I will personally serve as the Grand Marshal, with General Zhong as my deputy, to deal with the imminent threats. Upon hearing Zoroyan's command, both Zhong Yanming and his spouse Zhong Lishuang nodded in unison. As you command, Your Majesty. Luo Fengyuan then looked at Zoroyan. My primordial demon kingdom is currently under watch, so we can't mobilize external reinforcements. It's only me and my 3 personal guards. If it really comes to war, will you be afraid? Zoroyan, however, smiled, her face full of determination. Joke, I will not be afraid. I will definitely protect the Great Flame Dynasty, not just safeguarding the foundation left by my father or preserving the empire for which my 2 elder brothers sacrificed, but also for the people of the Great Flame. Even if it's a false empire, it's still my Great Flame. It's still home. Once home is secure, I can then safely go find Lord Shao and bring him back. No matter where he is, I will bring him home. Luo Fengyuan locked eyes with her. Don't worry, I will be with you, and we will definitely bring Lord Shao back. However, at this moment, within the Holy Dragon Relic in the Spacetime Rift, Luo Yutian, who was in front of Xiao Tian, was kneeling on the ground, trembling and covered in cold sweat. Xiao Tian looked speechless. I'm just asking you how to get to Eastern Flame Kingdom. Why are you trembling? Luo Yutian swallowed, lifting his shaky head. Lord Prince, what are you planning to do in the Eastern Flame Kingdom? Xiao Tian smiled. Don't be afraid. I'm a very kind and reasonable person. Saying this, Xiao Tian was about to help him up, but the next second, Xiao Tian suddenly pulled, tearing off a piece of Luo Yutian's clothes, then used it like a rag to wipe Luo Yutian's sweat. Look at you, scaring yourself and sweating so much. Luo Yutian was stunned. He dared not move, dared not speak, just afraid. A moment later, Xiao Tian carelessly tossed the torn cloth aside and explained, actually, when you first threatened me, I was a bit angry, but after thinking about it, you were doing all this for the people of Eastern Flame Kingdom to live a better life. We're just on opposite sides. There's no right or wrong, so I was wondering, could there be a more peaceful way? That wouldn't result in more deaths. To solve the current dilemma, as he spoke, Xiao Tian suddenly leaned in mysteriously. Just now, I thought of a brilliant idea. Guess what it is? Luo Yutian shook his head in a daze. I can't guess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian suddenly burst into triumphant laughter. Ha, such a brilliant plan. I knew you wouldn't be able to guess. What if I go to Eastern Flame Kingdom and kill your Empress? Wouldn't that solve everything? Upon hearing this, Luo Yutian looked at Xiao Tian in utter shock, thinking furiously, what the hell? Say that again? Never mind. I can't beat him. Seeing that Luo Yutian remained silent for a long time, Xiao Tian grinned smugly. Look at you, so stunned that you can't even speak. A bewildered Luo Yutian asked, what's so brilliant about this? Seeing his reaction, Xiao Tian frowned. Seriously, you're so smart. Can't you figure it out? Think about it. You're doing all this so people can live better lives, right? On seeing Luo Yutian nod seriously, Xiao Tian continued, so, what if I kill the Emperor of your Eastern Flame Kingdom and let Xiroyan take her place? Wouldn't the people of the Eastern Flame Kingdom immediately benefit from the legitimate national fate and prosper? People from the Southern Wilderness Realm's Great Flame Dynasty could also move there and continue to live well. Doesn't that sound great? Listening to this, Luo Yutian felt confused, although it seemed to make sense. Wouldn't that mean the end of Eastern Flame Kingdom? You're thinking too small. Xiao Tian shook his head, pointing at his own brain. Names are just labels. If you're so attached to that, why not give the Great Flame Dynasty a nickname like Eastern Flame later on? You seem like a broad-minded, ambitious person. Can't you understand this simple logic? The decline of Eastern Flame Kingdom's national fate shows that your emperor is a tyrant. Killing a tyrant benefits millions, and all you have to do is tell me how to get to the Eastern Flame Kingdom. You'd be making a monumental contribution and leave your name in history. Having said that, Xiao Tian gave him a hefty pat on the shoulder. For Eastern Flame, for the people. Listening to Xiao Tian's persuasive words, Luo Yutian's eyes gradually lit up. Thinking carefully, he realized he's right. With this thought, Luo Yutian declared with a determined face, yes, everything is for Eastern Flame, for the people. Luo Yutian immediately detailed the methods and specific routes to reach the Eastern Flame Kingdom as Xiao Tian nodded and had Puppy record the information. After Puppy gave him a slight nod, Xiao Tian smiled satisfactorily. The next second, he abruptly reached out, grabbing Luo Yutian by the neck and lifting him up. Only then did Luo Yutian snap back to reality, cursing inwardly. What the hell was I thinking? Why did I ever believe that lying bastard Xiao Tian made any sense? But why did he suddenly attack? Seeming to sense Luo Yutian's confusion, Xiao Tian spoke with a cold face. Throughout history, those who have left a strong mark are usually the deceased. You're too cowardly to die, so let me help you. Look how kind I am. Even after you threaten me with innocent lives, I'm still helping you secure a place in history. I really must have the heart of a saint. Looking at Xiao Tian's beaming face, Luo Yutian was so angry he was shaking all over, mumbling something incoherently. Seeing this, Xiao Tian placed his index finger on his lips. No need to speak. I know you're grateful. Keep it in your heart. I understand you. Xiao Tian's smile was so innocent that Luo Yutian's eyes widened, as if resentful, but it was all over. With a snapping sound, Xiao Tian released his grip, letting the lifeless Luo Yutian fall to the ground. After doing all this, Xiao Tian looked at his corpse and suddenly thought, wouldn't it be too inhumane to leave his body out in the open like this? Fine, let's be a good person to the end. With that thought, golden light shone from the tips of Xiao Tian's fingers. He then clenched his fist tightly, and under the force, Luo Yutian's body disintegrated into dust. After completing this, Xiao Tian took a deep breath. Another day of doing a good deed. Puppy, start the navigation. Let's go to Eastern Flame Kingdom, see if we can have a talk. However, Puppy explained, Master, the information provided by Luo Yutian is a method to go to the Eastern Flame Kingdom from the Southern Wilderness Realm. Currently, we are within the Holy Dragon Relic and do not have a way to get to the Eastern Flame Kingdom. As of now, our location here is still uncertain. Looking at Puppy's somewhat apologetic face, Xiao Tian's expression stiffened instantly. Damn it, I was fully prepared and about to set off, and now you're telling me we can't go? That we're lost? This is infuriating. Xiao Tian stomped on the ground in frustration, causing the entire Holy Dragon Relic to tremble. Just then, a familiar voice resounded. Ah, Master Xiao, please be gentler. If you use any more force, you might shatter the holy dragon relic and get lost in a spatial turbulence. Xiao Tian's face turned cold, recognizing the voice as Long Qiu Dao's. However, he looked around and couldn't see him anywhere. Strange. I clearly cleaned him out using spatial turbulence. Is he still alive? Never mind if he's dead or alive. It's his fault for playing tricks. With that, Xiao Tian clenched his fist and began to unleash his power, mumbling to himself, "You wanna play tricks? I'll just smash this relic to pieces. Let's see if you can continue your charade then." Hearing this, Long Qiu Dao's voice started to sound somewhat panicked. "Master Xiao, you misunderstand. Although I am Long Qiu Dao, I am not the one you encountered earlier. Please, don't destroy this relic. I can sense the aura of the old human emperor in you. You must have a close relationship with the human emperor's descendant. If you bring people here next time, you could gain the treasures of this holy dragon relic." Xiao Tian paused and quickly stopped his actions. The old human emperor's descendant he's talking about, could it be Ji Ruan? If that's the case, then this holy dragon relic is technically my wife's property, which means it's my money. I really shouldn't destroy it. With that thought, Xiao Tian shouted into the surroundings, "If that's the case, why don't you show yourself? I'm a reasonable person who keeps his word. Just come out. I won't do anything to you." Meanwhile, within the holy dragon relic, an elderly man shackled by black fog and chains was contemplating. He had seen clearly what had just happened outside. Does this young man named Xiao Tian really keep his word? He sort of does, but not much. Killing people with his own logic, is that keeping his word? It seems like it. That guy might have made it into history, but now he's gone. At this point, it's not about whether I dare to go to Xiao Tian. I can't even if I want to. The elder explained. Master Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao Tian didn't say much and directly walked towards the main door. The elder quickly tried to stop him. "Master, don't be rash. If you try to break in forcefully to lift my seal, the holy dragon relic will self-destruct." But Xiao Tian didn't take any of it seriously. "No worries. Your so-called rules here don't apply to me. Puppy said from the beginning that I can ignore any rules or laws. I have the ability to suppress any lineage or constitution." At this moment, Xiao Tian had already pushed open the doors of the holy dragon relic and entered its antechamber. Yet, looking at the narrow corridor and a handful of rooms, Xiao Tian couldn't help but sneer. Such a small place. Does it even need servants to maintain it? But when he pushed open another door, Xiao Tian's eyes brightened. He couldn't help but murmur in awe. No wonder it needs maintaining. This place is truly a hidden universe. This wasn't any chamber. It was a vast landscape of mountains and rivers. Countless cranes were soaring above the clouds, and a continuous mountain range in the distance extended like a sleeping dragon. Xiao Tian thought to himself, this mountain range looks familiar. It resembles Green Flame Mountain. Perhaps this is what Long Qiu Dao referred to as his abandoned body. It looks like a grand hall from the outside, but inside, it's a world of its own. Is this the inner sanctum of the holy dragon relic? It even seems a bit larger than the territory of the Great Flame Dynasty. At this moment, Puppy suddenly pointed to a distant mountain peak. "Master, according to my analysis, that mountain is the core of the entire holy dragon relic's formation. This chamber must be the true location of the inner sanctum." Xiao Tian smiled slightly. "Let's go." Saying this, he started to float slightly, then instantly vanished. The next second, he was already standing in front of the door to the inner sanctum. However, within the inner sanctum, the bound Long Qiu Dao looked horrified. He stammered at Xiao Tian, "Master Xiao, please, don't act rashly, calm down." Seeing Xiao Tian unmoved and reaching out to push the door, Long Qiu Dao internally thought he was doomed. Although this man is extraordinary and doesn't fear the emperor's rules of the human emperor, the self-preservation mechanism of the holy dragon relic will detonate once triggered. What's the point of my guarding this relic then? To his surprise, the next moment, a dull sound of a door opening echoed. Long Qiu Dao, who had been sealed for countless years, found the area in front of him suddenly illuminated. He had lost track of how long it had been since he'd seen light. Although he had been chanting to himself that he was doomed, the rules of the human emperor were still in effect. The emperor's will, shining with a golden light, continued to roam through the chamber like a fish in water. Long Qiu Dao was astonished to find that the will of the human emperor did not reject Xiao Tian at all. Although Xiao Tian was not a descendant of the human emperor, he walked in as if the place was deserted, even occasionally commenting, "This inner sanctum looks quite plain and ordinary." Puppy informed him, "Master, according to ancient records of the God Clan, although this inner sanctum looks simple in style, it's actually priceless." Xiao Tian paused. "Is that so? It seems like this so-called human emperor is pretty practical." At this moment, Long Qiu Dao couldn't care less about style. He just wanted to know why. Wasn't Xiao Tian an intruder? Why wasn't he rejected by the emperor's rules? Could it be that the rules had lost their effect due to age? It doesn't make sense. Corpse Heart Demon trapped me here solely based on the emperor's rules. Then, Xiao Tian walked up to Long Qiu Dao. Compared to that corpse heart demon, the person in front of him felt like the real deal. Only then did it have enough gravitas. Long Qiu Dao felt immense pressure facing Xiao Tian, even more than when he had faced the human emperor himself. After a moment, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke, "If I let you out, can you help me leave this place?" Long Qiu Dao quickly responded, "If I'm freed, Master Xiao, I can indeed help you leave. My word is my bond." As he spoke, Xiao Tian gripped the chains in his palm. Just as Long Qiu Dao was about to instruct him on what to do, Xiao Tian exerted force and shattered the chains. Long Qiu Dao's eyes rolled back in fear. "Master Xiao, doing this will kill me." Fair enough. The surrounding golden energy that swam like fish suddenly converged onto Long Qiu Dao, transforming into a golden dragon. It bared its fangs as if it was about to tear into Long Qiu Dao. Long Qiu Dao had no intention of resisting and could only think to himself, "It's over. It's over. The Emperor's rules are backfiring. My life is over." He even resignedly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting death. The next second, Xiao Tian suddenly slapped out, and the golden dragon was immediately turned into a pool of gold liquid. Xiao Tian distinctly spoke, "What is this nonsense?" The shattered spirit of the rule, however, reformed behind Xiao Tian, turning into a giant golden fish, and fiercely lunged at him. Startled, Long Qiu Dao quickly cried out, "Master, watch your back." Xiao Tian didn't even turn his head. He just backhandedly grabbed the fin of the big fish. Even the fish was stunned at this point. The next second, Xiao Tian's aura turned terrifying, and the air itself seemed to become ominously chilling. In a cold voice, Xiao Tian interrogated, "I let you off earlier, and now you dare to act defiantly?" Suddenly, Xiao Tian seemed to think of something. Wait, can this thing be eaten?" The fish seemed scared, and Long Qiu Dao also seemed to have heard something outrageous. Frightened, he hurriedly explained, "Master Xiao, don't be impulsive. This is a spirit formed by the ancient human emperor's rules. Eating it would be such a waste." Xiao Tian, however, didn't care at all. Thinking about the red-cooked carp that Zhong Yanming made, he muttered uncontrollably, "Whether it's a waste or not is irrelevant. I mainly want to taste it." The big fish internally wailed, "Help, this person is insane." At that moment, Long Qiu Dao seemed to think of something. "Master Xiao, may I ask if there are any descendants of the human emperor by your side? This rule spirit has significant benefits for the descendants of the human emperor." Xiao Tian thought carefully. As for descendants of the human emperor, Zeruoyan should be one. However, she is currently in the Great Flame Dynasty and has run into some issues. It involves the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion, who have created a false empire to seize her destiny. Listening to this, Long Qiu Dao looked furious. She is a descendant of the human emperor. Her bloodline must be extremely pure. What is this false empire? Eastern Flame Kingdom, Astral Pavilion, they are all beasts. The original human emperor's Z lineage shed blood and sacrificed greatly for the human race. How dare they do this? They deserve to die. Observing Long Qiu Dao, who now seemed completely different from before, Xiao Tian thought, compared to that corpse heart demon, this guy is pretty righteous. Even his demeanor has changed. Xiao Tian has always liked positive people, so he comforted, "Don't worry, Mr. Old Dragon. Don't get so worked up." Long Qiu Dao softly corrected him, "Master Xiao, my last name is not Dragon. We of the Holy Dragon lineage are surnamed Dragon Mound." Hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately hugged him around the neck. "So, Mr. Dragon Mound, this rule spirit is greatly beneficial to Zeruan." Long Qiu Dao continued to explain, "The ancient human emperor originally formed these rules in the Holy Dragon Relic, solidifying them with his dragon aura for protection. If a descendant of the human emperor comes in contact with this rule spirit, their supreme imperial physique will gradually awaken. They can inherit the true legacy of the ancient human emperor. What you have in your hand is this rule spirit." Hearing this, Xiao Tian still didn't plan to let go of the big fish. If the benefits are this significant, then would it matter if I take a bite? At this, Long Qiu Dao was left speechless. "You really have to take that bite, don't you?" Xiao Tian was already drooling at the thought. After all, this is a golden fish that can transform into a dragon, created from some sort of rule. The taste must be extraordinary, right? Just one bite, a tiny one, shouldn't have much of an impact. Even if Shiroyan finds out, she won't blame me. Just then, the big fish suddenly spoke, "Daddy, please show mercy." Xiao Tian was stunned and looked around, not finding who was speaking. Long Qiu Dao, however, looked at the big fish with a shocked expression. "You've not only become sentient, but also gained intelligence." Xiao Tian pointed at the big fish and asked Long Qiu Dao, "You're talking about this fish?" Long Qiu Dao nodded. "Yes, Master Xiao, I am indeed talking about it." He continued to ask the big fish, "Since you've gained intelligence, freeing me should have been a piece of cake. Wait, if you're so intelligent, how did you get deceived by Corpse Heart Demon and end up trapping me here?" The big fish was sweating profusely but spoke the truth. Well, I was bored. It's so boring here. So I just hearing this. Long Qiu Dao felt his heart skip a beat. What kind of reason is that? You hung me here for over 100 years just because you were bored and in such an embarrassing position. A moment later, a calm or Long Qiu Dao told Xiao Tian, Master Xiao, with a great being like you around, the human emperor's descendant probably won't miss this rule spirit much. I'm a decent cook, so may I ask, Master Xiao, should this chubby-headed fish be steamed or braised? With a broad smile, Xiao Tian thought, this old man lives up to his name, quite agreeable, so he suggested, why not cut it in half? One half can be braised and the other half steamed. How about chopping the head off and preparing it separately with chopped peppers? Long Qiu Dao immediately gave a thumbs up. Master Xiao, that's an excellent idea. The big fish trembled with fear and couldn't help but complain internally. I may not be human, but you guys are truly savage. Can humans even say such things? The next second, the big fish started to shake violently, emitting golden light from its body. Xiao Tian looked at it in surprise. What's going on here? The next second, the big fish transformed into a cute, adorable little girl in Xiao Tian's hands. The little girl looked up with tearful eyes and trembled as she spoke. Daddy, can you bear to eat little you when I'm so cute? Seeing this, Long Qiu Dao was furious. This creature can transform. It must have had sentience for at least 1,000 years. No wonder there have been so many incidents over the past millennium. It was you causing all the trouble. The girl had no choice but to explain. I've been awake for a short time, and there was no one to play with me. Please have pity on me. Little Yuer knows she was wrong. Xiao Tian wasn't really listening to their conversation, just feeling regretful inside. She turned into a human. That's really troublesome. Now I've lost all my appetite. In the end, Xiao Tian reluctantly put the girl down and sighed. Don't go around claiming people as your father. However, the little girl held her hands tightly together and looked up at Xiao Tian with innocent, wide eyes. I want you to be my daddy. I'm an orphan, alone and miserable. Xiao Tian crossed his arms. Then why did you attack me earlier? The girl hurriedly explained. That was just my instinct. I am the imperial dragon energy of the old human emperor that gained sentience. My consciousness was still dormant before. But you're so powerful. Daddy, you even erased the will of the old human emperor. Now I don't have to be bound here and can be free. But I'm also afraid that someone will snatch me away. So, won't you be my daddy? As she spoke, the girl clung to Xiao Tian's leg, then lifted her head and looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Just like this dragon Mount Elder said. I can be of great help to Mother. I can become the artifact spirit of the National Seal Jade Stamp. Hearing this, Xiao Tian felt a moment of contemplation. She's just like me, an orphan, alone and miserable, and she could be helpful to Zeruian. Seeing his hesitation, the girl quickly continued her plea. Please be my daddy, otherwise, every time I wake up, I'll be all alone in this dark room. Thinking back to his own childhood, dark rooms, loneliness, silence, all by himself in a confined space where traps could be triggered at any moment, Xiao Tian would never forget that feeling. With that in mind, he squatted down and gently patted her head. All right, having one more daughter won't hurt. The little girl cheered excitedly, repeating, I have a daddy now. But the next second, she suddenly kicked off the ground, hurling herself toward Long Qiu Dao with the force of certain rules. Caught off guard, Long Qiu Dao was hit squarely, almost vomiting up his last meal. Afterward, the girl pointed at Long Qiu Dao, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling with pain. Daddy, he wanted to stew me and steam me. It's fair for me to bump into him a bit, right? Xiao Tian was dumbfounded. But he's an elder, you. Before Xiao Tian could finish, the girl interrupted. Whether it's stewing or steaming, I could have died. I've already forgiven him for 90% of it. Isn't it reasonable to punish him a little for the remaining 10%? Xiao Tian scratched his head. Something feels weird and familiar here, but I can't quite place it. Where have I met someone this bratty before? Xiao Tian could only explain earnestly. Even though he wanted to cook you, you were in the wrong first. You set this up on him, didn't you? The girl pouted and pointed with her little finger. I did hang him up as a joke, but it was for his own protection. If I hadn't sealed him off, the corpse heart demon would have devoured his spirit charm long ago. He wouldn't even have had the chance to talk about stewing or steaming me. Little Yuer pointed at Long Qiu Dao, looking furious. Long Qiu Dao paused and thought carefully, realizing she was right. After the corpse heart demon had grown stronger and tried to seize him, he was protected by a seal, and now he knew it was all Little Yuer's doing to protect him. With this in mind, Long Qiu Dao collected himself and respectfully bowed to Little Yuer. I misunderstood you, thank you. Little Yuer, however, turned her head and hummed. The next second, she ran towards Xiao Tian, hugging his leg and secretly delighted. Daddy feels so comfortable, his aura can even stabilize my will. Choosing him as a father was a win. Xiao Tian looked down at the little darling at his feet and suddenly smiled. Little Yuer, how about changing your name? Little Yuer looked up. Change it to what? Xiao Tian muttered the name Little Yuer and had a moment of inspiration. How about Xiao Yuer? The little girl in front of him was beyond excited and nodded heavily. From now on, I'm someone with a name. Afterwards, Xiao Tian looked into the distance. We should leave this place soon. 2 hours later, the trio were advancing through the void. Xiao Yuer floated at the height of Xiao Tian's shoulder while Long Qiu Dao carried a tray. Xiao Yuer would occasionally float over to grab a fruit, offering it to Xiao Tian. Daddy, eat the fruit. Obediently, Xiao Tian took a bite and savored it. Somehow, it tastes sweeter when you give it to me. Xiao Yuer, you should eat too. Saying so, he affectionately touched Xiao Yuer's face. Then, Xiao Tian looked into the distance. I didn't expect the holy dragon relic to look like this from the outside. The scenery is truly amazing. It would be even better if we hadn't gotten lost. Speaking of getting lost, Xiao Tian glanced at Long Qiu Dao, mumbling in dissatisfaction, you're pretty useless. They say an elder in the house is like a treasure. The only time you're useful now is for carrying trays and cooling things down. Xiao Yuer chimed in from the side. Exactly. Long Qiu Dao gave a wry smile. How could I know? It's only been a few hundred years, and I can't recognize where I am anymore. Xiao Tian looked around. Well, there's not much we can do right now. We can only search slowly, but we should hurry up. As he thought, Xiao Tian started to emanate power to test a new skill he had developed with the help of his daughter and a puppy called Biological Field. It allowed him to detect life forms around him. Immediately, Xiao Tian led the two and their island relic to rapidly dash toward a planet. He looked quite pleased. With my King of Hell strides, we should be able to find the way to the Eastern Flame Kingdom quickly. Eastern Flame Kingdom Emperor, even the King of Hell is after you now. You can't escape. Xiao Yuer held onto Xiao Tian's shoulder and yelled in awe, Daddy, you're so strong. Feeling the space around them collapsing wildly, Long Qiu Dao thought to himself, I've underestimated him. His body is incredibly strong. Xiao Tian then chuckled. Xiao Yuer, I may increase our speed to 0.005% of full throttle. Let me know if it's uncomfortable for you. Xiao Yuer was excited. It's fine, Daddy. I think we can go even faster. This is so fun. The next second, Xiao Tian accelerated again, tearing through the space around them. Now we're at 0.008% of full throttle. How do you feel? No problem. Then let's push it to 0.01%. However, Xiao Tian had just started to accelerate when a system alert notified him that they had reached their limit any faster and their bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. Somewhat reluctantly, Xiao Tian said, already at the limit? Then let's just keep it this way. Little did he know, Long Qiu Dao was already white with fear, thinking, this is just 0.01%? You're joking, right? You're only 20 years old. How is your physical strength so monstrous? I didn't advance this quickly even if I started training in the womb. At this moment, Shi Ruoyan stood on the city wall, watching a large number of people migrating from the north and far off in the sky. Many figures were floating, staring in the direction of the imperial city. Then, Zhong Yangming came up to Shi Ruoyan and reported, Your Majesty, these are the last of the people from the north. Shi Ruoyan nodded lightly. I understand. She then looked at those floating figures in the distance. It seems the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion can't wait anymore. They're not even pretending to hide it. Luo Fengyuan came up to Shi Ruoyan and spoke softly. In 3 more days, the National Seal Jade Stamp will fully mature and the National Fate will fully coalesce. There's no need to hide anything anymore. Shi Ruoyan took the National Seal Jade Stamp from her storage ring. The gold light on it was even more dazzling now, and it emitted an imperial aura. Shi Ruoyan knew that this was what the enemies wanted. She could protect the Jade Stamp, but where was Lord Xiao? A month had already passed. Just then, Luo Fengyuan's guard, the eldest, pointed to the sky and shouted in surprise. Eastern Flame Emperor. They saw in the distance a horse stepping on flames, pulling a golden throne that floated through the air. Seated on the throne was a majestic-looking man. Luo Fengyuan wore a disdainful expression and said, Eastern Flame Kingdom's Emperor. That Eastern Gao Xian? Interesting. As an Emperor of the Eastern Flame Kingdom, he doesn't sit in her own country but roams around. What a worthless emperor. After saying that, Luo Fengyuan noticed that everyone around her had gone silent, and Shi Ruoyan and others were looking at her strangely. Luo Fengyuan finally realized her mistake and turned her head arrogantly. I am a demon empress, not an emperor. Shi Ruoyan shook her head helplessly at Luo Fengyuan's behavior as an empress. She's probably the least reliable. The good thing is she's willing to learn. Even if you use harsh methods to supervise her studies, she's quite pleased. Just then, a humming sound came from the sky, and another figure drew everyone's attention. It was Zhou Tianji, the master of the Astral Pavilion. He leisurely walked over to Eastern Gao Xian and said, Didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. You haven't changed. Still as flamboyant as ever. Shi Ruoyan glared at the two with intense anger. It's these two who created a false dynasty. killed my brother, and tried to control the fate of our family. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan touched her chin and spoke, something doesn't feel right. Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji, both of them came here in person. Shi Ruoyan looked at her questioningly. What's not right about them coming here? They've spent nearly 100 years planning. Isn't it logical for them to supervise things personally at the last minute? Luo Fengyuan shook her head. They are outside the southern wilderness realm, and they won't be sealed off there. In that special area, there's only one entrance and exit. They should be guarding the door, not entering. Coming in could actually seal off their powers and add unnecessary risk. Shi Ruoyan also began to ponder. She knew Luo Fengyuan was very knowledgeable about combat, so her analysis made sense. At that moment, Zhong Yanming hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak. If we go by Her Majesty Luo's words, Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji must have other plans. I dare to guess that their scheme isn't solely aimed at your national fate. Shi Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat, and she unconsciously clenched her fists. Not just the national fate, the eldest interjected. Based on the information we currently have, this plot is indeed aimed at the legitimate imperial national fate. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yanming suddenly thought of something. Your Majesty, can you sense the prince now? Shi Ruoyan closed her eyes to sense carefully, but then shook her head. No, I can't. The slave ring is still present, which means Lord Xiao is alive. But I can't sense his location. He must be too far from us. Luo Fengyuan patted her on the shoulder and comforted. It's okay. As long as he's safe, that's what matters. Once we settle things here, I'll use the power of the primordial demon kingdom to find Xiao. At that moment, Shi Ruoyan noticed that Zhong Yanming looked disheartened. She sighed quietly and reassured. I didn't realize your bond was so strong. You don't have to worry. He has good luck on his side, and nothing will happen to him. Zhong Yanming internally grumbled. I'm not worried about the prince encountering trouble. I was thinking that if the prince could come, neither the Eastern Flame Emperor nor the strongest master of the Astral Pavilion would stand a chance. With just one punch from the prince, all crises would be averted. At this moment, Xiao Tian, along with Xiao Yuer and Wang Qiudao, searching for the path to the Eastern Flame Kingdom. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yuer, who was sitting on Xiao Tian's shoulder, suddenly pointed to a space rift ahead and asked, Daddy, did we loop back again? Wang Qiudao felt anxious in his heart. We're surrounded by darkness in this void. How are we supposed to find our way? What should we do? After a pause, Wang Qiudao carefully asked, Lord Xiao, could we try taking a different route? I think I can somewhat recognize this part of the void and relate it to the routes I remember. Xiao Tian was somewhat surprised. This place is pitch black. How can you remember the way? Wang Qiudao hurriedly explained. It's a little skill of mine. The old human emperor kept me close because of my strong spatial awareness and reliable sense of direction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian suddenly shouted at Wang Qiudao, How dare you insult the old human emperor? Wang Qiudao was stunned for a moment, but seeing Xiao Tian's expression, he asked, When did I insult him? Xiao Yuer, who was sitting on Xiao Tian's shoulder, swung her little feet and explained, Your words just now basically imply that the old human emperor is directionally challenged. That's why he kept you close, right? Xiao Tian affectionately rubbed Xiao Yuer's head. See, my smart daughter figured it out in an instant. How can you be so dumb, not even on par with a little girl? Feeling praised by Xiao Tian, Xiao Yuer immediately made a cheeky face at Wang Qiudao, who was dumbfounded. Is this Xiao Yuer really the manifestation of the imperial dragon energy left behind by the old human emperor? Are you sure she's not Lord Zhao's illegitimate daughter? Consequently, Xiao Tian could only take Wang Qiudao on a few more detours. However, he noticed that the power flowing through this realm actually came in two types, one violent, the other gentle. It was like chewing gum with two different flavors mixed in. The taste was unique. If he weren't in such a rush to get back, Xiao Tian would love to sample it more. I wonder how things are on the Great Flame side. I need to think of a cool entrance. Xiao Tian muttered as a mask suddenly appeared in his hand. Looking at the black demonic face he had modified, he thought, I'll call you the King of Hell mask from now on. At that moment, it seemed like he thought of something and immediately commanded in his sea of consciousness, Puppy, pull up the cool entrance scenes from previous hosts. Alright, Master, please wait, Puppy responded. Meanwhile, in the sea of consciousness, Puppy was worrying, where do I have previous hosts? All my data is made up based on information from other system seniors. Suddenly, an idea came to Puppy. Why not reference Master's cool moments on Earth and combine it with other senior data? Puppy felt more confident. Yes, that'll work soon. Various cool entrance poses were displayed before Xiao Tian. He watched with great interest, thinking, wow, these poses are really cool. They do look a bit familiar, though, never mind, this one is good. Let's keep it as an option. Damn, why do I like all these poses so much? Inside the sea of consciousness, Puppy stood quietly to one side, watching as the soul of Xiao Tian, who was sitting cross-legged, showed a satisfied smile. Puppy also couldn't help but smile. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Meanwhile, at another location, a furious shout echoed within the Imperial Palace. What exactly is this Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion up to? Setting up base in the north of the Imperial City is one thing, but the Astral Pavilion even created a floating island, and the Eastern Flame Kingdom brought in a small city as their palace. Have they moved everyone over here or what? Luo Fengyuan looked at the memorial report, her face filled with anger. Zi Ruoyan also slammed the table and snorted coldly. It seems like they want to enjoy watching us in our most desperate moments, don't they? Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan smiled. With so many people coming, they probably want to enjoy some sort of show. Their actions are indeed strange, but no matter what they're planning, we'll have to fight them sooner or later. We can just kill these scoundrels and be done with it. Luo Fengyuan suddenly stood up, clenching her fists, in a head-on fight. They can't win against us. Zi Ruoyan looked at her speechlessly. You really are a rash empress. Unaware of Zi Ruoyan's thoughts, Luo Fengyuan walked over and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll make sure we have a good fight. Zi Ruoyan could only smile bitterly. Is fighting all that's on her mind? Just then, a humming sound echoed, and the national seal jade stamp on the table began to levitate. On the next second, the jade stamp emitted the sound of a dragon's roar. A golden light shone so intensely, it almost materialized. This is it. The national fate is about to fully coalesce. Luo Fengyuan realized that when the sun rises in the east, that will be the moment the innate embryo jade fully matures, and the national fate will be solidified. It looks like things are moving faster than we thought. As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head, challenging Zi Ruoyan with her eyes. Are you ready for a big battle? You're not scared, are you? Zi Ruoyan walked over to Luo Fengyuan. Who said I'm scared? They both looked out of the window together. At this moment, above the royal city of Great Flame, a dazzling golden light burst forth, transforming into a divine dragon that soared over the royal city. Many citizens hurried to the welfare temple to offer incense and pray to the supreme benevolent sugar baby deity, hoping for his protection over Great Flame. Just then, a streak of golden light carrying a chill swept over the royal palace's main hall and appeared above the northern gate of the royal city. The moment she appeared, the golden dragon that had originally been swirling around started to encircle her. Zi Ruoyan was seen clad in golden armor and holding a giant sword. The immense golden light gradually diminished and finally spiraled behind her. Zi Ruoyan then spoke to the citizens below. You may have heard a lot of rumors these days and learned a lot of news. I can now tell you, it's all true. I can't promise that you will all be safe, nor can I be certain that Great Flame can win. Upon hearing this, the citizens below raised their heads, looking worriedly at their empress. Is it true that your majesty may not make it this time? Their fists clenched, wishing they could share the burden with their empress. Zi Ruoyan spoke again. But there's one thing I can guarantee. If anyone is to die, I will be the first. Do you know, your beloved prince once told me, the emperor guards the nation's gate. A monarch dies for the state. With a deafening shout from Zi Ruoyan, countless citizens flushed red and chanted loudly, Long live the empress. Long live the sugar baby deity. A moment later, the first rays of morning sun shot from the distant east. The earth shook instantly, and the golden dragon let out a roar, then plunged into the national seal jade stamp. At this moment, the national fate solidified, and the innate embryo jade was fully matured. The national seal jade stamp instantly fused into Zi Ruoyan's body. Brilliant golden ice crystals, resembling dragon scales, began to gradually climb onto Zi Ruoyan's golden armor. The empress, shrouded in a golden cold aura, parted her red lips slightly. Her breath froze the space in front of her, filling it with frost. The next second, Zi Ruoyan's body shone with a golden light. She raised her hand and spoke solemnly. This is my great flame, and these are my people. If anyone dares to harm them, they will have to step over my dead body. Saying this, Zi Ruoyan suddenly lifted the giant sword in her hand, pointing it directly at the enemies outside the city. All the citizens below knelt on the ground, continuously chanting for their empress, praying to get through this crisis. Not far away, Lu Fengyuan looked at Zi Ruoyan in the sky and laughed to her personal guard. See, worthy of being the woman that caught my eye. Both looked at each other speechless. My empress, what do you have to be so proud of? Your romantic rival is both beautiful and intelligent, outclassing you in minutes. Lu Fengyuan grabbed the black scythe in her hand and excitedly told her guard, same old plan. Zi Bum lures the enemy openly, then we take our chance to strike. Outside the city walls, people from the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion were all hovering in midair, staring down Zi Ruoyan inside the city. A standoff. A great battle was on the verge of erupting, yet in such a tense atmosphere, a full 15 minutes passed, and neither side had given the order to attack. The people of the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the disciples of the Astral Pavilion all looked curiously at their respective Empress and Pavilion Master. Why haven't they given the order to attack? Aren't we here to seize the national fate? The national seal jade stamp is almost fully integrated into Zi Ruoyan's body. However, neither Eastern Gao Xian nor Zhou Tianji made a move. They weren't even looking at Zi Ruoyan across from them. Instead, they kept their eyes fixed on the distant green flame mountain. Both had only one thought in mind at the moment. Why hasn't that thing appeared yet? At that moment, a crisp, shattering sound resonated in the sky of the bipolar realm. The barrier of this domain was directly broken through. A figure resembling a falling meteor descended from the sky. The newcomer was Xiao Tian, who had been lost in the void for a long time. Feeling the energy around him, he thought, this place is indeed different from the southern wilderness realm. The power of heaven and earth here can be absorbed freely. I don't even have to suppress my aura. How comfortable. Rubbing his shoulders, Xiao Tian looked at Long Qiu Dao. Your navigation skills are really not bad. Thank you for the compliment. He quickly humbled himself. It's Little Dragon's honor to be able to assist you. At that moment, sitting on Xiao Tian's shoulder, Xiao Yuer suddenly floated up. Daddy, what should we do next? Xiao Tian revealed a slight smile. Let's go to the Eastern Flame Kingdom and have a heart-to-heart with that emperor. Saying this, Xiao Tian looked ahead, a unique rhythm spreading out. Thinking to himself, Xiao Tian decided to open up his senses a bit to navigate properly, so as to avoid going to the wrong place or finding the wrong person, which would be really embarrassing. In the next second, Xiao Tian was stunned. The vast imperial city was completely empty of people. Then, Xiao Tian, along with Xiao Yuer and Long Qiu Dao, took to the sky, heading directly for the imperial city of the Eastern Flame Kingdom. The entire city seemed like a ghost town, eerily quiet and devoid of any activity. Items were scattered on the ground, but not a single person could be found. Seeing the fresh scratch marks on the walls, they deduced that the people of the Eastern Flame Kingdom's imperial city must have been taken away by something from above. The citizens had likely tried to grab onto objects in their panic, but failed to hold onto anything. Long Qiu Dao closed his eyes to sense the surrounding energies and then spoke. As the guardian of the Holy Dragon Relic, I am very familiar with its defensive array. After probing, I found that the protective formation of the imperial city is still intact. It has not been damaged, but was deliberately turned off. Hearing Long Qiu Dao's analysis, Xiao Tian, who was walking, suddenly stopped. He bent down to pick up a candied hawthorn from the ground, noticing the tiny bite marks on it. Let's go check other places, he suggested. The trio then ascended into the sky, surveying the entire Eastern Flame Kingdom from above. Even Xiao Yuer couldn't help but ask, Daddy, this place is so weird. Why have so many people disappeared? It's as if they've all been taken away. Xiao Tian chuckled. Interesting. Lu Yan would never have imagined that the people he was willing to sacrifice his life to protect would all be gone. Suddenly, it seemed as though Xiao Tian thought of something. He abruptly changed direction. Let's go and see the situation at Astral Pavilion now. Soon, the three arrived at the headquarters of Astral Pavilion. Palaces dotted the mountain peaks, but just like the Eastern Flame Kingdom, the place was empty. Traces of people being taken away, and the deliberately deactivated formation were identical. Xiao Tian clenched his fist, puzzled. What exactly are the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion up to? Meanwhile, in the southern wilderness realm, Shi Ruoyan was frowning, looking at the two individuals in front of her. What are they waiting for? Why haven't they made a move yet? Shi Ruoyan followed their gaze towards Green Flame Mountain. Is there something there? Suddenly, a booming sound echoed through the heavens, and the distant Green Flame Mountain slowly began to crack open. It was as if something was struggling to break free. Shattered earth was continuously connected by golden threads, and an aura of desolate battle intent shot straight up to the sky. An ancient ruin of a city emerged from the ground, slowly rising. Luo Fengyuan looked puzzled. Is this a palace-type spiritual tool, and it's so large? A bodyguard next to her, known as Old Three, spoke in astonishment, and it's a fortress-type city for warfare. Judging by the flame emblem, it should be left behind by the destroyed Great Flame Empire. At that moment, the second pointed to the ancient city ruins and said, Look, there's a huge furnace in the middle of the city. Indeed, a gigantic furnace, taller than the city walls, was situated right in the middle of the city. The solidified battle intent was emanating from this furnace. Just then, Eastern Gao Xian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted excitedly, The war furnace is really here. It's a success. It really is. The ancient records and legends are all true. Eastern Gao Xian slowly began to speak. The southern wilderness realm is a very interesting place. I learned some stories from ancient times here. He abruptly turned his head towards Zeruyan with a smile. Zeruyan, your ancestor was one of the 4 emperors under the Human Emperor, the Great Flame Emperor, who was most skilled in the art of refining tools. This war furnace is your ancestor's greatest masterpiece from that era. Only those with the pure bloodline of the Human Emperor can awaken it. As Eastern Gao Xian admired the artistic furnace, he continued, Look, the remnants of the Great Flame Empire, the masterpiece of the Great Flame Emperor, have re-emerged because of your presence. At this moment, Lu Haotian's brother, Lu Ashi, suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, your sacrifice has led to such a great reward." However, the vice president of Astral Pavilion, with a furrowed brow, asked Zhou Tianji, "It's good that the plan is successful, but why does the Emperor of the Eastern Flame Kingdom know about all this?" Zhou Tianji stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely saying, "I personally told him, so naturally, he knows." It seemed as if everything was reasonable, but upon hearing this, the vice president's eyes widened in disbelief. "Our plan was to stimulate Shi Ruoyan's human emperor, Aura, to reveal the great flame empire ruins in the southern wilderness realm. We intended to use the resources and wealth of these ruins to strengthen Astral Pavilion. Why would you tell Eastern Gaoxian about this? Doesn't this prevent us from making our move in secret?" Not far away, Luo Fengyuan was also quite surprised. "War Furnace, the 4 great emperors under the human emperor. I know about the human emperor, but what about these 4 great emperors and the great flame emperor? I really don't understand." At this moment, Shi Ruoyan was looking at the ruins emerging from the ground and more or less understood what was going on. "So, they wanted to use Mayura to trigger these ruins," she thought. Shi Ruoyan's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "So, Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion, you spent so much time and effort to create a false Great Flame Dynasty just for this furnace? A mere furnace?" Eastern Gaoxian shook his head upon hearing Shi Ruoyan's words. "Shi Ruoyan, aren't you curious as to why the descendants of the 4 great emperors under the human emperor can only dominate in a lower-level world? Ancient records state that the Great Flame Emperor had 100 sons, all of whom were extraordinary talents, in a time of great crisis to assist the human emperor in a counterattack. The Great Flame Emperor created this war furnace. Once the war furnace was completed, the Great Flame Emperor threw himself into it. His 99 sons also followed their father into the furnace. 100 people, father and sons, sacrificed themselves to refine this furnace, just to give your ancestor, the human emperor, the power to win." Listening to Eastern Gaoxian's words, Shi Ruoyan suppressed the shock in her heart and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Eastern Gaoxian snorted coldly and waved his hand. Another furnace suddenly appeared, looking exactly like the war furnace. He then spoke, "Although I've replicated the war furnace, I can't use it. Obviously, only the real one is useful. Moreover, not only do we need the genuine article, but we also need an extremely noble bloodline to ignite the war furnace. Whether it's the spark to ignite the furnace or the main material, it's you, the true imperial bloodline of humanity, the descendant of the human emperor." At this point, Zhou Tianji, who had been standing silently, suddenly made a gesture with his finger in the air. The war furnace began to wobble with his movement. Eastern Gaoxian then maneuvered the replicated furnace to hover above it. Immediately, the furnace lid was opened and it tilted slightly toward the war furnace. Astonishingly, countless wailing commoners slid from the replicated furnace and were poured into the war furnace. Not far away, Luaxi was enraged. "Are those people? Are they commoners and officials?" He incredulously roared at Eastern Gaoxian, "Your Majesty, what are you doing? Those are the people and officials of our empire." The vice president of Astral Pavilion, who was not far away, was equally shocked and asked Zhou Tianji, "Vice President, don't you see? Among those being poured into the war furnace are many of our Astral Pavilion disciples." Zhou Tianji calmly nodded. "Indeed, apart from our disciples, there are also our Astral Pavilion commoners." With that, he coldly looked at his vice president and asked, "Would you prefer to throw yourself into the furnace, or shall I personally toss you in?" Zhou Tianji's words left his vice president frozen, his mind blank. Eastern Gaoxian no longer feigned decorum. He spread his arms wide and shouted excitedly, "At this point, there's no need to hide anything from you all. Plunging fate may save Eastern Flame Kingdom temporarily, but what if we merge with fate, becoming one with it?" As he said this, his expression turned ferocious. "With the war furnace, what's stopping my brother Zhou Tianji and me from creating another Eastern Flame Kingdom with fate, recognized and accepted by heaven and earth? What's the loss if we sacrifice some commoners?" At this moment, Astral Pavilion's vice president, Zhou Yisun, finally understood their plot. He hastily ran towards Empress Zeruyan, "Great Flame Empress, I am Zhou Yisun, the vice president of Astral Pavilion." Zeruyan glanced at him and said, "We'll discuss past grievances later. Right now, we should join forces to deal with these 2 beasts." Eastern Flame Kingdom's Prime Minister, Lu Ashi, also clenched his fists and yelled at the people behind him from the Eastern Flame Kingdom, "Lu Ashi of the Lu family, even if it means rebelling against this dog of an empress today." The next second, the majority stood behind Zeruyan. Zeruyan looked at Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji on the other side. "Anyone else who wants to live should join me against these foes." Eastern Gaoxian looked at this gathering of people with interest. In his eyes, they were nothing but a ragtag group. With a wave of his hand, he said, "You think joining forces will keep you safe?" The next second, 10 uniformly dressed people instantly appeared around him. seized them upon Eastern Gao Xian's command. Zhou Yixin and the others charged forward. A mere 10 people want to take on so many of us? Zhou Yixin snorted coldly, brandishing his longsword and charging towards a brawny man in black. However, just as he reached the brawny man, the man suddenly extended his hand, landing a heavy punch on Zhou Yixin's chest. Zhou Yixin was sent flying instantaneously. Not just that, Lu Ashi, who had also charged forward, changed his expression dramatically. He too was sent flying backward, and both individuals collided in the air, almost simultaneously knocked off course. Lu Ashi was the first to realize something was off. Body cultivation. These are all practitioners from the body cultivation realm. Can we even win against them? In a southern wilderness realm, where everyone's strength is suppressed to a single level, body cultivators who are invincible within their own realm are practically unbeatable. A disoriented Lu Ashi didn't even notice that one of the body cultivators had already rushed up to him and was reaching out to grab him. Unfortunately, at that moment, a flash of golden light burst forth. The body cultivator was actually sent flying by the golden greatsword. Lu Ashi looked up in surprise to find that the person who had just saved him was none other than Empress Xiroyan. Xiroyan looked down at him and said, "Is this all the spirit you have, Eastern Flame Prime Minister, who has caused my father countless troubles? Your 4 great Vidras, who are feigning death under your command, are still fighting desperately. Don't let me look down on you." People of Eastern Flame. Lu Ashi gave a bitter smile as he picked up his longsword. He was actually being scolded by a young girl how he had regressed. The next second, Lu Ashi's eyes sharpened. The final wish my brother entrusted to me was to protect the people of Eastern Flame. Brothers, attack. For our lives, we must fight to the death. In an instant, the air above the royal city became a battlefield. Xiroyan fought 3-on-1 and even gained the upper hand. With her icy cold aura, she nearly froze the 3 body cultivators. Xiroyan let out a cold laugh. So-called body cultivators, that's all you are. However, the body cultivators were both shocked and furious. What skill is this woman using? Why can't I use my speed and strength? Xiroyan didn't notice that someone had quietly sneaked up behind her and was reaching out to capture her. "Zebun, watch out!" A sharp shout suddenly rang out. A blaze of purple flames roared past, and the sharp scythe directly severed the extended hand. Clad in black armor, Luo Fengyuan appeared behind Xiroyan in an instant. With a high kick, she sent the body cultivator flying, mumbling as she did. These body cultivators are really annoying. They still managed to be fine after all this. Only then did she turn back, her face full of disdain as she exclaimed, "Can you be more careful? How did you not notice such an ambush?" Xiroyan, swinging her golden greatsword, struck down the 3 body cultivators, making them spit blood as they were sent flying. Only then did she speak with a faint smile, "Well, I still have you, don't I?" Luo Fengyuan looked at the encroaching body cultivators, retreating as she spoke. "It's funny that you're not worried I might deliberately not take action. Just ask Xiao brother all to myself after you're dead." Back to back with Luo Fengyuan, Xiroyan glanced around at the approaching figures and said, "You won't. I trust you." After she spoke, their golden battle armor and black armor clashed together. Both of them stared ahead, facing the enemy eager to strike. "Well then, let this Empress give you a proper lesson on how battle and war should be conducted. Is that so?" Xiroyan also shimmered with golden light, her body emanating a chilling aura. "If it's a fight you want, then let's fight." At this moment, facing the body cultivators who were invincible within the same realm, everyone had no choice but to give it their all in a fierce battle. Led by Xiroyan, along with Eastern Flame Kingdom's Lu Ashi and Astral Pavilion's Zhou Yixin providing support, they were barely able to resist the enemy's onslaught. The expression on Lu Ashi's face was grave. They all are from a lower-tier world, body cultivators of the Tyrant Body Realm. Zhou Yixin also wore a grave expression. The body cultivators from the Overlord Body Sect are all brutes, stubborn people who don't listen to reason. Meanwhile, not far behind Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji, a giant elder over 5 meters tall had appeared without anyone noticing. The elder, with a buzz cut and white hair, had his arms crossed and was entirely composed of bulging muscles. This man was none other than the set leader of Overlord Body Sect, Yuan Ba. Lu Ashi looked surprised. Is that the set leader of the Overlord Body Sect, Yuan Ba? Why hasn't he made his move yet? Zhou Yixin could only console himself. Don't worry, we also have a formidable fighting force on our side. At the same time, Luo Fengyuan was laughing wildly. You guys think you're so tough? Keep at it, you scrubs. Swinging her scythe imbued with purple flames, she wreaked havoc among the body cultivators around her, leaving them in a miserable state. Is that all you've got? Luo Fengyuan laughed uproariously and domineeringly. Although her face clearly bore some injuries, the 3 body cultivators beside her looked at her with complex expressions. This woman is even more twisted than we are. On the side, Ji Ruoyan, wielding an intimidating chill, cleaved a body cultivator in half with her sword. She then turned to look at Luo Fengyuan. We were fighting side by side just fine. Why did she suddenly rush into the crowd like a madwoman? And she's getting more and more ferocious. The surrounding body cultivators are even starting to fear her. She can't keep this up for much longer, can she? Her movements are starting to slow down. She must be getting tired. Seeing that the situation was at a stalemate, Yuan Ba suddenly let go of his crossed arms and rubbed his fists. Looks like it's time for this old man to step in. As he spoke, he turned to Zhou Tianji. Don't forget your promise. Zhou Tianji smiled. The contract is set. There's no going back. Rest assured, sect leader Yuan. If this succeeds, it will benefit both of us. Hearing this, Yuan Ba wasted no time and charged straight at Ji Ruoyan. The air exploded under his feet, sending out a booming sound. Ji Ruoyan had just turned her head upon hearing the noise, only to find that Yuan Ba had already reached her in an instant. His horrifying physique brought a tremendously oppressive feeling. Young lady, I'm doing this for my sect. Please forgive me. Now die, Yuan Ba said, his veins bulging as he raised his arms to smash down on Ji Ruoyan. Fortunately, Ji Ruoyan's chilling aura slightly delayed his movement, allowing her to dodge quickly. She looked at the old man and smirked. If you want my life, let's see if you have the skill to take it. Saying this, Ji Ruoyan's imperial spiritual energy exploded, and a freezing chill emanated, transforming into countless ice spikes. When they hit Yuan Ba, they only left minor scratches. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Ruoyan lifted her giant sword, which was enveloped in an aura resembling that of a dragon. Ultimate technique, ice formation, she yelled. In an instant, a cold sword intent filled with endless frost rushed towards Yuan Ba. Yuan Ba just chuckled. A very good strike. Unfortunately, young lady, you're too inexperienced, and your foundation is too shallow. He punched down without dodging, colliding fiercely with the ice and sword energy dragon. The dragon shattered, and Ji Ruoyan screamed as she was hit by the backlash. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Ba followed the falling Ji Ruoyan and raised his fist to strike again. The next second, Luo Fengyuan suddenly appeared, blocking the terrifying punch. She was sent flying and collided with Ji Ruoyan. Quickly stabilizing herself, Ji Ruoyan caught the falling Luo Fengyuan and helped her to her feet. Then, somewhat annoyed, Ji Ruoyan asked, "Why did you block his attack? You could have attacked him from behind. Why take this hit?" Luo Fengyuan explained, "This old man has been cultivating his physique for too long. If you were to take that punch, you'd either be crippled or dead. It had to be blocked. Besides, he's a body saint, someone who has broken the limits within 10th level body cultivation. In the outside world, I could easily snap his neck. Unfortunately, we're in this special domain, so it's troublesome." Hearing this, Ji Ruoyan took a deep breath. If it gets too difficult, find a chance to escape. Once out of this special domain, they can't touch you. Luo Fengyuan shook her head. There's no chance to escape now. They've probably already sealed off the exits. Moreover, I wouldn't run away. I want to crush this old man's bones. At this moment, two figures, one gold and one purple, clashed wildly with the body cultivation boss Yuan Ba in midair. Yuan Ba became increasingly excited. You two want to crush my bones, since you don't know what's good for you? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Yuan Ba gathered his power, creating terrifying waves of energy. With a fierce punch, the sky resonated with two explosive sounds. Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan were instantly sent flying. A moment later, Ji Ruoyan stood up, her sword-holding hand trembling so much that she could barely hold onto it. Luo Fengyuan propped herself up with her massive black scythe, muttering discontentedly, "This old man can't be killed. So annoying." Yuan Ba sneered, "You, the holy demon Empress, are so arrogant." Eastern Gao Xian, who had been watching the battle with his arms crossed, shook his head and chimed in. "Did you think you weren't discovered when you snuck into the southern wilderness realm? Do you know how excited I was when I found out you had secretly entered this special domain? I was wondering how to coax you in, and you fell into the trap." Luo Fengyuan looked puzzled. "So you knew all along?" Zhou Tianji, who had been calm all this time, revealed a smile. "If both you and Ji Ruoyan are thrown into the furnace of war for refining, the benefits would be extraordinary, perhaps even doubled. Just accept your fate, your resistance is pointless." Hearing this, Yuan Ba sighed. "Little ones, in this special domain that suppresses your power, you're no match for me. Struggling is pointless, your fates have already been sealed." Yuan Ba's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. "It's as if we body cultivators are bound by the laws of this world, doomed to live as nothing more than brainless brutes our entire lives." Ji Ruoyan merely snorted coldly. Suddenly, a red cloth appeared in her hand. This was the bridal veil she had placed on Xiao Tian's head when they were wed. Ji Ruoyan tightly tied her hand to the hilt of her sword with the red cloth, even using her teeth to pull it tighter. She then took a deep breath. "You may believe in fate, but I do not. If you want to throw me into that furnace, you'll have to kill me first." Luo Fengyuan also burst into a defiant laugh. You expect me to willingly jump into the furnace? What a joke. Today it's either you die or I die. Just then, the gates of the Imperial City were suddenly burst open. Zhongli Xuang, who was supposed to be guarding the city, led a charge with her daughter Zhongling, and even Commander Liu Yan and a group of guards. Zhongli Xuang took the lead. Your Majesty, let us go into battle once more. For the protection of our great flame nation, we shall die without regrets. Soldiers, citizens, charge. No sooner had her words fallen than all sorts of people, from officials and soldiers to powerless commoners, burst out shouting and rushing forward. Your Majesty, do not fear. We are all here. We're all going to die anyway. We can't let these beasts look down on us. Ji Ruoyan looked at the scene, her eyes filling with tears. She tried hard to keep from crying. You all, Zhongli Xuang interrupted. Your Majesty, this might be our final battle. Let us in the charge. If we are to die, let us die standing. Ji Ruoyan looked up at the sky, eyes fixed on the three distant figures who were smirking at them. Even if we die, we must take a piece of their flesh with us. Luo Fengyuan laughed softly. I'll grind their bones to dust and swallow them. It's a pity, though. I haven't had the time to learn how to be a good empress from you, and I haven't had the chance to say goodbye to Brother Xiao either. Ji Ruoyan sighed lightly and then took out a token from her storage ring. In a sense, this is a good thing. At least he can continue to live a good life. Saying this, Ji Ruoyan packed away her last trace of weakness, hung the token on her waist, and stood back to back with Luo Fengyuan. In unison, they declared, let's prepare for a fight to the death. Eastern Gao Xian, hovering in midair, watched the scene with a face full of disdain. Such nauseating sentimentality, fuel self-pity. In the end, you can't escape death. Zhou Tianji beside him let out a soft shout. Yuan Ba, continue, but be careful not to mangle them too much. It will make them hard to refine. Yuan Ba murmured quietly. I'm very sorry. I have reasons for having to do this. Everyone, take action. Just then, an abrupt voice rang out. A body cultivation disciple yelled, Sect Master, people on the side of the seventh elder are dying rapidly. Someone is entering, dead. The seventh elder is dead. What's going on? The eighth and ninth elders at the second line of defense are also dead. All their disciples are dead too. Yuan Ba quickly snatched a communication token. Calm down. What exactly is happening? Are you sure? Those three elders were close to breaking their limits. How could they possibly be killed in this area where powers are suppressed? At that moment, a huge rumbling noise came from the distance and almost instantaneously arrived above everyone's heads. A rogue figure, Xiao Tian, shot into the battlefield like a meteor, capturing everyone's attention. That man, he has arrived. At this moment, he hovered in the air, tilting his head slightly upwards, his whole body emitting a dazzling golden light. Everyone below was puzzled. Who is this guy? Why does he make such a grand entrance? Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back, slowly retracting the golden light but remaining still, maintaining an enigmatic image. However, at this moment, he was actually asking his system, Puppy, to quickly observe everyone's expressions. Are they all stunned by how handsome I am? Puppy reluctantly chuckled. Everyone looked shocked, but the special flame effects you used by harnessing the power of the heavens and the earth have already hit 1,000,000,000 points on the handsomeness scale. Hearing this, Xiao Tian cleared his throat a bit awkwardly. Alright, we can't get too distracted. According to the plot, they will definitely loudly question who I am. I must make a cool entrance and can't miss the moment to show off because I'm lost in thought. Thinking this, Xiao Tian expectantly spread his arms wide. Come on, say it, loudly and without reservation. Question who I am. Unexpectedly, Ji Ruoyan was the first to speak. You've come back at quite the opportune time, Lord Xiao. Xiao Tian was momentarily stunned. What did I just hear? I look like this. How did she recognize me? Xiao Tian nervously turned his head. Ji Ruoyan looked sincere. I thought I'd never get the chance to see you again. Luo Fengyuan also looked delighted. Brother Xiao, you really do look good like this. Xiao Tian swallowed, his eyes turning towards Zhongling and the others, clearly saying, Did you guys betray me? The three hastily shook their heads and widened their eyes, looking completely innocent. We're being framed. Prince, seeing this, Xiao Tian consoled himself internally. It must be a coincidence. They are definitely trying to trick me. If I change my voice, they surely won't recognize me. With this thought, he finally spoke. What are you two talking about? This king of hell doesn't quite understand. He used a seductive, husky voice. Unexpectedly, the soldiers and citizens below suddenly raised their arms and shouted, Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity. The whole world echoed with their uniform and enthusiastic cheers. Standing nearby, Luosher and Zhou Yixing stared dumbfounded at the scene. Is Xiao Tian beloved by the people, or do they hate him? Can living off someone else really make people this excited? Ji Ruoyan tried to hide a smile, while Luo Fengyuan covered her face, struggling to keep from laughing. I can't laugh, or Brother Zhao's mood might collapse. Zhongling and Liu Yan, on the other hand, had already doubled over with laughter. Only Xiao Tian stood there, stunned. I thought I hid myself quite well. Okay. I can understand if Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan, who are closest to me, recognize me. But what's the big deal with everyone else? Have the people's eyes become so sharp? Thinking of this, Xiao Tian let out a somber sigh. Also, could you not shout such an embarrassing title so enthusiastically? Are you jerks having fun? Annoyed, he removed his mask. I even went to the trouble of refining this anew. What's the point of wearing it now? I thought of so many cool ways to make my entrance. This is infuriating. Resigned. He could only muster a smile uglier than a cry and waved at the people. Consequently, the shouts for Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity got even louder. Zhongling was almost in tears from laughing. Sister Lu Yan, why do you think the people recognized Prince so easily? Because the title is not self-proclaimed or flattery from others. Lu Yan turned her head, full of emotion. It's genuinely what the people think. Their love for Prince comes from the heart, which is why they recognized him instantly. It's not that Prince failed to hide. It's that his radiance is too dazzling to conceal, Lu Yan added. Zhongling looked back at the cheering crowd. The fervor in their eyes was so genuine. Suddenly she felt she understood, and the next second she too clenched her fist and shouted Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Looking at their genuinely heartfelt smiles and true loyalty, Xiao Tian scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Well, this is the place I have to protect, and these are the people I have to protect. With me here, nobody can bully them. At that moment, Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji were staring at Xiao Tian. Is this the useless individual Shi Ruoyan summoned from the body cultivation realm? Zhou Tianji gave a slight smile. It seems that this person from the body cultivation realm is not inferior to your overlord body sect. Even the trap void turbulence room formation couldn't handle him, could it? Eastern Gaoxian was equally unconcerned. Perhaps there was some unexpected situation, but it's just him alone. He can't stir up much trouble. Yuan Ba, don't tell me you can't handle this. Yuan Ba looked unexpectedly serious. He should be like me, breaking through limits to attain the title of a body saint. It won't be easy to take him down. Hearing this, Xiao Tianji wasted no words and extended a finger. Double the resources in the original agreement. Seal the pact. The next second, a blood-red mark appeared on both their wrists. Heaven confirms the blood pact is established. On the other side, Xiao Tianji gestured for Zhongling to come over. Zhongling walked up to him, waving her hands. Prince, Her Majesty knew about you from the beginning. You can't blame me. Annoyed, Xiao Tianji pinched her cheek. I know. Now, recollect what's been happening lately in your mind and think about letting me know. Zhongling obediently followed Xiao Tianji's instruction, recalling recent events. Very quickly, Xiao Tianji was updated on the latest developments. This is insane, he thought. The people of Eastern Flame, those from the Astral Pavilion, all were brought here by their respective emperors and leaders. Lu Aodian, you are truly ridiculous. The emperor you swore to protect has abandoned the kingdom you swore to guard. It's truly sad. Just then, a questioning voice came from the sky. Xiao Tianji, Great Flame Prince, from which body cultivation realm world do you come? Xiao Tianji looked up and saw an old man with white hair leading a group of people in the sky. Each one was glaring at him with extreme ferocity. Eastern Gaoxian, standing next to the old man, suddenly sneered. Don't dare to speak. Are you embarrassed? It makes sense. You probably already know about Ji Ruoyan's bloodline, don't you? Do you feel you're not worthy of her? You're just a body cultivation with no future. Ji Ruoyan abruptly cut him off, shouting, Shut your mouth, in my eyes. He is simply Xiao Tian. Luo Fengyuan also looked icy, her eyes filled with anger. What are you, an emperor of the minor Eastern Flame Kingdom? To judge my man, Xiao Tian turned his head in surprise, looking at his two wives' reactions. Wait, a body cultivation with no future? Look at their damn protective instincts. How did I not think of that? Seeing the two women getting angry, Eastern Gaoxian couldn't help but mock them with laughter. Ah, you both seem anxious. If you're so angry, come and kill me. Xiao Tianji coldly interjected. They can't. They don't even have the qualifications to make us lift a finger. In this place, fighting against a body cultivation with the title of a body saint, along with 100 rank 10 body cultivations, even a formidable individual like Prince Xiao is doomed. Let's guess then, before he dies. How many rank 10 body cultivations from the Overlord body sect can he take down? Xiao Tianji wager 10. Eastern Gaoxian laughed recklessly. I bet 5. Yuan Ba in front of them just chuckled and rubbed his wrists. We body cultivators are made for fighting. Can't get angry. Anger won't win fights. Better to brutalize the weak. Take them down. With Yuan Ba's roaring command, he himself took the lead and rushed forward, his muscles starting to inflate violently. Ji Ruoyan, enduring extreme pain, emanated golden light as she stood in front of Xiao Tian, her face tense, urging him to retreat. You've just arrived, breaking through the spatial rift. You can't stop this body cultivation sect elder now. Luo Fengyuan, also holding back her pain, added, "Brother Xiao, rest for a bit and regain your strength, then come help us." As they spoke, Yuan Ba's fist was already crashing down from afar, continuously shattering the air and carrying the heavy pressure of a mountain, heading straight for the three. Luo Ashi, not far away, jumped in fright. This body cultivation sect leader hadn't even been using his full strength until now. Just at that moment, Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan suddenly cried out. Xiao Tian swiftly reached out, wrapping his arms around their waists, and flew them away from the spot. Their faces turned slightly red as they softly called out, "Brother Xiao." Xiao Tian gave them a gentle smile. "It's tea time in the afternoon. You should rest. Leave the rest to me." Already unsteady on their feet, Empresses Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan were flown back to the city wall by Xiao Tian. Zhong Ling and Lu Yan quickly supported the two empresses, their eyes filled with concern. Whirling his head around to face the culprits, Xiao Tian inquired mentally to his daughter Xiao Yu, "Sweetheart, are you ready?" In a sea of consciousness, Xiao Yu confidently gestured, "Dad, don't worry, everything is prepared." "Puppy, what about you?" Puppy also responded, "Respected master, everything is ready according to your instructions." Hearing this, Xiao Tian roared, "Activate special effects." Putting his mask back on, he burst out with a rank 10 aura in front of everyone. At the same time, his entire body ignited with golden flames. Determined, Xiao Tian declared, "Today, I will protect my empresses." Accompanying his roar, invisible waves of force exploded outwards in successive rings. Super Earthling, the next second, the ground beneath Xiao Tian burst open, and he shot into the sky at a terrifying speed. It seemed like a punch made with all his might as he slammed it into Yuan Ba's chest. A deafening roar resounded. This body cultivation saint, who seemed invincible, was actually sent flying with one punch from Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, hanging in midair and panting, stared intently in the direction Yuan Ba had been sent flying. To the onlookers, it seemed like he had used his trump card, but at that moment, he was actually thinking, "I'm panting so hard, they better not say I'm slacking off." As expected, down below, Shi Ruoyan clenched her fists. Lord Xiao used so much force in that punch. He must have played his trump card, Luo Fengyuan, and I will have to protect him later on. Little did she know, Xiao Tian was internally complaining at that moment. "Puppy, what are you doing? I didn't listen to you and set the power to 0.0005%. This 0.0003% already sent him flying. Wouldn't 0.0005% have killed him outright?" Puppy quickly explained, "I apologize, Master. The enhancement from Xiao Yuer's special effects contributed to a slight increase in power, which I failed to detect." From a distance, Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji looked at each other with puzzled expressions. "What is this thing, Super Earthling? What kind of world is Earth? I've never heard that lord mention it." With a sigh, Eastern Gaoxian said with a serious expression, "Be careful, something about this guy doesn't feel right." Zhou Tianji carefully observed Xiao Tian, who was already panting, after just one punch. This must be some special secret technique that allows him to surpass his body cultivation combat power. Let him enjoy his moment before he faces despair. Yuan Ba, who had been knocked to the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but still looked at Xiao Tian calmly. "Unexpectedly, I get to see a body cultivation practitioner this strong, but is it worth harming yourself like this?" Just as his words ended, disciples from the Overlord body sect started to gather around, all looking at Xiao Tian, who was burning with golden flames, with full combat intent. Xiao Tian pretended to sigh helplessly and struck a compassionate pose. Then, clenching his fist as if making a final decision, he shouted, "For the people of the Great Flame, for the innocent citizens of Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion, and for my two empresses who have always supported me, even if it means burning my life and giving my all, I must do this." After finishing, Xiao Tian roared as if he was enduring great pain. His face under the mask started to contort. The next second, he suddenly appeared in front of a rank 10 practitioner from the Overlord body sect. The golden flames burning on him became even more intense. King of Hell claimed a life with a loud shout. Xiao Tian swiftly pointed his finger, lightly pressing it against the other's heart. The body cultivation practitioner's eyes immediately widened, clutching his chest in pain and spitting out a mouthful of blood, before dropping dead from the sky. Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji were both stunned. What's going on? Such a seemingly effortless attack, and yet it killed someone instantly. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian moved like a specter, golden flames swirling around him as he continued to target the surrounding body cultivation disciples. Yuan Ba was so infuriated that he almost broke his teeth. "Fight me! What are you doing flying around? Don't touch my disciples! Come at me!" Yuan Ba roared while chasing Xiao Tian, but Xiao Tian completely ignored him. Instead, he kept maneuvering among these rank 10 disciples from the Overlord body sect. hundreds of body cultivation disciples started falling from the sky like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. From a distance, it looked as if Xiao Tian was using some kind of forbidden technique to annihilate the Overlord Body Sect before time ran out. At this moment, with disciples of the Overlord Body Sect falling like dumplings from the sky, Sect Master Yuan Ba was utterly panicked. He kept yelling for Xiao Tian to stop, but of the hundreds of body cultivation disciples, only 2 remain. One disciple gritted his teeth and swung his blade at Xiao Tian, only for Xiao Tian to calmly grab his wrist. With a snap, the disciple's wrist and blade were both shattered by Xiao Tian. The intense pain made the disciple instinctively want to cry out, but Xiao Tian swiftly covered his mouth. "Don't scream. I promise to let you leave without pain. If you scream, won't that make me a liar?" Even the body cultivation practitioners were stunned by this tactic. Yuan Ba watched as his disciple was held in Xiao Tian's grip, roaring in anger but unable to prevent what came next. Xiao Tian shattered the disciple's brain. The disciple's eyes rolled back, and he fell limp, lifeless. Immediately, Xiao Tian sharply turned his head to look at the only remaining disciple. In the next second, he appeared in front of him and delivered a flying kick. Then, Xiao Tian covered the disciple's mouth, making it impossible for him to escape despite his struggle. One hand kept him silent, while the other was placed on his forehead. As Yuan Ba rushed forward, Xiao Tian lightly twisted his hand, killing the last disciple on the spot. Yuan Ba was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. "Xiao Tian, you're burning yourself up, disregarding your own life, just to torture my overlord body, sect disciples. That's excessively cruel in my view." Xiao Tian, unfazed, casually brushed his hands together. "One of my wives injured her hand, and the other her leg. I'm merely letting them suffer the same kind of injuries. Isn't that fair?" Moreover, Xiao Tian looked around at the fallen bodies of the body cultivation disciples. "I gave them a chance to repent for their sins. Sadly, they chose not to." Hearing this, Yuan Ba became even more furious, pointing at Xiao Tian and yelling, "You didn't even ask them. How do you know they didn't repent?" Xiao Tian used the clothing of an overlord body sect disciple to wipe his hands, then casually said, "Do I even need to ask?" At those words, Yuan Ba was so angry that smoke seemed to pour out of his 7 orifices. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "You're insane. I'll risk my life to tear you into pieces. You must pay with your life for my disciples." Yuan Ba's muscles swelled and his skin turned red as he exuded a hot aura. Xiao Tian spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. "Some people are really strange. They think it's fine for them to harm others, but when someone fights back, they blame them for retaliating." Yuan Ba was at a loss for words and could only reach out to grab Xiao Tian. Dodging in an instant, Xiao Tian said, "You old geezer, your brain must be going fuzzy." With that, both transformed into 2 streaks of light, clashing in midair, emitting deafening sounds with each collision. Not far away, Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji were intently watching the battle unfold, concern filling their hearts. Xiao Tian's forbidden technique seemed stronger than we anticipated. The Overlord Body Sect is almost completely annihilated. Zhou Tianji suddenly drew his longsword, focusing intently on the scene. "We must find an opportunity to deal with Xiao Tian. We can't afford any mishaps." Eastern Gaoxian was restless, unconsciously clenching his fists. He thought about their previous plans. What a waste Luo Yanyan is. Why couldn't he have killed Xiao Tian? Below, Luo Fengyuan was also anxiously watching the 2 fighters. Her leg injury had largely healed, but she was still worried. "Xiao Tian is even stronger than I thought. What price did he pay to protect us all?" Thinking this, Luo Fengyuan tried to stand up, shouting, "Shiban, are you ready? It's our turn. As an empress, I can't let my man do all the work." However, Shi Ruoyan gave her a look as if she were an idiot and said sharply, "Are you stupid? Sit down." Luo Fengyuan was puzzled. "Shouldn't we? The pill that Xiao Tian secretly gave us worked really well." She thought her might still be injured. Shi Ruoyan was speechless. "Didn't you see the message he sent? Didn't you check the communication jade token he gave us?" Luo Fengyuan blinked, completely perplexed. "What message?" Shi Ruoyan face-bombed. "I really can't with you." While he was hugging us and giving us the pill, he also handed us a communication jade token. "Check what he wrote." Embarrassed, Luo Fengyuan stammered, "I thought that was a love gift." Frustrated to the point of almost losing control, Shi Ruoyan clenched her fist and yelled, "Can you please use your brain instead of just your boobs?" Luo Fengyuan, whose thought process was a bit slower than others, finally pulled out the communication jade token Xiao Tian had given her. After lightly infusing it with spiritual energy, she began to read the content about a simple overview of the performance art, subsequent script arrangements, and the feasibility of selected research options. After reading it, Luo Fengyuan quickly put the jade token away, mumbling to herself, "I'm just supposed to pretend to be so beaten up that I can't take care of myself. I'm totally confident I can play the part of a seriously ill patient." The next second, Luo Fengyuan's expression became serious. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking as if an old injury had flared up. With an astonishing look in her eyes, women truly are naturally good at disguising, she suddenly fell back, landing on her bodyguard, the eldest. Her shaky fingers reached towards the sky as her eyes grew blurry, softly calling for Xiao Tian. The eldest was speechless. Your Majesty, you might have overdone the acting a bit. Look at the Great Flames Prime Minister Zhong Yangming. He's nailing it. Luo Fengyuan turned to look and saw Zhong Yangming standing upright with a serious and solemn expression on his face. He was silently watching Xiao Tian's fierce battle in the sky, and even his tears were perfectly timed, silently falling. Luo Fengyuan was flabbergasted. Look at his acting. That scene where he's watching Xiao Tian risk his life to save others is even better than my scripted performance. But just by watching Xiao Tian's fighting style and his life-risking demeanor, Zhong Yangming knew. This familiar fighting style, this familiar acting skill, the prince is definitely up to something and he's fully committed to his performance. As he thought, Zhong Yangming stole glances at Eastern Gaoxian and Zhou Tianji beside him. He began forcing them to make a move. You two better not let down the prince's acting. Hurry up. I want to go back and cook something delicious for the prince. Just then, a tremendous sound echoed through the sky. Xiao Tian and Yuan Ba separated once again after their head-on clash. They floated in the air, facing each other. Yuan Ba's massive body began to shrink, his reddened skin gradually returning to normal, his body full of cracking wounds that were continuously oozing fresh blood. Yet, he continued to stare fixedly at Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was also drenched in sweat, his body covered in stolen blood. He was gasping heavily, looking completely exhausted. Seeing this, Zhou Tianji's eyes lit up. He thought the opportunity had come. Strike now, Eastern Gaoxian chuckled lightly. I've been prepared for this. I've been waiting for him to be worn down by Yuan Ba. With that, the two of them soared into the sky, accompanied by a burst of spiritual power and charged towards Xiao Tian. However, the moment they moved, a mocking smile appeared on Xiao Tian's face. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Xiao Tian quickly turned around, his hands moving rapidly to form a spell, his eyes filled with a resolve that looked like he was ready to face death. He shouted, "Explosive lobster." At that moment, the golden flames enveloping Xiao Tian suddenly turned crimson. An overwhelming aura surged toward the sky. Zhou Tianji's face changed dramatically, shouting, "Not good. He still has energy left." Eastern Gaoxian was visibly annoyed. This beast is really hard to deal with, but at this point, there was no turning back. The spear in his hand transformed into a red dragon shadow, blasting towards Xiao Tian. Yuan Ba also raised his fist, gathering the last of his strength. Blood sprayed from his wounds as he roared, "Kill him." The three sides joined forces against Xiao Tian, and upon impact, a rumble reverberated throughout the sky. It seemed as though the entire sky had exploded. After the explosion, all four were sent flying back, spitting out blood from their mouths. Xiao Tian accurately landed on Zirwei Yuan and Luo Fengyuan. Both women immediately cried out in worried tones. Brother Xiao, Xiao Tian, who was propped up by the two of them, seemed as though he would pass away the next second. Little did they know, what he was thinking at that moment was, these two wives of mine are really lacking. Why are they just holding me and not saying their lines? Just then, a heartbreaking and touching voice rang out, "Prince, what's happened to you?" Lifting his head, Xiao Tian saw Zhong Yanming running towards him in a state of utter despair, even using spiritual power to amplify his voice. Xiao Tian slightly smiled. "You really understand the situation." Zhong Yanming rolled and crawled toward him, crying out, "Prince, what's happened to you?" Xiao Tian coughed a few times and said with some difficulty, "I used that ancient secret technique from the ancient god race's scriptures." Zhong Yanming gasped in surprise. "What? You mean the legendary technique that burns your lifespan and soul? The last-ditch effort?" Zhong Yanming looked horrified, his body trembling and his face filled with disbelief. Then his expression changed to one of utter despair. "Prince, you're being foolish. You've actually used that technique? That's trading your life. If you're gone, how will we live?" Zhong Yanming even began to sob uncontrollably. One couldn't help but admire his loyalty. Xiao Tian was extremely pleased and winked at him. "My personal chef is so reliable. With that acting, you must win an Oscar this year." Luo Fengyuan and Ji Ruoyan also looked at Zhong Yanming with admiration, truly worthy of being the prime minister. Quick reactions, excellent performance, completely different from the script, obviously improvised, and yet so high quality. Well done, well done. Just then, a violent coughing sound rang out. Eastern Gaoxian, Zhou Tianjie, and Yuan Ba were all seriously injured and wobbly, barely able to stand. Seeing this, Ji Ruoyan's face suddenly turned angry as she unleashed her aura, also igniting a golden glow. "Brother Xiao, I will avenge you," she said, lifting a golden greatsword, emanating a chilling aura. She went step by step toward the trio. Do you think you can stop me now? Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianjia had not yet recovered. Facing Ji Ruoyan's sudden onslaught, both looked dismayed for a moment and then gritted their teeth in the next second. How did it come to this when everything was going so well? Zhou Tianjia was visibly angered. Ji Ruoyan, we may have failed this time, but you won't win either. Ji Ruoyan looked at them and slowly shook her head. I don't know about winning, but I do know you're going to die under my sword. Just then, a female voice abruptly rang out. Little girl, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? The space nearby seemed to twist. In the next moment, a figure appeared as if walking out from a mirror. She floated in midair. This woman was named Ji Xinyan and had golden hair identical to Ji Ruoyan's. As soon as the woman appeared, Eastern Gao Xian and the others, despite their injuries, immediately knelt and greeted in unison. Welcome, my lord. The woman waved her hand to signal them to rise, but her voice was icy cold. You have disappointed the elderly. A mere body cultivator, using the ancient god race's forbidden technique, has left you in such a sorry state. The woman then looked behind Ji Ruoyan and said sarcastically, with a face full of regret, it's a shame that this person is going to die. The elderly is quite curious about this so-called super-earthling. She paused, her expression suddenly shifting to utter bewilderment. Wait, where did that Xiao Tian, who was supposed to be waiting for death, go? The next moment, Eastern Gao Xian's face turned pale as he trembled and pointed behind her. My lord, behind you. The woman sharply turned around only to be greeted by Xiao Tian's cheerful face. Hello there, gotcha. The woman's hair stood on end and the space around her distorted as she instantly increased the distance between them. She then looked at Xiao Tian, who had silently appeared beside her without her noticing. What's more, he seemed completely unscathed. The woman looked at him incredulously, her eyes filled with countless questions and confusion. Xiao Tian wore a mocking smile, so there is a puppet master behind the scenes. You've finally shown yourself. Quite the secretive one, aren't you? System Puppy also analyzed. She seems to be practicing the Tao of space. She can use the distortion of space to hide herself in a spatial layer for covert observation. I have now locked onto her aura. She won't escape or go missing. Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji also looked at Xiao Tian in horror, their minds in turmoil. Were we tricked? Was the one truly harmed by that intense collision just us? The woman, coming to her senses, twisted her head to look at Shi Ruoyan and found her to be utterly composed, and the holy demon Empress Luofeng Yuan also calmly stood up, showing no signs of severe injury at all. The most outrageous part is Zhong Yangming, who currently appears as if nothing happened, as if he wasn't the one who was weeping earlier. This was all a performance they'd put on together. The woman clenched her fists and glared at Xiao Tian. You deceived me? This is impossible. The elderly was hiding in a spatial layer. How could you have possibly found me? Xiao Tian sneered. You thought hiding in a spatial layer would make you invincible? Unfortunately, you have too many flaws in my eyes. Hearing this, Shi Xinlian was bewildered. Isn't he just a nobody summoned by Shi Ruoyan using a summoning charm? What could he possibly discover? Xiao Tian crossed his arms and shook his head regretfully. I initially had no suspicions that someone else was behind them. Then, Xiao Tian suddenly pointed to the war furnace above, shouting angrily. It wasn't until I saw that the war furnace was filled with commoners captured by the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion that I understood. You were exploiting my kindness to force me to act. Woman, you've definitely set your sights on me, but unfortunately, you're playing with fire. Xiao Tian spoke earnestly, filled with righteous indignation, but Shi Xinlian was utterly baffled. Where did you get that idea? I didn't think highly of you before. Xiao Tian, not noticing her expression, continued analyzing on his own. You must have gathered intelligence and realized my strength. You wanted to study me and later found out that I can't stand to see commoners suffer, so you used the lives of commoners to threaten me. Unfortunately for you, I turned the tables and drew you out with an excellent performance. At this point, Xiao Tian turned around and pointed excitedly at her. It's really unfortunate that your sinister intentions have exposed you. Before the inside of my penetrating mind that sees through all darkness and evil will have nowhere to hide. As soon as Xiao Tian's words fell, the commoners nearby all began to clap enthusiastically. Although they didn't understand what Xiao Tian was saying, seeing him accuse the bad woman with such flair and charisma was enough for them. Clapping is the right thing to do. Beside him, Zhong Yangming rubbed his forehead, internally speechless. He knew that the prince's old habit had acted up again. Finally, Zixinliang could no longer contain herself. Clenching her fists, she yelled, "Stop talking nonsense. I, the elderly, have no interest in you." In her view, this man must be crazy. Why would she waste time focusing on him? However, Xiao Tian couldn't help but shake his head, wagging his index finger. Don't try to dodge it. Look at the angry corner of your mouth. Can't accept the reality that your long-concocted plans were exposed by me? At that moment, Eastern Gao Xian below suddenly pointed at Xiao Tian and shouted angrily, "Xiao Tian, don't be delusional. You're just a body cultivation with no future. You could never catch the eye of an empress. Xiao Tian thought that Eastern Gao Xian was just being irresponsible. You're an emperor, for heaven's sake. How can you lie without even blushing? This is disappointing. Eastern Gao Xian was so angered that she was shaking all over and couldn't think of any words to rebut. Xiao Tian, do you know what you're? Xiao Tian disdainfully turned his head away, interrupting. I don't want to talk to shameless people. Don't call me. Then he suddenly looked toward Zhou Tianji on the side. You're quite ugly. Don't talk to me. I won't entertain you. Zhou Tianji was stunned for a moment. His face, which was calm just a moment ago, twisted in anger. This guy is infuriating. I didn't even want to talk to him. And also, how am I ugly? Eastern Gao Xian was grinding her teeth. If he could beat him, he would have shown him by now. As for Yuan Ba standing behind him, he felt even worse. Why is he only talking about them? What about me? Does he look down on me? Do I have no presence at all? At that moment, Cixinlian waved her little hand. Stop wasting time talking to him. The Holy Dragon Relic is more important. Elderly, deal with this Xiao Tian. The rest of you take action now. Luo Fengyuan's expression changed. I didn't expect their real aim to be the Holy Dragon Relic. How many more secrets are behind all this? Ji Ruoyan was confused. What is the Holy Dragon Relic? Is it important? Xiao Tian had the most significant reaction when he heard about the Holy Dragon Relic. He couldn't help but inhale sharply, pointing at Cixinlian and exclaiming, What? Holy Dragon Relic? Woman, your scheming is terrifying. So, Lu Aodian using the Trap Void Turbulence Rune formation was all your plan. Cixinlian was almost at her wit's end. What are you babbling about now? Making wild guesses without evidence? The next second, Xiao Tian pulled out a miniaturized Holy Dragon Relic from his system space. You want evidence? Here it is. The Holy Dragon Relic is right here. This is the biggest evidence. You manipulated Lu Aodian to take me to the Holy Dragon Relic and then used my power to bring the Holy Dragon Relic back and hand it over right in front of you. You're truly malicious. A woman's heart is most venomous. Cixinlian was left speechless and unfounded, but the biggest shock was because she could clearly feel that the miniaturized object in Xiao Tian's hand was really the Holy Dragon Relic. According to records, there must be a Holy Dragon Relic near the War Furnace, personally crafted by the human emperor. However, the Holy Dragon Relic is still there, so she couldn't understand why Xiao Tian also had one in his hand. Luo Fengyuan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, It's really the Holy Dragon Relic, and it was personally crafted by the human emperor. Only Xiroyan was still confused and asked, What exactly is the Holy Dragon Relic? Does it have something to do with your bloodline? Luo Fengyuan began to slowly explain its significance to her. Just then, because the Holy Dragon Relic had come out from the system space, Xiao Yuan also flashed out and floated onto Xiao Tian's shoulder, chirping, Daddy, is the matter resolved? Long Qiu Dao's figure also gradually appeared. He looked around, his expression somewhat desolate, so this is the protective realm constructed by the human emperor at the cost of his life. However, when Luo Fengyuan heard Xiao Yuan call Daddy, he felt as if he had turned to stone. Did I just become a mother without feeling any pain? Xiroyan frowned. This little girl is actually a human form created by a spiritual body. Only Cixinlian, upon seeing Xiao Yuan emerge, began to look excited. This aura, it really is the aura of the human emperor's Holy Dragon Relic. Xiao Tian, you've really helped a lot, saved so much effort. As she spoke, Cixinlian waved her hand grandly and the space around began to distort. Since the Holy Dragon Relic has already come into Xiao Tian's hands, why bother staying in this protective realm? Why not come with me to the southern wilderness realm outside? As Cixinlian's words fell, under the distortion of space, Xiao Tian, Xiao Yuer, and Long Qiu Dao were all taken away by her. Not only that, even Eastern Gao Xian, Zhou Tianji, and Yuan Baolao were also swept into the space. The many commoners all looked up, unable to understand what was happening before their eyes. In their view, what kind of existence was that purple spatial distortion force? Luo Fengyuan's personal guard, the eldest, who hailed from the foreign realms, immediately perceived the secret behind the situation. He quickly shouted to Luo Fengyuan, Empress, Prince Xiao is in danger. This woman is likely of the 17th level and can harness certain spatial powers. Prince and the others have probably been taken to the southern wilderness realm. Once they regain their powers, I fear the odds are not in the prince's favor. At that moment, Luo Fengyuan was still reeling from the shock of discovering that Xiao Tian had a daughter and replied weakly, I am aware. You all stay here and help rescue the people from the war furnace. I will go. As she said this, Luo Fengyuan picked up a black scythe and turned to look at Xiroyan. What do we do? Zibin, we've been cuckolded, haven't we? The next second, a thumping sound could be heard. Xiroyan, with a face displaying frustration, smacked Luo Fengyuan on the head with her hand, shouting, Would you please think for a moment? That little girl has no scent of flesh and blood. She's likely some kind of spiritual entity. And haven't you noticed that the little girl looks nothing like Lord Xiao? She's probably adopted. Is that so? Luo Fengyuan's spirit lifted instantly. Zurian looked both exasperated and amused. She sighed in resignation and said, "If you don't believe me, just ask him directly when you see him. Don't make wild guesses like Lord Xiao. The more you guess, the more absurd it gets." Yet Luo Fengyuan looked puzzled once again. Was Brother Xiao really just making wild guesses? It sounded quite logical. After a prolonged silence, Zurian finally spoke again. "I've been thinking, perhaps the reality is indeed as Lord Xiao speculated. But right now, the most crucial thing is to go and assist Lord Xiao." Saying this, Zurian dashed towards the north. Luo Fengyuan hurriedly followed, trying to stop her. "You can't go. You're not strong enough. You'll die." Expectedly, Zurian turned around suddenly, her face resolute. "Even if I die, I want to be by his side." In the end, the two women quickly vanished from everyone's sight. Zhong Yanming watched them depart and couldn't help but sigh. Her Majesty has truly grown up. For Prince Xiao, she even knows how to tell white lies with her eyes wide open now. Beside him, Zhong Ling and Zhong Lishuang approached. "Do you think the prince will be alright?" one of them asked. "Yes, once he leaves the sealed realm, he will be facing beings far beyond his level," added the other. Zhong Yanming gently patted his daughter's head, speaking with a light-hearted chuckle. "Don't worry, the prince will be fine. I remember when he was kidnapped to the Black Soul Hall. I've seen the measures Prince Xiao can take. Even the divine dragons that enforce the rules of heaven and earth personally massaged him. Levels and realms are not a concern for him." Pausing a moment, Zhong Yanming added, "In fact, if they were defeated by the prince here, they might have had a more peaceful death." "Why?" asked Zhong Ling, a puzzled look on her face. "Because knowing the truth and then dying in despair is too painful. Plus, before they die, the prince would mess with their minds," explained Zhong Yanming. Zhong Ling and Zhong Lishuang exchanged glances. Mess with their minds? More than just messing with their minds. Zhong Ling's thoughts drifted to the time when the poisonous marsh elder was forced to slap himself to death due to the prince's manipulations. She couldn't help but silently mourn for Zixinlian and the others. At this moment, in a corner of the southern wilderness realm, the barren land is filled with tears and space everywhere, along with countless spouts of earth fire. It's such a broken world, the space above suddenly distorts. In the next second, several figures are spat out. Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji, who have left the Guardian Domain, are shouting simultaneously, "Xiao Tian!" They have clearly broken their seals, and returned to their 14th level of cultivation. Ji Xinyan, who is beside them, has even reached the 17th level. She's staring at the distant spatial barrier, murmuring, "I wonder what the story is behind the sacred dragon that sacrificed its life to create this Guardian Domain. I'm already at the 17th level, yet my level is still being suppressed in the Guardian Domain. It's hard to accept." However, Ji Xinyan spreads her hands and looks at Xiao Tian. "Hand over the relics of the sacred dragon. Here, without the protection of the sacred dragon's domain, you have lost all advantages." But Xiao Tian, who was brought here by Ji Xinyan, opens and closes his mouth, unable to hear what she is saying. The sound of thunder and exploding flames here is too loud. Xiao Tian feels a burst of irritation. What the hell is this? It's so noisy here. Even if I remove sensory restrictions, all I can hear is the roar. What is she saying? I can't hear clearly. Eastern Gao Xian, feeling his restored strength, is already somewhat impatient to give Xiao Tian a good beating. Why not just take action? Why waste time talking? Little did he know, Ji Xinyan gave him a cold glance, rebuking him in a frosty tone. "Do you have a say here?" Eastern Gao Xian quickly lowers his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't mean it that way." In front of Ji Xinyan, he can only obediently listen. Then, Ji Xinyan looks at Xiao Tian again, shouting triumphantly, "Face reality, Xiao Tian. A body cultivator is just a body cultivator, not making much of a splash. Better to submit at my feet. I'm very interested in your body. I'll allow you to serve me." Ji Xinyan's words left Zhou Tianji beside her stunned. What the hell? This old woman has taken a liking to Xiao Tian? Such a bewitching and cheap character. Even seducing our lord, another person who was dragged into this, Yuan Ba, also shows a face of sympathy at this moment. This is our fate as body cultivators, Xiao Tian. Even if your physical realm is higher than 10th level, you're still useless in front of them. Little did they know, Xiao Tian is incredibly irritated at the moment. It's just too noisy here. While he is good at controlling his powers, controlling his senses in such a noisy environment is challenging. The next second, Xiao Tian suddenly shows a ferocious look and shouts, "Can you stop making noise?" Xiao Tian suddenly loses his temper and punches around him. The surrounding chaotic space shatters with one punch, and the whole world falls silent in an instant. Both Zhou Tianji and Eastern Gao Xian's jaws almost drop to the ground. What the hell is this? Is this really a body cultivator? Floating beside him, Xiao Yuer quickly massages Xiao Tian's shoulders, her voice somewhat shaky. Daddy, don't be angry, let Xiao Yuer massage your shoulders. Long Qiu Dao, who was previously enjoying the scenery, also hurriedly takes out tea and snacks from the holy dragon relic, comes in front of Xiao Tian and respectfully says, Sir Xiao, I've been negligent due to abandoning my physical body and the erosion of time. I forgot to prepare tea and snacks. My apologies. Xiao Yuer and Long Qiu Dao awkwardly console him, and Xiao Tian finally feels a bit better. The two sneak glances at each other, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Daddy Xiao Tian, this is too terrifying. Yuan Ba, who originally felt a kindred spirit, now feels the aura emanating from Xiao Tian, as if he is a mighty dragon, and he himself is not even worth an ant. Yuan Ba is completely dumbfounded. What did he just say? What is the fate of body cultivators? What even is a body cultivator, compared to the guy before him, who doesn't use a shred of spiritual energy, relying solely on physical strength, and who basically shaved the southern wilderness realm bald? What are we? Eastern Gao Xian and Xiao Tianji are shaking uncontrollably, feeling for the first time a profound sense of unknown terror. At this moment, Xiao Tian sips the tea brewed by Long Qiu Dao, enjoying his daughter's shoulder massage. Now that the surroundings have quieted down, his irritable mood finally eases a bit. He turns his head to the woman beside him. It was too noisy earlier. I couldn't hear what you were saying. Say it again. Ji Xinlian looks in terror at the area obliterated by Xiao Tian's punch, then quickly puts on a flattering smile upon hearing him speak. This mistress was just introducing myself to you. My name is Ji Xinlian. I was wondering, do you need a maid to serve tea? My tea skills are quite good. Xiao Tian motions for Long Qiu Dao to refill his cup, seeming somewhat surprised at Ji Xinlian's words. Why are there women everywhere trying to latch onto him? Little does he know. Although Ji Xinlian is smiling, she is inwardly cursing Ji Ruoyan's mother. That lucky Schwerin. How can she be so fortunate? She runs away from her marriage to this remote place, not only meeting a husband with an awakened lineage of human imperial blood, but now also gaining a terrifyingly powerful son-in-law. Xiao Tian furrows his brow, looking around in confusion. Introduction? It was a bit noisy here earlier with all the fireworks, so I didn't hear clearly. Why don't you say it again? During this, Xiao Yuer, who is by Xiao Tian's side, is not pleased. Daddy, don't listen to her nonsense. I heard her clearly. Ji Xinlian, who was about to speak, is preemptively exposed by Xiao Yuer, and her face instantly fills with bewilderment and terror. Xiao Yuer points at her and says emphatically, Daddy, this woman, she's lusting after you. Right, Dragon Mound old man. Long Qiu Dao, who is carefully pouring the tea, is startled by Xiao Yuer's words, looks up and sighs, his face full of resignation. My little ancestor, I'd prefer to be invisible right now. Why are you involving me? Ah, it's so hard being a dragon. But since he was named by Xiao Yuer, even if reluctant, Long Qiu Dao has to tell the truth. Sir, to put it simply, Xiao Yuer is right. This woman indeed wants you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian stares thoughtfully at Ji Xinlian. This woman really wants to study me, doesn't she? She's interested in my invincible capabilities. Upon hearing Xiao Yuer and Long Qiu Dao's words, Ji Xinlian feels both angry and anxious. This darn girl, daring to ruin my plans. But then again, from what I've seen, he does have affections for those two women, and they for him. So, Xiao Tian should be a lecherous sort. With this thought, Ji Xinlian suddenly makes up her mind, pretending to speak sweetly. She says, Mr. Xiao, what your precious daughter said is not wrong for an exceptional man like you. What woman wouldn't be moved? She has quite a bit of confidence in her own looks and figure. Xiao Tian sighs, and puts on an I'm so handsome what can I do expression. What you're saying does make some sense. Excellence is hard to hide. Seeing his reaction, Ji Xinlian secretly rejoices, thinking she's got Xiao Tian hooked. Serving as a concubine to such a powerful man like Xiao Tian wouldn't be too bad. As she thinks this, she licks her lips. At this moment, Xiao Tian leans in closer and slowly asks, I do have something I want to ask you. Your surname is the same as Ji Ruan's. What exactly is your background? Ji Xinlian lowers her head and smiles, seemingly somewhat helpless. I'm from the Ji family, and a descendant of the human emperor. I suppose you could say I'm family with Ji Ruan. Xiao Tian stares intently at her, asking again, if that's the case, what brings you to this southern wilderness realm? Upon hearing this, Ji Xinlian hesitates. She isn't sure whether to make up an excuse, especially since her relationship with Ji Ruan's mother is not good. Seeing her hesitation, Xiao Tian steps even closer, staring at her intently. Now, tell the truth. It has to be said. Xiao Tian at this moment instantly charms his way into Ji Xinlian's heart. Her emotions are in turmoil, but she keeps reminding herself, no, I can't be infatuated. Since lying won't work, she decides to speak frankly, hoping to win his favor. I refuse to believe I can't charm him. Thinking of this, Ji Xinlian slightly parts her red lips, softly breathing as she lightly lifts her skirt, putting on a shy and adorable look. Mr. Xiao, this mistress will tell you everything. At this moment, Ji Xinlian is extremely confident. How could she not bewitch him with such allure? Originally, the Xi family, where Ji Xinlian is from, had a good relationship with Ji Ruan's mother's Shui family. Ji Xinlian also had a good relationship with Ji Ruan's mother, so she was asked to come to the southern wilderness realm to look after Ji Ruan. But who could have thought? The moment Ji Xinlian arrived, she discovered Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji's conspiracy, learning about the heavenly furnace and the holy dragon relic. She couldn't contain her greed and took the lead in this scheme. As she speaks, Ji Xinlian suddenly covers her face and bursts into tears. It's all my fault. Seeing this, Xiao Tian remains unmoved, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes as he mutters, so that's how it is. Turns out you're my mother-in-law's good friend. Now, I ask you, how are my in-laws doing? Why didn't they come themselves? Hearing this, Ji Xinlian sighs softly. As it turns out, Ji Ruan's mother, Shua Ruan, and her family have a low status within the Shui family. If it weren't for the esteemed Purple Emperor awakening the true bloodline of the human race, they would still be exiled in the southern wilderness realm, and her children, due to innate defects, are not allowed to be brought back. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian becomes curious. Innate defects? Ji Xinlian nods slightly. Yes, this barren realm has incomplete rules, and living beings cannot sense the rules of heaven and earth. Shua Ruan had no way to oppose the head of the Shui family, and thus she asked for my help. Hearing this, Xiao Tian finally has an epiphany. No wonder Zhongling and the others have such poor foundations. They were born in the southern wilderness realm, and cannot sense the rules of heaven and earth lacking innately. Also, Ji Ruan's two older brothers couldn't awaken their bloodlines either. Wait, he suddenly thinks. How did Ji Ruan awaken hers? Well, we'll take it one step at a time. Xiao Tian puts away his puzzled expression, looking at Ji Xinlian with a cold face. Your willingness to confess the whole story shows that you have come to a clear understanding of your mistakes. Hearing Xiao Tian say this, Ji Xinlian's originally worried face turns excited. She thought she was finally off the hook for death. However, Xiao Tian continues. Then, you can go ahead and end yourself now. Ji Xinlian's expression freezes in an instant, feeling as if she's been struck by lightning, her mind completely shutting down. After a long hesitation, she carefully asks Xiao Tian, Mr. Xiao, are you joking with this mistress? Xiao Tian coldly shakes his head, his tone still firm. I'm not joking. Ji Xinlian quickly promises, Mr. Xiao, this mistress can serve you tea, pour you water, and serve you well. Enough. Ji Xinlian is abruptly interrupted by Xiao Tian. He points at Ji Xinlian somewhat angrily. Just now, I sacrificed my attractiveness and purposely faced you at a flattering angle, which should have pleased you. And now, you're actually still talking like this. You're such a greedy woman, stunned and speechless. She really wants to ask, what do you mean I'm greedy and you sacrificed your attractiveness? Did you get it backward? Xiao Tian pays no attention to her astonishment, only offering some disappointed explanation. My mother-in-law initially trusted you and asked for your help, but you became greedy, leading to the death of my two uncles. Now, all I'm asking is for you to end yourself as an apology, and yet you're still trying to push it further. What has the world come to? People are malicious, morals have decayed, oppression is everywhere, schemes are everywhere. Ji Xinlian is left speechless, wanting to say something but not knowing how to begin. She can only silently comfort herself. Don't get angry. Don't ruin your own health. Just then, Xiao Yuer suddenly points at her and speaks, Dad. She probably has even more malicious intentions. Xiao Tian turns to look at Xiao Yuer with a serious expression. He asks, what do you mean? Dad, think about it. She's been intentionally trying to seduce you since earlier, wanting to stay by your side. Her behavior is quite promiscuous. If our mothers found out, wouldn't they get jealous? And then, when both of our mothers give you a headache with their bickering, she would use her gentleness to trap you. How would you explain this to grandmother then? This is clearly her premeditated revenge. Xiao Yuer speaks with a worried look on his face, while Xiao Tian gasps in astonishment, feeling a sense of fear. No wonder they say women are as unfathomable as the ocean's depths. Only a woman can truly understand another woman. Xiao Tian sharply looks at Ji Xinlian, pointing at her and indignantly shouting, Moreover, my daughter is not even a full-fledged woman. She's like 1/6 of a woman. So, one can only imagine your true intentions, which are probably even more terrifying. It seems you cannot be spared. As he says this, Xiao Tian's eyes turn cold. He raises his hand, ready to slap her. Ji Xinlian's face is filled with disbelief and resentment. Can both of you get any more ridiculous? I'm just trying to save my own life. Who taught you to have such wild imaginations? If someone said you two aren't actually father and daughter, I wouldn't believe it even if I were a ghost. Unbelievably, Ji Xinlian refuses to accept her fate quietly. She uses spatial magic to obscure her figure, and hides within the folds of space. System Puppy quickly informs Xiao Tian, Master, Shi Xinlian is now hiding in a spatial layer. I've locked onto her for you. She can't escape. Following Puppy's guidance, Xiao Tian soon locates Shi Xinlian's position. His attack automatically locks onto her. Then, Xiao Tian smiles slightly. Today, I'll play the role of a good person one more time. I'll give you a chance to repent and be reborn. Go reincarnate in peace. As he says this, Xiao Tian increases the power of his palm strike, aiming it towards the locked-on position. Within the space where Shi Xinlian is hiding, the layers explode one after the other. Finally, after a scream, Shi Xinlian is completely eradicated. Xiao Yuer makes a face at her. Evil woman serves you right. Beside him, Long Qiu Dao suddenly recalls his own corpse heart demon before it died. It probably felt as frustrated as Shi Xinlian, right? Lord Xiao truly is terrifying. Now, the only ones remaining on the scene are the trembling Yuan Ba, Zhou Tianji, and Eastern Gao Xian. Xiao Tian turns his head to look. Yuan Ba immediately asks, is the upper limit of us body cultivators really this powerful, or are you just a special case? Xiao Tian sizes him up for a moment, then suddenly smiles. I have a way for you to break your own limits, to reach even higher goals, to become 1,000 times more powerful than you are now. Yuan Ba is so excited that he's somewhat at a loss for words. Really? Is it really possible? Can you let me see it? Even if I die right after, it's okay. Xiao Tian shakes his head, very seriously tells him, no, you can't. At this, Yuan Ba becomes frantic. This is his life's obsession. He looks disheartened at Xiao Tian. Why? I just want to see the future of us body cultivators before I die. Xiao Tian, with a trace of anger on his face, retorts, what does the future of body cultivators have to do with you? You're not a body cultivator. You're just a bully who preys on the weak. You've been helping Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji to oppress the weak, all under the guise of breaking through the limits of the world. What kind of body cultivator are you? Xiao Tian's words hit Yuan Ba like a hammer, striking deep into his heart. Gritting his teeth, he trembles a bit. I, too, am working towards the future of body cultivators. No matter how hard I try, I can't break that limit. Saying this, he suddenly becomes emotional, tearing off his outer garment, pointing at his wounds and shouting, body cultivators need to keep breaking their own limits. You, who came from a higher realm, probably have no idea what I've been through to achieve breakthroughs. Suddenly, Yuan Ba's words come to an abrupt halt. Beside him, Xiao Yuer covers her mouth with her hands, eyes widening, unable to hold back her sympathetic cry. Daddy, it's as if Yuan Ba's words are choked off. Behind him, Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji also inhale sharply. Before them, Xiao Tian has already taken off his upper garment, revealing a muscular chest. Only, it's covered with countless scars. Looking incredibly gruesome, Xiao Tian looks at Yuan Ba, his face calm and indifferent. You always say, this is the fate of body cultivators. But when faced with difficulties, you didn't rise to the challenge, but chose to flee. You gave up the possibility of advancing, reaching out to oppress the powerless commoners instead. That's the behavior of a coward. Saying this, Xiao Tian puts his clothes back on and continues. I know a young girl. Even though she lost both parents and had her arm chopped off, and was forced to beg, she never lost hope in life. And you're not even as good as that little girl. Yuan Ba remains silent for a long time, finally smiling as he sheds 2 lines of tears, muttering as he shakes his head uncontrollably, you're right, I'm not worthy. Saying this, Yuan Ba suddenly lifts his hand. A frightening power gathers in his palm. The next second, he smashes his fist into his own chest. Crushing his own heart, he chooses to atone with his death. Xiao Tian looks at the lifeless Yuan Ba, lying on the ground, silent for a long while. In some ways, he's very much like me, someone committed to martial arts. After a long pause, Xiao Tian exhales slowly, turns to look at Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji, a signature smile appearing on his face. Why the long faces? Lighten up. After all, I'm not a bad guy. You don't have to be so scared. Zhou Tianji and Eastern Gao Xian can't stop trembling, their faces dripping with cold sweat. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, they can only muster a smile uglier than crying, muttering to themselves, yes, you're a good person, just haven't seen a good person as terrifying as you. Xiao Tian chuckles as he wraps his arms around their shoulders. You don't have to be so tense. The main culprit, Xinlian, has already been brought to justice. You guys are at best accomplices. Heaven is merciful, so I've decided to give you both a valuable opportunity. Xiao Tianji and Eastern Gao Xian exchange glances, forcing another ugly smile. Is this guy really that kind-hearted? Well, let's see. He is called the Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity. After all, Xiao Tianji, with a glimmer of hope, carefully asks, Lord Xiao, do you think we still have a chance? Xiao Tian smiles and casually explains. Anyone can have a chance to turn over a new leaf, especially the two of you. After all, what Xinlian wanted was the holy dragon relic, while you two wanted to plunder the national fate and exploit the common people with such grave mistakes. How can you not try to gain everyone's forgiveness? Hearing this, both men suddenly feel that something doesn't quite add up. Cold sweat breaks out on their foreheads. This doesn't sound good. What does he mean by gain everyone's forgiveness? Xiao Tian ignores their thoughts, suddenly turning to ask Long Qiu Dao, is there a good way to make them unable to resist? Long Qiu Dao quickly nods. Yes, his expression is very serious, even lacking any sycophancy. But as his words fall, a golden rope appears in his hand. This is binding rope. With a wave of Long Qiu Dao's hand, the golden rope flies out like a coiling snake. Before they can react, they're enveloped and bound by the binding rope. Immediately, Xiao Tian quickly points his finger, landing precisely on the two men's dantian. The dantian shatters, and their cultivation levels rapidly decline like a receding tide. Xiao Tian nods in satisfaction. Very good. Excellent. Then he turns to ask Long Qiu Dao again. If an ordinary person stabs them with a sword, is there a way for them to quickly heal and recover? Long Qiu Dao thinks seriously. It shouldn't be difficult. It's just a stab. After all, Xiao Tian ponders. What if they're stabbed or cut at intervals? Can they be kept in optimal condition? Long Qiu Dao considers this carefully. If the healing elixir is turned into a liquid, and the weapon is dipped in it before striking, it seems possible. Xiao Tianji and Eastern Gaoxian are almost frightened out of their wits. What happened to being supreme benevolent? How can you discuss such horrifying matters so calmly with this old man? Upon hearing that the method is feasible, Xiao Tian turns to tell the two. If this can be done, then you have your chance to repent. For your own selfish reasons, you've taken so many innocent lives, so let them take matters into their own hands. We will spare your lives. The two men feel dizzy and disoriented, falling to the ground in horror. What does he mean by let the common people take matters into their own hands? There are over 3 billion people in the Great Flame Dynasty alone, and with the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion, that's at least 20 billion. If each person takes a turn, even if the old man can keep us from dying, our souls will surely die. Long Qiu Dao also realizes this. This would take too much time, Lord Xiao. It might even take years. The two men kneeling on the ground quickly chime in. Yes, whether we live or die isn't important. Don't inconvenience yourselves. Xiao Tian waves his hand, signaling them to calm down. It's okay, take it slow. Redemption and turning over a new leaf is a long process. He then tells Long Qiu Dao, just for these few years, you'll need to work extra hard to make sure they don't die. Long Qiu Dao's lips twitch. He looks at the two with a pitiful expression. You've really brought this upon yourselves. At his gaze, the two men's emotional defenses collapse entirely, begging Xiao Tian to kill them and put them out of their misery. Xiao Tian shows a gentle smile. Really? You've been refining living beings, but never offered them a swift end. How can you have the audacity to ask for a quick death? Remember, what you need to do now is live on and atone for your sins. This is all for your own good. The two men tremble all over, utterly despondent. They suddenly feel that the cruelest words they've ever heard are, this is for your own good. God damn it, this is for our own good. Shou Tianji and Eastern Gaoxian are tucked under Long Qiu Dao's arms, closely following behind Xiao Tian. And Xiao Tian, walking ahead, prepares to take them back to the Great Flame Dynasty. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly comes from ahead. Brother Xiao. Xiao Tian looks up abruptly, and the next second sees an extravagantly curvaceous woman with a commanding aura crashing into his face. It's none other than the Demon Clan Empress Luo Fengyuan. She excitedly pulls Xiao Tian into her arms, while Xiao Tian helplessly flails his arms in the air. This woman actually body-checked him. Xiao Tian struggles to break free from this damned restraint, as he can't breathe at all. In his mind he's shouting, someone save me, I'm going to die. Fortunately, at that moment, Shi Ruoyan arrives and grabs the collar of Luo Fengyuan's dress, pulling her away. Are you trying to suffocate him? The saved Xiao Tian gasps for air, his face filled with relief as if he's survived a calamity. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. If you had arrived a few steps later, I wouldn't have died at the enemy's hands, but at the hands of my own demoness here. Shi Ruoyan looks at the uninjured Xiao Tian, and her worry finally lessens considerably. She softly reassures him, all right, stop talking, as long as you're fine. Saying this, Shi Ruoyan glares at Luo Fengyuan, always so careless, and you want to act like an empress? Luo Fengyuan scratches her head awkwardly. Wasn't I just too anxious? Immediately after, Luo Fengyuan's expression turns excited, clenching her fists together as she asks Xiao Tian, Brother Xiao, where is that old blonde? This concubine will help you blow her up. Upon hearing this, Shi Ruoyan suddenly chops her on the head, her face full of anger. Luo Fengyuan hurriedly explains, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that old woman. Shi Ruoyan, however, points to Long Qiu Dao standing behind her and laughs. Do I get the feeling you did that on purpose? Didn't you see these two unconscious people? Doesn't that mean the situation has been resolved? Luo Fenyuan pulls a slight smile, squinting her eyes in an I don't care manner. You're so strange, Your Majesty. Why would you tarnish someone's reputation out of the blue? Seeing that the crisis is now averted, the two empresses, who had been fighting side by side, now start to lock horns again. Seeing this, Xiao Tian suddenly starts coughing violently. Both of you, wait a moment, he says, before suddenly falling backward. Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fenyuan get a big scare and quickly support him from both sides, their faces full of terrified expressions. Xiao Tian waves his hand and speaks in a strained voice. I'm fine. It's just overexertion. Although I didn't use the ancient god clan's forbidden technique earlier, it was still a form of my power burst. Though there are no lingering worries, I still need a few days of rest to recover. Sorry for making you worried. Shi Ruoyan quickly shakes her head, her face full of emotion. You've already done very well. You gave me a great surprise. King of Hell. Xiao Tian blushes, not wanting to recall this embarrassing moment any longer. Luo Fenyuan looks at Xiao Tian with utmost admiration. Exactly. I never thought Brother Xiao could be so amazing. Could a body cultivator also be this strong? Xiao Tian immediately puts on a humble face and scratches his head awkwardly. Well, I just got lucky and found a small trick to break the 10th tier limit. Shi Ruoyan suddenly looks at the desolate scenery around them. Let's not talk about this now. This isn't a good place for chatting. Let's continue this at home. Luo Fenyuan nods her head frantically on the side, her face full of a happy smile. Yes, let's continue at home. Xiao Tian looks at both of them somewhat surprised and can't help but repeat their words. Go home? He's a bit stunned, as this is the first time in his life that he's heard these words. He feels his heart pounding rapidly, quite peculiarly, so having a home is such a wonderful feeling. At this moment, Xiao Tian leads everyone back to the Guardian Domain, returning to the Great Flame Dynasty. The citizens all burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers, shouting their thanks. Xiao Tian gives them a broad grin, waves in their direction, and shouts back, "You're welcome." Meanwhile, within the Sea of Consciousness, the soul of Xiao Tian reveals a slight smile. System Puppy floats beside him, looking at him curiously in the originally dull Sea of Consciousness. A faint glimmer of light suddenly appears, brightening the dark space a little. Puppy looks at the light falling onto Xiao Tian's soul, and a shallow smile appears on its face. Although it's just a little light, it's enough to warm things up, isn't it, Master? The walls and fortresses constructed to defend against nightmare shards and negative emotions also suddenly expand to double their size. As if everything is moving in a positive direction, Xiao Tian returns to the palace. Lying on his custom-made spirit stone chair, closing his eyes in relaxation, Zhongling comes rushing over with fruit. Prince, everything is ready. Without opening his eyes, Xiao Tian waves his hand. All right, you may go. Practice your skills at the side. It must be because you didn't practice diligently, that you weren't able to contribute during this crisis. You all need to reflect on this. Zhongling goes to the side and sighs helplessly. It's not our fault. The enemy was too strong. Long chilled out timely hands over a cup of tea. Lord Xiao. Xiao Tian sips the tea with his eyes closed, and instantly a look of bliss spreads across his face. This tea is beyond words. Absolutely perfect. Long Qiu Dao hurriedly responds with modesty. Xiao Tian seems to suddenly remember something. Right, Long Qiu Dao, you served beside the human emperor in your past life, right? Did he run into any trouble? Long Qiu Dao shakes his head. It's been too long. As you know, I've discarded my physical body, left with only this incomplete and damaged spiritual form. I vaguely remember. It was a great catastrophe that nearly wiped out all the races. But with Lord Zhao's capabilities, when the catastrophe comes, self-preservation won't be difficult. Xiao Tian recalls when he killed an antagonist, who had said, the great horror that led a generation's great emperor to sacrifice himself is about to re-emerge. We must improve our abilities at all costs, to survive. Don't kill me. I have a lot of information I can tell you. You dog. Xiao Tian fiddles with his cup and thinks. According to what Cixin Liang said before her death, the great catastrophe will come again. What a coincidence. Do you think this catastrophe is targeting me? Long Qiu Dao is taken aback. His hand holding the teapot shakes, nearly dropping it. Though at a loss for words, he still tells Xiao Tian, Lord Xiao, you're so kind and righteous. I don't think anyone would harm you without a reason. Xiao Tian shakes his head in disagreement. That's hard to say. Since I came here, in such a short time, I've been schemed against several times and faced numerous dangers. If not for my little bit of brute strength, I would have been long dead by now. By the way, where's Xiao Yue? Xiao Tian looks around, but doesn't see her. Long Qiu Dao quickly explains. She went to find the two empresses. Ever since she became the artifact spirit of the National Seal Jade Stamp, She likes to stay by the side of the two empresses. Just then, speak of the devil, Xiao Yuer bursts in, stops abruptly in front of Xiao Tian, and shouts, "Daddy, they are fighting again." Xiao Tian isn't particularly concerned, and calmly asks what the reason is this time. Xiao Yuer says earnestly, "They are arguing over who should be the chief wife." Z Empress says it should be whoever is smarter, while Luo Empress says it should be whoever is bigger, yet her little face shows some confusion. Xiao Tian has to ask, "What are you thinking?" Xiao Yuer shakes her head in slight confusion. "Daddy, why did Luo Empress say something about her being big?" Hearing this, Xiao Tian, caught off guard, suddenly chokes on his tea, but can only laugh and tell Xiao Yuer, "Well, you're still young, you'll understand when you're older." Xiao Yuer obediently nods, "All right then." Suddenly she turns her head toward the door. Mom is coming. Being the National Seal Jade Stamp's artifact spirit, she naturally can sense Ziruoyan's approach in advance. The two women walk in side by side, sweat on their foreheads and expressions of dissatisfaction on their faces. Obviously, neither has gained the upper hand from their earlier argument. At this moment, Ziruoyan and Luo Fengyuan each sit on one side of Xiao Tian, sulking. Xiao Tian dares not move, when suddenly, Ziruoyan reaches out and grabs Xiao Tian's teacup, tilting her head back to drink the remaining tea. Xiao Tian is stunned. What is she up to now? Luo Fengyuan is so angry she nearly grinds her back teeth. She snatches the teapot from Wang Qiudao's hand, startling him, then takes out an empty teacup and angrily pours herself a cup, her expression as if daring anyone to say she can't. Next, Luo Fengyuan puts on a charming appearance and coquettishly tells Xiao Tian, "Brother Xiao, have some tea." Xiao Tian still dares not move. Luo Fengyuan looks challengingly at Ziruoyan and laughs. "Ban, see, you still have a lot to learn." Ziruoyan snorts, rolls her eyes, and dismissively says, "Childish." Then she lies down on Xiao Tian. "I'm tired." Luo Fengyuan follows suit, lying on the other side. "I'm tired too." Xiao Tian is squeezed between them, almost in tears. "Can you not involve me in your argument? This is so uncomfortable." On the side, Xiao Yuer and Wang Qiudao are covering their mouths, stifling their laughter. Just then, Lu Yan enters to report, "Your Majesties, Prime Minister Zhong has arrived." She barely finishes speaking when Zhong Yangming bursts in, "Your Majesties, this is bad. The sky has cracked open." Ziruoyan is confused. "What do you mean? Explain." Zhong Yangming catches his breath. "Just now, cracks started appearing in the sky in various places. People are panicking. Outside the Imperial City just now." Zhong Yangming can't finish. What a cracking sound is heard overhead. Everyone looks up in surprise, and lo and behold, a crack has appeared in the sky as well. Xiao Tian is stunned for a moment, then turns to Wang Qiudao with a serious expression. "What is going on?" Wang Qiudao opens his mouth wide. This. Xiao Tian interrupts with a warning, "If you dare say you've lost your memory." Wang Qiudao quickly thinks, "The sacred dragon guardian realm is collapsing. This means that the sacred dragon's juvenile period has safely passed. Although you're not the sacred dragon empresses, you are the ones this realm is protecting." Wang Qiudao explains, but Zhong Yangming suddenly interrupts, "No, Mr. Dragon Mound, may I ask you something?" "Go ahead." Wang Qiudao invites. Zhong Yangming respectfully asks, "Will the sacred dragon guardian realm switch its protection target in the middle of its term?" "It won't. Once the sacred dragon guardian realm is formed, it will not change the individual it protects." Wang Qiudao answers. Hearing this, Zhong Yangming nods and turns to Shiruoyan. "So it appears there is a problem with the sacred dragon guardian realm's protection of Supreme Emperor, esteemed Purple Emperor." Wang Qiudao steps forward to add, "Each sacred dragon guardian realm has different roles. Only the sacrificed dead dragon that created it knows the criteria for its disappearance." Xiao Tian interrupts, "Could it be that father-in-law broke through a boundary in a secret realm?" Wang Qiudao nods, "It should be so." Their conversation leaves everyone else in a stunned silence. Shiruoyan curiously asks, "What secret realm were you talking about?" Xiao Tian suddenly realizes he has been a bit too relaxed recently. He had forgotten to mention the matters about his father-in-law and mother-in-law that Shi Xinlian had told him. "I don't know if I'll get scolded for saying it now," he thinks. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he straightens his face and starts explaining. "Shi Xinlian has a deep connection with your mother, and in order to get accurate information, I had to seduce her using my looks." Upon hearing this, Shiruoyan is literally petrified. "What the fuck? I'm not just here." He seduced her with his looks. Luo Fengyuan is also quite shocked and quickly rushes up to ask, "Xiao brother, what did that old woman do to you?" "I knew it couldn't have been that easy to deal with a level 17 individual." Xiao Tian sighs. "She saw me at my most handsome, and for a very long time at that. I even had to strike various poses and angles for her." He then shares the information he gathered. Esteemed Purple Emperor and Shiruoyan went into a secret realm to focus on their cultivation, aiming to rebel against the head of the Shu family. They've probably already. Long Qiu Dao, who knows the whole story, isn't really listening. You're right, your sacrifice is enormous. You're such a good person, he thinks sarcastically. Shi Ruoan just sighs. Is that it? Luo Fengyuan thinks to herself, what a relief. I thought he'd done something even worse. Xiao Tian can't sit still any longer. What's with your reactions? I'm so handsome, and she looked at me up close for so long. She got such a bargain. Why don't you all care? Can I get some reaction here? Lu Yan suddenly smiles. Well, Prince, we've also been looking at you for a long time. How does that count? Xiao Tian dismisses it. Old ladies and kids don't count. Lu Yan's eyes turn red, nearly exploding with anger. Who is he calling an old lady? So infuriating, and I can't even beat him up, which makes it even worse. Zhong Yanming watches the scene and shakes his head in satisfaction. In his view, the prince is clearly changing the subject. He must have forgotten about the matter of their Royal Highness's parents. With that in mind, Zhong Yanming steps forward to ask Xiao Tian, Prince, although this request may make you uncomfortable, please try to recall what Cixinli told you when you used your good looks to seduce her. Was it related to the Supreme Emperor? Hearing this, Xiao Tian gives a mental thumbs up to Zhong Yanming. Well done, heavy cavalry. You really understand me, as expected of my family chef. Subsequently, Xiao Tian puts on a face like he's trying hard to remember. Initially, Cixinli mentioned that my in-laws went into a secret realm to break free from the control of the Shui family. However, they lost contact with the outside world while inside. Then he recounts the whole story one by one. Cixinli suddenly starts. Then her face fills with rage. This Cixinli is nothing but a beast. My mother trusted her, and this is what she does in return. Luo Fengyuan pats her on the shoulder to comfort her. Anyway, she has already been dealt with by Xiao brother. Consider it a comfort to your late brother's spirit. Zhong Yanming, meanwhile, is calmly analyzing if that's the case. The situation doesn't look very good for the Supreme Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Thinking this, he turns to Zeruyan. Your Majesty, regardless, we must find and establish contact with them. Zeruyan nods in agreement. Exactly. I will search for my father and mother. Moreover, we can no longer continue to stay in this protected realm. We must move. Upon hearing this, Luo Fengyuan turns to Xiao Tian. By the way, Xiao brother, which world does the Z family belong to? In which territory? In which Shui family are we talking about? Xiao Tian is momentarily stumped. Ah, this. He glances around, wanting to complain in his heart. I'm not familiar with this world either. Aren't you asking the wrong person? No. So, Xiao Tian puts on a mysterious demeanor and says seriously, the Z family descended from the human emperor and the Shui family that is in friendly relations with them. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan is also stumped. What a good answer. Maybe you shouldn't answer next time. Seeing Luo Fengyuan's reaction, Zeruyan is somewhat puzzled. What's the matter? Shouldn't the Z family with the title of human emperor descendants be easy to find? At this moment, one of Luo Fengyuan's personal guards suddenly explains. Great Flame Empress, you may not know this, but in the primordial demon kingdom, there are 17 Z families claiming to be descendants of the human emperor. Zeruyan turns her head in astonishment, speechless. Are you serious? Another guard steps up. Even though much has been lost from that era, there is one thing that all races know. The human emperor was very amorous. He had 3,000 wives, each of whom was incredibly beautiful and captivating. Good heavens, Xiao Tian is dumbfounded. So the human emperor was really something. Ha, yes, and each of the human emperor's 3,000 wives had dozens of children. Luo Fengyuan adds with a smile. So in each realm or world, there are legitimate descendants of the human emperor from the Z family, no fewer than dozens, if not 100. As for the Shui family, they should be descendants of the Great Virtue Emperor, one of the 4 emperors under the human emperor. They, too, are everywhere. Xiao Tian can't help but roll his eyes. What a human emperor, and what a Great Virtue Emperor. You guys really have good stamina. Meanwhile, in a very distant secret realm, various forces are controlling palace-like spiritual artifacts that slowly float in the void. A young man can't help but worry. I wonder how the young lady and the others are doing inside the secret realm. Hearing this, another man snorts. I really don't know why they chose to take Shuaruyan and her useless husband with them. The young man quickly gestures for him to lower his voice. Be careful what you say. Shuaruyan's husband has the bloodline of the human emperor. At the same time, inside the secret realm, a woman stands atop a mountain, fending off various attacks. However, waves continuously flow around her, as if a large sea suspended in the air is blocking the attackers. Another woman can't help but loudly question, how can you not support your family, but instead assist that man? What on earth is so charming about him that you're so bewitched to protect him? Shuaruyan lets out a cold laugh. Are you out of your mind? He's my husband. Who else would I protect if not him? Seeing this, the man can only turn his focus towards esteemed Purple Emperor, attempting to provoke him. So, He points at esteemed purple emperor and angrily scolds, hiding behind a woman. Do you even consider yourself a man? I'm embarrassed for you. Do you have any shame? Esteemed purple emperor simply ignores him, continuing to eat his divine flame vermilion fruit. The woman, seeing this, becomes even more frustrated. You're a practitioner of the ice path. Why are you eating so enthusiastically? Suddenly, esteemed purple emperor retorts, while chewing on the fruit, how much is face worth these days? Fine, I have no shame. I live off a woman. What are you going to do about it? Not satisfied? Then find one for yourself. He grows increasingly irate. If I hadn't been trapped in a turtle shell since I was young, I would have destroyed you wastes long ago. Having said this, esteemed purple emperor swallows the divine flame vermilion fruit. The next second, he actually breaks through to the next realm. Looking at everyone present, esteemed purple emperor snorts in his heart, such a bunch of spoiled wastes. I must become stronger and take control of my own destiny, rescuing my in-laws from the Shu family, and then we can go back and find our children as a whole family. Schwerin looks back at her husband, grips her spear tightly, and mutters, my husband, grow stronger quickly. Who knows how our children are doing? Saying this, Schwerin picks up her weapon and charges at the two people. Meanwhile, in the Great Flame Dynasty, Long Choda is still narrating. In that era, humanity was declining. The human emperor's intention was to leave behind strong bloodlines that could at least hold up a piece of sky when they grew up. He didn't expect the result to be too effective. The three people listening feel awkward, so the biggest obstacle to the emperor's finding her parents is that their ancestor, the human emperor, had too many offspring. Long Choda slaps his head, trying to recall the past. Back then, there was no title of human emperor, he was just a powerful individual among humans. But what was the big war about? Was it related to the Great Catastrophe? I really can't remember. Saying this, Xiao Tian shows a helpless expression. Fine, if your memory isn't working, stop slapping your head. You might break it before you remember anything. Long Choda can only give an awkward smile to cover up his embarrassment. At this moment, Zhong Yangming suddenly stands up, spreads his hands, and says, we definitely have to find the Supreme Emperor and the Emperor's Dowager. Although it's like finding a needle in a haystack, we can still try. Wanting to look at Ji Ruoyan, Zhong Yangming adds, Your Majesty, the most pressing matter at hand is that this protective domain is about to shatter. What should we do about the common people? Ji Ruoyan lowers her head in deep thought. After a long pause, she suddenly looks at Luo Fengyuan. Why not use the wharf furnace to evacuate everyone? Luo Fengyuan shakes her head. That won't work. It's not big enough. We might end up crushing people. Long Choda strokes his beard, muttering to himself, the Holy Dragon Relic has its own world inside where we could take the people. There might not be enough time. It's too rushed. He looks up at the sky, noting the changes. This protective domain will likely shatter in a few days. Ji Ruoyan grows anxious, sweat dripping down. A few days? That's way too tight. Dragon Mount Elder, is there really no other way? Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly speaks with excitement. Wait, I have a solution. Ji Ruoyan looks at him with a worried face. Lord Xiao, you haven't recovered from your injuries. Let's think of another way. Don't harm yourself. Xiao Tian smiles, an extremely satisfied smile. Your Majesty, are you worried about me? The moment he says this, Ji Ruoyan blushes and stammers, unable to speak. Luo Fengyuan takes the opportunity to interrupt Brother Xiao. The Great Flame Empress is only worried about the people. How could she worry about? Her words are cut off as Ji Ruoyan covers her mouth to prevent her from continuing. Ji Ruoyan defends herself. I'm not worried. I just can't bear it. Xiao Tian stares at his first wife. This occasionally Tsundere Empress. Is she trying to aggressively flirt now? How interesting. Because the protective domain is about to break, Xiao Tian thinks of a way to protect the people. However, Ji Ruoyan assumes he'll have to burn his life force to do it. Don't worry. I'm just offering a suggestion, using a tool, the main person who will act as Long Qiu Dao. Xiao Tian reassures her. Hearing this, Ji Ruoyan, while still covering Luo Fengyuan's mouth, turns to Long Qiu Dao. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Dragon Mountain. Please keep an eye on Lord Xiao, and make sure he doesn't act recklessly. Long Qiu Dao smiles and nods at Ji Ruoyan. You are the existence among the human emperor's descendants who awaken the true human emperor bloodline. You don't have to be so polite with an old man like me. Ji Ruoyan shakes her head earnestly. You're an elder. No need for modesty. Lord Xiao will be in your care. Long Qiu Dao feels awkward. You should be telling him to watch out for me, not the other way around. But rest assured. Xiao Tian waves at everyone. Then we'll be going. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to pat Xiao Yuer's head. Stay and play with your mothers. Daddy has some important things to do. Xiao Yuer, who was laughing at Long Qiu Dao's antics a moment ago, obediently nods her head when her dad speaks. Okay, Immediately, Xiao Tian and Long Qiu Dao turn into two streaks of light shooting into the sky. Only after they've disappeared from sight does Ji Ruoyan turn to Luo Fengyuan. Luo Fengyuan points at Ji Ruoyan, angrily questioning, "You're cheating." Ji Ruoyan chuckles softly and pours herself a cup of tea. "How can this be considered cheating? It's fair competition, perfectly reasonable." Luo Fengyuan is infuriated but quickly changes her expression to one of smugness. "Just now, I fed Brother Xiao water. Can you do that?" Ji Ruoyan coldly glances at her, childish. Ji Ruoyan then tells Zhong Yangming, regardless of whatever method Lord Xiao has thought of, proceed with the existing plans. Try to arrange for the citizens to pack their belongings and move into the fortified structures. Zhong Yangming bows. "Your Majesty, rest assured, we are already doing that." Luo Fengyuan looks somewhat worried. "I wonder what kind of method Brother Xiao has thought of. I hope nothing goes wrong." Ji Ruoyan lowers her head in thought, recalling Xiao Tian's determined gaze. "I don't think so. He was being truthful. He said he wouldn't burn himself up or use any forbidden spells, so he won't." Hearing this, a relieved Luo Fengyuan starts daydreaming again. Come to think of it, Brother Xiao is really amazing. A body cultivator with such incredible power. I wonder just how powerful he is. The eldest, one of the personal guards, suddenly chimes in. "I've heard that some heavenly materials and earthly treasures can indeed help body cultivators break their limits. Their combat power could even compare to a 17th level." At this, Luo Fengyuan excitedly pats her chest, revealing her grand plans. "This Empress is extraordinarily talented. Once I break through the 20th level, I'll find those treasures for Brother Xiao. I'll help him break his own limits and become the #1 body cultivator in all the realms and domains of this universe." Ji Ruoyan takes a sip of her hot tea and casts a mocking glance. "Oh please, with your intellect, I'm really concerned that you won't find any treasures and will instead get yourself in trouble. This matter is better handled by me." Luo Fengyuan explodes, glaring at her as she grits her teeth. "You're so annoying. Can you not talk about brains? Really?" Ji Ruoyan sets down her teacup and reveals a mischievous smile. "If not brains, then what? Should I say that a fool is sitting on top of your neck?" Unable to win either in a verbal exchange or by yelling, Luo Fengyuan finally loses her temper. "Ah, you little bun, I'll fight you." The two immediately tumble into a playful brawl. Xiao Yuer watches them with a somewhat wistful look. "Why do our mothers love fighting so much?" Lu Yan crosses her arms, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Her Majesty's combat skills are improving rapidly. Luo Fengyuan's 3 personal guards, long accustomed to this, nod in agreement. Our Empress is also making rapid progress. Zhong Ling let out a light sigh. So exhausting, but she had no choice but to continue her tedious standing meditation practice while watching the 2 Empresses fight to amuse herself. At this moment, Xiao Tian and Wang Qiu Dao arrive at the deepest part of the storage area. Slowly, he opens the final door, revealing his most closely guarded secret. Xiao Tian caresses a metal cabinet, unable to help his sentiment. "I didn't expect to actually use this." Wang Qiu Dao, full of curiosity, examines the cabinet. "Master Xiao, what is this?" Xiao Tian smiles nostalgically. "This is a single soldier armor weapons arsenal, pausing for effect, master level edition." Long Qiu Dao looks confused. "A single soldier weapons arsenal? Never heard of it. It must be quite powerful, right?" Meanwhile, Xiao Tian has already verified his palm print, slowly opening the cabinet. As the door opens, a hissing sound of gas emanates from it, revealing the true nature of the weapons arsenal. Long Qiu Dao is transfixed, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Xiao Tian is also excitedly looking inside the cabinet. The first thing he sees is a golden demonic mask, ferocious yet mysterious. Below the mask are a sword and a knife, each engraved with the phrases "One sword to wealth and worldwide peace." There's also a faint blue electric current pulsating. Long Qiu Dao is dumbfounded. What kind of writing is this? I've never seen it before, and how can there be an electric current inside a metal cabinet? Xiao Tian laughs as he draws a knife from the cabinet. "This is my weapon, black and white." With a gentle swipe, the knife easily tears a crack in the space in front of him. Satisfied, Xiao Tian smirks. "Not bad, truly worthy of being my weapon. Now on to serious matters." With that, Xiao Tian gestures, and the sheath from the arsenal is drawn to his hand. He sheaths the knife, his expression turning serious, and leads Long Qiu Dao back out. Long Qiu Dao keeps glancing back at the slowly healing spatial rift, shocked in his heart. This knife is too terrifying. Catching up with Xiao Tian, Long Qiu Dao suddenly asks, "Master Xiao, you took the weapon. Why didn't you wear the battle armor?" Xiao Tian looks at him somewhat speechlessly. "We're going to address the safety issues of the people, not get into a fight. What's the use of wearing that thing?" Pausing, Xiao Tian then corrects him very seriously. "Also, that's my former assassin's outfit, not battle armor." Long Qiu Dao is startled. Assassin's outfit? Considering its flashy gold color, How did you ever manage to assassinate anyone while wearing it? Xiao Tian thinks for a moment. I once had a friend who was into stealth and assassination. He was so good at hiding that he liked to hide in toilets, under beds, and in cabinets. As a result, he earned strange titles like Slayer of the Shitter, Killer under the Bed, and Shadow in the Cabinet. Learning from that, I changed my method of stealth. I call it frontal stealth. I'd wear this cool assassin outfit with a mask and just eliminate everyone at once. Isn't that perfect stealth? With that, Xiao Tian suddenly gives a thumbs up, looking very proud. That's why my title is King of Hell. Long Qiu Dao is stunned for a moment, but finally claps softly. You're right, there's no flaw in your logic. Keep it up. Walking behind Xiao Tian, Long Qiu Dao suddenly asks, Master Xiao, how do you plan to handle this situation? Slowly drawing the impermanent knife, Xiao Tian says, since there are too many people and not enough time to transport everyone into the Holy Dragon Relic, I'll simply cut out the space of the Guardian Domain. Can you pull it directly into the relic? Long Qiu Dao is taken aback. That's a bold and skillful plan. Of course, it's possible. If such a large space is cut out, it will be stable enough to be directly pulled into the Holy Dragon Relic without any issues. Then let's get started. With a slight smile, Xiao Tian leaps forward, holding the impermanent knife imbued with a golden flame. Raising his hand, he lightly slashes at the space, and a spatial rift instantly starts to spread. The entire Guardian Domain seems as though it's being disemboweled and packaged away. Looking at his handiwork, Xiao Tian is clearly very happy. So many people are saved, and once again using this knife is not for slaughter, but for saving lives. Thanks, I'm actually being a good person, rescuing countless families. Families? Xiao Tian seems to think of something and suddenly turns to ask Long Qiu Dao. Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion are now lands without masters. Wouldn't the captured people be happy to return to their homelands? Hearing this, Long Qiu Dao suddenly starts, Master Xiao, are you thinking of? A glint of wisdom flashes in Xiao Tian's eyes. Exactly what you're thinking. If I also cut out the territory of the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion, will it fit? Long Qiu Dao's mouth twitches. After pondering for a long time, he finally says, Master Xiao, over in the bipolar realm, it's a normal dimensional world. Cutting out space, there would be 100 times more difficult than here. Xiao Tian reassures him as if it's a small matter. No issue. I'll just increase my strength by 100 times when I'm cutting, right? Long Qiu Dao suddenly feels uneasy and cautiously asks, Master Xiao, if I may be so bold, did you just cut out that space using only 1% of your power? Xiao Tian blurts out, of course not. Relieved, Long Qiu Dao exhales, good, good, you haven't shattered my understanding of the world. But the next second, Xiao Tian estimates and says, probably around 5/10 thousandths of my strength. Long Qiu Dao is instantly stunned, his eyes glazing over as if his soul is about to ascend. His understanding of the world has finally collapsed. Seeing Long Qiu Dao almost going offline, Xiao Tian hurriedly comforts him. Are you alright? I was just joking with you. After a moment, Long Qiu Dao, who has barely recovered, shakes his head wildly while laughing and crying, Master Xiao, no need to say more. 5/10 thousandths, ha, he. Xiao Tian looks at Long Qiu Dao holding his head, acting like he's gone mad. Why can't Long Qiu Dao take the truth? Why did he break? I know how to kill people, but how do I deal with a mad old man? I have no clue. Or is it because I'm too strong? And after telling him, he went mad with jealousy. Xiao Tian speculates to himself and seems to find an answer. Shaking his head, he warns himself, better not tell the harsh truth in the future. Excellent men always attract jealousy. After a long time, Long Qiu Dao, who has calmed down, bows slightly to Xiao Tian. I lost my composure for a moment. Forgive me. Xiao Tian asks with concern, are you really alright? I was really joking with you earlier. Long Qiu Dao nods vigorously and stands close to Xiao Tian, smiling obsequiously, Master Xiao, I understand. From today on, I will be Xiao Tian's personal old steward. No one else can command me, even if it's the human emperor or the prince. I belong to Xiao Tian. No changing that. Alright, as long as you're fine, Xiao Tian says. Walking back, let's go find Luoshi and Zhouisen. Long Qiu Dao pauses. Why is that? Xiao Tian smiles. Look, the southern wilderness realm is deserted, so of course, I can cut it at will. Bipolar realm is different. Other powers exist there. I'm a reasonable person. To avoid accidentally cutting into someone else's territory, I need those two locals as my advisors. Shortly after, in a plaza outside the imperial city within the Guardian Realm, Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Tianji are suspended on a platform, hands behind their backs and feet tied together, in an incredibly rare posture. The crowd below is buzzing, but the two hanging men have lifeless eyes, like walking corpses. Luoshi tells Xiao Tian their souls have collapsed. They're gone, but their bodies are still alive. Xiao Tian sighs deeply. It seems they still haven't realized their mistakes. They're sending me their final silent roar by collapsing their souls. Well, they were men of courage. Let's take them down and lay them to rest. Zhou, standing nearby, quickly agrees. Suddenly, Xiao Tian turns around, looking curious. By the way, how did they end up like this? Who did it? Zhou replies truthfully. It was ordered by Prime Minister Zhong. Xiao Tian's eyes widen in astonishment. Done by Zhong the chef? So, is it General Zhong who knows how to have fun, or is it you, the chef? You two as a couple. Something's not right. After instructing that the two bodies be taken down, Xiao Tian signals to a nearby official, "Young man, come here for a moment." Facing this hero prince of the Great Flame Dynasty, the young man hurriedly steps forward, his face filled with admiration. "Prince, what are your orders?" Xiao Tian carefully considers for a moment. "I've thought it over carefully. Let's build them decent graves. Remember, the tombstones must be large enough to list their foolish deeds. Write it in a style of a self-critique." Xiao Tian places a statue next to the tombstone, kneeling, so that the statues can continue to atone for their sins. Xiao Tian's face is full of compassion. "Remember, the material has to be good. This is the only thing I can do for them. Hopefully, they will be moved in the afterlife." The young man is thrilled. "Prince, that's a brilliant idea, making them restless even in death. They truly deserve it." He bows excitedly. "Prince, I'll go and get it done right away." Watching the young man's elated departure, Xiao Tian feels both pleased and content. He turns to Long Qiudao, Zhou Wei-sun, and Lu Ashi. "See, doing good deeds makes people happy. Look at him, how happy he is smiling." Long Qiudao smiles warmly in response. "Master Xiao, you're absolutely right." Lu Ashi wipes the sweat from his forehead, sharing the sentiment with Zhou Wei-sun. "Of all the people to cross, you had to cross this guy. He won't let you rest even in death, and he says it's for your own good. Actually, you'll never find peace, and yet he insists it's for your benefit. Truly, you had it coming." Xiao Tian turns to the two and says, "All right, let's talk about the real reason I asked for your assistance. I want to sever and take away both the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion. I need you two to help me identify the dividing points between them and the other powers in the bipolar realm." Moving closer to the two, Xiao Tian continues. "After this is accomplished, remember, the credit mainly goes to Long Qiudao. You can't say it was my doing, otherwise Her Majesty will worry about me. Even if I explain, she'll think I'm making excuses. Speaking the truth these days is risky. Just earlier, someone almost had a meltdown due to it." As he says this, Xiao Tian glances at Long Qiudao, whose face is full of obedient attention. Zhou Wei-sun, however, is somewhat shocked. "Prince Xiao, can this really be done?" Lu Ashi is equally concerned. "Prince Xiao, be careful if you get caught in a fractured space. It's no joke." Moments later, both Lu Ashi and Zhou Wei-sun are left stunned, almost dropping their jaws and eyes. "My God, he's not human." They watch in disbelief as Xiao Tian cuts through the space as smoothly as slicing tofu, and Long Qiudao methodically draws it into the Holy Dragon Relic. Xiao Tian has genuinely severed the space of the guarded domain and packed it up to take away. Lu Ashi trembles, silently praying, "Brother, I will inherit your will, protect the people well, and follow Prince Xiao towards a new future." Zhou Wei-sun covers his face in fear and a somewhat frenzied expression. "I talked back just now. I'm really courting death. I won't get beaten, will I?" Xiao Tian pays no mind to their thoughts, simply instructing Long Qiudao beside him. "First, take these two into the Holy Dragon Relic. We're going to the bipolar realm." Just instantaneously, the scene around Xiao Tian shifts rapidly, and they arrive at their destination in the next second. Lu Ashi and Zhou Wei-sun look at the familiar bipolar realm. "We're here already?" Xiao Tian looks down at the land below him and slowly draws out his impermanent knife. "This should be fun." He turns to the two and says, "You two are in charge of providing information. I'll handle the cutting, and Long Qiudao will take care of storing it in the relic." With just a few swishes, the entire space is divided cleanly, without a hitch or any oversight. The whole block of space slowly floats up and is transferred into the Holy Dragon Relic by Long Qiudao. Xiao Tian watches his handiwork while contemplating. The task of moving everyone into the Holy Dragon Relic is done. Now it's time to find my in-laws. But will they disapprove of me? I'm just a son-in-law who lives off his wife. Other than fighting, I can't do much else. Oh well, I'll deal with that later. Leading up on his thoughts, Xiao Tian dives into the Holy Dragon Relic. Going back and playing with Empress is more fun. Meanwhile, far away, the esteemed Purple Emperor, hiding behind his wife, suddenly sneezes. Strange. Who's thinking about me? Never mind. I'll just eat some spiritual fruit to increase my abilities. At this moment in the palace, Ji Ruoyan is panting heavily, fanning herself continuously. This is too exhausting. Luo Fengyuan stands to the side, hands on her waist, and laughs heartily. "Ha ha ha, that was such an exhilarating fight." Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Ji Ruoyan can only sigh in resignation. "Luo Fengyuan, you're like an energetic cow. You fight endlessly and seem to get more and more excited. At this moment, Luo Fenyuan, who has calmed her emotions, suddenly thinks of something. Looking at Ji Ruoyan, she says, I think I can guess what Brother Zhao's plan might be. He will probably first test how many people the Holy Dragon Relic can accommodate in the coming days, and then use the war furnace to evacuate some. He'll save as many people as possible. The territories of Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion in the Bipolar Realm are currently no man's land. Migrating there should be no issue. Pausing, Luo Fenyuan looks at Ji Ruoyan seriously. As for me, the Empress, I will do my best to help. I will make sure that as many of our citizens as possible are safe, allowing the Great Flame Dynasty to thrive on new land. You've said before that we must preserve the Great Flame Dynasty so that when your parents return, they will have a home. Ji Ruoyan wants to say something, but can't find the words. She remembers that Luo Fenyuan, when drunk, once said that all her parents and siblings had died. Is Luo Fenyuan saying goodbye now? Indeed, Luo Fenyuan's eyes, shimmering with restrained tears, tell Ji Ruoyan that this might be their last duel. The next time we meet, who knows when that will be, she says, trying to smile. After all, I am the Holy Demon Empress of the Primordial Demon Kingdom. I can't remain in exile forever. If it were before, I would have stayed here, despite your annoying habits, like ambushing me during baths. But having someone to argue and fight with has been rather nice. You remind me of a sister. Upon saying this, Luo Fenyuan finally can't hold back her tears from you. I learned what it means to be an empress, what responsibility is. I also realized that the fates of many in the Primordial Demon Kingdom depend on my choices. Ji Ruoyan looks at her with reassurance and earnestly tells her, you will certainly be a great empress. Finally, Luo Fenyuan says solemnly, Ji Ruoyan, take good care of yourself. If anything happens, make sure you come to find me. You may not realize just how terrifying your awakened abilities are. Know that, in tens of millions of years, there have only been 2 awakenings among the descendants of the human emperor, so you must keep your bloodline and constitution a secret. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruoyan's expression also becomes serious. She nods. Don't worry, I understand. Before parting, Luo Fenyuan pats Ji Ruoyan's head. I will help you gather information about your parents. If there's any news, I'll send someone to inform you. Also, take good care of Brother Xiao for now. Once the Primordial Demon Kingdom stabilizes, I will come to get people. Luo Fenyuan extends her hand and Ji Ruoyan grips it. Give up any hope of victory by then. Looking at the two, seemingly reluctant to part, their 3 female bodyguards can't help but feel emotional. The Empress has finally grown up. Although the Bipolar Realm and the Holy Demon Realm aren't far apart, who knows how many years will pass before they meet again. Perhaps Xiao Tian will become an indelible part of the Empress's memory. Luo Yuan also watches them keenly. The appearance of the Holy Demon Empress makes up for the fact that Her Majesty has no close friends. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Just as everyone is lost in emotion, Xiao Yuer suddenly speaks. But both of you mothers should know, Dad and Dragon Mound have already packed up the territory and moved it. The Holy Dragon Relic is already flying towards the Holy Demon Realm. This farewell is meaningless. You'll be together again soon anyway. She shrugs. You both are so silly. One moment you're like sisters, and the next you're kicking and punching each other. At this moment, Ji Ruoyan looks at Xiao Yuer, her eyes filled with confusion, packed up and moved. Luo Fenyuan is stunned for a moment. The Holy Dragon Relic is flying toward the Holy Demon Realm. We're all inside the Holy Dragon Relic right now. Xiao Yuer nods. Didn't you feel a bit shaky and nauseous just now? That was when we entered the Holy Dragon Relic. Ji Ruoyan looks at Xiao Yuer in shock. You mean the entire Great Flame Dynasty has been placed inside the Holy Dragon Relic? Ji Ruoyan is already caught on and slowly asks Xiao Yuer, who nods in confirmation. Yes, Dad and Dragon Mound somehow managed to separate the entire Great Flame Dynasty from the Southern Wilderness Realm and placed it inside the relic. Because I have a connection with the Holy Dragon Relic, I could sense it. Xiao Yuer's words leave Luo Fenyuan somewhat puzzled. If that's the case, shouldn't the Holy Dragon Relic be flying toward the Bipolar Realm? Xiao Yuer slowly explains. Dad and Dragon Mound also separated the territories of the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion from the Bipolar Realm and placed them inside the Holy Dragon Relic. At this point, Xiao Yuer shrugs. That's why I said they packed up and moved. Upon hearing Xiao Yuer's words, the room falls into complete silence. The 3 female bodyguards are left speechless, staring at Xiao Yuer. They know full well just how outrageous this accomplishment is. Space is not something you can simply manipulate at will, especially a whole, healthy world realm. To cut off such a large area, could it have been Wang Qiudao's doing? No wonder he once followed the human emperor. His abilities are truly terrifying. In that case, Luo Fenyuan finally breaks the silence. It would be best for Brother Xiao to stay in my demonic palace. It's big, soft, and comfortable. Luo Fenyuan suddenly smirks, and Ji Ruoyan points at her. Didn't someone just say something about giving their place to whoever came first? Ah, did someone say that? Lo Kao, Ji Ban. The next second, the two figures collide again, as if their previous tender, sisterly affection was merely an illusion. Moments later, Xiao Tian's head pops out from the courtyard entrance, looking puzzled. Are they still fighting? Are they really that energetic? Meanwhile, in the Eastern Flame Kingdom, the citizens are tearfully grateful towards Luoshi. It's good to be back. Thanks to you, we can finally return home. Luoshi, helping an elderly man, says, all credit goes to Prince Xiao. Without him, you wouldn't even be alive, let alone returning home. Hearing this, the people of Eastern Flame unanimously speak. Yes, we all know the name of Prince Xiao, Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity. We've already discussed it. Once we get home, we'll set up a shrine to honor him daily. Exactly. I'll prepare a shrine in my house as well. My family, too. Just then, Luoshi's nephew interrupts. Aren't you exaggerating Prince Xiao's achievements? Wouldn't the great Flame Empress be? Before he could finish, Luoshi slaps him, trembling with anger. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. What nonsense are you talking about? Prince Xiao is unparalleled in benevolence and respect. What are you compared to him? Spreading such nonsense, you can quit your post. Go home, lock yourself up for 10 years, and come out only when you've improved your temperament. Meanwhile, in the Astral Pavilion, Zhou Yixin tells everyone, from now on, we must maintain the utmost respect for Prince Xiao, follow his words, and carry out his will. Remember, Prince Xiao is even more revered than your ancestors, understand? The disciples hurriedly reply, understood? Zhou Yixin clenches his fist. Trust me, this is the best decision for everyone. Following Prince Xiao is absolutely the right choice. I don't want to say much more. Let's continue our work. Arrange for the citizens as Prince commanded. Be polite in both speech and action. Serve the people, understand? The disciples loudly reply, understood? At this moment, in a far-off place, inside a grand hall, many people are staring at a crystal. Inside the crystal are figures that surprisingly turn out to be Zurian's parents. Within this mystical realm, the sacred spirit fox awakens. I am the guardian spirit of this sacred site. Did you summon me? The sacred spirit fox turns to the esteemed purple emperor. Have you awakened your human emperor bloodline? Your daughter Zurian has also awakened her human emperor bloodline? The sacred spirit fox seems incredulous. You didn't bring her with you? Where did she awaken her bloodline then? At this moment, fearsome powerhouses who are waiting for the trial to end are getting impatient. Find her immediately, search for the esteemed purple emperor's daughter, and bring her back. Ah, Zurian, ha. If we find her and marry her to one of our kin, the next generation could have a semi-emperor bloodline. That would be quite something. Elder Shu, since you've got the esteemed purple emperor in your grasp, it's time for us to vie for Zurian. Old Snowy, it's weird. You asked the Snow family patriarch to save your own daughter and son-in-law back then. Why didn't you bring your granddaughter back too? The current patriarch of the Snow family remains seated on his fluidic throne floating in the void, his face clouded and his hands clenched. I regret not doing so. At this moment, within the mystical realm, esteemed purple emperor asks the sacred spirit fox, what about my other children? Upon hearing this, the sacred spirit fox summons a crystal mirror. Both of your other children have died in the wars. Esteemed purple emperor looks stunned, subconsciously holding on to Shiruyan, muttering incredulously, only Zurian is left. The esteemed purple emperor's face darkens, remaining silent. The fox spirit of the divine sight, which never errs in its divination, confirms the death of his two sons. They no longer exist in this world. Quickly composing himself, the esteemed purple emperor turns to Shiruyan. We need to expedite our plans. After we pick up your parents, we must find Zurian immediately. Her situation has now been fully exposed, and I fear many will try to locate her. Shiruyan stops her tears, staring at the esteemed purple emperor and nodding affirmatively. The esteemed purple emperor takes a deep breath, staring into the distance as if his gaze could cross space and time to reach his daughter. Zurian, hold on. Your parents are coming to save you. At this moment, in another place, the Great Flame Domain is continuously approaching the Holy Demon Domain. Luo Fengyuan looks at the report in front of her, her head aching. Zurian, however, is somewhat curious, so the so-called primordial demon kingdom is this vast and magnificent. It's really something that you became the Empress. Turning to face Zurian, Luo Fengyuan says, if it's a matter of settling things with fists, I really don't have many opponents in the primordial demon kingdom. But why do I feel so nervous when I'm actually returning to my own kingdom? Is it because I've been around Zurian and know how hard it is to be an empress? Before Luo Fengyuan can gather her thoughts, Xiao Tian delivers a chop to the top of her head. We're going to your homeland. Why are you getting nervous? Come on, pull yourself together. With a few more hits, Luo Fengyuan suddenly feels energized. Zurian watches this and rubs her temples, thinking, this silly cow is beyond help. Just then, the entire continent rumbles, the ground quaking. At this moment, the Great Flame Domain is slowly entering the Holy Demon Domain. Long Qiu Dao bows and says, Master Xiao, we have arrived in the Holy Demon Domain. Soon after, everyone reaches the Demon Palace. Xiao Tian starts to lift his visual limitations. Looking at the surrounding scenes, Luo Fengyuan winks at Xiao Tian. How is it, Brother Xiao? Isn't the scenery of the Holy Demon Domain beautiful? Xiao Tian snaps back to reality, giving Luo Fengyuan a thumbs up. It's indeed more beautiful than I imagined. Luo Fengyuan points towards the Grand Palace in the distance. See over there? That's my imperial city. The Demon Palace is right there. Saying this, Luo Fengyuan moves a little closer to Ziruyan. Bun, I can generously offer you a place to stay. Upon hearing this, Ziruyan nods and directly agrees. Is that so? Then I would be most honored to accept. Luo Fengyuan is taken aback. Shouldn't you be playing hard to get and insisting on staying in the Great Flame Dynasty's palace? Why aren't you following the script? You're messing up my plans to show Xiao Tian around, and have a nice time just the two of us. Seeing Luo Fengyuan's puzzled expression, Ziruyan huffs child's play. The group flies towards the imperial city of the primordial demon kingdom. The holy dragon relic floats not far behind them. Long Qiu Dao suddenly comes up to Xiao Tian and communicates telepathically, Master Xiao, have you noticed? Xiao Tian nods lightly. By all accounts, with the long history of warfare here, there should be an atmosphere of resentment, killing intent, and even the smell of blood. It's as if the primordial demon kingdom's past battles were fake. Could someone have sensed my arrival and deliberately staged this to mislead me? Long Qiu Dao is speechless. Master Xiao, the world isn't that malevolent towards you. Stop overthinking. As Xiao Tian senses the sweet atmosphere of the Holy Demon Domain, he wonders how comfortable the beds are in the Demon Palace of the Primordial Demon Kingdom and whether the food is good. But how should I arrange the territories and people inside the Holy Dragon Relic? Now that the entire domain world is under Luo Fengyuan's rule, and with Shi Ruoyan, who has the legitimate imperial bloodline of the human race, there shouldn't be any more trouble. I should finally be able to rest comfortably. What was I just thinking about? It doesn't matter. Relaxing is what's important, thought Xiao Tian. Just as Xiao Tian was lost in thought, Luo Fengyuan suddenly shouted, We're holding a court meeting. Everyone needs to be there in half an hour. After making the announcement, Luo Fengyuan walked straight into the grand hall. Shi Ruoyan twitched her lips. Is this how court meetings are usually conducted in the middle of the afternoon? Moments later, Luo Fengyuan was seated at the center of the hall, with her legs crossed, looking down at the court officials gathered. Beside her was Shi Ruoyan, and on the other side was Xiao Tian. The ministers were baffled, but performed the ritual of kneeling and bowing. We greet the holy demon Empress. With her arms crossed and legs propped up, Luo Fengyuan said, I don't have anything special to announce. I mainly have two decrees. First, she leaned toward Xiao Tian. This man beside me will be the one and only official prince of the primordial demon kingdom, so forget about any ideas of adding people to my harem. Second, Luo Fengyuan patted Shi Ruoyan on the shoulder. This woman here is the empress of the human race's Great Flame Dynasty. She and I are love rivals, but she's also teaching me how to be a good empress. You should all show her some respect when you see her. Waving her hand, Luo Fengyuan concluded, That's all I have to announce. You're dismissed. The ministers looked at each other, confused but united in their blessings. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on finding a wonderful partner and a good friend. We shall take our leave. With the blessings echoing, Luo Fengyuan started to smile. All right, our matters have been satisfactorily resolved. She winked at Xiao Tian. So, how do you feel? Now you're the prince of both the Great Flame Dynasty and the Primordial Demon Kingdom. Xiao Tian looked completely bewildered. What just happened? The court meeting is already over. Shi Ruoyan was also puzzled. What were you doing just now? Luo Fengyuan casually replied, Holding a court meeting? Of course. Upon hearing this, Shi Ruoyan looked somewhat alarmed. Don't tell me that this is how you've always conducted court meetings? Luo Fengyuan frowned. What else? Nobody learns so much from you. Haven't I improved? Shi Ruoyan was even more shocked. Improved where? Luo Fengyuan answered confidently. This time, I didn't use any force. Shi Ruoyan silently looked at the three female bodyguards, who nodded back at her, looking helpless. She then massaged her forehead. Luo Fengyuan, can you please shift some nutrients from your chest to your brain? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's face flushed. He coughed awkwardly, then turned to Long Qiu Dao. Shouldn't we consider merging the Great Flame Dynasty, Eastern Flame Kingdom, and Astral Pavilion into the Holy Demon Domain? Long Qiu Dao was somewhat taken aback. Yes, we should. He then bowed slightly to Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan. Your Majesties, Prince Xiao, and I will take our leave. Moments later, they floated in the air. Xiao Tian pointed ahead. Long Qiu Dao, what if I carve out a space here and integrate the Great Flame Dynasty, Eastern Flame Kingdom, and Astral Pavilion? What do you think? Long Qiu quickly waved his hands. Absolutely not. If you do that, where will the people of these original lands live? Xiao Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. You make a good point. Does this mean that the domain world itself has some malleability and flexibility? Should we give it a try? With Xiao Tian's terrifying power, the entire holy demon domain was forcibly expanded. He then signaled to Long Qiu. Indeed, it is malleable. Let's go. Long Qiu. They arrived in the void. Xiao Tian merely reached out his hand and joined the holy demon domain with the Great Flame Dynasty seamlessly. Now we don't have to worry about overcrowding. Long Qiu was completely dumbfounded. Isn't it said that the stronger your abilities, the more you can elevate your fate and gain the favor of heaven and earth? What happened to the laws of heaven and earth? To the rules? Why does it feel like Xiao Tian just does whatever comes to mind? And it actually works. Later in the evening, inside the sacred hall of the Demon Palace, Xiao Tian was enjoying some hot pot as a reward for himself. Long Qiu, who was beside him, was somewhat curious. Lord Xiao, with your incredible strength, haven't you ever thought of unifying the various domain worlds? Xiao Tian looked at the hot pot. Unifying everything? Too exhausting. Long Qiu was even more confused. Just because of that, Xiao Tian shook his head. Isn't that enough? Why make life so hard for yourself? Desires that are too big and heavy will only suffocate you. Xiao Tian leaned back in his chair, looking up at the night sky. Unifying the various domain worlds sounds like an ambitious and grand plan, but such grand ambitions are very tiring. I don't like it. Just as Xiao Tian was saying this, there was suddenly loud arguing coming from the entrance of the courtyard. Cao Luo, this is my daughter. Let go of her. Zai Ban, the one who should let go is you. She's my daughter. However, when the two arguing empresses entered the courtyard, they both showed smiles at Xiao Tian and walked toward him. Following behind them were the guards Lu Yan, the sycophantic Zhong Ling, and some female bodyguards who acted like nannies. Xiao Yuer was distressingly being tugged by both her mothers, almost being pulled out of shape. At this moment, Xiao Tian turned to Long Qiu. Cold, lifeless things really aren't interesting. What's living is what I like. Xiao Tian then waved his hand. Hold on, you're not making me wrong. I'm not mocking you for being gone. I'm talking about the grand ambitions you mentioned earlier. Long Qiu didn't argue any further. You're strong. You're right. I'll keep quiet. Ha. The scene changes, and a group of people are gathered around a table enjoying hot pot. It's a very harmonious setting until Zai Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan start arguing over a piece of meat. Zai Ruoyan shouts at Luo Fengyuan, "Let go. Lord Xiao is my prince. You don't need to worry about him." Luo Fengyuan retorts, "You should let go. I picked this for Xiao brother. Xiao brother is my prince too. Thank you." Just as their disagreement escalates, a pair of chopsticks suddenly snatch the piece of meat they both were aiming for. Xiao Tian then brings it to his mouth. Zai Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan are somewhat stunned. Xiao Tian senses the awkward atmosphere. Should I give it back to you? Hearing this, both empresses simultaneously say, "It's fine." Xiao Tian then eats the piece of meat and looks at the night sky, both empresses by his side. Suddenly, Xiao Tian addresses everyone. Now that the Great Flame Dynasty is successfully located in the Holy Demon Domain, and both are unified, should we consider forming an alliance? Make the Great Flame Dynasty and the Primordial Demon Kingdom sister countries, establishing an Empress alliance. We will each maintain our independence but allow trade between us. Keep major laws consistent and unify travel documents to make travel between the two countries convenient. Luo Fengyuan immediately raises both her hands, eyes shining. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. We could even jointly hold court sessions. When either of us empresses is in need, we can help each other handle core affairs. The next second, Zai Ruoyan gives Luo Fengyuan a flick on the forehead and angrily says, "Could you be any more outrageous? You're the Empress of the Primordial Demon Kingdom, not me. You wish. You want me to work for you for free?" Subsequently, Zai Ruoyan drags Luo Fengyuan away. "Starting from today, your special Empress training will be doubled." Luo Fengyuan reaches out to Xiao Tian. "Xiao brother, save me." Xiao Tian sweats nervously and can only avert his eyes. The moon is really round tonight. The guards on the side even shed tears of emotion. "Zai Empress, we entrust our Empress to you. For the safety and well-being of the Primordial Demon Kingdom's ministers, we're counting on you." The next morning, the cries of street vendors ring out. "Come take a look. This is the Green Flame Empress wine, endorsed by both great empresses. And this bottle even has our Primordial Demon Kingdom Empress's handwriting on it. It's priceless." Immediately, there's a scramble from the crowd. One Demon Clan citizen bids 200 gold, another from the Human Clan counters with 300 gold. Then comes a flurry of bids. "I bid 500, 600 here. Don't even try. My dad is an official. I bid 800. Not only that, even the livestock raised by Xiao Tian end up on the dinner table. A Demon Clan man takes a bite and immediately praises, "So delicious." This is the unique livestock meat from Green Flame Mountain. Another responds, well, of course, look who raised them. He's a man of legendary renown, but also very real and present among us. He has a heart and will of the utmost goodness. He has a face that could bewitch all beings. He's also broken through the limits of body cultivators to become the most powerful in history. The Demon Clan man raises both hands high. He is the man behind the union of the two empresses. So tell me, who is he? Children cheer below. Supreme benevolent sugar baby deity Xiao Big Prince, Xiao Tian. Hearing this is utterly speechless. Finally, covering his face, he laments, I've failed after all. I just wanted to reverse the embarrassing name from the Great Flame Dynasty side. Why is this so hard? What a calamity. Just then, a figure descends from the sky, heading straight for Xiao Tian. The next second, Xiao Tian is struck by a woman and feels a chill go straight through his heart. Xiao Tian lowers his head to look at the woman lying on top of him. She wears azure blue armor with golden dragon patterns. Compared to the tall figures of Zeruyuan and Lufengyuan, this woman is petite and delicate. Scratching his head, Xiao Tian squints. The woman's silver hair with a tinge of blue instantly brings back memories of that rainy night. Identical silver hair. Even the cowlick looks the same. However, her face is entirely different. Not the same person at all. Long Qiu Dao, standing nearby, looks up and observes. The spatial fluctuations suggest that she must have encountered some urgent situation and fled here. Xiao Tian props himself up on his hands and also looks up. Above, the sky looks like a shattered mirror folding in on itself but is slowly healing. Soon, it's as if nothing happened at all. Suddenly, silver-white dragon scales appear on the woman's body in places like her neck, forehead, and the backs of her hands. Long Qiu Dao's tone becomes serious. It looks like she was hiding her sacred dragon clan identity earlier. Now that she's unconscious, the distinctive features of the sacred dragon lineage are revealed. It seems her generation of the sacred dragon clan is a bit different. Xiao Tian, propping himself up to stand, asks Long Qiu Dao, how is it different? Stronger. There's obvious evolution compared to the sacred dragons of my younger days. Long Qiu Dao answers. Long Qiu Dao chuckles. It seems the younger generation of my clan is quite fond of you. Xiao Tian, even unconscious, she seems close to you. The next moment, Xiao Tian cradles the woman in his arms and prepares to leave. Let's go. Long Qiu Dao is somewhat puzzled. Are you taking her with you? Xiao Tian's tone is a bit melancholic. She might have some connection to me. Do you recognize the scorch marks on her armor? Long Qiu Dao hesitates for a moment, looking at the burn marks on the woman's armor. Indeed, they look like marks from flames, but not charred. They feel more like they've been purified, stripped of their spirituality. It's as if her armor has been weakened. Suddenly, Long Qiu Dao exclaims, it's Luo Empress's Holy Demon Flame. Holy Demon Flame bypasses physical durability, burning flesh, bones, and internal organs, weakening the inner spiritual energy. The Holy Demon Clan is extremely rare, and royal family members with the awakened Supreme Holy Demon bloodline are even rarer. Only they can use the Holy Demon Flame. Turning his head, Long Qiu Dao continues, based on the spatial fluctuations earlier, she doesn't seem to come from a faraway place. Thinking it over, Xiao Tian decides, let's go back and ask Luo Fengyuan. Soon, Xiao Tian and Long Qiu Dao arrive in the hall, where Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan are currently disputing over Xiao Tian's allegiance. Just as their argument reaches an impasse, Xiao Tian greets them. You two are up early today. However, both women are staring intently at the woman under Xiao Tian's arm. Breaking into a cold sweat, Xiao Tian senses trouble. Both Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan simultaneously demand, Lord Xiao, who is this? Scratching his head, Xiao Tian responds somewhat helplessly, would you believe me if I said she fell from the sky? Shi Ruoyan squints at the woman and says, Luo, do you remember Lord Xiao once mentioned a silver-haired woman who saved him on a rainy night? Assessing the woman again, Shi Ruoyan adds, she seems to be of high status and likely quite wealthy. Shi Ruoyan then makes a fist and offers it to Luo Fengyuan. Temporary truce. Luo Fengyuan bumps her fist back. Understood. At this point, Long Qiu Dao begins to explain to the two empresses, you misunderstand. She is a descendant of my sacred dragon clan. She accidentally fell on Prince Xiao. She bears marks of being attacked by Holy Demon Flame, so Prince Xiao brought her back. Xiao Tian sets the silver-haired dragon woman down on a spirit stone lounge chair in the courtyard. Everyone gathers around. Luo Fengyuan reaches out and touches the woman's dragon horn. Sacred Dragon Clan is extremely rare, almost extinct. This is the first time I've seen one alive. Suddenly, she turns curiously to Shi Ruoyan. What do you think would happen if my holy demon horn collided with her sacred dragon horn? Whose would break? Shi Ruoyan looks at the disappointing Luo Fengyuan and says, can you not think about fighting all the time? Luo Fengyuan pouts, you're no fun. She then reaches over to touch the scorched marks on the armor. These are definitely burns from holy demon flame, but awakening the supreme holy demon bloodline is difficult. She hugs Shi Ruoyan and adds, still, it pales in comparison to her pure human royal bloodline. Ignoring Luo Fengyuan, Shi Ruoyan continues, she must have been through a big battle. Her spiritual energy is greatly depleted, and she has suffered a severe head injury. As she says this, she lifts the woman's head and notes, just as I suspected, there's severe bruising on the back of her head. She was likely attacked from behind while fleeing. Suspicion 1, her armor's holy demon flame is connected to your holy demon clan. Suspicion 2, did she come here out of chaos, or is there another motive? I lean towards the latter, and it has to do with suspicion 1 about the holy demon clan. Turning to Xiao Tian, Shi Ruoyan poses her third suspicion. Is she the woman who saved you? Xiao Tian frantically shakes his head. No, I don't even know her. She just fell out of nowhere and landed on me, pretending to cough. He adds, luckily, I've recovered quite a bit. Otherwise, with her crashing down in that full armor, I'd probably be in some real trouble. At this point, both Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan grasp Xiao Tian's arm, looking somewhat reproachful at Long Qiu Dao. Dragon Mound Elder, it's not about blaming you, but you promised to take good care of Lord Xiao, and now, he got hit unexpectedly. What if it wasn't a woman who fell on him, but something else? Luo Fengyuan joins in the blame. Dragon Mound Elder, you didn't keep your word. Long Qiu Dao is speechless, thinking to himself, you're worried about Xiao Tian getting hurt? If a whole realm fell on his head, you should be more concerned about that realm. Xiao Tian places the woman on a bench. As everyone gathers around, the woman with dragon horns suddenly stirs and wakes up. Her name is Dragon Mound by Qing. Upon opening her eyes, she finds herself surrounded by unfamiliar faces staring curiously at her. Startled, she abruptly sits up and asks, who are you? Shi Ruoyan glares at her, you unexpected guest, falling from the sky and landing on my husband. Luo Fengyuan, standing nearby, quickly interjects, and on my husband as well. Shi Ruoyan rolls her eyes and pushes away the hand on her shoulder, asking sternly, who are you, and what is your purpose for coming to the holy demon realm? The white-haired dragon lady frowns, holding her forehead as she thinks hard. I am Bai Qing, and I don't remember much else, but there is a name that seems familiar, Luo Tao Tian. Upon hearing this, Luo Fengyuan and her 3 bodyguards' faces dramatically change. Luo Fengyuan exclaims, my father is alive? She rushes forward, grabbing Bai Qing's arm. Who are you? How is my father still alive? And why did he save you? Luo Fengyuan's eyes fill with complex emotions. The name has always been a sore point for her. Dragon Mound Bai Qing shakes her head, showing no resistance. I'm really sorry. I don't remember anything else, just that name. Luo Fengyuan bites her lip, gripping Bai Qing's arms so tightly that the armor makes a cracking noise. Shi Ruoyan quickly embraces Luo Fengyuan. Calm down. Given her current condition, even if you lay hands on her, she won't remember anything. Also, are you sure your father saved her? Listening to Shi Ruoyan's words, Luo Fengyuan's emotions stabilize somewhat. Suddenly, she snaps her fingers, and a fierce holy demon flame erupts, covering the burn marks on Bai Qing's armor. Moments later, the flame transforms into a fiery net that envelopes Bai Qing. Luo Fengyuan looks pleased, as if she had expected this. She explains to the crowd, this is the holy demon flame my father left to protect her. Even I can't attack her. Faced with this evidence, Bai Qing can only helplessly respond, I'm really sorry. I don't remember anything. At this point, Long Qiu Dao suddenly steps forward, smiling, child, my name is Long Qiu Dao. In some sense, I am your elder. Our sacred dragon clan has exceptional physical constitutions. It's unlikely that you'd lose your memory from a simple blow to the head. I need to look for a reason. But just then, Bai Qing interrupts, I need to reveal the dragon spirit, right? Long Qiu Dao looks somewhat surprised. You know, he was wondering how to explain it. Bai Qing remains calm. What I lost seems to be just my past memories, not my knowledge. Subsequently, she closes her eyes, and the next second, a spectral dragon ascends from her body. This is the dragon spirit, the soul of the dragon race. However, the once majestic silver dragon spirit is now covered in alarming patterns, as if chain. Long Qiu Dao exclaims in horror, this is the blood curse technique, an ancient spell formed through the sacrifice of flesh and blood. It looks like her memory has been sealed by this curse. Shi Ruoyan analyzes the situation calmly. If my conjecture is correct, she was being hunted down to be silenced. They didn't want her to spill any information. She turns to Luo Fengyuan, and your father was likely covering for her, even helping her escape. Once she successfully escaped, they could only resort to attacking the back of her head to curse her and keep her from revealing anything. Finally, Shi Ruoyan looks at Long Qiu Dao, Dragon Mound Elder. How can this curse be broken? Long Qiu Dao keeps his eyes fixed on Bai Qing. This kind of flesh and blood curse uses life as a lamp and flesh as fire. It's everlasting. To break the curse, kill the person who cast it. Xiao Tian, who hasn't spoken for a while, shocks everyone with this statement. People all turn their heads to look at him. He just shrugs, looking impatient. Isn't it simple? If the curse is everlasting, just smash the lamp. Why make a big fuss? Xiao Tian mutters to himself. I haven't even mentioned rebooting yet. Maybe I could give it a try. For a reboot, soul reconfiguration would be necessary. The success rate should be pretty high. Xiao Tian's scrutinizing gaze makes Bai Qing inexplicably nervous. Turning his head to ask Long Qiu Dao, Xiao Tian inquires, is there any kind of elixir that can fully restore a shattered soul? Long Qiu Dao thinks for a moment the anti-void spirit communication pill indeed has such a miraculous effect. I do have plenty. After all, my body is that of a dragon spirit. Such a pill. He suddenly realizes something is off about Xiao Tian's statement. Wait, shattered soul, you don't mean what I think you mean, do you? In my hometown, there's a saying, if there's a problem, don't worry, just reboot, and everything will be fine. Xiao Tian looks at Bai Qing. If we shatter her soul, the flesh and blood curse will have no host, right? Then we restore her soul, and everything's fine. It's basically just a reboot. Long Qiu Dao quickly shakes his head. That won't work. Her dragon spirit is inside her, in a sea of consciousness in her head. Shattering the dragon spirit is no different from killing her. It's simple then. Just blow up her head first, and then heal her, Xiao Tian says, his eyes shining as he looks at Bai Qing. Where should I start? His words shock everyone. What kind of crazy idea is this? The girl is just sitting there, and you want to blow up her head? Actually, it's a very good idea. A calm, melodious voice rings out again. Everyone turns to look at Bai Qing, who is sitting on a spirit stone lounge chair. The silver-haired dragon lady adjusts her posture and leans her head towards Xiao Tian. Please go ahead. This unexpected turn of events leaves everyone speechless with amazement. They never thought that Bai Qing would agree to such an outrageous request. Xiao Tian, hearing her agreement, is overjoyed. Great courage. Very decisive. I like it. He starts warming up his fists. Turn a little. This angle is not good. If it's not done properly, it will be difficult to heal later. Okay, I understand. Bai Qing shifts slightly to adjust her angle. I hope this works, so my memories can be restored and I can find my father. Don't worry. I'll control the strength and angle to make sure it ends painlessly, Xiao Tian assures her. Luo Fengyuan, who is standing beside them, has a flushed face and sultry eyes. This is so thrilling. I want him too. Just as she finishes speaking, she's met with a furious punch from Shi Ruoyan. Is this the thrill you were talking about? What are you thinking in that silly head of yours? Shi Ruoyan then turns to Xiao Tian, and you, put your fists away. Who came up with this insane idea to blow up someone's head? She then walks up to Bai Qing, grabs her, and lifts her up. And are you an idiot for agreeing to this? The truth might be in my memories, and the curse on the dragon spirit could potentially attract unnecessary enemies. Bai Qing, who's lifted off the ground by the tall Empress Shi Ruoyan, maintains her calm demeanor and analyzes. Finding a way to break the curse immediately not only could reveal the truth, but also help us avoid unnecessary danger. Though the method is risky, it's a gamble worth taking considering the outcome. Seeing Bai Qing's determined face, Xiao Tian also nods continuously. He pats Long Qiu Dao who's beside him. Anyway, Long Qiu Dao has many potent elixirs, so it should be fine. Shut up, Shi Ruoyan says with a dark face, glancing at Xiao Tian. This scares Xiao Tian and Long Qiu Dao into a shiver, both of them falling silent immediately. There's an old saying that the two most terrifying creatures on earth are an angry mother and a stern wife. Truly, the intimidation is real. At this moment, Shi Ruoyan looks at Bai Qing and shakes her head. This method is too risky. It's not worth gambling with your life for no reason. Upon hearing this, Bai Qing immediately gives Shi Ruoyan a good person card, saying, you are indeed a very good person. If this works, there's at least a 70% chance. Even 70% is not acceptable. Let's think of other ways. Shi Ruoyan interrupts, grabbing Bai Qing's chin. I'm declaring, not discussing. Do you understand, young lady? Bai Qing responds, based on the age we appear to be, calling the young lady is not appropriate, and pushes Shi Ruoyan's hand away. This leaves Shi Ruoyan stunned for a moment, who then looks closely at Bai Qing. This of yours is so small. Are you even 20? For the first time, Bai Qing shows some emotion. She glances down, then looks up at Shi Ruoyan. She points to Luo Fengyuan in front of her. You shouldn't be surprised by this. Luo Fengyuan bursts into laughter upon hearing this. Someone really shot themselves in the foot. Shi Ruoyan's mouth twitches in annoyance, looking at Shi Ruoyan. But you don't need to be so sensitive. Overall, you're still very beautiful. I'm not sensitive, Shi Ruoyan retorts. Zhong Yangming quickly interrupts, regardless of whether it's for Her Majesty Luo or for her own sacred dragon clan identity. She must stay here. So, what should we do with this young lady from the Dragon Mountain? Before anyone can respond, the girl suddenly stands up and goes over to Xiao Tian, sniffing him as if no one else exists. "What are you doing?" Xiao Tian asks, puzzled. Expectedly, the girl floats up the next second and licks Xiao Tian's cheek. Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan are immediately stunned, and everyone else's eyes widen, shocked beyond words by her audacious action, especially in front of two empresses. "Long Qiu Dao, your descendant sure is bold," someone remarks. The girl suddenly hugs Xiao Tian's neck and says to everyone, "I want to stay by his side. I don't know why, but it feels very comfortable next to him. He even smells nice, very sweet." She feels that not only are her injuries healing faster when she's with Xiao Tian, but even her dragon's aura is gradually increasing. Seeing the two of them so intimate, Shi Ruoyan instantly loses her temper, clenching her fists and yelling, "Scoundrel, get off Xiao brother right now." She attempts to pull the girl away, but the girl clings to Xiao Tian, explaining calmly, "Being by his side right now is the best choice for both healing and sensory reasons. Please forgive me, but I can't leave his side." Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan, perhaps thinking she's missing out on something, excitedly rushes forward and blurts, "Wait, I want to lick too. If I weren't so busy, I'd smack you with a hammer." Shi Ruoyan retorts, "What are you doing? Help me pull her off," finally snapping out of it. Luo Fengyuan helps Shi Ruoyan try to pull the girl away. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian stands there, utterly confused, watching the three women struggling. "What's going on here, puppy? Do I have some healing abilities or something?" The system, puppy, then explains, by Qing comes from the sacred dragon lineage, an emperor-level sacred dragon bloodline, and you, master, are a descendant of dragons. It makes sense for someone of the sacred dragon lineage to be drawn to you. Your body has been getting stronger, and her being around you will also help her become stronger. Hearing this, Xiao Tian is rendered speechless. "So my body is still being strengthened? When will it ever stop?" "I'm sorry, master, but I can't detect any limits to your physical strength at the moment. However, please be patient. Once your body is fully strengthened, you'll be able to start training." Xiao Tian is somewhat surprised. "So I can actually start training? I thought I'd be a regular person my entire life." Just then, Luo Fengyuan suddenly shouts, "Hey, why are you being so gentle? Just get physical." As soon as the words leave her mouth, Xiao Tian sees Luo Fengyuan suddenly deliver a high kick, aiming her heel down harshly at the girl. The girl's pupils dilate, and electric lights seem to shimmer in her eyes. A golden thunderous power suddenly manifests, and in an instant, the girl flickers to stand behind Xiao Tian. Luo Fengyuan's kick misses entirely. Shi Ruoyan then brings her two fingers together, forming a long sword from her concentrated energy. "Be careful not to hurt Lord Xiao. He still hasn't fully recovered from the aftereffects of his last outburst." Luo Fengyuan grins, her eyes full of excitement. "Don't worry, I promise I won't. When two empresses join forces, she won't be able to dodge." The girl remains silent, still clinging to Xiao Tian's neck while her body sparkles with electric light. Watching the two charged-up empress wives, Xiao Tian sighs internally, "I'm just an innocent bystander. Can you not involve me?" The two empresses lock eyes and whisper, "Let's go in together." Immediately, Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan simultaneously attack. Swords and kicks fly, but the girl nimbly avoids them while sticking close to Xiao Tian. Neither can land a hit on her. Annoyed, Luo Fengyuan mutters, "This damn white hair, why is she as slippery as an eel?" In a sudden motion, Luo Fengyuan spins her body and launches another kick at the girl. At the same time, Ji Ruoyan also spins around, and the two, sticking close to each other, accidentally direct their attack towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, who had been passively watching the spectacle, suddenly finds himself the unintended target. Both Luo Fengyuan and Ji Ruoyan are horrified and quickly shout for him to dodge. "We can't stop it." However, Xiao Tian, with a twitching smile at the corner of his mouth, prepares to catch the incoming attack. He knows he can't dodge, otherwise they'll surely fall to the ground. But who could have known that in the next second? Thunder manifests. The girl who had been clinging to Xiao Tian suddenly blocks the front, enduring both attacks head-on. The flickering lightning around her acts like two twisting vortexes, absorbing all their attacks. The girl lets out a pained grunt, clenching her teeth. But still, she can't help but spit out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Upon seeing this, the faces of Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan instantly change. They rush forward to support the girl, but she speaks up. "Thank you both. Spitting out that stagnant blood actually makes me feel much better." Luo Fengyuan frowns, "But it seems like your injuries have worsened." Ji Ruoyan is also concerned. "Why didn't you fight back? Why didn't you dodge earlier?" The girl softly shakes her head. "When you decided to take me in, that was an act of kindness. Therefore, I can't raise a hand against you. As for not dodging, you mentioned that he hasn't fully recovered from his after effects. He couldn't have withstood that attack. Based on my calculations, enduring the blow could help circulate my energy, so absorbing the attack was the best outcome." She speaks these words with a calm demeanor. However, as she talks, fresh blood continues to flow from the corner of her mouth, making her look somewhat frightening. For a moment, everyone is silent. How is she able to calmly analyze the situation while spitting out blood? This doesn't seem related to her amnesia caused by some curse, does it? At this point, Zhong Ling in the corner is the first to react. Quickly, treat her wounds. She's bleeding non-stop. What are you all staring at? Hearing this, everyone scrambles into action, picking her up and hurrying. She is then laid down on a spirit stone lounge chair. Long Qiu Dao takes out a bottle and pours out some elixirs, but the girl takes one look at them and speaks again. Taking an elixir is not as effective as staying close to him. Zhong Li Huang is somewhat confused upon hearing this and looks at Xiao Tian curiously. What's the logic behind that? Xiao Yuer floats onto Xiao Tian's shoulder and spreads her little hands, reminding them it's true. Being near Daddy is very comfortable. Haven't you all noticed? Upon hearing this, Zhong Ling and the others remember that their cultivation speed seemed to increase significantly whenever they were near Xiao Tian. Even the two empresses, when dealing with official documents, could easily resolve complicated issues as long as Xiao Tian was present. With this thought, everyone in the room starts to look at Xiao Tian intently, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny. Xiao Tian suddenly hears Luo Fengyuan propose a theory. Didn't Brother Xiao once mention that he ate something that helped him break his limitations? Could it be that this heavenly treasure is incredibly potent and is fused with his flesh and blood, radiating its benefits to those around him like a mobile elixir? Zhong Ling claps her hands in sudden realization. You're right, Your Majesty Luo. No wonder she wanted to lick Prince earlier. Xiao Tian stands there, completely baffled, a series of question marks filling his mind. Scene changes. Xiao Tian and his three companions are eating hot pot. Shi Ruoyan speaks earnestly to the girl. Firstly, due to the matter concerning her father, in your health condition, it's settled that you will stay. However, I won't feel comfortable leaving you near Lord Xiao. No one can guarantee whether you have ulterior motives. The girl nods at Shi Ruoyan's suspicions. Your doubts are reasonable. Even I can't assure whether I was good or bad before my memory loss. Shi Ruoyan seems to breathe a sigh of relief at her understanding, giving a slight nod. It's good that you understand. Starting from today, I will officially move to Prince's palace and live with you. If something happens to you, I'm afraid I'll live the rest of my life in regret. Xiao Tian feels a bit helpless. Here she goes again. Why does Shi Ruoyan always have to make grand overtures? Is she testing my tolerance? At his side, Luo Fengyuan's eyes widen with barely suppressed rage. Damn it, the Great Flame Empress is truly cunning. She must have been planning to move into Prince's residence for a long time. Luo Fengyuan suddenly slaps the table. No, I must move there as well. Shi Ruoyan, seemingly expecting this reaction, casually picks up a piece of lettuce and asks, why does the Holy Demon Empress want to move in? Isn't my presence sufficient? Gritting her teeth, Luo Fengyuan replies, she knows something about my father. What if she suddenly remembers the past? I need to be the first to know any news concerning my father, so I have to be near her. Saying this, Luo Fengyuan dips some boiled vegetables into a sauce and then puts them into her mouth. Shi Ruoyan follows suit. The girl watches them in awe. So that's how you're supposed to eat it. No wonder it tasted so salty when I tried to drink it. What should I do now? Can I ask for another serving of sauce? Shi Ruoyan pays no attention to the girl's thoughts and snorts at Luo Fengyuan. Your mind seems to be working better these days. No wonder your chest has gotten smaller lately. Not to be outdone, Luo Fengyuan retorts, really? Seems like someone is just too jealous and keeps an eye on others. Hearing this, Shi Ruoyan doesn't bother with more words. With a loud bang, she slams a jug of wine onto the table. Whoever loses, go back to your own palace. Luo Fengyuan also produces a jug of wine, her eyes ablaze. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? The battle of the two empresses erupts again. Meanwhile, the girl on the side finds a solution. She pours both empresses' dipping sauces into her own bowl and starts to eat voraciously. Even as the two empresses argue and drink, contesting each other jug for jug, she continues to eat as if nothing else matters, thoroughly enjoying her meal. Xiao Tian looks at the three with a helpless expression. It hasn't been that long since our last drinking contest, and now we're at it again? A sense of nostalgia comes over me. Soon, the courtyard is littered with empty wine jugs. Xiao Tian is holding Shi Ruoyan while the girl supports Luo Fengyuan. The four of them head toward the inner chamber. A moment later, the two empresses are placed on the bed and embrace each other again. Xiao Tian can't help but sigh back to the same old routine. Just then, a loud burp echoes from the side. The girl looks embarrassed. The food was really good. I haven't had such a satisfying meal in a very long time, so I may have overindulged. My apologies. Xiao Tian waves his hand dismissively. If you enjoyed it, then eat as much as you like. It's just a small amount of money for the food. I control the household finances. After all, he gives a thumbs up, looking proud, though she's not sure what he's so proud of. The girl quietly says, thank you, please get some rest. After saying this, the girl sits down cross-legged and closes her eyes, entering into a state of meditation. Not wanting to waste words, Xiao Tian immediately slaps her, knocking her out, and then carries her to a recliner. I don't know what you've been through before, but a good night's sleep is important. You don't need to be on guard here. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly feels something is off. Behind him, the two women, their eyes shimmering with intelligence, are glaring at him intently. The next moment, the inner chamber is filled with the sounds of Xiao Tian's discarded clothing and his painful wails. Calm down, both of you. Don't tear my clothes. Just because I don't hit women doesn't mean you can get out of control when you're drunk. Wait, don't. Stay away. Xiao Tian sits shivering in the corner of the bed, while Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan look at him as if he were Little Red Riding Hood, and they were wolves, almost drooling. After a three-way battle of sorts, they all fall into a deep, exhausted sleep. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void outside the Holy Demon Realm, a portion of space suddenly distorts. A grand and rugged black warship violently forces its way through the distortion. The entire ship seems to be constructed from an unknown black wood. Boss, it looks like we've reached the Holy Demon Realm, says a figure standing on the deck of the warship, surrounded by others who are similarly towering and strong. Each one is about 2 meters tall, their skin adorned with blood-colored patterns, and they emanate a strong smell of blood. According to the star maps we've captured, this should be the place. I didn't expect our pursuit would lead us all the way here. His deputy, rubbing his bald head, looks at a book in his hand emitting fluctuating spiritual energy. Something feels off. The dimensions here seem to be more circular, bigger. There's a slight discrepancy with our star maps. Yes, send out a scout team to get a sense of the place. It would be best to capture someone valuable for questioning. Let Squad 10 handle it. They're not too powerful, won't startle the enemy. As he says this, he continues to gaze at the Holy Demon Realm ahead. We've paid a high price to get here. We must capture Luo Taotian and Bai Qing. Meanwhile, back at Prince's palace, Bai Qing opens her eyes and sits up. Appearing somewhat dazed, she remembers that she was meditating and feels as if she was knocked out. Thinking this, Bai Qing quickly rolls over and stands up, scanning her surroundings. The room is in disarray, with unidentifiable rags all over the floor. You're awake, a voice says, lifting her head. Bai Qing sees Xiao Tian making the bed, dressed in new clothes. Bai Qing nods gently and looks around, asking, was there a thief here yesterday? Xiao Tian finishes making the bed and sighs. We had a fight yesterday, so it's a bit messy. A fight? Bai Qing thinks for a moment and shakes her head. Although we haven't known each other long, it seemed like everyone got along well last night. I can't imagine you'd fight. Xiao Tian leans on his waist and says, the deeper the relationship, the fiercer the fights. You probably wouldn't understand. Hearing this, Bai Qing looks puzzled, but Xiao Tian doesn't offer any further explanation. He simply says, those who understand, understand. No need to spell it out. Bai Qing picks up a torn piece of silk from the floor, stained with blood, and furrows her brow. Is this from tending to wounds? I can't believe your arguments get so heated. Yes, the battle was intense. You could call it domestic violence, says Xiao Tian as he snatches the silk from her and stores it away. This kind of thing sets a bad example for the children. It seems being the consort to an empress isn't easy. Bai Qing notes. Xiao Tian nods and walks over to the window with a steaming cup of tea. It's not easy, especially when it's 2 against 1. I can't win. He sips his tea and adds, too bad this world doesn't have goji berries, but I have green flame pigs. I'll ask Zhong Yangming to make some stir-fried kidney. That should solve everything. Decided, he runs off, reminding Bai Qing to stay in the Prince Palace and to not wander off. Confused, Bai Qing asks if something happened. I have some business to attend to. Just stay put. There's no point in wandering around. With that, Xiao Tian runs off, leaving Bai Qing to ponder. No point. Huh. Upon reflection, that seems true. Bai Qing looks around the empty hall and stands alone for a long time before sitting down in a cross-legged position to meditate. After the formation of the Empress Alliance, there are 2 joint court meetings every month. These meetings are jointly hosted by the Great Flame Dynasty and the Primordial Demon Kingdom to discuss matters of mutual concern. Naturally, they are held at a location on the border of the 2 territories, in a temporary Empress Hall built in front of the Prince Palace. At this moment, the 2 empresses exchange glances in the hall. How about it? Shall we continue tonight? Shiban. This time, I want to go first. Xiao Tian sneezes from a distance. Who's talking about me? Early in the morning, Xiao Tian finds his chef Zhong Yangming preparing to order stir-fried kidneys and roasted lamb kidneys. Before he can order more, Zhong Yangming interrupts. Prince, how about I make you a complete nourishing feast? 10 dishes that will absolutely rejuvenate you. Looking at the chef's frail appearance, Xiao Tian can't help but wonder, are you sure? Will it be effective? Zhong Yangming looks dead serious. Yes, Prince, rest assured. I've tried it. Recalling Zhong Yangming's wife, Zhong Lishuang, Xiao Tian instantly understands. When it comes to nourishment, probably nobody is more authoritative than Zhong Yangming, this heavy armored cavalry. Thinking this, Xiao Tian suddenly puts his arm around Zhong Yangming's neck. Speaking of which, after training in martial arts with me, you must be doing much better, right? Zhong Yangming smiles ambiguously, all thanks to your excellent teaching. Prince, things have been much easier recently. Alright, prepare yourself. I'm taking you to Green Flame Mountain, says Xiao Tian, preparing to leap. But just then, Zhong Yangming suddenly frowns and yells, Prince, someone's coming. In the next second, whooshing sounds fill the air, and almost instantly, four bald men in armor surround them. John Eason focuses on the two. According to our information, the Holy Demon Realm is ruled by the Primordial Demon Kingdom. One of you is the Prime Minister and the other a Prince. You should have a lot of information. John Eason slowly approaches and gestures. Gentlemen, if you don't want any trouble, please come with us. Xiao Tian and Zhong Yangming follow the direction indicated and see a UFO. Its massive body is hovering up and down. Xiao Tian is baffled. Is this an alien? Zhong Yangming is equally surprised. What on earth is that? Where did these people and this weird thing come from? Never seen it before. While the two are still bewildered, John Eason steps forward and looks down on them, sneering. Don't make any futile resistance. Otherwise, all you'll face is despair. Zhong Yangming becomes irritated and suddenly produces a talisman in his hand. Who will be the one to despair remains to be seen. Emperor's Sword Energy. Go! As Zhong Yangming's words fall, the talisman absorbs spiritual energy and instantly transforms into a golden sword energy, charging towards John Eason. In an instant, the sword energy hits John Eason but doesn't affect him due to the blood-red runes on his armor that burst into fearsome energy. What a pathetic attack. John Eason brushes the dust off himself, shakes his head at the frail-looking Zhong Yangming, and says, Seems like you really can't heed my advice, inferior human race. Then, John Eason turns around and walks towards the spaceship, ordering his men, break his legs and take him and Prince Xiao Tian with us for further orders. But just as he takes 2 steps, a team member calls out, Captain, something seems off. All the bald men look horrified and involuntarily take a step back, but a towering shadow still envelopes them. John Eason, annoyed by his team member's words, asks, What do you mean? They're just humans. What's there to be scared of? Turning his head, his pupils instantly contract. Oh shit, that's terrifying. Zhong Yangming has somehow transformed into a giant, nearly 30 feet tall, covered in explosive muscles. He's staring intently at John Eason, and even his casual breathing emits a mist that seems like clouds in motion. Zhong Yangming exudes an incredibly terrifying aura, leaning his explosive physique forward, clenching his fists. He looks at John Eason and says, Inferior human race? That's an interesting way to put it. Then show me what you've got, and let's see how you make this Prime Minister despair. What do you say, little sprout? Seeing his subordinates shaking in fear, John Eason hastily shouts, Don't panic, stay calm. His aura is only at the 10th level. It's just his size that's intimidating. Taking a deep breath, he pats his subordinate's shoulder. Backing down before fighting isn't the Bloodroom clan style. With that, John Eason's body starts to inflame as his form enlarges, and his aura climbs rapidly, reaching level 13. Encouraged by John Eason, his team members also roar as their body muscles swell and blood-colored runes flash. John Eason takes the lead, charging at Zhong Yangming at an explosive speed, attacking him relentlessly with the blood blades on his armor. His team follows suit, their previous fear forgotten, surrounded and attacked from all sides. Zhong Yangming can't dodge in time. Enraged, he snorts, his body tightens, and the wounds inflicted by the blood blades immediately start to heal. Zhong Yangming then coldly sneers, Jumping monkeys, weren't you going to make this Prime Minister despair? Let's have a face-to-face battle then. Without further ado, he lunges forward, his massive form almost overshadowing everything. 2 of the bald men don't even have time to dodge and are smashed into the ground by his giant, stone-like fists. They collectively gasp, is this even a human? Zhong Yangming clenches his fists again, visibly irritated. The Great Flame Dynasty has just stabilized, and the Empress combined Primordial Demon Kingdom is still in the making. Who are these crawling creatures daring to stir up trouble? John Eason roars in anger. How can a mere human be this strong? Ignoring his outburst, Zhong Yangming takes a deep breath, steadying his stance according to the stances he learned while training with Xiao Tian. His right fist expands as he yells, Giant Spirit Fist. With that, John Eason is sent flying, feeling as if his body is falling apart. However, as he flies backward, a cunning smile crosses his face. You fell for it. Using the momentum from Zhong Yangming's strike, he flips and lands beside Xiao Tian, holding the blood blade against Xiao Tian's neck. Prime Minister, don't make any rash moves. If my blade slips, you won't be able to complete your mission for your majesty. Xiao Tian looks emotionless at the blade against his neck, then turns to Zhong Yangming, who has stopped at a distance, and says, "What are you looking at me for? Keep fighting. Why do I have to do everything? What's the point of your martial arts training?" He even yawns out of boredom. John Eason is dumbfounded. This guy really has some nerve. Seeing Xiao Tian looking at him, Xiao Tian raises a nut in his hand. "Want some?" John Eason is completely stunned. Does he even realize the situation he's in? At this moment, Zhong Yangming nods and says, "I understand." In the next second, his aura erupts again as he charges directly at John Eason. Frightened, John Eason hastily shouts, "Stop. Don't you care if this man lives or dies?" Seeing him not stopping, John Eason grits his teeth and roars, "You forced my hand. It's all your fault." Then he swings his blade towards Xiao Tian's neck. There's a loud clanging sound, and John Eason is shocked. He can clearly feel the pain in his arm and sees that his arm is bent at a 90-degree angle, broken by the impact. Unable to bear the pain, John Eason cries out and crouches on the ground, trembling. Xiao Tian continues eating his nuts, glancing at John Eason, who's kneeling on the ground. "You're a strange one. What's the point of self-harm?" John Eason looks at Xiao Tian's neck. Not even a scratch. What the hell is this guy? His teammates are equally horrified. Our boss's blade was ineffective against that waste. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Yangming throws a hard punch at them. You guys actually get distracted during a fight. The intense wind from the punch makes their eyelids twitch. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian spits out a nutshell. "You guys are really resilient. Your recovery ability is pretty scary too. Are you a body cultivator?" John Eason looks at the nutshell that landed on him, his mouth twitching. He quickly retreats, but as he lands at a distance, Xiao Tian appears beside him like a ghost, spitting out another nutshell. "Why are you ignoring my question? How can you, as a body cultivator, break through the 10th level?" John Eason freezes on the spot. Something's wrong. What's up with this Xiao Tian? Being physically strong is one thing, but why is he so fast too? Could he be a 16th level expert or higher? Thinking of this, John Eason suddenly thrusts his hand into his chest, shouting, "Everyone, burn the blood crystals," pulls out a fiery red crystal. His teammates cry out in disbelief. "Captain." John Eason gives them a wry smile, filled with a hint of apology. "We have no choice. We can't go back alive anyway. Our only option now is to take them down with us." Saying this, he turns to look at Xiao Tian, his face gradually becoming ferocious. "I admit, you're strong, but it doesn't matter. You can't stop this thing." As he speaks, John Eason hasn't noticed that the object has disappeared from his hand. Xiao Tian holds up the blood crystal and examines it. "You say this thing is dangerous?" John Eason is completely dumbfounded. "When was it taken?" The next second, Xiao Tian lifts his head and puts the blood crystal into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Damn it. John Eason thinks this is something that even 18th level experts would be blown up by instantly. How could he just swallow it? A moment later, a muffled explosion sound emanates from Xiao Tian's belly. Unconcerned, Xiao Tian pats his stomach and then suddenly opens his mouth to belch. Red smoke sprays out from his mouth. Xiao Tian looks thrilled. "Oh, that feels great. The moment it entered my mouth, it was like taking a shot of strong liquor, followed by an explosive burning sensation. But far from causing pain, it felt like my organs got a warm vibrating massage. This thing is great, definitely a high-quality snack." Saying this, Xiao Tian looks at John Eason with a face full of anticipation. "Got any more? Give me another 100. John Eason stares at Xiao Tian in disbelief, unable to speak for a long time. "Our clan's ultimate weapon, something that would obliterate everything in a 100-mile radius and dissipate all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. How did it turn into a unique tasting snack in his mouth? Isn't this bullying the honest people?" Zhong Yangming, who is standing nearby, holds on to other members of the Bloodroom clan. "Prince, are you alright?" Xiao Tian dismisses it with a wave of his hand. "I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yangming tosses the people he's holding like trash onto the ground, glaring at them. These people are troublesome and seem very special. They're actually body cultivators. John Eason looks at his captured subordinates, despair filling his face. "It seems we're doomed." Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly turns serious and looks at Zhong Yangming. "Prime Minister Zhong, from earlier until now, I've noticed something serious." Zhong Yangming, who just returned to his original form, immediately becomes anxious upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. "Prince, what's the matter?" John Eason is even more nervous on the side. "Could it be that our void battleship stationed outside the void has been discovered by this monster? If that's the case, our leader and others would be in danger." Who knew that the next second, Xiao Tian would point at Zhong Yangming and shout, "First of all, your entrance pose was not cool enough. What was that crouch about? You should have been sitting, one arm on your leg and the other propping up your slightly tilted head." Looking down on them coldly, Xiao Tian speaks as if he's very serious about this matter. "Also, Giant Spirit Fist isn't a cool enough name. I've thought of a better one, Raising Arm of Divine Tyranny across the skies." As he says this, Xiao Tian suddenly turns to Zhong Yisun. By the way, what race are you guys? Before Zhong Yisun could snap out of his daze, he hears the question and becomes even more stupefied. Xiao Tian immediately slaps him. Under a precise control of force, Zhong Yisun spins like a top at high speed. Xiao Tian narrows his eyes slightly and a terrifying aura of murderous intent begins to fill the air. I was just talking. Why weren't you paying attention? Are you plotting something? Zhong Yisun, who's been slapped into a daze, finally mumbles, "We are the Blood Rune clan." Xiao Tian smiles slightly. Well, in that case, this punch shall be named the Titanic Divine Sky-Dominating Blood Rune Annihilating Fist. What do you think? He looks at Zhong Yanming with confidence. Zhong Yanming can only awkwardly smile and say, "Very good, indeed a great name." Xiao Tian continues to give his insights. Some of your moves earlier were also incorrect. Your battle experience is still lacking. For instance, you wasted too much power and some aspects of your attacks were not smooth enough. Zhong Yanming promptly takes out a notebook to jot down the pointers, feeling deeply impressed inside. No wonder Prince Xiao is so skilled in combat, truly a learning experience. However, he wonders, just what has Prince Xiao been through to have developed such intricate attacking techniques? With that thought, Zhong Yanming lets out a wistful sigh. After getting a few key points, Xiao Tian says, "Alright, that's enough for now. Digest what you've learned." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yanming quickly bows. "Prince, I'll pay attention next time." Xiao Tian frowns. "What do you mean next time? Why not right now? It's still early, there's plenty of time." Saying this, Xiao Tian suddenly takes out a bottle of elixir pills. He walks up to the severely injured members of the Blood Rune clan and feeds each one a pill. In no time, the men look at themselves in disbelief, feeling completely refreshed as if all their injuries have healed. At this moment, Xiao Tian claps his hands to get everyone's attention. "Alright, let's do it all over again, starting from the point where you all noticed him gathering energy within his body, preparing to fight. You guys need to act panicked and scared, like the first time you saw him. Don't look all dumb and numb, this is your chance for redemption." The members of the Blood Rune clan are puzzled. What's going on? Is this guy a director or what? Seeing their lack of cooperation, Xiao Tian feels a wave of anger rise within him. He throws a powerful punch, instantly smashing the member who was just standing there looking stunned. He then yells at the remaining people, "What kind of expression is that? I'm giving you an opportunity here, and you're not even taking this rehearsal seriously. You're beyond redemption." Everyone is stunned by the imposing aura exuded by Xiao Tian. The giant from earlier took ages to beat us into severe injuries, but this guy obliterated us with a single slap without even any fluctuation in spiritual energy. This is too terrifying. Better cooperate. Perhaps we could still survive and go back home to our families. Quickly, the first trial begins. Just as Zhong Yanming is about to throw a punch, he hears Xiao Tian shout, "Cut! Blood Rune clan, I need serious expressions from you. Fear, understand, be afraid. Let's do it again." On the fourth take, Zhong Yanming is in the middle of chasing the members. Xiao Tian speaks again, "Cut! Zhong Yanming, pay attention to what's behind you, not just who you're chasing in front. Be aware of your surroundings. Let's do it again." By the sixth take, Zhong Yanming is beating up the members of the Blood Rune clan who are wailing and begging for mercy. Finally, on the seventh take, one of the bald members can't take it anymore. The high-pressure environment and humiliation break him. After letting out a roar, he raises his hands and slams them onto his own head. His skull shatters, his soul leaves the body, but he has a relieved and satisfied expression on his face. However, Xiao Tian takes out another medicine bottle and encouragingly says, "Escaping won't solve the problem. Facing it courageously is the only way to redeem yourself." As he speaks, Xiao Tian forcefully shoves 2 elixir pills into the man's mouth. The soul that was on the verge of ascending to the heavens suddenly halts, sensing that something is terribly wrong. The next moment, the medicine takes effect. His injuries heal rapidly and his departing soul is violently pulled back, causing him to scream, "Let me go, let me die, please, don't revive me." No matter how much he struggles, it's futile. The man who is about to die suddenly sits up, gasping for air as if he just woke up from a nightmare. Xiao Tian then pats him reassuringly on the shoulder. "Don't give up, I believe you can do it." The bald man's lips are trembling. Even though Xiao Tian is smiling at this moment, he still feels terrified. Why won't they let me die with dignity? Shaken to his core, the bald man seems to lose his mind, mumbling, "It's karma, all karma. I was wrong. I shouldn't have set foot on an invading warship." Xiao Tian clenches his fist and shouts, "Stop playing dead, let's do it again. Everyone remember, this is not a rehearsal. Zhong Yanming, begin." After several more attempts, the whole valley is a mess. Zanison suddenly kneels on the ground, sobbing loudly, "I was wrong, truly wrong. I shouldn't have invaded, shouldn't have taken joy in slaughtering humans." While crying, he beats his chest and stomps his feet. Finally, He looks up towards the sky, his eyes empty. Moments later, there's no sign of life left in him. His soul completely disintegrates. Xiao Tian looks at Zanasan, who has lost all hope of survival and size. Why can't they even withstand such a minor test? Zhong Yangming starts to analyze with a serious face. At least, we can confirm that the Bloodrune clan are body cultivators. However, unlike the body cultivator realm, they can break through to higher levels. Also, what is the background of this Bloodrune clan? Why did they suddenly visit the Holy Demon realm? What's their purpose? Although their cultivation system is much weaker compared to the martial arts techniques you've taught, it's still very unique. What's the objective here? Just as he says this, Xiao Tian turns his head leisurely, only to suddenly freeze. The entire valley falls into silence. Only he and Zhong Yangming are left standing. All the Bloodrune clan warriors have turned into lifeless corpses, their souls vanished into oblivion. Zhong Yangming falls silent for a moment, before finally speaking. Prince, you've gone too far, you've left none alive. Xiao Tian shakes his head. You're mistaken. It's not that I went too far, it's that they had something to hide and couldn't bear the pressure. They were probably plotting something against me and feared that I would see through it. With that said, Xiao Tian takes a couple of steps forward and places his hand on Johnny Sing's head. That's why they couldn't focus earlier and lost their chance to survive. With a slight exertion of force, Johnny Sing's body instantly turns into ashes. At that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly spots a flying boat hovering in the sky. Zhong Yangming also looks up, and after pondering for a moment, says, "These criminals from the Bloodrune clan have wasted your time. You even went to the trouble of teaching them how to be good and had to personally rehearse with them. Labor fees, tuition, emotional distress, a mere flying boat will surely not be enough." With that, Zhang Yangming hands over their storage rings to Xiao Tian. "Prince, with these, I think many people in the Holy Demon realm facing difficulties will be helped. This is not war spoils, it's charity and good deeds." Xiao Tian looks at Zhang Yangming, surprised and pleased by his enlightened thinking. He reaches out to tightly grasp Zhang Yangming's hand, somewhat excitedly telling him, "You've finally understood. I am not alone in my path." Xiao Tian just seized the spaceship, only to have it crashed into by a girl. It turned into a giant firework. To make amends, the girl decided to pay with her own body. Just a moment ago, after Xiao Tian wiped out everyone from the Bloodrune clan, he blew a breath over the valley, lifting up the entire valley's ground. After all, cleaning up the battlefield is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tian took Zhong Yangming into the captured spaceship. It was even more spacious than expected. It was controlled by magic arrays, and powered by many huge spirit stones. Xiao Tian sat in the main seat, yawned, and ordered, "Puppy, control the spaceship's array. Go to Green Flame Mountain to get a Green Flame Pig, then return to Prince's Palace." Puppy obediently replied, "Yes, Master." Then, he patted Zhong Yangming on the shoulder. "You've worked hard before. Go get a Green Flame Pig later. Cook it for me to replenish my strength." Zhong Yangming awkwardly smiled. He could be touched by even a single wrong word, but he still obediently said, "All right, Prince, no problem." Very soon, under the spaceship's rapid speed, the two caught a pig and returned above Prince's palace. Puppy told Xiao Tian, "Master, we have arrived." Xiao Tian got up and stretched. "I'll have someone modify this spaceship later. It can totally serve as a means of transportation. It's best to find the people from the Bloodrune clan and make them compensate us for our losses." Just then, Puppy suddenly notified, "Master, Bai Qing is approaching." Xiao Tian was initially indifferent. So what if she's approaching? What does it matter? But the next second, a roar of thunder came from far and near. The spaceship's floor was suddenly smashed open. This white-haired little dragon lady just came in by smashing her head through. Both Xiao Tian and Zhong Yangming were shocked. Is this girl also starting to make dramatic entrances? But before the two could react, Bai Qing smashed through the top of the spaceship again and flew out through a hole, leaving only the flickering light of thunder. After flying tens of meters more, Bai Qing finally stopped, her expression bewildered. Did she just fly too fast and see things wrong? How could Xiao Tian and Zhong Yangming be in that spaceship? Unsure, she considered going back to check, but that spaceship was already falling apart. The hole she had made began to crumble. The next second, the spaceship broke into two halves. With gold and electric light flickering constantly, Xiao Tian grabbed Bai Qing, quickly moved away from there. And in the next second, the spaceship that had been split in two hadn't even hit the ground yet. It exploded violently in midair, turning into a huge ball of fire. Xiao Tian was holding a green flame pig, staring blankly at his own spoils of war. My spaceship, my money, my compensation, all turned into fireworks. Both turned their heads simultaneously, facing each other. A wave of unspoken emotion spread. Finally, Bai Qing turned her head away, not daring to meet Xiao Tian's gaze. She really wanted to say this had nothing to do with her, Soon after, inside Prince's palace, two figures, one tall and one short, stood face to face. Bai Qing looked apologetic, very sorry. For some reason, seeing this warship, this shuttle, especially seeing the Bloodroom clan's insignia, she just couldn't help but act. Zhong Yangming quietly dragged the green flame pig towards the kitchen. Xiao Tian was expressionless, pausing between each word. You owe me. Bai Qing could only answer honestly. I don't have anything too valuable on me right now, and given my amnesiac state, it's difficult to compensate. So, I could repay with my service. You can order me to do things as compensation. Xiao Tian squinted at this clueless girl. Judging from the current situation, it doesn't seem like there's anything you can help with. Bai Qing thought for a moment. Xiao Tian clenched her fists. Next time you fight those two empresses, if they bully you, I can protect you. Xiao Tian awkwardly coughed. No, you can't get involved in that matter. What should we do then? Bai Qing sighed. You took me in, and I ended up ruining your things. Xiao Tian seemed to think of something. You said you acted impulsively when you saw the mark on that warship. That suggests they were targeting you, or rather, they were using you as an excuse to get to me. Bai Qing nodded without hesitation. Possibly, the only me crashing into you was predestined. At this, Xiao Tian fell into thought. Now all you need to do is recover your memory and find your home. Then you can pay me back for the spaceship. 2 birds, 1 stone. You just said you'll do anything I ask, right? Bai Qing quickly nodded. Yes, anything you want me to do. Xiao Tian's mouth curved into a small smile. I've heard that physical activity helps stimulate the brain, and amnesia usually has some conventional solutions. Later, the two empresses came to Xiao Tian's prince palace, both thinking that they must sleep alone with Xiao tonight. However, as they approached the prince palace, Zirui Yuan and Luo Fengyuan looked shocked. Did something happen? They hastily used their power and rushed toward the palace. When they stepped in, they were stunned by the scene before them. What the hell is going on? They saw Xiao Tian comfortably lying on a recliner that had been intentionally adjusted to a certain height. In front of him, Bai Qing was suspended in midair, swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Every time she swung toward Xiao Tian, her head would collide with his, and then she would swing back. The two stood there, dumbfounded. He's sleeping so soundly through this. In that frequency, it's so consistent. Luo Fengyuan suddenly looked excited, her body trembling slightly. This is so interesting. What are they doing? Is this a special form of training? Zirui Yuan, looking at Luo Fengyuan, who seemed to have lost her senses again, yelled, Have you lost your mind? How could you find this amusing? We need to rescue them now. With that, Zirui Yuan hurriedly moved forward, extending her hand to dissipate the spiritual energy that was suspended by Qing, and then caught her as she fell. Xiao Tian heard the commotion and groggily opened his eyes. Seeing Zirui Yuan and Luo Fengyuan, he stretched and yawned. You're back? Luo Fengyuan quickly approached, asking with anticipation, Brother Xiao, were you guys practicing? If so, can you hang me up and do the same? Xiao Tian wordlessly stretched out his hands, squeezing both of Luo Fengyuan's cheeks toward the middle. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of training involves hanging people up and swinging them around? Luo Fengyuan pointed at Bai Qing defiantly. Isn't that what you were just doing? After setting down Bai Qing, Zirui Yuan checked her over carefully, finding no issues. She finally sighed in relief. Thankfully, she's fine. She then turned to Xiao Tian, slightly annoyed. You weren't actually thinking this would help her regain her memory, were you? Why not? Xiao Tian grinned confidently. I believe she must have remembered something by now. He then looked at Bai Qing with anticipation. Bai Qing touched her forehead thoughtfully, finally saying, Other than a headache, it doesn't seem like I've remembered anything. Feeling drained, Xiao Tian let out a long sigh. How is that possible? I remember hearing that a good hit on the head could restore lost memories. Listening to this, Zirui Yuan was dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre idea is that? Where did you even hear such a method? Scratching his head awkwardly, Xiao Tian explained. I heard it back in my hometown during leisure times. Speaking of his hometown, Xiao Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Another idea flooding his mind. Speaking of which, getting shocked by electricity might also work. Bai Qing, you can control lightning. Can you strike yourself? Bai Qing extended her hand to feel the power of her controlled lightning. I could give it a try. Hearing this, Xiao Tian was visibly excited. Then let's. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a cold chill from behind. He turned around to see Zirui Yuan looking at him furiously. Quickly changing his tune, Xiao Tian said, Let's quickly have dinner then. Zhong Yangming, is my pork ready? Almost there, Prince. Zhong Yangming responded. Hearing this, Xiao Tian swallowed hard. An angry wife is truly terrifying. That night, everyone sat down for a hot pot dinner. When the specially made green flame pig brain was ready, Zirui Yuan split it in two, half for Bai Qing and half for Luo Fengyuan. Annoyed, she told them both, Eat this to nourish your brains. She then looked at Bai Qing with resignation. It's one thing for Brother Xiao to fool around, but why are you joining in? Bai Qing picked up the pig brain from her bowl and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing as she answered, "If there's even a slight chance, I'm willing to try." Luo Fengyuan immediately chimed in, "Exactly, you're too serious, Z." As she spoke, she tried to pour more pig brain into Bai Qing's bowl. Zirui Yuan was not pleased. The saying goes, "You are what you eat." Don't think about giving that pig brain to Bai Qing. Luo Fengyuan quickly grabbed her hand to divert the topic. "Then what should you eat to get back to normal?" Zirui Yuan clenched her fist in anger. "Say that again?" Luo Fengyuan stood up, chest out. "What do you want to do?" The two stared each other down, grinding their molars audibly. Bai Qing simply picked up the pig brain with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and said, "I think I've actually remembered something." Upon hearing this, all three turned to look at her. Even Xiao Tian stopped using his chopsticks. Bai Qing looked seriously at Luo Fengyuan. "You are important, Empress Luo. All hope rests on you." After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Fengyuan eagerly asked, "Is there more? What else have you remembered?" Bai Qing shook her head. "I can't remember anymore. Let me check my dragon spirit." The next second, a majestic dragon spirit rose, and although the magical patterns on it were still there, cracks had indeed begun to appear. Seeing this, Xiao Tian excitedly slapped the table and stood up. "It really works. How about we go?" And, before he could finish, a menacing look from Z Ruoyan silenced him. He could only complain inwardly. "Why does Z Ruoyan never agree with my ideas?" Just then, the ever-curious Luo Fengyuan suddenly spoke up. "Brother Zhao's method is so good, why not let him try?" Seeing Xiao Tian hang his head in disappointment, Luo Fengyuan quickly shot Z Ruoyan a glance. "Tonight, Brother Xiao, sleep." Z Ruoyan extended her little hand and made an okay gesture, signaling that she understood. Immediately, the two began to argue. "I don't agree. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? So what if I am?" Xiao Tian was dumbfounded. What's gotten into these two now? The next second, they both swung their arms, and numerous jars of wine instantly appeared in the courtyard. Each picked up a jar and taunted, "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Without further ado, they both tilted their heads back and started chugging. Xiao Tian watched in awe. "My kidneys won't survive this." A sense of foreboding overcame him, prompting him to pick up a plate of stir-fried kidneys and start eating furiously. Bai Qing, who had been quietly eating her meal, was completely taken aback by the spectacle. Do they really love alcohol that much? Little did she know, what they were drinking was not alcohol, but loneliness. Unfortunately, the price was Xiao Tian's complete exhaustion. It wasn't long before the two empresses were drunk and collapsed. Xiao Tian looked at the two collapsed women with a resigned expression, thinking, "I'll have to ask Zhong Yanming to make me a very nourishing meal tomorrow." Preparing to help the two empresses to their room, Bai Qing suddenly tapped Xiao Tian on the shoulder and asked, "Need help?" Xiao Tian quickly nodded in agreement. The two of them then proceeded to carry the two empresses to their room. As soon as they were placed on the bed, they naturally cuddled together. With a look of apology, Xiao Tian turned to Bai Qing, "Sorry for the trouble." Bai Qing analyzed seriously, "It's not a bother. Holding Her Majesty Z is much easier. Her Majesty Luo, on the other hand, is too large to manage easily. It's cumbersome to hold her, although Her Majesty Z is not bad." Some things are troubling when there's a comparison. What they didn't notice was that at some point, Z Ruoyan had clenched her fist tightly. Luo Fengyuan whispered, "Don't move. She is telling the truth. Endure it for the sake of sleeping next to Brother Xiao." Upon hearing this, Z Ruoyan angrily tightened her grip on Luo Fengyuan, who seemed rather excited. "Don't hold back on me." Bai Qing, noticing this slight movement, was a bit puzzled. Did Her Majesty Z and Luo just move? At this moment, Xiao Tian asked, "Didn't I arrange a place for you to stay? Why haven't you left?" Bai Qing lightly touched her lips with her index finger. "I'm sorry for troubling you again, but could you knock me out like yesterday? I felt really relaxed when I woke up." Xiao Tian sighed in resignation, then took out a mattress and spread it on the ground. "Then sleep here." Bai Qing crawled into the blanket that Xiao Tian had provided. "Thank you. Good night." With the chop of his hand, Xiao Tian knocked Bai Qing out again. As she fell back, her head hit the soft pillow, and she fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Tian half-crouched there, one hand supporting his knee, gazing at her in silence. The silver-haired dragon lady in front of me gives off the impression that she herself doesn't dare to sleep. Even now, in her unconscious state, her body is tense as if by instinct. What kind of environment must she have been in before? Just as Xiao Tian was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a black tail appearing in front of him. "Brother Xiao, it's time to go to sleep." Xiao Tian chuckled softly as he looked at the two women. Sometimes the world is just like this. When you can't resist, all you can do is resign yourself to enjoying what you have. It seems there's no other choice. So, Xiao Tian resumed his plumbing work. After a night of clearing out the drains, he woke up the next day feeling refreshed. At that moment, Bai Qing slowly opened her eyes and sat up. She looked behind her and noticed the bed was gone. Xiao Tian, holding a large cup of tea, slowly walked over. Are you awake? Yes, I slept well last night. Thank you for your help. Did you guys fight again last night? And what are you drinking? It smells wonderful. Xiao Tian handed over the cup of tea to her. Did you get injured in the fight last night? Are you drinking medicinal tea to heal? Xiao Tian conjured a new bed with a wave of his hand. This is 6-flavor Romania tea that I've prepared. It's remarkably effective for restoring vitality. Bai Qing gave the tea back to Xiao Tian. You do need to replenish your strength. I can sense you've been quite weak these past days. You must have suffered some internal injuries. Do you need my help to heal? Xiao Tian was curious. You can heal? I seem to recall something about dragon saliva being good for wounds in my memories. Though, I don't think I've ever done it before. You're a good person. I can try licking your wound. Xiao Tian was instantly alarmed, spraying out the tea he was drinking. Stop, stop. I've asked Long Qiu Dao about this. It's nonsense. Besides, my injuries can't be healed by ordinary means. Seeing Xiao Tian's refusal, Bai Qing had no choice but to relent. Then let's try the electric shock therapy you mentioned yesterday. Xiao Tian was puzzled. Why are you in such a rush? You're safe now. Take some time to rest. Bai Qing explained. I want to recover my memories as quickly as possible so that I can compensate you for any losses I've caused. Xiao Tian was silent for a long time. Is that your only reason? Bai Qing has a serious expression on her face. I've already caused you a lot of trouble here. Moreover, I've promised you, so I must act quickly. Xiao Tian suddenly smiled happily. Very well, let's go. But besides electroshock, I've thought of an even better method. Really? That's great. Suddenly, Luo Fenyuan's voice called out. Xiao brother, hurry up and go mooch a meal at Prime Minister Zhong's house. At this moment, Zhang Wuxuan was standing on a flying boat, gazing at the holy demon realm. His face was filled with worry, but he could only pretend to be calm. However, his lieutenant, Zhang Zhuo, couldn't help but ask, Boss, it's been 3 days. Zhang Yixin and the others have been gone for so long, and there's still no news. Could something have happened? Hearing this, Zhang Wuxuan calmly replied, Haven't you figured out why I sent the 10th team yet? Zhang Zhuo awkwardly scratched his head. Isn't it because Team 10 is the weakest? What else could it be? At these words, Zhang Wuxuan turned his head away, somewhat disappointed. Can't you think more long-term like me? I've told you before, observe and notice the talents among these younger generations. I'm very confident in Zhang Yixin. He's calm and composed, and the most suitable for gathering information. I guess he deliberately turned off the communication array on the flying boat to avoid detection. Zhang Zhuo was somewhat surprised. How did you know? Boss, I just checked, and it really is turned off. Hearing this, Zhang Wuxuan felt even more confident in his judgment. That's why you should mature a bit. There are things you can learn from Team 10. Let's wait a few more days for them to reply. Maybe they'll come back and report in person. Zhang Zhuo laughed awkwardly. Boss, you really are the boss, always thinking long-term. I have so much to learn, but another 10 days have passed. Boss, there's still no contact from Zhang Yixin. Could something really have happened? Zhang Wuxuan turned his head to look at him with disdain. What did I tell you before? Young people should be steady. He still has a blood crystal. What are you worried about? If something really happened, we would have seen an explosion by now. Zhang Zhuo scratched his bald head. But it's been so long, and still no news. Zhang Wuxuan turned back to face him. You've been with me for a long time, Zhang Zhuo. From the siege of the sacred dragon to the breakout of the holy demon clan, I have to criticize you. Zhang Yixin has gone deep into enemy territory. Who knows what dangers he has faced, and you, as one of the older members of the clan, can't even give him a bit of trust. How many times have I told you to stay calm, steady, and relax? Zhang Zhuo felt helpless, but it's been 10 days now. He should have at least reported something, right? No news at all isn't good. Zhang Wuxuan still dismissed his concerns. You need to learn to be calm. Don't make a fool of yourself. You should learn from Zhang Yixin. Do you know what it means when there's no news for 10 days? Zhang Zhuo looked surprised. What does it mean? Zhang Wuxuan waved his hand dramatically and raised his voice. It means the dangers below are more complicated than we imagined. Zhang Yixin must be cautiously laying a solid foundation for us. What we need to do now is to believe in him unreservedly and wait patiently for his good news. Trust me, Zhang Yixin will definitely succeed. He might have already infiltrated the enemy base and is about to get the core secrets of the Holy Demon Emperor. Zhang Zhuo looked at his boss's eyes full of expectation and couldn't help but think, Zhang Yixin, you're about to hit it big. Time quietly passed, and a full month later, Zhang Wuxuan began to doubt. Zhang Zhuo cautiously asked, Boss, you don't think this kid has defected, do you? It's been so long. Hearing this, Zhang Wuxuan erupted in anger. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Zhuo couldn't help but remind him, but it's been a month, boss. Zhang Wuxuan felt a chill run down his spine. No, this can't be. Zhang Zhuo patted Zhang Wuxuan's shoulder. Boss, we're not a clan of fools. Even if Zhang Yixin is steady, he's still part of our Blood Moon clan. Either he's gone, or he's become someone else's lackey. There's no other reason. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuxuan finally had to accept the reality. How he wished Zhang Yixin was from a clan of fools. He had misplaced his trust. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wuxuan gave an order. You take the 2nd and 5th teams and go down to check the situation. Be cautious. Do not act recklessly. Zhang Zhuo clenched his fists. Understood. Boss, I'm not a greenhorn. We will complete the mission. You can count on us. Zhang Wuxuan nodded slightly. Go on. I have faith in you. Moments later, 7 or 8 flying boats rushed straight into the Holy Demon Realm. At this moment, on Green Flame Mountain, 2 flying boats from the Blood Moon clan were parked with a cloaking spell. Zhang Zhuo was giving orders. The 2nd team is stronger. Scout the surroundings first. Report immediately. If anything unusual happens, 5th team, set up a perimeter and scan the environment. Let's see what's going on. Finishing his instructions, he gestured, pulling both flying boats into his own spatial artifact. Once this was done, he once again instructed the teams behind him, be discreet. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. The crowd shouted in unison. Understood. Shortly after, the captain of the 5th team, Zhang Jijia, began to set up the formation, placing a special spiritual tool capable of scanning the realm's environment and providing relevant intelligence. Spiritual energy detection array, activate. As he yelled, a complex formation appeared in the air, but Zhang Jijia suddenly froze, looking at the spiritual energy forming a curtain in front of him, speaking in a surprised tone. This data, why is it like this? Hearing this, Zhang Zhuo immediately came over to inquire, what's going on? Zhang Jijia pointed at the fluctuations displayed by the spiritual energy. The Holy Demon Realm is a mid-level realm, but its spatial stability is almost on par with higher realms. Its levels of spiritual energy, laws of heaven and earth, are all gradually increasing. Zhang Zhuo looked puzzled. Isn't that stating the obvious? Realms will ascend unless they are in a period of decline. Zhang Jijia patiently explained, but that's based on long-term observations. The elevation of the Holy Demon Realm is visible to the naked eye. There must be something anchoring this place, making its spiritual energy increase at a rate a day, compared to a year in other mid-level realms. Hearing this, Zhang Zhuo's eyes sparkled with understanding. It looks like this is the secret behind the formidable strength of Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taotian. Maybe Zhang Yixin has gone off the radar to take all the credit for himself. Zhang Jijia once again manipulated the spiritual tool array. After scanning for a moment, he pinpointed a direction. The spiritual energy fluctuations over there seem to date back to a very distant era. Maybe we'll find something worthwhile there. Zhang Zhuo patted him on the shoulder. Good job, young man. Let's head in that direction, find this ancient treasure, and uncover the secrets of Holy Demon Emperor. Little did they know, they were actually heading towards the palace of Prince Xiaotian. Meanwhile, Xiaotian, who was currently practicing standing meditation with Zhong Yangming and others, suddenly sneezed violently. Rubbing his nose with a puzzled expression, he wondered, who's thinking about me out of the blue? Never mind, it's not important. The current main task is to boost the spiritual power in the Holy Demon Realm. Puppy, how are things going? Puppy's voice immediately responded, Master, rest assured. After you've been exercising, the realm has improved even more dramatically. According to the data, based on the current rate of progress, the livestock and crops on Green Flame Mountain will taste about 70% better next time. The taste will be more appealing. Xiao Tian immediately smiled. Well done. The improvement in the food's taste, coupled with Zhong Yangming's increasingly better culinary skills, this will be heavenly. Just then, Xiao Tian noticed Bai Qing at the courtyard entrance. Why are you back? Shouldn't you be with Lu Fanyuan today? Bai Qing scratched her head awkwardly. Well, you see, she went to see the 2 empresses today. Both of them offered money for her to join them in beating themselves up. Luo Fanyuan was confident, saying, all of you, come on. It's more fun for me to fight. Ji Ruoyan also looked assured. Both of you attack. It's good practice for me, considering I've hit a bottleneck in recovering my memory and still owe money to Prince Xiao. I agreed. Later on, Empress Luo was taken away by Empress Shi for official duties, so I came back early. Saying this, she looked up and inquired, are you conditioning your body again? Xiao Tian, standing on a pillar, responded, sort of. Would you like to try? Bai Qing excitedly nodded and pushed off the ground. In an instant, she flew up and landed steadily on a pillar. Xiao Tian couldn't help but exclaim, wow, you're quite talented. Bai Qing then smiled and handed over a bag of money she was holding. Here, this is for you, for today. Xiao Tian stared intently at the spirit stone in her hand. I appreciate young people like you who are honest and pay their debts on time. He gave her a thumbs up as he spoke. At this, Zhong Ling, who was nearby, couldn't help but ask, why is another woman giving money to Prince and using the money she earned from the 2 empresses? No less. Lu Yen, not at all surprised, calmly sipped his tea and said, the name might be wrong, but the title is spot on. The prince is indeed the supreme benevolent sugar baby deity. At this moment, in the imperial study of the palace, Luo Fengyuan Yen widely bore out of her mind. As she lay on the desk in front of her, surrounded by countless petitions, she aimlessly slapped her tail against the floor. Ji Ruiyan, on the other hand, was diligently reviewing documents. Luo Fengyuan turned her head and asked, "I don't get it. How can you be so busy all the time and still manage to improve your strength so quickly? You've broken through to the 14th level in such a short time. That's really fast." Seeing that Ji Ruiyan remained silent, Luo Fengyuan muttered to herself, "Is this the incredible power of the human empress bloodline? Just be a good empress, govern the subjects well, and naturally you'll increase your strength." After a while, Ji Ruiyan finally finished reviewing the petitions and explained, "Regular cultivation is indispensable. Moreover, I'm just making more rational use of the time you're wasting by complaining." She tapped Luo Fengyuan's head with a stack of papers as she spoke. "Not just me, even Bai Qing, despite her amnesia, finds time to cultivate diligently." Luo Fengyuan pouted, "What's the point then? However, if Brother Xiao continues to scold and reprimand me harshly, I'll definitely be motivated to cultivate." Dreamily imagining this, Luo Fengyuan looked as if she were lost in her own world. Ji Ruiyan was speechless. "Your bad habits really leave me at a loss for words. Plus, Lord Xiao has been getting gentler recently. It's going to be hard to provoke him." Luo Fengyuan, looking quite regretful, sprawled across the desk. "True, but remember, Brother Xiao was really angry when he thought I was going to steal a pick." Suddenly, she slapped the table, stood up and exclaimed, "I've got it," startling Ji Ruiyan so much that her writing went crooked. She looked at Luo Fengyuan. "What are you planning now?" Luo Fengyuan smiled wistfully, as if planning her next move. "Nothing much. I just thought of a way to provoke Brother Xiao. I'll be back shortly." Ji Ruiyan shouted after her retreating figure, "Be careful, don't do anything reckless." Luo Fengyuan quickly departed. "Don't worry, I'm just going to steal a pig." Ji Ruiyan was puzzled. Steal a pig? What kind of plan is that? After leaving the palace, Luo Fengyuan headed straight for the Green Flame Mountain livestock farm, which was pretty much Xiao Tian's private property and not for sale to the public. The Green Flame pigs were fat and healthy, spending their days eating, drinking, and sunbathing. Luo Fengyuan arrived above the farm and targeted a specific pig, thinking, "If I steal Brother Zhao's most treasured 5 at grade number 998 pig, he'll definitely be furious." Hee. Soon, many people witnessed the sight of Luo Fengyuan parading through the streets, pulling along Xiao Tian's favorite pig with a bright smile on her face. She thought to herself, "I wonder how Brother Xiao will punish me. He'll probably hit me really hard on the head." Hee. Then, a peculiar wave of spiritual power, accompanied by the aura of burning flames, came roaring towards her from not too far away. Luo Fengyuan was stunned. Already, the pig was equally astonished, thinking, "Looks like I'm going to be roasted." With a loud crash, Luo Fengyuan was knocked back. The green flame pig set flying as well. Demonic energy surged within her, and her black, tight-fitting leather clothes were instantly covered by black armor. A huge black scythe appeared in her hand. Luo Fengyuan's aura erupted, and purple demonic flames rose up. She looked at the bald man in armor opposite her and demanded, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man was none other than Zhang Zhuo, the second team captain of the Bloodrun clan. Clenching his fist, his blood runes flamed up like wildfire. With a mighty punch aimed at Luo Fengyuan, he yelled, "Never mind who I am, eat my fist first." With a clang, the man's fist collided with Luo Fengyuan's black scythe. Sparks flew in an instant, and the force from the collision rapidly separated them. Luo Fengyuan was set flying quite a distance before she finally stopped. As she landed, something suddenly occurred to her, and she shouted, "Damn it, where's my pig? If it's gone, Xiao Tian will be heartbroken." Luo Fengyuan looked around anxiously. The green flame pig was lying not far behind her, looking serene and motionless. Just then, footsteps sounded. Luo Fengyuan looked up and realized she was surrounded by a dozen bald men. Zhang Zhuo, who was leading them, finally spoke, "Woman of the demon clan, judging by the aura emanating from you, are you the current demon empress of the holy demon domain?" Zhang Zhuo's face was serious. "What is your relationship with holy demon emperor Luo Taotian?" As he spoke, he suddenly paused, sensing a terrifying killing intent. Luo Fengyuan's demonic flames were dancing violently, as if boiling. She glared at the men before her, her eyes filled with extreme rage. "You filthy male vermin, that's my man's favorite ingredient. You disgusting lowlifes, die!" With that, Luo Fengyuan's aura erupted completely, and she charged at the Bloodrun clan members, swinging her scythe. On the other hand, Ji Ruiyan was initially focused on handling administrative affairs. As her pen moved, the fate of the entire dynasty seemed to flow into her like golden light. Suddenly, her hand, which was holding the pen, paused. She clearly felt a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the Green Flame Mountain outside the palace. making such a commotion over stealing a pig. Suddenly, it seemed like she thought of something. Ji Ruian abruptly stood up, and her white armor with golden patterns instantly covered her entire body. She burst into golden light and flew out of her study, heading straight for Green Flame Mountain. It's impossible for Luo Fengyuan to cause such a ruckus just by stealing a pig. Something must have happened. Meanwhile, Luo Fengyuan, amidst the Bloodroom clan members, swung her scythe like a spinning windmill. The collision forced the numerous bald men of the Bloodroom clan to repeatedly retreat. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan tightly gripped her scythe and shouted, "Demonic flames, sky high." In an instant, an even more intense burst of purple demonic flames erupted. As she swung her arm, the burning purple flames seemed like rolling tidal waves. The many Bloodroom clan members who were maintaining their offensive stance quickly crossed their arms in front of them. In that moment, a murderous intent emerged. Those with weaker powers could not withstand it. Their armor was torn apart, and they screamed in agony. Seeing the situation go awry, Zhang Jue quickly ordered a retreat. His veins bulged, and flames of bloody red energy burned all over him, forming a Bloodroom flame figure. As Zhang Jue shouted angrily, the ignited spiritual energy between heaven and earth instantly transformed into a 100-meter-tall fire giant. The giant moved in sync with Zhang Jue, tightly clenching its fist and aiming it directly at Luo Fengyuan. Luo Fengyuan smirked, revealing a look of disdain. In the next second, she vanished before the giant's fist, only to reappear above its head. Her demonic energy exploded, and purple flames continually burned, forming a giant fiery scythe. Then, Luo Fengyuan swung the massive scythe with increasing force and speed. Suddenly, a booming sound erupted as they collided. The ground trembled slightly, and a large, deep pit formed, surrounded by burning flames. Zhang Jue was sent flying by the recoil and landed on the ground. Zhang Jiqie quickly stepped forward to steady him. Zhang Jue's face was full of shock. This member of the Holy Demon Clan was much stronger than what he had known from the intelligence. She was at least on par with him, a 16th level fighter. Suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to cool. Zhang Jiqie looked around in confusion. "Vice Commander, why does it feel colder?" At that moment, a pair of feet gently landed on the ground. The newcomer was surrounded by an intense chill, with even ice crystals falling from her body. It was Ji Ruian. She cradled Luo Fengyuan in a princess hold and said with a smirk, "Your plan sure made a lot of noise, didn't it?" Luo Fengyuan clenched her fists and accused, "These pests from who knows where, these filthy things, killed the number 998 that Xiao brother had prepared for us to enjoy for the new year." Number 998, Ji Ruian was slightly taken aback. "So these people are the Bloodroom clan that Lord Xiao and Prime Minister Zhong mentioned." The bald members of the Bloodroom clan all looked solemnly at the two women before them. Ji Ruian gave a faint smile. "I was planning to track you down, but here you are, right on my doorstep. How convenient." Luo Fengyuan stepped down from Ji Ruian's embrace and picked up her black scythe again. "Be careful, they are body cultivators capable of regular cultivation. They're tough to deal with." Ji Ruian, however, was nonchalant. A golden power burst from her as she held a giant golden sword and said with a light smile, "Just beat them half to death and capture them." Zhang Jue looked at them with a face full of mockery. "Interesting. A Holy Demon Clan woman, and you bring along a 14th level helper, and she's human?" Before Zhang Jue could finish, the sky and earth shook. Above the entire Great Flame Dynasty, the national fate appeared like a golden river spanning thousands of miles, turning into imperial dragon energy and pouring into Ji Ruian. Zhang Jiqie blurted out, "What the hell, is this the human emperor?" Even Zhang Jue was stunned. Ji Ruian had suddenly reached the 16th level. At the same time, the imperial within Luo Fengyuan also burst forth. She instantly recovered from her depleted state, appearing both bewitching and powerful. Above their heads hovered a golden dragon with extreme cold and a black dragon entwined with purple flames. Astonishingly, the two dragons responded to each other and merged. A terrifying imperial pressure instantly shook the entire land. Zhang Jue looked at this scene, his bald head instantly soaked in cold sweat. What is going on? Weren't they supposed to be like water and fire? Incompatible? How are these two putting on a show of water and fire merging right here? Where's the referee? They're cheating. Luo Fengyuan didn't pay attention to his inner shock and charged at him, dragging her black scythe. A barrage of purple holy demon flames snapped Zhang Jue back to reality. Zhang Jue quickly activated the power of the blood rune, his body swelling rapidly, his fists gathering scorching flames. But inwardly he was screaming, "Damn, I'm running out of stamina. I need to end this quickly." Luo Fengyuan pressed forward, swinging down her scythe once more, and taunted, "Your power seems to be weakening." Zhang Jue's face tightened as he continuously raised his arms to block her attacks, gritting his teeth in persistence. "I don't believe that before my power completely wanes, I won't find a way to break her guard. Damn this holy demon flame." But Luo Fengyuan became more and more frenzied as she fought, her swinging scythe getting faster and her expression increasingly excited. "Keep fighting, you worthless insect. Are you only good at retreating?" Zhang Jue was increasingly struggling to cope and finally issued orders to the surrounding Bloodrune clan members. "Surround her. Let's wear her down." With their demonic energy and stamina, the crowd quickly responded. Only then did Zhang Jue taunt Luo Fengyuan. "You think just because you're getting more excited, I can't do anything about you. Let's see whose demonic energy and stamina run out first." With that, Zhang Jue seized the opportunity to retreat sharply. At the same time, the other Bloodrune clan members all closed in. Luo Fengyuan made a strike, but Zhang Jue disappeared, hiding behind other Bloodrune clan members. He coldly looked at Luo Fengyuan in the middle of the crowd and shouted, "All of you, attack!" In an instant, numerous bald Bloodrune clan members charged at Luo Fengyuan, determined to cut her down. However, at this moment, Ji Ruoyan, who had been watching the battle, suddenly called out to Luo Fengyuan and blew out a cold breath. Luo Fengyuan looked at the numerous Bloodrune clan warriors, turned into ice sculptures, and immediately got the message. The other peripheral warriors, sensing the sudden drop in temperature, were puzzled and terrified. "What's going on? Why did it suddenly get so cold?" Luo Fengyuan didn't give them time to react. She extended her long legs in a spinning windmill kick, incapacitating several people immediately. Zhang Jue, seeing his forces nearly annihilated, roared instinctively, but Ji Ruoyan had already lifted her sword above his head. "You should worry about yourself." Zhang Jue twisted his head in horror, but it was too late. He was severely wounded almost instantly, internally screaming impossible as his armor's protective barrier was shattered in an instant. At this point, Zhang Jue was flung into a boulder, which shattered upon impact. Ji Ruoyan then slowly landed in front of him, struggling to sit up. Zhang Jue's body trembled from exhaustion, but his eyes were filled with concern for his subordinates. Without him to hold the line, those with lower cultivation levels stood no chance against their opponents. Luo Fengyuan was excitedly massacring the enemy. Unfortunately, their numerical advantage eventually led to them surrounding her again. Ji Ruoyan quickly planned their tactics. "Luo Fengyuan, use flanking attacks. Focus on attrition. Leave the other team members to me." A team member took the opportunity to help Zhang Jue up. "Vice Commander, she has the legitimate imperial bloodline of the human race. This should be her territory. We can't win." Only then did Zhang Jue realize. So she has the legitimate imperial human bloodline? We must retreat. As the order was issued, the many Bloodrune clan members didn't hesitate. They all began to flee with all their might. Luo Fengyuan, who had been immersed in the excitement of combat, immediately changed her expression when she saw them run. "Don't go. Stay and play." Saying this, Luo Fengyuan spread her wings, ready to chase after the two warships above her. Ji Ruoyan grabbed her tail. "Don't chase them. Their thing is too fast. We won't catch up." Luo Fengyuan had no choice but to stop. She looked at Ji Ruoyan pitifully. "What should we do next?" Ji Ruoyan pondered briefly. "Let's go back for now and see what the Dragon Mount Elder has to say." After Bai Qing arrives, this Bloodrune clan appears. It must be related to her. "Alright, let's hurry back to Great Flame Imperial City to find her," Luo Fengyuan agreed. Both transformed into two streaks of light, one gold and one purple, and disappeared on the spot. However, after they left, the two warships that had flown away slowly reappeared right where they were. "It's true. The most dangerous place is the safest place," came the comment. That day, when he and his daughter Xiaoye returned to the palace, Xiaoye noticed the communication jade token on the table vibrating and emitting faint light. "Daddy, it seems like you have a message on your communication jade," she quickly told Xiao Tian. Puzzled, Xiao Tian picked up the jade token and read the message from the mayor of Green Flame Town. "Prince, pig number 998 is missing. I have failed you." Furious, Xiao Tian dashed out of the courtyard and yelled at Zhong Yangming and a few others who were about to leave. "Both of you, come with me right now." Zhong Yangming and Wang Qiudao turned their heads in surprise, but before they could ask why, Xiao Tian grabbed their clothes and flew into the sky. Before leaving, Xiao Tian didn't forget to tell Bai Qing, "Stay here and hold down the fort. Don't run around. Guard my treasure. I'll deduct 10,000 spirit stones from your debt." Bai Qing clenched her small fists and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I will complete the task." Seeing this, Xiao Tian burst into full speed, soaring into the sky. He felt he was losing control of his emotions. "These people dare to steal my pig today. Tomorrow they'll dare to steal my people. Are my gentle and fragile Empress wives just free for the taking?" Suddenly, a voice entered his ears. "It seems that crazy woman from the Holy Demon Clan doesn't know much about our Bloodrune clan and Luo Taoyan's affairs." Ha! Xiao Tian was immediately filled with a nameless rage. "It's this damned Bloodrune clan again. I have to wipe you all out to do justice to pig number 998. On the other side, Zhang Jue looked at the chaotic battlefield and the two empresses who had already left. Good thing I hid the real warship within a formation and used another formation to project an image of the warship leaving. Zhang Jijia walked over. Vice Commander, the formation is all set up. Zhang Jue nodded. Then let's begin. Immediately, a humming noise spread out and a large formation enveloped the area, hiding the traces of the Bloodroom clan members. Zhang Jue then looked at his subordinate, Zhang Jijia. Based on the remnants of the battle, can you estimate how strong those two empresses are? When we clashed, I found that the Holy Demon Empress had an imperial aura stronger than even that of Luo Taoyan, the Holy Demon Emperor. Zhang Jijia looked excited. Not only that, we've also discovered the orthodox imperial bloodline of the human race. If our calculations are correct, we'll get huge merit for this. Zhang Jue scratched his bald head. Unfortunately, we haven't found any trace of the Dragon Empress. I wonder if we've poked a hornet's nest. That's already 3 empresses. Very interesting. Saying this, he walked forward to look at the clansmen who had died in the battle. Seeing his mood a bit low, Zhang Jijia quickly comforted. Vice Commander, we don't need to be overly sad. The Bloodroom clan will remember their glory. And after this battle, why don't we all take a good rest? This pig smells delicious. Let's eat and drink well to regain our strength. Hearing this, Zhang Jue looked at the pig in the pit. An alluring smell of roasted meat wafted into his nose, making him swallow involuntarily. You're right, let's feast on it. After pulling the pig out of the pit, Zhang Jue sprinkled some cumin on it. Just as he was about to start carving it with knife and fork, a subordinate suddenly shouted, Vice Commander, that Empress from the Holy Demon clan suppresses our Bloodroom clan's combat power by about 50%. The restraint strength is even up to 3 times. Moreover, the human Empress enhances the capabilities of the Holy Demon clan's Empress. Not only do their powers perfectly match and fuse, they also boost each other. The estimated boost is up to 200%. Most surprisingly, if we add the Dragon Empress's power data into it, the result would be a 300% increase. Zhang Jue instantly felt his scalp tingle, even dropping the knife he was holding. If they get to the battlefield, our whole Bloodroom clan will likely be annihilated. He urgently told everyone, we must find a way to capture them. Otherwise, the Bloodroom clan is in danger. Squad leader Zhang Jue pondered, we can't beat them head-on, and we've already been exposed. They will definitely increase their defenses. A sneak attack is also out of the question. Vice Commander, why don't we go back and report to Commander? No way! Zhang Jue interrupted him immediately. The boss told us to be cautious and prudent when we left. And now, not even a day has passed, and we've messed up this badly. Do you want to be scolded mercilessly? Suddenly, Zhang Jue caught sight of the roasted pig numbered 998 beside him. He recalled that Luo Fengyuan had personally come to catch the pig, calling out for Brother Xiao at the time. An idea popped into his head. The weak point is in the man mentioned by that crazy demon clan woman. This Holy Demon clan's Empress even flew here carrying a pig just for her man and got so angry when the pig died. Clearly, she dotes on him. We just need to find and capture this pretty boy. Manipulating an inept Empress like her, who cares more for beauty than her empire, will be easy. Zhang Jue said this with a face full of excitement. Zhang Jue enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up. You're a genius, Commander. You found a way out in this chaotic situation. Smiling smugly, Zhang Jue corrected him. Be cautious. It's Vice Commander. You've also been working hard to monitor the fluctuations in spiritual energy and gathering this intelligence. As he spoke, Zhang Jue took the kidney from pig number 998 and handed it directly to Zhang Jijia. Grilled kidney. The best part. Here you go. Zhang Jijia flattered again. You're too modest, Commander. Whether main or vice, you're still the commander. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and Zhang Jue then shouted to everyone, fellow clan members, once you've eaten and drunk your fill, prepare to work. This time, I, Zhang Jue, promise to lead you to great achievements. Then we can return and enjoy the good life. No more risking our lives. Just as the crowd began to cheer, the concealment formation they'd set up was suddenly ripped apart like a piece of cloth. The person who broke it was none other than Xiao Tian, who had hurriedly arrived with Zhong Yangming and Wang Quodao. Xiao Tian was absolutely devastated, as if a bull from the blue had struck him. My 998 is gone. Zhang Jijia looked around. What happened? How was the formation torn apart? Zhang Jue nervously asked. Could there have been a mistake when you set up the formation? It's impossible. To avoid unexpected situations, I intentionally increased the formation strength this time, using more than twice the amount of spirit stones, Zhang Jijia replied. Hearing this, Zhang Jue clenched his teeth with worry. Everyone, pay attention. Whoever is coming doesn't have good intentions, and they're probably not weak either. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xiao Tian sighed deeply, pointing at the Bloodroom clan and questioning the two. Do you still want to say that my concerns were unwarranted? The Bloodroom clan is clearly targeting me. They stole my pig as soon as they showed up, intentionally left traces, and even had the mayor of Green Flame Town notify me personally. It's all to lure me here. Zhong Yangming was still somewhat skeptical. Could there be a misunderstanding? After all, you have no grievances with the Bloodroom clan. Why would they target you? Xiao Tian shook his head. I don't know, there's definitely an unknown truth hidden here, but the evidence that they are targeting me is the number 998 pig. Why do you say that? Prince, Xiao Tian wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. The green flame pig was cooked in the most perfect, most authentic way. Also my favorite cooking method, charcoal grilled whole pig. Not only do they know which pig is my favorite, but they also know my taste preferences. It shows how terrifying their intelligence system is. I have to say, it smells really good. It even seems like they used seasonings I've never heard of. No, this is not the time to eat. Xiao Tian forcefully shook his head as if to shake the tempting aroma out of his mind. Damn it, they knew I was coming and purposely used food to distract me. Tell me, if they weren't targeting me, why would they gather all this information? Why? All I want to do is good deeds every day and be a kind-hearted, carefree prince. Why is it that people are always trying to harm me? Xiao Tian looked distressed. Zhong Yangming and Wang Qiudao were deeply moved. This Bloodroom clan is too terrifying. Their intentions are extremely malicious. Both wore angry expressions. It seems we can't let them go. Upon seeing the three people floating in the sky garden, the first thing the Bloodroom clan noticed was Wang Qiudao in the middle. See that old man? Zhang Zhuo pointed out to his followers. He looks like he's from the Sacred Dragon clan. Zhang Jiqia looked in the direction and confirmed. Seems like it is indeed the Sacred Dragon clan. But something feels odd. He doesn't seem to have a physical body, just a form made of spiritual energy. Zhang Zhuo felt the weight on his mind. Are you sure? Zhang Jiqia's bald head dripped a bead of sweat. Yes, I'm sure. That's why the Sacred Dragon clan is appearing in the Holy Demon Realm. It's probably a dragon spirit left over from a past era. Because the soul is powerful, it can form such a dragon spirit body. But a pure dragon spirit body isn't very powerful. It can be dealt with. As he spoke, Zhang Jiqia took out a formation disc. I'll adjust the formation to seal it off, so the fight won't alert the departing Empress. It will also enhance our fighting power. However, the spirit stones will be consumed several times faster. We need to make it quick. With that, Zhang Jiqia pressed his hand onto the formation disc. In an instant, the previously torn formation closed up, covering the three of them. Xiao Tian looked at them knowingly. See, even the formation is prepped in advance. The moment they see us, they're ready to act. They practically have "Deal with Xiao Tian" written on their foreheads. Zhong Yangming and Wang Qiudao exchanged glances. It seems they really are targeting the prince. Let's do this. Take them down. But in the next second, Xiao Tian said something that stunned them. You guys, use the ultimate move, the combined attack technique we've been practicing these days. Both felt stiff all over and quickly gestured to Xiao Tian. Prince, the move and the slogan need some discussion. Maybe we should slow down? No way! Xiao Tian firmly rejected the idea. There's no time to discuss. We must shout it out loud and clear to let those villains know that justice is right here, right now. Saying this, he spread his arms and yelled at the bald men below. Charge! Reluctantly, Zhang Yangming clenched his teeth. We have to make them regret this later. Wang Qiudao also looked unwilling. Don't worry, I'll boost you as much as I can. With that, Zhang Yangming began to gather his power, still very upset inside. This is all the fault of these Bloodroom clan beasts. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to fight, and the prince wouldn't ask us to use the combined attack technique. Thankfully, not many outsiders were around. Thinking this, Zhang Yangming clashed his fists together, and a burst of energy exploded from him. The next second, his clothes tore to shreds. He yelled out, "Combined secret technique, I will form the body." Wang Qiudao transformed into his true form and shouted, "Combined secret technique, I will form the armor." Then Wang Qiudao dove into Zhang Yangming's body. Instantly, light shone brightly, and an armored giant appeared, even striking a Bruce Lee classic pose. The bald men from the Bloodroom clan were stunned. Only Xiao Tian was ecstatic. This is awesome. With these two as a combo, the title of Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity suddenly sounds so much better. Everything is relative, isn't it? Who cares about losing face? That's their problem, not mine, right? Although Zhang Yangming himself felt embarrassed, his pride wouldn't let him be the butt of jokes. He immediately unleashed his aura, preparing to attack. The expressions on the faces of the Bloodroom clan baldies changed instantly. Deputy Commander Zhang Zhuo quickly ordered them to disperse. As Zhang Yangming's strike came down with a roar, they dodged it. Seeing this, Zhang Zhuo waved his hand. Attack. Zhang Yangming immediately turned to look at him. So you're the ringleader. Wang Qiudao, merged with Zhang Yangming, felt a surge of anger as well, shouting, "Smash him." Faced with a fist clenching, teeth gritting Zhang Yangming, Zhang Zhuo's blood runes shone brightly as a giant made of flames began to rise. However, before the fiery giant could fully form, Zhang Yangming's foot already landed a brutal kick on its face. Accompanied by a massive boom, the fiery giant exploded, and Zhang Zhuo, unable to dodge, took the kick squarely. He was sent flying into the ground like a cannonball. 2 minutes later, just as Zhang Zhuo was crawling out of the pit, his face changed dramatically. He exclaimed, "Damn it," because what he saw was Zhang Yangming lifting both legs and then slamming down with his butt, sending Zhang Zhuo back into the hole. Seeing this, other bald members of the Bloodroom clan recklessly unleashed their energy attacks on Zhang Yangming. However, Zhang Yangming casually wiped them away, ending their lives. "A bunch of pig-stealing thieves," he snarled disdainfully. "I, as the Prime Minister, am busy serving the people. Do you really think you can make a mockery of me?" With that, he raised his foot and stomped hard on Zhang Zhuo. Zhang Zhuo was left tearless, thinking, "What bad karma did I accumulate to run into such a freak?" Meanwhile, as Zhang Yangming continued to step on people, Xiao Tian was tearfully looking at pig number 998. "You really died in such a miserable way. 998. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you or let you grace the dinner table in your most perfect form, but rest assured, these people will get their comeuppance." As he spoke, Xiao Tian ripped off a pig's hoof and took a huge bite, savoring the taste. He felt as though pig number 998 was speaking to him, saying, "My deliciousness is unparalleled and belongs only to you." Xiao Tian silently looked at the pig's hoof. "Don't worry, I will fully enjoy your body. Rest in peace, my 998. Just as Zhang Yangming prepared to stomp again, Zhang Zhuo suddenly leapt out of a hole, pulling out the Bloodroom clan's ultimate weapon, a blood crystal. His aura changed instantly. "We are noble and never-surrendering warriors of the Bloodroom clan. Our fate is to die honorably in battle, not to be humiliated by your lowly human race." Backed by the sacred Dragon clan's dragon spirit, other bald warriors landed behind Zhang Zhuo, whose blood crystal was spinning in his hand, emitting an incredibly menacing aura. "We, the Bloodroom clan, are warriors who should die on the battlefield, not get sad on the death." Zhang Zhuo's face turned serious. "I never expected to encounter such a strong opponent in the holy demon domain. No wonder Xanison has been hiding and not revealing himself." With that, Zhang Zhuo suddenly grinned. "Now let the trump card of our Bloodroom clan shine brightly in this middle-level domain world." Zhang Zhuo looked towards the direction of the Bloodroom clan's main force in the void. "Boss, you better be careful. Even if you try to stop it now, it's already too late." However, Zhong Yangming stood there with his arms crossed, quietly watching Zhang Zhuo, showing no intention of taking any action, and even displaying a slight disdain. Zhang Zhuo suddenly felt uneasy, thinking, could it be that they're not afraid of dying? Just then, a warrior shouted, "Look, what is that human doing?" Before Zhang Zhuo could react, the blood crystal in his hand was snatched away. Xiao Tian weighed the blood crystal in his hand. "So you have one of these interesting things too. I've been missing it ever since I had one last time." Zhang Zhuo was extremely anxious, and was about to say something when Xiao Tian took a big bite, a look of bliss covering his face. "This is amazing. Do you guys have more?" As he spoke, Xiao Tian began to juggle the blood crystal in the air. Zhang Zhuo felt a chill down his spine. "I was going to detonate this blood crystal like a true Bloodroom clan warrior, dying with honor and courage in a blaze of glory. How can this worthless human suppress the blood crystal and even take a bite? Do you know how damaging that is to our Bloodroom clan?" With a face full of resentment, Zhang Zhuo thought the blood crystal should be close to exploding by now, right? He stared intently at Xiao Tian, who didn't seem to care, and just threw the remaining blood crystal into his mouth, swallowing it whole. The next second, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. Xiao Tian let out a satisfied belch. "Ah, that familiar feeling. So good." Zhang Jijia felt like he had aged backwards out of sheer terror. He actually ate an entire blood crystal, and it exploded in his stomach. And he's fine and even feels great. Is this guy even human? Then he thought, wait, did Xiao Tian say he ate another blood crystal before? Upon this realization, Zhang Jijia asked, "Did Zhang Yising die at your hands?" Xiao Tian responded calmly, "Zhang Yising, are you talking about that Bloodroom clan guy? Don't falsely accuse me. I didn't kill him. The guy died due to his own moral corruption, refusing to be reformed and re-educated, and his soul collapsed. All the other Bloodroom clan members committed suicide. Don't wrong a good person." The Bloodroom clan warriors were all furious. "This guy isn't human, he's a demon. What horrendous torture must our mentally resilient Bloodroom clan warriors have suffered before dying to have their souls collapse?" Afterwards, Xiao Tian and his group tied up all the members of the Bloodroom clan. Long Qiu Dao looked displeased. "Master Xiao is too kind to you all, merely crippling your cultivation. If it were up to me, I'd turn you all to ashes, making me lose so much face, you bunch of jerks." Zhang Zhuo, the deputy commander of the Bloodroom clan, signaled to his people with his eyes. "We, the warriors of the Bloodroom clan, never submit. Everyone understood, looking at Xiao Tian with hatred. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian casually started roasting a pig. As the aroma intensified, the stomachs of the battle-weary Blood Rune clan warriors began to rumble uncontrollably. Chomping down on the meat, Xiao Tian remarked, "This meat is so delicious, especially with this seasoning on the crispy, golden brown skin." He even fanned the aroma toward the Blood Rune clan, making their mouths water. Zhang Zhuo clenched his brows, thinking a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. It's just roasted pig. However, his body betrayed him as his stomach growled louder, and everyone seemed to be on the verge of losing their sanity. Xiao Tian suddenly moved closer with a bone in hand, feeling tempted, one to have a lick, to taste it. Zhang Zhuo, who had been somewhat disoriented, snapped back to attention, grinding his teeth in anger and wishing he could bite Xiao Tian to death. He suddenly couldn't help but shout, "Kill me, if you have the guts, kill me now." Xiao Tian just laughed and turned to the others, saying, "See, he's losing it. He can't even withstand this minor temptation. No wonder he'd resort to stealing a pig." Shaking his head, he continued, "It seems like the moral integrity and educational upbringing of the Blood Rune clan is really lacking. You call yourselves noble warriors? More like hooligans on a battlefield. I can't stand to watch this anymore. They must make amends for their mistakes. Take them to Green Flame Mountain." Zhong Yangming and Wang Qiudao exchanged glances, both sighing. "You guys could have provoked anyone else, but you had to mess with Master Xiao. Now you'll know what it's like to wish for death." Soon, they arrived at the pig farm in Green Flame Town. Xiao Tian pointed at pig number 997, "Kneel and apologize." Zhang Zhuo was stunned, and the others were equally flabbergasted. "You want us, the esteemed warriors of the Blood Rune clan, to kneel and apologize to a pig?" Xiao Tian swiftly slapped Zhang Zhuo, spinning him around in place. With a thud, Zhang Zhuo reluctantly knelt before pig number 997. In an indignant tone, Xiao Tian informed him, "Number 997 is a mother. Originally, I had planned for number 998 to witness the birth of its children and proceed to the dinner table for the New Year's reunion with a heart full of happiness. But your greedy and selfish actions ruin a happy family. This is an atrocious sin. Apologize whether you want to or not." Zhang Zhuo was on the verge of tears. "It's so unfair. I didn't steal the pig. This is the biggest humiliation of my life. This man, he's not human." Watching Zhang Zhuo finally shed tears, Xiao Tian smiled. "Are those tears of regret? It seems you're not beyond redemption. After all this time, I have finally encountered someone who was genuinely remorseful." Just then, the mayor of Green Flame Town came running and shouting. He said to Xiao Tian, "Prince, it seems like the mood of the livestock is a bit off." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tian asked the mayor, "You've come just in time. Take a look. Are these the people who stole the pig?" The mayor instantly understood, pointing at the group angrily. "Yes, it's these guys." Kneeling on the side, Zhang Zhuo became unhappy. "You're talking nonsense. We didn't do it. It was clearly a crazy woman from the Holy Demon Clan who stole it." Zhong Yangming and Wang Qiudao understood immediately. Who else could it be but Luo Fengyuan from the Holy Demon Clan? She's the kind of person who would do such a thing. Xiao Tian ignored them, stepping forward to kick Zhang Zhuo twice. "Don't speak nonsense. She's mine." Suddenly, he stopped, changing his tone. "She's a good empress who protects ordinary people like me. How could she possibly steal my pig? I just praised you, and you immediately forget yourself and start slandering good people. Ideological reform is urgently needed." Xiao Tian then looked at Wang Qiudao, placed a mark of servitude on them, and gave control authority to the mayor. After Wang Qiudao complied, Xiao Tian instructed the mayor, "From now on, these Blood Rune clan criminals are yours to instruct. Any hard labor like shoveling manure or massaging the pigs, cows, and sheep of Green Flame can be given to them. After all, they have big ambitions and strong bodies." The mayor couldn't contain his smile. "Prince, you're truly amazing. I just mentioned we were short-handed a few days ago, and you've resolved it all at once." The bald heads were all numb with disbelief. "Our destiny as Blood Rune clan warriors is on the battlefield, to lead brilliant lives through blood and fire, not to wallow in feces." Suddenly, the mayor remembered his original purpose. "Prince, what I was trying to say was about the livestock's mood issues." Xiao Tian patted him on the shoulder, cutting him off. "Don't worry, I have a plan." He then turned to Wang Qiudao with a serious face. "Put this bald guy into that yo-yo over there." Wang Qiudao was startled. "Is this really okay? He's a warrior." After all, Xiao Tian sighed, thinking that Wang Qiudao was asking why not just kill him. "It's not ideal. I'm showing too much mercy here, but given that he showed tears of remorse, I'm willing to give him a chance." Wang Qiudao sighed and didn't say anything more. He slowly conjured a spherical formation with his hands and covered Zhang Zhuo with it. Zhang Zhuo was baffled. "What's going on?" Wang Qiudao explained somewhat sympathetically, "This is a toy that Prince prepared for the livestock here. Green flame pigs, green flame cows, green flame sheep, etc. Your job is to make them happy by playing with them. The green flame pigs nearby already seemed eager to start. Zhang Zhuo was dumbfounded. A toy? I'm supposed to be a toy for a bunch of livestock? He felt a mix of panic and an urge to cry. Shouldn't I at least be treated as a person? At that moment, the deputy commander of the Bloodroom clan was confined in a sphere by Xiao Tian, ready to be used as a toy for the animals to play with. Seeing this, Zhang Zhuo's demeanor suddenly changed. The Bloodroom clan warriors understood instantly. Deputy commander, are you finally unable to hold back? Are you going to bring this lowly human down with you? But the next second, Zhang Zhuo suddenly knelt down, smiling brightly at Xiao Tian. Sir, regarding information, I can elaborate in detail from 10 different angles and types. Which would you like to hear first? The other warriors were instantly stunned. We didn't expect this from our deputy commander. Xiao Tian stared at him coldly, then spilled everything you know. Zhang Zhuo gave a bitter smile. Sir, my soul has been bound. There are many things I can't say, but whatever I can say, I will. Long Qiu Dao examined him and confirmed, Prince, he does indeed have a restriction placed on him. He then relented. Alright, then tell us everything you can. Turns out, the Bloodroom clan is part of the martial spirit army. From birth, they have been fighting in a meteor flame battlefield against humans, the Demon Clan, and the Sacred Dragon Clan. For them, the only purpose in life is to continuously invade and seize territories from other races. They were close to capturing the meteor flame battlefield when the Demon Clan army appeared to assist the humans. Among them, the Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taoyin's demonic energy completely countered the Bloodroom clan. His wife's illusions could even trap the Bloodroom clan in a false world. So the reason Zhang Zhuo and the others came here was to discover the Holy Demon Emperor's powerful secret and cut off his retreat. Zhong Yangming immediately understood. Ah, that explains a lot. It also accounts for the internal conflict within the Demon Clan back then. But why would they do something like this? Is it for training soldiers? Long Qiu Dao continued to inquire. Have you ever heard of the name Bai Qing? Zhang Zhuo looked surprised. Isn't she the Dragon Empress? Before the Holy Demon Emperor came to the battlefield, she was the supreme commander of the humans, the Demon Clan, and the Sacred Dragon Clan. During our mission, we encountered someone from the Blood Grudge Clan who seemed to be tracking the Dragon Empress. However, Zhang Zhuo swallowed hard, restricted by the binding on his soul before he could say more. Xiao Tian mumbled, the title of Dragon Empress. Why does her name sound so much cooler than mine? That's really unfair. He shook his head in dissatisfaction. Zhang Yangming and Long Qiu Dao exchanged a glance, both understanding the underlying message. Another empress? Ha, no wonder. Xiao Tian sensed something was off and turned his head to look at them. What are you two looking at? Why are you giving me weird looks? It's uncomfortable. Zhang Yangming cleared his throat. If I remember correctly, you received money from Dragon Empress, didn't you? Xiao Tian wanted to argue that it was compensation, but the other two didn't want to listen. They both bowed slightly in praise. Only Xiao has the capability to have the Dragon Empress, the Holy Demon Empress, and the Human Empress all pay for his expenses at the same time. At that moment, Xiao Tian found them very annoying. The two were grinning. We're definitely not getting back at you for the earlier embarrassment. Really? Xiao Tian turned away, chanting to himself, I'm not mad, but actually vented his frustration on Zhang Zhuo. He told Zhang Zhuo, originally, I was planning to rotate this Toyo stuffing job between you and your people, but you admitted your mistakes so well. I've decided to bestow this heavy responsibility solely upon you. How do you feel about that? Surprised? Zhang Zhuo felt like he was about to have a mental breakdown. Why is this happening? Why? The green flame pig that was originally lost in thought suddenly charged at Zhang Zhuo. Everyone watched as Zhang Zhuo kept being thrown up into the air and falling back down, and they all felt a secret satisfaction. Thinking he deserved it, Zhang Zhuo cursed non-stop. Human Prince, I'll get you for this. Xiao Tian didn't care. Make sure to do it with more force. I'll thank you on behalf of my adoptive father. Then, Xiao Tian instructed the village chief, keep an eye on their condition. When they completely break down and can't function, inform me. I'll send professionals to interrogate them. The village chief was confused. Didn't that guy already confess? Long Qiu Dao shrugged it off. People at their level, when they have a mental breakdown, it affects their souls. They might reveal more. Zhong Yangming nodded. Exactly. If what he said deviates greatly from what he was instructed to say, it means he is lying. The village chief immediately praised. Prince, you are indeed wise. At that moment, in the royal study, Luo Fengyuan was grinding her teeth in anger. Her fists were clenched tightly. Damn it, they managed to get away before I could even enjoy the fight. What cowards. Ji Ruoyan listened to her complaints and couldn't help but poke her in the head. You should be thankful that they didn't have reinforcements or traps. You're actually quite lucky, instead of complaining about not having a good fight. Upon hearing this, Luo Fengyuan suddenly fell silent, tail swishing thoughtfully. Ji Ruoyan really wanted to reach out and grab it, but she restrained herself. Then, Ji Ruoyan warned again, knowing that the enemy is strong. Why would you act so recklessly and be outnumbered? Couldn't you just detonate your demonic energy and let me help? Luo Fengyuan immediately refused. Those scumbags killed 998, who was Xiao brother's favorite. All I know is I want to crush them, not run away. The plan was supposed to be perfect. How could I be so unlucky? Ji Ruoyan almost laughed in exasperation. Your plan was flawed to begin with, but next, we'll need to allocate some manpower to find that Bloodrune clan. They're a significant threat. Luo Fengyuan nodded. Yes, we must find them. Just then, a guard rushed in to report. Your Majesty, the Prince, and the Prime Minister are on their way to the royal study. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan became a bit panicked. Why did Xiao brother suddenly come? Did he find out about 998? Ji Ruoyan could only come for her. He's probably just coming to rest. You know his little habit, right? However, Luo Fengyuan was not listening and began pacing back and forth, muttering, Xiao brother must be really angry. He will surely scold me. As she spoke, an expression of excited anticipation crossed her face. Ji Ruoyan was speechless. This girl is beyond help. Absolutely beyond help. Soon after, the incense in the royal study was lit. Xiao Tian reclined in the chair and gave Ji Ruoyan a thumbs up. So comfortable. The scent of the incense here is truly unforgettable. Luo Fengyuan curiously sniffed. Is the fragrance really that amazing? Xiao Tian pointed to his head and explained. Many things in the world are fascinating. Scents can carry memories. When I smell this incense, I'm always reminded of your Majesty's diligent and benevolent governance. This is your Majesty's scent. Saying this, Xiao Tian winked at Ji Ruoyan, whose face instantly turned red. She shyly turned away and mumbled, Nonsense. Where would I get a scent like that? Always sweet talking, never serious. Upon witnessing the interaction between the two, Luo Fengyuan started to feel uneasy. No, Xiao brother's attention should only be on me. I just need to confess about stealing the pig, and it'll be fine. Xiao Tian spoke first. Who said there's nothing serious? There actually is. Bloodrune clan we spoke of earlier has reappeared in numbers. According to their confession, they had other missions, but I still think they have nefarious plans towards me. They know me too well. They stole 998 and even roasted it whole over charcoal. Absolutely infuriating. Ji Ruoyan turned her head in surprise. I didn't know Lord Xiao had an encounter with those who ran away. What happened? How did you meet them? Xiao Tian shook his head. Didn't the village chief say 998 was stolen? So I rushed over with Zhong Yangming and Wang Qiudao. Turns out, this Bloodrune clan had just roasted 998 and got caught by me. Luo Fengyuan, seeing her efforts being claimed by someone else, became anxious. That's not how it is, Xiao brother. I'm the one who stole 998. Actually, before she could finish, Xiao Tian interrupted her. You little mischief maker, trying to take credit for this to make me angry at you? That's not happening. That criminal gang is currently being reformed at the Green Flame Farm. Don't try to fool me, you little rascal. Saying that, Xiao Tian gave Luo Fengyuan a head pat. Ji Ruoyan was left speechless. Is there a chance that it actually was her this time? Luo Fengyuan was dumbfounded. It was really me who did it. Why? Does that Bloodrune clan have issues? They ran away and then came back to take the blame? What's the meaning of this? Luo Fengyuan started crying. My perfect plan. Just gone like that. However, Zhong Yangming then informed the two empresses. The Bloodrune clan also disclosed some information about the Holy Demon clan. We learned from them that the Holy Demon Emperor and his wives have all appeared on the Meteor Flame battlefield. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Luo Fengyuan shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My father and mother argued incessantly back in the day, fought to the death, and died together. The primordial demon kingdom began to fall into chaos. Those so-called siblings of mine were incredibly cruel. For years ago, after I awakened, I personally pierced their bodies with the holy demon scythe. Ji Ruoyan was curious and asked, so why did your father and mother argue and fight to the death in the first place? How did they die together? Luo Fengyuan became annoyed. Ji Ban, what's the matter with you? Can't you understand? I told you clearly. They argued and then died together. Ji Ruoyan's temper flared up. You stupid cow, listen to my question. Why did they argue and how did they die? Luo Fengyuan, confused, yelled back. Why are you shouting? I already told you. They fought to the point of no reconciliation and died together. As Luo Fengyuan continued speaking, her voice became softer. Noticing the stares from the three of them, she seemed to sense something was off. She covered her mouth in astonishment. Have I been repeating this content? Why is that? It felt so real back then. Those damn parents never cared for me and those brothers and sisters were so mean. But how did they neglect me? How did they bully me? Why can't I remember any of the details? Luo Fengyuan tried to recall, but it felt as if her brain's CPU had burned out. Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan just stared at Luo Fengyuan's seemingly smoking head. This woman is truly bizarre, they thought, but Luo Fengyuan still didn't want to believe it. This can't be fake. Those hateful brothers and sisters with my own hands, especially 18th Royal Brother. He was involved in the Southern Wilderness Realm plan. Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan exchanged glances and spoke in unison. It's a clone. Luo Fengyuan was confused. Are these two teaming up to trick me? Ji Ruoyan sighed. When you came to the Southern Wilderness Realm, didn't you leave a clone in the Primordial Demon Kingdom? Luo Fengyuan finally caught on. Oh, that. It's a special ability of our Holy Demon Clan. Using the demonic energy of the Holy Demon Clan, the clone not only possesses combat ability, but can also deceive others. Luo Fengyuan suddenly realized, could it be that my 18th Royal Brother also used a clone? Ji Ruoyan held her hand, comforting her shocked heart. It's not confirmed yet, but since the Blood Wound Clan said so, we have to go to the Meteor Flame battlefield to find out. Your 18th Royal Brother's involvement in the Southern Wilderness Realm plan might be one of the reasons. The real truth behind this can probably only be revealed when you reunite with your family, who shouldn't even be alive. Listening to this, Luo Fengyuan felt bewildered. Suddenly, she threw herself into Xiao Tian's arms, crying and saying, Brother Xiao, I'm so annoyed. I feel like my brain is breaking. Ji Ruoyan coughed twice, pulling Luo Fengyuan's clothes. Wait, Lord Xiao is still recovering. He probably had a fight with the Blood Wound Clan earlier. Don't tire him out. Ji Ruoyan got impatient and pulled her away. Are you an idiot? Your horns are poking people. Really, you didn't pick up by Qing's diligence, but you certainly learned her skill of not letting go. Xiao Tian watched as his two Empress wives argued. Here they go again. But why do I feel a little happy about it? It's so nice to see them lively like this. 7 days after Zhang Zhuo and his people were captured, Xiao Tian and his two Empress wives were enjoying a roast whole pig. Xiao Yuer floated in midair. They were reading the information that Zhang Zhuo and the others had provided over the last few days. According to their confessions, their main plan was to capture the descendants of Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taotian and obtain their blood to use in a spatial array that would open the war gate. Xiao Yuer turned to Ji Ruoyan. Ji Ruoyan then advised Luo Fengyuan, in that case, don't act recklessly on your own from now on. We should stay together as much as possible so that we can cover for each other in case something happens. Luo Fengyuan waved her hand impatiently. I get it. You've been going on and on. At this point, Xiao Yuer suddenly remembered something. By the way, where's old Dragon Mound? Haven't seen him in a while. Xiao Tian, intently focusing on the roast pig, said, he's off handling some matters. Should be done soon. Meanwhile, in the starry sky of the universe, a battleship floated quietly. On board was the Bloodroom Clan's commander, Zhang Wuxuan, holding a transmission jade. Zhang Wuxian looked confused. It's been 7 days. Why? I'm going bald here. Why hasn't there been any response? Zhang Wuxian quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Boss, you should eat something. This special blood meal, if not consumed, can be a burden on your body. We're in a unique situation. We need to maintain our best condition. Zhang Wuxuan clenched his teeth. There's something I don't get. I only asked for a simple task, a little scouting, a little probing. I didn't make an excessive request. Why has there been no movement? No matter how hard he thought, Zhang Wuxuan couldn't understand it. His third team captain, Zhang Wuxian, had a bitter smile on his face. How the hell would I know? My stupid cousin from the 10th team, Zhang Yisan, has disappeared without a trace, and there's no news from Zhang Zhuo, the deputy commander. Boss, keep your cool. No news means they're being careful and prudent. Zhang Wuxuan interrupted him angrily, flipping the table over. Careful my ass. Prudent my ass. They're the Bloodroom Clan, the bravest and most noble warriors, not a bunch of cowards. Zhang Wuxuan was so furious he was nearly hysterical. I can give them everything but women. Why haven't they returned? Wait, women. A thought suddenly struck him. Women in the Demon Clan are incredibly beautiful and voluptuous. These dogs must have been seduced by worldly pleasures and defected. He was convinced that must be the case. Zhang Wuxian, sweating with embarrassment, suggested, Boss, is it possible that they encountered danger down there and got wiped out? Zhang Wuxuan pointed at himself. I thought of that possibility too, but why was there no sign of a blood crystal explosion? Zhang Wuxian considered a possibility, his face turning serious. Boss, could it be that the blood crystal didn't explode because it was stopped? Didn't explode? Zhang Wuxuan repeated, even I would only have the option to run when facing a blood crystal. How could there be someone strong enough here to stop it? Even if they could suppress it, there should have been some sign of an impending explosion. Could it have been eaten? Looks like I'll have to go down there myself. I want to see just how well these bastards are living it up. Immediately, Zhang Wuxian ordered, prepare on your end. Notify the members of the first team to assemble. After meeting with our superior, I'll personally go to the Holy Demon Realm. Just as Zhang Wuxian nodded in agreement, both men noticed something bright. When did this fragment of the world float by? Never mind, there are many similar fragments in the void. Little did they know, this fragment was actually the handiwork of Long Qiu Dao. Lord Xiao was right. The Blood Wound Clan's battleship is indeed outside the boundary world. They've hidden themselves quite well, using the turbulence and dense fragments in the void as cover. It took me a while to find them. At night, Shi Ruoyan, Luo Fengyuan, and Bai Qing are having dinner. Shi Ruoyan looks calm, relieved that everyone can finally relax a bit after working hard for a while. Bai Qing, however, is scarfing down roast pork, thinking that wasting food is shameful. Seeing Luo Fengyuan looking worried, Shi Ruoyan quickly comforts him. After we get information on the Meteor Flame battlefield, you can leave your clone in the Primordial Demon Kingdom and go find your parents for some clarity. Luo Fengyuan replies, "Of course I will. This matter has been bothering me like a ticking time bomb in my head." She takes a drink and looks at Shi Ruoyan. "You seem to miss your parents, don't you?" Shi Ruoyan's eyes soften with reminiscence. "I do miss them," Luo Fengyuan suggests. "Well then, why not go find them?" Shi Ruoyan sighs. "I am the Great Flame Empress. I can't just leave. The countless citizens here are my responsibility. If my parents knew the current situation of Great Flame, they would definitely support my decision." Luo Fengyuan softly huffs, stretches her arm, and pulls Shi Ruoyan into her embrace. "I support you too, but should we hurry to the void battlefield? What if my parents die there?" Shi Ruoyan quickly reassures her. "What are you thinking? If your parents were so easily killed, why would the Bloodroom clan go to the great expense of sneaking into the Holy Demon Realm?" Tears appear in the corners of Luo Fengyuan's eyes. "But now that I think about it, your parents are also in a very dangerous situation. What if?" Before she could finish her sentence, Shi Ruoyan interrupts her by putting a flask to her lips. "If you can't say anything helpful, shut up. No one said you're mute." Luo Fengyuan chokes on his drink, then shoves the flask back towards Shi Ruoyan's face. "What do you know? This is called preparing for the worst." Bai Qing, watching this, moves a flask of wine over. "Drink, drink, drink more. You guys drink, and I'll eat. It's perfect." Then Bai Qing pushes the dining table a little further forward. This distance should keep all the food on the table safe. The familiar scene returns. Who will win this night's battle remains to be seen. Poor Zhong Yanming will have to prepare a nutritious soup again tomorrow. At the other end, Zhang Wuxuan arrives at a spacious hall. He bows to the deputy general sitting on the chair. "Sir," Jiyun raises an eyebrow. "Zhang Wuxuan, where's your hair?" Zhang Wuxuan touches his bald head, struggling with how to explain. "Do I just say I got so stressed I lost it? Would that be too embarrassing?" "Ah, never mind. It's not important." Jiyun says it's not important, but still finds it a little distracting to look at. "I heard from your subordinates that we are currently in the void above the Holy Demon Realm." Zhang Wuxuan nods quickly. "Exactly, sir." Upon hearing this, Jiyun laughs. "What a coincidence. I have some after effects from using the blood curse technique and wanted to recover on your warship. I also wanted to sense the whereabouts of the Dragon Empress. As it turns out, I sensed her in the Holy Demon Realm. Ha ha, this is really effortless." Old Minister Zhong Yanming observes them both, thinking the Emperor only acts like a 20-year-old when he's bickering with Luo. Suddenly, he turns and asks Xiao Tian, "Young Prince, what about your parents?" Xiao Tian casually slurps some soup and replies, "They were killed by my adoptive father." Zhong Yanming becomes slightly awkward. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Xiao Tian is only thinking, "This soup tastes amazing. The chef is truly skilled." Hearing the apology, Xiao Tian just smiles. "It's alright. I didn't know until later. I used to think I was picked up from somewhere." Zhong Yanming feels a pain of discomfort. How can the young prince talk about such painful matters with a smile? "It looks like you've had a hard time too. What have you been through?" Xiao Tian picks up his soup bowl. "In the past, my so-called adoptive father raised us like hunting dogs for his assassin organization, and I was the organization's ace, so my life was slightly easier than others." Zhong Yanming is surprised. "I never thought that you were a top assassin in your original realm." Xiao Tian's expression suddenly becomes serious. "You're wrong. I'm the ace among aces, but not an ace assassin. What's the difference? I rank first in the strongman list, but last on the assassin list. They even say my assassination methods are unorthodox, absolutely shameless. So, I am indeed the organization's ace, but not an ace assassin." Zhong Yanming is a bit confused. He immediately bows. "May I ask, young prince, what was your assassination method like?" Xiao Tian beckons Zhong Yanming closer, and then asks in a low voice, "Let me ask you, for a successful assassination, isn't it about eliminating the target without revealing your identity and leaving no traces?" "Exactly." Zhong Yanming agrees. "So what if I simply eliminate everyone and destroy the place? There would be no information leak, and even no traces to follow, right?" Zhong Yanming swallows. "Well, when you put it that way, it does make sense." Xiao Tian immediately smiles. "See, you agree, don't you? When I wiped out the entire Blood Cloud Tower, you couldn't find any information, could you?" Zhong Yanming feels rather uneasy, but concedes, "True, can't argue with that." Just then, a thud draws both of their attention. They turn to see Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan, both drunk and leaning against each other on the ground. Xiao Tian knows it's time to act. He pats Zhong Yangming on the shoulder. Ponder what I've said and what I've done. Think about it. Both of their communication tokens suddenly receive a video call. Long Qiu Dao informs them that he's found the lair of the Bloodroom clan. Xiao Tian and Zhong Yangming exchange glances. Let's go check it out. Alright, young prince. Immediately after, Xiao Tian calls for his daughter, Xiao Yuer. He then picks up both empresses and carries them into the room. After placing them on the bed and seeing them sleep soundly, Xiao Tian smiles affectionately. You both have been working hard lately. Take a good rest, get drunk, then sleep it off. He then leans over and kisses Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan on their foreheads. Turning back, he sees Xiao Yuer covering her eyes. What's the point of covering your eyes like that? Bai Qing then assumes her usual position and says, please go ahead. Xiao Tian delivers a palm strike to the back of her neck, knocking her out. He then covers her with a blanket and instructs Xiao Yuer, be a good girl and watch over her and your two moms. Daddy has to go take care of some business. Xiao Yuer stands with her hands behind her back. Got it. But Dad, what are you going to do? Did you find out someone wants to harm you again? Xiao Tian lightly flicks Xiao Yuer on the forehead. Adult matters. Kids shouldn't ask. Annoyed, Xiao Yuer rubs her forehead, but Xiao Tian and Zhong Yanming have already slowly left. Seeing this, Xiao Yuer sets up a defensive array in the room. This should keep things safe. Now I can get a good sleep too. Meanwhile, Ji Jun of the Blood Grudge clan looks pensive. From the information you've provided, it looks like the secret of the Holy Demon Emperor is really in his hometown. Zhang Wuxuan scratches his bald head. Is the Holy Demon Realm really that mysterious? Absolutely. Although Bai Qing is affected by my blood curse technique, instinctually, she should have gone to the Eastern Sea Realm. Her choice to go to the Holy Demon Realm doesn't make sense. Plus, I'm not the only one tracking Bai Qing. Someone might already be there in the Holy Demon Realm, eliminating your teammates to take all the credit. Zhang Wuxuan is dumbfounded. Is Bai Qing really that important? There are things you guys at this level wouldn't understand, which is normal. She grew up with that woman as her playmate. Zhang Wuxuan is stunned. That woman? Yes, from the Sacred Alliance 4 years ago. Who would have thought that a 16-year-old fox demon would rise to such heights and become a woman of immense power? Bai Qing is her confidant and playmate. Capturing her would bring many advantages. Moreover, your mission to find the descendants of the Holy Demon Emperor to unlock the War Gate could also be completed. You should assist me fully in this operation. You won't be left out of the rewards. You should know how generous the rewards from the Martial Spirit Army are. However, at this moment, Zhang Wuxuan's face turns pale, and he points at Jian's head but can't utter a word. Confused, Jian asks, why are you pointing at me? Before he could get an answer, a hand suddenly appears above his head and smashes him into the ground. Looking up in horror at the man who just appeared, Xiao Tian smiles. You were just talking about how generous the rewards are. I'm quite curious. Could you explain it to me? Faced with the sudden appearance of the three men, sweat beads on Jian's forehead. He had no idea when they appeared, and he couldn't sense their aura at all. The man leading them has an especially strong soul. Not only can he block Jian's mental invasion, but he can also disrupt his will. His power is truly terrifying. Jian barely takes a moment to think before deciding to strike first. The next second, Jian clasps his hands together, and the patterns on his body erupt. The black lotus on his forehead shines. Taking advantage of Xiao Tian's momentary distraction, Jian shouts, seals, and makes hand signs. Chains appear out of nowhere and bind Xiao Tian tightly. Having done this, Jian roars, attack. Hearing this, Zhang Wuxuan instantly explodes with energy, swelling to a much larger size, resembling a bald giant. Then, he smashes his fist into the ground, causing a loud explosion. The room fills with debris and smoke. Jian and Zhang Wuxuan quickly retreat, but keep their eyes fixed on where Xiao Tian is. Jian then directs both palms towards Xiao Tian, channeling his blood-grudged spiritual energy in a torrent toward him. Quickly, I'll buy some time. You use the blood crystal to blow them up with a ripping sound. Zhang Wuxuan unhesitatingly rips open his chest and takes out a blood crystal nurtured in his heart. As the blood crystal emerges, the blood stains on it evaporate, leaving it crystal clear and immaculately pure. Zhang Wuxuan raises it high and roars, "Kinsman, fight for honor." With that, he throws the blood crystal into the thick smoke towards Xiao Tian's location. Seeing this, Jian urgently signals everyone, "Enough, let's go." Zhang Wuxuan then takes out an array disc and places it on the ground to activate the array. Their figures start to become blurry as they prepare to teleport away. Jian grits his teeth, a cruel smile on his face. "Human trash, face the explosion of the blood crystal. We look forward to your counterattacks, ha ha ha." After throwing the blood crystal capable of destroying an entire world, Zhang Wuxuan immediately uses the array disc to teleport the entire warship to a small separate world. Jian looks around this lush, green small world. The spiritual energy here is very scarce, and the strongest beasts are only at the 4th tier. Zhang Wuxuan looks at the array disc with a sad expression, saying that the emergency void transfer could only be used once and it consumed so many blood crystals, equivalent to 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Xian turns to comfort him, saying not to worry. When they get back to the meteor flame battlefield, he'll explain the situation to the higher-ups. Trust me, if we hadn't acted decisively to throw the blood crystal and activated the array to escape, we would have surely died. Zhang Wuxuan nods slightly. I know, that person seemed ordinary but was able to appear silently behind you. His strength is unfathomable. Thanks to your quick decision, we were able to hide in this small world fragment. Otherwise, I can't imagine the consequences. Zhang Wuxuan then instructs Zhang Wuxian, who is behind him, to mark this place with an anchor point on the warship so they can directly teleport here in the future. Zhang Wuxian promptly agrees. Then, taking advantage of the time spent setting the anchor point, they summon a projection array to see how Xiao Tian was blown up. The many Blood Moon Clan warriors also want to know what kind of enemy forced the commander to use the blood crystal. Meanwhile, in a void, Xiao Tian sweeps away the smoke and debris with a burst of energy. All three stand there calmly. Long Qiu Dao informs the others that the person from earlier is from the Blood Grudge clan, who put a blood curse technique on Bai Qing. That person decisively ordered a retreat upon encountering trouble. His control over the rhythm of the battle was impressive. Xiao Tian, however, grips the blood crystal in front of him and says, that guy had black patterns all over his body and a black lotus on his forehead. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's up to no good. His face is full of schemes, and he ran as soon as he saw me, clearly guilty. Xiao Tian then takes a chicken leg out of his storage ring and starts eating it along with the blood crystal, enjoying himself greatly. The energy in this blood crystal is much stronger than the two from the Holy Demon Realm. It tastes even more potent. Awesome. So does this mean we made a wasted trip? Long Qiu Dao carefully examines the traces in the void. Based on what happened, they used a spatial array known as void transfer. This array requires an anchor point to be set. Judging by the residual space fluctuations nearby, they should be hiding in some nearby space-time fragment. Hearing this, Xiao Tian is about to speak when the blood crystal he swallowed starts to explode. A rumbling sound emanates from his stomach, followed by Xiao Tian belching out a burst of flames. Only then does he clear his throat satisfactorily, patting his belly and asking, "Are you sure they're hiding in a nearby space-time fragment? Could this be a clue meant to mislead us?" No. According to their thinking, the intense fluctuations from the explosion of that scorching crystal would completely conceal any spatial fluctuations. However, they didn't account for the trump card that is Lord Zhao. The blood crystal has become a seasoning for Lord Zhao's barbecue. Hearing this, Xiao Tian looks around and comments, but there must be at least 100 fragments here. It's going to be a real hassle to search. Meanwhile, the people from the Blood Moon clan, who are watching Xiao Tian's audacious actions, are utterly astonished. Zhang Wuxian mutters in horror, "Boss, you are actually right. The blood crystal really got eaten." Zhang Wuxuan is almost furious, clenching his fists tightly, swallowing a blood crystal. These humans really are something. Why didn't it explode and kill you? You bastard. My deputy commander. My troops. My blood crystals. Damn humans. You've wasted 3 of my blood crystals. I hate this. Xiun of the Blood Grudge clan watches Xiao Tian swallow the blood crystal and mutters in horror. His strength far exceeds our imagination. It's good we retreated quickly. He must be a 20th or 21st tier practitioner in physical cultivation. This isn't right. It's hard to find such a powerful individual in the Holy Demon Realm or other planes. Never mind. Let's not think about it for now. Keep an eye on him. I'll go rest. Once this human leaves, we'll quietly retreat. However, his subordinate Zhang Wuxian is somewhat worried. My lord, the blood crystal didn't explode, and there are residual spatial fluctuations. What if he finds us? Xian gives a bitter smile of resignation. It should be impossible. With so many small worlds, how long would it take for him to find us? But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widen in shock. What is that? What is this damned human doing? Xiao Tian reaches into the void with both hands and rips it apart with a tearing sound, revealing a continental module inside. Long Qiu Dao leans in to take a look. My lord, they are not here. Unfazed, Xiao Tian grabs the entire landmass and molds it into a ball. He stores it in the Holy Dragon Relic. I'll see if I can fit this into the Holy Demon Realm later. Upon seeing this, Long Qiu Dao almost loses his composure but mutters to himself, "Don't collapse. Don't collapse. Maintain a calm mind. This is just basic stuff for the Lord." Subsequently, Xiao Tian tears open another small world, seemingly getting more enthusiastic as if he's opening a mystery box. After tearing open a gap, he asks Long Qiu Dao, "Is it in here?" Long Qiu Dao shakes his head. "No." Hearing this, Xiao Tian again molds it into a ball and tosses it to Long Qiu Dao. "Or this one as well." Witnessing this scene through a magical formation, Zhang Wuxuan is on the verge of a breakdown. Is this even human? Tearing the world's barriers by hand is one thing, but stuffing them back in and then rolling them into a ball to take away? You're unbelievable. Zhang Wuxian hurriedly asks, "Boss, what do we do?" The question you're asking is quite exquisite. It's exquisite because what the hell can I do? Zhang Wuxian then turns to Ji Chun, but before he could get a word out, Zhang Wuxuan sees Ji Chun's mental state collapse, drooling like an idiot. At this moment, a warrior suddenly shouts, "They're gone, they're gone." The three immediately shudder, but then breathe a sigh of relief as they see the figures getting farther away. However, just as Zhang Wuxuan wipes the cold sweat from his bald head, he sees Xiao Tian suddenly turn back and stare at their small world. Ji Chun is terrified, mentally screaming, "No, it's just a fourth-tier small world, leave it alone." But, against his wishes, a thunderous noise erupts and a spatial rift is torn open. Ji Chun clenches his fists tightly, but is helpless. Xiao Tian looks through the rift at them and grins. "Heh, heh, heh, found you. You hid pretty well." Actually hiding in this small world fragment, Ji Chun falls to the ground in terror. "I'm only at the 19th tier, in front of this monster who can tear world fragments with his bare hands. I'm just a baby." Zhang Wuxuan also stares at Xiao Tian in amazement. This guy is really not human. He can even protect the small world from the chaotic flow of the void. Are we really going to die in despair? I can't accept this. We are the Bloodroom clan. How can we submit so easily? As a deputy general of the Meteor Flame Battlefield's Martial Spirit Army and a warrior of the Blood Grudge clan, he should think like me. To die in battle is the only way home, thinks Zhang Wuxuan. But the next second, Ji Chun suddenly prostrates himself on the ground. "Esteemed human powerhouse, your strength and abilities have completely conquered me." Zhang Wuxuan is stunned. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of deputy." Xiao Tian is also somewhat confused, not quite understanding the situation. Zhong Yangming is also perplexed and can only think that this guy is smart. When the situation turned against him, he immediately bowed his head and begged for mercy. Ji Chun lifts his head with a sycophantic smile. "Esteemed sir, my name is Ji Chun. I am the Deputy General of the Meteor Flame Battlefield at the 19th tier. I am also an elder of the Blood Grudge clan, and I'm quite skilled in various kinds of curses. I'm hardworking, reliable, and very well informed." Just as Xiao Tian is about to say something, Ji Chun interrupts him. "Esteemed sir, you strike me as a person of high moral standing and great reputation. Surely you're a benevolent and respected figure. I deeply regretted my previous actions and am quite remorseful. Now the heavens have brought you before me, offering me a chance to switch sides and serve you. Would you be willing to let me seize this opportunity?" Hearing Ji Chun's colorful and impassioned plea, Xiao Tian, Long Qiu Dao, and Zhong Yangming are all stunned. This guy really has no shame. Seeing them silent, Ji Chun continues, "You may not know this, esteemed sir, but we came here at a great cost, not only to obtain the heir of Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taotian and to open the Gate of War, but also to link the Gate of War of the Meteor Flame Battlefield and the Holy Demon Realm to facilitate the continuous deployment of troops and conquer 124 realm worlds in the void." Finishing, Ji Chun feels quite smug. "Now, I don't believe you won't keep me by your side. Once I'm close to you, I'll find the right moment to steal important information." Unaware of Ji Chun's ulterior motives, Zhang Wuxuan can't help but verbally accuse him of being shameless. Ji Chun rolls his eyes, but the next second, Xiao Tian suddenly speaks. "You're a terrifying person. You're scheming and morally low, which disgusts me. I won't give you the opportunity the heavens have offered you. You can't stay." Ji Chun is completely baffled. "Why? I just made such a good presentation. Not only did I surrender, but I also provided valuable information. Where am I scheming or morally low? Seeing as you've just given me information, I'll let you die understanding. This is our first meeting, yet you know that I love doing good deeds, which suggests you've already conducted thorough research on me. Yet now you act as if you don't know me, likely plotting something sinister in secret. Also, you are just lowering your head and smirking, your eyes shifting around. Clearly, you're up to no good." Ji Chun is puzzled. "I was lowering my head. How could he possibly see?" Seeing his expression, Xiao Tian slightly smiles. "See, I got you right there. Plus, you spilled all your plans without me even asking. Isn't it to get me, the yet-to-be son-in-law of the Holy Demon Emperor, to act? Moreover, your behavior of betraying your side for personal gain is utterly disgraceful. If I spare you today and keep you by my side, who knows when you'll betray me?" As he speaks, Xiao Tian suddenly reaches out, grabbing Ji Chun's neck. "Enough. The more we talk, the scarier this gets." Then with a loud bang, Ji Chun is firmly pressed into the ground by Xiao Tian. He suddenly turns his head. "Oh right, by Qing's memory, blood curse technique will be lifted, right?" Long Qiu Dao nods. "Yes, my lord. His death will naturally lift the blood curse technique." Ji Chun barely manages to speak. "Boss, I have something else to say. but Xiao Tian seems not to hear him, continuing to talk to himself. That's good. Once, Bai Qing's memory returns, the compensation for the initially damaged warship I had seized can be finalized. Ji Chun completely breaks down. So, you're killing me just to restore Bai Qing's memory and then collect on a shuttle's cost? And this shuttle was even seized from us? Ji Chun is utterly baffled. His soul seems to drift away. Esteemed sir, I can offer you more money. 100 million. 1 billion. You are Luo Taotian's son-in-law. I have a lot of information about the Holy Demon Emperor. Please spare me. I can be useful. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian is already deaf to his pleas. Ji Chun can only curse in his mind. Damn it, I'm really screwed this time. This human is insane. He's utterly mad. The humans I've played to death before probably thought the same about me. It's karma. With that thought, Ji Chun's spirit completely gives in, and he dies instantly. Seeing this, Zhang Wuxuan clenches his fists. Good riddance. Long Chaodao glances at him. This Blood Grudge clan member deserved it. Xiao Tian turns to the remaining Blood Rune clan members. As for you, in the next second, he vanishes. A series of thudding sounds are heard as all the Blood Rune clan members are severely injured. Lying on the ground shivering, their power is completely gone. Xiao Tian gestures to Long Chaodao. Store them in the Holy Dragon Relic for now. The Green Flame Farm is expanding, and we're short on manpower. Long Chaodao, with a face of compassion, compared to Ji Chun, they are lucky enough to live, even if it's a miserable life. At this moment, after settling matters with Zhang Wuxuan and others, Xiao Tian arrives in their warship, observing the inscriptions covering the entire space. Long Chaodao informs the two. The person who built this warship is very powerful. Ji Chun, who is now dead, was nothing but an ant in their presence. Then the three of them arrive in front of the formation base. Long Chaodao takes a closer look. As long as we meet the conditions for this formation base, the so-called war gate can be built. The ship's cabin is empty, but, thanks to spatial formation enhancements, it can hold over 10,000 people. The technology to build the war gate is quite mature. Using the Supreme Holy Demon's blood as a medium is indeed a good choice. With Lord Luo's blood, we can directly create a war gate. They can come through it, and we can also reach their location. Xiao Tianyan's out of boredom. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's open the war gate and go. We have to get back for breakfast before dawn, especially Zhang Yangming. Cooking takes time. Zhang Yangming awkwardly rubs his forehead. Prince, you didn't really have to point that out. Long Chaodao reminds Xiao Tian, we need Lord Luo's blood as a guide, or else we can't activate the formation. Xiao Tian smiles slightly, pulls out a bottle from a spatial rift. I've got some right here. Zhang Yangming and Long Chaodao are both stunned looking at the blood in the bottle. Where did this come from? Just got some before we left. Just in case, Xiao Tian responds. Both men share a speechless glance. The prince is unusually proactive and diligent. Next, Long Chaodao drips the blood onto the formation. A loud boom is heard as the formation activates. A huge beam of light engulfs the three of them. Meanwhile, in a distant void battlefield, spatial fluctuations begin to appear over a city. A drop of blood vibrates continuously. The guarding Blood Rune clan soldiers sense something is wrong. Go and inform the general, something's wrong with the war hall. On the other side, within the general's mansion, a figure is trapped within a formation, guarded by many soldiers. The figure struggles constantly, almost breaking free from the formation's binding. Unfortunately, Blood Rune clan's general, Zhang Byuk returns. As he slams his big blade into the ground, the formation is immediately strengthened and the figure is once again forcefully bound. Zhang Byuk taunts with a smile, you're a formidable man indeed. I step out for just a moment, and the formation nearly couldn't suppress you. It seems there's really no way around it but to watch you around the clock. Holy Demon Emperor, Luo Taotian. Luo Taotian lifts his head and grins. Zhang Byuk, if you have the guts, let me go and we'll fight it out. Let's see who ends up worse for wear. Zhang Byuk only smiles. Taunts don't work on me. We went to great lengths to capture you. Luo Taotian spits in disdain. Coward. Zhang Byuk remains unfazed. From the initial single layer of the formation to the now extreme 7-layered formation, and now I personally have to suppress you. You're truly remarkable, Luo Taotian. The stronger you get, the more stable your blood can make our war gate. Of course, I'd advise you to surrender your blood power willingly. Stop being stubborn, Luo Taotian smirks. If you want it, come and get it yourself. To his surprise, Zhang Byuk laughs. Your confidence comes from your blood power being fortified by some force, but that secret is about to be cracked by us. Our superiors have paid a heavy price to send a void warship above the Holy Demon realm. From what our intelligence shows, your Holy Demon clan hasn't deployed in full strength, has it? As Zhang Byuk finishes speaking, Luo Taotian falls momentarily silent, before erupting in a terrifying aura. He goes into a burst state, and the two horns on his head look even more ferocious. Seeing this reaction, Zhang Byuk laughs even more heartily. Exactly. If he wasn't a beloved descendant, why would he be placed in a safe zone? Sadly, that safe zone is no longer safe. Perhaps your descendant has already been captured and had his blood drawn for the war gate. Hearing this, Luo Taoyin roars in anger. If anything happens to little Yuan, I swear I'll slaughter your entire clan. Unfortunately, as the formation strengthens its suppression, Luo Taoyin once again falls to his knees, powerless. Zhang Biuk continues to tempt Luo Taoyin. If you surrender your blood power and bring your entire clan to join our martial spirit army, I can call off the operation in the Holy Demon Realm, and you'll be rewarded by the higher-ups. Luo Taoyin bursts out laughing. Ha ha, Zhang Biuk, don't be delusional. We of the Demon Clan will never bow down and scrimp for life unless we die in battle. As you said, little Yuan might face a catastrophe, but I believe, as the daughter of this emperor, she will not yield. Zhang Biuk grits his teeth. This guy is like a stone in a dung pit, stinky and hard. Just then, a rumbling sound is heard within the city. Luo Taoyin, you really don't know when to give up. Wasting effort, Zhang Biuk observes. Luo Taoyin doesn't move. The commotion just now wasn't his doing. He looks puzzled as well. If it wasn't him, then who else would act here? At that moment, a soldier suddenly runs in. General, something's happened. Zhang Biuk slaps him without a word. Calm down. What's with the panic? The young soldier covers his mouth. Looking wrong, there's a human man wearing a strange mask, and he's hunting our people everywhere. Zhang Biuk's first reaction is disbelief. The city's defense is as solid as a rock. How could a human have breached it? Luo Taoyin, suppressed by the formation, also doesn't believe it. Are there really humans that strong in the meteor flame battlefield? Moreover, the city's defensive formation is still intact, without a single sign of being broken. Zhang Biuk waves his hand. Find out what's really going on. Don't speculate because of some minor disturbance. The young soldier quickly explains. I don't know where this human came from, but he's wearing a creepy mask. He attacks us on sight, and didn't come from outside the city. Zhang Biuk's brow furrows. He has a bad feeling. He then conjures the mansion's formation in midair. I want to see just how formidable this human is, to be worthy of the term hunting. Soon, 3 figures appear in the formation. He is wearing a black robe and a black ghost mask. Zhang Biuk looks at the trio in surprise. Not just one, but also the Sacred Dragon Clan, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about them. He questions the soldier before him. Is this the hunting you panicked about? These are just rats who've snuck in from somewhere. Before Zhang Biuk finishes speaking, a loud rumbling noise erupts. The masked human does something, and a bunch of buildings are instantly demolished. Dust rises, and the Bloodwound Clan soldiers scatter in fear. See that? Perfect assassination technique. Draw out your target, then eliminate them. With that, Xiao Tian lightly pushes off the ground, soaring into the sky. With a few whooshes, his figure moves like a ghost, instantly catching up to the fleeing Bloodwound Clan soldiers. These soldiers explode into blooms of blood in midair, while the rest of the people scatter in all directions, frantically trying to escape. Yet Xiao Tian casually walks up to an intact building, picks up a long knife, and with a light wave, a violent whirlwind reduces the building in front of him to ruins. The long knife can't withstand Xiao Tian's power and shatters into pieces, which he casually discards. A Bloodwound Clan soldier hides behind the rubble, thinking, the most dangerous place is the safest. If I hide in the ruins that we're going to destroy, he'll never find me. Xiao Tian brags to Long Qiu Dao and Zhong Yangming. See this? My assassination technique is so efficient, and it leaves no trace. I don't understand why the Assassin's Guild even expelled me. Zhang Biki watches this and asks the young soldier beside him, why don't you all leave the city? The young soldier helplessly spreads his hands. The formation has been altered. It's fully sealed. We can't escape. Everyone's worried about revealing your position and doesn't dare to approach here. General, it's best if you find a way to move Holy Demon Emperor away from the Vanguard City. He will hunt us down sooner or later. Zhang Biki mutters to himself. Damn it, how could it be such bad timing? Right when we were about to open the war gate, this human shows up. His strength might even exceed my 20th level by a bit. The young soldier continues to urge the general. Time is of the essence. Better make a decision soon. Luo Taoyin slowly stands up. It's not that he doesn't want to move, but that he can't. To move, the formation has to be lifted. Unfortunately, once the formation is opened, suppressing him won't be easy. So, he's stuck in a difficult position. He can only order his 3 deputy generals to intervene to try and stall Xiao Tian's progress and buy some time. With that, the blood-colored patterns all over Zhang Biki's body suddenly ignite. His level 20 aura bursts forth, and as his momentum continues to rise, a blood-colored formation appears above everyone's heads. The next second, the formation chains that were originally locking Luo Taoyin start to converge towards Zhang Biki. Luo Taoyin is taken aback, wondering, what is he trying to do? Then, with a few squelching sounds, the chains actually pierce into Zhang Biki's body. Zhang Biki clenches his fists, seemingly enduring great pain. Luo Taotian's eyes widen in shock as he clearly feels his bloodline power being absorbed by Zhang Biki. As time passes, the blood-colored flames around Zhang Biki gradually take on a golden hue. A Blood Wound Clan soldier behind him can't help but speak. In general, this will affect the master's plan. Zhang Biki snaps back, quickly carry out my orders. If we don't kill the invading enemies, any so-called plans for later will be a joke. A loss in bloodline power is okay. We can find some rare treasures for him to consume and recover later. Feeling his power being absorbed, Luo Taotian feels weak and falls to his knees. His body trembles uncontrollably, and he's somewhat worried. If Zhang Biki absorbs all of his power, will the humans still be able to resist? Luo Taotian can't help but look up at the formation, looking at the human warrior who brought hope. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian is explaining to Long Qiu Dao and Zhong Yanming, the essence of my assassination technique is to feign weakness. Don't be in a hurry to show all your battle power. Take it step by step. You must accurately control the power you reveal. Make the big fish think you're nearly at their level, and then continually provoke and stimulate the opposition. Make those big fish take the bait and come out to teach you a lesson. Both of them look helpless, nodding as if to say, "You're awesome, whatever you say goes." But the next second, 3 19th level Blood Moon Clan soldiers land with thuds behind Xiao Tian. They are the strongest forces under General Zhang Biki, the leading deputy general holding a long spear. Shout, "Human, this way is blocked." Xiao Tian's eyes light up, pointing at the 3 individuals as he tells Long Qiu Dao and Zhong Yanming, "See, the big fish have come, haven't they? And judging by their actions in blocking us, the biggest fish must be up ahead." The 2 are puzzled. Why is it that when the prince says to let the targets reveal themselves, they just do? The prince is making a show of arrogance and destruction to bait the big fish. And lo and behold, 3 big fish fall from the sky. What is going on? On the other side, Zhang Biki stretches his body comfortably, feeling the surging power within him. I can't help but exclaim, worthy of being the holy demon emperor. Just a bit of absorbed power has made me incredibly strong, a strength I've never felt before. Unfortunately, it will only last for an hour. Luo Taotian, looking weak, lifts his head, even more worried than before. Can a human really resist such a strong Zhang Biki? Zhang Biki seems to notice his worry and laughs. Next up is dealing with that human. Just as he finishes speaking, the wall in front of him bursts open, dust flying everywhere. Zhang Biki wonders how they arrived so quickly. Did they just happen to miss the 3 deputy generals he had arranged? Another explosion sound, debris flying. Both Luo Taotian and Zhang Biki are surprised at the emerging figure. When could a level 20 take down 3 level 19s? Xiao Tian appears, carrying a blood-colored long spear, and behind him are the 3 level 19 deputy generals, now motionless as if they were 3 dead dogs. At this moment, Zhang Biki takes a deep breath and asks, "Who exactly are you?" Xiao Tian throws down his spear, smashing the 3 lifeless deputy generals to the ground. "Dad calls me the Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity. My name is Xiao Tian." Saying this, Xiao Tian adjusts his mask and his aura explodes, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Zhang Biki's whole body's blood runes ignite, burning with a purple-red flame. "I am Zhang Biki, the station general of the Meteor Flame Battlefield Martial Spirit Army. But who is this Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity? Why haven't I heard of him before?" Xiao Tian turns to look at Luo Taotian behind him. It seems the only audience who can spread the message is this one here. Xiao Tian gestures towards him. "Come on." Zhang Biki suddenly laughs. It seems the guards aren't completely ignoring this battlefield after all. They even sense such a powerful reinforcement. Quite unexpected, Xiao Tian waves his hand impatiently. "Enough talk. If you want to fight, let's fight. Only the weak speak nonsense." Zhang Biki becomes agitated. "If you're seeking death, then I'll grant it to you. The more I look at you, the more annoying you become. It's infuriating." Zhang Biki growls, reigniting his aura, and suddenly expands into a 5-meter-tall giant with a roaring shout. Zhang Biki unleashes Crimson Flame Sky Slash. He's starting off with his strongest move, observes Luo Taotian, urgently warning Xiao Tian, "Be careful. His attack can bypass your defense and directly burn your spiritual energy, weakening you." It's too late. As the attack approaches, a massive roar resounds in the sky, filled with towering flames. Zhang Biki gives a satisfied smirk. "The game is set, stripped of all your spiritual energy by my holy demon flame. What will you counter my dual blades with? Ha ha, pathetic human." As the dust and smoke clear, Zhang Biki's laughter abruptly stops. Xiao Tian, at some point, has moved behind him, grasping his dual blades. With a light squeeze, the blades snap into 2 pieces. Before Zhang Biki can react, a silver light flashes by, and a cold sensation emerges at his wrist, blood spurting from the severed parts. Xiao Tian makes his next move, spiritual power enveloping the broken blade as it grazes past Zhang Biki's knees. All Zhang Biki feels is a sharp pain followed by a sense of weakness in his knees, causing him to kneel before Xiao Tian. Before the shocked expression on his face could change, Xiao Tian lightly says, "No need for such formalities if you know you're wrong." As General Zhang Biki lies helplessly before him, Xiao Tian casually tosses the broken blade to the ground. The blade bounces off the ground, brushing past Luo Taoyan's face. For a moment, it seemed like Luo Taoyan saw his ancestors. The next second, there's a cracking sound, and Luo Taoyan feels all his restraints vanish. The arrayed chains that bound him disintegrate into the ether. Unable to resist, Luo Taoyan takes another look at Xiao Tian. This human is incredibly strong. Zhang Biki is held by the chin by Xiao Tian, disbelief filling his eyes. I've absorbed Luo Taoyan's power. Why was I so easily defeated? Xiao Tian smiles. Weaklings from foreign races, remember my name. Zhang Biki breaks into a sweat. What is this human planning to do? With a slight effort, a crack is heard. The powerful Zhang Biki loses his life, filled with profound confusion. Shouldn't I have been captured and interrogated for intelligence? Maybe traded for resources or hostages? Why did he simply snap my neck? Luo Taoyan looks at the completely dead Zhang Biki. He's really dead? This all feels so unreal. Xiao Tian then hoists Luo Taoyan over his shoulder. We shouldn't stay here long, and also grabs Zhang Biki's corpse. With a leap, they fly through the air, covering a considerable distance before Xiao Tian finally stops. This should be a safe place. Luo Taoyan slaps his puzzled head. Not only is this human incredibly strong in combat, but he's also fast. Where is he weak? Thinking this, Luo Taoyan bows slightly. Thank you for saving me. I am eternally grateful. Xiao Tian waves it off. It's nothing. You appear to be powerful, yet you were captured alone. If you return alone, your comrades might suspect you've been turned. So, let me help you all the way. This foreigner has a high status. You can take him back as proof. Luo Taoyan is momentarily speechless. Just as he's about to reveal that he's actually the Holy Demon Emperor, Xiao Tian interrupts. There's no need to thank me. When you go back, recount everything that happened in detail. Make it clear that it was I, Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity Xiao Tian, who saved you. If anything happens, feel free to put it on me, Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity. Got it? At that moment, Luo Taoyan suddenly grips Xiao Tian's hand, looking at him earnestly. I've always enjoyed making friends with heroes from all walks of life. Brother Xiao, why don't we become swan brothers right here and now? Seeing Luo Taoyan's eager expression, Xiao Tian considers it. From the way you carry yourself, you do seem like a bold and carefree individual. Why not become swan brothers? Having a brother makes one's name even more impressive. With this thought, Xiao Tian firmly grasps Luo Taoyan's hand. You seem older than me, so you should be the elder brother. I'll call you big brother. Luo Taoyan is overjoyed. Little brother. The two share a heartfelt moment, basking in the warmth of their newfound friendship. Just then, Xiao Tian receives a message. The gate of war is about to close. Xiao Tian's expression changes slightly. This isn't good. We might not have enough time. Big brother, something urgent has come up. My wife is unwell at home, and I must return before dawn. Let's part ways for now and reunite later. With that, Xiao Tian quickly departs, disappearing from Luo Taoyan's sight in an instant. Watching him go, Luo Taoyan thinks, this strong little brother of mine is also quite impulsive. He didn't even let me introduce myself. However, being this strong and caring for his family, his siblings are indeed fortunate. Far away, Luo Fengyuan suddenly sneezes, sensing that something is amiss. After some introspection, Luo Taoyan feels his strength gradually returning. Purple flames burn furiously around him, cleansing his body. His originally dark purple hair flows down his back, revealing without a doubt the grandeur of the Holy Demon Emperor. Xiao Tian quickly rejoins them. As soon as he lands, he immediately asks, how did it go? Is everything settled? Long Qiu Dao looks weary. The Blood Rune clan members hiding in the shadows have completed their donations. They've already moved all their resources out of the city. Hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately decides. Then let's go. We need to hurry back before the gate of war collapses. Saying this, the three of them look back at the arrayed platform behind them. Long Qiu Dao points to the gate of war. It's still not stable enough. Whether it's the blood on this side of the array or Empress Luo's blood on the other side, it's too little. Otherwise, the gate of war could have lasted much longer. Alright, let's go. Instantly, the three quickly pass through the gate of war. The scenery changes in a flash, and within a second, the three are back inside the cabin of their void warship. Just a few seconds after they've landed, the gate of war behind them bursts open with a bang, dissipating into the cosmos. Xiao Tian lets out a relieved sigh. That was close. He knows how long it would have taken us to get back otherwise. Then Xiao Tian suddenly asks, by the way, how did the fundraising go? How much did we get? Zhong Yangming is momentarily puzzled before laughing and spreading his hands. Too much to count quickly. but we can be sure that the overall level of the holy demon realm will greatly improve with these resources. Xiao Tian removes his mask. It looks like the Bloodroom clan has realized their mistakes. I'm relieved to see them actively expressing their goodwill. He then asks, did you tell the Bloodroom clan that after you modified the array and we leave the Vanguard Battle City, there will be an explosion? Long Qiu Dao's expression stiffens, and he blinks. I should have. Maybe mention it. Xiao Tian takes a deep breath, looking a bit awkward. What do you mean by maybe? Zhong Yangming finally catches on, looking at Long Qiu Dao in astonishment. The array will explode after you've modified it. Long Qiu Dao is somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it Xiao Tian who said that we have to destroy all traces after the assassination? Xiao Tian falls silent for a long time before finally speaking. They should leave after making the donation, right? They won't think they're safe just because they've donated and then stay there, will they? This Bloodroom clan, they shouldn't be that foolish, right? Zhong Yangming and Long Qiu Dao both were serious expressions. They're definitely not foolish. They should have all left by now. After saying this, the cabin falls into silence once more for a long time. Finally, Xiao Tian speaks up. I'm sure it's fine. Let's hurry home. It's almost time for breakfast. On the other side, at the Meteor Flame battlefield, a group of Bloodroom clan warriors is gathered together. They are sitting on the ground, trying to calm their fears when suddenly, one of them pats his chest and says to his companion, why do I feel a bit uneasy? Should we hurry up and leave this troublesome place? But the other man looks disdainful. What's there to worry about? We saw that masked monster leave through the gate of war. Are you still afraid? Yeah, let's take a good rest, then clean up the entire city. This is the most suitable area for setting up the gate of war. Once the higher-ups send people over, we can earn merit for holding our ground and not retreating. Suddenly, a squad leader asks in a daze, that's strange. Why has it suddenly gotten bright? Boom, a massive mushroom cloud rises into the sky. At that moment, all of the Bloodroom clan members met their grandmothers. The power of bloodlines is indeed strong. The physique of the demon clan Empress really does take after her mother. This person is the queen of the Holy Demon Emperor, the mother of Luofeng Yuan, Wu Xingxiu. Such a physique is truly unparalleled in the world. Just now, Luo Taoyan was rescued. He immediately ran off carrying the body of Zhang Biki. Indeed, soon after, a violent explosion was heard from behind. Looking at the flames that shot up into the sky, Luo Taoyan couldn't help but mutter, it's really not safe to stay here for long. Brother Xiao didn't lie to me. At this moment, a group of men and women from the demon clan suddenly appeared. They quickly approached Luo Taoyan. Wu Xingxiu looked surprised. Luo Taoyan, what's going on? The others, either calling him brother or father, all began to ask questions. Luo Taoyan threw Zhang Biki's body to the side. Why are you all here? Wu Xingxiu threw herself into his arms. We were originally discussing how to rescue you from Pioneer Battle City, but then we heard a loud explosion. When we came out, we saw that Pioneer Battle City had been blown to the heavens. We hurried over to check the situation. She looked to the side. Is this Zhang Biki? How did he die? Luo Taoyan glanced away. Let's go back first. This is not the place to talk. Wu Xingxiu adjusted her hair. That's correct. There's too much commotion here. We might have already alerted other station troops. It's better to go back to our defensive lines to avoid them pursuing us. The group of Demon Clan men and women immediately nodded in agreement. Soon after, everyone returned to the camp. Luo Taoyan gathered everyone and began to speak. My fellow comrades, the Bloodroom clan general Zhang Biki has fallen. Pioneer Battle City has been taken. He glanced at Zhang Biki, who was nailed to the wall. Remember this, everyone. The one who killed Zhang Biki is a powerful human, known as the Supreme Benevolent King of Hell deity named Xiao Tian. The crowd instantly erupted. They have opened their eyes. Bloodroom General got what he deserved. Wait, who is this Supreme Benevolent King of Hell deity Xiao Tian? Who cares who he is? If he could kill Zhang Biki, he is the ultimate powerhouse. Looks like your human race has gained some face. Many humans exchanged glances. All had the same question. Who is Xiao Tian? Is he human? I've never heard of him. At this moment, Luo Taoyan suddenly asked Wu Xingxiu, has there been any anomalies with Little Yuan's bloodline lamp? There indeed has been an anomaly, and it's not small. Upon hearing this, Luo Taoyan immediately became excited. What? We must hurry back to the hall where the bloodline lamps are kept. Little Yuan's bloodline lamp must not go out. Saying this, Luo Taoyan rushed off in a certain direction, but as soon as he pushed open the door, a blinding light immediately shone out. Luo Taoyan was stunned. Why is it still lit? Goodness, when you said anomaly, you meant it became too bright? Wu Xingxiu wore a helpless expression after you were captured. I came here to take a look, wanting to observe your condition, but as soon as I came in, I found that Little Yuan's bloodline lamp had turned into this. Right now, at the center of the Grand Hall, there floats an enormous fireball, resembling a proud sun. The lamps of other people below are no bigger than fists. Luo Taoyan muttered to himself, is this what they call A firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon? This is way too big. Wu Xingqiu slowly spoke. The problem now is, little Yuan's lamp is still expanding. This small hall can barely contain it anymore. Luo Taoyan thought for a moment. Then let's move it to the main hall. Such a big lamp shouldn't go to waste. Let's use it for illumination. Wu Xingqiu laughed. You really are something. Jealous of your own daughter? Isn't this a good thing? It was because her bloodline was the weakest that we left her in the holy demon realm. Now she has grown stronger than all of us. She has evolved from being the last spark of the holy demon clan to becoming a great son. Luo Taoyan's eyes turned red. How could I be jealous? This girl. Wu Xingqiu sensed something was off and couldn't help but tease. Look at your temper. The numerous princes and princesses immediately chimed in. We are also very jealous. Exactly. By the way, you haven't yet explained what exactly happened at the Pioneer battlefield. Wu Xingqiu suddenly asked. Luo Taoyan paused for a moment. Well, this time I made a new brother, called Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity Xiao Tian. You should have seen him. This brother Xiao is extraordinary. At this moment, Xiao Tian had just returned from blowing up Pioneer Battle City. Looking at the captured battleships, he asked, can these things be modified? Long Qiudao thought for a moment. Shouldn't be difficult. We've seized quite a lot of spoils this time. Reforging 10 such void battleships would be more than enough. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian patted Long Qiudao on the shoulder. Your level of awareness leaves room for criticism, although they are our enemies. These resources were offered out of genuine repentance and love. How could you describe them as spoils of war? Long Qiudao felt awkward. Ah, yes, I was mistaken. Thank you for the enlightenment. Xiao Tian crossed his arms and nodded. Recognizing your mistakes is never too late. Remember to add a large bathhouse and a big kitchen to this battleship. Don't forget. Long Qiudao hastily bowed. Don't worry, Lord Xiao. I'll try to direct the renovations of this void battleship towards comfort. Suddenly, Xiao Tian remembered something else. There's one more thing. The people from the Blood Moon clan, who were imprisoned in the Holy Dragon Relic. Take care of them too. Send them to work at the Green Flame Farm. They are short-handed there due to expansion. Let them atone for their sins through labor. Let sweat cleanse their souls. Long Qiudao continued to bow. Understood, Lord Xiao, but he couldn't help but think to himself with this treatment. Might as well let them die like Jiechuan from the Blood Grudge clan and be done with it. Alright, go to your work. Zhong Yangming, come make breakfast with me. Everyone, let's get moving. Zhong Yangming and Long Qiudao cooperatively struck a pose. Good. Xiao Tian also timely yelled. Go for it. Heavy Holy Dragon Cavalry. Both men felt like crying but couldn't. Lord, there's no need to say the title out loud. We still want to save face. Not long after, Xiao Tian returned to the royal residence. As soon as he entered, he was blocked by his wife and children at the door. Xiao Yuer was floating in the air with crossed legs. Daddy, you're back? Ji Ruoyan had an unhappy face. Where were you yesterday? Faced with the pressure from his two Empress wives, Xiao Tian scratched his head and explained. Something came up at the last minute. A new group from the Bloodroom clan arrived. Now that my injuries are a bit better, I joined Long Qiudao in resolving the situation. We also took care of those who used the Blood Curse technique from the Blood Grudge clan. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruoyan spoke. It seems I guessed right. With that, she pointed to the side. Look over there. Xiao Tian followed her gaze and was shocked to find. Above Bai Qing lying there, a pure white dragon spirit was circling non-stop. The traces of the Blood Curse technique were also slowly disappearing. Ji Ruoyan frowned. Although you're back, you also need to be careful with your body. Don't push yourself if your injuries aren't healed. Fortunately, you didn't get hurt this time. Xiao Tian quickly stepped forward to rub her shoulders. Don't worry, I've been recovering very quickly recently, even gained a bit of strength. It's just that using force jolted my insides a bit. My energy is somewhat depleted. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruoyan immediately looked worried, grabbed Xiao Tian's hand to examine it. As expected, Xiao Tian's meridians were constantly pulsing, felt like they were playing music. But why would there be such a rhythm out of the blue? You must have gotten hurt. Ji Ruoyan became somewhat angry. I just told you. How could you be so careless? Luo Fengyuan also hurriedly approached. Brother Xiao damaged his energy. What are we going to do? Ji Ruoyan pondered for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed. The only solution for now is, tonight, when we go to sleep, we'll use mutual supplementation to replenish his energy. Luo Fengyuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, that's an option. Last time when Brother Xiao was looking at that book as he slept, I glanced at it while cleaning up. We can use the method of harmonizing yin and yang to fill the energy gap. Xiao Tian looked hopeful. It's all my fault. I'll definitely cooperate tonight. At this moment, accompanied by Bai Qing's dragon spirit becoming free, after a roar, the dragon spirit returned to Bai Qing's body. The previously sleeping Bai Qing suddenly opened her eyes. After everyone's gaze, Bai Qing calmly stood up and softly said to everyone, let's get reacquainted. My name is Bai Qing, Dragon Empress of the Sacred Dragon lineage, one of the commanders in the Meteor Flame battlefield commander designated by the United Alliance of 100 Tribes. Luo Fengyuan and Ji Ruoyan were both confused. United Alliance of 100 Tribes? Battlefield commander? Even though I don't understand, it sounds very impressive. I wonder if I could win in a fight against her. Suddenly, Bai Qing looked at the two of them, pointed to her own face, and said, "Both of you, though I don't mind being cuddled by you for rest, please be a bit more considerate. Lord Xiao wasn't here last night. Cuddling with me is one thing, but why, while you were cuddling with me, did one of you try to bite my face and the other try to lick it?" At these words, both became instantly awkward. Not knowing what to say, Xiao Tian suddenly reacted. "Weren't you knocked out by me? How could you know what happened?" Bai Qing pointed to a tuft of purple and yellow fur on the blanket. With such obvious evidence, the answer is clear. Furthermore, you both intentionally, after getting drunk, vent emotions and relieve stress. During my amnesia, I have seen quite a bit of that. Of course, during the days of my amnesia, I also had significantly lowered self-control. Saying this, Bai Qing looked at Xiao Tian. "During my amnesia, I apologize for the irrational acts I have done towards the overly tempting and delicious Lord Xiao." Ji Ruoyan was utterly surprised. "You said tempting?" Luo Fengyuan looked even more like she was facing a formidable foe. "What do you mean by delicious?" Bai Qing, unbothered, looked at Xiao Tian. "Haven't you noticed? His very existence makes it hard for people to not make mistakes. The aura he exudes is like the world's most delicious delicacies. Just by staying near Lord Xiao, my injuries recover quickly. Even my internal body starts to cultivate on its own. My sacred dragon lineage is also constantly strengthening. Therefore, it caused me, who had lost my memory and had weaker self-control, to uncontrollably engage in licking behavior." Ji Ruoyan simply couldn't believe it. "What a joke! How is that possible?" Luo Fengyuan also hadn't noticed. "You're right, how could it be so mystical? We've also tried it many times, and there's been no effect." Hearing her slip of the tongue, Ji Ruoyan was somewhat disappointed. "Can you be a little more reserved in front of others?" Luo Fengyuan just shrugged. "Reserved about what? Aren't we discussing the issue here?" Ji Ruoyan almost lost her composure. "Luo Cao, you've really had enough." Hearing the two talk like this, Bai Qing also began to doubt. "No effect? That can't be. Could it be that this effect only comes into play when in a severely injured state?" Saying this, Bai Qing moved next to Xiao Tian. "No, I can clearly feel that my cultivation speed is accelerating. Don't you guys notice any anomalies compared to before?" Bai Qing even placed her hand on Xiao Tian. "Look, especially after physical contact, the amplification effect is particularly noticeable." Luo Fengyuan seemed to think of something, whispered into Ji Ruoyan's ear. "It seems like there is something to it, especially after that one night. The effects are even more terrifying." Ji Ruoyan suddenly grew concerned. "Did we somehow take something from Lord Xiao?" Both quickly asked. "Lord Xiao, will this have any impact on you? Do you feel uncomfortable?" "Lord Xiao, do you feel anything wrong?" Xiao Tian nonchalantly shrugged. "I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Ever since the first time I met you, I've only gotten better and better in being summoned by you. I felt comfortable and happy every moment. Don't worry, I'm in excellent health. If you insist that I've given up something to allow you to experience such changes, I think it must be love." Ji Ruoyan had a radiant smile. "I also think summoning you here was the most correct thing I've ever done." Both looked at each other, and a strong feeling of love enveloped the two. All was said without words. Luo Fengyuan looked on with jealousy from the side. "So what if she came here before me? What's so great about that?" Hearing this, Bai Qing calmly explained. "In a sense, it's perfectly reasonable that whoever comes first in matters like this gets priority. Don't fret too much about it." Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan had a daring idea. "Since you feel so comfortable by Zhao's brother's side, why not just be with him?" Bai Qing was dumbfounded. "What are you doing? Do you even know what you're saying?" Luo Fengyuan patted her on the head. "Once you join in, the two of us can team up against Ji Ruoyan. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Bai Qing turned her head in resignation. "Uncle Luo and Aunt Wu said you've been off since you were born. It really is true." Luo Fengyuan's eyes lit up. "So you do know about my royal father and mother?" "I do indeed. Originally, they were worried that if they died in battle one day, you'd be heartbroken and completely collapse emotionally. That's why they tried to keep it from you." She glanced at Luo Fengyuan. "But as it stands now, you seem to be doing much better than expected. Your soul seems to be increasingly stable. It seems they don't have to worry about you anymore." Luo Fengyuan seemed somewhat puzzled. "Is that so?" But the next second, she licked her lips. "So, about that proposal of mine, do you accept or not?" Bai Qing was at a loss for words, feeling a headache coming on. "Didn't I just change the subject? Why can this guy bring it right back so directly?" Luo Fengyuan thought to herself. Bai Qing is also an empress, and she's close to my parents. She's on my side, so if we ever have to fight against Shiban, wouldn't we be guaranteed to win? Thinking this, Luo Fengyuan suddenly moved forward and picked up Bai Qing. Bai Qing was taken by surprise as Luo Fengyuan tossed her towards Xiao Tian. Xiao brother, catch! Xiao Tian, who was talking with Shi Ruoyan, heard the call and instinctively turned his head, but before Bai Qing could collide with him, Shi Ruoyan had already flashed in front of Xiao Tian and caught her. Bai Qing stared blankly, muttering thanks, but Shi Ruoyan scolded, Luo Derakeo, what are you doing? With that, she threw Bai Qing back. Luo Fengyuan didn't hold back either, and a resigned Bai Qing, who was treated like a sandbag, began to wonder, did I live too comfortably during my days of lost memory, that my reactions have become so slow? I can't take this anymore. The next second, white lightning instantly enveloped Bai Qing, forcing Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan to retreat. Shi Ruoyan flicked off the lightning on her hand. Ah, the little girl is getting interesting. Luo Fengyuan also smiled. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative. Bai Qing was speechless for a moment as lightning burst from her again, and the three immediately fell into a melee. Xiao Tian looked on, contemplating, what a memorable day. The first battle of the three emperors has begun. I wonder how Zhong Yanming's breakfast is coming along. At that moment, in the Green Flame Farm, Shan Jiji, who was previously captured, shouted, what is our slogan? Everyone shouted in unison, work off our sins through labor, let sweat cleanse our souls. What is our spirit? Follow Master Zhao's teachings, adorn ourselves with kindness, decorate ourselves with benevolence, correct ourselves with justice. So, before breakfast, we can rest. But what should we do? Work hard, study hard, reform ourselves. Everyone was fired up. Let's go. Master Zhao was right. Our current battlefield is the Green Flame Farm. Not long after, as everyone was diligently shoveling manure, the mayor's voice rang out. Team leader, we have newcomers. Shan Jiji turned around and saw a group of Bloodwound clan warriors behind the mayor, staring blankly at him. The mayor cheerfully introduced them to Shan Jiji. Team leader, these are the newcomers. Everyone was dumbfounded. We're not going to have to do these chores too, are we? If so, I'd rather die. Suddenly, the commander pointed an alarm. Is that the deputy commander? The squad leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Shan Jiji is being used as a ball by those pigs? Shan Wuxiang felt a cold sweat. My deputy commander, how could he suffer such humiliation? The key is, he looks happy about it. Shan Jiji leaned in disdainfully. No need to be so surprised. Shanji earned this. He provided Master Xiao with information about our Bloodwound clan. Commander was trembling with anger. I must have been out of my mind to believe his main quality was loyalty, then ready to charge at Zhangzhe. Shan Jiji saw this and quickly ordered others to restrain him. Commander was immediately pinned to the ground. Shan Jiji yelled at Shan Wuxiang. Shan Wuxiang, know your place. You are now a labor reform prisoner of Green Flame Farm. What will you do if your yelling scares the pigs? You need to forget your past. Our current battlefield is Green Flame Farm, understand? Shan Wuxiang was shocked, his eyes filled with tears. Has Shan Jiji gone mad? Shan Jiji then turned to the mayor. Mayor, may I request to postpone breakfast time? I want to conduct ideological education for these newcomers until they come to their senses. I won't let them eat a single grain of Master Zhao's rice or drink a drop of his water. The mayor patted Shan Jiji on the shoulder. Sure, no problem at all. I trust your judgment. Shan Jiji looked at Shan Wuxiang, satisfied. Don't worry, I'll make sure you understand the gravity of your past crimes. Meanwhile, Zhong Yanming had prepared dinner. The three empresses were seated and Long Qiu Bao arrived late, noticing something was off. The empress's spiritual energy fluctuations are intense, just like they've been in a battle. How strange. Just in time for dinner, everyone sat down and began eating, when suddenly, Ji Ruoyan asked Bai Qing. Bai Qing, Lord Xiao risked his own health to join forces with Long Qiu Bao to eliminate the one who cast the blood curse technique on you. You should know the reason behind it. Why don't you share the information we want? Saying this, Ji Ruoyan looked up at her, stunned for a moment. Luo Fengyuan also asked, don't they serve meals where you fight? Bai Qing had her mouth full, her chopsticks moving non-stop. She mumbled to them, of course they serve meals, but the taste is far inferior. We can eat and talk at the same time. Don't waste Prime Minister Zhong's hard work. Ji Ruoyan also looked dissatisfiedly at Luo Fengyuan. Let's not concern ourselves with these trivial matters for now. Let's be serious. Shall we start with the first matter? Bai Qing nodded. Go ahead. What is the situation with Luo Fengyuan's parents? Upon hearing this, Luo Fengyuan couldn't believe it. I didn't expect you to ask about my parents. Seeing her expression, Ji Ruoyan leisurely explained, haven't you been troubled by this for a long time? Instead of letting you obsess over it alone, it's better to just ask. Then, Luo Fengyuan leaned in and whispered, in that case, can you be considerate tonight? I want to be with Xiao brother. Shut up. You don't. But Luo Fengyuan's clenched fists expressed, I really want to. When Bai Qing spoke up during a break in eating, Uncle Luo and Aunt Wu often mention her. What specifically would you like to know? Luo Fengyuan became excited. I want to know everything. In my memory, they died fighting amongst themselves, and I became the demon emperor by killing my brothers and sisters with my own hands. Luo Fengyuan said, trembling. Why? Why did they do that? Bai Qing slowly put down her chopsticks. Uncle Luo and Aunt Wu said, among their 19 children, you were the one with the weakest bloodline but the greatest potential, with a strong soul but prone to rage, so they always pampered you, afraid your emotions would cause your body to break down. For years ago, Meteor Flame Battlefield was in crisis, so we had to ask for help from the Holy Demon Royal family. I offered bloodline inheritance as a condition, so your father agreed to go to war. The so-called bloodline inheritance method requires one to peel away a part of one's own bloodline to pass on to Qing. Your parents, brothers, and sisters all had the resolve to die on the battlefield, to protect you. They all offered up their bloodline, creating avatars to act as your enemies, and the illusion your mother created. They became the villains on your path to the throne. When you killed their avatars, that's when you inherited the bloodline they offered you. Even the cosmic gifts that were granted when the 18th prince's legitimate human imperial bloodline fully coalesced national fate were left to you, to strengthen your body, eliminating the risk of your body collapsing. Luo Fengyuan's eyes filled with tears upon hearing the truth. Mother is so ruthless. How miserable I felt in her illusion. The happier I am in my real memories. Suddenly, she looked at Xiao Tian beside her. It used to be really painful. It felt like my head could explode at any time. After meeting you, that rarely happens. Could that be why you say I'm not smart? Ji Ruoyan thought for a moment. Regarding that, my opinion remains the same. The nourishment went to the wrong place. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan burst out laughing. My parents, brothers, and sisters gave up so much. Do you think they're also not smart, or just foolish? Xiao Tian gently wiped the tears from her eyes. They're not foolish. They love you very much. Cherish this affection. After all, you are loved by your family. Xiao Yuer suddenly came over. Daddy, Xiao Yuer loves you too. Luo Fengyuan simply pounced. He, Xiao brother, is also part of my family. Ji Ruoyan really wanted to go over, but held back. Everyone was smiling at the scene, except for Bai Qing, who was incredibly busy. Luo Fengyuan, holding Xiao Tian, suddenly thought of something. What about my parents? Will the loss of that part of their bloodline affect them? Bai Qing chewed her food. The impact won't be significant. It's just that the martial spirit army has been making frequent moves. We're outnumbered and have faced several ambushes. Luo Fengyuan became anxious. What about my parents? It was already fraught, but because of a mysterious, powerful individual who clashed with someone, a major crisis was averted. At that time, the martial spirit army had gathered and was pressing against our forces. Just as we were preparing for a desperate fight, the sky over Meteor Flame Battlefield shattered. Falling right above the heads of the martial spirit army, a massive spatial turbulence directly tore apart tens of thousands of martial spirit army elites. Based on the situation at the time, the unknown powerful individual who could tear space seems to have been fighting someone in the spatial layers. The losing individual, his curses before dying almost echoed across the entire battlefield. Everyone became curious. What did he curse? Bai Qing mimicked the tone. You damn thing. You'll die a bad death. Hearing this, Xiao Tian, who was drinking water, choked a bit. Xiao Yuan quickly asked, Daddy, are you alright? Did Xiao Yuan hug you too tightly? Xiao Tian waved his hand. No, I just choked. But when he looked up, he found Bai Qing staring at him oddly. Xiao Tian awkwardly closed his eyes. He communicated with Long Qiu Dao. Could this be from when we killed Corpse Heart Demon Long Qiu Dao? Long Qiu Dao picked up his cup to hide his expression. Mr. Xiao, that's likely the case. The area where the Holy Dragon Relic was is where the spatial layers are. They never would have guessed that the so-called unknown powerful individual is actually sitting right with them. Bai Qing continued. After the crisis was averted, I was about to go to the United Alliance of 100 tribes for assistance. Unfortunately, I was ambushed. Uncle Luo saved me but was captured. Luo Fengyuan suddenly became agitated. My father was captured. They were after the secret Uncle Luo holds. People from the Blood Grudge clan and Bloodroom clan. They want to know why Uncle Luo never runs out of demonic energy and why he gets stronger as he fights. So for now, Uncle Luo is still safe. Suddenly, Xiao Tian shouted urgently, wait a minute, you said the one who was captured is her father. Holy Demon Emperor Luo taught you on? Bai Qing nodded. Yes, and it was the Bloodroom clan's General Xian Biki who led it. Is there a problem? Xiao Tian awkwardly smiled. No problem, but internally, he was cursing. No problem my foot, the man I saved on the Meteor Flame Battlefield. My good sworn brother, turns out to be my second father-in-law. Xiao Tian felt choked up. He had told Long Qiu Dao and Zhong Yangming about his life-saving sworn brother's situation on the warship. Is it too late to silence them now? Meanwhile, Long Qiu Dao and Zhong Yangming were trying their best not to laugh. laugh and their life is over, but the moment they thought of the day when Xiao Tian would introduce Luo Taoyan to Luo Fengyuan as "this is my big brother," both couldn't help but feel the urge to burst into laughter. Ji Ruoyan then looked at Luo Fengyuan. "The illusion your mother set up for you has been lifted. Do you have any clues in your memories about the secret behind your ever-increasing battle power?" Luo Fengyuan shrugged. "Didn't you hear by Qing? I've been abnormal since I was a child. How would I know any clues?" Ji Ruoyan didn't want to give up. "Think carefully. Knowing the enemy's objective would help us better prepare." Luo Fengyuan gave up thinking and raised her fist. "You all say my brain's not good. How could I possibly figure it out? Why not just go and save my father?" Ji Ruoyan looked at her disdainfully. "Ah, right. You also have Holy Demon Emperor's bloodline. Going there would be like delivering yourself to them." Luo Fengyuan didn't understand what she meant and mumbled, "Delivering ourselves to wipe them out. What's the problem?" Ji Ruoyan was almost exploding in anger. She had to keep telling herself not to get mad. She's been dumb since she was a child. Don't take her seriously. At this moment, Bai Qing also spoke. "Don't be too impulsive. Why not wait until I contact the United Alliance of 100 tribes and plan after the reinforcements arrive?" Long Qiu Dao, who was beside them, muttered something about getting stronger with each fight. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. "I guess I know why the Holy Demon Clan grows stronger as they fight and never runs out of demonic energy. It should be the Earthly Sovereign Technique, one of the Emperor's unique skills. Using the land as a base, they amplify themselves. According to what you said, the Holy Demon Emperor likely uses the entire Holy Demon realm as the base. In that case, the demonic energy of the Holy Demon Clan will naturally be inexhaustible. Moreover, the Holy Demon Emperor has tied himself to the Primordial Demon Kingdom using the Earthly Sovereign Technique. The stronger the Primordial Demon Kingdom becomes, the stronger the Holy Demon Clan will be, naturally growing stronger as they fight." After this detailed analysis, everyone was stunned. Ji Ruoyan was the first to inquire, "Is the Earthly Sovereign Technique really that amazing? Surely, it must come at some cost. The Primordial Demon Kingdom and the Holy Demon Emperor are already tied together. They rise and fall together. Of course, the chance of the Primordial Demon Kingdom being destroyed is minimal. After all, with this incredible guy around, the Holy Demon Realm will only become stronger and stronger." Ji Ruoyan finally understood. "So that's how it is. But the Holy Demon Emperor really has guts, leaving the Primordial Demon Kingdom to you. If I weren't around, the war at Meteor Flame Battlefield would probably still be ongoing, and this Elder's realm would have fallen to the first stage." Luo Fengyuan slammed the table and stood up. "You're talking nonsense." Ji Ruoyan didn't hold back. "You know whether I'm speaking the truth or not, with your beheading style of governance. It's a wonder the Primordial Demon Kingdom is still intact, and could you please take your studies seriously? Now, the memorials that I have to go through actually include affairs of your Primordial Demon Kingdom. Are you trying to work me to death?" Facing Ji Ruoyan's tirade, Luo Fengyuan was baffled. "Did I mistakenly allocate things?" Ji Ruoyan shook her head. "It's not just a mistake. It's your subjects in the Primordial Demon Kingdom, asking for help from officials of the Great Flame Dynasty, hoping that I would make decisions for them." Luo Fengyuan was speechless. "This isn't my fault. I didn't even know they were doing this behind my back to save themselves. Besides, we're all family. Helping out shouldn't be a problem." Facing Ji Ruoyan's killer look, she thought better of it. Fine. For the sake of my dad's combat power, I'll take the blame." Suddenly Zhong Yangming spoke up. "There's actually one last doubt regarding the National Fate Plungering Plant in the Southern Wilderness Realm. What role does the Primordial Demon Kingdom play in this?" Both of them looked at Bai Qing. "So, did the Holy Demon Emperor say anything about it?" Bai Qing looked around at everyone, her eyes somewhat heavy. Upon being asked, she began to slowly say, "The Holy Demon Emperor holds goodwill towards the Emperor lineage of the Southern Wilderness Realm." Zhong Yangming was a bit confused if it's goodwill. Why did Lord Luo initially come to the Southern Wilderness Realm, planning to plunder the National Fate? 2 other parties? Bai Qing shook her head. "That's impossible. The Holy Demon Clan naturally feels close to the descendants of the true human Emperor lineage. They would only become close friends, or even partners. The information left by Uncle Luo should be to help the Great Flame Dynasty consolidate national fate and share the blessings of heaven and earth. Why would he allow her to plunder it?" As Bai Qing spoke, she continued eating without any interruption. Ji Ruoyan let out a helpless laugh. "If I'm not mistaken, given her personality, no matter what the information says, she would interpret it as a license to plunder national fate, right?" Luo Fengyuan was incredibly awkward. "Indeed, it seems. I might have misunderstood." Zhong Yangming then asked again, "Why would Luo Empress definitely be close to the Empress? Isn't that a bit presumptuous?" Before Bai Qing could speak, Long Qiu Dao started explaining. "A long time ago, there wasn't a holy demon clan among the demon tribes. In the demon tribes, the Luo family's dual-horned demons belonged to one of the imperial families. The young emperor of the Luo demon nation married his sister to the human emperor as a second wife. The agreement was that their firstborn son would carry the Luo surname. This is the origin of the supreme holy demon bloodline. So technically, the holy demon clan are also descendants of the human emperor with the same origin. This is why they would naturally be close. Bai Qing added, Uncle Luo once mentioned that he and that esteemed purple emperor of the human descendants are sworn brothers. Hearing this, Xiao Tian coughed uncontrollably. Goodness, so my second father-in-law is sworn brothers with my grandfather-in-law. That makes me sworn brothers with my grandfather-in-law too. Man, my second father-in-law sure knows how to befriend people from all walks of life. At this moment, the stunned Ziruoyan and Luo Fengyuan spoke simultaneously. My father and her father are sworn brothers? Since when? Bai Qing thought while biting her chopsticks. The old celestial master who once supervised the national fate of the Great Flame Dynasty was actually Uncle Luo. Zhong Yangming suddenly recalled, so it was him. He disappeared when a celestial observatory was disbanded 3 years after the founding of the nation. Did he go back to the primordial demon kingdom? Did the former emperor already know the truth about the southern wilderness realm? After Uncle Luo discovered the southern wilderness realm's plan to plunder fate, he suggested turning the tables, using resources and efforts from the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion to help esteemed Purple Emperor grow. Once the national fate was successfully consolidated, Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion would naturally be suppressed by the true human imperial bloodline. At that time, it would make sense to relocate the Great Flame Dynasty to their territories. Zhong Yangming shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. If it wasn't for Prince Xiao's last-minute intervention, Empress Z and Empress Luo would probably already be dead. Even the citizens of the Great Flame Dynasty, Eastern Flame Kingdom, and Astral Pavilion would have been turned into pills and consumed. Hearing this, Bai Qing was slightly startled. What do you mean? Once the national fate was consolidated, Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion planned to use the furnace of war to refine the people of the Great Flame Dynasty, Eastern Flame Kingdom, and Astral Pavilion into medicine, with Empress Z and Empress Luo serving as catalysts. Bai Qing found it hard to believe. How is that possible? Uncle Luo had sent a group of demons to the southern wilderness realm for secret protection 4 years ago, including the Crown Prince and the second prince of the Great Flame Dynasty. Xiao Tian suddenly interjected. It's Xinliang, the backup plan of the Holy Demon Emperor, was probably dealt with by her. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan excitedly slapped Ziruan's tailbone. No wonder when I sneaked into the southern wilderness realm, she easily detected me. She already knew my father had a backup plan and suspected I would come. She was planning to catch us all in one net. This woman, her mind is so sinister. Ziruan immediately delivered a chop to Luo Fengyuan's forehead. Why are you slapping me? If you have to slap someone, slap your own leg. Luo Fengyuan felt secretly pleased inside. Hee, it's a pity the one hitting me isn't Brother Xiao, but Zibin will do. I'm not picky. Hee. Xinliangming continued to inquire if the former emperor already knew the truth. Why did he initially turn hostile and force the hidden Empress Dowager Shurun to intervene, which in turn alerted the Shui family, leading them to forcibly cross space to kidnap people by chewing while chewing her food? Responded, I don't know about that, but I've heard Uncle Luo complain that his sworn brother is generally a good guy, except he likes to drink and has to fight to calm down after he's drunk. The behavior of the two empresses after drinking must have been inherited, though I don't remember Uncle Luo enjoying drunk fights either. Birds of a feather flock together, so it probably doesn't make a difference. At this point, Luo Fengyuan suddenly laughed. Enough, let's not think too much about it. Let's discuss all issues after we're full and satisfied. But the next second, Luo Fengyuan was dumbfounded. Where did all the food that Zhong Yanming made go? More than 20 kinds of snacks. How could they just disappear? Seeing Bai Qing still chewing, Luo Fengyuan directly grabbed her by the neck. Damn it, spit it out, Bai Qing asked in astonishment. Didn't you all eat just now? Luo Fengyuan was furious. We were discussing serious matters. How could we have eaten but on the meteor flame battlefield? We have to eat quickly, to be prepared for enemies who might attack at any moment. Besides, multitasking by eating and talking shouldn't be a big deal. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan suddenly froze, her body becoming rigid and her hand movement stopping. She let go of her grip and looked blankly at the frail girl in front of her. Yes, it's them who have been on the front lines of a war we knew nothing about, defending against enemies and protecting our rear. Thinking of this, Luo Fengyuan turned her head away. Fine, missing one meal won't make a difference. Next, Bai Qing looked at Zhong Yanming. Thank you for the meal. It tasted great. Zhong Yanming paused and quickly shook his head. The ones who really deserve to be thanked are you guys. You've been defending against enemies and ensuring our rear is safe without us even knowing. Thinking about it now, under your protection, people like Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Jitian are actually causing havoc behind the lines. They truly deserve to be cut into pieces. Ji Ruoyan listened to everyone's conversation and felt exasperated. This family would fall apart without me. How did the topic get so off track? She quickly told everyone that what's most important now is to help Bai Qing send a message to the United Alliance of 100 tribes and call for reinforcements. Bai Qing nodded. Yes, I still need some help from you too. We are too far away from the core area of the United Alliance of 100 tribes. We need to construct a magical formation base to amplify the spiritual energy fluctuations of the communication jade in order to send the message out. Hearing this, Zhong Yanming and Wang Qiu simultaneously turned to look at Xiao Tian. No need to send a message for reinforcements. Our Lord Xiao can single-handedly take on an army. Xiao Tian glared at them seriously. If you dare to expose me, I'll kill you. Both looked away awkwardly. At that moment, Ji Ruoyan suddenly asked, does anyone here know how to construct a magical formation base? The three paused simultaneously and looked at the two empresses, who seemed somewhat helpless. Xiao Tian sighed deeply. Seeing this, Wang Qiu volunteered. The materials needed for the magical formation base are quite common. It's just that the inscription of the formation itself is somewhat difficult. I can give it a try. Only then did Ji Ruoyan breathe a sigh of relief. Then, I'll leave it to Mr. Dragon Mound. Wang Qiu shook his head. It's no big deal, just a simple task. Saying this, he looked at Xiao Tian again. Lord, are you really not going to take action? Xiao Tian got angry, clenched his fists, and became excited. I must mooch off others to the very end. Their whispered conversation was unheard by others, but Ji Ruoyan looked at their changing expressions and was puzzled. What are these two doing? Forget it, Mr. Dragon Mound. What materials are needed for constructing the base? I will order someone to prepare them. Wang Qiu sighed and gave a slight bow to Ji Ruoyan. Then I'll have to trouble your highness Ji. After finishing discussions last night, at this moment inside the prince's mansion, Wang Qiu had completed the construction of the magical formation base. Bai Qing stood beside him, starting to contact the battlefield leader. A dragon spirit slowly emerged behind her. Bai Qing gently pushed the dragon spirit forward. Instantly, countless forces flooded in. The magical formation base buzzed. A phantom appeared, and the two sides were successfully connected. Bai Qing looked at Wang Qiu beside her. You're amazing. You succeeded on the first try. At this moment, a gentle voice came from the other side of the formation. Is this little Bai Qing? Bai Qing quickly responded, Leader Su, can you hear me clearly? Very clear. What happened? You're actually contacting me in this manner. Luo Fengyuan listened to the voice from the other end, muttering somewhat dreamily, this leader sounds like a really nice woman. Ji Ruoyan glanced at her. You could tell just by her voice. Luo Fengyuan shrugged. But don't you think it sounds really gentle? At this moment, Leader Su's voice continued. Is the patrol envoy on your side making things difficult for you? Did they mistreat you? It's unfortunate that I can't be with you, but you can send those who trouble you to the blood void. That way, they can die in battle with honor. It's not just for your sake, since they have the leisure to make life difficult for you. Let's send them to a more intense battlefield, so they can display their abilities. Hearing this, everyone present fell into silence, as the most ruthless words were spoken in a gentlest voice. Luo Fengyuan even hid behind Xiao Tian. I take back what I said earlier. This woman seems a bit scary. Speaking such cold words in a gentle voice is really frightening. Ji Ruoyan also refused to be outdone, clasping Xiao Tian's arm. As a woman, she holds the position of the leader of the United Alliance of 100 tribes. How could she be a simple and kind person? Bai Qing continued to report. 3 months ago, the envoy Lu, who was in charge of supplies in a meteor flame battlefield, purposely withheld resources. Early Demon Emperor Luo Taoyan was not convinced, and the two had a bet on who could kill more enemies. Unfortunately, Envoy Lu fell into an ambush and died, and the supplies in his storage ring were seized by the enemy. We need the Lu family to compensate for these resources, so that's what happened. It looks like we'll have to demand an explanation from the Lu family. It's a pity about Envoy Lu, who sacrificed his life on the meteor flame battlefield. Listening to the two's conversation, Ji Ruoyan looked helplessly at Luo Fengyuan. Seems like your father isn't exactly a saint either. Luo Fengyuan proudly said. Of course, at this moment, Bai Qing seemed to remember something, right? The main content of this message is about the need for reinforcements at the Meteor Flame battlefield. Soldiers from the Blood Demon Clan and Blood Grudge Clan, through some means, have flooded into the Meteor Flame battlefield in large numbers. Our forces are clearly outnumbered. Leader Su's gentle voice sounded. Forcing their way through the void barrier requires a huge cost. I didn't expect that the other side would be willing. Things are becoming increasingly severe. Little Bai Qing, the reinforcements may be a bit unruly. You should be clear about that. Bai Qing nodded. Don't worry, I am not alone here. Sister Z and Sister Luo are good people. With their help, we can get things done. Upon hearing this, Leader Su's voice suddenly became melancholy. No wonder you used to call me Sister Su, but now you call me Leader Su. It seems you found new sisters. Bai Qing felt a bit guilty, quickly disconnecting the communication array and looking somewhat awkwardly at everyone. Next, all we have to do is wait for reinforcements and then head to the meteor flame battlefield. In the meantime, we need to stay vigilant to prevent any surprises. Zi Ruiyan and Luo Fengyuan flushed slightly, nodding very cooperatively, for once not teasing her. Luo Fengyuan clenched her fists. I'm really looking forward to seeing my parents and my brothers and sisters. I can understand that feeling. Her expression suddenly turned fierce at that time. I will personally beat every single one of them up. How dare they deceive me like that? The nerve. Zi Ruiyan sighed. Alright, that's a feeling I can't understand. At this moment, in the dark void, a warship was speeding along. On board were Zi Ruiyan's father, esteemed Purple Emperor, and her mother, Shuo Ruiyan. In addition, there was another couple who resembled Shuo Ruiyan. These two were Shuo Ruiyan's father, Shuo Fugui, and her mother, Lu Guixiang. Lu Guixiang chided discontentedly. Alright, stop sulking. What's so great about staying there? I've been fed up with your Shuo family's old patriarch for a long time. Esteemed Purple Emperor also comforted his in-laws. Mother-in-law is right. I think we've escaped the life of suffering. We should be happy. Shuo Fugui rubbed his head. For our family to leave intact. Of course, that's a good thing. It's just the business we left behind in the Ring Mountain realm. Before Shuo Fugui could finish, Lu Guixiang interrupted. What's there to miss about things you can't take with you when you're born or when you die? Haven't you already moved a lot of things? Saying this, Lu Guixiang hugged her husband. If it weren't for saving you and damaging my foundation, I would have reached the 20th stage long ago. Running away from the Shuo family would have been a matter of minutes. Shuo Fugui looked worried. Lu Guixiang, I'm just concerned that the old colleagues who followed us for their livelihoods will have a hard time. I'm wondering if we took too much when we left. Lu Guixiang looked at the pile of rings on her hand. That was yours to begin with. What's this about taking too much? What's the point of leaving anything for that bunch of layabouts? Shuo Fugui said. Lu Guixiang, I'm not sure if we'll be able to make a comeback in the future. Lu Guixiang patted her husband's head. In my heart, you've always been the best and the most capable. Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it, and you have me by your side. The two shared a loving gaze. All was understood without words. Shuo Ruiyan, watching her parents' affectionate behavior, told esteemed Purple Emperor, my parents have always been very loving. You'll get used to it. Esteemed Purple Emperor smiled. Speaking of which, we were fortunate. I initially wanted to discuss with my in-laws on how to escape from the Shuo family. Unexpectedly, the Shuo family suffered heavy losses. The tracking contracts on you and your father suddenly disappeared, so now we can go look for Zi Ruiyan. I wonder what happened to the Shuo family. Shuo Ruiyan grumbled. Let those people in the Shuo family worry about it. Right now, I just want to get back to the southern wilderness realm as fast as possible and find our daughter, and also to find out how my two sons actually died. If it wasn't for your grandfather, who wanted my emperor's bloodline and had the patriarch forcibly bring us back from the southern wilderness realm, we wouldn't have missed out on so much time with our children. But mainly, I'm worried that Zi Ruiyan might have been captured. Remember when you used the sacred spirit fox to divine Zi Ruiyan's situation? That sacred spirit fox was annihilated, Shuo Ruiyan scorned, as if I forced the sacred spirit fox. It was the one who felt resistance while divining, and due to its arrogance, forced the issue and was eradicated. Yes, that's what I'm worried about. I'm afraid Zi Ruiyan's constitution has been discovered, and she's been taken by some powerful being. Shuo Ruiyan patted her chest. That won't happen. Zi Ruiyan's luck can't be that bad. Shuo Fug also comforted with a smile. Our sweet granddaughter will be just fine. You two don't worry too much. Good son-in-law, didn't you say you have a sworn brother who belongs to the Holy Demon Clan? Won't he take care of our granddaughter? My dear daughter, you also said that you asked Ji Xinyan to go over and help take care of things. Let's just see how the situation goes. Don't worry too much. Thinking of Ji Xinyan, Shuo Ruiyan also felt relieved and hummed in anticipation. Half a month later, the battleship finally arrived at the southern wilderness realm. But when she saw the state of the southern wilderness realm, Shuo Ruiyan was instantly stunned. What the hell? What happened here? The other three quickly surrounded her. Esteemed Purple Emperor supported his wife. The scene before them showed an even more broken and devastated realm. Lu Guixiang wore a serious face. Looks like the topics you were discussing on the battleship were accurate. A very powerful being took away our granddaughter and even took away your empire along with it. Shu Fugui took a deep breath. If it wasn't for you, Shuo Ruiyan, using your spiritual power to trigger the tracking contract within you, how could the patriarch of the Shu family discover your whereabouts? But then again, with his level of strength, he couldn't even take away the entire southern wilderness realm. Now, whoever took our granddaughter must be unimaginably powerful. For a moment, all four of them fell into an eerie silence. After a while, esteemed Purple Emperor suddenly spoke. Let's go down and take a look. the battleship entered the southern wilderness realm and slowly hovered over this devastated world. Suddenly, esteemed Purple Emperor seemed to see something. His mood lifted instantly. What is that? Soon, the battleship, under esteemed Purple Emperor's control, accelerated dramatically, rushing forward. Before long, the battleship stopped in midair, and the four slowly landed on this land. Before them were bodies strewn about haphazardly. Esteemed Purple Emperor instantly recognized them as people of the Barbarian Kingdom. Shuoruyan also recognized them. Aren't these people from the Barbarian Kingdom captured from the Eastern Flame Kingdom to speed up the growth of the Great Flame Dynasty? Esteemed Purple Emperor sighed. Exactly. Look over there. This Jiasu, an old acquaintance of esteemed Purple Emperor. At the moment, he was staring at the sky, his heart pierced by an icicle coagulated from fresh blood. Shuoruyan found it strange, because this method was exactly the same as the one used to ambush esteemed Purple Emperor back in the southern wilderness realm. Esteemed Purple Emperor looked solemn as he examined the scene. Indeed, the attacker not only injured the victim, but also drained their soul force. This Jiasu was probably drained of his soul while he was still alive. As he spoke, esteemed Purple Emperor reached out and closed Jiasu's eyes. Lu Guishang also came over and asked, "Is the perpetrator the same mysterious, powerful individual you encountered before?" Shuoruyan turned around to explain, "Yes. Originally, his sworn brother, the Holy Demon Emperor, had helped us cultivate some powerful subordinates, but these people were assassinated overnight, their souls drained. While we were investigating, we encountered that strong individual who had attacked people from the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion. We joined the battle, but the opponent's techniques are strange. If you get injured, even your soul will be drained." Shuoruyan looked scared. If it weren't for the Shua family patriarch intervening from a distance, pulling both us and that enemy away, we would all probably be dead. However, the enemy struggled so violently on the way that he fell out of the spatial channel. I fear he has returned. Shufug thought for a moment. Can you still identify him? Did you notice anything special about the enemy? Esteemed Purple Emperor recalled. I didn't get a good look at his face, but I could see that under his hood, he had horns on his head, and they were golden. Meanwhile, on the other side, recently idle while waiting for reinforcements, Zairuyan spent every day diligently reviewing memorandums. Luo Fengyuan was behind her, studying hard. Suddenly, Zairuyan clenched her fists. Frustrated and shouting Luo Fengyuan's name, Luo Fengyuan was startled. What's the matter? Zairuyan directly smacked her on the forehead, angrily shouting, when will I not have to review your primordial demon kingdom's memorandums for you? Can't you learn from Bai Qing and take your own affairs seriously? Beside Bai Qing were two piles of memorandums as tall as half a person. She was quickly going through them, reviewing one after another at an incredible speed. Luo Fengyuan was stunned. That's amazing. She's even faster than Zai Ban at reviewing memorandums. Just then, a report came from outside Empress. A group has arrived outside the prince's palace, claiming to be reinforcements sent by His Majesty of Dragon Mound. But something seems off about these people. Xiao Tian, who was sleeping on the side, heard this and got up, stretching. Could it be that these people want to cause trouble? No, Prince, it's not like that. They just look more like refugees than soldiers. Upon hearing this, Bai Qing exploded with anger, lightning flashing around her. This is outrageous. The people responsible for sending reinforcements have grown bold, daring to defy Leader Su's orders, and sending refugees as reinforcements to deceive me. Bai Qing clenched her fists, lightning swirling around her, and stormed out. Luo Fengyuan quickly asked Zairuyan, "Shall we go take a look as well?" Zairuyan thought for a moment. Of course, we are supposed to go to the Meteor Flame battlefield with these reinforcements. If problems arise before we even set out, whether you'll get to see your family becomes questionable. Immediately, the two held hands and prepared to go outside. Luo Fengyuan didn't forget to turn back and smile at Xiao Tian. "Brother Xiao, you should come along." Meanwhile, outside the city, several flying boats were currently landed, and among those so-called reinforcements, aside from a few dwarven soldiers, the rest were all elderly, women, and children, so frail it seemed they would crumble in the wind. Xiao Tian looked at the scene, thinking to himself, what the hell? Are these the sick and elderly here to serve as reinforcements or to offer themselves up? He then looked over at a lavishly dressed individual, who appeared to be the leader of this group. This man was none other than the one guarding the second line, Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range, Jia Benfu. He frowned and started shouting, "What's the hold up? I brought the people you rushed me for, and now you're dragging your feet? This is disgusting." A moment later, seeing that Bai Qing had finally arrived, Jia Benfu complained again, "The Dragon Mom commander of the Meteor Flame battlefield. You've taken quite some time, haven't you? Never mind, I've brought the reinforcements you requested, so I should head back now." As Jiao Benfu turned to leave, the next second, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck towards him. Bai Qing pointed to the sky with one hand, her face full of rage. Usually delays and lack of supplies are tolerable, but to be so careless with this batch of reinforcements, this is going too far. With that, one bolt of lightning after another struck Jiao Benfu, making him jump and shudder. He quickly returned to Bai Qing's side. Dragon Mom Commander, what is the meaning of this? Bai Qing, still furious, retorted. These people, with no combat ability, are your idea of support, but Jiao Benfu waved his hand and smiled. The troops in front of you are already the best we can muster. Dragon Mom Commander, you can't ask for the impossible. At this, Bai Qing grew angrier. When we were on the front lines, risking our lives to protect you. Many perished, and now when we ask for your help, this is how you repay us. Do you think this is fair to those who sacrificed their lives? Jiao Benfu seemed not to care at all. It's not like I asked you to go to the front lines and fight. What does your death have to do with us? Besides, it was agreed from the start that we would improve our strengths in the rear, while you deal with the enemies at the front. Why should we care whether you live or die? If you're not satisfied, go complain to the United Alliance of 100 Tribes, understand? With that, Jiao Benfu suddenly grinned maliciously. If you think complaining isn't enough, you can take action against me, even kill me. After all, you are Leader Su's childhood friend, and a close confidant. I believe that even if you killed me, the people of the United Alliance of 100 Tribes wouldn't lay a finger on you. Bai Qing clenched her fists, telling herself she couldn't act on her impulse. If she struck now, she would lose any moral high ground, and it might also implicate Leader Su. But Luo Fengyuan, standing nearby, could not bear it any longer. Her hands blazed with purple-red flames. I can't stand this any longer, she said, as she moved forward to teach Jiao Benfu a lesson. Xiroyan grabbed her. What are you trying to do? I want to take this scoundrel down a notch. Xiroyan patiently explained. He's deliberately trying to provoke Bai Qing. If you make a move, you'll be playing into his hands. At that, Luo Fengyuan looked at Jiao Benfu. So we're just supposed to stand here and do nothing? Xiroyan patted her shoulder. We have to trust Bai Qing. If she's holding back now, that means the situation isn't as straightforward as it seems. Otherwise, she would have acted by now. Instantly, Luo Fengyuan, despite her annoyance, dissipated the flames from her hand. Bai Qing continued. You parasites are just trying to use me to manipulate Leader Su. Quite the scheme you have there. Jiao Benfu shamelessly grinned. Thank you for the compliment. Now, I entrust the Meteor Flame battlefield and its reinforcements to the Dragon Mount Commander. I believe you won't disappoint us. With that, Jiao Benfu leapt up, heading toward the flying boat in the sky, leaving behind a hearty laughter. Luo Fengyuan finally turned to Bai Qing. Why didn't you strike back? Do we just allow ourselves to be bullied? Sending these people to the battlefield is practically sending them to their deaths. Bai Qing looked at the sky and sighed. The divisions within the United Alliance of 100 Tribes are just too deep. This mysterious Wealth Mountain range has the backing of the elders in the alliance. They're intentionally turning covert schemes into overt acts and delaying things without cooperating. We are helpless against them. Luo Fengyuan still couldn't understand. Then why not just report them? It's not that simple, Bai Qing replied. Leader Su values rules. To accuse the Jiao family, we would need evidence and an investigation, which would be too time-consuming. The Meteor Flame battlefield can't wait. Xiroyan took over. If they delay and cause your defeat, they could then exploit that to gain merits. You and Leader Su would bear the blame for the loss, and if you had struck earlier, they would probably accuse you of fratricide within the alliance, implicating Leader Su as well. Exactly, Bai Qing said, her voice tinged with helplessness. Luo Fengyuan was so frustrated she felt like her head would explode. So what do we do now? It's a deadlock. Xiroyan's eyes narrowed. The only way to break the deadlock is to ensure that the Meteor Flame battlefield doesn't fall. We have to buy time, until Leader Su can take them down according to the rules. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's voice rang out. This is infuriating. That Jiao Benfu is so malicious, finding ways to harm me. The guards next to him were confused. What's going on? Who is harming whom? Did we miss something? Why can't we keep up with the situation? Xiao Tian directly told the two. No. I have to take Long Qiu Dao and investigate. I need to see if Jiao Benfu has set traps for us on the Meteor Flame battlefield. You guys wait for me here. Saying this, he gently pinched Xiroyan's cheek, his eyes filled with warmth. He immediately took Long Qiu Dao and dashed into the cosmos. Puppy informed Xiao Tian, respected master, this is the navigation through the void. The red tab represents locked-on space shuttles, a friendly reminder to avoid tearing the fabric of space. Please do not exceed the speed limit. Xiao Tian softly acknowledged with a hum, placing one hand on Long Qiu Dao's shoulder. In the next second, the two were like a streak of aurora, breaking through the boundary barrier and chasing after Jiao Benfu's shuttle. Meanwhile, Jiao Benfu was taking a bath with a maid, enjoying a delightful leisure time. Suddenly a voice called out, "Young master, there's a situation." Jiao Benfu had no choice but to put on his clothes and go to the shuttle's control room. "What's the situation?" "Something is rapidly approaching us. Even if we change our course, it's still following us," a subordinate informed him. Jiao Benfu was taken aback. "What is it? Do we have any results from the scouting array?" "We don't know. If it wasn't for their high speed, creating significant disturbances in the chaotic flows of the void, our scouting array wouldn't even have noticed something was approaching," the subordinate replied. Just as he finished speaking, the shuttle experienced severe shaking. Both men rushed to the deck, only to find someone there. The newcomers were Long Qiudao and Xiao Tian, both staring emotionlessly at Jiao Benfu. Jiao Benfu froze. "If I remember correctly, this guy is that gigolo, right?" At that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke with a smile, "Running so fast. You must have a guilty conscience." Jiao Benfu was puzzled. "Guilty of what? And who says I'm running fast? But come to think of it, how does he know the shuttle is here? Is it a tracking array? Wait, isn't he just a gigolo? How could he possibly know about arrays? Could it be that his gigolo identity is just a smokescreen and he's actually here to secretly protect Bai Qing from headquarters?" As Jiao Benfu was rapidly contemplating these questions, he suddenly widened his eyes. Before he knew it, Xiao Tian was already standing in front of him. Jiao Benfu was so startled that he stepped back several paces, thinking, "What the heck?" With my 16th stage power, he managed to approach me silently. He must be incredibly skilled. Xiao Tian, as if discovering some secret, spoke coldly, "You're thinking." Jiao Benfu was stunned. "Is it a crime to think?" Hearing this, Xiao Tian turned to Long Qiudao and said, "See, he's scheming and he's doing it so blatantly." Long Qiudao was speechless. Yeah, whatever you say." Seeing this, Xiao Tian finally began to confront Jiao Benfu. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Confess now." Xiao Tian even chuckled after saying this. "I really am a little genius who understands people well." Jiao Benfu was completely confused. What is this guy talking about? What do I have to confess? However, he thought, he just barges into my shuttle so recklessly, he must have a death wish. Clenching his fist, he yelled, "Hasn't anyone told you not to casually enter another person's palace-type spiritual tool?" Then, Jiao Benfu suddenly kneeled on one knee and pressed his palm onto the deck. An array appeared. As the array started to operate, a surge of power flowed into Jiao Benfu's body. "Let's see who's more powerful, you or my upgraded 18th stage self." By the time he stood up again, his aura had indeed reached the 18th stage. Without hesitating, a purple flame appeared in his hand, heading straight for Xiao Tian. "Take this." At this moment, facing Jiao Benfu who had just leveled up twice in the continuously surging power on the shuttle, Xiao Tian turned his head and asked Long Qiudao, "Why are you trembling?" Long Qiudao looked somewhat helpless. "Sir Xiao, palace-type spiritual tools generally have arrays that can amplify the owner's power. With the power of the array, Jiao Benfu can now suppress me. After all, I'm just a dragon spirit without the power of flesh and blood to support me. A little trembling is normal." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian turned his attention back to the imposing Jiao Benfu who was slowly pulling out a longsword amidst flashing electricity. Blood Shadow Thunder Blade, power doubled. Jiao Benfu declared confidently, charging forward. "This time, I'll finish you off in one strike." Xiao Tian stood still, allowing the sword to swipe across his neck. With a clang, purple thunderlight burst forth as if reaping lives. Like a strange god of death, Jiao Benfu sheathed his sword and smugly said, "In your next life, don't overestimate yourself and recklessly intrude into someone else's palace-like spiritual tool." However, just then, Jiao Benfu's sword suddenly shattered with a crack, scattering all over the floor. Jiao Benfu was instantly baffled. "What the heck? Where's my sword? Where's my long, handsome sword that was flashing with thunder?" Turning his head, Jiao Benfu saw Xiao Tian completely unscathed. His neck was flawless, showing no signs of injury. Jiao Benfu was stunned. "Why? I clearly hit him." At this moment, Long Qiudao suddenly sighed. "This kid is about to lose hope." Xiao Tian looked unhappy. "Did you see that? He tried to kill me right away. Clearly, he has malicious intent." Long Qiudao nodded. "Exactly. These people are truly malicious." Upon hearing this, Jiao Benfu was completely disheartened and collapsed weakly onto the ground. "My most powerful move was so useless. Bai Qing, are you out of your mind? Why would you even need support when you have such a monster beside you?" Xiao Tian walked up to Jiao Benfu and looked down at him condescendingly. "Your true colors are exposed. You can't deny it now, can you?" Jiao Benfu looked bitter. "What should I even say?" Xiao Tian didn't waste any more words, clenched his fist, and said, "Some people just need a good smack." With a slap, Xiao Tian sent Jiao Benfu flying, who landed with a thud not far away. Pointing at him, Xiao Tian turned to Long Qiudao. "Can you believe this guy? He even dared to ask me questions." Indeed, he actually had the nerve to question. Long Qiudao agreed. Xiao Tian walked up to Jiao Benfu again. It seems like you don't even realize the situation you're in. Speak. Jiao Benfu had had enough and yelled. What do you want me to say? This infuriated Xiao Tian. How shameless you are. I, the victim, haven't even lost my temper, yet you dare to get angry? With that, Xiao Tian started pummeling Jiao Benfu, leaving him questioning his life choices and ultimately falling weakly to the ground, his soul soaring in agony. Better fess up now. Honesty will get you leniency. Resistance will make it worse. The sooner you talk, the sooner you'll be free, Xiao Tian warned. Holding his swollen face, Jiao Benfu looked wrong. Well then, ask me, what do you want to know? Xiao Tian raised his hand as if to strike again. Jiao Benfu flinched and hastily began to speak. Big brother, behind me is Elder Zhang from the United Alliance of 100 Tribes. Xiao Tian paused, and then, seeing this, Jiao Benfu was slightly taken aback, but quickly tried to appear obedient. Is he asking about the power behind the Jia family? Right, he's on good terms with Bai Qing. He probably wants to know why the Jia family is causing trouble for Bai Qing. If he'd asked sooner, I would have told him. Did I really have to be beaten so many times? With these thoughts, Jiao Benfu continued, Elder Zhang has been unhappy with Leader Su for many years, so he had to sabotage the front lines in the war. All the plans were provided by him. Our Jia family was just following his orders. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tian suddenly slapped Jiao Benfu again. Jiao Benfu was dumbfounded, but Xiao Tian looked disdainful. You got it wrong. Keep thinking. Jiao Benfu thought for a moment and pulled a scroll of a map from his pocket. Here is the defensive line map of the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. Please take a look. Xiao Tian glanced at the map briefly. In the next second, he smacked Jiao Benfu on the forehead with the scroll. What's wrong with your brain? What use do I have for this? Keep thinking. Jiao Benfu was on the verge of breaking down, frantically bowing his head. Please calm down. Let me think again. Long Qiu Dao coldly watched this unfold. Why bother? He was showing off in the holy demon domain, and now look what's happened. Moments later, Long Qiu Dao suddenly reminded Xiao Tian, Sir, we are approaching the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. Outside the flying boat, a massive range of mountains stood, surrounded by countless smaller lands, all shimmering with the light of magical rays. Long Qiu Dao looked out the window. The base of the defense formation is made up of world fragments, surrounded by island-shaped war fortresses. This kind of dual-layer defensive line is brilliantly arranged. But unfortunately, Xiao Tian snorted and cut him off. Unfortunately, all these resources are just sitting here, while the actual front lines can't benefit from them. Pointing at Jiao Benfu, he added, Your Jiao family really is shameless to the core. The soldiers on the front lines are sacrificed for nothing. The next second, Jiao Benfu suddenly slapped himself. You're right, it's utterly shameless. Xiao Tian suddenly felt a chill and was taken aback, drawing in a breath of cold air. No wonder you know nothing. Your brain isn't functioning. Have you ever seen someone who slaps themselves? Long Qiu Dao leaned in. This is the first time I've seen something like this. It's really eye-opening. Jiao Benfu, however, was undeterred and kept slapping himself, unable to stop. Internally, he was secretly delighted. I'm so clever. As long as I slap myself faster, he won't have a chance to do it. Ha ha. Long Qiu Dao suddenly seemed to lose his sanity and knelt on the ground, laughing maniacally at the sky. Xiao Tian was confused. What's going on here? Long Qiu Dao looked awkward. Did you break him? Xiao Tian quickly waved his hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Looking at the still giggling Jiao Benfu, Long Qiu Dao sighed. What a pity. How can we use him if he's gone insane? He then leaned close to Xiao Tian's ear. Sir Xiao, what should we do next? Xiao Tian also glanced at the idiotic Jiao Benfu. Don't worry. He can still make use of him, but his expression is really disgusting. Describing him as a dog would be an insult to dogs. Let's enter the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range and covertly investigate this so-called mountain range in the Jia family. Maybe we'll make some new discoveries. What do you think? After speaking, Xiao Tian smiled confidently, feeling very satisfied with his own wisdom. Long Qiu Dao immediately got the gist. Do you mean, Lord Xiao? Are you suggesting that there might be the workings of an enemy martial spirit army, possibly comprised of the Bloodroom clan and Blood Grudge clan? Here, Xiao Tian shrugged. Yes, I can't rule out that possibility. After all, if the martial spirit army isn't involved, their internal disputes wouldn't put the front lines at such risk. And if the front lines fall, how can the rear be secured? Upon hearing this, Jiao Benfu involuntarily twitched. Long Qiu Dao immediately noticed. It was just a guess earlier, but Jiao Benfu showed such a clear micro-expression after hearing the words martial spirit army. He's practically exposing himself. He quickly told Xiao Tian, Sir, the Jiao family really has an issue. Xiao Tian looked over and saw that Jiao Benfu had returned to his clueless demeanor. Xiao Tian could only continue to analyze. This is all speculation. Jiao Benfu's micro-expression lasted only about a second or so, which can't directly prove that the Jiao family is up to something. We'll still have to investigate further. Remember, we won't let any enemy slip away, but we also won't wrong any innocent person. Follow my lead. Upon hearing this, Long Qiu Dao looked deeply at Xiao Tian. What's terrifying about Sir Xiao is his logic, and the logic is irrefutable. Then, Long Qiu Dao slowly approached Jiao Benfu and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, take a good look at this mysterious wealth mountain range for the last time. Hearing this, Jiao Benfu looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? Long Qiu Dao sighed. Because soon, your hometown, Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range, will become a thing of the past. Just like the previous Pioneer Battle City, it will only exist in people's memories. Jiao Benfu was completely bewildered. What's he talking about? What does become a thing of the past mean? At this moment, under Jiao Benfu's guidance, the group had already reached the Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. Looking at the watchtower beyond the world barrier, Xiao Tian curiously asked Long Qiu Dao, "What is this?" Long Qiu Dao informed Xiao Tian, "This is the entrance to the domain world, commonly referred to as a border checkpoint. It's constructed on some weak points of the world barrier and is primarily used to screen and verify the information of people entering and exiting the domain world to prevent those with malicious intentions from getting in." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was a bit puzzled. Why doesn't our holy demon domain have such a checkpoint? Long Qiu Dao looked deeply at him. The holy demon domain does have them. It's just that you, sir, treat the world barrier as if it's non-existent. You come and go as you please, never having to pass through any checkpoints. Jiao Benfu, who is standing nearby, widened his eyes upon hearing this. Holy cow, is this even human? Treating world barriers as if they're nothing, coming and going freely? Where did this guy come from? But Xiao Tian shook his head. That's not right. The Blood Rune clan members entered the holy demon domain pretty easily back then. Long Qiu Dao helplessly extended two fingers and explained, "That's because, sir, you expanded the holy demon domain a little bit in order to integrate it with the Great Flame Dynasty. After the expansion, there were several weak points, giving the Blood Rune clan an opportunity. Only then did Xiao Tian have an epiphany. He looked around and said, all right, but this mysterious Wealth Mountain range is quite lively." Long Qiu Dao also observed the passing airships. The mysterious Wealth Mountain range must be a crucial point on the void routes, hence the number of flying spiritual tools passing through. It's a key defense line, so if the Meteor Flame battlefield is breached, this will be the new Meteor Flame battlefield. Xiao Tian was again confused. What do you mean by crucial point? Can't they take a detour? When you start from a distance, isn't everything around empty? Why not just go around? Xiao Benfu couldn't help but laugh. Even a child knows such basic knowledge. How come this incredibly powerful individual doesn't? Long Qiu Dao seriously explained, Sir Xiao, the turbulent flows in the void can be strong or weak. When strong, they could easily tear apart someone like Xiao Benfu. When weak, even a level 10 individual could easily withstand them. The turbulent flows within the void routes are relatively mild, and can even serve as a boost for flying spiritual tools. Over time, everyone began to use these routes. Additionally, from what I've observed, the intensity of the turbulent flows surrounding the mysterious Wealth Mountain range is terrifying. They could easily shred a level 20 strongman. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian glanced at Xiao Benfu again. Xiao Benfu quickly nodded, reporting to you, sir, everything this old gentleman has said is absolutely true. Moreover, to the north of the mysterious Wealth Mountain range, there's a void thunder pool filled with devastating void thunders. No one can pass through that death trap. Upon hearing about the void thunders, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled something. Is this thunder black, with a little bit of white light on it? Does it look like a sea where thunders interweave? Xiao Benfu was taken aback, showing some surprise on his face. Yes, have you seen it? Xiao Tian didn't answer him, but turned to ask Long Qiu Dao. It's odd. When I was rushing from the southern wilderness realm to the holy demon domain, I remember taking you all through this void thunder pool. Does that mean the southern wilderness realm is also part of the mysterious Wealth Mountain range? Long Qiu Dao continued to explain, you indeed took us through the void thunder pool, sir. The southern wilderness realm is near the mysterious Wealth Mountain range. Upon hearing this, Xiao Benfu subconsciously swallowed. He couldn't fathom why he had brought such a monstrous individual from Baicheng's side. I'm a sinner to my family. Father, grandfather, I've failed our ancestors. Xiao Tian, arriving at the mysterious Wealth Mountain range checkpoint on Xiao Benfu's airship, asked, Xiao Benfu, do we need to be interrogated when entering the checkpoint? Xiao Benfu grinned confidently, sir, with me here, you both can make up any identity you want. Xiao Tian immediately told him, alright, then I am your adoptive grandfather from now on. You're the obedient grandson. Got it. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Benfu knelt on the ground and shouted, Grandfather, I understand, but what about this other gentleman? Xiao Tian thought for a moment. He can be your adoptive father. Xiao Benfu was stunned, completely at a loss for words. Long Qiu Dao internally shook his head, thinking, Sir, Xiao really acts childishly sometimes. At that moment, Xiao Tian took out a pill from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Benfu. Here, eat this, he said. Without questioning, Xiao Benfu took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Both Xiao Tian and Long Qiu Dao were baffled. Has Xiao Benfu gone completely stupid? He doesn't even suspect it might be poison. Just then, a quarrel erupted at the checkpoint. One of the people trying to pass shouted, Why is the toll so expensive? The guard retorted, If you find it expensive, you can mortgage your wife and your airship to pass. Upon hearing this, Long Qiu Dao turned to Xiao Benfu. How much is the toll for passing this checkpoint? Xiao Benfu hesitated for a moment. 30%. Long Qiu Dao, finding his answer vague, raised his voice. What do you mean by 30%? Startled, Xiao Benfu quickly explained, the toll is 30% of the wealth the traveler possesses. The magical formations can detect what you have stored and the value of your flying spiritual tools. Of course, powerful people and people with strong backgrounds are exceptions. Xiao Benfu said this with a smile, but Long Qiu Dao was visibly angry. This is extortion. They take advantage of the weak. Xiao Tian, however, just chuckled. When your power is sufficiently strong, you naturally do whatever you want, following your heart's desires. Without a scale in your heart, it's easy to go astray. Such things are quite interesting if you are strong enough, even if you act recklessly or create a mess. Even if you fart, others will say, Wow, that smells so good. Seeing Xiao Tian perform so convincingly, Xiao Benfu hurriedly flattered, Grandfather, you're absolutely right. But the very next second, Xiao Tian slapped Xiao Benfu across the face. Holding his swelling cheek, Xiao Benfu trembled but showed no signs of discontent. Grandfather, that was a wonderful slap. It felt so good. Don't worry, I'll have the guard let us through right now. Xiao Tian pointed at him seriously. Not only that, you should also let everyone on that airship go. Absolutely, as you say, Xiao Benfu agreed. Seeing this, Xiao Tian tossed another pill at him. Xiao Benfu immediately opened his mouth to catch it, looking very much like a sycophant. Then he leapt off the deck and ran toward the checkpoint guards. Long Qiu Dao looked visibly frustrated. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower ones will go aslant. This Xiao family really is disgusting. Xiao Tian was more reflective. The problem isn't the Xiao family, it's this world. Saying this, he looked into the distance. Anyway, let's not dwell on it. What we should consider now is that the Xiao family is using my kindness to their advantage. They set up this whole act to force my hand and make Xiao Benfu pretend to listen to me, just to trap me. This Xiao family is really crafty and dangerous. They can't be trusted. Long Qiu Dao listened in silence. Although Master Zhao's thoughts were becoming increasingly biased, the overall point was valid. When he arrived at the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range checkpoint and saw the guards giving a traveler a hard time, Xiao Tian had Xiao Benfu step in hell. Observing the poor state of the traveler, Xiao Tian pondered, if you can't pay the toll, you get beaten. Your spouse might even be taken as a slave to cover the toll. This is disgraceful. Clearly, the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range has rotten to its core. Xiao Benfu helped the beaten man up and yelled at those who were oppressing him. What are you still doing here? Get out now! The disheveled guards hurriedly ran out of their airship, leaving behind a group of tearful women. Long Qiu Dao was fuming. Sir Xiao, you were right. This Xiao family must be eradicated. Moments later, Xiao Benfu returned to the airship to report to Xiao Tian. Grandfather, the toll for this family has been waived. Those people will no longer be enslaved to cover their toll. Seeing the trembling relatives who had almost been taken away, Xiao Tian waved his hand. Well done. Let's move forward. As he spoke, Xiao Tian clenched his fists. I can't wait to see the might of the Jia family in the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. Seeing Xiao Benfu looking flustered, Xiao Tian patted him on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. I'm a very reasonable person. I hit you earlier as a test to see your worth. As the saying goes, there's a special bond between grandfathers and grandchildren. The person a grandfather dotes on most is his grandchild. Xiao Tian continued speaking while patting Xiao Benfu on the face. Xiao Benfu was deeply moved. Yes, the person a grandfather dotes on most is his obedient grandson like me. He then registered the information for Xiao Tian and Long Qiu Dao. This person is my grandfather, and the one next to him is my father. The guard looked at them in bewilderment. Young master, are you joking? Xiao Benfu immediately slapped the guard. Do you have the audacity to question who I recognize as my grandfather? If it weren't for him saving my life, I would be dead by now. Furious, Xiao Benfu continued. What kind of damn look is that? You know nothing. He then unleashed a flurry of slaps, leaving the guard's face swollen like a pig's head. Once he was done, Xiao Benfu massaged his wrist and asked, Have you noted down the information I gave you? Can we proceed now? The guard quickly bowed and nodded. Yes, young master, you may proceed. What are you waiting for? Get it done. The guard immediately dashed to the magical formation at the checkpoint and activated it. The formation lit up, and the guard gestured. Young master, you may now proceed. The enormous airship passed through the formation, and the scenery immediately changed. Xiao Tian stood at the front of the ship, looking at the continent. Why do I feel that the spiritual energy here is not as strong as in the holy demon domain? Long Qiu Dao stroked his beard and pondered. Sir Xiao, the holy demon domain has become quite special since you've been there. Xiao Tian turned his head curiously. Isn't the mysterious Wealth Mountain range also special? Long Qiu Dao hesitated for a second. It's not the same, Sir Xiao. You collected so many world fragments in the void and casually inserted them into the holy demon domain. Not only has the size of the holy demon domain increased, but the fate within those world fragments has been absorbed by the domain. Therefore, the spiritual energy of the holy demon domain is definitely denser than any other domain right now. Long Qiu Dao sighed. Only you could have accomplished something like this. At this moment, Xiao Tian has already entered the mysterious Wealth Mountain range. The main city below is the epitome of luxury. Jia Benfu points to the largest mansion and laughs. That is the residence of our Jia family's core members. It's the heart of our mysterious Wealth Mountain range, called Mysterious Wealth Mountain City. Besides this, we have 5 other major cities in various directions. If you're interested, grandfather, I can take you to see them. Xiao Tian, closing one eye, is gesturing with one hand, contemplating how he should dismantle this harmful city. Like this, or like that? Long Qiu Dao also inquires. Sir Xiao, what shall we do next? Getting somewhat excited, he thinks, this place is the core of the mysterious Wealth Mountain range. I'm sure Sir Xiao will make a big move here. So thrilling. But Xiao Tian waves it off. No rush. We must be steady and cautious in our actions. Then he suddenly asks Jia Benfu, is there a place in mysterious Wealth Mountain City where we can stay? Jia Benfu immediately smiles. Of course, grandfather, I have some properties in the city. What kind of place would you like to stay in? A quiet environment with a comfortable bed. Jia Benfu rubs his hands together. Certainly, grandfather, just wait a moment, and I'll take you there right away. Their airship then majestically flies over the city, catching the attention of the surprised citizens below. Suddenly, Xiao Tian looks curiously in a certain direction. What is that? He sees an elegantly dressed woman leisurely walking down the street. Long Qiu Dao quickly asks when he sees Xiao Tian's expression change. Sir Xiao, what's wrong? Did you see something? Xiao Tian explains. It's nothing. I just saw a woman who looks a bit like my main wife. Long Qiu Dao is confused. Main wife? You mean Her Majesty's Eve? Xiao Tian nods. Yes, Long Qiu Dao observes. This is the first time I've heard you refer to Her Majesty's Eve in this manner. Why the different titles in public and private? Xiao Tian gives him a look. You must be single, right? Long Qiu Dao blankly responds. Yes, I have never been married. Hearing this, Xiao Tian sighs and laughs. No wonder you don't understand. Women, especially one who's an empress, can be a bit sunderer. Calling her wife directly would make her shy. Calling her Your Majesty is just a little romantic quirk between couples. Long Qiu Dao is utterly confused. How are these things necessarily connected? Xiao Tian can only pat him on the shoulder in consolation. You really are an old bachelor. Long Qiu Dao is completely bewildered, staring at the sighing Xiao Tian, who seems to have more to say but doesn't. He wants to argue back, but he can't refute the truth. At this moment, at the peak of Mysterious Wealth Mountain, Xiao Tian stands on a balcony overlooking the city, muttering to himself, this position is really good. Looking closely, the scenery of Mysterious Wealth Mountain range is quite nice. It'd be a pity to cut it down. Xiao Benfu is immediately taken aback. What do you mean cut it down? Are you going to destroy the Mysterious Wealth Mountain range? That's impossible. How could anyone destroy such a vast world? Xiao Tian then turns around and smiles at him. You've handled this matter quite well, and I'm very satisfied. However, this doesn't absolve the Jia family of their sins. Yet, I'm willing to give your family a chance to reform. Jia Benfu immediately starts to nervously rub his hands together, smiling. Yes, grandfather, you're absolutely right. Our Jia family will definitely cherish this opportunity. Although he's saying this, he has no clue what wrong his family has committed to offend this man. Could it be related to the United Alliance of 100 Tribes? But Xiao Tian has never mentioned the United Alliance of 100 Tribes from start to finish. Oh well, better not to think too much about it and just ask him directly. So, Jia Benfu bends over and asks with a smile, Grandfather, do you have any further instructions? Xiao Tian glances at him. You should go back to the Jia family first. Tell your family head to come and apologize. Remember, don't try any tricks. You know my strength. Jia Benfu breaks into a cold sweat but quickly regains composure, adopting a submissive and respectful demeanor. Rest assured, Grandfather, I'll convey your wishes exactly. Whatever requirements you have, our Jia family will cooperate fully. Xiao Tian waves his hand. Go on then. Make sure your family head visits tomorrow and don't be late. Hearing this, Jiao Benfu turns to leave, casting a lingering glance back at Xiao Tian as if contemplating something. Once he's downstairs, he waves to Xiao Tian. Grandson will return tomorrow. Make sure to get some rest. Xiao Tian, still on the tower, simply gestures for him to leave. How could anyone not love such a cheerful and magnanimous individual like Xiao Tian? Soon after, Jiao Benfu exits the building. As the door closes behind him, he pats his chest in relief. He actually survived. I need to report this to my grandfather as soon as possible. Xiao Tian seems to suspect that our Jia family is in cahoots with the martial spirit army. Long Qiu Dao watches Jiao Benfu's departing figure. Sir Xiao, are we just letting him go? Xiao Tian nods. Long Qiu Dao is instantly puzzled, so the idea of acting cautiously is to let him go and alert his family, so they have ample time to prepare an ambush. I doubt the Jia family head will come to apologize tomorrow. Instead, they'll likely surround us with various experts. The situation might turn into one where they willingly come to us and get wiped out. None will escape, he concludes, having the enemy willingly deliver themselves to us. Sir Xiao, this is a brilliant plan. Xiao Tian motions him to lower his voice. Keep that admiration to yourself. Don't voice it out loud. I can't be too high profile. Alright, let's go check on the family we rescued at the checkpoint earlier. Long Qiu Dao points to a side building. The family we rescued at the checkpoint has been arranged to stay in the side yard by Jiao Benfu. Xiao Tian looks over. Are you sure that's a side yard and not a garden? All I see are plants and flowers from here. Long Qiu Dao is equally puzzled. Shall we go down and have a look? It should be the side yard. Alright, let's go check it out, says Xiao Tian. But when he arrives, he is stunned. Turns out, when the people they rescued took off their hats, they each had a flower or plant growing from their heads. No wonder it looked like a garden from above, he thinks. The leader, Hua Kai-tu, looks at Xiao Tian with surprise. Is something wrong, benefactor? Have I offended you in some way? The next second, Xiao Tian bluntly asks, why do you have flowers growing from your heads? Hua Kai-tu touches his head. Oh, you mean this? Haven't you ever seen our flower head tribe before? Xiao Tian shakes his head, confused, and looks at Long Qiu Dao, who is also puzzled. If even Long Qiu Dao hasn't seen them, they must be a new race that emerged after Long Qiu Dao was sealed in the Holy Dragon Relic. But this flower head tribe, they've definitely crossed some racial boundaries. Do they even wash their hair? With this thought in mind, Xiao Tian pulls Hua Kai-tu aside and whispers, I have a question, and I apologize if it's inappropriate, but I'm genuinely curious. Benefactor, you saved our family. Feel free to ask anything with a serious expression. Xiao Tian asks, do you wash your hair? Long Qiu Dao, not expecting such an irrelevant question, is caught off guard and coughs vigorously. That's so like you, Sir Xiao. Always focused on the most trivial yet oddly specific details, Hua Kai-tu starts to explain. Our tribe doesn't need to wash our hair. Our head flowers absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth and convert it into a dew-like spiritual energy. This dew has the power to purify others' spiritual energies and is an excellent ingredient for alchemy. Many in our flower head tribe are skilled alchemists and also good at cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's face lights up with excitement. You can purify the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth? That's wonderful. So that's it. Ever since Xiao Tian stuffed various world fragments into the holy demon realm, the spiritual energy there has become more abundant, but also more murky. Even using a magical formation couldn't sort it out. But with the arrival of this flower head tribe, could the problem be solved? Xiao Tian eagerly grips Hua Kai-tu's hand. Sir, may I know your name? You may call me Hua Kai-tu, benefactor. He replies. I noticed you had a conflict with the guards at the border. Was it because you couldn't afford the toll? Didn't you look into the situation before coming here? Asks Xiao Tian. Hua Kai-tu's brow furrows. Benefactor, you may not be aware, but our homeland, the 100-flower domain, has been struck by calamity. We are refugees. After escaping, we came here to seek help from the United Alliance of 100 tribes. We didn't expect the guards at the second defensive line, the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range, to be so ruthless. They demanded half of our possessions. Half? Xiao Tian is shocked. I thought it was just 30%. Hua Kai-tu grinds his teeth in anger. According to those guards, 30% goes to the toll, and another 20% is shared among them. Hearing this, Xiao Tian and Wang Qiu Dao exchange a glance. Then, they inquire further. What kind of calamity has befallen your homeland, 100-flower domain, that you had to flee? At these words, Hua Kai-tu seems to recall some horrifying scene and starts to shiver. After a long pause, he finally speaks. In our 100-flower domain, many talented and strong individuals have had their souls drained and died mysteriously. Hearing this, Xiao Tian looks at Wang Qiu Dao. Soul draining? What kind of race would use such a technique? Wang Qiu Dao sighs and shakes his head. I'm not sure. There are too many races capable of such methods. At that moment, Puppy suddenly informs Xiao Tian, Master, based on Hua Kai 2's description, the calamity that struck the 100-flower domain could be related to soul draining, and soul draining is a talent of the ancient god tribe. However, Xiao Tian couldn't immediately remember who the ancient god tribe were. Puppy materializes its virtual form and starts scanning the legacy data of the ancient god tribe. Soon, an old man appears on the screen. What is this? Xiao Tian asks, puzzled. Puppy smiles. Master, have you forgotten? This is the spirit of the ancient god tribe's legacy. Hearing Puppy's explanation, Xiao Tian ponders for a moment before suddenly recalling. Ah, you mean the legacy spirit you consumed when we were in my sea of consciousness? What happened to it? Seeing that he remembered, Puppy continues, Master, the calamity that befell the 100-flower domain could very well have been caused by soul draining, and after scanning the data left by the legacy spirit, I found that soul draining is a talent of the ancient god tribe. So, it's very likely that they are the ones responsible. Further data is still being scanned. Hearing this, Xiao Tian mutters to himself, if I can find out who is responsible for draining the souls in the 100-flower domain, then these humanoid air purifiers will own me a big one. It would then make sense to integrate them into the holy demon realm to purify its murky spiritual energy, right? This could work. I need to take care of the 100-flower domain's problems on my way back to the holy demon realm. Thinking this, Xiao Tian breaks into a self-satisfied smile. Both Huakai Tu and Wang Qiudao, watching Xiao Tian as he zones out, can't help but call out, Sir Xiao, Sir Xiao. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Tian asks, what's up? Wang Qiudao, eyes wide, queries Sir Xiao, have you thought of something? At this, Xiao Tian directly tells them, I just remembered that the methods used against the 100-flower domain might very likely be from the ancient god tribe. Huakai Tu, clearly having never heard of this race, asks confusedly, what is the ancient god tribe? Wang Qiudao is also puzzled. I have never heard of this race either. If they really possess such terrifying techniques as you suggest, how come they are not widely known? Could it be that the ancient god tribe is a newly born race? Xiao Tian waves it off. Who cares? We'll find out when we visit the 100-flower domain on our way back. He then reassures Huakai Tu, you take your family and rest well. Don't worry about anything. Once we've settled things here, we'll go to the 100-flower domain and solve this problem once and for all. Huakai Tu looks terrified. Benefactor, the 100-flower domain is extremely dangerous right now. How can I let you take such risk? Hearing this, Xiao Tian reaches out with one hand. Don't worry, I'm very powerful. But Huakai Tu becomes frantic. Benefactor, you've already saved our family's lives. How could we allow you to risk yours for the sake of our people? Before he could finish speaking, Huakai Tu watches as Xiao Tian effortlessly shatters a piece of space with one hand. You just casually shattered a high-level dimensional space. Coming to his senses, Huakai Tu wraps his arms around Xiao Tian's leg. On behalf of all the people of the 100-flower domain, thank you. Xiao Tian quickly helps him up. No need for this. We're all on the same side now. No need to be so formal. Huakai Tu looks at Xiao Tian with a face full of admiration, considering him to be the greatest benefactor in the world. Unbeknownst to them, their entire clan was about to embark on the path of working laboriously. Back home, Xiao Benfu immediately goes to his grandfather, Jia Jingjing, to complain, Grandpa, that guy is not human at all. You have no idea the humiliation I have endured. That Xiao guy is just inhuman. He beat me into a pulp on the flying boat, and even forced me to call him Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Jia Jingjing nods approvingly. You did well. He turns around and pats his grandson on the shoulder. A good man knows when to bend and when to stand. It may seem humiliating to others, but to me, it shows courage, the courage to bow, the courage to endure. Jia Benfu, cheered up by the compliment, asks, so what should we do next? Jia Jingjing reveals a scheming smirk. Tomorrow, your grandpa wants me to apologize. So, I will prepare a special gift for him to make it very clear who the real grandpa is. Saying this, his face fills with a ruthless expression. Xiao Benfu looks at his grandfather's face and becomes alarmed. Wait, Grandpa, you're not planning to use that, are you? Jia Jingjing cuts him off. Exactly. I plan to use the Jade Shatter formation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Benfu swallows hard before cautioning. Grandpa, we can't do this. This is the last trump card for our mysterious Wealth Mountain range. Once activated, it would mean mutual destruction along with the entire realm. Jia Jingjing dismissively scolds. What's all the fuss? This formation has long been altered by me so that it will only sacrifice the creatures native to the mysterious Wealth Mountain city, leaving our Jia family uninvolved. Once I activate the formation and bring down that Xiao individual, we will have performed a great service. Jia Jingjing can't help but laugh by then. Whether it's in the Elders' Council of the Alliance or the Martial Spirit Army, both will owe us a debt of gratitude. Isn't it a win-win situation? Growing more animated, Jia Jingjing clenches his fist, as if Xiao Tian's fate is already sealed. Jiao Benfu bends at the waist in a formal bow. Grandpa, you're brilliant, but this person is incredibly powerful. Will the Jade Shatter formation really work? Upon hearing this, Jia Jingjing chuckles lightly and turns. Come with me, grandson, there are some family secrets you should know. Soon, they arrive at a secret location. Seeing the bound person, Jia Benfu is shocked and can't help but ask, Grandpa, what is this? With a mad glint in his eyes, Jia Jingjing explains, this guy is a descendant of the human emperor and has awakened the authentic imperial bloodline of humanity. His bloodline, once extracted, would be incredibly extraordinary, wouldn't it? Jia Benfu is startled by his grandfather's words. You can actually extract the true imperial bloodline of humanity? Jia Jingjing calmly responds, of course, the method was provided by the martial spirit army. I'm not entirely sure of its efficacy, but the Jade Shatter formation will be ignited using his blood as the core, coupled with the lives of 1 billion citizens from Mysterious Wealth City. Eliminating that arrogant Xiao Tian will be a piece of cake. It will take just one night to activate the formation. Tomorrow will be that arrogant Xiao Tian's day of reckoning. Jia Jingjing sneers, as if the death of 1 billion lives is nothing more than a cold statistic. Carried along by the mood, Jia Benfu also starts to look forward with anticipation, thinking, Grandpa, you're definitely done for this time. In the evening, Xiao Tian takes out a ghost mask and hands it to Long Zhoudao to put on. Confused, Long Zhoudao asks, Lord Xiao, what are we doing? Have you never heard the saying? The night is dark, and the wind is high. A perfect time for a lesson, Xiao Tian replies, putting on his ghost mask and looking towards the palace above. We're going to the Jia family to teach them a lesson. Long Zhoudao hesitates, but Lord Xiao, didn't you say they should come to see you tomorrow? What does that have to do with me going to see them now? Xiao Tian retorts. Long Zhoudao is left speechless. Lord Xiao, you really are cunning, always full of surprises. Before leaving, Xiao Tian instructs, wait, don't act rashly, follow my commands closely, stay by my side to avoid any unexpected situations. Facing Xiao Tian, Long Zhoudao nods lightly after putting on the mask. Understood, Lord Xiao. After donning the mask, Xiao Tian slowly rises into the night sky at a moderate pace. Long Zhoudao follows, staring at the bright lights of Mysterious Wealth City. Long Zhoudao can't help but feel puzzled. Isn't it too early? The night has just begun. Strange indeed. Although Long Zhoudao is puzzled, he dutifully follows Xiao Tian, gradually approaching the palace where the Jia family resides. Meanwhile, in a more secluded residence in Mysterious Wealth City, the woman Xiao Tian previously saw, who resembles Shi Ruoyan, is pacing back and forth. Beside her, another short-haired woman is gesturing with a knife in hand. Several members of the Flowerhead tribe are sitting nearby. Enough with the pacing. You're making me dizzy, says Lu Guixiang, the mother of the woman in blue. Yes, she's esteemed Purple Emperor's mother-in-law. The woman in the blue robe is Su Ruoyan. Mom, aren't you worried? Dad has been gone for so long. Su Ruoyan pauses her pacing to look at her mother. Don't underestimate your father, Lu Guixiang replies, shaking her head. He used to be the god of wealth. You know. Upon hearing Lu Guixiang's words, the members of the Flowerhead tribe nod in agreement. Indeed, despite the city's expensive real estate, your father, Su Fu Gui, bought a residence without a second thought. He even purchased the 3 neighboring properties to avoid disturbances. Just then, they hear a sound from the direction of the front gate. A portly Su Fu Gui returns. Dad, how did it go? Su Ruoyan asks anxiously. Everything is set. As soon as I crush this jade token, they will get the signal to cause a disturbance in Mysterious Wealth City, plunging it into chaos. That will give us the perfect opportunity to rescue our son-in-law. Lu Guixiang flexes her shoulders. I haven't exercised my skills in a long time. I wonder if I can still move freely. Su Ruoyan clenches her fists and looks towards the enormous palace in the sky. I'm more concerned about whether Brozit can hold on. Don't worry, we will all get out of this safely. Su Fu Gui walks over and tousles his daughter's hair. With your mom and dad here, you have nothing to fear. Dad, I'm not a child anymore, Su Ruoyan retorts. Su Fu Gui continues to look at his daughter with a cheerful demeanor in my eyes. You'll always be my little girl. I'm very sorry if it weren't for rescuing us from the hands of the Void Bandits. You wouldn't have exposed your tracks. The leading woman from the Flowerhead tribe begins. Letting out a sigh full of regret, Su Ruoyan lifts her head, waving her hand at the woman. You don't need to blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. What we didn't expect was how well informed the Jia family of Mysterious Wealth City is. They ambushed us even before we reached the region. Bro Z was captured and taken away because he was trying to protect all of us. Now that we have identified where our son-in-law is being held and have arranged a rescue plan, the moment Mysterious Wealth City falls into chaos will be our best opportunity to free him. An earth-shattering roar resounds throughout the vast skies of Mysterious Wealth City. Everyone looks up to see the floating palace above, the high and mighty residence of the Jia family. Its defense formations have been shattered with a deafening blast that echoes in all directions. Shao Tian has shattered the Jia family's defensive formation. Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity Shao Tian is here. The Jia family, tasked with guarding the second line, is acting like a band of thieves. I can no longer tolerate your heinous acts. Today, I am here to administer justice. I'm willing to give the Jia family a chance to repent. Everyone in Mysterious Wealth City bear witness to see if the Jia family can be saved. As this deafening declaration echoes, everyone looks up at the sky towards Shao Tian, stunned. The protective formation around the Jia family's celestial palace has been blasted open. Their faces show a mixture of shock and euphoria. Finally, someone has come to put the oppressive Jia family in their place. Xu Fu Gui and Lu Gui Xiang are shocked at first, but then elated. Isn't this fortunate? We were just considering whether we would have a chance to take action. Now the opportunity has come. It's time to make a move. Hold on, let's wait. Shuerian instead remains calm, looking up at the sky. The person who shattered the formation must be very powerful. Let's not act hastily. They probably have some kind of dispute with the Jia family. Let this powerful individual take the lead in conflict with the Jia family. When they're fully engaged, we'll seize the opportunity to move. Hearing his daughter, Xu Fu Gui nods in agreement. Lu Gui Xiang is holding a machete, eyeing the palace above. This Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity Shao Tian is indeed impressive. People with great power really can do as they please. While we have to be cautious, he just charged straight in. I kind of like that audacity. Upon hearing her mother, Shuerian nods in agreement. Indeed, too audacious. Lu Gui Xiang is speechless for a moment. So you only heard the part about being audacious? Ha! At this moment, Shao Tian arrives at the Celestial Palace with Long Qiu Dao. So this is where the Jia family lives. Shao Tian looks around and finds the scenery quite pleasing, akin to a fairy palace. Lord Shao, didn't you say we should act cautiously, not rashly? Shao Tian looks at Long Qiu Dao, puzzled. So what's the problem? Shouldn't we have deciphered the formation quietly and sneaked into this Jia family palace to find the key personnel? And then, Long Qiu Dao makes a slicing gesture across his neck. Shao Tian frowns at Long Qiu Dao. We are on the side of justice. We are here to sweep away the darkness and deal with the cancer that is the Jia family. How could we act like thieves? Moreover, when we came to the Jia family's place, a formation was blocking us. Isn't it logical and in line with procedures that I blasted it open with a punch? How can you think that's rash? Faced with Shao Tian's counter-question, Long Qiu Dao opens his mouth but doesn't know how to rebut. After the formation was broken, I conducted a careful analysis of the situation. Breaking the formation would definitely alert them. So why not just announce it openly to the world? The people in the Mysterious Wealth Mountain region must have suffered greatly under the Jia family's tyranny. Perhaps many are on the verge of emotional collapse. This is the perfect stage for education. It can let everyone know that darkness can't overcome light and evil can't defeat justice. After careful consideration, I've decided to let this good deed spread far and wide to convey kindness and justice. You can't possibly think that I'm doing this just to gain fame, can you? As the formation explodes like fireworks, Jia Jingjing, who was originally meditating, is suddenly awakened. The moment he opens his eyes, he sees the core of the entire formation hub shatter completely. For a moment, Jia Jingjing feels disoriented. Was the defensive formation that I spent a fortune on building just broken? Then Shao Tian's voice reverberates throughout the city. You, the Jia family, have done countless unscrupulous deeds. I, Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity Shao Tian, am here to teach you how to be human. As Jia Jingjing leaves, the bound, esteemed Purple Emperor suddenly opens his eyes and stares at his departing figure, murmuring softly, Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity Shao Tian, quite an intimidating name. However, how could I, with my esteemed imperial lineage, be so easily stripped away? Esteemed Purple Emperor is full of confidence. As he speaks, the chains of the formation binding him suddenly burst into flames. The blood that was being drained from him starts burning as well. These burning flames of blood are crazily absorbing the spiritual energy from the formation's core, flowing back into his body. With each flame that merges into the esteemed Purple Emperor, his aura increases slightly. Seeing this, esteemed Purple Emperor breaks into a satisfied smile. I originally planned to wait for my wife to rescue me, using the power of my bloodline to erode the Jia family's formation and escape with her help. I didn't expect someone to intervene. I can't miss this opportunity. Seeing the surge of power within him, esteemed Purple Emperor glances at the formation. The Jia family really has something. Even the elder of the Shui family couldn't strip away my imperial bloodline, yet this emperor of the Mysterious Wealth Mountain range has such sophisticated means. The Jia family must have a mastermind behind them. Anyway, I should first focus on escaping. Saying this, esteemed Purple Emperor takes a deep breath. His imperial aura bursts forth, causing the formation within the entire hall to wobble. Meanwhile, at the square of the Jia family's residence, Xiao Tian and Wang Qiudao look ahead. Finally, someone arrives, led by Jia Benfu. Jia Benfu is almost going insane. He thought they had agreed to meet tomorrow, so why have they come tonight? Does this mean even the strong can go back on their words? Soon, other strong members of the Jia family arrive one after another. Each has an impressive aura. Wang Qiudao takes a quick look around. The leading elder is at level 20, while the others average around level 18. Jia Xinjing fixes his gaze on Xiao Tian, but before he can speak, Xiao Tian interrupts. "My good grandson, why are you standing there? Your grandpa is here. Won't you come and greet me?" Jia Benfu nearly collapses, holding his face as he trembles and shakes his head frantically. "That's not what was said. That's not what was said." The other Jia family elders exchange puzzled glances. What is going on? Did Jia Benfu just acknowledge a stranger as an elder? Seeing no response, Xiao Tian's face darkens. "My good grandson, are you planning to deny me?" At these words, Jia Benfu finally snaps out of it, looking at Xiao Tian with a face full of horror. Immediately after, Jia Benfu bends his knees and gracefully slides to kneel at Xiao Tian's feet, pointing at Jia Xinjing and excitedly shouting, "Grandpa, your good grandson has been waiting eagerly for you. This old man is trying to harm you." Jia Xinjing was stunned. "This is the successor I've taken a liking to. Is he the one to whom I'm going to entrust the future of the Jia family?" Seeing Jia Benfu's face full of happiness and belonging, both Xiao Tian and Wang Qiudao's eyes widen as they stare at him in disbelief. After a moment, Wang Qiudao scratches his head and asks, "Lord Xiao, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this before." Xiao Tian shrugs and shakes his head. "To be honest, this is my first time encountering something like this as well." Xiao Tian quickly adjusts his mood and communicates with Wang Qiudao through telepathy. "Remember the monitoring formation you set up earlier when we were slowly rising? Is it ready?" Wang Qiudao pauses for a moment, recalling the Skynet mirror formation he had set up. "Lord Xiao, don't worry, with just a signal from you, I can let all the citizens of Mysterious Wealth Mountain cities see the ugly face of the Jia family." At this moment, Jia Benfu suddenly starts wailing again. "Grandpa, your grandson didn't lie to you. That old man has activated something called the Jade Shatter Formation. That Jade Shatter Formation is incredible. It can sacrifice the lives of 1 billion beings in Mysterious Wealth Mountain City to condense into a single strike against you. I wanted to leave the Sky Palace to inform you, but this old man was watching too closely and didn't give me the chance." Jia Xinjing is utterly dumbfounded. This kid has actually revealed all of it. Xiao Tian nods. "Earlier, when I ascended to this Sky Palace, I did sense a sacrificial formation. Is it this Jade Shatter Formation you're talking about?" Jia Benfu looks up proudly, as if he's been acknowledged. Yes it is." A smirk forms at the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth as a plan springs to mind. "Interesting." He then points at Jia Xinjing and questions. "So, the head of the Jia family, is this how you use a formation intended to defend against external enemies? For your own selfish gain, you so easily wiped out the lives of so many innocent people in Mysterious Wealth Mountain City?" Caught red-handed, Jia Xinjing is momentarily stunned, and the other powerful figures in a Jia family look at him in disbelief. "Patriarch, is this true? This is no joking matter." However, Jia Xinjing reveals a smug smile. "A joke? It's just a mere formation. We've been consuming all the resources coming from the United Alliance of 100 tribes for years. Each time, haven't you all followed me, filling your bellies and greasing your lips? What's there to be surprised about now? So what if we sacrifice 1 billion lives? What's the problem?" Jia Xinjing's face contorts, showing no regard for the lives of ordinary people. Xiao Tian then gives Wang Qiudao a look that says now's the time. "Activate the formation. I want to socially annihilate them." Oblivious to what's happening, Jia Xinjing continues his impassioned speech. "They are but a bunch of lowly beings. It's their honor to be sacrificed to the Jade Shatter Formation. If anyone investigates, we can simply say the formation was used to resist the martial spirit army." Finally unable to hold back, Wang Qiudao speaks up. "Are you so sure that the meteor flame battlefield will fall, and you'll face off against the martial spirit army?" Jia Xinjing adopts a confident and fearless demeanor. "Haven't you already figured out that our Jia family has colluded with the martial spirit army? Why ask the obvious? What's the point?" Since then, countless voices of anger are heard. "What's the point? Are our lives meaningless to you? You Jias have bullied us enough as it is. Now you're even colluding with the martial spirit army and threatening the meteor flame battlefield? That's crossing the line." Only at this moment does Jia Xinjing notice the sky mirror overhead, realizing that everything he's said and done has been broadcast live. At this instant, countless citizens, upon hearing his words, are fervently shouting to tear down the Jia family. Wang Qiudao turns his head and exchanges a glance with Xiao Tian, as expected of Lord Xiao. "You come to the doorstep honorably and openly, yet you make the other party reveal their cards voluntarily. Seething with anger, Jia Xinjing trembles. Fine, you'll regret this. You think you're clever? You think you're winning? Fool, you're courting death. At this moment, the mysterious Wealth Mountain range is filled with curses. Xua Ruan and her family, along with many from the Flower Head tribe, come out to observe the situation in the streets. They see countless people pointing at Jia Xinjing in the sky mirror, cursing and yelling to bring down the Jia family. Xua Fugui pinches his chubby chin. I spent money to create chaos among the citizens of mysterious Wealth Mountain City. Why does it feel like it was unnecessary? The disturbance here is much bigger than what I arranged. Xua Ruan is also staring at the sky mirror. This is bigger than we thought. Jia Xinjing's secret has been fully exposed. He might try to kill everyone in mysterious Wealth Mountain City to keep them quiet. The Jade Shatter Formation's sacrifice certainly won't stop now. Lu Guixiang steps forward, looking at her husband and daughter. Should we make our move? Both give her a surprised look. Not yet. The situation is certainly intense, but it's not chaotic enough. She then turns to Xua Fugui. Dad, your money isn't wasted. The kindling has been soaked in oil. It just needs a spark. Hearing this, Xua Fugui takes out a jade token. You make a good point, he says. And with a crunch, he shatters the token. Across mysterious Wealth Mountain range, all the people who've been paid off receive the signal. Simultaneously, the Jia family's second-line defense force storms into the city, suppressing the crowd. This group, originally meant to defend the area from external threats, now turn their weapons against the very people they were supposed to protect. A torch in the hands of someone from the Flower Head tribe is abruptly cut down. Seeing this, the Flower Head tribe roars in anger. They've taken action. Wipe out these scum. The grievances of past days erupt at this moment. The shouts and battle cries gradually drown out the curses. The crowd is fearless, with Lord Xiaotian taking a stand for justice and leading the way. What are we hesitating for? Are we all just going to cower until we die? Rise up. Topple the tyrannical Jia family. Today is the day. The situation increasingly spirals out of control. Jia Xinjing glances back at the chaotic scene. These so-called defenders are useless. They can't even suppress these dissident voices. However, as he looks at Xiaotian, he thinks, once I get rid of this instigator, the others won't be able to make waves. Furious, Jia Xinjing clenches his teeth, a murderous aura emanating from his body. Everything he'd painstakingly built has been ruined by this shameless individual. Suddenly, Jia Xinjing speaks into the empty space behind him. If this situation isn't resolved, it won't be good for you either, right? Just as he finishes speaking, ripples appear in the air and several figures materialize behind him. You've really screwed this up, haven't you? They belong to a race that Xiaotian is quite familiar with. The Blood Grudge clan also tear 20 warriors. Yellow Hair smirks. Looks like your good days are over. Hearing the mockery, Jia Xinjing narrows his eyes. First, think about how to clean up this mess. The cat's out of the bag. We need to kill to keep it quiet, to slow down the spread of the news. His expression turns malicious. I remember that the Blood Grudge clan has a blood curse technique. It can trace people's loved ones through their blood, right? Yellow Hair chuckles lightly. What? You want to search for his relatives? You're really petty. Petty? Jia Xinjing flexes his body. This guy has turned me into a public enemy. How could I possibly let him off? Suddenly, his voice comes to a halt. For some unknown reason, Yellow Hair swiftly appears in front of Xiaotian, in a kneeling position no less. Xiaotian casually extends his hand and grips his throat. It feels as if Yellow Hair had voluntarily delivered himself. What's going on? Jia Xinjing is dumbfounded. Are you all putting on a show here? One moment you're chatting beside me, and the next, you're in Xiaotian's hands? Yellow Hair takes a deep breath, his spiritual energy erupting instantly. His body reverberates with a rumbling sound as his muscles and the bursting red spiritual energy work in unison. Yellow Hair summons a terrifying power and shouts, "Rise!" However, he doesn't budge. Xiaotian's hand seems like an unmovable sky, forever suppressing him. A silence descends on the scene. Panic starts to creep into Yellow Hair's mind. I'm a tier 20 warrior. Why can't I rise under the grip of this puny human? As if granting his wish, Xiaotian slowly raises his hand and helps him to his feet. Yellow Hair finally experiences that unparalleled power. With a slight pressure from Xiaotian's fingertips, Yellow Hair lets out a gut-wrenching scream. Jia Benfu, kneeling beside, has been shivering with fear. Watching Xiaotian hoist Yellow Hair up like a little chicken, Jia Benfu is internally screaming. I knew it. I knew Xiaotian was a monster. He corrects himself. No, he's not a monster. He's my grandfather, my mighty grandfather. Finally, Xiaotian speaks. My purpose for coming here was to give them a lesson, to awaken their conscience. I didn't expect a menace like you to appear before we even started. It seems you are the backbone of the Jia family's evil doing. With that, Xiaotian's hand holding Yellow Hair suddenly flicks upward. Yellow Hair becomes a blur, rocketing skyward, even piercing through the clouds. His screams are endless. Subsequently, people hear Xiaotian murmur, Current power, 7/10,000. Jia Benfu is instantly dumbfounded, unable to believe what he's heard. My dear grandfather, you can control your power down to such a small fraction. While he's still in shock, Xiao Tian throws a punch into the sky. Space is torn asunder as a tangible attack surges upward. Yellow hair, hurled into the sky, feels a tremendous force rushing towards him. He watches as the space below shatters inch by inch. Yellow hair's heart tightens, sensing something terrible. The next second, an extremely terrifying force envelopes him completely. Blood power path. However, even though he is a tier 20 warrior and exhausts all his power, he is still ruthlessly shattered. Yellow hair screams in terror, "No, don't," just before dying. Yellow hair loses all decorum and curses. Jia Jingjing, you ageless beast, you idiot, you dragged me into this, you dog. His voice abruptly stops as his body violently bursts apart. The surrounding space also shatters into fragments like mirrors, emitting a crisp sound. Xiao Tian withdraws his fist and says to the people in front of him, "Listen, ding ding, ding-a-ling, the bell is rung, it's time for class." Jia Jingjing trembles all over, looking at Xiao Tian with eyes full of fear. He swallows hard, sweat constantly trickling down his forehead. Only now does he truly understand Jia Benfu, truly worthy of being the successor I have my eye on. "Grandson, you're a clever little devil." After casually crushing the strong warrior of the Blood Grudge clan, Xiao Tian nonchalantly brushes off his hands. The annoying guy has been dealt with, now it's time for your Jia family to get schooled. Heaven is merciful, even if you've committed heinous crimes. As long as you can do a few things, I'm willing to give you a chance for redemption. Jia Jingjing can't control his trembling. He thinks to himself, is there really such good fortune? Could this be the quirk of a powerful person, a preference for urging people to be virtuous? He makes a secret resolution. He must seize this opportunity to survive. Xiao Tian extends a finger and begins. First, relinquish your position as the guardian of the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. Then, transfer the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range to me as compensation for my emotional distress. After all, you've colluded with the martial spirit army to secretly plot against me, causing irreplaceable harm to my spirit. Hearing this, Jia Jingjing smiles broadly on the surface, but inside he's cursing. This is utter nonsense. The agreement I made with the martial spirit army was decades ago, probably before you were even born. How could it have been aimed at you? But for the sake of staying alive, he maintains composure. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. As long as I can save my life, whatever he says is right. Save whatever he wants. Thinking this, Jia Jingjing quickly bows and agrees. If you say so, it's no problem. I'll immediately issue a notice declaring you the Lord of the Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. At this point, Long Qiu Dao suddenly speaks up. The Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range has already formed a world heart. You should transfer this world heart to Lord Xiao. Hearing these words, Xiao Tian is visibly startled. What is a world heart? The world heart is formed by the world energy of a domain world. It is the control nexus of a domain world. Once controlled, one can control everything within the domain world, aiding one's cultivation and enhancing combat ability. Jia Jingjing is dumbstruck. How does he know that I have the world heart? This is known only to the martial spirit army and the Jia family. Even the United Alliance of 100 Tribes Council of Elders isn't aware of this. How could an outsider know? Seeing him not responding, Long Qiu Dao chides. Are you saying that you didn't form this world heart? Jia Jingjing awkwardly smiles. How could that be? I was just about to hand over the world heart. Xiao Tian steps closer to Long Qiu Dao, then bring it out. The next second, an odd-looking stone appears in front of Jia Jingjing. The stone emits overwhelming fluctuations. This is the world heart of the Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. Xiao Tian curiously reaches out to touch it. So this is the so-called world heart? Jia Jingjing is startled. Is he an idiot? This is the world heart of the Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. Reaching out directly means enduring the enormous pressure of the entire mountain range. And no one is stopping him? Does he really think he's so powerful that he can withstand the pressure of an entire domain world? Jia Jingjing suddenly feels some anticipation. This is overly confident. Ha! I can't wait to see you destroy yourself. If he gets crushed, the Jia family will be safe. Crush him. Jia Jingjing's expectant gaze. Xiao Tian casually picks up the world heart with his fingers. This thing actually looks quite nice. Jia Jingjing feels as if he's been struck by lightning. What on earth is happening? That's the world heart, representing the immense pressure of an entire domain world, and he's just holding it between his fingers, now holding the world heart in his hand. He knows that the mountain range is his. Jia Jingjing, however, has other ideas. The world heart represents the natural laws of a domain world. You think just because you say it's yours, it becomes yours? That's incredibly arrogant. However, the next moment, Jia Jingjing watches as his control over the Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range slowly drifts out of his body and directly enters Xiao Tian. Jia Jingjing is dumbstruck. What just happened? My control was taken without my consent? Xiao Tian is also momentarily stunned, but then he sees the world heart disappear into his hand, absorbed along with the control. Now that I possess the world heart, I can sense everything within the domain of the mysterious Wealth Mountain range clearly. This is much more convenient than relying on my physical eyes. Xiao Tian nods in satisfaction. You've done well in fulfilling my first request to become the Lord of the mysterious Wealth Mountain range. It shows me you're committed to changing your ways. He then holds up 2 fingers. My second request is for you to fully understand the meaning of responsibility and duty. At this, Jia Jingjing looks utterly confused, having no idea what Xiao Tian is referring to. Xiao Tian explains with a smile. The meteor flame battlefield up ahead is in dire need of reinforcements. As the defensive army for the second line, it's time for you to go into battle. As the saying goes, raise troops for 1,000 days. Use them for a moment. Now is the best time for you to redeem yourselves. Hearing this, Jia Jingjing quickly agrees. Rest assured, once we get to the meteor flame battlefield, we'll fight the enemy with all our might and live up to your teachings. However, inside, he's laughing triumphantly. This is a godsend. If the united alliance of 100 tribes can't be relied upon, I can always switch sides to the martial spirit army. As soon as we reach the meteor flame battlefield, I'll join them and my family will be safe. Unaware of Jia Jingjing's thoughts, Xiao Tian tells Long Qiudao, see, there are no truly evil people in this world. With patience and love, even the most wicked can be reformed. Long Qiudao has his doubts, thinking that Jia Jingjing doesn't seem like the kind of person to mend his ways, no matter how crafty he is. Could he really outwit Xiao Tian? Next, Xiao Tian turns to Jia Jingjing. Since you've agreed to go to the meteor flame battlefield to redeem yourselves, get moving. Jia Jingjing agrees. All right, shall we start packing and head to the meteor flame battlefield? Xiao Tian suddenly waves his hand. No need for all that fuss. He then unexpectedly draws a long knife. You can simply use this knife to commit seppuku. With a swift motion, he stabs the knife into the ground, scaring the wits out of Jia Jingjing and his people. Jia Jingjing hesitates. Lord Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao Tian shakes his head. I can't be certain that you won't collaborate with the martial spirit army once you get to the battlefield. You can stain this knife with your blood, and I'll send someone else to use this knife on the battlefield. That's equivalent to you fighting against the enemy. This is the way you'll atone for your sins. You won't even have to travel far. Isn't that great? Hearing that Xiao Tian wants him to use the knife to commit seppuku, Jia Jingjing is clearly incredulous. You're joking, right? Xiao Tian points to the long knife in front of him. Nope, I'm very serious. You can use your blood and lives to imbue this knife. Then Bai Qing will take it and fight against the enemy. Your family's spirit will be with her, giving her courage. In this way, you can leave behind a good reputation, making your atonement meaningful. Honestly, I can't think of any reason for you to refuse. Jia Jingjing is stunned. Xiao Tian turns to Long Qiudao. Can you think of any reason? Long Qiudao shakes his head. I can't. This is such a perfect solution. Even I can't refuse. Jia Jingjing feels a surge of anger rising. He's treating us like animals for a blood sacrifice. He's trampling on the dignity of our Jia family. At this thought, Jia Jingjing can't help but shout, is having power an excuse to do whatever you want? Long Qiudao calmly replies, having power does allow you to do whatever you want. Besides, isn't that what you've been doing? Jia Jingjing is speechless, gritting his teeth. Just then, Xiao Tian rubs his forehead and says, oh right, before you commit seppuku, tell me where your treasury is. I need to take some compensation for my services. I've traveled a long way to give you advice. Naturally, I should be paid. Everyone is silent at this audacious demand. Even Long Qiudao seems to be uncomfortable. Jia Jingjing is about to explode. Is this human language? Is this something a sane person would say? He's trying to settle scores on behalf of those who died on the meteor flame battlefield with me, who colluded with the martial spirit army. But just at that moment, Jia Jingjing's face changes. Each and every one of you here don't even think about running. You thought my humility meant I'd really admitted my guilt? I was just buying time. Now is my moment to counterattack. Jia Jingjing clasps his hands together, and a blood-red formation appears behind him. He shouts, Jade Shatter Formation, rise. A humming sound resonates, and a mysterious force starts gathering, draining everything from unidentified sources, life, spiritual energy, essence, all being sucked away and condensing into Jia Jingjing. Everyone in the Jia family, even Jia Benfu who's kneeling on the ground, can feel their life force, spiritual energy, and blood being plundered. Jia Jingjing's crazed voice echoes, the martial spirit army taught me another use for the Jade Shatter Formation, sacrificed the entire clan to empower me alone. You didn't see this coming, did you, Xiao Tian? This time next year will be the anniversary of your death. At this moment, the withering Jia family members all shout, Grandpa, no, Jia Jingjing, may you die horribly. In contrast, Jia Jingjing's condition keeps improving, his aura growing stronger and reaching new heights. Long Qiu watches in astonishment. This man is shameless. He actually killed his own clan with his own hands. Xiao Tian snorts coldly. This isn't the Jade Shatter formation. This is clearly a blood-drinking formation that sacrifices clan members to achieve a desperate turnaround. Hearing this, Long Qiu turns his head in surprise. Xiao Tian, when did you become so knowledgeable about formations? I once obtained the ancient texts from the ancient god tribe. It includes records from the Soul Intent clan, where the blood-drinking formation is documented. While the two are talking, Jia Benfu and the other Jia family members have already lost their lives. Jia Jingjing exhales deeply, seemingly feeling very relieved, lowering his head to look at his hands. He can't help but laugh in a manic state. This power, it's intoxicating. Take out the Holy Dragon Relic and activate the formation. Although he doesn't know the significance of this action, Long Qiu obediently takes out the relic. Once he is done as Xiao Tian instructed, Jia Jingjing suddenly moves, drawing a long knife and laughing. I'm quite skilled with knives as well. You'll regret this. Xiao Tian uninterestedly picks at his ear and says, Alright, begin your performance. Just as Jia Jingjing raises his knife and appears to charge forward, shouting, Prepare to die. Long Qiu hurries to stand in front of Xiao Tian, saying, My lord, please step back. But the next second, the previously calm space warps abruptly. A force of spatial translocation envelopes Jia Jingjing. Before Long Qiu can react, Jia Jingjing has already used the power to warp through space and escape. Long Qiu is speechless. The old man knew he couldn't win, so he used the power gained from sacrificing his clan to escape, even burning his own spiritual energy to speed up. How decisive. Such a pity. Xiao Tian yawned. Now there's no need to waste energy, to chase after him and bring him back. Sadly, Lord Xiao Tian had already anticipated his escape. Once the Holy Dragon Relic formation is fully activated, it automatically detects any spatial translocations in the vicinity. It effortlessly manipulates the enemy within the palm of one's hand. Truly impressive, my lord. Immediately after, Xiao Tian pulls out the long knife stuck in the ground and looks at Long Qiu, saying, Release him. The next second, Jia Jingjing is spat out from the Holy Dragon Relic. Seeing the familiar faces in front of him, Jia Jingjing is stunned. Didn't I escape? How am I back here? Xiao Tian grabs his shoulder and says, Enough running. Now what you need to do is tell us the location of your treasure vault, pay your tuition, and correct your ways as part of your homework. We're all grown men here. Why are you dilly-dallying about this knife? Saying this, Xiao Tian hands the knife to Jia Jingjing. The message couldn't be clearer. Jia Jingjing, holding the long knife, is so scared that he bursts into tears. Please spare my life. I'll tell you everything. I'll say it all. However, Xiao Tian calmly instructs Long Qiu to take out a recording formation to document all of Jia Jingjing's crimes. Long Qiu activates the formation and says, I'm ready. Lord Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao Tian looks down at Jia Jingjing and says, Go ahead, tell us in detail about everything you've done. Jia Jingjing nods quickly. Yes, I'll tell you now. I once colluded with the martial spirit army on the battlefield and plotted to kill my father, the first-generation guardian. I took his place. With the tacit approval of the United Alliance of 100 Tribes Elder Council, I've been secretly skimming off resources from the Meteor Flame battlefield. I even withheld resources that were supposed to be regularly and specifically sent to the battlefield. My level 20 was built up using these resources. Is there anything else? I also sold some unique resources and information to the Martial Spirit Army. Hearing this, both Xiao Tian and Long Qiu look at him with faces full of disdain and anger. This man deserves to die. Facing the gazes of the two men, Jia Jingjing steels himself and asks, I've said everything that I should say. Can you forgive my past mistakes? I really know I was wrong. Xiao Tian takes a step forward and grabs his wrist. Of course, I'm willing to forgive you and I believe you will mend your ways. Jia Jingjing. Saying this, Xiao Tian slowly lifts the hand holding the knife. The next second, he suddenly applies force and Jia Jingjing unwittingly stabs the knife into his own chest. His eyes are filled with disbelief and regret. Pulling out the knife, Xiao Tian disdainfully says, I can forgive you, but whether the soldiers you've killed and the innocent people harmed by the Jia family will forgive you, well, you'll have to go ask them yourself. In his haze, Jia Jingjing seems to see his father before his death and can't help but call out, my father. However, the last thing his father said to him before dying was a curse wishing him an ill fate. Xiao Tian looks at him speechlessly. I'm not your father. Don't shout randomly. Upon hearing this, Jia Jingjing spits out a mouthful of old blood. You scoundrel, I'm dying and you still take advantage. After saying this, Jia Jingjing falls to the ground, lifeless. Unconcerned, Xiao Tian sheaths the knife and calls to Long Qiu, let's go. I just saw through the world heart of the mysterious Wealth Mountain range that someone is trapped in the formation behind us. Meanwhile, inside the heavenly palace of the mysterious Wealth Mountain range, a steamed purple emperor is tugging at formation chains, attempting to break the formation and escape. Seeing the two figures enter, a steamed purple emperor stops and asks, "My brother, could you be the supreme benevolent king of hell deity Shao Tian? Would you mind if Shao Tian raises his hand to cut him off?" "Hold on before you call me brother." Looking at the familiar binding method, a familiar feeling rises in his heart. In that familiar formation, those familiar golden hairs, Shao Tian seems to awaken from a dream. "You wouldn't happen to have the surname Z, would you?" A steamed purple emperor's heart stirs. This guy starts by asking about my surname. Could he be here to catch me? No. I have to change my appearance. Can't let him recognize me. The next second, a steamed purple emperor activates a secret technique to change his appearance. By the time Shao Tian comes over to check, he looks completely different from Ziruoyan. Could he really not be my father-in-law? Likewise, a steamed purple emperor starts speaking. "My good brother, my name is Shou Shintong." However, upon looking up, he sees Shao Tian grinning from ear to ear. Isn't he here to capture me? Why is he so happy to know I'm not a steamed purple emperor? Shouldn't he be disappointed? Shao Tian has no idea what he's thinking and excitedly grabs the chains of the formation. "Hold on. I'll come and save you right away." A steamed purple emperor gets a fright and hurriedly speaks up. "Wait, brother. This formation is strong and a bit strange, but it's already too late." Shao Tian starts to apply force to the chains, and the formation immediately reacts. A red light shoots directly into Shao Tian's mind. Puppy quickly warns, "Master, your soul is under attack." According to the ancient God tribe scriptures, the formation that binds this man in front of you is called the soul-locking golden strike formation. This is a method commonly used by the ancient God tribe. It appears to bind the physical body, but it actually seals the soul. Shao Tian is displeased. "It's the ancient God tribe again? Never mind. It's not important. But a soul attack? Why don't I feel anything?" "Because your soul is too strong. The soul shock from this soul-locking golden strike formation is like scratching an itch through a boot for you. It's insignificant." Puppy explains. "I see." Shao Tian murmurs, continuing to apply force. The next second, the chains are directly crushed by Shao Tian. A steamed purple emperor watches this scene, completely stunned. The formation chains that even I couldn't deal with were just torn apart by this man. Shao Tian calmly speaks. "All right, now that you're free, go reunite with your family." A look of admiration fills a steamed purple emperor's face. "Benefactor, I cannot forget your life-saving grace. How can I ever repay you?" Shao Tian dismissively waves his hand. "Don't be like that. I, Supreme Benevolent King of Hell deity Shao Tian, do good deeds without seeking fame or reward. Go back. Your family must be worried about you." A steamed purple emperor clasps his fists. "Thank you, Brother Shao. May we meet again someday to enjoy wine and good company?" Watching the departing figure of a steamed purple emperor, Shao Tian feels sentimental. Another day of doing good deeds. How nice. Long Qiu Dao, who's beside him, strokes his beard. Something feels off. Why do I find the aura on that person familiar? At this point, Shao Tian nudges Long Qiu Dao with his elbow. "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go." Looking to collect the tuition from the Jia family, Shao Tian heads straight to the Jia family's treasure vault. Standing in front of the door, suddenly, Long Qiu Dao remembers. "My lord, we don't seem to have a key." Shao Tian casually turns his head and looks at him. "Are you stupid? What do we need a key for when I'm here?" Saying this, Shao Tian steps forward, grabs the doorknob, and gently twists it, lifting the entire door off its hinges. Long Qiu Dao is completely stunned. It seems I've underestimated him. Soon, the sight inside the treasure vault leaves both of them dumbfounded. The Jia family really hasn't skimped on their corruption. Looking at the room filled with rare and valuable items, Shao Tian sighs. These are all things that the Jia family exchanged for human lives. It looks like I'll have to give them some extra tutoring after class. Given these resources, I should do something more for Jia Jingjing and the Jia family. Long Qiu Dao looks at him incredulously. "Lord Shao, what do you mean?" Shao Tian gives a faint smile. "I plan to make a statue of Jia Jingjing in the busiest part of mysterious Wealth Mountain City. Next to it, I'll erect a stone tablet detailing all of his past deeds. I want the statue to suffer public humiliation and physical abuse on Jia Jingjing's behalf. That way, it will be like he's atoning for his sins. If Jia Jingjing were still alive, he'd probably be moved to tears." Long Qiu Dao is speechless. Whether he would be moved or not, I don't know. But if someone were to suddenly come back to life out of sheer anger, it would definitely be your doing. As Long Qiu Dao ponders, Shao Tian suddenly turns around and calls out, "What are you still thinking about? Let's go." Long Qiu Dao is startled. "Leave? Are we taking anything?" But when he turns his head, he's dumbfounded. "What the? You've already taken everything?" Shao Tian looks serious. "Don't doubt my abilities. I can endlessly refresh your understanding of what's possible. Let's go. Long Qiu Dao shakes his head. Lord Xiao, it might not be appropriate for us to just leave. The mysterious Wealth Mountain Range is a secondary defense line. Its position is too special. If we just depart, what happens to this mess? All of the Jia family are dead. The mountain range is now like a dragon without a head, and there's a bunch of unruly garrison troops. These are all troubles. Xiao Tian nonchalantly shrugs to set the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range on the right path. A strong leader is needed. Clearly, I'm not that person. Just as Long Qiu Dao is about to say something, Xiao Tian cuts him off. I can't do it, but what I can do is move the Holy Demon Domain over and merge it with the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. By then, Shi Ruoyan will definitely figure out a way to deal with the problem of insubordination. Hearing this, Long Qiu Dao is flabbergasted. Only you would dare to propose such an idea, merging two enormous domain worlds? How can you even dare to think like that? Such things shouldn't be done recklessly. What if something goes wrong and both domains explode? Xiao Tian looks a bit puzzled. It shouldn't explode, right? Plus, if we merge it, the second defense line will directly belong to our Holy Demon Domain. The title of Garrison Commander can go to Shi Ruoyan, and the United Alliance of 100 Tribes could also send resources to us. Isn't it good for us to guard the second defense line? Long Qiu Dao's eyes light up. Exactly. What if the benefits go to others? We're on the same side as Bai Qing, which means we're also aligned with Leader Su of the United Alliance of 100 Tribes. If the Jia family can take these resources, so can we. However, Long Qiu Dao looks at Xiao Tian with a sly expression. Why would you want to give the garrison commander position to Emperor Z? Xiao Tian calmly replies, if I give it to Luo Fengyuan, she'd probably turn the second defense line into an assault camp and constantly lead the garrison troops into battle. There's no way I could give it to her. Now, you go handle the subsequent matters, reorganize Mysterious Wealth Mountain City, and integrate the garrison troops. Find some local people to temporarily manage the Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. Once that's all set, we'll go to the 100 Flower Domain with Huakai 2. We'll merge it with Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range first as a test. If everything goes well, we'll move the Holy Demon Domain. Yawning, Xiao Tian adds, I need to get some sleep. Staying up late is bad for the skin, and I still need to rely on this face to get by. Standing beside him, Long Qiu Dao is speechless. Lazy is lazy. What's all this talk about bad skin affecting your ability to get by? You're quite at ease after assigning all these tasks. It's always easy for the leader to give orders, but the subordinates are the ones who have to roam around. Long Qiu Dao puts on the mask Xiao Tian gave him and heads to Mysterious Wealth Mountain City. Let me use his dead body to intimidate the people of Mysterious Wealth Mountain City. It will also let them know who saved them from their miserable situation. The next second, Long Qiu Dao displays his dragon aura, releasing a majestic and domineering dragon spirit. The hearts of everyone still fighting below are instantly shaken. Long Qiu Dao then announces to everyone, the criminal ringleader Jia Jingjing has been executed by my lord, the great deity Xiao Tian, in a small courtyard. Lu Guixiang, Shu Ruyan and others are staring blankly at the heavenly net mirror. Such a powerful dragon aura. Who is this masked man? Such a strong figure. Is he really just a follower of that previous supreme benevolent king of hell deity? Jia Jingjing, the head of the Jia family and the keeper of the second defense line. Is he really dead? But if the battle is over, why hasn't Z brother come back yet? Just then, a stranger bursts through the door, loudly calling out for Shu Ruyan. Hearing the familiar voice, Shu Ruyan looks surprised. Esteemed Purple Emperor, why do you have Zhou Xindong's face? She embraces his arm. Let's go inside and talk. Once inside the courtyard, Shu Fugui and others are confused. Daughter, who is this? Esteemed Purple Emperor quickly cancels his secret technique. After a burst of golden light, he rubs his sore face. This secret technique for changing one's appearance really hurts. Who came up with this? A masochist. Shu Fugui then asks, son-in-law, why did you change like this? I've never seen such a technique to change one's appearance before. Esteemed Purple Emperor scratches his head. Before I was rescued, I wasn't sure whether that supreme benevolent king of hell deity named Xiao Tian was friend or foe. To avoid revealing my identity, I had to change my appearance. Shu Ruyan interjects, you met Xiao Tian, the powerful figure from Heavenly Palace? Not just met. He was the one who saved me. He even asked if my surname was Z. Shu Ruyan then realizes, no wonder you had to change your appearance. Fortunately, you didn't reveal yourself. Did he really come to capture you? Esteemed Purple Emperor shakes his head. It doesn't seem like it. When I lied about my name, he seemed quite pleased that I wasn't AZ, and I also felt strangely close to him for some reason. Shu Fugue finally explains, some people naturally make you feel close to them. Don't overthink it. This Xiao Tian is probably a young master from some major clan. Otherwise, how could he have such a powerful follower? Esteemed Purple Emperor nods. Alright, let's not worry about whether he's from some major family. We need to leave quickly. We can't stay in the mysterious Wealth Mountain range for long. Let's head to the Holy Demon Domain. Sometime later, within the Heavenly Palace, Xiao Tian is sound asleep and quite comfortable. Below him, a large group of rebels from the mysterious Wealth Mountain range are lined up, their faces bruised and swollen. Long Qiu Dao stands above them, reprimanding. I told you to stop, but you didn't listen. I had to step in and beat you to a pulp before you'd listen. How shameless are you? Nobody dares to breathe a word. We were just caught up in the fight with the garrison. We didn't even hear you shout to stop. Suddenly, Long Qiu Dao raises his hand, and everyone instinctively recoils. Long Qiu Dao clears his throat satisfactorily. Let's not beat around the bush. Lord Xiao has completely wiped out the Jia family. From now on, the mysterious Wealth Mountain range belongs to Lord Xiao. In the near future, it will be ruled by a power named the Great Flame Dynasty. Depending on territorial circumstances, some areas might be allocated to the primordial demon kingdom, but generally, it will all be under the joint jurisdiction of the Empress Union. Long Qiu Dao then takes out a bunch of small books. These are the general rules of the Empress Union and some governmental regulations. Familiarize yourselves with them, as you will assist me in governing the mysterious Wealth Mountain range. Everyone takes a book and continues to listen to Long Qiu Dao. Remember, Lord Xiao tolerates no sand in his eyes. Crooked scoundrels will suffer terribly at his hands. You should know that Jia Xinjing was emotionally shattered before his death, begging for mercy with a face full of tears. The crowd is stunned. Mouths agape. What exactly did that supreme benevolent king of hell deity do to make Jia Xinjing break down like that? Long Qiu Dao stares back at the crowd. Do you have anything to say? No. Everyone shakes their heads and immediately begins reading the books in their hands. The only sound left is the flipping of pages. Then someone exclaims, Great Flame Dynasty, Primordial Demon Kingdom, Empress Union. This is simply amazing. If we really govern the mysterious Wealth Mountain range according to these books, it couldn't be better. Exactly. Good days for the mysterious Wealth Mountain range are coming. Yes, those capable of overthrowing the Jia family aren't necessarily worse than them. Long Qiu Dao speaks at an opportune moment. In the next few days, we must work well together to sort out the affairs of the mysterious Wealth Mountain range. We can't let Lord Xiao down. Take my advice. You can offend anyone, but not Lord Xiao. After all, you wouldn't want to experience what it's like to be worse than dead, would you? Also, take these pills. For 7 days. You won't need to eat, drink, or sleep. Use these 7 days wisely to accomplish what Lord Xiao has assigned. Understood? Everyone stands at attention and responds loudly. Understood? Long Qiu Dao is extremely satisfied. Look at that spirit. Indeed, it's me who managed to train someone so well in such a short time. The next day, Xiao Tian wakes up, stretches comfortably, and goes outside to see that Long Qiu Dao has already managed to set the mysterious Wealth Mountain range in order so quickly. Impressive efficiency, he thinks. As for the rest, he has no idea how many days it will take to accomplish everything. Let him handle it. I'll just enjoy some leisure time exploring, eating, and drinking for a few days. But if the people need help, all they have to do is shout, Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity, and I'll appear to rescue them. Today, he answers the people's call to come and eliminate bandits. As soon as the bandits see the familiar mask, they immediately flee in terror, yelling for their lives. How did they let the Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity out? Weren't his subordinates the ones who've been dealing with bandits for the past 3 days? Why is he here himself today? They have no sense of martial virtue. Unfortunately, no matter how much they plead and cry, it won't save their fallen hearts. Xiao Tian unleashes a single punch. The sheer energy of it not only annihilates all the bandits, but also levels the mountains. He clenches his fist and looks back. Wasn't that easy? A single punch takes care of the mountain bandits. It took you all 3 days, and you still couldn't handle it? Long Qiu Dao remains silent, having long grown accustomed to such feats. The others, however, widen their eyes in awe and terror. Fortunately, the populace bursts into cheerful applause and eagerly waves at Xiao Tian. Deciding not to berate his subordinates any further, Xiao Tian waves back at the crowd. Long Qiu Dao is numb to the spectacle. Children are gathering around Xiao Tian. Clearly, the man is popular. However, once Lord Xiao integrates the 100-flower domain and mysterious Wealth Mountain into the Holy Demon Realm, the cultivation level of Holy Demon Emperor Luo Tao Tian, who is connected to the Holy Demon Realm, is likely to skyrocket. Meanwhile, esteemed Purple Emperor and others are on a flying boat approaching the boundary of the Holy Demon Realm. Shufu Gui, standing at the bow of the boat, comments, "This Holy Demon Realm looks enormous. Are mid-level worlds usually this large?" Lu Gui Xiang chimes in, "Not only that, but there seem to be fewer fragments of smaller worlds around." Esteemed Purple Emperor walks up to them. Based on Luo's guidance, this is undoubtedly the Holy Demon Realm. Once we pass through the boundary, everything will become clear. Soon, the guards inform them. After passing through the boundary, you'll see navigation markers. But remember, you can't pilot any void-flying spiritual tools within the city. To go to the primordial demon kingdom, turn left. For the Great Flame Dynasty, turn right. Everyone is puzzled. Turn right for the Great Flame Dynasty? What does that mean? Seeing them still confused, the guards impatiently urge, "Why are you still standing here? You've completed the registration. Stop blocking the way." Moments later, they pass through the boundary and arrive inside the mainland. Shufu Gue immediately feels the rich spiritual energy in the air. It's even denser than in many high-level worlds. This must also be in part thanks to the efforts of the Flower Head tribe. At this moment, Lu Gue Xiang suddenly interrupts. Now's not the time to be marveling at the spiritual energy. What's going on with this Great Flame Dynasty? Wasn't it taken away by a powerful being? How did it end up in the Holy Demon Realm? A steamed Purple Emperor shakes his head. I have no idea. Besides, the Great Flame Dynasty in this Holy Demon Realm might not even be ours. After all, humans do live in the Holy Demon Realm. Perhaps Luo just allowed them to establish this dynasty for fun? Suddenly, Shuarian points in a direction, exclaiming, "Look!" Everyone hastily looks up to see a giant sign on a floating island. Alright, let's not jump to conclusions. We'll see for ourselves what's going on. The flying boat then follows the directions and continues flying forward. After many years away from home, the Empress parents returned only to find that the cabbage they had nurtured for 20 years had been uprooted by a pig. Even more absurdly, they were unaware that the pig was actually their sworn brother. Soon, the flying boat landed on the mountaintop. Everyone looked down at the bustling city below. Shuaren was astonished. It's truly the Great Flame Dynasty. But how is it in the Holy Demon Domain? Shuafugi asked. Are you saying that the territory of the Great Flame Dynasty, which should be in the Southern Wilderness Realm, appeared in the Holy Demon Domain? A steamed Purple Emperor was also baffled. Let's go. We should enter the city and check it out. Several of them walked on the main street, observing the passing crowd. It seems this place is not just an outpost, but also a trading post. At that moment, a steamed Purple Emperor suddenly stopped the carriage. Young man, my family, and I have just arrived here. We wish to go to the Great Flame Dynasty. May we accompany you on the way? This way we can look out for each other. Saying this, he took out a pouch of money. The young man immediately accepted it and agreed with a smile. On the way, everyone observed the unfamiliar infrastructure. A steamed Purple Emperor commented, "This road is interesting, very convenient. It seems that the array inscribed in this official road enhances the six-hooved creatures pulling it." The young man proudly replied, "You have keen eyes. This official road was commissioned by Minister Zhong. All of our Great Flame Dynasty's roads are like this now. With such roads, our lives have become much better. Even if traveling on foot, the arrays here can alleviate fatigue, helping people to move more effortlessly." A steamed Purple Emperor, catching on to the information, inquired, "You mentioned Minister Zhong. Could the Prime Minister you speak of be named Zhong Yangming?" The young man gave a steamed Purple Emperor a glance. "You know the name of Minister Zhong? Well, after all, he is the Prime Minister of our Great Flame Dynasty. It's really him." A steamed Purple Emperor remarked with some nostalgia. Then, Zurin from inside the carriage spoke up, "Judging by your demeanor, you seem to be living well. You must have a good Empress." "Indeed, our Great Flame Empress Z is deeply respected and revered by all of us." Seeing the young man bowing distantly towards the palace, both the steamed Purple Emperor and Zurin were reassured. It seems the Empress of the Great Flame Dynasty is still Zeruin, and she's safe. Swafa Gue and Lu Gue Xiang were also thrilled, their mouths agape in excitement. "We'll soon see our beloved granddaughter." Zurin then asked the young man again, "You all seem to hold her in high regard, don't you?" The young man's face flushed with emotion. "Of course, our Empress works diligently and conscientiously. She has made our Great Flame Dynasty prosper. Who wouldn't admire her? However, one cannot ignore the achievements of the prince behind the Empress, the best prince in our world." "The prince?" The four of them were momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Swafa Gue, being more experienced and worldly, quickly regained his composure and asked the young man, "It seems like you all greatly admire this prince." Without a second thought, the young man responded naturally, "Without the prince, how could we have lived such good lives? If not for him, the Empress would have likely faced dire consequences, and we might have died. The Great Flame Dynasty would have disappeared long ago. Where would there be the united reign of the current Empress? In these prosperous times we enjoy now." Hearing this, both esteemed Purple Emperor and Zurin were startled. Zeruian nearly faced disaster. Esteemed Purple Emperor immediately inquired, "What do you mean our Empress almost died? What happened?" The young man's eyes brightened. "You've asked the right person. I was there when it happened. Back then, the Astral Pavilion and Eastern Flame Kingdom joined forces against us. Empress Shi stood alone against two foes, fighting against those body cultivators. Just when Empress Shi was about to be struck down, Empress Luo intervened, fighting side by side with Zeruian. Thinking of his daughter's valiant efforts in battle, esteemed Purple Emperor felt a pang of pain in his heart. It was fortunate that he had been sincere and kind to his subjects, or they might have abandoned Zuruyan in her crucial moment. Seeing him distressed, Zurin quickly approached to comfort him. While all this remained unsaid, the young man continued. At that time, we were all scared and desperate, yet also furious. As we were preparing to fight to the death, the prince arrived. You might not understand the sentiment at that moment. The situation seemed hopeless. Everyone believed they wouldn't survive. The Empress was fighting with a do-or-die attitude. But then, in that crucial moment, the prince transformed into a blazing fire from the distant horizon. Before us, with his own strength, he withstood everything, protected the Empress, defended the Great Flame Dynasty, and saved all of us. The young man paused and let out a sigh. In that battle, the prince used a secret technique. He sacrificed himself to save us all. I wonder how the prince's health is now. Zorin stared blankly at the esteemed Purple Emperor. Such risks shouldn't have occurred in the first place. Why didn't the measures left behind by Elder Luo or the Shadow Guards come into play? Luckily, everything is in the past now. She then turned her gaze back to the young man. I wonder what other achievements the prince has done that would be worth our admiration. Of course, there are many. The young man exclaimed with enthusiasm. Apart from the road infrastructure, there's the livestock on Great Flame Mountain, Great Flame Wine, and other products. All these initiatives were led by the prince to boost the development of Great Flame. He also set up various welfare institutions, and the list of his benevolent actions goes on. Oh, and speaking of the prince, there was an amusing incident during that battle at the Imperial City. The four of them leaned in with interest. Do tell. With a grin on his face, the young man continued. When the prince first made his appearance, he seemed to be hiding his identity and was wearing a ghost mask. How could the people not recognize him? When they all started shouting out his identity, the prince looked quite bashful. Hearing this, all four were taken aback. The esteemed Purple Emperor felt as if he was numb. A ghost mask? Are you kidding me? It has to be a coincidence. He shook his head in disbelief, trying to push away the unrealistic thoughts. Then he asked the young man, "Do you know the title or full name of this prince?" Without hesitation, the young man pulled out a wooden carving. Of course, he is known as our supreme benevolent sugar baby deity Xiao Tian, Prince Xiao, Sir Xiao. The four of them were momentarily speechless, trying to process the peculiar title, Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity. What kind of name is that? Suddenly, Shuafugi, upon hearing the term sugar baby, turned to look squarely at the esteemed Purple Emperor. The esteemed Purple Emperor looked immediately displeased. Father-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Although I was frequently protected by Shuarun when I was first at the Shur residence, I am still the founding emperor of our nation. Shuarun, feeling slightly embarrassed, questioned the young man. That title doesn't sound quite right, does it? The young man, with evident pride, responded, Supreme Benevolent represents the prince's benevolence. Deity symbolizes his great power. As for Sugar Baby, it represents the prince's spirit and is also the motto of our Sugar Baby Association, externally gentle but internally tough, persevering, promoting acts of kindness, and striving for world peace. Consider this. Being a kept man or living off a woman is seen by many as a disgraceful act, a reflection of incompetence. But our prince is different. He redefines the concept. He has personally shown us that your social status doesn't determine your worth. Society's opinions and judgments don't determine anything either. Only you can define yourself. The young man's passionate words left the group silent and at a loss for words. The esteemed Purple Emperor even began to question his life choices. Why was I mocked for being taken care of by the Schwaf family? While Xiao Tian is revered and respected by the people, even when seemingly in a similar position, can one really elevate such a status with noble spirit? Is it all about inherent talent? Shuarun tried to console him. It's alright. The Xiao Tian he's talking about may not be the same one we met at the mysterious Wealth Mountain range. Let's inquire more before jumping to conclusions. Just remember how you kept praising Xiao brother back then, saying how great he was and how he saved you. If it turns out to be the same person, referring to him like that would be so awkward. Just then, the group finally reached the southern border gateway. Meanwhile, within the palace, Xiao Yuan rushed into the imperial study to inform Shi Ruyan, "Mother, there's news. The names of grandfather and grandmother have appeared at the border check." What? Shi Ruyan's body stiffened, her face a mask of disbelief. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan spread her hands out, saying, "Mother, look." The next moment, Xiao Yuan reverted to her original form, and on her belly were clearly written the names of several individuals. Shi Ruyan was taken aback. Esteemed Purple Emperor and Shuarunian are the names of my parents. Shufugi and Lu Guixiang are names mother once mentioned. They are the names of my grandparents. It seems unlikely that this is just a coincidence of shared names. Xiao Yuan had a smug expression. Right? You only mentioned it once, and I remembered it immediately. Shi Ruyan gently patted Xiao Yuan's head, praising, "Xiao Yuan is truly remarkable." But Xiao Yuan could clearly see that Ji Ruyan's expression was not one of excitement, deep longing and concern. Seeing the worry on Ji Ruyan's face, Xiao Yuan quickly comforted her. "Mother, don't worry." Ji Ruyan took a deep breath. "We can't conclude anything based solely on names. We need to see them in person and confirm their identities. With the current situation, we can't be sure that someone didn't get wind of this and is impersonating my parents. Xiao Yuan, do you have any safe methods to ensure their identity?" Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, her face brimming with confidence. "That's easy. Mother, you can release the authentic bloodline aura of the human emperor. When you come into contact with grandfather, if he releases the same bloodline aura, then it is surely him." After pondering for a moment, Ji Ruyan replied, "That's a good idea. Do you know where they are now?" Xiao Yuan confidently said, "They've just entered the southern gateway and haven't left yet." Ji Ruyan smiled excitedly. "Good, let's go and meet them." Meanwhile, as the esteemed Purple Emperor and his companions entered the city gates, they looked around the transformed surroundings and couldn't help but reflect. "Back when I was emperor, the south was quite desolate. In just a few years, a new city has flourished like this. It's impressive." Suddenly, Swafugi pointed to a nearby structure and asked the young man, "What is the point of the purpose of that building?" The young man smiled. "That place is called a residential community. It's another innovation by Prince Xiaotian. Moreover, the materials used there have been specially refined." The esteemed Purple Emperor looked puzzled. "Given that, are there enough resources to sustain it? The Great Flame Dynasty won't be financially strained, will it?" The young man beamed with pride. "Of course not. Both the treasuries of the Great Flame Dynasty and the Primordial Demon Kingdom are under Prince Xiaotian's supervision. The prince himself has a knack for generating wealth, and both treasuries often receive his generous support. Everyone says that Prince Xiaotian is truly the Empress's valuable partner. And see those buildings on either side? That's where our Living Off Others Association holds its events. They were personally overseen by the prince during their construction." The four of them looked at the nameplates on the buildings. Momentarily speechless, they read, "Southern Ever-Blossoming Joyful Welfare Home, World's Best Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deities Institute of Light, Southern Gateway Branch." The young man continued excitedly. "The one on the left provides shelter for orphans and the elderly, while the one on the right educates the children." The group became even more dumbfounded. While the intentions were commendable, couldn't they have chosen better names? Just then, a shout caught their attention. "Mother, over there!" As they looked up, they saw Ji Ruyan suddenly yell, "Imperial Aura Suppression." Esteemed Purple Emperor gazed at his radiant daughter. "Is that Ji Ruyan?" But before he could speak, Ji Ruyan felt something amiss. This man's imperial aura is so feeble. Could he be an imposter? With that thought, Ji Ruyan's anger surged. "How dare you deceive me? You've got some nerve." Saying this, she released an even more intense pressure. Under the immense force, esteemed Purple Emperor knelt on one knee, coughing continuously. Inwardly, he thought, "My daughter has grown so powerful. Unfortunately, I can't release my realm's aura. If I did and it affected even a single hair on her head, Schwerin would ensure I'd go bald right then and there." Luckily, Xiao Yuer suddenly interjected, "Mother, if you continue like this, grandfather will be forced to the ground." Ji Ruyan paused, turning sharply to Xiao Yuer. "What did you say?" Xiao Yuer hurriedly explained, "Mother, that's grandfather. The bloodline aura on him is genuine." Ji Ruyan was dumbfounded, but he seemed so weak. "It's because you've been with father. Your bloodline has been strengthened a lot over time. Not just you. The aura from my second maternal grandfather would probably also be suppressed by my second mother." Xiao Yuer explained. Ji Ruyan was flabbergasted and quickly withdrew her oppressive aura. Moments later, the group returned to the palace. The esteemed Purple Emperor sighed with relief, finally home. He teased Ji Ruyan, "Dear daughter, why are you so silent now? You were quite majestic earlier. What happened? Why didn't you release your bloodline aura again? It was so powerful that your old man almost knelt before you." Feeling embarrassed, Ji Ruyan didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, Xiao Yuer slapped the esteemed Purple Emperor's shoulder. "Why are you scolding her? Ji Ruyan didn't do it on purpose. It's your fault for not being strong enough to withstand your daughter's aura, and you have the audacity to be angry." Scratching his head sheepishly, the esteemed Purple Emperor tried to defend himself. "It wasn't like that, Ji Ruyan. I was just trying to lighten the mood." Because Ji Ruyan seemed embarrassed, Ji Ruyan wasn't in the mood to listen to his explanations. She shot him a sharp glance, and the esteemed Purple Emperor immediately wilted, mumbling an apology. Seeing this, Ji Ruyan's face softened, full of motherly love, as she opened her arms to Ji Ruyan. Ji Ruyan, overwhelmed with emotion, Ji Ruyan ran into her arms. "Mother," the two embraced tightly. "You must have faced many hardships over the years, but mother is back now. Everything is okay. I've always known you to be strong-willed. If you want to cry, let it out. Vent your feelings. If anyone bullied you in the past, tell mother, and we'll teach them a lesson. Ji Ruoyan, feeling a wave of happiness, closed her eyes. No, mother, gently stroking her daughter's hair, swearing and remarked, I never imagined you'd grow up so fast. You've done an outstanding job as Empress, far better than your father. The esteemed Purple Emperor felt numb. Why does it always have to relate back to me? Suddenly, Ji Ruoyan's expression changed. Following her gaze, Shuiring noticed two women approaching slowly. Ji Ruoyan, suppressing her feelings, asked, How long have you been here? However, Luo Fengyuan and Bai Qing looked like they were trying to hold back their laughter. Luo Fengyuan even mimicked Ji Ruoyan by leaning into Bai Qing's chest and saying, seeing their mocking gestures, Ji Ruoyan was infuriated. Luo Fengyuan continued to provoke, your reunion with Uncle Ji and Aunt Shu was truly a sight to see. I've already instructed Xiao Yuer to record it all with a formation. Once Xiao brother returns, before she could finish, Ji Ruoyan roared and lunged at her. However, Luo Fengyuan dodged with a teasing smile, looking back at Ji Ruoyan with a mischievous grin. Like that, the human Empress Ji Ruoyan and the demon Empress Luo Fengyuan were at it again. Bai Qing turned to the esteemed Purple Emperor and the others, offering some snacks with excitement. Want some? The esteemed Purple Emperor and the rest were stunned, quickly refusing. Bai Qing shrugged, taking out a piece for herself. She munched and said, Don't worry about them, they spar frequently. Oh, and she's Uncle Luo's daughter, Luo Fengyuan, the current holy demon empress of the primordial demon kingdom, the esteemed Purple Emperor inquired. Isn't Brother Luo in the holy demon domain? Bai Qing replied, still chewing her snack. Uncle Luo is on the battlefield. He's likely been captured and is in mortal danger. We're preparing to rescue him. With Uncle Ji back, our chances of succeeding are higher. Shu Ruoyan patted Bai Qing on the shoulder. Child, tell us what happened, okay? Bai Qing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the endless void, Xiao Tian finally reached his destination. He pointed to the realm world ahead and asked Huakai Tu, is this your hometown? Just as Huakai Tu was about to nod, Xiao Tian abruptly grabbed his and Wang Qiudeo's hands, gearing up to rush straight in. Suddenly, Xiao Tian halted in his tracks, causing bewilderment among the others. What's going on? Why did we stop? Xiao Tian turned to Huakai Tu. Has the heart of the world of your 100-flower domain formed? Huakai Tu shook his head in confusion. No, Wang Qiudeo elaborated, forming the heart of the world isn't easy. It requires secret methods to gather the rules of a world, and the execution of such methods is extremely challenging. Our clan leader once tried to form the heart of the world, but found the difficulty too overwhelming and gave up. Xiao Tian smiled mysteriously. This will be interesting then. The heart of the world of your 100-flower domain has already been formed. Suddenly, the system puppy alerted Xiao Tian, respected master. The 100-flower domain's heart of the world has successfully formed. Moreover, the world barrier is covered in formations. If we rush indirectly, we might alert them. Furthermore, this domain world in front of us seems to be under erosion. In 15 days, the 100-flower domain will decline to a lower domain world. Upon hearing this, a surge of fury overtook Xiao Tian. Why does it feel like the entire universe is conspiring against me? The 100-flower domain was to be merged into the holy demon domain, and yet, someone is trying to steal it. Is there no law and order left? Sensing Xiao Tian's agitation, Wang Qiudeo quickly asked, Lord Xiao, what's wrong? Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian growled, someone is trying to steal what's rightfully mine. Without hesitation, he once again dragged the other two, heading straight for the world barrier, thinking, even if they detect our intrusion, what of it? Shameless thieves dare to face me head-on. However, as soon as they entered the barrier, they were blinded by an intense luminosity. Damn, it's so bright. Is your homeland always this dazzling? Hua Qiu looked around, equally puzzled. My lord, the 100-flower domain wasn't like this before. Xiao Tian became even more perplexed. Can this world change its color on its own? No, this place used to just look like a regular forest, and everyone lived near Flower God City. Hua Qiu explained. When Xiao Tian interrupted him, let's leave the details for later. First, take us to where you used to live. Also, stop calling me my lord from now on. Hua Qiu looked at Xiao Tian in surprise. How should I address you then? After a brief pause, Xiao Tian said, just call me King of Hell Deity. Wang Qiudeo, on the other hand, was speechless. He thought, how much does Lord Xiao fear being called Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity? Elsewhere, in the core region of the 100-flower domain, the Flower God City was currently entangled and bound by countless vines. The Flower Head Clan's leader, Hua Qiu, was also restrained by these vines, kneeling on the ground, feeling utterly humiliated. These vines were continuously infusing them with power. Unable to bear it any longer, Hua Qiu demanded answers from the hooded figure before him. Why are you slaughtering our people and forcefully pumping this power into us? What are you trying to achieve? With a slight raise of his hand, Di Xinlu signaled a vine which immediately slapped Hua Qiu across the face. Following this, Di Xinlu clenched his hand, and vines instantly muzzled Hua Qiu. Internally fuming but helpless, Hua Qiu seated at the situation. Not only had Di Xinlu effortlessly formed the heart of the world of the 100-flower domain, even the flower divine ancient tree was obedient to him. How detestable. Just then, there was a sudden disturbance from the heart of the world. Di Xinlu quickly realized, someone has forcibly penetrated the barrier of this mid-tier world. Someone with such ability must be at least of the 20th tier. Could it be a reinforcement called upon by the escaped flower head tribe? Speaking this, Di Xinlu snapped his fingers and ordered, send someone to investigate. Immediately, a long-haired individual dressed in a black robe appeared, kneeling and calling out, Master. Di Xinlu began examining a world map. It's likely around the peaceful landing area of the 100-flower domain. Investigate for any suspicious beings, be it the flower head tribe or outsiders. If you find any suspicious entities, eliminate them immediately. The subordinate confidently displayed their weapon. I will ensure they meet their ends silently and painlessly. Di Xinlu, not doubting our capabilities at all, smiled maliciously. Then let me thank you in advance on behalf of the intruder for your kindness. At this moment, in the core region of the 100-flower domain's flower god city, a towering ancient tree stood majestically at the center. Xiao Tian, accompanied by Long Qiu Dao and Hua Kai Tu, slowly approached the base of the tree. Taking in the refreshing scent of the flower god tree, Xiao Tian remarked, this tree smells quite pleasant. If it was turned into skewers to grill meat from the Great Flame Farm, I wonder if it would taste better. Suddenly, several guards appeared behind the trio. Central Landing City's guard force is here. Who are you? Stay away from our flower god's offspring tree, one of them demanded. Surprised, Xiao Tian turned around and noticed the serious expressions on their faces. It seems even the city guards are in a constant state of alert. The situation in the entire 100-flower domain isn't looking optimistic. Recognizing the urgency, Hua Kai Tu quickly removed his mask. Recognizing him, the guards looked shocked. Young lord, weren't you out of the 100-flower domain? Why have you returned? Waving his hand, Hua Kai Tu replied, it's a long story, but I've returned on important business. These two gentlemen are esteemed guests I have invited to save our 100-flower domain. This is Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity, Lord Xiao Tian, and beside him is one of the members of the Heavy Holy Dragon Cavalry, Mr. Long Qiu Dao of Dragon Mound. Immediately, the guards kneeled in respect. Greetings, esteemed guests. Xiao Tian motioned for them to rise, then pointed at the flower god's offspring tree. Can this flower god's offspring tree be turned into skewers for grilling, or perhaps I can take the whole thing with me? Hearing this, even Hua Kai Tu was taken aback. Lord Xiao, choose your words carefully. This flower god's offspring tree is grown from a branch of our revered flower head tribe's divine ancient tree. To turn it into a skewer would be a grave insult and could invoke the wrath of the flower divine ancient tree. Xiao Tian looked puzzled. What do you mean by reverence and punishment? It's just a piece of wood. Why make such a fuss? And by its name alone, it sounds like it's made for perfect grilling skewers. The guards were utterly flabbergasted. Ever since the turmoil in the 100-flower domain, the flower divine ancient tree had seemingly withdrawn its protection over the flower head tribe. There were even incidents where the flower god's offspring tree destroyed its own cities. As expected, the offspring tree began to shake violently. Their minds went blank in horror. This is it. Peaceful Landing City will be destroyed by the flower god's offspring tree. Looking up at the ancient tree that appeared on the verge of a violent outburst, Xiao Tian commented, impressive. Can this tree attack people too? Seeing the swift tree branches approaching him, Xiao Tian rolled up his sleeves. Come on then, let's see what you've got. Hua Kai Tu exclaimed in fear. Lord Xiao, be careful. At the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? They watched as the branches kept shaking, and wooden sticks the size of skewers kept falling down. The tree even considerably tied them up with its leaves and presented them respectfully to Xiao Tian. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Tian praised. Marvelous. It would be a pity to cut down such a tree. Hua Kai Tu, still recovering from the shock, remarked, thank goodness, I had already known about Lord Zhao's power, so this is still within my expectations. He turned his gaze to the three guards, who were so stunned that they couldn't speak. Is this the flower god's offspring tree I know? Where is its pride? This has to be fake. Seizing the moment when everyone was still in disbelief, Xiao Tian signaled Long Qiu Dao with his eyes, implying that it was his turn to step in. Understanding the cue, Long Qiu Dao cleared his throat and addressed the people of the flower head tribe. Our Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity, Lord Xiao Tian, firmly believes that hardships will eventually pass. He will definitely help the 100-flower domain overcome its challenges. The reason why your flower god's offspring tree is so close to Lord Xiao is because it also knows this. Whispering to the ancient tree, he added, if you don't want to get chopped down, cooperate. The next moment, the huge flower god's offspring tree standing in the city began to tremble. Its crown rustled and continuously shed bright green tender leaves which, under the influence of spiritual energy, became dazzlingly colorful. The onlooking crowd was astounded. So powerful. Who exactly is this supreme benevolent king of hell deity, Shao Tian, that he can make the flower god's offspring tree submit to him? I heard he was invited by the young lord. Does this mean our 100-flower domain is saved? Look, the flower god's offspring tree is shaking so much to please Lord Shao that it's going bald. Long Qiu Dao, observing the hope growing among the people, continued, Lord Shao came here perhaps to use the flower head tribe to purify the spiritual energy of the holy demon domain, but for the entire 100-flower domain, Lord Zhao's act of coming to their rescue is the ray of light they've seen in their darkest despair. At this point, Huac Kai-tu told the two, my father is in the city lord's mansion, Lord Shao, let me lead you there first. Shao Tian nodded slightly, lead the way. A few days later, at the city lord's mansion, Huac Kai-tu pushed open the door. Upon seeing the scene inside, his face turned pale from shock. Both Shao Tian and Long Qiu Dao were expressions of surprise. Hua Jingchen was bound by a vine, which was continuously drawing power from him. Witnessing his father's weakened state, Huac Kai-tu cried out in alarm and rushed forward, but hesitated, fearing that any rash actions might hurt his father. Hua Jingchen looked up, surprise evident on his face. Why are you back? Huac Kai-tu gritted his teeth. What's going on? Can't the vine be removed? It can't be pulled out. Child, this is the root of the flower divine ancient tree. How can it be moved? Hearing this, tears welled up in Huac Kai-tu's eyes. Father, I've been unfilial. I shouldn't have left the 100-flower domain. Hua Jingchen became instantly furious. Nonsense. Leaving the 100-flower domain was your filial duty. You all are young and in your prime, and by leaving, you can help our clan grow and expand. Suddenly, Shao Tian's voice interrupted. Sorry to interrupt. As Shao Tian placed his hand on the vine, Hua Jingchen froze, wondering what he was about to do. In the next moment, with a gentle tug, Shao Tian severed the vine. The broken vine quickly retracted, but Shao Tian grabbed it and said, did something wrong and now trying to run? Think it's that easy? As he exerted more force, the vine shattered and transformed into a pure, luminous green glow. Hua Jingchen looked at his hand in astonishment, and his previously weakened appearance began to rejuvenate. The vines on the ground retreated and vanished, as if terrified. Shao Tian dusted his hands and said to Huac Kai-tu, there, now the father-son reunion is complete. You two can have a proper conversation. Hua Jingchen was utterly perplexed. The flower god's offspring tree's vine was dealt with just like that. Where did my son find such a powerful individual? Seeing his father still in shock, Huac Kai-tu quickly reminded him, Father. The call snapped Hua Jingchen back to reality, and the power within him surged, instantly dispelling the binding on him. Standing up, Hua Jingchen bowed to Shao Tian and said, thank you for saving my life. Shao Tian waved it off. We're all on the same side. It was a small matter. Hua Jingchen was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, has my son already recruited such a formidable person to our side? And so quickly at that, he shook off the thought, deciding, it doesn't matter. The minor details are irrelevant. The pressing matter is to address the situation in the 100-flower domain. With that in mind, he spoke again, esteemed guest. This isn't the right place for a conversation. Shall we move to the inner hall? I'll have refreshments prepared. Shao Tian nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Hua Jingchen led the way, guiding them to the inner hall. After a short while, they were seated around a dining table. Only then did Hua Kai-tu address his father. Father, you have no idea what I went through after leaving the 100-flower domain and arriving at the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range. The guardians of the mysterious Wealth Mountain Range were absolutely unreasonable. If it weren't for Lord Zhao's intervention, I would have been killed by their blades. Hearing this, Hua Jingchen rose to his feet and bowed. Esteemed guest, I thank you again for your timely aid. Did you ever need anything in the future? Please do not hesitate to ask. After expressing his gratitude, Hua Jingchen took a drink from his cup, finishing it in one go. Shao Tian waved it off with a smile. No need for formalities. My reason for coming was to save the 100-flower domain. A hopeful expression appeared on Hua Jingchen's face. With your assistance, perhaps the 100-flower domain truly stands a chance. However, the current situation seems a bit different from what Hua Kai-tu previously described. Please, enlighten me on what exactly has transpired. Hua Jingchen's expression turned bitter as he began his account. Not long after we sent Hua Kai-tu and the others away, the entirety of the 100-flower domain was sealed. The entire domain was shrouded in a vast array, preventing any entry or exit. This resulted in the domain being enveloped in golden light, never experiencing night. This constant illumination changed things, with the flower divine ancient tree no longer protecting us, but revolting and attacking, killing our clansmen. Everything shifted when a figure in a black robe appeared. He simply placed his hand on the ancient tree, and somehow pacified it. At first, we believed we were saved. However, to our horror, the tribal chiefs and elders were soon ensnared by the rampant vines and sealed inside the ancient temple. Those of us city lords with weaker abilities were bound by the flower god's offspring tree vines and drained of our energy. Our people were killed by the vines. We were confined in the city lord's mansion like livestock, while the chiefs and elders remained sealed, their fates unknown. Long Qiu Dao, having listened to the story, was puzzled. He wondered why the mysterious figure in the black robe had acted in such a manner and where all the drained energy had been channeled. Xiao Tian, however, was wholly engrossed in the food before him. This food is absolutely delightful, though it's all vegetarian. It's even more savory than meat dishes. I should get Zhong Yanming to learn these recipes. Unbeknownst to him, both Hua Kai-tu and Hua Jingchen were looking at him with raised eyebrows, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief. It was up to Long Qiu Dao to gently prod him. Lord Xiao, it seems this food suits your tastes quite well. Xiao Tian cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure. Ah, I was just pondering. How are you so certain that both the flower divine ancient tree and flower god's offspring tree were under the control of the figure in the black robe? Hua Jingchen recalled the scene. When both the flower divine ancient tree and flower god's offspring tree were under the control of the robed figure, they were enveloped in a layer of golden light. The patterns flowing on this golden light matched exactly with the patterns on the golden horns atop the robed figure's head. Can you visualize the culprit's appearance? Xiao Tian inquired. Certainly, Lord Xiao. Watch. Above Hua Jingchen, flowers started swirling, channeling spiritual energy, which then coalesced into a silhouette. After a quick comparison, Puppy informed Xiao Tian, Master, it's indeed the ancient god tribe. Xiao Tian couldn't help but snort disdainfully. For a tribe with such a grandiose name, their actions are petty and trivial. He then addressed Hua Jingchen seriously. Now that I understand, let's eat up. We need to be well fed to catch the culprits. Hua Jingchen bowed in agreement. As you say, esteemed guest. Elsewhere, Jing Wuxing, an assassin dispatched by the robed figure, was lurking in the city. Being a professional killer meant hiding in the shadows, striking down enemies without a trace. Relying on information provided by the vines of the flower divine ancient tree, that so-called supreme benevolent king of hell deity, Xiao Tian, should be here. But where is this city's flower god's offspring tree? Looking up, she was stunned by what she saw. Is this the flower god's offspring tree? Why is it bald? Just then, passing citizens from the flower head tribe were discussing among themselves. Do you think this supreme benevolent king of hell deity, Xiao Tian, can really solve our problems? I'm not sure, but he does seem reliable. Haven't you noticed the flower god's offspring tree went bald trying to impress him? Indeed, it's such a rare sight. This is the first time we've ever seen such a thing. Upon hearing the conversation, Jing Wuxing revealed a subtle smile, thinking, it seems that fate is indeed favoring me. I never expected to get a confirmed lead this easily. Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity, Xiao Tian, enjoy your peace before nightfall. Come nighttime, Jing Wuxing used a secret technique that rendered her invisible. The guards at the entrance couldn't detect her presence. Once inside the mansion, she gently swung both arms, extending her inherent black bone blades without making a sound. Meanwhile, the room echoed with cheerful banter as a group was raising their glasses in a toast. Jing Wuxing slowly stepped into the room, approaching Xiao Tian from behind. Raising her bone blade to die painlessly is the greatest kindness I can grant you. Be grateful, Xiao Tian. However, just as she was about to strike, a sense of unease halted her. Everything felt too easy. From the moment she entered the city and obtained information, she was quickly led to this so-called Xiao Tian. Clearly, someone had orchestrated these events. Was it to divert her attention, to make her believe that Xiao Tian was the main target when, in fact, Long Qiu Dao fits the description my master provided? He's the one operating covertly, investigating without a trace, while this Xiao Tian is but a decoy to misdirect potential assassins. What a clever ruse. What brilliant misdirection. In an instant, Jing Wuxing shifted her focus towards Long Qiu Dao. Detecting the sudden change, Xiao Tian looked at Long Qiu Dao with a caring gaze, causing confusion in Long Qiu Dao's heart. Why is Lord Xiao looking at me with such an expression? Without explaining, Xiao Tian simply turned his head and chuckled. I've always told you, always be wary of others. Before Long Qiu Dao could even comprehend the meaning of those words, Jing Wuxing's bone blade swiftly moved towards him, slicing through his dragon spirit form. With a loud boom, Long Qiu Dao exploded, his echoing question resonating in the room. What the hell? What's going on? Watching Long Qiu Dao slowly dissipate, Jing Wuxing hadn't anticipated such an easy mission. She immediately initiated a teleportation spell, thinking of making a swift exit. Just as she stepped into the teleportation circle, a sudden realization struck her. What she had just killed felt insubstantial, not a creature of flesh and blood. Before she could ponder further, a large hand reached in from outside the circle, grabbing her by the shoulder and yanking her out. Caught off guard, Jing Wuxing was thrown to the ground. Xiao Tian firmly placed his foot on her chest, berating her. You dared to harm my tool person, ahem, my trusty steward in such a gruesome manner and still think you can escape? Before Jing Wuxing could utter a word, she felt immense pressure on her chest, causing her to cough up blood. Xiao Tian glared at her. I didn't permit you to speak. Jing Wuxing trembled, realizing her situation was dire. Hua Jingxin and Hua Kaitu also approached, asking, Master, who is she? And what about Elder Long Qiu Dao? Xiao Tian smiled reassuringly. Stay calm. It has nothing to do with you. The guards were no match for an assassin of the 20th tier. As for Long Qiu Dao, before Xiao Tian could finish, Long Qiu Dao had already reformed. After taking a deep breath, Long Qiu Dao recognized the woman on the ground. She's from the Mist Blade tribe. Xiao Tian looked puzzled. You know of her? Long Qiu Dao replied. Yes, my lord. The Mist Blade tribe is renowned for its assassination skills. They possess extraordinary talents and are shrouded in a black mist, allowing them to effortlessly hide in the shadows. Apart from this, they have inherent bone blades that grow stronger with their abilities. Even if damaged, these blades slowly heal. After listening, Xiao Tian pointed at Jing Wuxing and paused. I purposely didn't intervene when she tried to assassinate you. As a lesson for you, I've told you before, always be wary of others. You always console me, saying I overthink, believing not everyone in the world harbors ill intentions. Now tell me, do you know her? Do you have any grudges against her? I thought your long life would have given you insight into the treacherous nature of people. You're still so naive. Fortunately, this assassin was incompetent. What if a more skilled killer had come and razed Peaceful Landing City to the ground? Jing Wuxing's mental state was on the verge of breaking. Xiao Tian was the assassination target mentioned by her master, and his strength was even more formidable than she had imagined. He dares to say, I'm not a competent assassin. What kind of professional assassin could unleash their full power and destroy an entire city with a single airborne strike? That's not an assassin. That's a berserker. At that moment, Xiao Tian's voice resounded. See that? Tears of regret. Long Qiu Dao, noticing the tear at the corner of Jing Wuxing's eye, scratched his head in confusion. Master Xiao, what does she regret? She regrets her lack of skill. She's ashamed of tarnishing the reputation of the assassins. However, there's an old saying that a prodigal who returns is more precious than gold. Since she seems remorseful, I'll give her a chance. He extended his hand towards Jing Wuxing, but Jing Wuxing shouted defiantly, to hell with that. I wasn't aiming for Long Qiu Dao. You were my real target. I simply mistook him for you. I am the top-ranked young assassin of the Mistblade tribe. You foolish. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a sharp sound, and blood splattered everywhere. Jing Wuxing's life was extinguished. Xiao Tian calmly dusted off his hands. Even on the brink of death, she tries to deceive and spread lies. I gave her an opportunity, and she wasted it. Keeping her alive would have been a mistake. However, it was too late. With her dying breath, Jing Wuxing had loudly declared her target, the echoes of her voice still reverberating within the room. Cold sweat dripped down Long Qiu Dao's forehead. This Mistblade tribe member really has a sharp tongue. Of all people to insult, she chose Master Xiao. Seriously, she met a swift end, but we might face repercussions. Hua Jingxin and his son pretended they hadn't heard a thing. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Tian suddenly turned with a smile. This individual was cunning. She deliberately slandered us with her dying words, hoping we'd hastily destroy the evidence. This is an attempt to divert our investigative focus. Do you think my analysis is accurate? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Long Qiu Dao hurriedly replied with a bow. Master Xiao, your analysis is very insightful. Not only that, but her last words were clearly intended to provoke and enrage you, hoping the secrets she held would be forever hidden. We must not fall for her ruse. During this, Hua Kaitu was taken aback. Wow, is that even possible? Elder Dragon Mound, who stands by Master Zhao's side, is truly wise. His words are so profound. I can't be left behind in this. Thinking quickly, Hua Kaitu added, with my limited knowledge and understanding, I would have remained clueless if not for Master Xiao exposing the plot. Hua Jingxin turned to his son, surprised. What's gotten into my son? Since when did he start speaking such nonsense? Are they even discussing the same matter? Hua Kaitu quickly hinted to his father. Father, didn't you hear the assassin insulting Master Xiao before her death? Say something, anything, to soothe Master Zhao's emotions. Seeing this, Hua Jingxin quickly replied, I feel the same way. Thankfully, I realized it in time. It's all thanks to Master Zhao's formidable capabilities. A rank 20 powerhouse was simply crushed with ease. Observing their cooperation, Xiao Tian didn't further press the matter. He stared at the spot where Jing Wuxing's body had disappeared. After a while, Xiao Tian sighed softly. Why did she push me? What good comes from forcing me to unleash my suppressed powers? The next moment, Xiao Tian suddenly released his power. His eyes became incredibly clear. So these are the specific energy signatures of the 100-flower domain? But why are there conflicts arising beneath the ground over Jing Wuxing's body? According to the trio, Xiao Tian decided to sort this data information into his internal system. With the system in place, why should he strain himself analyzing? Quickly, numerous pieces of information flowed into Xiao Tian's internal puppy system, receiving 100-flower domain data. Please wait. After a brief moment, the system responded. Information received successfully, Master. All set, rubbing his temples. I'm really not good at fully opening my senses to receive external information. The influx of details is overwhelming, causing a headache. Thankfully, I have the system to help process it. Xiao Tian began to read aloud. After the members of the Mistblade tribe die, the remaining energy from their flesh and blood has been completely absorbed by the roots of the Flower Divine Ancient Tree and the Peaceful Landing City's Flower God's Offspring Tree. Hua Jingchen was taken aback. The Flower Divine Ancient Tree. After our sacred tree was controlled, it wanted to devour flesh and blood. Xiao Tian nodded. Exactly. The extensive root system of this sacred tree spans the entirety of the 100-flower domain, constantly drawing nutrients from this world to fortify itself. If your ancestors hadn't taken branches from the so-called sacred tree when it was still young and planted them in various cities to compete against it, your tribe would have vanished long ago. Hua Jingchen felt a chill run down his spine. So, the Flower Divine Ancient Tree isn't protecting our Flower God tribe, but rather exploiting us. But Master Xiao, Hua Jingchen tried to reason. From birth, members of our tribe have been blessed by the ancient tree. There have been numerous benefits. How can this be? Xiao Tian interrupted. Want to know why? He placed his hand on Hua Keita's head, abruptly pulling off the flower that grew there. Hua Keita was in shock. Why is my head bleeding? Hua Jingchen panicked. Master, in our flower head tribe, removing our head flower can be fatal. Blood still oozing from his head, Hua Keita stared bewildered. Master Xiao, is there something wrong with our tribe's head flowers? From the flower, Xiao Tian extracted a fruit. Eat this. Hua Jingchen stared, dumbfounded. There's a fruit inside my son's head flower. But when our tribe members died in the past, their flowers wilted without such a fruit. A moment later, realization hit Hua Jingchen. The Flower Divine Ancient Tree, the Flower God's Offspring Tree. So, when Master Xiao mentioned exploitation and parasitism, he meant this. No wonder children blessed by the vines, who grow these head flowers, live healthy lives, while those who aren't blessed die tragically young. The so-called blessings, the flowers that sprout from the top of our heads, they're actually parasitic. Are the premature deaths of unblessed children caused by the Flower Divine Ancient Tree all to make us believe only the blessed children can survive without harm? At that moment, Hua Keita took the fruit, bowed slightly, and said, Master Xiao, thank you. After his exploitation, he swallowed the fruit whole. The next second, intense flames erupted from Hua Keita, so fierce that even Hua Jingchen struggled against their force. In alarm, he quickly asked Xiao Tian, Master Xiao, what's happening? Xiao Tian remained calm. Destruction comes before renewal. Be patient. It seems that the Flower Divine Ancient Tree's blessing indeed drew from your tribe's essence. Now, that essence is returning. As his words settled, Hua Keita underwent a profound transformation. His hair grew rapidly, and a fresh, unique life force emerged from within the flames. It was as if a distinctive life was being nurtured and birthed. Simultaneously, the Flower God's Offspring Tree released a flurry of new leaves that danced in the air, enveloping Hua Keita until he was encased in a cocoon. His vitality intensified, and soon after, the cocoon burst open, revealing a completely transformed Hua Keita. His handsome face was now strikingly different, and his entire demeanor had changed. Moments later, Hua Keita slowly opened his eyes. Hua Jingchen was left in awe. My goodness, is this strikingly handsome young man really my son? Yet, Hua Keita spoke with a calm voice. Master Xiao, with the essence restored, I've gained inherited memories. However, over the past years, the Flower Divine Ancient Tree's interference led to a loss in our lineage's memories. Xiao Tian chuckled. Interesting. Can you still produce flowers on your head? Hua Keita waved his hand, and a flower bloomed atop his head once again. Xiao Tian quietly thought. Impressive. His natural air purifier is still functioning. Hua Keita then shared with Xiao Tian, our tribe is the Flower God tribe. Based on the fragmented memories, it seems we originated from an ancient, powerful race. We possess the means to cultivate the Flower God tree, and have an innate ability to suppress it with our bloodline. Perhaps this is why the Flower Divine Ancient Tree secretly pilfered the essence of our tribe's bloodline. Seeing his confident demeanor, Xiao Tian muttered under his breath, I should have waited for the air purification to complete before aiding their recovery. Oh well, consider it a good deed. With that thought, he gestured for Hua Jingchen to come closer, beckoning with a finger. Come, extend your head. Soon enough, Hua Jingchen underwent a similar transformation. Observing the appearances of the two, Xiao Tian exclaimed, "My goodness, is everyone from the flower god tribe this good-looking? What a pity." The old flower head tribe appearance was quite interesting, especially since they could purify the air. Turning to Long Qiu-dao, he asked, "Have you ever heard of the flower god tribe?" Long Qiu-dao shook his head. "Never." Xiao Tian continued, "Do you think those resembling the ancient god tribe came to the 100-flower domain for the flower divine ancient tree, or for the flower god tribe?" A look of surprise crossed Long Qiu-dao's face. "Master Xiao, you're not suggesting the ancient god tribe did all this to target you? It's as surprising as the sun rising from the west." However, the next moment, Xiao Tian spoke again. "This ancient god tribe must be dealt with. They dared send assassins after me and tried to steal my 100-flower domain. Truly despicable. Moreover, if they strike you, they strike me. Don't worry. Any resentment you hold for being attacked, I'll settle it on your behalf. There's no need to feel sad or upset. I've got this." Long Qiu-dao felt overwhelmed. "Alright, I spoke too soon. I apologize. My mistake." After all the twists and turns, it's still Master Zhao's persecution theory, but could we please not mention the part where I was attacked? At that moment, Hua Kai-tu chimed in, "Master Xiao, what should we do next?" Xiao Tian, pulling out a chair and sitting down, said, "First, transform all members of the Flower Head tribe in Peaceful Landing City back to their rightful appearance. You can handle this task. Once I've eaten, drunk, and had a rest, I'll head to the Flower Divine Ancient Tree. Also, keep a watchful eye on the Flower God's offspring tree." Long Qiu-dao nodded. "Understood, Master Xiao. I'll document the changes and effects within Peaceful Landing City once the entire Flower Head tribe is restored to the Flower God tribe and observe the impact on the Flower God's offspring tree." Elsewhere, the sacred flower of the Flower Divine Ancient Tree was radiating a blinding light. A unique power constantly circulated around the sacred flower. Di Xinlu's face was filled with excitement. The divine fruit is finally about to ripen. What a great start. Suddenly, the Flower Divine Ancient Tree began to rumble. Tied up nearby, the Flower Head tribe chief, Hua Jia, looked puzzled. The Flower Divine Ancient Tree has always been calm. It only once rebelled when it was controlled by the rogue figure. Why is it acting up now? An impatient Di Xinlu shouted, "Quiet down." No sooner had he spoken than the Flower Divine Ancient Tree ceased its disturbance. It reached out a twig, gently winding around Di Xinlu's wrist, conveying information to him. Di Xinlu was taken aback. Jing Wuxing is dead. Hua Jia was stunned. That fearsome assassin has lost his life. Is the intruder who suddenly entered the 100-flower domain so powerful? Moments later, Di Xinlu shook off the twig of the Flower Divine Ancient Tree, pacing back and forth anxiously. The secret of the Flower Divine Ancient Tree parasitizing the Flower Head tribe has been discovered. The Flower Head tribe has been freed from the parasitic state and restored to the Flower God tribe. They plan to come and inspect tomorrow? How did this happen? They'll be here tomorrow, but the divine fruit isn't ripe yet. Consuming an immature divine fruit won't enhance my cultivation. What a waste. The formation of the divine fruit must not be disturbed. Perhaps I should make the first move and try to annihilate them. Though doing so might worsen my injuries, consuming a fully cultivated divine fruit will make everything right again. While pondering, Di Xinlu noticed the odd expressions on the faces of Hua Jia and the others nearby. Their eyes were blank, as if in shock. Why are they looking at me like that? The next moment, a footstep sounded behind Di Xinlu. Xiao Tian, taking a bite of the divine fruit in his hand, inquired, "This fruit is quite tasty. Do you have more?" Di Xinlu was flabbergasted. What the hell is going on? Xiao Tian had somehow appeared behind him, holding a half-eaten divine fruit, chewing it with relish. Long Qiu-dao asked curiously, "Master Xiao, is the fruit really that delicious?" "Yes, the taste is fantastic. Would you like to try?" Xiao Tian offered pieces to both Long Qiu-dao and Hua Kai-tu. As they placed the fruit into their mouths, they were immediately overwhelmed by its exquisite taste, feeling as if they were floating in ecstasy. Suddenly, Xiao Tian spoke up. "Why is it that after eating this, I only find it delicious and feel nothing else? It looks like something of value. Shouldn't consuming it boost one's strength or fortify the body?" Long Qiu-dao, stroking his beard, speculated, "It's probably not fully matured. Hence, it's only flavorful without any real effects." Xiao Tian was taken aback. "Not right? If it's this tasty now, wouldn't it be absolutely mouth-watering when right?" Long Qiu-dao was stunned. "Master Xiao, logically, shouldn't you be more concerned about the potential benefits of the fruit when ripe, rather than its taste?" At this point, a trembling Di Xinlu chimed in. "Didn't you say you'd be coming tomorrow? Why are you here?" He recognized this man. But how could he be in the 100-flower domain? Why am I of all people? Di Xinlu had witnessed Xiao Tian's might in the starry skies, where with just one punch, he shattered the rules of the southern wilderness realm. Di Xinlu had reminded himself to remember this man's face and never to provoke him. At this moment, he felt like he wanted to die. How had he managed to provoke such a significant figure? Xiao Tian responded calmly. I ate too much tonight, so I took a walk with these two. Unexpectedly, our walk brought us here. Both Long Qiu Dao and Huakai Tu were speechless. Your pace of walking is akin to flying. The scenery blurred as we arrived. Nearby, the tied-up Huaxia looked at Huakai Tu, the handsome green-haired man, thinking, why does he feel so familiar and close to me? Xiao Tian took another bite of the divine fruit and turned to Di Xinlu. Are you from the ancient god tribe? With a rustling sound, Di Xinlu removed his robe. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Indeed, I am from the ancient god tribe. My name is Di Xinlu. He nodded slightly. Master Xiao, it's an honor to meet you again. However, inside, he was panicking. No, no, no. I never wanted to see you, you monster, again. Why couldn't you let me consume the divine fruit in peace, enhance my abilities, and sacrifice the entire 100-flower domain to solidify a strong foundation for our ancient god tribe's revival? Why did you have to ruin my perfect plan? Xiao Tian remained silent, continuing to eat the fruit, making smacking noises as he did so. Di Xinlu cursed inwardly, eat if you must, but what's with the loud chewing noises? It wasn't until Xiao Tian swallowed his mouthful that he asked, have we met before? Di Xinlu replied, indeed. I once saw you from a distance in the southern wilderness realm, with just a light punch. You caused the entire rules of the southern wilderness realm to disperse for you. It was truly memorable. Moreover, you sliced a huge section of the southern wilderness realm's space away. Such power is commendable. Why Jiao was puzzled. Has Di Xinlu changed? When did he become so eloquent? Is slicing space so impressive? Aren't many spatial storage spiritual tools created by slicing space? Why is this self-proclaimed member of the ancient god tribe making such a fuss? Di Xinlu quickly donned his robe again, secretly hoping that his flattery would make Xiao Tian self-satisfied, buying him more time. Then, using the vines of the flower divine ancient tree, he planned to crush the heart of the world, causing the entire 100-flower domain to shatter, leading to their deaths. Grinning internally, he wondered if he should shower Xiao Tian with more compliments. However, as Di Xinlu was laughing to himself, Xiao Tian suddenly appeared in front of him. What are you laughing about? Di Xinlu was startled. Nothing, Master Xiao. I'm just genuinely pleased to see you. Xiao Tian's expression turned serious. Am I your father? Di Xinlu clenched his fists in anger. That's too much. This is an insult. I am of the ancient god tribe, a noble and ancient race of gods. Do you have to humiliate me like this? Yet he had to swallow his pride. Master Xiao is joking. Our races are different. So how can Xiao Tian interrupted him? Since I'm not your father, why are you pleased to see me? You're hiding something. Di Xinlu thought quickly. How can this guy not be swayed? Even after hearing praise from a member of the esteemed ancient god tribe, he remains cautious and suspicious. Will my plans with the flower divine ancient tree be thwarted by such a ridiculous question? Fine. If he wants me to acknowledge him as father, so be it. Let's do this. With that thought, Di Xinlu fell to his knees with a thud. In fact, from the moment I first saw your magnificence in the southern wilderness realm, I swore to serve under you. As he spoke, Di Xinlu started to kowtow repeatedly to express my sincerity. I have already acknowledged you as my adoptive father in my heart, treating you with the same respect as my biological father. If you don't mind, may I address you as father? After finishing his speech, Di Xinlu felt overwhelmed with emotion, feeling that he could abandon his dignity for the greater good of the ancient god tribe. Long Qiu Dao, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. This guy is definitely ruthless. When Jiao Benfu acknowledged his god-grandfather, it was only after Master Xiao reminded him, but this one didn't even need a reminder and acknowledged it directly. So decisive, I admire. Huakai Tu bit back his laughter. Is this spineless guy the main culprit behind the potential downfall of our 100-flower domain? He has absolutely no shame. How did he ever control the flower divine ancient tree on his own? He seems so incompetent. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly said, No, I refuse. Di Xinlu was taken aback. Why? Do you realize what you're doing? You're refusing an ancient god tribe member who wants to acknowledge you as his father. But Xiao Tian calmly explained. Because you don't look like a good person. Di Xinlu was dumbfounded. What? Xiao Tian continued with a serious expression. It's not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame your parents for not giving you a kind face. At that moment, a vine gently touched Di Xinlu's shoulder. His heart leapt with joy. It's time. He woke up abruptly, waving his hand dismissively. Never mind. You can have your parents give birth to you again with a kinder face. Thanks for giving me enough time to control the flower divine ancient tree and crush the heart of the world. Once the heart of the world shatters, the 100-flower domain will turn into a desolate world and all of you will be torn apart by the world's power contained within the heart of the world. Ha ha. He then turned around, intending to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, he was yanked back by Xiao Tian. Di Xinlu was agitated. Have you lost your mind? Why aren't you saving the wastes of the 100-flower domain? Why did you pull me back? Do you intend for us to die together? Don't tell me you believe that using the divine weapon you used to slice through space can sever the heart of the world? Fool, that will only hasten the explosion of the heart of the world. Before he could finish his words, Di Xinlu saw Xiao Tian grasp the heart of the world of the 100-flower domain, holding and kneading it in his palm. Long Qiu Dao, standing nearby, was stunned. Moments later, Xiao Tian, holding the now subdued heart of the world, turned to Di Xinlu. What were you saying just now? Di Xinlu felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that he may have misunderstood and messed up some things. It wasn't the power of the slicing knife that made the rules of heaven and earth yield to him, but rather his inherent strength that scared the very rules of nature. Swallowing nervously, Di Xinlu admitted to himself, I have really messed up this time. Resigned to his fate, he lay on the ground, giving up any attempt to resist. Xiao Tian, speaking to Long Qiu Dao, remarked, who would have thought I could play around with this thing? Long Qiu Dao looked at him puzzled. Master Xiao, when you were kneading it just now, wasn't it to compress the heart of the world and stabilize it? No, I just held it in my hand. If it were to explode, it'd do so in my hand, and you all would be safe, right? Xiao Tian suddenly realized that since the heart of the world of the 100-flower domain currently had no master, he could take this opportunity to form a pact with it. Long Qiu Dao, watching Xiao Tian's actions, had eyes wide in amazement. Only you, Master Xiao, could manage to directly withstand the explosion of the heart of the world with just your hand. Di Xinlu was completely flabbergasted. What kind of creature is this human? Xiao Tian, is his body really so formidable that it can directly withstand the explosion of the heart of the world? Just then, a white light illuminated the area. Xiao Tian pulled out another heart of the world. Curious, Long Qiu Dao approached him. Master Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Tian looked down. I want to try an experiment. To their horror, Xiao Tian forcefully placed the two hearts of the world together, rubbing them vigorously with his hands. As the two hearts touched, a terrifying force of the world erupted from within. Those nearby could clearly feel the cataclysmic power emanating from Xiao Tian's palms. Soon, the two hearts of the world merged together under Xiao Tian's force. Moreover, Xiao Tian began to delicately shape it, using his fingernails as tools. In a short time, the heart of the world transformed into a cute little figure. In his mind, Xiao Tian silently asked, Puppy, do you like it? Puppy's soft voice immediately responded, Thank you, Master. I love it. If you like it, keep it, Xiao Tian said. The little figure vanished from his hand. Almost instantly, the skies and earth of the 100-flower domain trembled. The concentration of spiritual energy began to skyrocket, and in a short time, the domain ascended to a higher realm, becoming a superior domain world. Then, regaining his senses, Xiao Tian crouched down, looking at the serene-faced Di Xinlu on the ground. Accompanied by the sound of shattering, the life force within Di Xinlu ceased. Countless breaths and energy began to seep into the flower divine ancient tree. Who would have thought, Di Xinlu gasped, that the energy I once received from the flower divine ancient tree would be reabsorbed by it upon my death. You are indeed very powerful, even described as a defiance of heaven. Blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth as he stared intently at Xiao Tian. Although I can't resist someone of your caliber now, a great calamity is coming. Despite your immense strength, I fear you won't survive. From the side, Long Qiu Dao inquired, Are you referring to the martial spirit army that keeps attacking on the meteor flame battlefield? Martial spirit army? Di Xinlu suddenly burst into laughter. Ignorant child. The martial spirit army is nothing but cannon fodder, mere pawns sent to their deaths as scouts. To call them a great calamity is utterly ludicrous. With that, the life drained from Di Xinlu's eyes, and he lay motionless. Long Qiu Dao looked at Di Xinlu's lifeless body. Master Xiao, what should we do? After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Tian turned to Long Qiu Dao and made a hand gesture. It's not a big issue, he assured. Xiao Tian then reached out, gently caressed Di Xinlu's face, and infused him with vitality. Di Xinlu smiled blissfully. Whose hand is this? It feels so warm, like my father's touch. Xiao Tian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly withdrew his hand. Why did you stop? Before he could answer, Di Xinlu, still in a daze, felt a familiar gust of wind coming from a slap. Where is this slap coming from? I thought I was dead. The next moment, a crisp slap echoed, and Di Xinlu was jolted awake. Xiao Tian informed the now seated Di Xinlu, Someone taught me this technique. If someone pretends to be asleep, a slap will wake them up. Seems quite effective. From the side, Long Qiu Dao glared coldly at him. Do you want to die? You think we'd let you off so easily? Xiao Tian then turned and clenched his fist towards the flower divine ancient tree. Return as life force. You can't just consume everything. It'll harm you in the end. The flower divine ancient tree trembled and obediently returned the stolen life force. Feeling the returning vitality, Di Xinlu was dumbfounded. Oh my god, it's coming back. I don't want it. Take it away. Can I even die on my own terms? This is so unfair. He covered his swollen face, looking at Xiao Tian. Why? Why didn't you let me die? Why did you have the flower divine ancient tree save me? Xiao Tian patted his shoulder. Taking your own life out of guilt isn't a good habit. While you might find peace, what about the people of 100 Flower Domain whom you've harmed? What about them? Saying this, Xiao Tian suddenly gripped Di Xinlu's wrist and snatched away his storage ring. Di Xinlu looked at Xiao Tian with confusion. Didn't you save me for intelligence and secrets? Why are you taking my possessions? Xiao Tian replied calmly. Consider these items as fines. I presume you have no objections. Turning to Long Qiu Dao, he asked, what about the clothes he's wearing? Long Qiu Dao quickly responded, the materials used are of high quality and quite valuable. If we unravel them and resew, they could be repurposed into many valuable items. Wouldn't it be nice to use such materials for the curtains and the cabins of the modified void battleship? Soon, a thoroughly stripped Di Xinlu felt humiliated. Inside, he was raging. Why don't you hit me? Attack me? Torture me? Xiao Tian shook his head. I can't do that. Why not? Because I'm a good person. Hearing this, Di Xinlu's patience reached its limit. He tightly gripped his own throat. Even if the laws of the universe won't let me die, I'll strangle myself with a determined twist. He broke his own neck and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Tian, without any hint of panic, turned to the flower divine ancient tree. The tree was sweating profusely, thinking, why make me save him again? I'm using my original power to save lives here. After transferring its power, Xiao Tian delivered a strong slap to Di Xinlu's face, waking him up. However, Di Xinlu didn't want to open his eyes. Internally, he was screaming, why? Just let me die, please. Xiao Tian patted his shoulder. Don't be like this. It breaks my heart. You've made a mess of the 100 Flower Domain and just want to end it all? Isn't that a bit excessive? Look, the flower divine ancient tree had to use its original power to save you. So, I've decided to have Long Qiu Dao put you under a slave contract. This way, not only can we uncover all your secrets, but you also won't be constantly trying to kill yourself. Isn't that great? Upon hearing this and sensing the energy emanating from Long Qiu Dao, Di Xinlu sat up abruptly and questioned, what exactly do you want? Xiao Tian took Di Xinlu's hand and said, I don't really want to do much. I run a farm over here and I want to plant the flower divine ancient tree there to upgrade the living conditions for my livestock. You can simply tend to the tree there. It's not tiring. Just fertilize it and take good care of it. This way, you can atone for your sins and I can provide a better environment for my animals. It's a win-win. Why not? Hearing this, Di Xinlu felt chills down his spine. I am from the noble ancient god tribe and you want me to handle dung and fertilize? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The next moment, Long Qiu Dao's voice resonated. Seal it. Long Qiu Dao attempted to place the slave contract on Di Xinlu's head. However, he quickly realized he couldn't establish the contract. As it turned out, the rank of the ancient god tribe was higher than the sacred dragon clan, so Long Qiu Dao couldn't subdue and enslave him. Turning to Xiao Tian, Long Qiu Dao inquired, Master Xiao, what should we do? Xiao Tian pondered for a moment and pointed to the slave contract in his hand. Can I hold this? Long Qiu Dao nodded, quickly performed a series of hand gestures, and transferred the contract to Xiao Tian's hand. Di Xinlu, observing their actions, defiantly shook his head. It's useless. Our racial hierarchy is innate, unless you possess immense virtue that can influence the world's rules. Before he could finish, Xiao Tian swiftly slapped him, sending Di Xinlu spiraling. The contract was successfully established, holding his face in disbelief. Di Xinlu questioned, how can this be? Aren't humans always considered to be of a lower rank? Even if they were of a higher rank, they couldn't possibly enslave me. The ancient god tribe is a superior existence. Ignoring the dismayed Di Xinlu, Xiao Tian told Long Qiu Dao, see, it worked. You just weren't forceful enough. Next time, put more effort into it, okay? Long Qiu Dao remained silent, thinking, is this something that can be solved just by using more force? Yet once again, Xiao Tian had reshaped someone's worldview. Indeed, Di Xinlu, looking like a wronged wife, suddenly pointed at him and shouted, you're not human, you're definitely not human. Then, Di Xinlu stood up and invoked a secret technique, exploration technique. I want to see what race you belong to and why it ranks higher than our ancient god tribe. In the next moment, an endless expanse of starry sky emerged. Di Xinlu faintly saw behind Xiao Tian, in the darkness, figures of terrifying stature. There was the winged creator dragon god, the ancestors of mankind walking the vast lands, and the Taoist lying above the heavens and earth. Moreover, there were countless other eerie and terrifying entities. Terrified, Di Xinlu broke into a cold sweat. The next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating continuously until he finally knelt on the ground. After a moment, Di Xinlu began to speak, you are actually, but before he could finish, Xiao Tian snapped his fingers. Di Xinlu immediately stood up straight. Xiao Tian pointed to a spot nearby and scolded, stop making noise. while the adults are talking, children should dance on the side. Di Xinlu, seemingly not in control of his own body, stood aside and began to dance, internally screaming, "This is humiliation, absolute humiliation." Sensing his discomfort, Xiao Tian snapped his fingers again, instructing, "Dance with a smile." Immediately, Di Xinlu began dancing with a mischievous grin on his face. Only then did Xiao Tian turn his attention to Hua Jia. "The crisis of the 100-flower domain has been completely resolved. You all needn't worry any longer. Thank you, noble sir, for saving our tribe in the 100-flower domain. We have no way to repay your immense kindness," Hua Jia expressed, as the entire flower head tribe bowed in gratitude, shouting in unison, "Thank you, noble sir." At this moment, Hua Kaitu, who stood beside Xiao Tian, suddenly spoke, "Chief, Sir Zhao's kindness to our tribe is not as simple as you think." Hua Jia looked puzzled. "Brother, it seems we're not of the same tribe." Hua Kaitu quickly stepped forward. "Chief, I am Hua Kaitu. You've met me before. You're the son of Hua Jingxin from the Luaning Division, the one skilled in business." "Yes, that's me." Upon hearing this, everyone looked baffled and confused. "How did you change so much? This transformation is drastic." Hua Kaitu turned to Xiao Tian and gave a respectful bow. "All of this was made possible thanks to Sir Zhao's discovery of our tribe's predicament." The flower divine ancient tree trembled, realizing that its secret of parasitically attaching itself to the flower god tribe would soon be exposed. Soon after hearing Hua Kaitu's explanation, everyone was in shock. How could such a thing happen? They wondered. Xiao Tian just smiled and waved his hand. "Now that you know the truth, stretch out your heads." Moments later, everyone was horrified to see blood spraying from their heads. Long Qiu Dao couldn't help but ask, "Sir Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, wouldn't it have been easier to have the flower divine ancient tree do the job?" Xiao Tian shook his head. "It's more fun and relieving for me to do it myself." Long Qiu Dao was rendered speechless, thinking, "It's just like you, Sir Xiao. Your way of thinking is certainly unique." Meanwhile, the members of the flower head tribe experienced a renewal, looking at themselves in amazement. After a while, they calmed down and deeply bowed to Xiao Tian. "Sir Xiao, you've done so much for our tribe. From now on, both the flower god tribe and the entire 100-flower domain will serve you and follow your lead." Xiao Tian quickly stepped forward. All right. From now on, we're all on the same side." Hua Jia asked, "Sir Xiao, what plans do you have next?" Xiao Tian smiled. "Your main task now is to help everyone revert back to the flower god tribe. Then, I'll merge you with the mysterious Wealth Mountain range, and after that, I'll bring the Holy Demon domain to join. You, the flower god tribe, will be in charge of cultivating the flower god tree and stabilizing the chaotic spiritual energy produced by the mixed domains. Understand?" Everyone was flabbergasted. What is Sir Xiao trying to achieve? Does he want to merge the domains until they explode? Hua Jia hesitantly asked. "Sir Xiao, by merging the domains, do you mean to clear the void navigation routes, making them more connected and enabling the two domains to communicate?" Xiao Tian shook his head. "No, that's not it. Let me show you." He then turned to Long Qiu Dao. "Are there any world fragments left in the Holy Dragon Relic?" Without any hesitation, Long Qiu Dao replied, "There are a few uglier world fragments left. Which one would you like?" "Sir Xiao." Xiao Tian pondered for a moment. "Whether it's ugly or not is irrelevant. It's just that its style doesn't quite fit. Let's go with the one from the Decayed Land. It's perfect for planting trees." Upon hearing this, Long Qiu Dao bowed slightly. "Understood, Sir Xiao. Please, take it." As soon as his words faded, a piece of the world fragment appeared in Xiao Tian's hand. Waving the fragment, Xiao Tian informed everyone, "See this? This is a world fragment I've compressed. Now, I'll demonstrate for you what it means to merge domains." He continued, "First, tear a rift in your current domain." With a sweep of his hand, a rift appeared in the air, like this. While the domain hasn't fully merged, crush the world fragment and place it into the rift, allowing it to absorb and fuse on its own. As he spoke, Xiao Tian crumbled the fragment and tossed it into the rift. Thunderous sounds emanated from the rift. "See, if the fusion process is slow, I can manually seal the rift. In this way, the two domains will perfectly merge." Witnessing the sudden appearance of a new continent and the contrasting sceneries on both sides, the members of the flower head tribe were in utter astonishment, their mouths agape. Seizing the moment, Long Qiu Dao flattered, "Sir Xiao, it seems your skills have improved even further." Brushing the dust off his hands, Xiao Tian replied, "While gathering information and observing the 100-flower domain, I learned some new techniques related to merging domains. Sometimes, one has to marvel at the importance of continuous learning and growth." Turning to face the crowd, he asked, "Now, do you understand what I meant by merging them together?" Stammering, Hua Jia responded, "Sir Xiao, you are truly amazing." At that moment, Hua Kaitu suddenly inquired, "By the way, Sir Xiao, How should our 100-flower domain approach the mysterious Wealth Mountain range? Should it be compressed into a tiny crystal ball as well? Xiao Tian pondered for a moment. We can give it a try. Half an hour later, a streak of light caught across the sky. Everyone was enveloped in a protective shield, watching in astonishment as the 100-flower domain above them was compressed. Once again, they were in utter shock. It really worked. Meanwhile, in the palace's main hall during the morning assembly, Zhong Lishuang knelt and reported to Xiroyan, "Your Majesty, the armies of the Great Flame Dynasty and the Primordial Demon Kingdom are fully assembled and ready to reinforce the Meteor Flame battlefield. With the Empress leading the charge and the resources of the Elder Statesmen supporting us, we will surely be victorious in this expedition." Xiroyan replied with a calm expression, "As I personally lead the reinforcement to the Meteor Flame battlefield, I'm entrusting the Great Flame Dynasty to your care." Zhong Lishuang immediately responded, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will manage the affairs of the court diligently." Xiroyan nodded, then stood up and declared, "In 3 days, we march to the Meteor Flame battlefield." However, the moment Xiroyan returned to her study, an annoying voice greeted her, "Oh, isn't this our beloved niece, Xiroyan? Considering the current relationships, since your father and brother Xiao are now sworn brothers, shouldn't you be calling brother Xiao uncle?" Luo Fengyuan sat at the desk, legs crossed, her tone full of jest. Xiroyan approached and retorted, "Back off. Lord Xiao was being reckless back then. Why are you joining in his nonsense?" Saying this, she slapped Luo Fengyuan's foot away. Luo Fengyuan exclaimed in mock pain, "Ouch, that hurt." Xiroyan sat down and replied, "You had it coming." She felt a surge of irritation. "I don't understand. It was one thing for Lord Xiao and Wang Qiudao to create a ruckus in the mysterious Wealth Mountain range, but why did he become sworn brothers with my father?" At that moment, Luo Fengyuan continued to fan the flames. "If they're sworn brothers, then brother Xiao is indeed your uncle, and that makes me your auntie, dear niece." Xiroyan, feeling irritable, picked up a report and said, "Whatever, what does the relationship matter? At worst, my father will try to fight Lord Xiao in the end. I won't stop him. Besides, my father wouldn't even win against him. Right now, I need to focus on this report, everything else can wait." Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan remarked, "I wonder how brother Xiao is doing now." Xiroyan replied, "There's no need to worry. Lord Xiao is formidable on his own, and with the support of Elder Dragon Mound, even my father mentioned that with the help of Elder Dragon Mound, Lord Xiao has already destroyed the Jia family of the mysterious Wealth Mountain range." Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan burst into laughter. "That's true. With Elder Dragon Mound by his side, we indeed don't need to worry about brother Xiao's safety. However, I never imagined Elder Dragon Mound to be this powerful. Brother Xiao is fortunate to have found the Holy Dragon Relic and have such a formidable elder to serve him." 3 days later, in the void above the Holy Demon Domain, a massive flying ship soared by. Xiroyan stood at the bow, pointing her sword towards the Meteor Flame battlefield. Accompanied by the unified chants of everyone, "Defeat the Martial Spirit Army, save Lord Esteemed Purple Emperor," the flying ship swiftly moved forward. Elsewhere, in the void above the mysterious Wealth Mountain range, Xiao Tian was calmly floating with the protective shield behind him. Members of the Flower Head tribe whispered amongst themselves, "How is Lord Xiao planning to merge the 100-flower domain with the mysterious Wealth Mountain range? Will it be similar to what we've seen? A direct collision and fusion?" "Shush, quiet down, Lord Xiao is about to begin." As they spoke, Xiao Tian casually waved his hand, and the miniaturized 100-flower domain began to move, enlarging as it drifted towards the mysterious Wealth Mountain range. Suddenly Puppy spoke to Xiao Tian, "Master, for the 100-flower domain to strike at this angle, it would be best to hit this point. However, you'll have to push it personally. If the two domains collide without proper guidance, they'll shatter." "I understand," Xiao Tian responded. Turning to the others, he said, "Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back." With that, he slowly advanced, holding the 100-flower domain. Not far away, Di Xinlu nervously bit her finger, thinking, "It feels like it's going to break. If they collide head-on like this, they'll surely explode." Long Qiudao glared at him, "Stop talking nonsense." Just then, the two domain worlds finally touched. A blinding white light illuminated the entire void. In this moment of darkness in the void, the two vast domain worlds began to merge. Hua Kai-tu, Long Qiudao, and the rest stood in the void, observing the merging process. As the fusion started, numerous turbulent void currents became violent. Their protective shields began to crack. Suddenly Hua Kai-tu slapped Di Xinlu on the back of his head. "What are you looking at? Get to work." Di Xinlu was angry but held back, glaring resentfully at Hua Kai-tu. Unintimidated, Hua Kai-tu retorted, "What are you glaring at? Lord Xiao asked you to protect us." Reluctantly, Di Xinlu began to gather spiritual energy. A golden light, filled with divine intent, instantly enveloped everyone, defending against the turbulent currents. Finally, with their minds at ease, they all watched intently. Lord Xiao, be careful, don't really shatter the two domain worlds. When these two superior domain worlds merge, will they form a super superior domain existence? Fortunately, there wasn't a collision sound. Instead, the world barriers of the two continents began to slowly blend together, just like merging bubbles. Di Xinlu watched in awe, forgetting even to maintain his shield. It was a sight he would never forget in his lifetime. Suddenly, Long Qiu suddenly slapped Di Xinlu on the back of the head. Focus on the shield. This is just basic operation for Lord Xiao. Don't overreact. Quickly, Di Xinlu strengthened the shield, but inside, he was panicking. It's a mess now. It's really messed up. Even the powerful elders of our ancient god tribe tried to do something like this. They were directly killed by the world rules of the two domain worlds. I didn't expect this. It's really chaotic. At that moment, a sound like a muffled bell rang, seemingly proclaiming the birth of a superworld in the void. The violent turbulence slowly calmed down, and a domain world, several times larger than before, stood silently in the void. Suddenly, Xiao Tian appeared beside them, declaring, "Mission accomplished. Let's go inside and take a look." As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, without waiting for a reaction, he immediately pulled them and dove down. Upon entering, they saw that many members of the Flower Head tribe had already begun purifying spiritual energy. Xiao Tian looked pleased. Good, very proactive. I'm satisfied. The 100 Flower Domain and Mysterious Wealth Mountain Range have successfully merged. You have also begun purifying the murky spiritual energy. Next, I'll move the Holy Demon Domain for merging. But with this, we need to rename this domain world. As Xiao Tian pondered, Long Qiu couldn't help but ask, what should it be called? Thinking of the two empresses, Xiao Tian proposed, since the entire domain world is co-managed by empresses, let's simply call it the Empress Domain. As he finished speaking, the heavens and earth sang in harmony, golden lights and auspicious clouds surrounded them. Adorable golden figures blew their horns, and many sprites danced around Xiao Tian, showering him with flowers. The words Empress Domain manifested above the world barrier, engraved in the sky, then slowly faded. Di Xinlu was dumbstruck, thinking, is this the illegitimate child of the heavens? Seeing that the task was complete, Xiao Tian stretched, yawned, and said, all right, you all continue working in the Empress Domain. I, along with Long Qiu and Di Xinlu, will head to the Holy Demon Domain. He patted Hua Ke to his shoulder and gave a thumbs up. Keep it up, work till you drop, but don't drop dead. The Flower Head tribe members were pumped up. We won't let Lord Xiao down. Shortly after, Xiao Tian, Long Qiu and Di Xinlu departed. Once they left, Hua Jia told his tribe, even though the 100 Flower Domain is no more for us, a bright future is taking shape. The tribe members enthusiastically agreed, yes, we've returned to our original state even better than before. Elsewhere, Xiao Tian told Long Qiu in the sky, take him to the Great Flame Mountain Farm, let him familiarize himself with manure management, and set up some formations to detect the approach of the ancient god tribe. So, if they ever try to sneak up on us, an alarm will be triggered. In his mind, Di Xinlu realized, is he just using me as bait to capture the ancient god tribe? Such cunning. Long Qiu directly asked, Lord Xiao, are you fishing? What are you saying? I'm taking precautions, Xiao Tian retorted. Never mind, no more explanations. I'm going to see Zhong Yangming for food. Watching Xiao Tian's departing figure, Long Qiu remarked, Lord Xiao sometimes seems so impulsive and gluttonous. He then turned to Di Xinlu coldly, come, Lord Xiao has given his orders. Don't even think of trying anything. Bound by a slave contract, Di Xinlu had no room for resistance. Upon arriving at Great Flame Mountain, he was stunned. This mountain is actually formed from the corpse of an emperor-level holy dragon. Is this premium-grade feed being used to cultivate livestock and vegetables here? Such a waste. Only then did Long Qiu explain, what's so strange about that? This holy dragon died protecting others. Offering it a place to rest is the best way to honor its sacrifice. Lord Xiao is indeed a very kind-hearted person. Di Xinlu couldn't help but laugh. Do you even hear what you're saying? I was stripped by Xiao Tian, and now I'm only allowed to wear a cloak. Being humiliated to such an extent, and you call that kind-hearted? Long Qiu didn't respond, simply motioning for him to follow. Let's go. Soon, the two of them noticed members of the Bloodrune clan sitting around a table. Di Xinlu narrowed his eyes. Something seems off about these martial spirit army's Bloodrune clan members. They don't exude the aura of any realm, yet the power within them is even more violent than that of body cultivators. They are much larger than any I've seen before, and there seems to be quite a bit of tension between the two groups. Their clothes even read reform and become a better person. At that moment, Di Xinlu noticed a piece of paper on the table. Picking it up curiously, he read, Great Flame Honor Toy Group, what is this note about? Before he could finish, a man suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Zhang Wuxuan, pointing angrily at another, shouted, Zhang Ziji, you can't face me head-on, so now you've learned to act from the shadows. Do you realize you've crossed a line? Zhang Wuxuan continued accusingly, all this time, it was our second group responsible for letting the Great Flame Pigs out on the mountain number 5. Since we let them out, we should also be the ones to round them up. Why is your first group intervening? If you hadn't broken the rules, our second group would have been the winners this time. Zhang Ziji replied disdainfully, intervene? Don't forget, we are here to atone and reform. If your second group hadn't been so lazy, would our first group need to step in? You knew well that when the Great Flame Pigs are let out, it's their peak excretion time. Instead of immediately sending people to work, you took shifts for meals. Does your second group even deserve the task? Remember, if it doesn't kill you, work till you drop. You're just making excuses. Zhang Wuxuan shot back. You're just worried that our second group will outshine your first group. Outshine? Zhang Wuxuan, have some shame. You only won twice in the evaluations. Do you think our first group is scared of yours? Whether you're scared or not, you know very well. Di Xinlu was baffled. What exactly are their evaluation criteria? A martial arts contest? Why is there a connection with pigs? Long Qiu Dao explained, their evaluation is based on pig farming. Additional assessments include raising cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, fish, and planting fruits and vegetables. There are also tasks like cleaning manure and maintaining the environment. Di Xinlu was stunned. So, all their fiery passion and readiness to fight is because the other group raised pigs better than them? Does this mean I'm not really bait? Did Xiao Tian genuinely want me to come here just to shovel dung? Long Qiu Dao gave him a puzzled look. Why are you crying, trembling? Di Xinlu desperately wanted to escape, but couldn't. At that moment, the quarreling Zhang Ziji and Zhang Wuxuan noticed the two of them. Zhang Wuxuan hurried over. Lord Dragon Mound, why are you here? Does Lord Xiao have any new instructions for us? Zhang Ziji, pushing Zhang Wuxuan aside and greeting with a bow and a smile, said, Lord Dragon Mound, I apologize for the earlier quarrel you had to witness. Long Qiu Dao waved it off. It's alright. Both of your recent performances have been commendable and Lord Xiao has noticed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught you the special martial art technique, Golden Turtle Shield. Zhang Ziji responded passionately. It's our honor to learn the Golden Turtle Shield. This is not only a sign of Lord Zhao's acknowledgement, but also a step forward on our path of atonement. By practicing this technique, our bodies become stronger, allowing us to serve you better. Not to be outdone, Zhang Wuxuan pushed Zhang Ziji aside. Lord Dragon Mound, whether we practice martial arts or not isn't the main point. Throughout our atonement, we've realized our mistakes deep within our hearts. Simply exerting brute strength won't bring peace to those who died in battle. Zhang Ziji shook his head in disagreement. What nonsense! Without giving 200% effort, do you even have the right to call it atonement? Have you forgotten what Lord Xiao said? Cleanse the soul with sweat? Zhang Wuxuan, fed up, retorted sarcastically, your so-called sweat probably just cools the hair on your body. It doesn't cleanse any soul. Zhang Ziji smirked slyly. Are you jealous of my thick hair because you're balding? Have you started to beat around the bush to attack others now? The two were clearly at odds with each other. Watching them confront each other, Long Qiu Dao stepped in. Alright, it's good to have competition. It means there's spirit, but let's not let it interfere with work. This, he said, pointing to Di Xinlu, is the new guy. Although he's powerful, reaching the pinnacle of the 20th rank, he made a mistake and is here to be punished. He will be responsible for handling the manure from now on. You two will alternate guiding him each day. Make sure he quickly becomes proficient at this task. Understood? Both Zhang Wuxuan and Zhang Ziji replied enthusiastically. Long Qiu Dao patted Di Xinlu's shoulder approvingly. Work hard and reform yourself. The members of the Blood Rune clan cheered. Welcome our new partner to the path of atonement. We're glad to have another comrade join our mission of recognizing our mistakes and striving for righteousness. Let's applaud. Di Xinlu was utterly dumbfounded. Is this really the Blood Rune clan, known for rising through the ranks by relentless fighting and battles? Moments later, Di Xinlu was taken to a mountain where he saw piles of pig manure everywhere. Overwhelmed, he cried out, at least give me some clothes and tools for cleaning up poop. This is too much. Giving me nothing at all. I've disgraced the noble ancient god tribe. I'm worthless. However, Zhang Wuxuan and Zhang Ziji, observing from behind, mistook his reaction. Look at Di Xinlu. He's already so immersed in his task, shedding tears of regret. He seems to have high realizations. Given his quick progress, the Great Flame Mountain might soon have a third team, and he'll definitely be a strong competitor. Elsewhere, at the residence of the Prime Minister, a feast was in full swing. The officials were engaged in jovial conversation when suddenly, with a whoosh, Xiao Tian appeared at the table. I've just arrived, and already I smell the food. Perfect timing, Xiao Tian commented with a grin. Zhong Yanming, sitting beside him, blinked in surprise. Prince, you're back. Yes, I am. took care of some business and also have a little surprise for our emperor. Soon, the spiritual energy across our domain will flow effortlessly. The vast lands of Great Flame will be so much more enjoyable. Xiao Tian beamed. He then noticed an elderly chubby man on the side who had been smiling at him. He leaned over and whispered to Zhong Yanming, "Who is this gentleman? Is he a new official?" Zhong Yanming candidly replied, "That's the Empress's grandfather." Xiao Tian almost spat out his drink in surprise. Xue Fugui, the elderly man, patted Xiao Tian's back. "Take it slow. No need to rush." Xiao Tian looked at him in astonishment, only for Xue Fugui to continue with a smile. "So you're the man I've heard so much about but never met, the son-in-law I've grown fonder of the more I hear about him. My dear boy, your reputation precedes you, Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity." It's quite an endearing title. A metaphorical rock seemed to drop on Xiao Tian's head. Why is it still that title? It's Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity. The one you mentioned sounds anything but majestic. Xiao Tian tried to keep his composure. "This is my wife's grandfather, so technically, he's mine too. Can't lose my temper. He's not teasing me. He just likes this old-fashioned title. That's it." Regaining his poise, Xiao Tian raised his glass. "Cheers, grandfather." Xue Fugui did the same. Supreme Benevolent King of Hell Deity. Xiao Tian was startled. "How do you know that title?" he cautiously inquired. "By any chance, were you at the mysterious Wealth Mountain range at some point?" Xue Fugui nodded. "Yes, little Xiao. I was in the city of Mysterious Wealth Mountain." Panic began to set in Xiao Tian's heart. "I hope he's not the one I saved back then. He doesn't look like my wife or her grandfather. Even if we became sworn brothers, I should be fine, right?" Tentatively, Xiao Tian probed. "You came back alone, right? Just happened to pass by the Mysterious Wealth Mountain range?" Zhong Yangming was doing his utmost to contain his laughter at the awkward situation. "I can't laugh. If I do, Xiao Tian will definitely kill me. I must not laugh." Xue Fugui replied with a grin. "I didn't return alone. I came back with Ji Ruoyan's grandmother, as well as her parents. We didn't just happen to pass through the Mysterious Wealth Mountain range." Xiao Tian felt a sinking feeling in his stomach, thinking, "Please, let it not be what I think it is. The man I rescued and swore brotherhood with can't be related to this." Xue Fugui continued, "Without your help, my son-in-law, your father-in-law wouldn't have been able to escape from the heavenly palace." Distraught, Xiao Tian mumbled, "I remember saving someone named Zhou Xintong from the heavenly palace. Could it be that I didn't find my father-in-law after all? I'd rather believe I got the wrong person than accept that Zhou Xintong is indeed my father-in-law. Reality, however, can be cruel." With a playful smile, Xue Fugui said, "Little Xiao, don't blame esteemed Purple Emperor. Back then, he was concerned about your intentions, fearing you might have ulterior motives. So, he used a secret technique to change his appearance and assumed the name Zhou Xintong." As the revelation dawned on Xiao Tian, a familiar tune echoed in his head, and he cried out in despair. "No, this can't be happening." His mind was a complete mess. Xue Fugui laughed softly, trying to console him. "Don't take it to heart, my boy. Your father-in-law is genuinely grateful to you. After all, you were the one who saved him. As for the misunderstandings, let bygones be bygones. Come on, don't just stand there in a daze. Eat up. You're young, and you need to nourish your body." Zhong, the Prime Minister, told me that you love the dishes he prepares. But Xiao Tian was barely listening. All he could think of was the realization that Zhou Xintong was the esteemed Purple Emperor and the fact that he had once again jovially bonded with his own father-in-law. Seeing him lost in his thoughts and even drooling a bit, Xue Fugui hurriedly called out, "Little Xiao, snap out of it." Xiao Tian jolted back to reality, wondering why he thought once again, and then it struck him. He had another father-in-law. Overwhelmed, he slapped his forehead in despair. Seeing Xiao Tian's agony, Xue Fugui could barely contain his laughter. Indeed, the younger generation is fun to tease, especially when they are as formidable as this one. It's such a thrill. Behind him, Zhong Yangming was trying hard to hold back his laughter, constantly reminding himself not to chuckle. If he did, Xiao Tian would surely silence him for good. Breaking the awkward silence, Xiao Tian chimed in. "Speaking of which, where's the Empress? She must be thrilled to know her parents are back, right?" Zhong Yangming quickly responded with a smile. "Of course, the Empress is overjoyed. However, she's not currently in the palace. She left with Empress Luo Fengyuan." Mentioning Luo Fengyuan, Zhong Yangming had to suppress his laughter, his face turning red. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Yangming continued, "Right now, the Empress is heading to the Meteor Flame battlefield with Empress Luo Fengyuan, the former emperor, the Empress's mother, and her grandmother, led by Dragon Mound. They're on a mission to rescue the Holy Demon Emperor, Luo Taoyin." Upon mentioning Luo Taoyin, Zhong Yangming couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Xiao is truly remarkable. Not only did he save two fathers-in-law, but he also swore brotherhood with both of them. Ha ha. Xiao Tian glared at him. Did you just laugh? Zhong Yangming hastily tried to compose himself. Prince, I didn't cough. Why are you coughing and furrowing your brow? I just felt a cold chill. Xiao Tian smirked. After all the martial training with me, you still feel a chill? When I leave, your martial training slackens, and your health declines. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Tian added. In that case, I'll personally train you later. We'll see if you're truly weak. Hearing this, Zhong Yangming figured he'd face intensive training regardless, so he laughed heartily, right in Xiao Tian's face. Xiao Tian's face twitched in annoyance. By the way, why didn't you mention that Empress Luo's father is out of danger? Didn't they just make an unnecessary trip? Still chuckling, Zhong Yangming responded, Prince, how can I dare to speak the truth if you don't say anything? Besides, with the undercurrents in the meteor flame battlefield and the continuous moves by the martial spirit army, we should reinforce our troops there anyway. Thinking of meeting both his fathers-in-law, Xiao Tian felt like crying. Both were saved by him, both became his sworn brothers, and both knew him by his supreme benevolent king of hell deity title. It was like some legendary, awkward social event. Then, Zhong Yangming inquired, Lord, while reinforcing the meteor flame battlefield to save the holy demon emperor, could we also train our troops to familiarize them with the combat conditions in preparation for the great catastrophe? Do you think the so-called catastrophe might be a full-scale attack by the martial spirit army? Regaining his composure, Xiao Tian lifted his chopsticks. The martial spirit army is indeed a concern, but they aren't the great catastrophe, they're just cannon fodder. Just then, Long Qiu Dao appeared. Lord Xiao, everything is arranged. Xiao Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Long Qiu Dao stepped forward, pouring wine for Xiao Tian. He informed Zhong Yangming the real enemy might be the puppet master behind the martial spirit army, manipulating all the tribes. Zhong Yangming blinked in astonishment. Such a formidable martial spirit army is just cannon fodder. Who told you that? Have you ever heard of the ancient god tribe? Zhong Yangming expressed surprise. Heard of them? Without hesitation, Long Qiu Dao replied, Of course you haven't. This tribe? Wait, you've heard of them? You've lived so long and never heard of the ancient god tribe. Where did you learn of them? Zhong Yangming answered truthfully. I once came across it in the southern wilderness realm. Aren't there many ruins there? I have dug up some artifacts. Also, Lord Xiao, the legacy scriptures you once obtained, weren't they from the ancient god tribe? I remember ancient structures unearthed there, older than even the Great Flame Empire. The inscriptions on them mention eternal blessings and the words ancient gods. I believe those refer to the ancient god tribe. As he spoke, realization dawned on Zhong Yangming. You didn't encounter living members of the tribe, did you? Both men nodded, elaborating. They have golden horns on their heads with peculiar patterns. Their strength is immense, with golden hair and golden inscriptions on their skin. They are adept at various secret arts and can even absorb souls and manipulate the elements. At this, Xu Fugue exclaimed in surprise. So they're from the ancient god tribe. My son-in-law was reigning peacefully as emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty when he suddenly clashed with the chief disciple of Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion. It seems the ancient god tribe was controlling the Eastern Flame Kingdom at that time. The chief disciple of Astral Pavilion secretly infiltrated the Great Flame Dynasty for unknown reasons, only to be discovered by my son-in-law. That led to them pursuing and attempting to kill him and Shu Ruan. After leaving the Shu family, we went straight to the southern wilderness realm. We witnessed the barbarian, Jia Su, being killed by the skills of the ancient god tribe. It appears that after ambushing my daughter and son-in-law, they went to the barbarian territory. We're just not sure if the ancient god tribe member you encountered is the same one we know of. Hearing this, Long Qiu Dao pondered for a moment. If it's the same person, then after clashing with the former emperor in the southern wilderness realm and infiltrating the barbarians to kill Jia Su, they would have seen Lord Zhao's feats of shattering the universal rules with a single punch and using a blade to cut through the southern wilderness realm. Did they then head to the 100-flower domain? Thinking further, Long Qiu Dao informed Xiao Tian, Lord Zhao, I suspect that this Di Xinlu's trip to the 100-flower domain was just a diversion. His true aim was to follow the Great Flame Dynasty that you had severed and taken with you. Xiao Tian smiled faintly. Things are starting to get interesting. Zhong Yangming seemed surprised. You went to the 100-flower domain? We took a detour to the 100-flower domain to resolve the issue with the Flower Head tribe. In the process, we discovered that the Flower Head tribe is actually the Flower God tribe. We managed to free the Flower Divine Ancient Tree from its parasitic grip on the Flower Head tribe. Shufu was utterly perplexed. It's really bizarre. By rights, the 100-flower domain and the southern wilderness realm are located on the fringes of the myriad worlds, remote places. How can there be so many valuable things here? There are relics of the ancient god tribe, the Flower God Tribe, and the Flower Divine Ancient Tree. It's truly strange, Xiao Tian proposed. Considering all these ancient entities, and even the long-lived Long Cho Dao didn't know about them, could there be a possibility that this seemingly remote place is actually the real core realm? Xu Fu quickly dismissed the idea. That's unlikely. If this were the core realm, it wouldn't have such sparse spiritual energy and scarce resources. Moreover, the meteor flame battlefield is located here. He glanced at Long Cho Dao. Also, the fragments of the world around the core realm should be more numerous. Long Cho Dao nodded in agreement. Indeed, and we can't communicate with the upper realms from here. It doesn't fit the characteristics of a core realm. Listening to their conversation, Zhong Yangming felt utterly lost. Can't we interrogate the captured member of the ancient god tribe? Long Cho Dao immediately shook his head. It's not possible. His soul is sealed. He won't give us any answers. We've already sent him to the Great Flame breeding grounds. We've set up formations around him so that if any of his kin come to rescue him, we can trap them. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yangming quietly asked, once at the Great Flame breeding grounds, what tasks are assigned to this member of the ancient god tribe? The Flower Divine Ancient Tree needs fertilization. Long Cho Dao made a gesture of carrying a load on a shoulder pole. He's there to learn how to fertilize. Understanding dawned on Zhong Yangming. At that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly asked, Grandfather, what did the ancestor of the Shu family want with my father-in-law? It seems unnecessary if it was just for his bloodline. Could there be other hidden schemes? Both Zhong Yangming and Long Cho Dao were instantly alarmed, thinking, here it comes. The paranoia both anxiously looked at Swafugi, hoping he would refute Xiao Tian's suspicions. Swafugi sighed and patiently explained. What the ancestor of the Shu family desired wasn't simply a bloodline. He was interested in the connections behind the emperor's bloodline. By controlling our family, he hoped to have the esteemed Purple Emperor, once grown, use the emperor's bloodline to reclaim his old followers. Xiao Tian, still suspicious, continued, was the ancestor of the Shu family really just targeting my father-in-law? Could he have intended something for the Empress, or even planned to use her to get to me? The latter part was only pondered silently in his heart. Swafugi refuted firmly, that's impossible. When he took your father-in-law, the ancestor didn't even know about Ji Ruan's existence. At that time, I believe her bloodline hadn't even awakened. Still on guard, Xiao Tian pressed. Could there be a possibility that such a formidable figure has the ability to foresee the future? Swafugi remained adamant, that's out of the question. Although the ancestor was powerful, he certainly didn't possess such capabilities. Xiao Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat disappointed inside. So, they weren't really after me. That's strange. I still find it hard to believe. Pondering on how to break this thought, Zhong Yangming and Wang Quodeo behind him burst into laughter. The old man is amazing. It's the first time I've seen anyone halt Xiao Tian's paranoid train of thought. Swafugi felt nostalgic. After all this time, not only has Ji Ruan awakened the royal bloodline of the human race, but the intensity of her bloodline even surpasses that of her father, the esteemed Purple Emperor. Zhong Yangming nodded. Perhaps the Empress will indeed restore the glory of the imperial court. If the ancient emperor's spirit is watching, he must be very pleased. Upon hearing this, Swafugi became agitated. What nonsense are you spouting about the emperor having a spirit? The emperor is still alive. Hearing this revelation, both Wang Quodeo and Zhong Yangming were struck dumb with astonishment. However, soon after, both Xiao Tian and Zhong Yangming turned their surprised gazes towards Wang Quodeo. Why are you both looking at me like that? Wang Quodeo asked defensively. You've been working closely with the emperor. Don't you know whether he's alive or not? Why do you seem more surprised about the news of the emperor being alive than we are? Wang Quodeo waved his hands dismissively. I knew the emperor was alive. What surprised me was that the Zhu family knew about it. He then sidled up to Xiao Tian, trying to ingratiate himself. Of course, compared to being by your side, the protection from the emperor seems insignificant. Xiao Tian gave him a disdainful look. If you knew, why didn't you mention it? You never asked. Wang Quodeo replied defensively. Moreover, whether the emperor is alive or dead doesn't seem to affect you much. But Xiao Tian disagreed. He is the forefather of the Empress. It's significant. Maybe the emperor used his prophetic abilities, knowing I would come, making everyone believe he's dead, only to catch me off guard. Seeing the determined look on Xiao Tian's face, Wang Quodeo became panicked. Sir Xiao, I assure you, the emperor has no ulterior motives. You have to believe me. He clasped Xiao Tian's hand with a sincere expression, hoping to dissuade any misguided thoughts. After all, you're much more powerful than the emperor. Please, spare him. Disgusted, Xiao Tian pulled his hand away. All right. I won't jump to conclusions, but do you know where the emperor is now? Wang Quodeo shook his head repeatedly. Sir Xiao, I've always been in the Holy Dragon Relic, staying out of worldly affairs. I could only sense that the emperor is still alive. But where he went, before he could finish, Swafugi interrupted. The Emperor is in the upper realm. Both of them expressed surprise. Swafugi was equally amazed. This elder from the Holy Dragon clan is actually close to the Emperor. How astonishing. But Xiao Tian was only concerned about the Emperor. So the Emperor is in the upper realm? Did he go there with his 3,000 wives? Swafugi was speechless. Is this child's imagination always this wild? Never mind about the wives. The Emperor being in the upper realm means we can directly communicate with them. Once communication is established, the Emperor can issue edicts. These edicts can unify the scattered imperial forces here. Unfortunately, our communication with the upper realm is currently limited. Otherwise, we could gather all the imperial forces to resist the impending disaster in a meteor flame battlefield. Swafugi sighed. It's such a pity. By the way, when Empress Shi left, did she entrust you to look after the Great Flame Dynasty? Yes. Is there something you wish to instruct? Can you contact the Primordial Demon Kingdom? No problem. You're aware of Empress Luo's situation. The ties between the Primordial Demon Kingdom and us are close. Having heard this, Xiao Tian informed everyone, I've combined a mysterious wealth mountain range in the 100-flower domain. It's now named the Empress United Domain or Empress Domain. Later, I plan to move the Holy Demon Realm and merge it as well. The location for the second defensive line is pretty good and not remote. Once the 3 domain worlds are combined, it will be an impressive sight. Hearing this, Zhong Yangming's eyes lit up with anticipation. Combining the 3 domain worlds, especially at the second defensive line, wouldn't that make the Empress domain soar? Sir Xiao, you are truly Xiao Tian continued. By then, we will undoubtedly have access to a plethora of unique and delicious ingredients. Zhong Yangming, with your culinary skills, you'll finally have a chance to showcase your talent. Zhong Yangming's emotions exploded. While I'm thinking about the powerful defensive line and how it can assist the meteor flame battlefield, all you're thinking about is food, isn't it? Hearing that Xiao Tian was planning to move the Holy Demon Realm to the mysterious Wealth Mountain range, Zhong Yangming, who was already accustomed to such surprises, rubbed his forehead. I'll speak to the Primordial Demon Kingdom about this and make the necessary preparations for the fusion as soon as possible. Xiao Tian gave a thumbs up. I'll just push the Holy Demon Realm over there. Make sure all the civilians stay in their homes and try not to come out. Zhong Yangming nodded. Don't worry, we have experience with this. I'll make sure everyone is informed. Swafugi was confused. What are you guys talking about? Am I too old to keep up? Wait a minute. What do you mean by merging domain worlds? Xiao Tian felt a bit awkward. Well, Grandpa, my bloodline is a bit special. I can drag entire domain worlds and fuse them together. Swafugi was astonished. Such talent. You need to keep this a secret. It could lead to your death. There's a race called the Psychic Clan, who can convert spiritual energy of heaven and earth into top-grade spirit stones. The Zuf family and other clans have enslaved this race to produce spirit stones. Xiao Tian was infuriated. Grandpa, that's wrong. It's oppressive and extremely immoral. Swafugi shook his head helplessly. True, but there's nothing we can do. Escaping from the Zuf family was already difficult enough. How can we bother with such trifles? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian began calculating swiftly in his mind. If my in-laws are unhappy in the Zuf family, then my Empress wife will be unhappy, and if she's unhappy, my easy life is over. Suddenly, it became clear to Xiao Tian, so, the head of the Zuf family is targeting me. He doesn't want me to have an easy life. Seeing Xiao Tian's expression of anger, Long Qiu Dao became anxious. Are we back to this again? Is Sir Zhao's paranoia never going to end? Zhong Yangming also realized that they couldn't continue like this. Empress Surian is leading troops to reinforce the meteor flame battlefield, and we need Sir Xiao here in the Holy Demon Realm. He can't just run off to the Zuf family to argue morality. Both quickly intervened. Sir Xiao, let's stay calm. We still don't know the full situation with the Zuf family. Why not wait and see? Exactly, Sir Xiao. You should at least give them one more chance, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian relented. Fine, I'll give them another chance. Once I speak to my in-laws and find out more about the Zuf family, we'll revisit this. Time will reveal the truth. Swafugi listened proudly. Little Xiao, you really have a way with words. Oh, it's nothing, Xiao Tian said, blushing slightly. However, Zhong Yangming suddenly asked, Sir, where are we going to make a move on the Holy Demon Realm? What's going on? Because the Holy Demon Emperor, Luo Taoqian, has bound the Holy Demon Realm to himself using the Earthly Sovereign technique. The sooner you fuse the Holy Demon Realm with the Empress domain, the sooner we can enhance the combat capabilities of the Holy Demon Emperor. And naturally, also on the Meteor Flame battlefield, Zhong Yangming explained. Alright, Xiao Tianyan, I'll get to it once I've eaten well, had something to drink, and had a good sleep. You can start your preparations. Zhong Yangming quickly bowed. Of course, Prince, this is my duty after all. Xiao Tian then turned to Long Qiu Dao, and as for the warships, make sure they're ready. We can't possibly expect me to fly there myself when we rush to the void battlefield. Can we, Sir Xiao? It's almost ready. Don't worry, Long Qiudao assured, noticing Swafugi's astonished face. Xiao Tian quickly gestured. Grandpa, please eat. Don't be shy. Swafugi felt his head buzzing. How many more surprises does my son-in-law have that I don't know about? Grandpa, you better eat before it gets cold. All right. Swafugi quickly agreed, then thought of something. Little Xiao, why don't you just call me Old Zuit? Calling me Grandpa when we've just met feels like I'm taking advantage of you. Xiao Tian looked puzzled. How is that taking advantage? Swafugi chuckled. If your own grandpa knew, he might get jealous. It doesn't matter. I don't even know who my biological grandfather is. Xiao Tian shrugged. Swafugi was momentarily stunned. How come? I was adopted. Before that, my parents had already been killed by my adoptive father. It seems they were thoroughly erased. Nothing could be found about them. I never had elders like you. Calling you grandpa is nice. At least now I have a grandfather, Xiao Tian said, smiling and showing his white teeth. How does he manage to say all this with such a calm demeanor? Swafugi thought. Getting up, he walked over to a jar of wine and placed it in front of Xiao Tian. This wine is excellent, the best in the Ring Mountain realm. Little Xiao, would you care to drink a few cups with your grandpa? Xiao Tian smiled. Sure, but you should know that the green flame wine is also pretty good. Swafugi stroked his beard. This wine is truly unparalleled. It's been difficult to find a jar like this since I've been in the Holy Demon realm. Xiao Tian looked at Swafugi. If you want some, just come to me, but you'll have to pay. You wouldn't want to take advantage of your junior, would you? Swafugi burst into laughter. Little Xiao, if there's one thing your grandpa has plenty of, it's money. On the other side, at the Meteor Flame battlefield, facing the direction of the defense line, are numerous cities where the martial spirit army is stationed. In one of the core cities further back, a figure stands on the city wall, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps can be heard. Someone rushes up to the city wall and approaches the figure. News has arrived. Bai Qing is leading an army on the way. The quality of the void warships is high. They'll arrive in 2 more days. The man on the wall is tall and robust. His skin is etched with both red and black markings. He belongs to the Blood Surge clan, an upper-level clan that possesses both the close combat capabilities of the Blood Rune clan and the curse abilities of the Blood Grudge clan. Collectively known as the 3 Bloodlines, they form a solid part of the martial spirit army, even capable of spearheading many plans. Seems like the intelligence network we painstakingly set up is serving its purpose. The man muses. After the explosion in the Vanguard battlefield, Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taotian returned to the United Alliance of 100 Tribes battlefield, having elevated his power to the 20th level. He's been hiding behind the defense lines, elusive and frustrating. Zhang Keiji clenches his fists and speaks in a low voice. Sir, considering our hidden capabilities, we could actually break through their defense lines in one fell swoop. Why are we not attacking? Shuarue, the strong warrior from the Blood Rune clan standing beside him, shakes his head. Be cautious. Anyone who constructed these battlefield defense lines in that era? Zhang Keiji's face tightens. Yes, they were built by a man who was frighteningly powerful and unpredictable. The human emperor, Purple Extreme Invincible. Once in another void battlefield, the martial spirit army had successfully conquered numerous cities. Just as they were expanding their victories, they discovered that the subterranean areas of the captured cities constituted an array hub. It ignited the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing massive upheaval and devastation. This has made us nervous, wondering if this could be a hidden mechanism left by the human emperor. Now that we have intelligence, the initiative for this battlefield lies with us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Keiji instantly understands. Sir, do you already have a plan in mind? If the human emperor left any traps, it would certainly be in those defense line checkpoints. Our most secure strategy would be to lure Luo Taotian and his forces out from behind those walls, and then seize the area in one fell swoop. Shuarui explains, gesturing slightly. Zhang Keiji frowns. Sir, tricking Luo Taotian out from behind the defenses might not be so easy anymore. Shuarui shakes his head gently. It's not that he won't come out, it's that the temptation isn't great enough and the situation isn't chaotic enough. Shuarui says, his face revealing a mysterious smile. We'll first dispatch a portion of our forces, pretending they are the main army, to engage with Luo Taotian and a stalemate. Once Bai Qing and their reinforcements arrive, we'll feign a retreat. By then, Luo Taotian and his troops will be encouraged, seeing an opportunity to wipe out our main force. Would they resist such a temptation and continue to defend? Once they rush out and leave their defense lines, we can attack them without any reservation. This decision excites Zhang Keiji, who's standing beside him. Grinning, he clenches his fists. Finally, a full-scale attack. These scum have been arrogant for too long. It's time to show them the real gap between us. I can't wait to see their faces of despair. Now, the 3rd to the 10th armies will proceed to their designated locations according to the original plan, waiting for orders. Siege equipment is also prepared for transport to the battlefield. Shuarue continues, looking out at the horizon, where a dense mass of tents forms a sprawling camp. Zhang Keiji is also emotionally charged, his eyes red and muscles swelling. For Hidden Marshal, beyond the city defense line and their massive camp, figures of the martial spirit army are densely packed, many of them raising their arms and roaring, seemingly eager to rush to the battlefield and engage in combat. Meanwhile, on the defense line of the Meteor Flame battlefield, Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taotian ascends high into the sky. His spiritual energy circulates in his eyes as he gazes into the distance. He quickly spotted the enemy's hidden camp at a glance. Luo Taotian lands back on top of the city wall, his expression very solemn. "What's wrong? If it weren't for my mysterious surge in strength, I would have already turned and run," says Luo Taotian, clenching his fists involuntarily. "The danger of this fight far exceeds our limits. I just hope that Bai Qing's reinforcements can arrive soon. Until then, we cannot lose the defense line." Hearing her husband's tone, Wu Xingqiu grits her teeth. "If we're really outmatched, why not simply fall back to the second defense line? It's been well funded over the years, after all." But Luo Taotian cuts her off. "No, if we retreat, the entire region between the Meteor Flame battlefield and the second defense line will be devastated. Also, don't count on those useless people at the second defense line." With that, Luo Taotian leans on the city wall, staring into the distance. "As an emperor, I will not let them advance a single step. How cool it is to have a grandfather who is so wealthy that money is all he has left." In their eyes, there is no issue that money can't solve. At this moment, there are a total of 2 million reinforcements on this void battleship. Among these 2 million reinforcements, 200,000 come from the Holy Demon Domain, but the other 1,800,000 come from the wealthy god Xuefug. After understanding the situation at the Meteor Flame battlefield and learning that they were short of people, Xuefug made a sweeping gesture, instructing his granddaughter to take his trusted guards into battle. At that time, Luo Fenyuan had quietly mumbled to Zeruyan, "Could your grandfather have misunderstood something? We are going to war, not to a fight." Zeruyan also felt that her grandfather might have oversimplified things, until she saw the assembly of 1,800,000 fully armed guardians, whose average realm was above the 10th order. Both girls were utterly bewildered, and even Bai Qing's of hope jumped up. What defines a wealthy god? Wealth that commands divine powers. Perhaps this is what it means. In that moment, Zeruyan felt how wonderful it was to have such a grandfather. Meanwhile, on the other side, the entire royal family stood atop the city walls, gazing at the army gradually assembling in the distance. With Luo Taotian's perception, the approaching martial spirit army numbered a full 2 million, while the defending soldiers amounted to merely 800,000. A demon warrior rushed over from the rear to report the situation. "Commander-in-Chief, the defensive line's formation has been fully activated." Luo Taotian nodded, his figure slowly ascending, spiritual energy swirling in his throat, his voice booming across the skies above the defensive line. "Ladies and gentlemen, the martial spirit army is upon us, in numbers unprecedented. This will be a fierce battle, but we cannot retreat. If we let the martial spirit army pass through the realm gate behind us, they will slaughter your families, seize your lands, they will destroy everything, consuming all that they see into their domain. We must hold the formation barrier, focus on entangling the enemy, for ourselves, for our families, and for our descendants. Prepare for battle." However, the formation of the opposing martial spirit army suddenly split open, making way for something. Huge ballistae and war chariots were rolled out, and Luo Taotian, staring at the distance of those massive ballistae, felt a sense of strangeness. What use could siege crossbows have in a war of this caliber? But the next second, Luo Taotian's pupils constricted as he watched Bloodroom clan members step onto the battlefield, slice open their wrists over the war chariots, their blood dripping into the grooves of the massive crossbows. A strange power was gathering on these giant ballistae. To his horror, the Bloodroom clan were being drained dry by the war chariots, falling lifeless with a heavy slam of a war hammer onto the chariot's formation nexus. Spears from the giant ballistae, infused with a bizarre power, turned into blood-red meteors streaking across the sky, hammering towards the front-line defensive formation. Following an explosion, several large holes were corroded in the defensive formation, and Luo Taotian, with a look of shock, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is bad. Their contraption can actually counteract the formation. Don't underestimate this emperor." Luo Taotian suddenly unleashed the demonic energy within him, his purple holy demon flame sweeping forward. The substantial holy demon flame was like a purple tide, spreading directly along the defensive barrier. In an instant, the previously corroded formation was restored to its original state. It seemed safe now, and he could retract the holy demon flame. But something was amiss. He could not control the holy demon flame within him. He could only watch helplessly as the front defensive barrier began to absorb his demonic energy under the astonished gaze of all. The holy demon flame and the gathered spiritual energy from heaven and earth fused, transforming into massive purple flame spears, almost identical to the formation-breaking crossbow bolts seen before. The next second, countless purple flame spears shot towards the martial spirit army. Dodge! The martial spirit commander urgently ordered a retreat, but it was too late. By then, the purple flame spears had descended from the sky, smashing hard onto the giant ballistae. The spiritual energy condensed within the spear was extremely unstable, exploding into a spiritual energy storm. Some of the martial spirit army soldiers who couldn't escape in time were burned alive by the holy demon flame. Shi Dingxian bit his teeth in frustration. Damn it, the formation-breaking ballista has been destroyed. It was a key tool for breaking formations. Now, Shi Dingxian did not dare to make a rash decision, just silently waiting, ordering 100,000 of the vanguard to probe and attack first. And immediately, 100,000 of the vanguard from the martial spirit army were dispatched, charging forward. In the hidden illusionary formation behind the martial spirit army, Shuarui's expression was changing unpredictably. Indeed, someone had left their mark. Most previously guarding defensive formations were clearly self-condensing flame spears. Shuarui suddenly let out a roar, conjuring a blood-red giant spear and hurling it towards Luo Taoqian. A violent boom erupted in front of the defensive barrier, followed by intense fluctuations within the formation. The force of heaven and earth that was gathered turned into a spiritual energy force, even more terrifying than before, and flew back. Indeed, long-distance, high-intensity attacks were ineffective. Shuarui withdrew his hand, his expression becoming even more solemn. Beside him, Zhang Keiji frowned. "My lord, I feel that the repulsion force of the formation is not that strong. Why not continue to attack the barrier with your long-range method?" My attack strength was absorbed by 20%, and the remaining 80% was transformed. The gathered spiritual energy repelled back to us. As one side weakens, the other grows, continuing with long-distance attrition. The defensive formation will only become stronger. Zhang Keiji was stunned. This defensive formation left by the Emperor of Man forces one to engage in close combat for siege, convenient for the defending soldiers to maneuver near the barrier. Just attacking the enemy would suffice. So it seems, indeed, it's a good place for training troops. My lord, shall we let our troops be used as training targets by the defending army? Don't worry. According to the intelligence reports, the reinforcements called by Bai Qing will arrive in about 10 hours. Give me a full-on siege. Following Shuarui's command, all of the martial spirit army charged like madmen. Figures dashed and leapt into the air, and in an instant, dense as torrential rain, the martial spirit army descended upon the barrier that was calm like the surface of a lake. The real battle began, demonic flames reaching the sky. Atop the defense, Luo Taoqian, who had been observing the battle, made his move. The vast purple holy demon flames surged like ocean waves, roaring in all directions. The bodies of the defending soldiers were enveloped by such purple holy demon flames. Their aura enhanced. The clash of metal and battle cries echoed in the skies, and the melee commenced. Within the illusionary formation behind the martial spirit army, Shuarui squinted his eyes. 10 more hours, and your reinforcements will arrive. Don't be too scared to chase us out, Luo Taoqian. At the same time, Shi Ruoyan, observing the distant Luo Fengyuan, asked if she was nervous. Luo Fengyuan turned around, shaking her head. Nervous? How could I be? It's too quiet before the battle. That's not like you, Shi Ruoyan said, also looking towards the horizon, then continued after a moment of silence. I understand how you feel. I was extremely happy when I saw my parents not long ago. Now, Luo Fengyuan, you are about to see your own parents and elder siblings. It's natural to feel unsettled. What will you do when you meet again after such a long separation? Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan clenched her fists with great excitement, indicating she would greet them very warmly. Shi Ruoyan thought she meant a warm embrace, but Luo Fengyuan's next words left her speechless. Her teeth clenched as she said, "Not a warm embrace, but a passionate iron fist. I must give them a good beating. They are a bunch of despicable jerks. Even though we are family, they left me alone in the holy demon realm. Couldn't they have shared the burden?" Shi Ruoyan covered her face and shook her head helplessly. What a battle maniac. Even at a crucial moment like a family reunion, you're thinking about fighting your own family. It's just like you. No brain, all brawn. Unbelievable. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan and Shi Ruoyan felt a violent fluctuation, and even the esteemed Purple Emperor, who was cultivating in his room, rushed out. Such a strong disturbance. What's going on? Bai Qing's figure appeared abruptly among them. This is the vibration of battle. It seems the defense line has already started the fight. Judging from the fluctuations, the entire defense force has joined this great battle. We need to move full speed ahead, and get to the battlefield as soon as possible to provide support. At the same time, within the meteor flame battlefield, the defensive enchantments on the walls were pulsing with energy. Countless figures engaged in endless combat around the defensive barrier. The guards, shrouded in purple holy demon flames, clashed violently with the Bloodrune clan, wreathed in blazing red flames. On the walls of the defense point, Wu Xingqiu's voice was heavy. This will only lead to defeat sooner or later. Luo Taoyin, with a grave expression, looked around and exhaled lightly. The fighting power of this martial spirit army is much stronger than any invading force we have encountered before. Whether it is the strength of individuals, or the coordination between battle formations, it's at least 50% higher. This is far more difficult than we imagine. If it weren't for our holy demon flame, we might have already lost this battle. Ji Dingxian, watching Luo Taoyin inside the barrier, curled his lips. Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taoyin, your defeat is certain. Did you really think that having the Holy Demon Clan's flame made you invincible? This enraged Luo Taoyin, who clenched his teeth. He could no longer just defend from the back. It was time to fight the enemy head-on. As Luo Taoyin was about to join the fray, a huge crash sounded behind him. Everyone on the battlefield turned their heads in shock to see ships of the Void War fleet tearing through space, approaching from afar. Luo Taoyin, seeing the ships and a familiar figure burning with purple holy demon flames emerging, recognized his own daughter, Luo Fengyuan. At that moment, Luo Fengyuan on the deck let out a cold laugh. Finally found you, my dearest family. The enemy suddenly charged down. Ziyuan wanted to stop her, but was a step too late. It was over. Luo Fengyuan had already begun the fight. Please don't let your passionate iron fists land on your own family. Luo Taoyin only then realized his daughter's face was marked with anger, the burning holy demon flame wrapping around her right fist. Not good. There was a killing intent. Before he could react, Luo Fengyuan's furious punch had already hit him squarely in the face. While Luo Fengyuan had unleashed her rage with a punch, she still controlled the strength and angle. The punch sent Luo Taoyin flying diagonally, making intimate contact with the broad city wall surface, sliding far before coming to a stop. Beside him, Wu Xingqiu hadn't even recovered from the shock when he too was struck firmly in the stomach by his own daughter's fist, and she flew out to collapse next to her husband. This scared Luo Fengyuan's brothers and sisters witless, and they all had the same thought buzzing in their minds. Just don't hit us next. But how could Luo Fengyuan comply with their wishes? At this moment, Luo Fengyuan seemed to embody the war god. Men in the face, women in the stomach. Each received a punch, watching Luo Fengyuan's actions from the Void Warship's deck. Ji Ruoyan's lips twitched slightly. I should have stopped her earlier, but it must be said, Luo Chao does have a system when it comes to hitting people. Men in the face, women in the stomach. At that moment, Luo Taoqian and Wu Xingqiu flipped onto the ground, got up simultaneously as they propped themselves up to stand. They saw Luo Fengyuan quickly approaching them. Little Yuan, hold on before you strike. Listen to Daddy's explanation. Luo Taoqian hurriedly waved his hands, pleading, and Wu Xingqiu also followed suit. Little Yuan, let's talk about this later, alright? Now is not the time to continue fighting. Luo Fengyuan, reaching her parents, didn't strike again, but instead embraced both her father and mother tightly in her arms. The couple were left speechless by Luo Fengyuan's action. Father, mother, now it's my turn to protect you both. At this moment, the esteemed Purple Emperor greeted Luo Taoqian. Big brother, it's been some time since we last met. Seeing the figure before him, Luo Taoqian's face was filled with joy he truly hadn't expected. To witness the arrival of the esteemed Purple Emperor. Big brother, this is my daughter. The esteemed Purple Emperor looked at Luo Taoqian, safe and sound, and heartily patted Ji Ruoyuan's shoulder as he introduced her. So, this is your daughter. Luo Taoqian was even more astonished looking at Ji Ruoyuan before him. Ji Ruoyuan, how could it be that she and his own daughter's spiritual energy were so in sync? Could it be that these two had obtained some opportunity? I should also try this with esteemed Purple Brother another day. The figure of Bai Qing also hurried over from a distance. Uncle Luo, are you alright? It was at this moment that everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Right, wasn't Luo Taoqian captured? How come he is here, safe and sound, as if nothing had happened? Our main purpose here was to rescue Brother Luo. How is it that before we have even arrived, he has already managed to rescue himself and wasn't captured by the enemy? Luo Taoqian waved his hand and shook his head, his face showing a relieved expression. At that time, I was indeed captured, tied up, and detained in Pioneer Battle City. Fortunately, I was rescued from Pioneer Battle City by a strong human. Not even Zhang Byuk was a match for that strong person. When I was locked in the formation, he could easily break the formation with just the broken blade of a spiritual artifact. Before leaving, I even swore brotherhood with that strong person. Esteemed Purple Brother, I must give you a proper introduction when the time comes. Upon hearing this, the expression on the esteemed Purple Emperor's face became somewhat strange, a bit flustered inside. Why did his own brother Luo's tale of being rescued sound so familiar to him? Wait a second, the heart of the esteemed Purple Emperor suddenly skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered when his son-in-law rescued him. It was done effortlessly with his bare hands, suddenly, as if a bolt of lightning crossed his mind. Wait, could it be that the one who rescued my big brother was also my son-in-law? The esteemed Purple Emperor suddenly asked, Big brother, about when were you rescued? The question took Luo Taoyin by surprise. It's been a while, more than 2 months. Why do you ask? The esteemed Purple Emperor covered his face, as expected. I was rescued not long ago and given my good son-in-law's abilities. After rescuing Big Brother from Pioneer Battle City, he would have had ample time to then go to the mysterious Wealth Mountain range to rescue me. Brother Luo, that swan brother of yours, isn't his name. The esteemed Purple Emperor was about to speak, but was interrupted directly by his daughter beside him. Father, now is not the time for idle chatter. Luo, Feng Yuan, are you ready? My scythe is eager to reap. As soon as these words were spoken, a violent roar suddenly erupted beside their ears. Come on, are your human and demon races nothing but turtles hiding behind barriers? As I see it, you lot should be called the Cowardly Clan. The martial spirit army's words were filled with provocation. Hearing this, Xiroyan's face turned frosty, filled with a murderous intent, and then with a wave of her large hand, everyone began to counterattack. The reinforcements on the Void battleship, originally belonging to Shifugui's guard, took the lead in charging out. The guard carrying the huge shield exploded with speed and charged directly forward, followed by the spears in the hands of the guards behind the giant shield, shining with the light of condensed spiritual energy. Just instantly, the Blood Wound Clan warriors who had just approached were directly shredded. In the rear formation, Shuarui's expression changed. Where did this elite army come from? Zhang Keiji also cried out anxiously, this won't do. They have a significant number, and our first and second armies will be wiped clean. Shuarui also clenched his teeth. It's not just that they're strong. The grade of the spiritual artifacts these people are equipped with completely crushes ours. The huge shield alone, the value of a single shield, is at least equivalent to the total value of all the spiritual artifacts on 30 of our warriors. Who the hell has managed to muster this lot? Do they have more money than they know what to do with? Meanwhile, in the Holy Demon Domain, Shifugui sneezed in his sleep, lazily turned over, and continued to snore loudly. At this moment, Luo Fengyuan, looking at Jiruoyan, asked, what exactly is your grandfather thinking? Calling such elite troops house guards. Jiruoyan didn't utter a word in response, just silently looking towards her mother, Shuaruyan. Seeing her daughter looking at her, Shuaruyan just shrugged her shoulders and said, what are you looking at me for? There's nothing unusual about this. Your grandfather once managed a huge commerce guild. The guards frequently clashed with bandits. Their combat experience is naturally profound. Plus, he has money, so of course he did whatever it took to make his guards stronger. It's just a matter of spending money. Besides, a battlefield of the Meteor Flame battlefield level is the least dangerous and weakest they've ever encountered, so it's normal for them to completely overpower the opposition. After Shuaruyan finished speaking, Lu Guixian also chimed in. In your grandfather's guards, they have a nickname among outsiders, the Shu Slaughter Army. As Lu Guixian's words fell, in the distance, the martial spirit army, still retreating in midair, continued to be slaughtered by the guards. The battlefield was strewn with corpses. We can't wait any longer. This has already exceeded our original plans. Zhang Keiji spoke urgently to Shuaruyan. The first and second armies have already lost nearly several 100,000 in a short time. If this continues, we will be completely overwhelmed. Although the enemy's reinforcements are indeed formidable, against our absolutely overwhelming numbers, their effectiveness won't be as good as Shuaruyan spoke. He suddenly waved his hand. In the vast illusion formation covering the 3rd to the 10th armies, a total of 7 million troops slowly cracked open. The two armies originally engaged with the guards also rapidly retreated. Everyone on the city walls, who had been quite relaxed until then, were also shocked by the scene before them. The land, originally empty, now revealed densely packed military formations, the sheer number of which was enough to make one's scalp tingle. There were so many that one couldn't see the end at a glance. It looks like we can't rely on your grandfather for everything. Old rules, don't stray too far. After Luo Fengyuan and Ji Ruyan finished speaking, the two of them took out their weapons, back to back. Empress Alliance, move out. The next second, a deafening roar suddenly emerged from the sky above, trembling the heavens and earth, echoing in all directions. A golden dragon, as if tangible, rose up, its roar rendering all the soldiers on the city walls and Shufugui's guards immune to the enemy's war cries. Then came another dragon roar, howling and resonating with the imperial aura previously emitted by Shi Ruyan. A purple-black demon dragon spiraled up, hovering over the battlefield's defenses, imperial aura transforming into a dragon, as if tangible. Such a powerful force of bloodline. Luo Taoqian, witnessing this, was greatly shocked. After speaking, Luo Taoqian turned to the esteemed purple emperor beside him and raised his eyebrows teasingly. Brother Ji, this won't do. You've been so easily surpassed by your own daughter. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Hearing Luo Taoqian's teasing words, the esteemed purple emperor smiled and retorted, the pot calling the kettle black. Your daughter has suppressed and extinguished your holy demon flame. The two men looked at each other, internally mocking one another. It's been a few years. Why has Luo become somewhat annoying? The old brother Ji was never like this. This person before me is so irritating. Brother Xiao was always better. Just at that moment, another blue dragon ascended, its roar striking the souls of those present like the tolling of bells at dawn and dusk. The wills of the three empresses erupted, their powers intertwining perfectly. The degree of synergy was impeccable under the envelopment of the Empress wills. Everyone's combat abilities on the Meteor Flame battlefield were greatly enhanced. The slaughter on the Meteor Flame battlefield once again unfolded, with Lu Guixian reaping the martial spirit army soldiers around her mercilessly like a god of war. You scum, seeking death, Luo Fenyuan, from behind, watching the figure charging ahead, excitedly shouted to Shi Ruoyan, your grandmother is really something. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out from not too far away. Ha ha ha. Is this the extent of your skills? Luo Fenyuan and Bai Qing followed the sound and looked over, their eyes widening and mouths gaping in surprise. Her mother is even more interesting. They saw a woman with a high ponytail, standing tall with a long spear amidst surging giant waves. It was none other than Shi Ruoyan's mother, Shuaiyuan. A vast ocean had appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield, with Shuaiyuan standing amid these waves, sweeping up the martial spirit army soldiers around her. Luo Fenyuan's eyes sparkled as he held his giant scythe and charged forward, excitedly shouting, your mom is so cool too. I want to join them. Shi Ruoyan, seeing Luo Fenyuan's excited demeanor, covered her face and shook her head helplessly. When Shi Ruoyan turned her head to look at Bai Qing, she noticed that Bai Qing was staring straight at her grandmother and mother. They're both such idiots. Why do you act like you're their granddaughter and daughter? Shi Ruoyan sighed. In another part of the battlefield, the esteemed purple emperor looked towards Shi Ruoyan and the others, a bit speechless. Why does this scene seem a bit off? Wife, why are you so close with our niece? Your daughter is over there. Just then, the esteemed purple emperor suddenly saw his sister-in-law, Wu Xinxiu, looking in Luo Fenyuan's direction with an expression that seemed somewhat jealous. The esteemed purple emperor couldn't help but scratch his face in embarrassment. This situation is really awkward. On the other side, Zhang Keiji turned to Shi Ruoyan and asked, my lord, how much longer do you plan to wait before you take action? Beneath Shi Ruoyan, golden array patterns slowly emerged. Zhang Keiji's expression changed upon seeing this. Is there some kind of decisive formation beneath the ground? There's a teleportation array down here. It can take us straight to Hidden Spirit. When the time comes, there'll be much we can do. Zhang Keiji's voice trembled as he looked at Shi Ruoyan. My lord, are you going to abandon them all? This is merely a substitution, exchanging the lives of the Tri-Clan generals for our survival. Hearing Shi Ruoyan's words, Zhang Keiji took a deep breath and then suddenly spoke up. My lord, the task of infiltrating Hidden Spirit is yours to bear. Shi Ruoyan, waiting for the array to activate, paused at Zhang Keiji's words. What do you mean? Since the lord wishes to infiltrate Hidden Spirit, one must do so without alerting the spirits. The vast martial spirit army needs someone to command. Otherwise, after the slaughter, they will become suspicious. I'll stay behind to make my presence known. Only then will this plan be perfect. Zhang Keiji's words caused Shi Ruoyan to frown and shake his head slightly. There's no need for that. I have already made preparations to leave traces. They will only think that the one commanding has fled in advance. Shi Ruoyan frowned. I do not wish to flee. It is not truly fleeing. To abandon our kind. To sacrifice these soldiers in battle and infiltrate Hidden Spirit. How is that different from fleeing? Zhang Keiji suddenly turned back. So you intend to go and make a fearless sacrifice? I am a person of the Bloodroom clan, meant to fight alongside the soldiers on the battlefield, not to run away. Your decision is not wrong, but I, Zhang Keiji, will not abandon these warriors. I will fight with them to the very end. Before the array activated, Shi Ruoyan issued his final command. From this moment on, the highest command of Meteor Flame battlefield is yours, Zhang Keiji. Like that, Shi Ruoyan brought his hands together and his blood surged out, igniting in midair and infusing towards Zhang Keiji in front. Zhang Keiji could feel a significant boost in his battle strength. He turned back in astonishment to look at the somewhat pale Shi Ruoyan. My lord, you, go and fight. Let them witness just how valiant the warriors of the Tri-Blood lineage really are. For hidden martial, Shi Ruoyan stood up straight and consumed a medicinal pill. Zhang Keiji grinned ferociously and clenched his fists tightly. The fully ignited Zhang Keiji leaped towards the sky, his fighting spirit erupting like a torrent. In an instant, the sky above the battlefield seemed to blaze with a fiery red sun. I am Zhang Keiji, the command leader of the Meteor Flame Battlefield Martial Spirit. With a roar full of battle intent, Zhang Keiji, engulfed in bright red flames, forcefully entered the battlefield. The aerial ocean of Zurin was instantly evaporated. His sudden appearance interrupted Luo Fengyuan and the others who were slaughtering the Blood Moon clan because their Empress was repelled by this terrifying fighting spirit. This must be the enemy's hidden powerhouse. His presence is too terrifying, and just with a single landing, he can blast away everyone present. His true strength must be even more formidable. Who cares if he's the hidden powerhouse? Let's fight first. As Luo Taoying finished speaking, the purple holy demon flame transformed into a crescent blade in midair, slashing towards Zhang Keiji. Zhang Keiji, originally charging into battle, suddenly changed his expression and quickly retreated to avoid it, clearly feeling the speed at which the spiritual energy within his body dissipated while immersed in the sea of holy demon flames. He could withstand it, but it was unnecessary. Just as Zhang Keiji rose up, elevating his figure to leave the sea of holy demon flames, an imposing imperial aura suddenly emerged above, and when he looked up, a golden seal appeared in the sky, the human emperor's seal. How do you have this? With the sound echoing across the battlefield, the ascendant Zhang Keiji was forcibly pressed back down, crashing into the expanse of holy demon flames. Luo Taoying, wielding a giant scythe, appeared at the forefront of the battlefield. You continue, we've got this scythe. The voice of esteemed Purple Emperor also followed. Right, this guy is strong, but he can't turn the tide against us. Zhang Keiji roared and charged at them again. Let's see if you can keep me here. But he was blocked by Luo Taoying's holy demon flame. Under the giant tornado of holy demon flames, the entire battlefield was illuminated by the purple flames, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was constantly burning. Zhang Keiji gritted his teeth. He knew holy demon Emperor Luo Taoying was very troublesome, but he didn't know what secret technique he used, as the demonic energy in his body seemed inexhaustible. Just then, the human emperor's seal suddenly burst forth, smashing fiercely into his face. The sound of bones shattering rang out. Zhang Keiji cried out in pain as he was smashed and sent flying. When he stabilized his form, the terrifying healing power within his body fused his shattered bones back together. Seeing this, esteemed Purple Emperor could not help but exclaim, "This guy's recovery is too frightening." Luo Taoying nodded. The Blood Moon clan has always been like this. His attacks are stronger. Be a bit more careful. It's fine. I want to see if he recovers faster, or my throws are faster. I don't believe I can't smash him to death. Esteemed Purple Emperor, swinging the human emperor's seal, charged over. On the other side, Shuarui cast a silent glance at Zhang Keiji, who was still valiantly resisting before he left. The array had already been activated, and Shuarui swore to himself that one day, he would kill esteemed Purple Emperor, seize the human emperor's seal, and avenge Zhang Keiji and the fallen of the Blood Moon clan. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he passed through the array into the holy demon realm, he saw Shao Tian busy merging worlds, which scared him terribly. He quickly rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the person had disappeared. The next second, a hand landed on his shoulder, and Shao Tian's voice suddenly came from beside his ear. The sudden turn of events made Shuarui shiver all over. "Why are you sneaking around watching me?" Shuarui trembled and stammered in response. "Weren't you just over there, holding out the world? When did you get next to me?" After saying that, a chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. He hadn't noticed when the other had come close to him. "It's over. My life is over. How did I encounter such a strong being right after coming out of the teleportation array? Who can ignore the chaos of the void and merge two world realms together?" Shao Tian, with the full head of question marks, asked, "Why are you so afraid of seeing me for the first time? Something's not right. There's definitely something very off. Is it because you have a guilty conscience? How could that be? It's our first meeting. I was just attracted by your feat of merging the worlds of two realms and wanted to observe you up close." While Shuarui spoke, he slowly retreated, thinking to divert his attention and take the opportunity to escape. Perfect. Just as he was about to retreat to the array, Shao Tian suddenly grabbed his shoulder. "You look both familiar and strange, quite like a mix between the Blood Moon clan and the Blood Grudge clan." Hearing this, Shuarui was speechless. Such a formidable being doesn't know my race. Our Blood Surge clan is the leader of the three bloodlines, but Shao Tian ignored his indignation, planning to take him to the Empress domain to show to Di Xinlu who should recognize what race this bald guy is. System, pause the fusion. I need to interrogate this suspicious fellow first. Okay, master. At this moment, in the Empress domain, Hua Kai Tu was observing the state of the flower divine ancient tree and reminding Di Xinlu not to over-nurture it to death. Di Xinlu, engrossed in his work, nodded in agreement that he wouldn't. As the two conversed, Xiao Tian suddenly descended from the sky. Seeing Xiao Tian land, the two hurried forward to greet him, one calling him Xiao Elder and the other Master. Shuarue, held in tow, was astonished by the flower divine ancient tree, and his pupils shrank when he saw the figure underneath the tree applying fertilizer. The ancient god race. It's actually the ancient god race, a transcendent species. The ancient and noble beings are actually calling him master. What exactly is Xiao Tian's identity? Xiao Tian, grasping him, brought him in front of Di Xinlu in question. Help me see what race this guy is. Is he a mix of the Bloodroom clan and the Blood Grudge clan? This annoyed the bald-headed man, cursing in his heart at Xiao Tian's stupidity. Do you think I'm a piece of merchandise to be shown around at will? This is a great insult. Di Xinlu recognized at a glance that the bald-headed man was not a mix of the two clans, but from the Blood Surge clan. What race is the Blood Surge clan? I've never heard of it. Facing Xiao Tian's inquiry, Di Xinlu explained, the Blood Surge clan, along with the Bloodroom clan and the Blood Grudge clan, are collectively referred to as the three blood lineages. The Blood Surge clan is the most formidable among them, capable of suppressing both the Bloodroom clan and the Blood Grudge clan. Di Xinlu asked Shuarue, but shouldn't you be at the more critical Meteor Flame battlefield right now, overseeing the battle situation? Why are you here? Hearing this, Xiao Tian looked towards Di Xinlu, the critical Meteor Flame battlefield. Di Xinlu nodded and explained to Xiao Tian, indeed, the Blood Surge clan isn't considered a weak race within the Martial Spirit Army, and with this young Blood Surge clan genius, he should be part of the higher echelons of the Martial Spirit Army. It would make sense for him to be stationed at the higher level Meteor Flame battlefield. Xiao Tian told Di Xinlu about the situation he encountered. Di Xinlu listened with some surprise, looking at the bald man and clicking his tongue in wonder from this perspective. This is truly a stunning and brilliant individual. A 10th level master of the spatial realm is quite rare indeed, master. He might have come from a very high level Meteor Flame battlefield, using the spatial layer to infiltrate our side. A strange gleam appeared in Xiao Tian's eyes as he stared at the bald man, infiltrated from a higher-level Meteor Flame battlefield. Since he is from a higher-level Meteor Flame battlefield, and has used his abilities to sneak into this remote place, and coincidentally near me, it looks like there might be some terrifying conspiracy behind you. I knew this guy was up to no good, definitely here to do me harm. The bald man, feeling the intense gaze, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Why does it feel like he's looking at me as if I'm a dead man? Is it my imagination? Speak! Does the Martial Spirit Army know about the situation in the mysterious Wealth Mountain region? So they sent you to spy on me and possibly ambush me? Xiao Tian's string of analysis left both Di Xinlu and Huakai Tu somewhat baffled. Isn't that a bit much? Why do they feel that this Blood Surge clan genius just happened to have the misfortune of bumping into you? The bald man, sweating profusely, explained, I don't know you at all. But Xiao Tian's paranoia kicked in. He simply didn't believe the bald man's words. How dare you argue back? If you don't know me, why were you secretly peeping at me in the void? If you're innocent, why didn't you explain yourself or make it clear when I caught you and instead looked at me with a guilty conscience? Isn't that the very picture of a guilty thief? Shuarue, the one being held, was dumbfounded. I came because the battlefield I was on was about to be lost, and I simply fled. There was absolutely no plan. Your battlefield. So, you're saying the Meteor Flame battlefield you left is hiding some secret? Hearing this, the bald man knew Xiao Tian had been duped. Just let me open the spatial layer, help you back to the Meteor Flame battlefield, and you'll undoubtedly meet your end. I'll wait to see you fall at the Meteor Flame battlefield. Xiao Tian believed this was a conspiracy against himself, and perhaps the Empress domain would also be drawn into chaos. Soon the killers from the Martial Spirit Army would come in an endless stream to assassinate me, flip my table over while I'm enjoying my fragrant roasted meat, not caring about wasting food, just to kill me, while I'm enjoying the most peaceful moments of my life. Everyone suddenly appears and disturbs my personal time. Is my perfect freeloading life going to end just like this? All because I touched the mysterious Wealth Mountain region, so they won't even let me relieve myself in peace. Xiao Tian's self-imagined scenarios terrified himself to the point of kneeling and shouting. Too horrifying. Where is your Meteor Flame battlefield? Hurry up and take me there. Xiao Tian swiftly pulled the bald man in front of him, his expression anxious. I'd like to have a word with the big shots of your Martial Spirit Army. The corner of the bald man's mouth twitched upward as he shook his head incessantly at Xiao Tian. Do you think I would do as you wish? Dream on. But internally, he was constantly reminding himself, now is not the time to laugh. If I laugh, the plan will be exposed. Hold it in. I must hold it in. If you won't lead the way, I'll find it just the same. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes as he turned to Di Xinlu and Huakai Tu. Carry on with your tasks. I'll be taking him with me. With that said, Xiao Tian, unable to wait any longer, took the bald man and left. The bald man's mouth corners subtly rose, aware that Xiao Tian had fallen for the trap. Huakai too, with his hands clasped behind his back, maintained his elegance. That blood surge clan guy seems to be deliberately leading the Lord astray. Di Xinlu, carrying a manure bucket, preparing to spread fertilizer, spoke. Judging by the outcome, he wants to lure the Lord to that meteor flame battlefield. The green flame breeding farm is expanding rapidly, and the cultivation of the flower god trees everywhere needs hands. This trip should bring Lord Xiao back with many sinners. Di Xinlu, your third squad can take this on. Di Xinlu walked away solidly, his gaze firm, his words drifting from the direction he left. This also signifies that the first and second squads will soon be left far behind by me. When the time comes, I will show them what true repentance, what true atonement, should look like. These hearts are not sincere enough. Hearing this, Huakai Tu's eyebrows also fluttered slightly. Lord Zhao's justice transformation is simply too terrifying. These warriors from the battlefield, some of them executioners with hands stained with blood, are not just turning over a new leaf. They are becoming incarnations of justice and beacons of kindness. In the darkness of the void, Xiao Tian quickly returned with Xue Rui to the area where they had initially met. Puppy, help me see how this guy got here. I need to go there. Okay, please wait. Locating the meteor flame battlefield coordinates. Coordinates found. Hearing the system's response, Xiao Tian scoffed as he looked at the bald man. The coordinates of your meteor flame battlefield have been located by me. Meanwhile, above the meteor flame battlefield, a steamed purple emperor was panting heavily, clutching the human emperor seal, his body covered in blood. This guy's body is unnaturally tough. Luo Taotian, on the other hand, wasn't gasping for air, his body still full of demonic energy, though his complexion was poor. If it weren't for the problems with my body, I would have taken him down long ago. When he was fighting, his cultivation level suddenly increased. The sudden enhancement was unexpected, but also a pleasant surprise for Luo Taotian. Despite not knowing why, it was only better for him the stronger he became at this moment. But Luo Taotian never anticipated that his strength, while enhancing nicely, would get stuck halfway through an intense feeling of disappointment that made him want to spit blood. Zhang Keiji, floating in midair opposite, spat out a cloud of blood and twisted his neck. Your strength is a lot weaker than I imagined. Back when Pioneer Battle City exploded and you miraculously survived, I guessed you had hidden your combat power and allowed yourself to be captured on purpose, finding an opportunity to destroy this important city. Honestly, your strength is a disappointment. You're just a lucky guy. If it weren't for this human brother of yours joining forces with you, you would have died long ago. Zhang Keiji's voice was loud, seemingly to humiliate and provoke Luo Taotian, intending to make him angry and lose his cool. However, unfortunately for him, Luo Taotian did not take the bait. Luo Taotian snorted coldly and laughed out loud as well. Back in Pioneer Battle City, it indeed wasn't my own strength that allowed me to escape, and I have an even stronger human brother. It was you who effortlessly killed Zhang Bechi and shattered Pioneer Battle City. If it weren't for my human brother worrying about his wife back home and hurrying to return, he would have annihilated all of you demons long ago. As Luo Taotian spoke, he was extremely proud and arrogant, and he turned his head to look at a steamed purple emperor. It's just right to tell you, we have a new brother. Remember his name. Upon hearing these words, a steamed purple emperor's complexion changed drastically as he hastily waved his hands and tried to interject. Big brother, hold on a moment before you speak. However, Luo Taotian, caught up in his enthusiasm, had already begun to shout, our brother, he is the supreme benevolent king of hell deity Xiao Tian. Little brother Z, remember this name. He is our new third-ranked brother. A steamed purple emperor was dumbfounded on the spot, realizing that they were thoroughly doomed. Now, he had no idea how to explain to his two children that they had gone and sworn brotherhood with their own son-in-law. Beside him, Luo Fengyuan was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. She felt as if her brain had crashed in that instant. Supreme benevolent king of hell deity Xiao Tian. Luo Fengyuan stuttered, her expression dazed as she turned to look at her mother. Dad became sworn brothers with him. No ceremony was held, just an oral agreement to become sworn brothers. Wu Xingxiu sighed, your father just likes making friends. But before she could finish her sentence, Luo Fengyuan fled from the scene at breakneck speed, leaving Wu Xingxiu somewhat dumbfounded, not understanding what had gotten into her daughter. After hearing the name Supreme Benevolent King of Hell deity Xiao Tian, Luo Fengyuan started acting abnormally. She became wildly agitated, running frantically while praying internally. As long as I run fast enough, Ziban won't have a chance to mock me. But the more she thought about the time she had mocked Ziruoyan, and now the tables had turned. With her as the subject of mockery, Luo Fengyuan's rage intensified. She couldn't even bear to imagine such a scene. Did I say something wrong? What's with this child? Watching Luo Fengyuan howling and rampaging, Wu Xingxiu was quite puzzled. Then, Zeroan's voice emerged. You didn't say anything wrong, Aunt Wu. She's just using this as a way to ease the embarrassment. But the next moment, Zeroan suddenly exclaimed loudly, Holy Demon Empress, congratulations are in order. You now have an Uncle Xiao. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan, who was already on the edge, became even more frenzied, letting out a furious roar. Almost losing her sanity, she charged with a black scythe, screaming, Die, all of you. Meanwhile, Bai Qing glanced at Zeroan, who had adopted an innocent expression, and remarked, Empress Z, you sure do hold a grudge. Look how you've riled up Empress Luo. At this time, Luo Taoqian was somewhat perplexed and asked esteemed Purple Emperor, Little Brother Z, why that expression? You don't seem very happy. Upon hearing this, esteemed Purple Emperor became somewhat dazed. He also didn't know how to explain that his brother was actually his son-in-law. If it were to be said out loud, and then you asked me, how did you know? Wouldn't that reveal that? I had also sworn brotherhood with my son-in-law. Just thinking about it was embarrassing. Just then, a trembling sound suddenly came from the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw Zhang Keiji, his body wreathed in flames, leaping into the air. He showed a resigned smile and shook his head. You are very strong, forcing me to resort to such despicable means to erase you. The blood crystal is our martial spirit army's last resort. With a mere squeeze, everyone present will undoubtedly die, so let us all be buried here together. Upon hearing these words, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Having fought in the meteor flame battlefield for years, Luo Taoqian was very familiar with the blood crystal. Despite its small size, the energy it released upon detonation was immense. Simultaneously, Xiao Tian, who had arrived at the meteor flame battlefield, suddenly sensed the fluctuations of power above. He looked up and saw Zhang Keiji holding the blood crystal, ready to detonate it. Xiao Tian was immediately alarmed. It's a trap after all, a series of connected schemes, to lure me into this place, then detonate the blood crystal. Puppy, what will happen if the blood crystal explodes? My esteemed master, once it explodes, you will need a long time to find your way back home through the Chaos Rift. It will be very tough and tiring for you. This cannot be. Xiao Tian immediately panicked. The fact that the system puppy mentioned words like tiring and tough indicated how terrible the consequences of the explosion could be. In anger, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and angrily slammed his bald head onto the ground. Damn it, you and your complex schemes. I'll settle the score with you later. In the air, Zhang Keiji sneered as he looked at esteemed Purple Emperor and Luo Taoqian from afar. When the blood crystal completely explodes, we can all die here together. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Tian suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Keiji. Without giving him a chance to react, he was slapped away. Fuck, whose commander is this? So brave and fierce. Xiao Tian was livid. Didn't your mother ever teach you not to play with fire recklessly? As Zhang Keiji stabilized his figure, he realized that, appearing out of nowhere in front of him, was a man wearing a ghost mask and a royal cloak. It's as if heaven is helping me. This ignorant fool dares to hold the nearly exploding blood crystal with his bare hands. He will surely die once it detonates. But the next second, his smile froze as he saw Xiao Tian remove the mask, open his mouth, and grab the blood crystal, swallowing it whole. A terrifying explosion sounded from within Xiao Tian's belly, and just when everyone thought they were done for, Xiao Tian did not burst as they had imagined, which scared the Blood Moon clan witless. They couldn't believe they were still alive. Xiao Tian, belching, couldn't help but give Zhang Keiji, who was in front of him, a thumbs up. Not bad, pretty strong. Zhang Keiji was so shocked that his jaw could have dropped. Beads of sweat the size of beans, starting to seep from his forehead and slide down his cheeks. One thought crossed his mind, the slap I just received. He must have held back. Otherwise, my head would have been gone. What kind of monster is this? That's a blood crystal. Suddenly, Zhang Keiji saw Shuarui not far away, his jaw nearly dropping. Fuck, how did Lord Shuarui come back? Could it be that he was caught by this guy when he infiltrated Hidden Spirit and brought back? Xiao Tian's muffled voice came from beneath the ghost mask. Blood Moon clan, your strength seems quite good, unfortunately. Your plan. But before Xiao Tian could finish, a cheerful shout came from behind. Xiao brother, you're finally here. Hearing this, Xiao Tian swiftly turned around and involuntarily blurted out, Fuck, this is my father-in-law. Oh my god, my big father-in-law is here too. At this time, esteemed Purple Emperor was also awkwardly covering his face, muttering quietly. Hoping to be unseen, suddenly, he remembered, he was using someone else's face. What am I afraid of? When Xiao Tian saw Ji Ruoyan, Luo Fengyuan, and Bai Qing behind them, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily beneath his ghost mask, and his hand trembled uncontrollably. This was utterly a disaster. The situation couldn't be more awkward. You baldy dared to deceive me. This isn't any advanced meteor flame battlefield. Damn it, this is clearly the meteor flame battlefield. Alright, now it has become my battleground of doom. At this point, Luo Fenyuan was also getting anxious and quickly asked Ji Ruoyan what to do. Ji Ruoyan, however, expressed that there was nothing she could do. Luo Fenyuan continued to press on, but Brother Xiao is your husband, your lord, you're married to him, you can't just ignore him. With these words, Ji Ruoyan's response was loaded with meaning, as she pointed out, he is also your husband, isn't he? In her urgency, Luo Fenyuan didn't conceal her voice, but we aren't married yet, causing everyone around to hear her. Wu Xingxiu turned sharply at hearing her daughter's reference. Her expression could only be described as panic-stricken. Her daughter calls Xiao Tian Brother Xiao, her niece calls him Lord Husband, and more outrageous is that her own husband actually calls her Brother Xiao. What exactly is their complicated relationship in this extremely bizarre atmosphere? Luo Taotian, up ahead, was still oblivious, still high-spirited and laughing as he waved his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, look over here. This is the supreme benevolent king of hell deity. Luo Taotian didn't get to finish, as he was abruptly silenced by the esteemed purple emperor covering his mouth. Luo Taotian, turning his head in astonishment, looked at the esteemed purple emperor, completely puzzled by his actions. The fear was evident in the eyes of the esteemed purple emperor. Luo brother, trust me, you must stop shouting, otherwise, you will regret it. If you continue, it will be shameful for me too. We'll all be doomed. Hearing this, Luo Taotian was dumbfounded. What the fuck? What is this situation? The esteemed purple emperor then pretended to laugh loudly. Luo brother, you've got the wrong person. This is the heaven-honored from Yanluo town in the Shi mountain range. Shou Xintong, brother, you must have been dazed from fighting too much recently, mistaking the person who saved you and helped you. Upon hearing this, Luo Taotian wanted to object, but his muffled protests were ineffective with his mouth covered. What exactly is this esteemed purple brother doing? Why won't he allow me to recognize my brother in front? Has he changed? Has my brother become jealous? Thinking that if I got a new brother, I would neglect the esteemed purple emperor of the past. That's not it at all. Seeing Luo Taotian still struggling, the esteemed purple emperor, in a hushed tone, tried to explain the situation to his dear big brother. Stop struggling, big brother. This rascal is my daughter's husband and the man your daughter has set her sights on. In other words, this guy is also your son-in-law, practically your own son. You're about to become sworn brothers with your son, big brother. What a mess. And you want to shout it out for all to know? Initially determined to struggle, Luo Taotian's body went completely rigid, as if frozen, the voice of the esteemed purple emperor echoing in his ears, his pupils shrinking in disbelief as he looked at the back of the supreme benevolent king of hell deity. Xiao Tian, my good brother, my new third brother, my lifesaver. So it turns out to be the man beloved by my own precious daughter? Her husband, Luo Taotian, cursed at Xiao Tian. Fuck you. The esteemed purple emperor hurriedly embraced his big brother. Calm down, big brother, calm down. What a calamity. At this moment, Xiao Tian, with his back turned to the crowd, remained silent, clenching his hands as he stared ahead at the Bloodwound clan. Brilliant. Your schemes are much more sophisticated than I thought. Knowing you can't defeat me, you stir up internal strife in my family, forcing me to leave my father-in-law's side in shame and flee far away. A clever stratagem indeed. Attacking the mind is the greatest tactic. The next second, a fruit appeared in Xiao Tian's hand. If that's the case, I will let you know. Even without stratagems, you can't defeat me. He suddenly reached out, forcing the fruit from the flower god's offspring tree into Zhang Keiji's mouth. Immediately after, a terrifying force exploded within Zhang Keiji's body. The extreme potency of the flower god's offspring tree fruit took effect instantly, healing Zhang Keiji's injuries completely and restoring him to his peak condition. What are you doing? Nothing much. It's just that if I don't heal you completely to your peak condition, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. Xiao Tian clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself that even if he controlled his strength to 1/10,000th of its full force, it would still be a bit much for you. In the midst of speaking, Xiao Tian suddenly appeared above and to the side of Zhang Keiji, and with a spinning motion of his entire body, a ferocious kick whipped out. Zhang Keiji was sent flying, his body whistling sharply through the air, before crashing down onto the ground with a thunderous impact. Suddenly, before Zhang Keiji could recover, Xiao Tian's figure had already appeared before him. Almost reflexively, he reached out his hand, clenching his fist and hurling it upwards. Zhang Keiji's first reaction was to freeze, surprised that his punch had actually hit the target. But the next second, intense pain struck him, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. Zhang Keiji was acutely aware that as his fist struck, his bones shattered. He had aimed for his opponent's head, a critical point, yet it was his own fist that was broke in. Xiao Tian looked at Zhang Keiji before him and said, "My turn now," with just a gentle kick. Zhang Keiji was sent flying dozens of meters away, slamming into the city wall. The martial spirit army, witnessing the scene, trembled all over, their fighting spirit gradually dissipating. For them, the impact was just too great, without any display of spiritual energy fluctuations. Zhang Keiji was just like that, rendered powerless to resist by a human. On the other hand, Luo Taoqian, who had recovered his composure from behind, watched this scene from a distance, and could not help but admire. I have to say, this young man is very strong indeed. The esteemed Purple Emperor was also looking into the distance, appraising aloud. I got some understanding of him back in the mysterious Wealth Mountain area, but this is the first time I have seen his strength with my own eyes. And he's even stronger than I imagined, worthy of the man my daughter chose as her husband. A married, legitimate husband and wife. You, at most, are nominal. Luo Taoqian immediately felt annoyed. What do you mean nominal? Say that one more time. I dare you, the esteemed Purple Emperor, unyielding as well, retorted Big Brother. Even though I am the younger one, don't be unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable. Esteemed Purple Emperor, it seems that you've forgotten the proper respect for seniority during the time we've been apart. Luo Taoqian, you talk about respecting elders and betters. As the older one, shouldn't you be more indulgent towards me instead of talking nonsense here? In the next second, both erupted with their powerful auras. It's been a long time since we've sparred, right? Come on, you think it's still the old days when I couldn't beat you? The outcome was that a battle between the two emperors, the old guard version, was now unfolding. The two girls stared blankly at everything unfolding, wondering, why did the two of them start fighting? Bai Qing spoke softly. Like father, like daughter, this saying really hits the mark. With Xiao Tian's arrival, the battle on the Meteor Flame battlefield came to an abrupt end. At this moment, in the grand hall at the very center of the palace complex, everyone was gathered together, yet no one spoke a word. Xiao Tian looked towards Luo Taoqian. Someone say something. Just staring like this. It's too awkward. Luo Taoqian chose to ignore him directly. Don't look at me. When I acknowledged him as my third brother, no one told me he was my son-in-law. Just then, Xiroyan's voice suddenly rang out. When did you visit the Meteor Flame battlefield? Why didn't I know about this? Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Thankful that someone had finally broken the awkward silence, Xiao Tian looked towards Xiroyan with eyes full of admiration. Worthy of you, your majesty. Love you, heart to heart. He then explained, clearing his throat. At first, when the Blood Rune clan sneaked into the Holy Demon Realm, I took Zhong Yanming and Wang Qiu Dao to check it out. We heard them talking about using Luo Fengyuan's blood to create some sort of space teleportation array. At these words, Luo Fengyuan's expression became perplexed. My blood can be used to create a space teleportation array. Xiao Tian nodded. According to them, the blood of you supreme holy demons is special. It can be used to open the gates of war, linking the war gate on the Meteor Flame battlefield, the martial spirit army's rear, and the war gate in the Holy Demon Realm together. This would allow the martial spirit army to continuously deploy troops and conquer the 124 realms of the void. Upon hearing this, Luo Taotian also felt the chill. The martial spirit army's scheme is truly terrifying, planning to use my blood to create such a space passage. If it weren't for my son-in-law's cautious interference with the martial spirit army's plan, the consequences would have been unimaginable once they completed the passage. After saying this, Luo Taotian saw Xiao Tian looking at him expressionlessly. He turned his head away, pursing his lips. The only regret is that a slight misunderstanding occurred. At this time, Ji Ruyan spoke again. Lord Xiao, are you alright physically? Luo Fengyuan also came to her senses, right? The battle was so intense just now. Didn't you use some secret technique again, causing damage somewhere in their memory? For Xiao Tian to unleash such terrifying combat power, he would need to use a secret technique which harms his own body. Xiao Tian raised his arm and began to explain. My body is so much better now. The secret technique from my hometown gives me greater strength every time I push my body to its limits. And besides, being able to fight alongside you in battle to engage the enemy head-on, I would burn myself out without a second thought if it meant making things easier for you to spare you from fatigue. After speaking, Xiao Tian coughed lightly twice. The two women immediately grew concerned. Ji Ruyan quickly grabbed Xiao Tian's hand. Lord Xiao, you needn't push yourself so hard in the future. I've said that I want you to live without worries, and I will make sure of it. Luo Fengyuan also wrapped her arms around Xiao Tian's. Our strength is increasing rapidly. In this life, we've got you covered. Never again will we let you charge into the fray and into danger. After speaking, Luo Fengyuan gently caressed Xiao Tian's cheek, her tone soft. From now on, you just need to focus on eating and drinking well. Xiao Tian looked affectionately at Luo Fengyuan and nodded in agreement. Witnessing this scene, both fathers-in-law and the mother-in-law felt very complicated inside. Is this the same Xiao Tian who just made Zhang Keiji spit blood in a fight? What's with this coy, blushing bride demeanor? Ji Ruyan, Luo Fengyuan, what's with this overwhelming, protective instinct of yours? But no matter how you looked at it, Shouldn't Xiao Tian be the stronger one? Esteemed Purple Emperor sighed. There's a saying that goes well. You may have the wrong name, but nicknames never lie. He looked towards Xiao Ruyan. Do you remember this kid's nickname in the Holy Demon Realm? Xiao Ruyan found it somewhat difficult to speak. Of course, I remember. Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity, right? Xiao Tian also noticed everyone's mood and coughed lightly again, his expression serious as he addressed the crowd. Now we should discuss the arrangements for the surrender of the Martial Spirit Army. A week later, Xiao Tian was walking down the street deep in thought, the relationship now awkwardly revealed. He felt terribly embarrassed. How could it be such a coincidence? While he was pondering, Ji Ruyan and Luo Fengyuan had somehow arrived at his side. How did you come to follow me? Ji Ruyan stretched lazily and spoke softly. There wasn't much for me to deal with. The trivial matters can be handled by our fathers. I thought I'd come and walk with you. Luo Fengyuan, standing beside him, patted Xiao Tian's shoulder. My good-for-nothing old man loves to make friends. That's his business. It has nothing to do with you. Don't overthink it. Xiao Tian was stunned for a moment, then smiled, and nodded silently. From the beginning, Ji Ruyan had always been concerned about him, not caring about other matters, just worried whether he was in good health and living well. Luo Fengyuan, this silly girl, wasn't as thoughtful as Ji Ruyan, just simply and purely believing in one thing. Staying by Xiao Tian's side was enough for her. So, the three of them walked on the streets of Flame City. Xiao Tian looked around and remarked, come to think of it, the architectural style of this Flame City is exactly the same as ours, isn't it? Ji Ruyan also noticed. Indeed, logically, the building style of their three bloodlines should be different from ours, but this street looks like an exact replica. Luo Fengyuan joined in the discussion. Do you think it's possible that Flame City was built by our people, like, maybe by the great Flame Emperor of the past era? As Ji Ruyan spoke, she looked ahead. It's possible Flame City used to be the first line of defense in this Meteor Flame battlefield. Before they knew it, they had already arrived at the boundary. Unable to contain her curiosity, Luo Fengyuan blurted out, what do you think lies beyond the boundary? No one knows. Just then, Ji Ruyan suddenly noticed a figure standing in front of the barrier. She quickly turned her head to look beside her, only to realize that, at some point, Xiao Tian had disappeared without a trace. When did he go over there? Exclaiming, Ji Ruyan hurried forward. Lord Xiao, stay away from the boundary. Luo Fengyuan also rushed over anxiously. Ji Ban, wait for me, sensing the commotion behind him. Xiao Tian turned his head and told the two, I'm just taking a look. Don't do anything dangerous. Ji Ruyan took a deep breath and reached out to grab Xiao Tian, but, as fate would have it, Xiao Tian was just extending his hand, poking at the boundary in front of him. The next second, a sudden force of suction swept over him, yet Xiao Tian, solid as an old tree, didn't budge, and next to him, Ji Ruyan was also unaffected. However, Luo Fengyuan, who had come rushing over, found herself caught in an unexpected whirlwind. What's happening? This tornado is sucking me in. Ji Ruyan quickly grabbed Luo Fengyuan's hand. Luo Chao, hold on to me. Xiao Tian's expression changed, and he hurriedly followed. The next second, the three of them vanished right before the boundary of the barrier. At that moment, Ji Ruyan and Luo Fengyuan both released their oppressive auras, enveloping all three of them. Did we really just come out like this? Luo Fengyuan observed their surroundings. Yeah, and it's exactly like the void outside the Meteor Flame battlefield, except that there's no one guarding this boundary. It was then Xiao Tian murmured, this place is different from the void outside the Meteor Flame battlefield. Here, the force of the void is dominated by fury, making up 90%, while gentleness only accounts for 10%. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan was somewhat puzzled. Fury? Gentleness? What does that mean? Xiao Tian spread his hands. I can feel two distinct forces in the energy of the heavens and earth, one furious and the other gentle. Ji Ruyan and Luo Fengyuan looked at Xiao Tian in amazement. Lord Xiao can sense all that? Impressive. At that moment, an abrupt booming sound echoed through the dark void, and with the rise of this great disturbance, the already violet void streams around them swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, these ferocious streams were violently rushing towards their direction, as if to blow them even further away. Ji Ruyan's expression changed drastically. We need to hurry and find a way back, or who knows where we'll end up. This is too dangerous. Then, the three of them were immediately swept away by the violet void streams towards the distance. Ji Ruyan and Luo Fengyuan quickly released their oppressive auras again, covering all three of them and barely stabilizing their forms. The void streams around them, inherently wild, swelled in power at a pace visible to the naked eye. Luo Fengyuan shouted resolutely, I refuse to believe that there's a situation my holy demon clan can't handle. As she spoke, she fully ignited the holy demon flames, but it didn't take long before the holy demon flames were extinguished by the void streams. Luo Fengyuan suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ji Ruyan asked with concern, are you alright? Luo Fenyuan wiped the corner of her mouth. I'm okay, no big deal, but the streams are getting stronger. How are we going to get back? Hearing this, Xiao Tian sighed helplessly. One has to spoil one's own life, and then, both women felt a hand lay upon their waists. As they turned to ask him something, the next second an invisible force field suddenly formed, and the ferocious void streams around them seemed to disappear, creating a calm within a small perimeter. Shi Ruyan was the first to react. She turned her head to look at Xiao Tian, who was close at hand. Sure enough, Lord Xiao, it's not just about breaking physical limits, right? Xiao Tian gave an embarrassed laugh. Just broke through a little bit more than that, just a tiny bit. Having his little secrets and thoughts caught on the spot made him somewhat embarrassed. Big brother Xiao, how did you do this? Luo Fenyuan, on the other hand, looked around and wondered, why do I still not feel any fluctuations of spiritual energy? Maybe this is a special ability of Lord Xiao. Perhaps it's related to his ability to take away the entire Great Flame Empire and integrate it into the Holy Demon Domain. Shi Ruyan spoke slowly, looking at Xiao Tian, and, for instance, the sudden appearance of unfamiliar lands in the Holy Demon Domain. Speaking of which, Shi Ruyan winked at Xiao Tian, as if she had everything under control. As their gazes met, Xiao Tian looked very embarrassed. He coughed lightly. Why didn't you ask me before? Shi Ruyan stretched out her hand to touch Xiao Tian's cheek. Why ask? I don't care how powerful you are, or what special abilities you have. I'd just like to see you laugh heartily, to share the amusing stories when you're with the common folk. I like it when you hold Xiao Yuer, that silly girl, and sleep soundly with me in the Imperial study. I like it when you go to find Uncle Zhong, planning to cook some delicious food together, and share those moments with me. The carefree, happy-go-lucky Lord Xiao, that's the best for me. Xiao Tian stood in the void, silent for a long time. In that moment, he felt a ray of light penetrating the darkness of his heart. Damn it, the Empress has stopped teasing him. She started to seize his heart by force, absolutely domineering. In that moment, there was only one thought in his heart. So what if I'm a kept man? Xiao Tian straightened his back, and answered with righteous fervor. This life of ease, I will savor it for a lifetime. At this moment, Luo Fenyuan directly clung to Xiao Tian's arm, her eyes shining, staring at him with admiration. I like you the most, brother Xiao. Every time I make a fuss, you indulge me. Of course, what I like most is when you discipline me. Don't worry, brother Xiao, I will definitely do better than Zibin in the future. After all, I have a huge advantage. Zi Ruoyan promptly gave her a knock on the head. Luo Fenyuan, covering her forehead, protested. What are you doing? Zi Ruoyan crossed her arms and looked disdainful. In front of me, you'll always be the little sister. A huge advantage. Humph. Luo Fenyuan's spirit surged as she retorted. Can't you see whether it's large or not? And why are you the sister anyway? Zi Ruoyan looked sideways with a meaningful "Oh, you want to be my elder sister? I advise you to think carefully before you answer that question." Faced with Zi Ruoyan's oppression, Luo Fenyuan stopped arguing, bit her lip, and looked away, humming to express her discontent. Xiao Tian stood there, stunned. What's going on? Are they playing riddles? Never mind, that's not important. I need to think. Will eating 2 bowls of soft rice be too much? After all, a person of merit really can't hide their light under a bushel. Well, aside from having a bit too many good wives, there's not much to complain about. I'll pick a top-quality green flame pig later. I want to cook personally to reward my 2 perfect wives. Just then, Luo Fenyuan suddenly looked up. What is that? In the void, there was a large seal slowly rotating, and it was showing cracked patterns on its surface. The chaotic strains of the dark void around them were agitated precisely because of the cracks appearing on this seal, indicating signs of collapse. Luo Fenyuan suddenly spoke. What in the world is that? Could it be that if this thing explodes, we won't be able to return? Shi Ruoyan furrowed her brows, giving Luo Fenyuan a strange look. What kind of logic is that? The seal explodes, and it has something to do with our return? I'm making an educated guess. The seal is part of the world barrier, and the reason why it's unguarded is that the martial spirit army knows that even if enemies manage to come in, they can't leave alive. Waiting for the seal to explode. Do you think the seal could reconstitute part of the world barrier, making this world's defenses even stronger? As soon as Luo Fenyuan finished speaking, the seal suddenly emitted a shattering sound. Following this, the seal exploded completely. At the moment the seal burst, spatial fluctuations surged out, and the fragments of the exploding seal instantly streaked through the dark void, merging into the world barrier ahead. The entrance that seemed fragile vanished in an instant, replaced by a very intact and incredibly solid world barrier. Ji Ruoyan was silent for a long time, then turned to look at Luo Fenyuan. I don't know whether to say your brain had a moment of brilliance, or if your mouth was just touched by fortune. Luo Fenyuan's face was full of surprise, pointing ahead and shouting, "This is amazing. How did they achieve this?" Clearly, this must be a contingency plan set by the martial spirit army. Once an enemy intrudes, this seal would explode and fill the boundary passage, right? Ji Ruoyan looked at Luo Fengyuan with an odd expression. Why can't you understand such a simple matter? How come your intelligence seems to fluctuate so much? Luo Fengyuan was quite dissatisfied, showing her teeth in a grimace at Ji Ruoyan, and stood up straight. Wasn't it you who said the nutrition went to the wrong place? Ji Ruoyan's mouth twitched slightly, watching Luo Fengyuan's actions. She couldn't help but clench her hand. This Luo Chao really is quite proud, isn't she? Xiao Tian was quietly watching the two women argue, when suddenly he spoke up to stop them. Let's think about how to get back instead. Upon hearing this, Luo Fengyuan's face lit up with excitement. Fight our way through, never stopping in battle. As long as the three of us fight side by side, we will surely carve out our own sky. The next second, Ji Ruoyan delivered a karate chop to Luo Fengyuan's head. What are you babbling about? Who wants to go on a killing spree in this unfamiliar place with you? You're the holy demon Empress. Have you given up on managing the primordial demon kingdom? What about all the people you're abandoning? Rubbing her head, Luo Fengyuan looked at Xiao Tian with a cheerful gaze, relishing this long-missed feeling, and said, well, my dad is there, isn't he? Let him handle it. Xiao Tian flatly refused. No way. You are the demon Empress. It's not right to leave your father to manage the people. Saying this, he embraced the two empresses. This place is dark and nothing's here. Better to hurry home. Ji Ruoyan looked at Xiao Tian somewhat perplexed, but the entrance to the boundary has already disappeared with such a vast and sturdy world barrier. How can we get back? At this moment, on the other side, at the meteor flame battlefield, the two guards were in utter chaos. It's over. We accidentally let the prince and the two empresses get teleported away. What do we do? Quick, get His Majesty to hell. He's already been called. This time, the world barrier was glowing with a pale white light, looking very firm and stable, like a light wall emitting a soft glow. Luo Taoyin's form was the first to arrive, in front of the boundary. As soon as Luo Taoyin landed and appeared, his expression changed, and he quickly rushed towards the front. Where's the boundary passage to enter and exit the meteor flame battlefield? Luo Taoyin, looking at the intact barrier in front of him, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Beside him, the esteemed Purple Emperor, who appeared shortly after, quickly turned to the guards standing by. What happened? Did you report that Zeruian and the other two crossed the boundary? Yes. The guard saluted the esteemed Purple Emperor and quickly explained the situation earlier. The husband of Z Empress, that is, the Great Flame Prince, was curiously observing the boundary. Z Empress and Luo Empress, worried about the prince, approached it, and suddenly a pulling force emanated from the world barrier's passage. This force swept away Luo Empress. Z Empress tried to pull her back, but ended up being dragged along with her. The prince hurried after them, but not long after they crossed, a huge commotion occurred on the other side, and the world barrier turned into what it is now. After listening to the guard, esteemed Purple Emperor furrowed his brows. Such a thing happened? Could it be that there were ambush troops on the other side, and they sealed the boundary passage upon seeing Zeruian and the others cross? Luo Taoyin shook his head with a solemn expression. How could that be possible? If the boundary passage could be sealed so easily, why would there be a need to defend the meteor flame battlefield? Why not just seal the entrance and exit of the meteor flame battlefield? While speaking, Luo Taoyin's fists suddenly gathered the purple holy demon flames, and he hurled a punch fiercely. The deafening boom instantaneously resounded as the purple holy demon flames spread out and dissipated in the surroundings. The world barrier in front of them didn't budge, impossible to be shaken. We must hurry to find a spatial node, or a crack, to find a way to get through to find them, urged Wu Xingxiu from the side. Luo Taoyin sighed. No use. It would take a lot of time and manpower, and we might not even find one. A esteemed Purple Emperor came up to Luo Taoyin, patted his sworn brother's shoulder, and said, Brother, don't worry about the consumption for now. Start searching while we think of other solutions. That's all we can do. During their conversation, Zurin inadvertently glanced over and suddenly noticed something strange on the world barrier. She pointed at the world screen in front of them. Just now, the spot that Luo brother hit seemed to ripple. Take a look. Am I seeing things? On the world barrier, a pair of hands came through and suddenly tore it apart to both sides. A crisp tearing sound instantly filled the air. A large gap was forcefully wrenched open by that pair of hands. Everyone present exclaimed, holy shit. They were incredibly shocked. Their worldview shattered. Then, Zuoshin's figure slowly emerged. Okay, you all can come over now. Just like this, Zuoshin landed in a very cool pose, under the astonished gazes of everyone. It's nothing special over there, Luo Fengyuan commented with a twist of his mouth, sounding somewhat disappointed. Pitched black, not a single figure in sight. Don't always think about fighting. If it wasn't for Lord Xiao being so capable and having special abilities, we might not have been able to come back. As Ji Ruoyan was speaking, she turned around and saw pairs of eyes staring in their direction. The scene suddenly became quiet. Ji Ruoyan coughed twice. Ahem, so everyone's here, ha. The next second, Zurin and Wu Xingqiu hurried over, embracing their daughter tightly. You really are already an empress, and still causing such a ruckus. We haven't even celebrated our recent victory, and you've started this mischief. The two mothers held their daughter close in their arms. Luo Fengyuan looked guiltily at Wu Xingqiu. Mother, I was just curious. Esteemed Purple Emperor was also losing his temper. What's so interesting beyond this world barrier, if by some chance you got trapped on the other side? What then? Have you thought about how worried we would be? Back from the other side, Xiao Tian looked at this scene in silence. This must be the affection parents have for their children, he thought. Suddenly a scolding voice rang out. Xiao Tian glanced to the side to see Esteemed Purple Emperor looking sternly at him. If you encountered an enemy's encirclement, even with your exceptional strength, it would be hard to escape quickly. You could easily be trapped to death in such unknown places. You should take good care of yourself. As Esteemed Purple Emperor spoke, he took Xiao Tian's hand and examined it carefully before he relaxed. No injuries. That's good. Xiao Tian was somewhat taken aback, looking at Esteemed Purple Emperor in front of him. Was he being scolded? This feeling was a bit strange to Xiao Tian. In the past, his foster father would also often scold him, filled with humiliation and belittlement. Though it was a reprimand, Xiao Tian felt that Shi Ruoyang's father gave him a very different feeling. On the surface, it was a rebuke, but in reality, it was concern for his safety. Ahem, brother, she is right. We must take care of ourselves no matter the situation, Luo Taoyan said as he came over and put his arm around Xiao Tian. Anyway, it's good that you're back, child. Yes, it's good that you're back. Esteemed Purple Emperor also nodded, hugging Xiao Tian from the other side. Xiao Tian stood there dazed, feeling emotions he had never felt before. The next moment, he relaxed and smiled, nodding silently. With me here, no one will get hurt, including myself. With the crisis over, Esteemed Purple Emperor also relaxed quite a bit, his mouth curling up slightly in a teasing smile as he looked at Luo Taoyan on the other side and started to tease. But, brother, didn't you call him young brother earlier? Why are you calling him child now? You really know how to stir the pot. Are we not going to get past this? Luo Taoyan glared with a darkened face, clearly annoyed as he stared at Esteemed Purple Emperor. Standing in the middle, Xiao Tian wore an embarrassed look. Why bring this up again? Esteemed father and Wazi, Zurin stared at her husband disapprovingly before speaking. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Can't you see Xiao Tian is uncomfortable? Esteemed Purple Emperor, under the stern gaze of Zurin, immediately reined in and chuckled awkwardly. I was just joking to lighten the mood, wasn't I? Zurin looked at Xiao Tian. Thank goodness you're capable, and managed to bring them back. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wu Xingqiu also nodded gently, her words filled with emotion. Yes, that place before was the enemy's territory. If we had been stranded there, who knows what would have happened? Turning the conversation back, Esteemed Purple Emperor suddenly looked at Xiao Tian and inquired, you used your own space-related divine power before, didn't you? You wore a look that seemed to say he had seen through Xiao Tian's secret. Divine power? Shi Ruoyan looked puzzled, glancing at her father. Esteemed Purple Emperor nodded. It's a type of ability that requires awakening to acquire. Quite rare and not within the scope of normal cultivation, it usually awakens in extremely dangerous situations. For example, the Blood Surge clan relies on body cultivation and doesn't practice illusions, but they can gain some type of illusion skill through awakening. Hearing this, Shi Ruoyan had an epiphany, so that's how it is. No wonder Lord Xiao could easily merge the boundary worlds together and tear through the world barrier to bring us back. That must be the ability of his divine power. Luo Taoyan also cautioned him, however, this divine power must be kept a secret. Otherwise, if outsiders find out, it could cause trouble. Xiao Tian, however, shook his head to refute. I haven't awakened any divine power. The matter of space may be related to my bloodline talents. I'm purely strong, that's all. Esteemed Purple Emperor's eyes lit up, and he pointed at Xiao Tian. A teachable youth, little Xiao was quick to respond. That's the attitude to have, acting as if one has no divine power. No, I really don't have divine power. I'm just extraordinarily strong. Xiao Tian insisted, shaking his head. Suddenly, with a clench of his fist, a cracking sound was heard. Space itself seemed to collapse under his bare hand, revealing a shattered rift, with spatial fluctuations dispersing. See, I'm just really strong. For a moment, everyone fell silent, quietly observing, as the collapsed and fractured spatial rift gradually healed. Luo Taoyan shook his head. Naughty, Esteemed Purple Emperor pointed at Xiao Tian and waggled his finger. Mischievous, Luo Taoyan pointed towards the direction where space had healed. Isn't that space divine power right there? Looks mighty impressive. True to divine power, turning the impossible into possible. They say divine power doesn't fluctuate with spiritual energy. I've truly seen something new today. Esteemed Purple Emperor also silently nodded, patted Xiao Tian on the shoulder. Alright, as long as you know the truth, that's what matters. We still have things to attend to, and don't be late for the victory feast tonight. You're the hero of this battle. Xiao Tian looked astonished as Esteemed Purple Emperor turned to leave, hurrying to muster his strength to prove himself. No, this really isn't divine power. Don't believe me? I can show you something else if you want. Just as Xiao Tian was about to make his move, Puppy appeared and stopped him. Master, if you release your power now, you might kill everyone. Xiao Tian's eyes widened. So I'm just going to be misunderstood like this. Don't be too anxious. Kid, we, as your elders, will always stand before you. Before leaving, Luo Taoyin gave Xiao Tian a hug. After the embrace, Luo Taoyin stretched out his hand pointing at a baffled Xiao Tian, wearing a look of understanding. That's right, that expression. You don't have divine power. That feels spot on, beautiful, in a flash. He suddenly felt that this world was indeed very complicated. Xiao Tian's fourth wife is making her entrance. Even in front of two empresses, she starts to snatch a man. At this moment, in the Flame City, inside the Grand Hall, above the formation made of spiritual energy, there's a blurry, illusory figure, sitting behind a desk made of spiritual energy. In this resistance against the martial spirit army's invasion, we not only achieved a complete victory, but also sealed the world barrier. Bai Qing nods. Yes, Alliance Leader Su. In this battle, our victory, owed much to the help of Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taoyin and the descendant of the Human Emperor, Esteemed Purple Emperor, leading the troops. Besides that, their children, Great Flame Empress and Holy Demon Empress, also played a crucial role. According to your described intelligence, the martial spirit army in the Meteor Flame battlefield hit a large seal at the realm's entrance. The seal would collapse and crack upon detecting any movement, sealing off the entire realm's entrance and exit. Yes, Bai Qing nods. Based on what was just discussed, the main hero of this battle, is it this Xiao Tian? Bai Qing earnestly responds, indeed. Without young Master Xiao, the hidden Shuarui wouldn't have been captured. Zhang Keiji's blood crystal crisis wouldn't have been resolved. The realm's entrance and exit wouldn't have been sealed. Speaking of this, Bai Qing's expression shows some pride. Young Master Xiao should be credited with the main achievement. Oh, Su Minli's tone rises a bit. How rare, little Bai Qing would praise a man like this. Hearing this, Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan's eyes suddenly narrow slightly, gazing at the phantom right in front of them. Don't bring another man-snatcher here. Even the two of them can't handle him. In an instant, Bai Qing feels the killing intent from behind. If you don't want to drag me into an unnecessary fight, then shut your mouth. Bai Qing still speaks emotionlessly at the upcoming victory feast. I don't want to waste food, alright? Just teasing, but I'm really curious. Su Minli turns her head to gaze in Xiao Tian's direction. How exactly did this young Master Xiao accomplish it? According to the reports, the moment Zhang Keiji's blood crystal is detonated, its power could destroy heaven and earth. You swallowed it and remained unharmed. Isn't that a bit too incredible? And since the realm's entrance and exit have already been sealed, how are you able to bring people back with you? Xiao Tian's space divine power is perhaps one of the top in all the worlds, so it absolutely cannot be exposed. After all, divine power can be plundered, but not answering Su Minli is also not good. What to do? Just as Bai Qing is pondering, Esteemed Purple Emperor steps forward with a bow. Alliance Leader Su, Xiao Tian is my son-in-law. Commander Bai Qing might not know him well enough. I can explain this point. Su Minli turns her head, looking at the descendant of the Human Emperor. Please go ahead. My son-in-law comes from the body cultivator realm, yet had the fortune to swallow heavenly treasures, continuously breaking the limits of his physical body. This heavenly treasure, judging from the current situation, seems to continuously strengthen and transform his physique, helping him break limits and become stronger step by step. That's right, father-in-law. I really did it that way. Saying this, Xiao Tian grasps the air, space collapsing in his palm. See, I just have great strength. Alliance Leader Su, look quickly. My son-in-law's body has become so strong that it forms its own world. We cultivators conform to the heavens and earth, comprehend them, and merge with them. But my son-in-law is extraordinary. Because of his powerful body forming a world of its own, his closed body is like a small universe. Under the outburst of his force, the collision between the big world and his small world creates a spatial rupture at its limit. Alliance Leader Su, this might be a unique situation in all the myriad worlds. Too special and very powerful. Hearing this, Su Minli slowly stands up. This is our great hero Xiao Tian, young Master Xiao. She slowly walks towards Xiao Tian, one hand stroking his cheek, the other resting on his lower abdomen, a body that forms its own world. Indeed remarkable. However, Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan, like startled kittens, explode with energy. You sly fox, where are you touching? Xiao Tian looks at the phantom before him, especially noticing the spread tails, blinks. It really is a fox. The next second, Xiao Tian feels enveloped in gentleness. Don't look. Luo Fengyuan's voice rings in Xiao Tian's ear. Before he could react, Luo Fengyuan pulls him away. Don't let brother Xiao look at her. Xiao Tian is somewhat bemused. The figure of Alliance leader Su is blurred anyway. Whether I look or not makes no difference. Really jealous. Beside them, Bai Qing speaks. We should quickly decide what to do next. As she speaks, she also walks over, standing in front of Su Menli's phantom. Looking at Bai Qing blocking her, Su Menli seems surprised. Bai Qing, you really are. Don't waste time teasing people. Be more efficient. Bai Qing speaks again, gaze fixed on the phantom of Su Menli before her. She knows this person's mischief too well. On the surface, she seems like a noble lady, but her heart is dark, full of tricks. Su Menli chuckles. Got it. Little Bai Qing is as serious as ever. Not cute at all. Bai Qing looks speechlessly at the woman in front. Alliance leader Su, please continue with the allocation of follow-up work. All right. For now, the defense forces stay put. Ensure safety before slowly withdrawing. Little Bai Qing, you don't need to rush back. The situation at the Alliance is a bit chaotic. Better for you to stay outside. As for the rewards, after the great victory, I'll arrange for someone to deliver them as soon as possible. I'll also prepare some cultivation secret realm spots for you to distribute freely. Also, I'll arrange a greenwood dao fruit for everyone present. Greenwood dao fruit? Bai Qing is somewhat surprised. Her hair involuntarily stands on end. You're willing to part with it? Why wouldn't I be? Su Menli chuckles lightly. Her phantom's head turns towards Xiao Tian, reluctant to part with the dao fruit. You can't catch such an amazing man. Upon hearing this, everyone present pauses, their expressions frozen, especially Xiao Tian, with a look of astonishment. What's happening? Luo Fengyuan, in a rush, stomps her foot. Who are you trying to catch? Seeing this, Su Menli feels a great satisfaction. Just like me. One sentence in such an amusing scene unfolds, satisfied. Saying this, she even winks at several people, waves her hand. Then, see you next time. The power of the formation dissipates, and Su Menli's phantom disappears. Ah, that fox is so annoying. Luo Fengyuan complains, turning to look at Ji Ruoyan. Ji Ruoyan? She's acting like that. Aren't you angry? Ji Ruoyan turns her head, her face filled with displeasure, but still says, no, why get angry with such a bored, somewhat psychologically twisted dead fox? The others are dumbfounded, still saying she's not angry. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Just then, Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan both look towards Bai Qing. Luo Fengyuan, with clenched fists, smiles at Bai Qing. Little Bai Qing, let's talk about that fox. Ji Ruoyan looks at her with a smile. Let's go to that corner. Just a casual chat. Don't be afraid. Seeing this, Bai Qing looks at Xiao Tian with tearful eyes. Save me. Save me. Xiao Tian was about to stop the two women. Well, Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan both turn their heads. Lord Xiao, is there something? Xiao Tian immediately backs down, slapping his head. Well, I just remembered to ask my two fathers-in-law if they believe I just got stronger. Ah, getting older and forgetful. I even called the wrong person just now. Little Bai Qing is dumbfounded. Save me, young Master Xiao. Xiao Tian can only pretend not to see. Sorry, little Bai Qing. I can't help. At this time, Xiao Tian approaches esteemed Purple Emperor and Luo Tao Tian. Both fathers-in-law, you finally believe what I said. I just got stronger before finishing. A esteemed Purple Emperor suddenly slaps Luo Tao Tian's thigh, pointing at him. Brother, heavenly treasures continuously strengthen the body, breaking limits to form a small world. Your idea is too brilliant. Before coming to communicate with Alliance leaders sued through the formation, they had been discussing how to make up an excuse for Xiao Tian to hide his divine power. In the end, it was Luo Tao Tian who decided to make a lie believable, mix 7 parts truth with 3 parts fiction. Xiao Tian indeed comes from a body cultivator realm, is indeed a body cultivator, and has broken his physical limits. So start from this aspect. Just make it up. Your physical body is invincible, able to tear space with his bare hands. How about that? Xiao Tian is somewhat confused. The more they talk, the stranger it gets. He poses, both fathers-in-law, I'm really just physically strong, leading to great power. It's not some divine power. If you don't believe, you can try fighting me. No disrespect, but together you two can't beat me. Esteemed Purple Emperor and Luo Tao Tian look at each other, naturally nodding. We know. Esteemed Purple Emperor shrugs. You're stating the obvious. Of course we can't win. Your limit-breaking body is indeed strong. No problem there. Luo Tao Tian speaks sincerely. Child, we saw you fighting Zhang Keiji. We couldn't beat you now. White out yourself. You need to have confidence. Luo Tao Tian suddenly remembers. By the way, the part about Xiao Tian acquiring heavenly treasures needs to be supplemented. Just add it to the part where you met your daughter. Otherwise, it might create loopholes. Esteemed Purple Emperor signals. Oh, big brother, please speak. Xiao Tian, somewhat helpless. It's just that I'm physically strong. Why make up such a story? At this time, Puppy also appears by his side, pats his shoulder to comfort him. Master, please restrain your grief from their current logic. Your body can't possibly be as strong. Only by attributing divine power to you does it make sense. Xiao Tian points at the two still making up stories. How do you explain them wanting to fabricate a lie about my physical strength? That way, they don't have to worry about your divine power being stolen. Xiao Tian resigned, holding his forehead. Why is this so troublesome? Just tell the truth, and if they don't believe, so be it. Now you have to use lies to cover lies. Isn't this chaotic? Luo Tao Tian ponders. Got it. Xiao Tian comes from the body cultivator realm, grew up alone, surviving through battles. Therefore, he hones such extraordinary combat skills, but with too many enemies. These foes plot to kill him. Xiao Tian couldn't defeat them all, escaping until he was cornered. By chance, he came across a heavenly treasure, swallowed it, breaking his physical limits. His personal small universe began to form, space vibrated, responding to a distant summoning talisman. When Xiao Tian opened his eyes again, he saw your daughter. A new story begins. Hearing this, Xiao Tian gets excited. Yes, I was summoned by Shi Ruoyan while being pursued. What you're saying is the truth. Esteemed Purple Emperor gives him a big thumbs up. Great performance talent. Seeing this, he resigns himself. No explanation helps. He let it be destroyed. Right now, at the victory feast, a grand feast is laid out. Xiao Tian points to the guards hooking arms, drinking, eating, and laughing. See their smiles? It's not about me being generous. They deserve it. Yes, they've been guarding the Meteor Flame battlefield, always vigilant against surprise attacks by the martial spirit army. The food and wine you brought, they deserve it. Just then, Xiao Tian silently watches this lively scene for a while, already being found by Luo Taoyin, who drags him away. Child, come drink. Esteemed Purple Emperor, slightly tipsy, gestures, come, child, to you. Luo Taoyin grabs a nearby wine jar, pouring while saying, speaking of which, we are fated, though there were some misunderstandings, but after all, I was personally saved by you. Child, as an elder, let's have a drink together. Esteemed Purple Emperor also starts pouring, nodding in agreement. What a coincidence. I, too, was personally saved by this child. Xiao Tian shakes his eyebrows. Can we not talk about this? Drinking well is good enough, really. After 3 rounds of drinking, Luo Taoyin and Esteemed Purple Emperor tightly hugging Xiao Tian, eyes glazed, drunkenly gesturing. Actually, the initial misunderstanding, it's easy to resolve. We could simply keep to our own. Xiao Tian's mouth twitches, feeling the next words might not be good. Luo Taoyin laughs heartily, belching, I'll call you little brother. You call me daddy. Xiao Tian is speechless, grabs Luo Taoyin's collar. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Nearby, Esteemed Purple Emperor shakes his hand, face flushed. It's a mess. This is a mess. What's the mess? I'm the eldest. You're the second. He's the third. No, you must listen to me. Shi Ruoyan and he were married first. Even if Luo Fengyuan wants to join, she's still behind. If we keep to our own, I should be the eldest, you the second, and he the third, so he calls me Big Daddy. You little daddy. Speaking, Esteemed Purple Emperor, face red, stares at Xiao Tian. Is this not the logic? Third brother? Xiao Tian sits there, picks up the wine bowl in front of him and drinks it all, then wipes his mouth with his sleeve. Let it be destroyed. Hurry up. Suddenly, Xiao Tian, sitting in a center, for some reason, suddenly feels a killing intent. But this intent is not aimed at him. The next moment, 2 chilling voices sound. So, does he have to call me second sister-in-law? So, Xiao Tian should call me big sister-in-law, right? Esteemed Purple Emperor and Luo Taoyin sitting there, suddenly shiver. Half sobered up by the alcohol, they slowly turn around, only to see 2 figures standing behind them. Swallowing nervously, Xiao Tian puts his hands together, sincerely praying. May the Lord protect you, big and second father-in-law. Watching the 2 being dragged into a room, Xiao Tian waves them off. Esteemed Purple Emperor, you're being pinched. No more drinking. Won't drink next time. Wife, calm down. Luo Taoyin similarly, just playing around. Wife, purely for fun. Don't be angry. With the pleas, Xiao Tian silently watches his 2 fathers-in-law, one with his ear twisted, the other by the horn, gradually leaving. Xiao Tian, looking at the messy wine bowls in front of him, suddenly laughs. This feeling, actually quite good. Just then, 2 wine jars suddenly slam onto the table, startling Xiao Tian. Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan look at Xiao Tian. Brother Xiao, shall we have a drink? Lord Xiao, I'm a bit thirsty. Do you want to drink something to quench your thirst? Looking at the 2 empresses about to explode, Xiao Tian feels helpless. Who will save me? The next second, he He slowly raises his hand, reaching for the plate of stir-fried kidney flowers on the table that's not yet finished. Time is tight. Replenish as much as possible. The next early morning, esteemed Purple Emperor walks to the front courtyard of the hall, but finds that people have already arrived early in the courtyard of the hall. Looking closely, it's his good son-in-law, Xiao Tian. Up so early, father-in-law. Good morning. Care for a cup? Esteemed Purple Emperor waves his hand. With my physique, how could I possibly need to drink this? A moment later, Luo Taotian, yawning, then finds Xiao Tian and esteemed Purple Emperor have already gotten up early. You guys got up pretty early. Luo Taotian walks up, just in time to see the two turn to look at him. Big brother, good morning. But noticing the goji berries in their hands, Luo Taotian is puzzled. Second brother, is your body not doing well? Little Xiao needing it. I understand. But you too. Soon, the sun has risen. The three of them hold their teacups, blow on them, then sip, exhaling a long breath. Comfortable. Their actions and expressions identical. Just then, footsteps sound from behind. Luo Fengyuan looks at the three. Time to go. We need to attend the morning meeting. Today, we'll discuss how to deal with the captives. Soon after, everyone gathers in the hall, preparing to discuss the matter of the captives. If it really can't be helped, then execute. After years of fighting and deep-seated hatred, execution is a pity. Let Lord Xiao take them to Green Flame Mountain. There will be no more problems. Luo Taotian is puzzled. What can little Xiao do with those people on Green Flame Mountain? It's about Xiao Tian capturing some repentant members of the Bloodroom clan, using them to feed livestock on the Green Flame Mountain ranch. Luo Taotian can't help but ask, they just obey like that? Luo Fengyuan, excited, eagerly describes what she saw. More than obedient. Now the Bloodroom clan wake up early in the morning, kneeling to bow, repenting for those they've killed. Every last day of the week, they sit around a bonfire, crying and sharing their journeys of remorse. While crying, they also hit themselves, shouting apologies. Hearing his daughter's words, Luo Taotian's eyes widen. Can't help but look at Xiao Tian. That's so bizarre. Alright, then let little Xiao give it a try. Esteemed Purple Emperor also nods, scanning the surroundings. Big brother, once things here are settled, accompany me to 100 Flower Domain. The son of the Flower Head Tribe's chief is seeking my help to deal with a strange species with golden horns on their heads suddenly appearing in 100 Flower Domain. A strange species with horns on their heads? Luo Taotian clicks his tongue in wonder, looking towards Bai Qing, coming from the United Alliance of 100 Tribes. Have you heard of this race? Not at all. Bai Qing gently shakes her head. Just then, Xiao Tian's voice arises. Well, you're talking about the ancient god tribe, an ancient race that has existed for a long time. Lord Xiao, could it be related to that inheritance book from Luo Taotian back then? She remembers. The inheritance in that book was acquired by Xiao Tian. Seems like it was called the Ancient God Tribe Enlightenment Inheritance. I encountered the Flower Head Tribe in the mysterious Wealth Mountain region, came to know about this, so I went with Long Qiu Dao to the 100 Flower Domain, clashed with this ancient god tribe. Xiao Tian then recounts the process, including relying on his strength, directly forcefully moving the 100 Flower Domain, integrating it with the mysterious Wealth Mountain region, even later, moving the entire Holy Demon Domain, integrating it with his own named Empress Domain, explaining everything in detail. Everyone listens in astonishment, amazed by Xiao Tian's strength. After a while, esteemed Purple Emperor slaps his thigh, turning the impossible into possible. That's divine power. Indeed, this saying makes sense. This divine power is truly enviable. Luo Taotian pats esteemed Purple Emperor's shoulder. Junior brother Z, how come you're not even as good as your own son-in-law? I said it's not divine power. There's no such thing. It's just an unparalleled physical body. Right. This physical body is indeed enviable. Stubborn elders trying to change their views is almost impossible. Then Luo Taotian suddenly speaks up. Since little Xiao has already resolved the 100 Flower Domain issue, let's go straight back to the Holy Demon Domain to see how little Xiao integrates the Holy Demon Domain with the Empress Domain. Before he finishes speaking, Luo Taotian's expression suddenly freezes. As if realizing something, he slowly turns his head, looking at Xiao Tian cautiously. Child, did you just say that you combine the territorial space of the Great Flame Dynasty in the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion into the Holy Demon Domain, including some fragments of realm worlds around the Holy Demon Domain as well? Xiao Tian, sitting silently on the side, nods gently. Luo Taotian's face reveals a sudden understanding, starts to laugh heartily. You kid, always unknowingly helping me. The Xiao Tian chosen by my daughter truly is my lucky star. Luo brother, you're this happy. Junior brother Z, you don't know. I used the earthly sovereign technique to bind with the Holy Demon Domain. I thought I wouldn't be able to improve my realm in this lifetime, but I didn't expect little Xiao to integrate so many territories with the Holy Demon Domain. My power has started to increase again. He can't help but cover Xiao Tian's hand. When you fully integrate the Holy Demon Domain with the Empress Domain, I can't even imagine how much my strength will increase. You really are a likable kid. Junior Brother Z, your talent is too strong, advancing so quickly in your cultivation. In the future, when sparring, I'm afraid I won't be able to win against you anymore. Now it seems, with this precious son-in-law, you will ultimately be the younger brother. Big brother, are you being childish? Seeing this, Luo Taoyin tightly hugged Xiao Tian. Jealous, you're just jealous, feeling Xiao Tian's struggle. Luo Taoyin can't help but ask, dear son-in-law, what's wrong? I need to go back, to continue pushing the Holy Demon Domain into the Empress Domain. Hearing this, Luo Taoyin pats him on the shoulder. Go ahead, dear son-in-law, I'll be waiting obediently to receive the cultivation value you send me. Seeing this, esteemed Purple Emperor is nothing but envious, showing off, blatant showing off, really. At this moment, Luo Taoyin is floating in midair, enveloped by the power of the heavenly and earthly rules. As the breath inside him crazily rises, the Great Tao of Fire and the Great Tao of Strength begin to merge together. Finally, the Holy Demon Flame ignites, eventually condensing into a mark of lightning, branded right in the middle of Luo Taoyin's forehead. The power between heaven and earth also resonates with Luo Taoyin. 21st level, so comfortable as Luo Taoyin slowly lands. Esteemed Purple Emperor steps forward to ask, how does it feel? Luo Taoyin lifts up his hands. In his palms, not only is demon energy surging, but also the rhyme of the Tao emerges. This rule of heaven and earth appears. I've heard a saying, in these myriad worlds, being at the 20th level is just the beginning. Now that I've reached the 21st level, I realize the true meaning of that saying. Probably 100 of my past selves combined couldn't beat my current self. Luo Taoyin clenches his fists with my strength. Protecting you all is no problem. Esteemed Purple Emperor gently pats his shoulder. Big brother, still, don't be too complacent. The old ancestor of the Shuf family reached the 21st level who knows how many years ago. His current strength, no one knows. Luo Taoyin nods. Don't worry, I know what's important. I won't be careless. Besides, with the earthly sovereign technique, the Holy Demon Domain is my home ground. Even if the old ancestor of the Shuf family wants to come to the Holy Demon Domain to capture you, he has to ask me first. If that's the case, then all the better. Esteemed Purple Emperor says, as if he thought of something, laughs. I didn't expect this kid's divine power to be of such great help to Big Brother, Junior Brother Z. I've said it so many times, there's no such thing as divine power, it's just physical strength. Remember, this kind of thing needs to be a habit in daily life, so that at crucial moments, it doesn't give you away. Esteemed Purple Emperor quickly shuts his mouth and nods, reflecting inwardly. Just then, Xiao Tian, along with Long Qiu Dao arrives flying, but when Long Qiu Dao looks at esteemed Purple Emperor, he is stunned. Why does this person have the Imperial Court's fate surrounding him? And Luo Taoyin and esteemed Purple Emperor curiously look at Long Qiu Dao. Is this the holy dragon soul mentioned by my daughter, who lost some memory due to living too long? Noticing Long Qiu Dao's gaze, Xiao Tian is somewhat puzzled. Why are you always staring at him? You're not going to tell me, my father-in-law is the reincarnation of the human emperor, are you? Long Qiu Dao shakes his head. Impossible, not to mention the human emperor is still alive and hasn't reincarnated. Even if he did, the human emperor has extremely high standards for his appearance, but his look definitely doesn't qualify. Esteemed Purple Emperor, in disbelief, points at himself. I'm ugly. Although he's not stunningly handsome, he's still quite elegant. Otherwise, how could he father a daughter like Shi Ruoyan? Esteemed Purple Emperor has never suffered such an insult. Thinking this, esteemed Purple Emperor points at Luo Taoyin. What about him? To this question, Long Qiu Dao doesn't answer, only showing a polite yet somewhat awkward smile. Who was previously teasing his junior brother, Shi, suddenly turns gloomy. If the old man's vision is poor, don't speak nonsense. Really? Curious, Shi Ruoyan asks Long Qiu Dao, why do you keep staring at my father? Supreme Emperor's body is surrounded by Imperial Court's fate. This is really unusual. Hearing this, esteemed Purple Emperor takes out the human emperor's seal. Could the Imperial Court's fate on me come from this? Long Qiu Dao looks at the human emperor's seal for a long time, speechless. Sigh. Can I show it to Lord Xiao? Esteemed Purple Emperor nods. You can. Long Qiu Dao hands the human emperor's seal to Xiao Tian. Lord Xiao, squeeze it hard. Xiao Tian looks surprised, glancing at Long Qiu Dao. Squeeze hard. Are you sure? Esteemed Purple Emperor also casually waves his hand. Little Xiao, just do as he says. Squeeze it and see. This is the human emperor's seal. It can't be squeezed to break, right? The next second, there's a crack sound. The human emperor's seal actually breaks. My human emperor's seal. How did it crumble like tofu? Xiao Tian looks at the cracked human emperor's seal in his hand, his mouth corners twitching slightly. Does that make sense? It can't even withstand 1/10,000th of my strength? This human emperor's seal, why is it so fragile? Suddenly, Shi Ruoyan notices something. Look, what's that? Why is it blue? Xiao Tian also notices something off. Could this human emperor's seal be categorized into white, blue, purple, gold, red colors according to quality? Long Qiudao looks puzzled. Lord Xiao, you figured it out? Xiao Tian thinks of games from his past life. How did he have the patience to categorize Imperial Court's fate according to game equipment colors? Was he bored or something? Long Qiudao spreads his hands. The human emperor once answered, "Who made me a student abroad once?" Hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression freezes. Then he laughs. Ha ha, so that's it. It's actually like this. It seems the human emperor once had the opportunity to visit Earth. At this moment, a steamed purple emperor trembles all over, cautiously picking up the fragments of the human emperor's seal from the ground, then holds them in his arms, grieving. My human emperor's seal, woo-woo. Xiao Tian, however, smiles and says, all right, bring out all the human emperor's seals you have. Don't let my father-in-law continue to be upset. Seeing this, a bewildered, esteemed purple emperor looks puzzled. The next second, Long Qiudao takes out all the human emperor's seals from the holy dragon relic. Then Long Qiudao explains, originally, the human emperor's weapon was this, and to practice the heavenly stamped skill, he crafted many human emperor's seals, categorized into 5 tiers. Saying this, Long Qiudao picks up a human emperor's seal. The method to identify the quality of a human emperor's seal is to probe it with spiritual energy and see what color light it emits from the core. Like this gold one I have in my hand in the human emperor's words. It's what's called a golden legend. Hearing this, Xiao Tian is completely flabbergasted. Human emperor, what on earth did you learn during your studies on Earth? It's so overly dramatic. Inside the Flame City dungeon, when Xiao Tian appears before them with Long Qiudao, they each have their own thoughts. Shuarui thinks, he's here to kill us, right? Zhang Keiji, on the other hand, thinks, don't let me find an opportunity. If I do, I'll definitely kill you. Suddenly, Xiao Tian steps forward 2 steps. Zhang Keiji instinctively steps back 2 steps. What does your stepping back mean? Am I that scary? Am I that terrifying? Your behavior makes it seem like I'm some kind of villain. Zhang Keiji sweats profusely and suddenly takes 2 more steps back, stretches his neck. I'm not afraid. Beside him, Shuarui's mouth twitches slightly. Speaking of which, you keep retreating while claiming you're not afraid. Who would believe that? Watching the two go back and forth, Xiao Tian waves his hand, with a smile, moves forward. Zhang Keiji is instantly terrified, even on the verge of crying. Just kill me already. Don't smile at me. Shuarui is the same. Kill or maim me, as you wish. Your strength is so overwhelming. Is it fun to intimidate us? Lord Xiao, what did you do to scare them like this? Looking at them, they must have suffered some inhumane treatment, right? I didn't do anything. It's strange. These two are high-ranking in the martial spirit army. Why would they be so cowardly? Hey! Shuarui and Zhang Keiji are scared stiff on the spot, pressing against the wall. Motionless, Xiao Tian's mouth twitches for a moment, then he smiles again. This won't do. The thoughts of these two are dangerous. They must be re-educated. Wait for me. Long Qiudao nods. Alright, Lord Xiao, please. Looking sympathetically at the two, sigh. Don't worry, Lord Xiao certainly won't play you to death. Then Xiao Tian reaches out to grab them. The two, like startled deer. The next second, Xiao Tian unexpectedly juggles them, constantly spinning them in the air. The howling sound kept on ringing out. A moment later, Shuarui and Zhang Keiji were both pale-faced, foaming at the mouth, and had fainted. Alright, throw them into the holy dragon relic and take them back. Xiao Tian, pinching his own wrist, signaled to Long Qiudao beside him. Long Qiudao stepped forward vigorously, placing the holy dragon relic above the heads of the two. As a streak of golden light flashed, they were directly sucked into the holy dragon relic. Seeing this, Xiao Tian waved at Long Qiudao. That's enough. The rest is up to you. I'm going back to rest. Okay, Lord Xiao. A moment later, Xiao Tian was lying behind Shi Ruoyan, while Shi Ruoyan was chatting with Xiao Yuer on video. Shi Ruoyan told Xiao Yuer, just stamp red on the memorials from the officials. For things you don't understand, you can ask Prime Minister Zhang for advice. Prime Minister Zhang inquired about the expansion of the Welfare Institute. Shall we approve it? Yes. Shi Ruoyan suddenly asked, what about my grandfather? Xiao Yuer raised her little head, pondering, your great-grandfather went out shopping. Seems like he's going to visit the Heaven No. 1 Welfare Institute. At this moment, Shi Ruoyan, with his hands behind his back, stared at the signboard in front of him. Heaven No. 1 Empress and Prince, with boundless love and caring welfare, muttered Shi Ruoyan with a wry smile, shaking his head. Little Xiao, this kid, really came up with quite a name. Children from the Welfare Institute, just off from school, walking on the road, saw the familiar figure of Shi Ruoyan's grandfather standing there. "Grandpa, Shi Ruoyan is here. Come quick." Hearing the voice, Shi Ruoyan turned his head. "Oh dear, slow down." Shi Ruoyan hurriedly caught a one-armed little girl. Just then, a mocking voice came. "My good brother, I didn't expect you to really be here. You really made your brother search hard." The next second, Shi Ruoyan appeared behind Shi Ruoyan. "What's wrong, good brother? Aren't you happy to see your brother?" Seeing the man not far away, Shi Ruoyan's expression became more solemn. Putting down the little girl he was holding, "Children, go back to the institute. Don't stay in this place." As the children were about to leave, Shi Ruoyan spoke again. "Brother, I just wanted to get close to the children. Why are you sending them away? You really hurt your brother's feelings." As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly waved his hand. Spiritual energy turned into frost blades, flinging directly at the children running towards the Welfare Institute. Shifu Gui was instantly alarmed. "Be careful." In a flash, Shifu Gui appeared in front of the children. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, blocking the ice blades, but the next second, the ice blades pierced through the barrier, hitting Shifu Gui's chest. Shifu Gui fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xian Xiang, looking at Shifu Gui, couldn't help but shake his head. "Brother, you really live up to the name of the god of wealth. I'm at the 20th stage, and my strike couldn't break through your defense. So many high-quality protective spiritual artifacts on your body. It makes your brother envious." Shifu Gui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Xian Xiang, have you gone mad? Why attack these children?" Hearing this, Xian Xiang laughed. "Mad? These worthless little things. If they die, they die. Why are you so agitated?" At this moment, a slave mark appeared in Xian Xiang's hand. "Where are your good son-in-law, daughter, and granddaughter? Father asked me to brand you with slave marks and take you back. You no longer deserve to be part of the Shui family." "We don't deserve to be part of the Shui family." "What a joke. When have we ever really been part of the Shui family? Us children born out of wedlock are just like dogs for your amusement, aren't we? Your mother was just a maidservant. You were born a dog for our amusement." "That's right. So in your eyes, our 8th brother who died in battle for the Shui family was just a guard dog that died. And our 10th sister, forced to marry into the Shui family, wasn't even considered a family alliance, just treated like a dog you sold off." Xian Xiang scoffs. "Why are you so angry? Turns out you think of yourself as human. Please, you're born out of wedlock. You should be stepping stones for us legitimate children." Shifu Gui clenches his teeth. This is too much." "Fine, my dear brother, come and receive the brand first." Xian Xiang, with a sickening smile, steps toward Shifu Gui, thinking I'll just surrender. It won't be that easy. Shifu Gui takes a deep breath, pulling out a cyan feather fan. In his other hand, suddenly appears a brilliantly colored spirit stone, which he inhales fiercely. At the same time, he swings his arm fiercely, with the cyan feather fan waving, immediately conjuring up a whirlwind. Xian Xiang's face changes. "Wind Demon Feather Fan. This thing is actually in your hands?" The next second, Xian Xiang is blown into the sky by a gust of wind, accompanied by howls of agony. Xian Xiang's body erupts with spiritual energy, blocking the attack of the Wind Demon Feather Fan. "I underestimated you just now. I didn't expect the Wind Demon Feather Fan, containing the great Tao of Wind, to be in your hands. Next, I'll kill you directly." Shifu Gui rises into the air. "Just you." Then, in the palm of Shifu Gui, suddenly hovers several crystals emitting electric light, their patterns shimmering with purple light, the roaring of thunder, faintly audible. "If I use this spiritual artifact, how will you respond?" Xian Xiang freezes. Thunderbolt Divine Thunder Crystal, equivalent to a 20th level strike when exploded. One costs 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Only fools buy such things. "You bought 10? Xian Xiang looks at the crystals, heart bleeding. "Shifu Gui, this wastrel really doesn't treat money like money." 10? Shifu Gui sneers. In his other palm, more Thunderbolt Divine Thunder crystals appear. "I bought a whole box. Dare to treat me like a dog? Today I'll blow you to pieces." Meanwhile, Zhong Yangming is enjoying the breeze, drinking tea from Green Flame Mountain. But suddenly, a huge explosion sounds, accompanied by a giant mushroom cloud. Zhong Yangming is shocked. "Holy shit, did someone blow up Lord Zhao's pit? I need to check this out." Meanwhile, in the smoke following the explosion, a figure emerges. As the smoke clears, Xian Xiang is blasted into a mushroom head. "Fatty, you really enjoyed that explosion just now, didn't you?" Saying this, Xian Xiang launches an attack on Shifu Gui. "I'll slice off the fat from your body, one sword stroke at a time. Defend." Shifu Gui shouts slowly, suddenly raising his hand to make a gesture. Under his sleeve, a talisman tied to his wrist suddenly shines brightly. A heavy aura surges out, like a mountain appearing, forming a barrier in front. Above that barrier, clouds seem to drift, hovering above the mountains. Even a splendid sun rises, as if the scorching sun in the sky. In an instant, Xianxiang's attack is melted away, as 3 swords fall to the ground. Xianxiang is a bit baffled. Holy crap, Cloud Mist and Early Sun Mountain Sealing Seal, it costs 6 trillion top-grade spirit stones to buy just 5. And you used it just like that? Xianxiang roars uncontrollably. You think having money allows you to do whatever you want? Blizzard of the sky, as spiritual energy erupts from Xianxiang. Shifu Gui raises his hand to block, but ultimately, there's still a gap in their realms. Shifu Gui is shaken to the side. Xianxiang slowly approaches, bastard born out of wedlock. Having money? So what? In the end, you're just trash, reeking of money. It's disgusting. Shifu Gui clenches his teeth, his other hand trembling as he takes out a bottle of pills, pours them into his mouth. We'll just see who can last longer. Is it your strength or my wealth that's greater? Xianxiang grits his teeth. Damn fat pig. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. Just then, a message comes through Xianxiang's communication jade. Husband, come quickly. There's a surprise. Hearing this, Xianxiang disregards Shifu Gui. You're lucky. Next time, I'll come to take your dog life. Xianxiang soared into the sky, secretly leaving a snowflake that merged into Shifu Gui's body. At this time, Zhong Yangming also rushes over in a hurry. Master Shi. He quickly helped Shifu Gui out. Master Shi, what happened just now? People from the Shi family came, wanted to brand us as slaves, forcefully take us back. Prime Minister Zhong, don't be afraid. When the time comes, or he can finish. Zhong Yangming shudders. When the time comes, the Shi family will be finished. It's a sin to attack you. Shifu Gui listens, baffled. As Prime Minister Zhong gone mad, the Shi family wiping us out is more likely. How could they be wiped out? Meanwhile, aboard a warship in the void, a woman dressed lavishly, dignified in appearance, but with thin lips and sparse eyebrows, appears somewhat harsh. She is Xianxiang's wife, a descendant of the human emperor from the Ring Mountain realm Shi family, Shi Yuzhen. She secretly thinks, when my husband returns, I must tell him this good news. At this moment, Shi Yuzhen glances behind her. Shi Suanxiang, all disheveled, approaching, accompanied by a burnt smell. What happened to you? Suanxiang waves his hand. It's all because of Shifu Gui, that dead fat pig. Deeper than I thought. You found Shifu Gui and the others? Only Shifu Gui. No idea where the others are. But why did you urgently call me back? Shi Yuzhen smiles. I found our ancestors' land, in that lowly and dirty lower realm. Suanxiang is also surprised. What? Are you sure? After confirmation, Suanxiang can't help but kiss Shi Yuzhen. Wife, I'm lucky to have you. Meanwhile, in the void of the Emperor's domain, Shi Ruoyan can't help but exclaim, wow, it's huge. At this moment, Bai Qing, chewing on beef jerky, asks, can we still integrate more space into this realm world? Xiao Tian scratches his head. We can, but we have to wait until the spiritual energy stabilizes, causes the tuft of hair on Bai Qing's head to stand up. I want to join the Empress Alliance. Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan almost simultaneously intervene. Not allowed. Why not? Bai Qing looks at the two women, counter-questioning. I am the Empress Alliance. As the name suggests, empresses naturally should be able to join. I am an empress too. It's not allowed because it's not allowed. Exactly. The Empress Alliance is a tacit agreement between us and Lord Xiao. It's not convenient for you to be involved. Bai Qing, somewhat disappointed, shakes her head. But our holy dragon domain, affected by the war, is facing spiritual energy exhaustion. If we can't find a suitable realm to settle in, the holy dragon domain will ultimately become desolate. Hearing this, Shi Ruoyan becomes a bit more lenient. You can join, but if you don't follow the rules. Looking towards Xiao Tian, Lord Xiao, it can be merged, so it can also be split, right? Xiao Tian scratches his cheek. It's not easy to split. As soon as he finishes speaking, Shi Ruoyan gives him a familiar smile. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Xiao Tian then gives a thumbs up. Very easy to split. Getting Xiao Tian's response, Shi Ruoyan then looks at Bai Qing. Can you accept that? Bai Qing nods. Understood. If my clan members don't follow the rules, it means I, the Dragon Empress, have failed in discipline. Saying this, Bai Qing pats her chest. Those who disobey will be beheaded. Luo Fengyuan smiles in approval. That's how it should be. Those who don't obey should be beheaded. We are empresses, after all. As soon as she finishes speaking, Shi Ruoyan nudges her head. Please think properly. If you keep beheading, will there be anyone left in your holy demon domain? No beheading, then. No beheading. Don't get angry. You just need to manage your people well. Don't break the rules of the Empress Alliance. Don't be like this cow, always thinking about killing. Grateful, Bai Qing bows to Shi Ruoyan and thanks. Shi Ruoyan, observing Bai Qing's constantly swaying tuft of hair. Do you need anything else? Now that I am part of the Empress Alliance, I should be able to come to Prince Palace for meals often, right? Shi Ruoyan looks at the tuft of hair on Bai Qing's head. Of course, if you like, you can ask Prime Minister Zhong to cook more dishes. Hearing this, Bai Qing's tuft of hair shakes even more vigorously, expressing her inner joy. Seeing this, Shi Ruoyan finally knows how to read the emotions of the short white-haired one. Now, Xiao Tian heads to Green Flame Mountain to first visit the Flower Divine Ancient Tree. Long Qiu Dao points upwards. Lord Xiao, look there. Is it bad? Hua Kaitu shakes his head. No, that's a branch deliberately grown by the Flower Divine Ancient Tree for skewering barbecue. Suddenly, the Flower Divine Ancient Tree's thin branch makes a crack sound. A slender twig falls right in front of the three. Xiao Tian is puzzled. What's this? Hua Kaitu explains. Lord Xiao, the twig of the Flower Divine Ancient Tree skewers meat, grilled. It has a unique flavor. At that moment, the Flower Divine Ancient Tree sways, even as a skewer. I want to be the tastiest skewer in this realm. Xiao Tian is pleasantly surprised. Oh, not bad, not bad. He gently pats the Flower Divine Ancient Tree. Worth planting you here on Green Flame Mountain. Very good. At this moment, Di Xinlu, who is carrying manure, comes over from a distance. He quickly puts down his load and approaches Xiao Tian. Bowing, he says, Master, your grandfather was attacked by unknown enemies a few days ago. The situation was reportedly quite serious. I, a guilty servant, regret not reacting in time to go to his aid. I've heard about the person who acted violently. He directly attacked the children in the Eastern City's Welfare Institute. Had it not been for Elder Shui blocking them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just then, a loud boom is heard. Long Qiu Dao feels like his entire dragon spirit body is about to explode. It's over. Trouble has come to Lord Zhao's most cherished Welfare Institute, and also to Lord Zhao's grandfather, really asking for trouble. Suddenly, Xiao Tian sighs, adjusts his emotions, and then turns to leave. I'll go check on my grandfather first. This place is in your hands. Once Xiao Tian arrives at the Welfare Institute and enters, he hears the sound of lecturing, but the voice of the lecturer sounds very familiar. In those years, after I desperately saved the Demon Emperor's son, he gave me a Demon Emperor shield. If I hadn't given it to Ji Ruoyan, that guy can't even get close to me. As Xiao Tian approaches the schoolhouse, he sees Elder Shui inside, vividly narrating his past adventures and odd experiences. The children below are listening attentively. At this moment, Xiao Tian doesn't disturb them, simply leaning against the wall outside the schoolhouse, silently listening. Elder Shui immediately senses something, turns his head, and sees Xiao Tian. Child, you're back home? Yes, I'm back home. Good to be home. Speaking of which, about barbecue, that Zhong Yangming guy can't compare to you, doesn't have the taste you make. These days, your grandfather has been craving it. I'll grill for you tonight. Xiao Tian quickly agrees. The skewers are all ready. Before the two can talk much, the children in the schoolhouse are already unable to contain themselves, immediately flocking around Xiao Tian. Brother Xiao is back. Brother Xiao, bad people wanted to harm Grandpa Shui. Yes, Brother Xiao, beat the bad guys. Don't worry, the bad guys won't escape punishment. Xiao Tian pats the children's heads, his expression very serious, assuring them an hour later. Inside the Prince Palace, the charcoal fire is burning red. Xiao Tian is personally grilling skewers. This child was really serious when he said it. He definitely won't let the bad guys escape punishment. Little Xiao is truly a good child. Elder Shui laughs heartily, describing the scene to his wife. Lu Guixiang nods in agreement, but your Shui family's actions are really excessive. Ah, the Shui family is powerful. What can we do? Elder Shui sighs, but then changes his tone. But now that my son-in-law's sworn brother has reached the 21st level, we have some means of self-protection. If it really comes to it, a letter from me, seeking his help. Grandfather, there's no need. This trouble is caused by me. I will handle it myself. Xiao Tian looks at Shui Fugui and seriously says, the Shui family is scheming against me. If I stay indifferent, I wouldn't be a real man. I didn't want to, but I have no choice. Shui Fugui and Lu Guixian are stunned. Are we talking about the same thing? Shui Fugui pats his shoulder. What have you encountered? Why are you having such wild thoughts? Lu Guixian looks at Xiao Tian, her expression solemn. The Shui family is powerful. The Shui family patriarch might already be at the 23rd level. Foolish child. Don't act impulsively and go looking for trouble with the Shui family. Possibly. Xiao Tian looks at Lu Guixian, slightly frowning. Grandma, why describe it like that? The Shui family patriarch has always hidden his strength, only revealing the 22nd level power in the past. Now, after so many years, his actual strength is unknown to anyone. Lu Guixian subconsciously responds. Hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately becomes displeased. No, this won't do. The Shui family patriarch is too terrifying. I can't predict his moves. Grandpa, I must go and kill him. Hearing this, Zhong Yangming slaps himself on the face. I knew it. Shui Fugui and Lu Guixian are baffled. How did the conversation lead to this? Did we miss something in between? Then, Xiao Tian soars into the air, looking at Zhong Yangming. Stay here with Grandpa. The barbecue ingredients are all prepared. If it's not enough, grill some more. Prince, do you need me to prepare supper, or tomorrow's breakfast? Zhong Yangming sighs, looking up at the rising Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian thinks, then looks at Xue Fugue. Grandpa, do you know where the Xue family patriarch lives? Xue Fugue instinctively shakes his head. The patriarch's retreat is a secret. His status as a child born out of wedlock means he wouldn't know. Then, Puppy's figure appears behind him. Respected master, I've activated the tracking system left on Grandpa by Xuanqian. Started the counter-tracking effect, locked onto Xuanqian's position. We can go directly there. Seeing this, Xiao Tian calculates. Then I must first capture Xuanqian. This round trip might take some time. Supper might not be in time. For breakfast, I want porridge and make a few more meat pancakes. Zhong Yangming nods. Okay, Prince, be careful on the road. Don't accidentally shatter the realm world, causing innocent harm. Meanwhile, in the void, Puppy tells Xiao Tian, respected master, the location is just below in the realm world. However, half an hour ago, the counter-tracking effect was forcibly shut down by an external force. As he left, Xiao Tian crosses his arms, gazing at the realm world below. There was no departure before the location disappeared. If he hasn't left, he can't escape within the realm world. Xiao Tian suddenly dives, plunging into the realm world below. I want to see how they forcibly shut down my counter-tracking. Puppy follows closely, respected master. It might be that Xuanqian went to a space that isolates tracking. That caused our failure. Then I want to see even more. Meanwhile, outside the city walls of Cloud-Coming Empire, Yinsinyu's small face is filled with grief and anger. Biting her teeth, she runs swiftly ahead, surrounded by a group of people, fiercely guarding her. On everyone's faces, there is a mix of sadness and anger. Above them, several people are mocking. Ha ha ha, run faster. Aren't you the princess and guards of the Cloud Empire, running so slowly? Didn't you eat enough? As he speaks, the man spits out a fruit core. The fruit core, whistling through the air, speeds towards the front, directly piercing through the calf of a running guard. Yinsinyu cries out in alarm, Master Lu, go, protect the princess. Run, Lu Jin bellows, shouting at the other guards. Master Lu, get up quickly. Yinsinyu's eyes brim with tears, wanting to rush forward to help him off. But before she can get close, she is pushed back by the shockwave of Lu Jin's spiritual energy. Don't mind me, that fruit core carried spiritual energy. I can't run anymore, no matter what. Don't give up hope. Keep running forward, survive. As Lu Jin speaks, his gaze intensely fixed on Yinsinyu, he commands. Yinsinyu's face turns pale, but she is carried forward by the guards. This man is useless, kill him. Shui Liguang in the air, looks towards his elder brother, Shui Ruoyu, while laughing, reveals his teeth. Clamped between his upper and lower teeth is a fruit core. The fruit core slicing through the air. Lu Jin, lying on the ground, clenches his teeth, his eyes filled with sorrow. Your Majesty, your servant comes to see you. As the explosion sounds, the surroundings are already engulfed in smoke. Lu Jin discovers he is unharmed, loyal to the master, very commendable, young man. The newcomer is Xiao Tian, with an appreciative look on his face. Upon seeing her master rescued, Yinsinyu rushed over in a hurry, arriving beside Lu Jin. Why are you here? Xiao Tian asked with hands behind his back, smiling slightly as he gazed at Yinsinyu and the others. But before he could finish speaking, from afar in midair, Shui Liguang was already frowning. Where did you come from? Daring to meddle in our business? Xiao Tian's tone paused for a moment, then continued speaking to Yinsinyu and the others. I saw you were being chased, but I don't know the reason is. Hey, I'm talking to you. Shui Liguang glared at Xiao Tian for ignoring him. Moved the fruit pit in his mouth. Xiao Tian just shook his head, not wanting to argue. He was really curious. What exactly was the reason behind this sudden attack? From a distance in midair, Shui Ruoyu spoke again. Even cats and dogs dare to act tough here. Looking for death, the fruit pit flew out of Shui Liguang's mouth, shooting towards Xiao Tian. Be careful. As Shui Liguang spit the fruit pit, Xiao Tian had already turned around, being interrupted 3 times in a row. An irritated Xiao Tian suddenly threw a punch. A deafening roar erupted, his punch instantly tearing the space in front of him. Not far away, Shui Liguang's body exploded into a mist of blood, instantly devoured by the torn space. Xiao Tian dusted off his hands. I just asked the question. Why do you keep interrupting me? Really looking for death? Close by, Shui Ruoyu stood frozen in midair, not daring to move a muscle. Where did this monster come from? Xiao Tian glanced at Shui Ruoyu in the sky. That one up there. I didn't bother you, so why keep staring at me? Really annoying. In an instant, Xiao Tian appeared behind Shui Ruoyu. Shui Ruoyu was still wondering when he got there, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw a fist right in front of his face, with a bang. Shui Ruoyu, face first, crashed into the ground in front of everyone, wiping his cheek. Wait until I activate the 18th level wave. I'll kill you. Thinking this, Shui Ruoyu's body erupted with spiritual energy, but Yun Qingyu exclaimed in shock. You're actually forcibly activating the 18th level realm wave pressure. Shui Ruoyu smirked slightly. You should be happy you can see the realm wave pressure. It will be the talk of your death. But the next second, Xiao Tian just slapped him. The aura wave that had just started to emanate from Shui Ruoyu instantly shattered. Xiao Tian sat down on top of Shui Ruoyu, waving his hands at both of them. Tell me what happened here. Yun Qingyu immediately shivered a bit. Lu Jin, on the other hand, reacted quickly, directly bowing to Xiao Tian to explain. The cause is this sudden appearance of a sky demon. Xiao Tian pointed at Shui Ruoyu under his butt. Sky demon? Them? Yes, benefactor. They descended from the sky, able to easily kill us with just a finger. We had no ability to resist. That's why we call them sky demons. Hearing this, Xiao Tian chuckled. Okay, continue. Lu Jin then slowly explained. They said they are from the so-called Ring Mountain realm, the Shui family. They also seize our princess by force, and even hunt down those who try to escape, killing them with fruit pits spat from their mouths. Hearing this, Xiao Tian showed an expected smile. The Shui family, ha, typical of something the Shui family would do. Just then, a floating airship suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. Xiao Tian turned to look, wondering why this airship looked so familiar. When the cabin door opened, Shui Fugui was right there at the doorway. Grandpa, Shui Fugui hurried to Xiao Tian's side. My child, running off so far all of a sudden, really made Grandpa worry. Shui Fugui came before Xiao Tian, observing him up and down, relieved to find that he wasn't injured. Xiao Tian was surprised. Looking at Shui Fugui, Grandpa, how did you come here? Shui Fugui sighed. How did I come here? You still have the nerve to ask, always acting recklessly, running over here thoughtlessly, only endangers yourself. Just then, Shui Fugui suddenly looked up. Strange, how did this realm world crack open? Xiao Tian sheepishly smiled. Just now, I lost control of my temper and accidentally cracked it open when I killed Shui Anxiang's son, Shui Liguang with a punch. So it is, but you need to be more careful next time. How could you just accidentally? Shui Fugui was saying. Suddenly, his expression froze, turning his head to look at Xiao Tian. What did you say? You caused that and you killed Shui Liguang? Xiao Tian, a bit embarrassed about that. It's a long story. Just then, a mansion appeared out of thin air. Shui Fugui turned to Xiao Tian and shouted, Then come in and tell me slowly. Shortly after, both sat at a stone table with Shui Ruoyu kneeling there. Shui Fugui looked at the shattered void, clicking his tongue. Did my daughter-in-law misunderstand something? A divine power that can crack open a realm? Little Xiao, leaving the sky cracked like this, isn't it a bit problematic? Xiao Tian waved his hand. This is easy to handle. Saying so, Xiao Tian soared into the sky. He put his hands together with force. The cracked sky above completely healed. After fixing it, Xiao Tian returned to Shui Fugui's side, showing a smile. Grandpa, no problem now. Shui Fugui was stunned. What kind of divine power can do that? Why do I feel like Xiao Tian is so physically dominant, able to knead space like clay? Shui Fugui pondered for a while, then asked Xiao Tian again. Are you really physically dominant, able to crush space with your bare hands? Instead of using divine power, Xiao Tian quickly stretched out his hand. Fingers spread, forced gathering at the fingertips, gently curling into a claw towards the palm. Grandpa, you understand me. I am really just physically strong. Don't believe me? Watch this. As a roaring sound erupted, space visibly collapsed in Xiao Tian's palm. Shui Fugui widened his eyes, observing carefully. My son-in-law's body seems unbelievably strong, wondering if he could match up against the Shui family. At that moment, Shui Fugui looked disdainfully at Shui Ruoyu kneeling on the ground. Where's your father? Hearing Shui Fugui speak, Shui Ruoyu quickly started crying and wailing. Uncle, you must save me. I don't want to die. That guy killed my brother. I am your own nephew. We share the same blood. Are we closer than this guy? Can you bear to see me killed? Hearing this, Shui Fugui grew irritated. I'm asking where your father is, and you're trying to sow discord? Saying so, Shui Fugui kicked Shui Ruoyu away. Close, uncle and nephew. Pa. After saying this, Shui Fugui pointed at Shui Ruoyu towards Xiao Tian. My grandson, forget asking. Just kill him. Xiao Tian was moved by these words. Grandpa, why don't you personally clean house? Shui Fugui blushed. I can't beat him, but Shui Ruoyu immediately started cursing. Before he could finish, Xiao Tian grabbed his cheek. Dirty words. How can you follow Grandpa's ears? Though killing you to vent anger would be best, you are still Grandpa's nephew. By relation, you're also my elder. Can't lose courtesy. Shui Ruoyu was dumbfounded. Elder, you just punched an elder to death just now, and now you say this. Xiao Tian holding Shui Ruoyu. If you cooperate nicely and tell me where your father went, I'll let you go. Shui Ruoyu stammered. How can I speak with you covering my mouth? Let go of me first, then I can answer. At that moment, Xiao Tian's face, once smiling, suddenly turned cold, suddenly stepping down, a cracking sound, bone-shattering. Shui Ruanyu's leg was crushed. Intense pain swept over his entire body. I warned you earlier. I ask, you answer. Xiao Tian coldly looked at Shui Ruanyu. Not only did you not cooperate, but you kept silent, even provoking me. Hearing this, Shui Ruanyu lay on the ground, crying and whimpering, pointing at Xiao Tian, feeling inexplicably wrong. Seeing this, Xiao Tian directly crushed his wrist. I'm asking you a question. Not answering is one thing. But what's with the pointing? Think you're cool? Watching all this, felt very satisfied. My son-in-law really knows how to bully people. Quite twisted. I like it. Hee hee. Just then, Xiao Tian again stepped and broke his waist bone. As a guilty person, instead of cooperating properly, you're wailing and weeping. What a disgrace. Shui Ruanyu finally couldn't bear it and cried out. How can I answer with you covering my mouth and nose? After you let go, I was in too much pain to speak. Can't you give me a moment to catch my breath? I was willing to cooperate. Why did you have to be so unreasonable and cripple me? Xiao Tian spread his hands. I'm only responsible for asking questions. How you answer is up to you. I'm covering your mouth and you can't answer. How is that my problem? Writing, using spiritual sense, either works, right? Xiao Tian said this, turning to Shui Fugui at his side and spreading his hands. This person is of the same generation as my mother-in-law, right? He's even older than your mother-in-law, crying and whining at his age. Such a shameless thing. Shui Fugui also nodded in agreement. Indeed, I don't have such a shameless nephew. After saying this, both grandfather and grandson spit on the ground towards Shui Ruanyu lying there. As Shui Ruanyu collapsed on the ground, widened his eyes, feeling deeply hurt inside, rolling on the ground in frustration. I can't live like this, being bullied. Doesn't anyone care? At this moment, Xiao Tian stepped on Shui Ruanyu's face. If you honestly reveal your father's whereabouts now, I might spare your life otherwise. Unable to bear the torment any longer, Shui Ruanyu blurted out, I'll tell. My father and the others went to the Cloud-Coming Empire ancestral land. I don't know exactly how long they'll be out. In an instant, Xiao Tian crushed him to death. In that case, you can go and atone for your sins with your brother. Just then, Shui Fugui looked at Xiao Tian. I heard that Prime Minister Zhong changed like this after learning from you. I also want to learn from you, then personally deal with the Shui family people. Xiao Tian patted Shui Fugui's shoulder. Grandpa, that's easy. Let me check your bones first to see which martial arts you're suited for. Moments later, Shui Fugui looked at Xiao Tian with a not-so-good expression. What's wrong? Am I that untalented? At this moment, Xiao Tian also showed a smile. Grandpa, you're a 1-in-a-million martial arts genius. Shui Fugui scratched his head. Stop teasing me with my physique. How could I possibly be a 1-in-a-million genius? No, Grandpa, your physique is really good, naturally robust. It's just because you ate too much good stuff to enhance your cultivation. It accumulated in your body and couldn't be metabolized, leading to obesity. The next second, Xiao Tian directly slapped his hand on Shui Fugui's head. Believe me, once I unblock your 8 extraordinary meridians, you'll definitely soar into the sky. Even more powerful than Zhong Yangming is a burst of golden light shown. Xiao Tian slapped his back again. Finally, to finish off, Xiao Tian suddenly slapped the top of Shui Fugui's head. Seeing this, Xiao Tian clapped his hands. Not bad, it's done. But Xiao Tian was stunned. Grandpa, how much good stuff did you eat? Others emit a foul smell when their marrow is cleansed. But this smell from you, it's actually quite fragrant. Little Xiao, why do I feel a bit uncomfortable? Xiao Tian waved his hand. Grandpa, don't come over just yet. I'll teach you to practice boxing, 8 extremes fist, to train your physical fitness. It can help you rapidly consume the excess heat in your body. Moments later, Shui Fugui started boxing under Xiao Tian's guidance. Really, little Xiao, after boxing, I feel much lighter. Xiao Tian watched the scene, marveling, truly a 1-in-a-million martial arts genius. Grandpa was simply unblocked by me and already such an extraordinary effect. I'm very curious about what state Grandpa will reach once he fully masters 8 extremes fist. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Tian, who was sleeping on the side, suddenly woke up, but when he turned to look at Shui Fugui, he was stunned. Grandpa looked so handsome after slimming down. Really, fat people are all potential stocks in a blink of an eye. Shui Fugui returned to his original chubby and honest appearance. Xiao Tian couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, how much good stuff did you eat? Even now, it's not fully consumed? Shui Fugui puzzled. Consume what? Saying so, Shui Fugui took out a pill. I get hungry after practicing. Need to replenish. Xiao Tian was about to stop him, but Shui Fugui had already eaten it. Xiao Tian, holding his forehead, was somewhat speechless. Just then, Shui Fugui stepped forward. Little Xiao, really, thank you so much. As his voice fell, a terrifying roar instantly exploded. A fearsome force swept through. The ground under Xiao Tian and Shui Fugui's feet instantly collapsed. Dust rose everywhere. The entire ground kept falling, forming a huge pit. Shui Fugui, supported by Xiao Tian, stood in midair, looking at the pit below and the cracked earth all around, dumbfounded. Little Xiao, I just stepped forward. How did it turn out like this? Xiao Tian, supporting Shui Fugui, slowly descended. Grandpa, let's stay in the Cloud-Coming Empire's palace for now. I'll teach you there how to control your strength. You should learn it. Shui Fugui, murmuring, it's a pity about this mansion. I really liked it. Soon after, inside the Cloud-Coming Empire palace, they, grandfather and grandson, in the imperial garden on the mountainside, watched the sunrise. Looks like we won't make it back for breakfast. It's a shame to miss the meat buns and porridge Prime Minister Zhong prepared for me. Shui Fugui, feeling a bit embarrassed, looked at Xiao Tian beside him. Little Xiao, you really worked hard, teaching me all night. Xiao Tian waved his hand. Grandpa, that's not important. Now we need to first kill Xianjiang, then make a trip to the Shui family. Once we get to the Shui family, we must cooperate. Little Xiao, how do we cooperate? It's simple. Xiao Tian revealed a smile. Grandpa, you're responsible for killing the other members of your Shui family, and I'll take care of your ancestor. The two of us together will eradicate the Shui family. Hearing this, Shui Fugui suddenly couldn't control his strength, directly crushing the teacup in his hand. Even if I've mastered 8 Extremes Fist, just the two of us, eradicate the Shui family? Have you gone mad? Xiao Tian patted Shui Fugui's shoulder. Grandpa, don't be too shocked. Compared to eradicating the Shui family, I think there's something else we need to confirm quickly. Shui Fugui was startled. What is it? I think you're not biologically related. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Shui Fugui's expression froze, slowly turning his head to look at him. Do you know what you're saying? You see, you outcasts in the Shui family are all just sacrificial pawns. It's very possible that you're not actually blood related, but taken from a side branch. Hearing this, Shui Fugui had an epiphany. Little Xiao, your guess seems right. It looks like only when my elder brother comes out from the Cloud-Coming Empire ancestral land can we possibly find out more. Xiao Tian looked at Shui Fugui, nodding gently, comforting him. Grandpa, rest assured, believe in your current strength. Taking down that Xuanxiang will be more than enough. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from a distance, as if something was gently trembling. Xiao Fugui looked up. The Cloud-Coming Empire ancestral land. There's movement. It seems my elder brother is coming out. Xiao Tian nodded at the side. At that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly asked, by the way, Grandpa, was the founder of your Shui family really a farmer? The Great Virtue Emperor, our ancestor, was one of the 4 emperors under the Human Emperor. His favorite thing was farming. He loved creating small worlds and various realm worlds, planting crops and raising fish in them. Before leaving, he would design some harmless little mechanisms, leaving some treasures behind. Over time, it came to be regarded as the ancestral land of the Shui family. I was fortunate to have once obtained such a place. Xiao Tian exhaled. Really bizarre hobbies. Moments later, Xiao Tian and Shui Fugui had already reached the top of Misty Snow Mountain, standing in front of the cave dwelling. Next, the stone door suddenly revealed a twisted vortex. 2 somewhat disheveled figures were blown out, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiao Tian, holding his chin, was extremely annoyed. What is this nonsense? Why is it so torturous? Next to him, Ziyusen, equally frustrated. Your ancestor, really stubborn. The ancestral land of the Shui family should belong to the descendants of the Shui family. Why should everyone be given a chance and treated equally? While the couple was complaining, suddenly a voice came from the side. If the Great Virtue Emperor, our ancestor, knew he had such descendants, he would probably be so angry that he'd smash your heads with a hoe. The two sharply turned their heads. Shui Fugui, why are you here? What is that? Ziyusen suddenly sensed something amiss. Ziyusen couldn't help but scream out, trembling slightly, her body's spiritual energy bursting forth, hearing his wife scream. Shui Xiang also quickly turned his head, eyes wide in shock. His son was dead and even strung up on the walls of the palace. Who is it? Who exactly is it? In such a lower realm world, no one could have killed Shui Yunyu except for you. You have such a cruel heart. He was your own nephew. Could you really bring yourself to do it? Shui Fugui smiled slightly. Really interesting. Shui Xiang, don't you feel ashamed saying that? Before, you said I was a dog you raised, and now I'm your son's close uncle and nephew? One wouldn't be in trouble if they don't ask for it. Xuanxiang and his spouse cannot defeat Shui Fugui after his transformation. They even dared to threaten an unarmed man. Just now, Xuanxiang shamelessly used his son's death to blackmail Shui Fugui. Xuanxiang's face twisted fiercely. Whatever I say is the truth. Today, if you don't leave behind the Demon Emperor's shield as compensation for my son's death, I will make sure to dismember you 1,000 times over. Ziyusen also gritted her teeth. In addition, you must transfer the trade association to us, as compensation for the pain of my grandson losing his father. Xiao Tian, standing nearby, was already completely dumbfounded. He was astounded. How could there be such shameless people in this world? Xue Fugwei also shook his head. Really leaves one speechless. Before, I thought you were just shameless, but now it seems. Heh, the Xue family. The two soared into the air. It seems I need to quickly cleanse the Xue family once again. Those who are as filthy as you should be directly annihilated. The Xue family, rewritten from here on. From now on, I am the new ancestor of the Xue family. Xue Anxiang furiously pointing at Xue Fugwei. Do you know what you're saying? This is utter blasphemy, daring to usurp the position of the ancestor. Hearing this, Xue Fugwei was also unceremonious, a fiery aura surrounding him. Hand over the position of the ancestor obediently, or else, I'm afraid you, pampered and spoiled, will have to suffer a bit. Xue Anxiang, somewhat surprised. You want to fight me? Ignoring Xue Anxiang's words, Xue Fugwei turned to look at Xiao Tian. Little Xiao, step back a bit. Leave this all to me. Xiao Tian nodded, stepping back a little. Grandpa, be careful. Just let loose in battle. Just then, Xue Anxiang had already unleashed his spiritual energy, a long sword appearing in his hand. Last time I let you go. This time I'll definitely kill you. Xue Fugwei quickly raised his hand to defend. Xiao Tian, watching from the side, marveled, truly worthy of being the god of wealth. That defensive artifact looks expensive. At the same time, Zayuzan suddenly appeared behind Xue Fugwei, swinging her sword to strike. A barrier immediately appeared beside Xue Fugwei. Zayuzan's sword attack missed its mark. Seeing this, Xue Anxiang gritted his teeth. With my wife and me here, I want to see how much you have left of your defensive artifacts. Saying so, the two simultaneously swung their swords. Let's see if your defense is stronger, or our attack is stronger. Xue Fugwei could only raise his hand again to defend, and in an instant, an explosion sound swept through, until the dust slowly dissipated. A figure emerged faintly visible. Xue Fugwei had already shed his body fat, his muscles bursting forth. Brother, sister-in-law, time to settle the debt. With the grand wave of his hand, Xue Anxiang and Zayuzan were both stunned. Is this Xue Fugwei? Following that, the two once again soared into the air, swords pointing forward, attacking Xue Fugwei. Take this. At this moment, both were relentless, releasing their strongest attacks. But the next second, Xue Fugwei just stood there, letting these attacks hit him, staring unflinchingly ahead. Seeing this, Xue Anxiang quickly moved forward with the sword. Xue Fugwei, meet your demise. Simultaneously, Zayuzan also appeared above Xue Fugwei's head. Xiao Tian watched all this and shook his head slightly. These attacks look impressive. The special effects are cool, but the strength is bluffing. At this moment, Xue Fugwei raised both hands, slamming them towards the two. I'm no longer the Xue Fugwei of the past, no longer the trash in your mouths. The next second, Xue Anxiang was directly smashed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Falling to the ground, Xue Fugwei clenched his fists, smiling and slowly walked forward. Xue Anxiang's heart was nothing but shock. Is this my utterly useless pig of a brother? Why has the style completely changed? Just then, Zayuzan's voice suddenly came. Let go of my husband. Hearing this, Xue Fugwei turned his head to look. Xiao Tian was actually being held hostage by a woman. Zayuzan still shouting, let him go, or else. This kid is done for. Zayuzan urgently shouted, husband, retreat. Hearing this, Xue Anxiang nearby quickly burst forth in speed, following his wife into the stone door. Xue Anxiang and Zayuzan, the couple, retreating into the vortex with Xiao Tian. Their figures instantly vanished from Xue Fugwei's sight. You two are really interesting. Why take little Xiao with you? This isn't escaping, but seeking death. At the same time, Xiao Tian only felt everything spinning around him, in a blink of an eye. He had already arrived in a completely new world. The surrounding scenery also appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Xiao Tian looked around, pondering. Grandpa also has a Xue family ancestor's cave heaven. He got so fat, could it be from eating things inside here? Xue Anxiang, seething with anger, his tone filled with rage. Damn it, that fat pig. How did he suddenly become so strong? Zayuzan's face was gloomy, looking a bit displeased. Indeed, it's beyond expectations. This fat pig must have had some incredible encounter, gaining such extraordinary power. What do we do next? Xue Anxiang sighed, his hand trembling slightly. Do we really need to use that? Once we use it, we lose the qualification to compete for the family head. Zayuzan bit her lip. If it's not necessary, don't use it. Wasting your qualification to compete as the family head on this fat pig is not worth it at all. For now, the plan is to find a way to break through and gain control of this cave heaven. As Zayuzan said this, she looked towards Xiao Tian. Moreover, we have this person in our hands. Where is he? On a closer look, they discovered that Xiao Tian had already reached the stone door's entrance. Xue Anxiang also saw the situation, sneering mockingly. Idiot, do you think you can get out? Once you enter the Shui family ancestral land, the master recognition test automatically starts. You can't exit halfway before the test ends. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's hands swiftly pierced forward, and with his hands gently pulling to both sides, the entrance space barrier of the cave heaven was forcibly torn open. On the other side, Shui Fugue, who was practicing boxing, was revealed. Xiao Tian waved his hand towards the outside. "Grandpa, come in." Shui Fugue, hearing the voice, turned his head and immediately smiled, ceasing his boxing and walking into the cave heaven. "Brother, sister-in-law, we meet again." Shui Anxiang and Zayuzhen were stunned, but what took their breath away even more was Xiao Tian, who stood at the doorway, reaching out his hand to forcibly reassemble the torn space rift. "What kind of monster did my wife just kidnap? This is the cave heaven doorway built by our ancestor, the great virtue emperor, tearing it open with bare hands. What the hell?" The next moment, Zayuzhen burst out shouting, her words filled with panic. "Use it! Hurry up and use it! Damn it!" Shui Anxiang, hearing his wife scream, also roared loudly, "My qualification to compete for the family head is gone." As Shui Anxiang said this, he suddenly squeezed hard. The next second, a terrifyingly oppressive wave instantly burst forth at the moment the jade talisman was crushed, spreading throughout the entire ancestral cave heaven of the Shui family. "The incarnation of the old ancestor is here. You all must die." Xiao Tian looked up at the Shui family's old ancestor above, inquiring in his mind to the system puppy, "Can you locate it?" "Respected master, if there is enough time for analysis, it should be possible, but from this distance, it might be difficult to pinpoint the exact area. I'll bring it closer for a detailed analysis." Saying so, Xiao Tian immediately soared out. The floating old ancestor of the Shui family also slightly frowned and lightly raised his hand, sweeping towards Xiao Tian like swatting a fly. With just a gentle movement of his hand, the entire cave heaven trembled slightly. That palm hit Xiao Tian right on, and then, the incarnation of the Shui family's ancestor's arm burst apart. Xiao Tian, angered, looked at the Shui family's ancestor. "Don't hit me! What will you do if you kill yourself?" Xiao Tian swiftly moved behind the old ancestor, who instantly broke into a cold sweat. "How is this possible?" The man's voice, like the whisper of a demon, resonated in his ear. Unless I let you die. Don't even think about laying a hand on me." Suddenly, half of the Shui family ancestor's face was already pressed hard into the ground by Xiao Tian, the entire body pinned down, unable to move. The Shui family's ancestor's eyes bulged with rage. "How dare you? I am the patriarch of the Shui family. This is just a wisp of my soul. You better be sensible. Let me go, or else, when my true body arrives, I'll pulverize you to dust and ashes." Seeing this, Xiao Tian slapped the ancestor's incarnation on the buttocks. "You old thing, be honest, what are you moving for?" The Shui family's ancestor could only howl in agony. The incarnation of the Shui family's ancestor screamed miserably, trying to struggle. "I can't take it. I really can't take it." But Xiao Tian, sitting on him, was like a mountain, making it impossible for him to move even an inch. What a disgrace. He had dominated the Ring Mountain realm for countless years, a distinguished guest in many realm worlds, now utterly humiliated by a young successor, unable to resist. "You brat, let me out quickly. I might consider sparing your life." Seeing this, Xiao Tian pressed his head into the ground. "Calm down, will you? Don't make me kill your descendants right in front of you." Seeing the Shui family ancestor temporarily quiet, Xiao Tian patted his hands. "Wouldn't it have been better to be like this from the start?" Puppy then began to analyze the true location of the Shui family's old ancestor. "Let me know once you've analyzed it." After speaking with the system puppy, Xiao Tian adjusted his sitting posture, then placed one foot on the back of the Shui family ancestor's head. When he looked up again, he noticed Shui Fugue, as well as Shui Anxiang and Ziyue Sun on the opposite side, petrified, staring at him. "Grandpa, quick, while the Shui family's old ancestor is unconscious, you go up, settle your grudges, settle your grievances." Hearing this, Shui Anxiang and Ziyue Sun trembled. "Third brother, let's talk nicely. Let's each take a step back. I'll pretend I never saw you. Won't put a slave mark on you. Let me go, okay?" Hearing the other party's words, Shui Fugue was furiously enraged. His pupils seemed to flicker with scarlet light. "Shut up, before you mention the slave mark. Let you go? You deserve to die." Shui Fugue roared and charged forward explosively, like a wild beast in rage. Shui Anxiang exclaimed, his spiritual energy quickly transforming into frost and ice crystals, forming an ice wall in front. "Third brother, calm down. Your brother loves you, believe me." Hearing this, Shui Fugue struck out with a palm. "Prove it with your life." Then, Shui Fugue charged out fiercely, punching directly onto Shui Anxiang's head. "This punch is for my child and those brothers and sisters you've killed." After Shui Anxiang stopped breathing, Shui Fugue turned his gaze towards Ziyue Sun. "You wicked woman, it's your turn." In panic, Ziyue Sun quickly conjured a whirlwind around her, trying to prevent Xuefugui from getting close. But unfortunately, her conjured wind, apart from cooling Xuefugui off a bit, was completely ineffective. Facing the towering and fierce Xuefugui, Ziyue's son collapsed to the ground. "Don't come over here." But in the next second, Xuefugui grabbed Ziyue's son by the neck, lifting her up. "A family should be together, understand?" With a bang, Xuefugui punched hard into Ziyue's son's abdomen. Xuefugui's face was ice cold over the past years. "My wife, Lu Bixiang, thank you for your care. Your husband and nephews have already gone ahead. You should hurry up and join them, so he won't be lonely on the road to the underworld." Soon after, looking at the two people at his feet, Xuefugui took a deep breath. "After so many years, I finally have the power to avenge myself." Then trembling, Xue family's old ancestor, "One day, I will kill you myself." The Xue family's old ancestor, hearing this, said, "Hurry up and kill me. Let me return to my main body. I can't stand it here for another moment." Xiao Tian shouted at him. "Grandpa." Seeing Xiao Tian call him again, Xuefugui quickly dressed, then came to Xiao Tian's side. "Are you tired of pressing down on this old thing? Let Grandpa give you a massage." Xiao Tian turned his head. "This old guy is just a wisp of soul. After killing him, he'll return to his main body, and the main body will have corresponding memories, which is troublesome. This means we can't kill him, but keeping him is also useless. Grandpa, what should we do?" Xuefugui pondered for a moment. "Not only can we not kill him, but we also have to worry about him committing suicide." Suddenly Xiao Tian had an idea. "What if we imprison him in the Sea of Consciousness?" Xuefugui immediately refused. "No, you can't. The Sea of Consciousness is the weakest part of the human body. If you rashly imprison another soul there, there's a risk of being devoured." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tian's hand emitted a dazzling light. "I'll try first." In no time, the Xue family's old ancestor was already taken into Xiao Tian's Sea of Consciousness by him. Xuefugui was stunned, then began to cry, holding his head. "It's over. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to my granddaughter?" Xiao Tian was unconcerned. "Grandpa, are you so sure I'll definitely be in trouble?" Hearing this, Xuefugui stopped crying, just staring blankly at Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, inside Xiao Tian's Sea of Consciousness, the Xue family's old ancestor was laughing crazily. "Ha ha, it's just a brainless body cultivator, and he dares to put me in his Sea of Consciousness. Once I find his soul and body, I'll swallow him up to avenge my previous humiliation. Ha ha, what are you laughing at?" The gentle female voice from behind made the incarnation of the Xue family's old ancestor freeze in place. He hurriedly turned around, only to see a long-haired woman in unfamiliar attire, staring at him expressionlessly. But what truly made Xue Tian stand still was the 3,000 stars orbiting behind the long-haired woman. To know his main body only had 1,600 stars, yet this person possessed 3,000 stars. No wonder that kid put me into his Sea of Consciousness. He really wasn't afraid I'd devour him. Suddenly, Puppy slightly raised her hand, directly immobilizing the Xue family's old ancestor in place. The Xue family's old ancestor tried to activate his energy center to self-destruct. "Little girl, let me go quickly, or I'll perish with you." Puppy stared at the Xue family's old ancestor. "You actually want to self-destruct in the Master's Sea of Consciousness?" Saying this, Puppy shouted towards Xiao Tian, "Master, I need your help. You just need to stand beside." "Okay." Xiao Tian's muffled voice came from behind. Xue Tian, hearing the woman's words, was initially startled, then saw, in the distant space of the Sea of Consciousness, a figure approaching. Gradually getting closer, Xue Tian clearly saw. It was Xue Tian's soul. But as the other party got closer, Xue Tian's incarnation began to tremble slightly. His previously agitated willpower also gradually calmed down, as if a powerful, irresistible force was pressing down on him. This, Xue Tian looked at Xiao Tian's soul in front of him, trembling with fear. Kneeled directly on the ground. This scene left Xiao Tian somewhat stunned. So polite, kneeling when seeing someone, Xue Tian couldn't open his eyes. So bright, can't see the face clearly. Xiao Tian's soul walked to Puppy's side. Looking at Xue Tian kneeling on the ground, frowned. "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing, Master. He's just scared by you. I just have to stay here, right?" Xiao Tian's soul sat down cross-legged, looking at the kneeling incarnation of Xue Tian in front, yawned, leaned back, and the long-haired woman knelt down, placing Xiao Tian's head on her thigh, looking up and coming over. "From now on, just stay here obediently. Don't think about resisting." Xue Tian bit his teeth. His entire body was firmly suppressed, unable to move at all. "Why? What's the origin of this person?" Xue Tian roared internally, in disbelief, frightening physical strength aside. His soul's starlight was like an endless starry sky, unbelievable in this world, clearly meant they had found the location of his main body, sealing into a void startling the snake. His main body, in peril, outside. Xuefugui still looked worriedly at Xiao Tian in front of him. Why did you suddenly say you wanted to go into the sea of consciousness? Could something unexpected happen? When Xiao Tian wakes up, he must test him to see if he was devoured by the old, undying ancestor of the Shui family. Just then, a cloud suddenly appeared and a voice emanated from it. Someone is here for the assessment again so soon? How strange. On Shui Fugui's side, he bowed and began, esteemed spirit of the cave heaven, the person who came for the assessment earlier. Before he could finish, the cloud suddenly spun. Wait, I smell the scent of death. With that thought, the cloud rushed outside. Moments later, the cloud saw Shui Anxiang and Zhu's son lying on the ground and exploded in fury. Who is it? It's the people who came for the test while I was asleep. Shui Fugui also hurried over. I'm truly sorry, spirit of the cave heaven, but they deserve to die. I don't think it's inappropriate. Hearing this, the cloud shouted at Shui Fugui, how dare you kill in my domain? You have lost your qualification for the test. Shui Fugui wanted to say something, but the cloud released a tornado. Stop your babbling. Get out. Seeing this, Shui Fugui thought to himself, it's over. I've angered the spirit of the cave heaven. Once thrown out, there's no chance to come back for the test and bind to this ancestral land. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly appeared in front of Shui Fugui. Who gave you permission to bully my grandfather? Seeing him, Shui Fugui immediately asked Xiao Tian, do you still remember the 2 words in the middle of your supreme benevolent deity title? Xiao Tian somewhat helplessly replied, Grandfather, at this moment, you really don't need to ask me such an embarrassing question. It's better kept to ourselves rather than publicized. Sorry, I was nervous. The cloud, listening to their conversation but being ignored, became furious. Ah, stupid humans, dare to ignore me. Take this. With that, the cloud transformed into a hammer and attacked them. Shui Fugui quickly shielded Xiao Tian. Little Xiao, be careful. The next second, Xiao Tian caught the hammer with his bare hands, and it turned into a baby. Grandfather, is this the spirit of the cave heaven? Is it weaned yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the bratty child shot an electric shock at Xiao Tian. Fine then, you won't listen to my grandfather and insist on expelling him, and now you attack me when I'm trying to calm you down? Xiao Tian was furious and asked his puppy, Puppy, help me analyze. What species is this? If I hit it directly, will it die? Master, this is the spirit of the cave heaven. As long as the cave heaven exists, it will be immortal, the puppy replied. Hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately raised his arm and slapped the bratty child's bottom. What an uneducated child. The bratty child angrily shouted at the man, I won't give you the test. If you can, kill me. Xiao Tian chuckled. Heh, you think I don't know? As long as this cave realm remains intact, you are immortal and indestructible. The bear child glared at Xiao Tian. If you have the ability, catch me. As soon as the words fell, the bear child transformed into a cloud and left. Xiao Tian, extremely angry, shouted, You dare run? My little temper. The spirit of the cave realm stuck out its tongue, mocking Xiao Tian and Shui Fugi, trying to infuriate them. Come on, and if you dare, bear child. 3 days without a beating will lead to mischief on the roof. Xiao Tian spoke fiercely, approaching forcefully. Just as Xiao Tian was about to forcefully approach, the barrier formation suddenly converged, turning into the phantom of an old man with a hoe, smiling. One of the 4 emperors under the human emperor, Great Virtue Emperor, the phantom of Great Virtue Emperor appeared, slightly raising his hand. Guests, please be at ease and accept the test. Do not be so irritable. This cave realm spirit breaks the rules first, and you still want others to follow them? Xiao Tian approached, suddenly punching out, directly causing the phantom of Great Virtue Emperor's head to burst, and the entire cave realm space crazily shook, cracks spreading everywhere. Xiao Tian, with a grim face, approached the now dumbfounded cloud baby. Suddenly Xiao Tian had a rope in his hand. It seems this cave realm spirit has a problem with its thoughts. The methods left by Great Virtue Emperor are not enough, letting you grow crooked. Since Great Virtue Emperor didn't do enough, then as his junior, I'll help him properly educate you, you naughty child. The cave realm spirit, seeing Xiao Tian approaching step by step, in its eyes, the other party was like a devil, monster. The cave realm spirit was so scared it turned around. But could its speed be faster than Xiao Tian? Almost the instant it turned around, it was already grabbed by Xiao Tian. Still daring to run? Not running anymore? Ha, speak up. Shufug, watching from a distance, heard the screams. This is the easiest time I've ever subdued the cave realm of the Shu family ancestor. Little Zhao's fighting power is ridiculously strong. He even shattered the defense barrier personally made by Great Virtue Emperor. Suddenly, Shufug seemed to remember something. He turned and walked towards a room, and moments later, Shufug was reading 100 Ways to Cultivate Herbs. As expected of Great Virtue Emperor, a pharmacist by birth, the book's content is all about cultivating herbs. This might interest little Xiao. Maybe he'll find it interesting. Just then, the cave realm spirit, bound all over, was thrown in, crying and shouting, I was wrong, I was wrong. I never thought those people were so evil. You suffered so much before. It's right for you to kill those people. I was ignorant and rude just now. Please forgive me. I beg you." At this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly shouted, "Be more sincere in your attitude." Crying and wailing, is that called admitting your mistake? Seeing Xiao Tian approaching, "Little Xiao, this kid has got something." Then, Shufu waved his hand. "All right, I forgive you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian waved his hand, and the ropes on the cave realm spirit disappeared. "You should thank my grandpa for his kindness, or else you'd be in trouble." After hearing this, the spirit immediately hugged Shufug's leg. "Grandpa Shuf, I really know I was wrong. Wow, thank you for forgiving me." Then, Shufug, holding a book, waved at Xiao Tian. "Little Xiao, come here for a second. There are some things here that you might be interested in. These are methods for raising livestock. You should like them. They can be used for the livestock on Green Flame Mountain. These are ways to build temporary farming tools." Xiao Tian didn't say a word, just silently listening to Shufug babbling at him, chattering away. "So this is what nagging feels like, huh? Not bad." After a while, Shufug turned into a monk. "This one is for Jiruoyan, my precious granddaughter will need it. This one is for little Xiao, when the livestock are well raised, I can also enjoy some benefits from it. This one is for my wife. This one." From then on, Xiao Tian no longer thought that nagging was good, it's truly a headache. At that moment, Xiao Tian was roused by Shufug. "Little Xiao, wake up, I've finished tidying up here. As we go outside and see what else we can take." Xiao Tian turned her head, only to see the entire room spotlessly clean. "Grandpa, have you just ransacked the Great Virtue Emperor's cave heaven?" Shufug chuckled. "How can you call it ransacking? I'm just preparing gifts for everyone. Let's go. The crops outside can be gathered too. We'll have Prime Minister Zhong cook us something delicious." The kneeling cave heaven spirit, hearing this, clung to Shufug's leg, weeping. "What a waste of precious treasures. Every plant I've grown is a spiritual plant or medicine. How can you just use them as ordinary crops? This is too much." Yet, Xiao Tian looked at him coldly. "What, you have a problem with that?" The cave heaven spirit quickly changed his tune. "Those spiritual plants and medicines are of excellent quality. Turning them into dishes will surely be extraordinarily delicious. It's their honor to be consumed by you." Xiao Tian gave the spirit a thumbs up, acknowledging his realization. The spirit massaged his leg, saying, "As long as you're satisfied." Meanwhile, Shufug, observing the cave heaven spirit's bizarre behavior, couldn't help but twitch his brow. "Little Xiao, I've subdued 5 ancestral land cave heavens of the Shuf family, but I've never seen any cave heaven spirit like this one, so lively and animated. Isn't that strange?" Xiao Tian, holding up a cave heaven spirit, explained, "The Cloud Coming Empire worships this cave heaven as a sacred place, not knowing it was forged by the Great Virtue Emperor. They worship the cave heaven spirit. These spirits, touched by the mortal world, have developed intelligence and thus appear more lifelike. They also tend to steal food." Shufug appeared puzzled. "Steal food? Grandpa, come outside with me and you'll see," Xiao Tian replied. Hearing the conversation between the two, the cave heaven spirit broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh no, now that they've found out, am I going to be beaten again?" Shortly after, the pair went outside. Xiao Tian pointed to a spot. "Grandpa, look there are more spiritual herbs." Shufug nodded. "Indeed." Suddenly, he told Xiao Tian, "Little Xiao, you take a nap, I'll pick some and then we'll leave." Soon after, Shufug was busy picking spiritual medicines while Xiao Tian lay down to sleep. The cave heaven spirit fanned Xiao Tian, asking, "Is this wind strength alright?" "Sir," Xiao Tian nodded. "Not bad. This fruit also tastes good. This Great Virtue Emperor really has some skills in planting. I should apologize to him when I see him. After all, I did explode his avatar with a punch, which was disrespectful." The cave heaven spirit quickly offered a flattering smile. "Sir, the one who did wrong was me. It has nothing to do with you. I should be the one to apologize to the Great Virtue Emperor." Hearing this, Xiao Tian patted his head. "Good, you are teachable." After some time, seeing Shufug almost stripping the place of its spiritual medicines, Xiao Tian stood up and said, "Grandpa, it's time for us to leave." Shufug also waved his hand. "All right." The grandfather and granddaughter duo left the cave heaven treasure land. Stepping through the portal, they returned to the summit of Misty Snow Mountain. The cave heaven spirit followed them. Just then, the stone doors of the ancestral cave heaven shattered, revealing a spatial layer behind. A hoe, glowing with spiritual energy, floated out from it. Shufug quickly pulled Xiao Tian. "Little Xiao, get out of the way." But Xiao Tian stood still, staring coldly ahead. "You made me wait just to attack me?" The person in front of him turned out to be a kind-looking old man. Xiao Tian turned to Shufug. "Grandpa, when you were collecting the cave heaven blessed land, did you ever encounter an avatar of the Great Virtue Emperor?" Shufug shook his head. "I've never seen anything like this before." Seeing this, Xiao Tian poked the old man's cheek. This avatar feels much stronger than the one I broke earlier. It's even elastic. Shufu hastily tried to stop him. Little Xiao, something is not right. Come back here. Just then, the old man suddenly spoke. Young man, punch earlier was quite impressive. Startled, Xiao Tian exclaimed, what the heck, and then threw a punch that exploded the old man's head. In the next instant, the figure of the old man transformed into mist. Just then, the host suddenly spoke. Youngsters, step aside. I can use the last bit of my will to incarnate one last time. The old man reappeared before them. I'm too old for this. Young man, calm down. If you hit me again, I truly might be gone, he said wearily. Xiao Tian, not wanting to be impolite, addressed the old man. My apologies for my actions. The old man, however, waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. It's normal for young people to be vigorous. Besides, in light of the merit radiance around you, I'd be willing to be blown up 1,000 times by you. Ha! He even patted Xiao Tian's shoulder. Moreover, the fact that you could destroy my will incarnation makes it worthwhile for me to come down from the upper realms to see what you are capable of. Sorry, Elder, for being a bit sensitive earlier. No offense meant, Xiao Tian said apologetically. The elder shook his head. It's alright. As an elder, I shouldn't be so petty with the younger generation. He then turned his gaze to the void. However, when I was leaving the cave heaven mystery, I sensed two strange auras. One belongs to a descendant of the human emperor, but the other has no relation to me. Hearing this, Swafugi exclaimed in shock. Impossible. That's my own brother. He can't be unrelated to you. The elder waved his hand. My bloodline sensing can't be wrong. As he spoke, his figure became more ethereal. As for him not being my descendant, but you are. That's something you need to uncover yourselves. He continued. It seems I can't maintain this form much longer. Remember, young ones, train well. The meteor flame battlefield of the lower realm is just the beginning. There's a tougher battle waiting for you in the upper realms. With these words, the elder's figure disappeared. Swafugi hurriedly reached out, attempting to stop the elder. Ancestor, wait, what do you mean by that? Unfortunately, the figure of the elder had already vanished. At that moment, Xiao Tian let out a sigh. Swafugi turned to him. My grandson-in-law, do you also feel that our world is too insignificant? Xiao Tian shook her head with a sigh. The situation is indeed much more serious than I thought. Swafugi echoed, right. Suddenly, Xiao Tian patted Swafugi's shoulder. Grandpa, it doesn't matter if you're not the biological descendant. After all, you are indeed a descendant of the great virtue emperor. As for the so-called Ring Mountain Realm Zhou family, Xiao Tian's face was full of confidence. I will definitely help you uncover the truth behind these secrets. Swafugi looked confused. Weren't we discussing the meteor flame battlefield? How did we get back to the Ring Mountain Realm Zhou family? After learning that Swafugi and his brother were not blood-related, Xiao Tian couldn't help but ask, so, Grandpa, are you suggesting that your dad might have been cuckolded? Swafugi, seeing Xiao Tian's serious expression, wanted to ask earnestly, Kid, are you serious? Shouldn't we be focusing on the so-called war in the upper realms? The fact that our current battlefield is just the beginning? Why are you so interested in my lineage? Does being biologically related really matter that much? After a moment of thought, Swafugi felt this question was also important, albeit headache-inducing. Then, Xiao Tian suddenly said, Grandpa, now I think the so-called ancestor of the Zhou family in the Ring Mountain realm might not actually be a descendant of the great virtue emperor. Instead, it could be you who belong to the true lineage. Swafugi was struck as if by lightning. The Zhou family ancestor, not a Shu. Seeing Swafugi's reaction, Xiao Tian continued, to find out if my speculation is true, the best way is to go to the Ring Mountain realm and meet the Zhou family ancestor. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tian added, Grandpa, get into combat mode and start your breathing exercises. You can also cultivate a bit on the way. Hearing this, Swafugi, who was initially a gentle and kind-looking old man, transformed into a muscular, handsome elder. Prime Minister Zhong told me you fly quite fast. Give me a heads up, will you? Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll go slow, Xiao Tian assured. The next second, an explosive force erupted from within Xiao Tian, enveloping Swafugi in a force field. As Xiao Tian ascended into the sky, the surrounding space turbulence grew increasingly violent. Swafugi was somewhat stunned. Where is the limit of my grandson-in-law's physical abilities? However, soon after, Xiao Tian plunged into the Void Sea thunderstorm. Swafugi cried out in alarm, Wait, we need to take a detour. That's the Void Thunder Sea ahead. Only those at the 23rd level can barely survive in there. Xiao Tian just smiled. Grandpa, just relax. Swafugi, feeling the thunder and lightning around him, mused. In all the worlds, there must be few who can watch the inside of the Void Thunder Sea so effortlessly. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's forward speed halted. As if hitting a pause button, Xiao Tian gazed ahead, intrigued. Interesting, Swafugi also asked Little Xiao, have you noticed, something's off about that place? In the Void Thunder Sea, the destructive thunder seemed to reverse its flow, converging towards a central stone island, and its dazzling brilliance vanished. In its place, a terrifyingly luminous thunder knife emerged, thrusting directly at Xiao Tian. With a slight upturn of his lips, Xiao Tian remarked, "Interesting." The next second, the collision between the palm and the knife seemed to solidify the surrounding space. Invisible shockwaves swept outwards in all directions. Near the center, the world barriers of the nearby realm worlds rippled like water, violently shaking as the explosion echoed through the area. Swafugi quickly raised his hand to defend. "Child, are you alright?" Swafugi saw Xiao Tian standing unscathed and rushed over in a panic. Seeing Swafugi's worried expression, Xiao Tian felt a warmth in his heart and explained, "I'm fine, just a little injured." "Where are you hurt?" Swafugi asked anxiously. "Here," Xiao Tian said, lifting his hand to show Swafugi. It was his right hand, which he had used to collide with the thunder blade. Swafugi, seeing the nearly healed wound, realized that Xiao Tian's combat capabilities far exceeded his expectations. "Your wound is really big. If I had come any later, it would have already healed." Xiao Tian then extended his hand, and with a crackling sound, a knife materialized in his grip. "Although it's much weaker than my dark, bright envoys of destiny, it sure looks good." "What does Radiant Warrior mean?" Swafugi asked, curious. Radiant Warrior is a colloquial term for weapons that emit light, Xiao Tian explained, and with a swift motion, he swung the knife. A blood-red thunderbolt instantly streaked across the void, forming a terrifying curtain of lightning sweeping forward. "Cool," Xiao Tian exclaimed. "I didn't expect to find such a stylish weapon on the way. It's okay if it's a bit weaker. The style is what matters." After some thought, Xiao Tian suggested, "Let's call it the Pathfinder." Pathfinder, Swafugi found the name unusual. "Why this name?" "Once we reach the Zhu family, I will cut down the treacherous old dog Shuatian, the Zhu family ancestor, and send him to the netherworld. This knife will be the very guide leading him on his journey to the netherworld." Meanwhile, within the main city of the Zhu family in the Ring Mountain realm, in a courtyard within the city, there was a lake with a flat boat floating on it. On the boat, an elderly man sat casually, engaged in fishing. He was Zuot Kaqiao, the current patriarch of the Zuot family and father of Swafugi. Suddenly, someone hurried to the lakeside, bowing respectfully to inform Zuot Kaqiao of urgent news. Despite his stoic demeanor, Zuot Kaqiao inquired indifferently, "What is it? If it's not important, don't bother me. Otherwise, go to the punishment hall and prepare to leave the Zuot family." The disciple, undeterred by Zuot Kaqiao's stern words, reported, "Patriarch, the life lamps of the eldest son, Zorunyu, Zuoligwang, and Lady Zayuzan of the Su family have all been extinguished." Hearing this, Zuot Kaqiao's pupils revealed a flicker of emotion, and the fishing rod in his hand suddenly shattered. The fish that were previously swimming in midair fell back into the lake, dead. Zuot Kaqiao stood up, leaving the boat. "If you're lying, you won't live to see tonight's moon," he warned. Therefore his figure disappeared in a flash, heading into the void. There, he encountered a person guarding the area. "What's the matter?" the person asked, frowning at Zuot Kaqiao. With a grave expression, Zuot Kaqiao responded, "There's an urgent matter. I need to see the ancestor." The man, still frowning, scrutinized Zuot Kaqiao for a moment before leading the way. As the patriarch of the Zuot family, Zuot Kaqiao showed no reaction to the man's unceremonious tone and simply followed him. Meanwhile, in another location, a man was bound tightly with blood-red chains. Below him, several other figures were similarly restrained. Above the formation, an old man with an air of immortality and tranquility sat cross-legged. Ancestor, arriving in front of the blood-colored formation, even Zuot Kaqiao could feel its overwhelming oppressive force. Shuatian, sitting cross-legged above the formation, slowly opened his eyes, gazing down at Zuot Kaqiao. "What brings you here?" "Shuatian is dead," Zuot Kaqiao stated succinctly. Shuatian remained silent, his aura emanating the essence of the universal path, as if sensing something. After a moment, he spoke, "I sense that Shuatian summoned my will incarnation. Are you certain he is dead?" Zuot Kaqiao bowed slightly. "Ancestor, I have checked the life lamps of Shuatian, Zayuzan, Zorunyu, and Zueligang. All have been extinguished. We haven't been exposed, have we?" Hearing this, Shuatian's aura surged. "Exposed or not, our plan has been in progress for 500 years, and we're only 1 year away from success. We cannot afford any mistakes at this final stage. My will incarnation is still alive, but I cannot directly control it to return." Zuot Kaqiao sent someone to investigate the details. Zuot Kaqiao nodded. "Ancestor, I will handle it." Meanwhile, Shuatian, standing in front of an inn, looked bewildered and turned to Swafugi. "Lu Gui Xian Commerce Association." Swafugi turned to him. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with the name?" Shuatian gave a thumbs up. "It's excellent. It really reflects your affection for your wife." Hearing this, Swafugi began to recount. "Back in the day, if it weren't for your grandmother who, two machetes in hand, fought her way from the street to the alley, paving a path of blood. I wouldn't be here today. Just then, laughter erupted from behind Swafugi. Ha ha, brother Zuit. A man embraced Swafugi. I didn't expect to see you back so soon. Brother Zuit. Swafugi, surprised and delighted, responded. Zhou Yueshing. I only asked you to look after the Commerce Association for a bit, and here you are in person. Come on, we're all brothers here. No need for formalities. Xue Tian, excited, gently stroked Zhou Yueshing's fur. So fluffy, really comfortable. Zhou Yueshing, feeling the touch, asked Swafugi. Who is this little guy? Ha ha, this is my grandson, Xue Tian. Xue Tian is the son of the sovereign of mystical realms, Zhou Yueshing. I once saved his life, and now we're like brothers. Zhou Yueshing scrutinized Xue Tian. Your grandson doesn't really look like you, does he? Swafugi laughed heartily. He's my granddaughter's husband, so he's practically my grandson. Zhou Yueshing then asked the two. Speaking of which, brother Zuit, what brings you back on this adventure? Rubbing his hands together, Swafugi hinted. Zhou Yueshing, how about joining me in a big venture? Zhou Yueshing's interest was piqued. What's the plan? Help me take over the position of the Zuit family patriarch. Zhou Yueshing pointed to his own head. Brother Zuit, are you alright in there? Swafugi gestured towards Xue Tian. It's my grandson's plan. He's in charge of taking down the current Zuit family patriarch, and I'll handle my father, the head of the Zuit family. Hearing this, Zhou Yueshing was utterly baffled. Is this a plan or just nonsense? What's going on with your grandson, turning you into this? Suddenly, a rumbling noise came from behind. Xue Tian looked up to see a group of people approaching from a distance in the sky, led by Swakiai Chao, the current patriarch of the Zuit family. Surrounded by well-armed guards, Xue Tian was surprised. I didn't expect this. The Zuit family has quite good taste. This whole setup looks very intimidating. Pretty cool, Swafugi scoffed. That's no surprise. I bought all that equipment. What? Grandpa bought it. Xue Tian was astonished, feeling quite exasperated. Robbing your own family's stuff. That's just like a bandit. As Xue Tian approached, everyone around knelt down and bowed in greeting before he could finish his statement towards Swafugi. An abrupt rebuke echoed through the air, interrupting him. Xue Tian stepped forward, glaring at Xue Tian. The armor and weapons your men are wearing were stolen from my grandfather. How dare you confront him with such shamelessness? Swafugi and Zhou Yueshing chuckled secretly at this boldness. That's our grandson, fearless in speaking the truth, they thought. Swakiai Chao narrowed his eyes and shifted his focus to Xue Tian. Grandpa, you're naive. Kid, you really think Swafugi is a reliable support, and that bear gives you the audacity to speak nonsense? Such an insignificant ant, he said, as a frosty aura emanated from his fingertip. With a flick, a tiny ice sword energy shot towards Xue Tian. Zhou Yueshing's expression changed and he quickly extended his large bare paw, trying to block it. Not good. I can't directly withstand a 21st tier sword energy. Xue Tian, be careful. But just as the ice sword energy was an inch from Xue Tian's forehead, a finger appeared, colliding with the tip of the icy sword energy. The next second, the formidable ice sword energy shattered into ice flakes scattering in the air. Zhou Yueshing was astounded, his eyes nearly popping out. A strike from a 21st tier peak was broken so easily. Xue Tian yawned. How boring. Zuit Zuoko's expression darkened too. He now sat up straight. Who is this guy? I can't gauge his depth. Xue Tian, lowering his finger, stared back at Swakiai Chao. So you resort to violence directly? It seems Xue Tian has already instructed you to carry out his plans. You indeed have a shocking conspiracy brewing behind the scenes. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Zuit Zuoko's pupils contracted slightly. Exposed? Impossible. How could it be? Zuefudi looked embarrassed. My grandson is spouting nonsense again. He must have confused Zuit Zuoko. But when Zuefudi saw Zuit Zuoko's reaction, he broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that Zuit Zuoko and Xue Tian are indeed plotting something, and my grandson has guessed it right? Zuit Zuoko, observing Xiao Tian below, was surprised by the strength he had just displayed. Convinced that his plan couldn't have been exposed, he concluded Xiao Tian was bluffing. After pondering for a moment, Zuit Zuoko spoke again. I have no idea what nonsense you're talking about. Nonsense? Xue Tian shook his head slightly. If I'm not mistaken, you've already teamed up with the Martial Spirit Army, haven't you? Hearing this, Zuit Zuoko's pupils shrank. He actually knows. Who is it? Who leaked our plan? We're at the most critical moment of our scheme, about to succeed. If something goes wrong here, it will be disastrous. Everyone involved will die. Zuit Zuoko's expression darkened, and he began to mobilize the spiritual energy within him. Zhou Yuqing, standing at the entrance of the Lu Guixiang Commerce Association, narrowed his eyes looking upwards. Brother Zuit, something's wrong. Your father is about to make a move. Zuit Zaiwagui spoke hesitantly and uncertainly. No, he might not be my biological father, These words almost made Zhou Yuqing tumble down the steps. He stared at Zuet Zaiwagui with wide bare eyes. Brother Zuet, you can't just say things like that. It might not be just a baseless claim. Zuet Zaiwagui looked up into the sky. The guesses my grandson made are provoking murderous intent in Zuet Zuako. It means he guessed right, and so, there's a high possibility that what he said about my secret identity is also correct. I might not be his biological son. At the moment Zuet Zuako began to move, his body surged with spiritual energy, unleashing a fearsome power. Zuet Zaiwagui, seeing this, swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Tian, surprising everyone with his unexpected speed. In the next instant, Zuet Zaiwagui's body expanded, his flabby flesh transforming into robust muscles. In a blink, he confronted Zuet Zuako, swinging his massive fist and shouting, "Die!" Zhou Yuqing was stunned. Is that really my brother, Zuet? Xiao Tian muttered, 8 Extremes fist, feared even by ghosts and deities. He pointed to the side. Look there. Zuet Zaiwagui's punch landed squarely on Zuet Zuako's chest. As Zuet Zaiwagui raised his fist again, Zuet Zuako, terrified, tried to flee. But as Zuet Zaiwagui roared in rage, Zuet Zuako activated his ice sword shield. However, it shattered instantly under Zuet Zaiwagui's next punch. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zuet Zuako was bewildered. How can this be? Why can't I defeat Zuet Zaiwagui? Zuet Zaiwagui responded with a dismissive gesture. Now it's your turn to be trash. With Zuet Zuako's sword rapidly forming ice crystals, and the swirling snow around them converging, changing the very colors of the sky and earth. With a furious shout of Ice Realm, Zuet Zuako raised his sword. The use of the path is not something your brute strength can match. But Zuet Zaiwagui, unfazed, gazed at the falling ice sword. Raising his hand, he unleashed the 8 Extremes Tiger Wave. In an instant, a ferocious water tiger collided with the Ice Realm, shattering it with a crack. As the Ice Realm, formed by the power of the Universal Path, broke apart, Zuet Zuako was shaken to his core, suffering severe injuries and spewing blood. Zuet Zaiwagui, looking at the weakened Zuet Zuako, felt a surge of emotion. I have finally freed myself from the shackles of the Zuet family. At that moment, Zuet Zuako spat out another mouthful of blood, muttering, the ancestor will surely avenge me. Zuet Zaiwagui, looking determined, said, then I'll just have to finish you off before your ancestor arrives. Charging towards Zuet Zuako, Zuet Zaiwagui unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, turning Zuet Zuako into a human punching bag. Zuet Zaiwagui, stiffened in midair, was filled with disbelief. Is that really the head of the family being battered around, and the one in the air, attacking like a ferocious beast? Is that really Zuet Zaiwagui as I know him? Elder, a leader among the Zuet family guards, approached Zuet Zaiwagui. What should we do now? Act! Zuet Zaiwagui's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. Zuet Zaiwagui must be eliminated. Killing him and helping our patriarch escape is a meritorious deed. He took a deep breath, his spiritual energy subtly stirring with the power of the Universal Path, becoming evident, a 21st tier power. Just then, Xiao Tian placed his hand on Zuet Zaiwagui's shoulder. Weight swallowing hard, Zuet Zaiwagui slowly turned to face the young man who appeared beside him without notice. Grandpa is disciplining the head thief. What are you, a bunch of shameless bandits, planning to do? Xiao Tian gently fanned Zuet Zaiwagui's face. Zuet Zaiwagui swallowed again, his expression slightly awkward as he looked at Xiao Tian. Nothing. We weren't doing anything. Xiao Tian pressed further. Will you stay put here and wait for justice to be served? Can you follow orders? Zuet Zaiwagui's eyebrows twitched, and his face contorted into a smile uglier than crying. Understood. Xiao Tian, satisfied, patted Zuet Zaiwagui on the head. The Zuet family guards behind them trembled with fear. Just then, Puppy suggested, Master, you should look more relaxed. Tilt the skewer in your mouth a bit more to the right. It will look cooler and more impressive. Following Puppy's guidance, Xiao Tian adopted a more casual demeanor. How about now? Puppy smiled approvingly. Perfect. Below them, Zhou Yueshing, scratching his head with his big bare paw, looked up somewhat confusedly. Is this kid just showing off? Meanwhile, Zuet Zaiwagui, holding Zuet Zaiwagui, confronted him. Sound like you can't possibly be a descendant of the great virtue emperor. How could you be my biological father? Tell me, who are you really? Zuet Zaiwagui glanced upwards, wondering how much Xiao Tian knew. Zuet Zaiwagui remained silent, but the subtle reactions of Zuet Zaiwagui made him realize that Xiao Tian's guesses were correct. This kid actually hit the mark, he thought. After a moment, Zuet Zaiwagui took a deep breath and declared loudly, the Zuet family is unfortunate to have Zuet Keqiao, a despicable and shameless man, as its head. From today, I, Zuet Zaiwagui, will temporarily assume the role of the family head. Everything will remain as is, but the Commerce Association's guards will be renamed the Zuet Slaughter Army, tasked with maintaining order. Anyone who resists will be shown no mercy. Brother Zuet, you're really impressive. Looking at Zuet Kaqiao and Zuet Zaiwagui's hands, Zhou Yueshing asked curiously, Brother Zuet, what are your plans now? That's a question for my son-in-law, Zuet Zaiwagui replied, looking at Xiao Tian herding Zuet Wuyo and the others like ducks. Kneel there and don't get up until I say so, understand? Zuet Wuyo hastily nodded, understood, my lord, we will kneel right away, right away. Zuet Zaiwagui, holding Zuet Kaqiao in his hand, directly faced Xiao Tian and said, how about that? Now that grandfather has completed the first step of the plan, it's time for your performance, isn't it? Suddenly, a mocking expression appeared on Zuet Zaiwagui's face, the hidden location of our ancestor. You will never know it. You'll never get the exact location from me. You can try if you don't believe me. Zhou Yueshing narrowed his eyes at Zuet Zaiwagui's words. It seems that the patriarch of the Zuet family must have some secret restrictions on him. Once triggered, it will cause his body to explode and die. Zuet Fujii smiled and waved his hand, indicating him to be at ease. No worries. In fact, we have already found the location of the Zuet family. That's right, take a look at this, Xiao Tian said, suddenly gesturing with his hand, and from his sea of consciousness space, he pulled out a figure. This is the captured avatar of the Zuet family's ancestor. Through this avatar, I have already located the position of the Zuet family's ancestor. Zuet Kaqiao looked at the avatar of Zuet Tian, also being dragged, his pupils constricting, his worldview shattered. My son is dead, and even his avatar couldn't protect him. The avatar of Zuet Tian was on the verge of collapse. I don't want to return to Xiao Tian's sea of consciousness anymore. Constantly being scattered and reassembled, it's too prone to collapse. Let's go, let's catch someone. Xiao Tian rose into the air, while Zuet Fujii turned to Zhou Yueshing beside him. Little brother, want to come and see? Of course. Zhou Yueshing replied without hesitation, and quickly followed Zuet Fujii, following Xiao Tian. As soon as they left, Zuet Wuyo still stood there honestly, sweat continuously seeping from his forehead. He and the Zuet family guards behind him all kneeled in the same posture on the square in front of the Lu Guixiang Commerce Association's entrance, not daring to move. Soon after, the group arrived in the void. Xiao Tian looked ahead. I can sense that it's inside this world fragment. Grandfather, come on in, he urged. Zhou Yueshing, pointing ahead, was visibly frightened. Zuet Fujii, however, appeared calm and patted Zhou Yueshing. Relax. This is nothing. You are, after all, the son of the demon emperor. Don't be so faint-hearted. Zhou Yueshing looked ahead for a long time, unable to recover. It's not about being faint-hearted or not. Even if my father came here, he would have never seen someone tearing apart the world barrier with bare hands. Let's go. Don't dawdle. Think of it as a fun trip, Zuet Fujii said, leading the way. Zhou Yueshing hurriedly followed. As soon as they entered, they were struck by the scene before them. What are they doing? Zhou Yueshing squinted to see the figures bound in the distance, his eyes widening in surprise. The young master of the Zuet family. Who would have thought that after disappearing for over 500 years, he was trapped here? Zuet Fujii turned. Who was the young master of the Zuet family? Zuishan Tian, the young master of the Zuet family. He reached the peak of the 22nd level at the age of 30. 500 years ago, he ventured alone into the dangerous void to break through to the 23rd level, and then he went missing. At this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly noticed someone who resembled Zuet Fujii. Grandfather, that person looks a lot like you. Is he your brother? Zuet Fujii looked over. My 10th brother. Xiao Tian then looked up at Zuet Tian in the sky. Old thief, I didn't expect you to hide here to prevent me from finding you. Zuet Fujii quickly turned. Dear grandson, quick, this is my brother. Can you help me save him? But he realized that Xiao Tian had already disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Tian leapt into the air, his hand glowing red as he slashed down. You cunning old dog, die. Blood prison, thunder flash slash. Zuet Tian, not yet recognizing Xiao Tian, remarked. This young man, making such a fuss over a fight. Suddenly, a protective shield appeared, blocking Xiao Tian's attack. Zuet Tian's aura exploding. He was at the 23rd level. Then, a giant rock fell towards Xiao Tian, who simply whispered 8 in 10,000, and with a single sword strike, split the giant rock in two. As dust rose, the sword was already at Zuet Tian's forehead, shattering his clothes with its powerful impact. Evil will ultimately be defeated, and justice will always triumph, Xiao Tian proclaimed. Zhou Yueshing, meanwhile, took out a recording spiritual device to capture the moment. Puzzled, asked, Zhou brother, what are you doing? Zhou Yueshing shouted toward Xiao Tian. Kid, I've recorded everything. Seeing this, Xiao Fugui felt somewhat envious. You're always exuding your irresistible charm. Dear grandson, hearing this, Xiao Tian threw Zuet Tian to the ground and stepped on his head to prevent him from escaping. Grandfather Zhou, let me see how you recorded it. Do I look particularly handsome? Don't worry, recording the myriad worlds is my hobby. My photography skills are second to none, Zhou Yueshing reassured. Handsome indeed. This angle is brilliant, Xiao Tian commented. It would be even better with a suitable piece of music, Zhou Yuesheng suggested. Xiao Tian directed while watching the recording. I want to add a cool sound effect right here. Zuot Fu Gui, standing aside, said, Little Xiao, I'll go over to the formation for a bit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian casually waved his hand. Yeah, go ahead. Grandfather Zuot Fu Gui, holding Zuot Keqiao, remarked, In my memory, my 10th brother died in the process of saving your son. Now, not only is he alive, but you also have him trapped here. Well done, Zuot Keqiao, full of regret, said. It was so close, just a little longer and the plan would have succeeded. Suddenly, Zuling Bei, kneeling on the ground, felt the energy of the formation binding and weakening. It seems the formation trapping me will soon disappear. But when he looked up, he was thrilled. Third brother Zuot Fu Gui also shouted, 10th brother. Suddenly, Zuling Bei yelled at Zuot Fu Gui, Third brother, be careful. As he spoke, a hidden guardian of the realm suddenly rushed out from behind Zuot Fu Gui. Shuiyun, placing his hand on Zuot Fu Gui's shoulder, said, Good thing I hid quickly. Otherwise, they would have found me as soon as they came in. But once I capture this seemingly weak guy and use him as a hostage, I can escape easily. However, when he pulled, Zuot Fu Gui didn't budge. Zuot Fu Gui turned his head and said, Enjoying yourself, aren't you? Zuot Yun was stunned. What the heck? He's so proactive. But in the next moment, Zuot Fu Gui's body began to swell, growing larger and larger. What are you doing? Zuot Yun quickly pointed behind him. Look, your brother is in trouble. He then turned to flee, but Zuot Fu Gui grabbed his ankle. Where do you think you're going? With a slight exertion of force by Zuot Fu Gui, a sound of bones breaking was heard. Zuot Yun screamed in agony as Zuot Fu Gui dragged him back. Like a pitiful doll, Zuot Yun was tossed around by Zuot Fu Gui. In no time, the once somewhat handsome Zuot Yun was left bloodied and beaten, looking like a pig's head. Zuot Keqiao, watching from the side, shook his head lightly. What an idiot. Zuot Yun turned his head, looking at Zuot Keqiao next to him, who also looked like a pig-headed figure, and said, Aren't you just beaten into a pig head yourself? What face do you have to mock me here? As soon as he finished speaking, both of them immediately filled with rage. If I could use my spiritual energy now, I would have killed you already. At that moment, Zuot Fu Gui had already broken the shackles on Zuot Ling Bei and the others. Then, he directly embraced Zuot Ling Bei. 10th brother, you're really not dead. That's great. Zuot Ling Bei was still a bit dazed. Third brother, how did you suddenly? Zuot Fu Gui returned to his previous appearance. I've been practicing martial arts lately. My physique has slightly changed. Third brother, what kind of martial arts have you practiced? You've become so strong all of a sudden. Zuot Fu Gui waved his hand. That's a long story. I have to start from my precious granddaughter, who summoned her son-in-law Xiao Tian from another world. Just at that moment, a crisp, shattering sound suddenly rang out. The entire blood-colored formation was shaking continuously. Zuot Fu Gui looked up towards the sky and saw that the man sealed in the formation was constantly emitting powerful auras. Zuot Fu Gui quickly protected his 10th brother behind him. Shuotian Tian tore off his shackles. More than 500 years. I've finally come out. Shuotian, have I wronged you in any way? You were an orphan. My father adopted you, and I treated you like a real younger brother, even giving you the Zuot surname. Why did you betray me? Hearing this, Zuot Fu Gui was struck as if by lightning. The patriarch of the Zuot family, Shuotian, was originally named Shuotian and came from a beggar's background. Shuotian, lying on the ground, sneered, You speak so nicely. Am I not just a servant in your Zuot family's clan records? What brother? It's just lip service, in front of outsiders. Am I not just a dog raised by your Zuot family? Shuotian looked at Rutian. If that's the case, why did I beat those who bullied and insulted you half to death back then, forcing them to bark like dogs? Rutian was stunned for a moment. Yes, all your reckless actions were for me. How did I forget that? At that moment, Shuotian flicked his hand and a paper contract shimmering with spiritual energy light fell in front of Rutian. Rutian, looking at the floating paper, trembled. Impossible. This isn't real. You're deceiving me. It must be a lie. In the Zuot family's clan records, you are my sworn brother. I was going to tell you this, but unexpectedly, you collaborated with people from Hidden Martial to capture me, strip me of my bloodline, and try to open the various boundaries set by our ancestor, the Great Virtue Emperor in the Meteor Flame battlefield. As he spoke, Shuotian snatched back the clan registration book from Ruishan's hand, only to see Shuotian's cold expression. Shuotian then tore up the registration book, his voice cold and calm. I regret it. You don't deserve to be my brother. Rutian sat down on the ground in shock. Impossible. You're lying to me. You must be deliberately deceiving me. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Thankfully, if they hadn't come to rescue me in time, in a year, the arrangements of the Great Virtue Emperor would have been destroyed by your hands. Shuotian turned to look at Shuotian, but saw that the two were recording. Shuatian frowned. Is that it? Just because he was a servant? All this trouble? Isn't there some other, darker reason? Like, this Rutian, ruling for ages, seeing through the past and present, wanting to target an innocent person named Shuatian? Rutian, lying on the ground, heard Shuatian's ramblings and lost his sense of reason. Who is targeting you? I don't even know who you are. Why would I target you? Are you sick? Shuatian stroked his chin. It doesn't make sense. Could there be a deeper force behind the scenes? As Shuatian spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the real instigator is actually the Zuot family clan? Hearing this, Zuefugi, who was nearby, couldn't sit still anymore. Impossible. The Zuot family clan has no grudges or grievances against you. Why would they target you? You're right, since it's not related to me. But the fact that he hurt you is true, said Shuatian. Approaching Rutian, hurting my grandfather is like hurting me. To soothe my wounded heart, you'll have to compensate me with the entire Zuot family of the Ring Mountain realm. Rutian was stunned for a moment. If I don't give it to you, will you force me to sign a contract? Humph, nonsensical. Just then, the sky suddenly split open and the rules of heaven and earth descended, transforming into a golden seal. Words flowed continuously out of Ruishan's body, finally falling under the golden seal, floating in front of Shuatian. After a moment, Shuatian looked at the world's rules in his hand, thoughtfully, and then surprisingly handed them over to Zuefugi. Grandpa, I'm bound to many world realms. You manage this one for me. Seeing this, the world's rules transformed into a little figure, came to Shuatian's side to help him straighten his clothes. Looking eager to please, Shuatian, however, waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. You can go. The power of the world's rules disappeared instantly. Alright, the compensation matter is settled. The Ring Mountain Realm Zuot family is now completely ours. Zuetugi was dumbfounded. What did I just see? The world's rules not only helped my dear grandson get the contract for the Ring Mountain Realm, but also transformed into a little figure to please him by tidying up his appearance before leaving. Shuatian began to count Ruishan's sins. You were ungrateful to the young master of the Zuot family. Your descendants exploited and oppressed the descendants of the Zuot family. The entire moral and ethical thinking of the Ring Mountain Realm Zuot family has been lowered by you scum. To set an example, I have decided to release all the footage we just shot, spread it far and wide, to serve as a warning, he said. Turning to Zhou Yoxing, Grandpa Zhou, you can slightly modify the recorded footage for use. Shuatian couldn't help but interject. Rutian isn't wearing clothes, but Shuatian waved his hand. It doesn't matter. You're dressed. I'm dressed. It's a shame if he isn't. It's none of our business. After saying this, Shuatian turned to Rutian. You don't need to thank me. It's what I should do. But Rutian yelled, no, you can't do this. You can't. He even knelt in front of Shuatian, hugging his legs, begging Shuatian to kill him. Shuatian flatly refused. No, how can you die? The next second, all of Ruishan's joints and cultivation were destroyed by Shuatian. After doing all this, Shuatian clapped his hands. Now you can't commit suicide. I still need to parade you through the streets to show your determination to atone. I can't let you die easily. Rutian lay on the ground, weeping bitterly. Beast, inhuman, just kill me. Don't make me do such shameful things. I know you're grateful to me. No need to say it. Just keep it in your heart. Rutian, lying on the ground, wailed miserably, wishing he could devour the man in front of him alive. Beast, this guy in front of me is inhuman. Why won't he kill me? Why is he treating me like this? Zuefugi hurried forward, saying, Little Xiao, we shouldn't stay here too long. How about we head back to the Zuot family's place first and then discuss further? Shuatian nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Soon, the group arrived above the Zuot family's territory to think this place has been occupied by these scoundrels. What a waste. Suddenly, a voice from below challenged them. Who dares to trespass into the Zuot family's domain? However, when the people below saw Shuatian holding Shuatian, they angrily exclaimed, How dare you treat our ancestor like this? As they said this, they charged forward, shouting, Ancestor, we will avenge you. But before they could get close, a powerful force shattered their heart meridians. Rutian let out a painful wail. My children. Shuatian glanced at Rutian beside him and said slowly, You humiliated and killed my descendants. I annihilated your offspring. An eye for an eye. Seems fair. Zuefugi then suggested, Rutian doesn't have a permanent residence in the Ring Mountain realm. Let's stay at Zuot Chuachao's place for the time being. The food and accommodations there are quite good. Xiao Tian, looking like a foodie, exclaimed, Great. Finally, a chance to rest properly. Not long after, they gathered around the dining table. Zuefugi, feeling sentimental, said, In the past, life in the Zuot family was miserable. That's why it's important to treat ourselves well when we're outside, or life would be too hard. Hearing this, Shuatian felt bitter inside. To think that the descendants of the Zuot clan had such a harsh life. With these thoughts, he suddenly kicked Rutian. I regret letting your offspring die so easily. I should have made you watch how I tormented them. Ru Tian shed tears of regret. Why did I let myself be deceived and harmed by the people of Hidden Martial against Xue Qian? Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. Xiao Tian, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by Hidden Martial? Hidden Martial, fully named Hidden Martial Chaotic Universe, exists at the other end of the Meteor Flame battlefield. The Meteor Flame battlefield is like a unique barrier, designed to limit the strength of those entering the battlefield. Level 20 warriors can enter small battlefields, while the medium-sized Meteor Flame battlefield allows level 23 warriors to enter. My father-in-law advanced to level 21 in the battlefield. Why didn't he enter the medium-sized Meteor Flame battlefield? Asked Xiao Tian. Xue Qian shook his head. You can only leave through a battlefield breakthrough, not enter. You need to break through within the realm world to enter a higher level battlefield. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian became excited. Grandpa, if I merge this realm world with the Emperor's domain, wouldn't my grandpa-in-law be able to directly advance to the medium-sized Meteor Flame battlefield? Hearing this, the others were somewhat incredulous, since when is merging realm worlds become so easy? Xue Qian nodded. It seems feasible. However, Xue Qian suddenly interjected. You're quite generous. You've just become the head of the Zuot family, and now you want to merge the entire Zuot family into another place, to be governed by others. Are you sure you don't have other plans? Don't tell me you plan to take over the management of the Emperor's domain through your age and experience after the worlds emerged? Xue Qian, I can hear the schemes in your mind. Do you think your grandson is a fool? Zuofugi glared at Xue Qian. How dare you try to sow discord between me and my grandson? Despicable. He quickly told Ru Tian to shut up, then turned to Xiao Tian. Little Xiao, I didn't mean it like that. But Xiao Tian lifted his foot and kicked Ru Tian into the ground. Do you think I'm an idiot? He said coldly. The fear of death loomed over Ru Tian, especially the killing intent directed at him, making him shiver. Suddenly, Xiao Tian turned to Zhou Yuxing. Grandfather Zhou, is it done? Don't worry. I've captured the scene of him peeing himself in a close-up shot. It's very clear, Zhou Yuxing replied. Xiao Tian looked at the photo to judge the noble by the standards of the petty. Scared to the point of peeing himself serves him right. Seeing this, Zuofugi felt relieved. To think you're still trying to use vile methods to stir trouble between us at this point. You're really seeking death. Thankfully, my grandson didn't believe it. Xiao Tian crouched in front of Ru Tian. Grandfather, the Zuf family of the Ring Mountain realm is so renowned, and everyone who knows of the Zuf family regards Ru Tian as the family's ancestor. Then why hasn't the Zuotland come to inquire about it? Hearing this, Zwishan Tian was alarmed. Right, there must be someone in the Zuotland obstructing the truth, concealing the news of my victimization to let Ru Tian act so recklessly. I must return to the Zuotland to investigate the truth. So, what should we do with the Ring Mountain realm now? Merge it. As you suggested, the matter of merging needs careful consideration. The spiritual energy in the Empress domain is already chaotic. If we rashly add a new realm world, I fear the spiritual energy might explode, causing all the realm worlds to collapse. Grandpa, can people from the Spirit Ability clan absorb spiritual energy? Zuofugi pondered for a moment and said, it's more about purification than absorption. Their purification function is even more thorough than that of the Flower God tribe. Xiao Tian was delighted. Wonderful. We can arrange for the Spirit Ability clan people we save to stay in the Empress domain and work with the Flower God tribe to purify the spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy is restored, we can merge the Ring Mountain realm into the Empress domain. Suddenly, a familiar aura appeared beside them, a secret method of the Zuf family for seeking blood relations. Zuofugi, sensing the same source of aura, suddenly turned to Zwishan Tian. This aura, could it be that you are? Zwishan Tian embraced Zuofugi. My child, you've suffered over these years. It's okay, at least I found my biological father. Xiao Tian then asked Zwishan Tian, Great-great-grandfather, when you're ready to confront the Zuot clan, we can support you. Even if you want to become the head of the Zuot clan, I'm with you. Zwishan Tian, happy, waved his hand. Ha ha, after all, I am an elder. It's embarrassing to always trouble a junior like you. Then his expression turned serious. But if this old man really encounters danger, I hope you can save me. Great-great-grandfather, rest assured, if anything happens to you, I'll make the entire Zuot clan pay. Zwishan Tian patted Xiao Tian's shoulder. Ha ha, with your words, I am relieved. Then, Zuofugi asked, Father, Xiao Tian and I will take the Spirit Ability clan people back to the Empress domain to deal with the spiritual energy. Can you take care of things here? Go ahead. Son, I've got this place, he reassured. Soon after, in the dark void, Xiao Tian's force field still enveloped everyone. After determining the direction, they gradually increased their speed towards the Empress domain. Aren't we using a void-flying spiritual device? Zhou Yuexing, covered by the force field, looked surprised and turned to Zuofugi, who replied, Don't look at me. Little Xiao thinks the void-flying spiritual devices are too slow, so he chose to fly himself. Too slow? This surprised Zhou Yuexing, who looked towards Xiao Tian. Suddenly, tears came to Zhou Yuexing's eyes. This is too fast. As a deafening roar erupted, everyone immediately felt a strong sensation of being pushed back. At that moment, Lu Guixiang shouted and repelled the incoming Bloodroom clan. Suddenly, a massive figure descended from the sky, pushing Lu Guixiang back. As she looked up, he saw a tall figure covered in bone armor, a member of the Bone Armor clan from the Martial Spirit Army. Known for their charging prowess and one of the main races in the army, Lu Guixiang, facing the oncoming Bone Armor clan, felt uneasy. What kind of race is this? I've never seen them on the battlefield before. Are they going to be more troublesome? Just then, a golden cold ice sword energy, accompanied by a dragon's roar, swept around. Grandma, are you okay? Ji Ruoyan, clad in golden armor, landed beside her. It's okay. It's my fault for being too anxious and leading us into a trap. Grandma, don't say that. It's normal for you to be anxious to find Grandpa since he went to find Lord Xiao, and his fate is unknown. But at that moment, a figure swiftly attacked them. However, the next second, an explosion sounded, and intense flames blasted the Bone Armor clan member to death. The unexpected assistance with a strange technique surprised many who turned to look in astonishment. A figure bathed in flames stood at the edge of the warship's railing. Xiongling smiled secretly. Now it's my turn to make a dramatic entrance. At this moment, Xiongli Swan was a bit stunned. Xiongling, when did my daughter become so strong, and when did she get on the ship? Ji Ruoyan was also taken aback. 15th level. Not bad at all. When did this girl become so formidable? With the arrival of Xiongling, the battlefield descended into chaos. You dare to act so boldly in front of your grandmother? Watch as I take you down. Grandma, watch out on your side. Don't worry, my dear granddaughter. Just at that moment, a group of aliens with blue skin and scales, the Green Scale Clan, attacked Xiongli Swan. Seeing the sharp weapons approaching, tears fell from Xiongli Swan's eyes, thinking, it's over. Suddenly, Xiong Liangming burst forth, pushing away the Green Scale Clan attackers. Careful, my wife, he shouted. Xiongli Swan was dumbfounded, pointing at Xiong Liangming and asking, Xiong Liang, is this your father? I always hear a prince speaking highly of my father's talent, and seeing him today, it's indeed true. Soon, Xiong Liangming finished off the Green Scale Clan. Such lowly ants. My wife, are you hurt? Xiongli Swan, tears still in her eyes, responded, it's the first time I'm looking up to you like this. Xiong Liangming, noticing her tears, burst out in anger. You lowly bugs dared to make the wife of the Prime Minister cry. You will all pay. As Xiong Liangming defeated many from the Green Scale Clan, Xiongli Swan was in disbelief. Is this really your father? Meanwhile, the Blood Surge clan in front suddenly emitted a level 20 aura. Unexpected indeed. To encounter such a twist, Xiong Liangming, sensing the formidable aura, released a Bone Armor clan member he was crushing and focused his attention on the new threat. Suddenly, a huge rift appeared in the void. Xiongling looked up. Something's not right. Xiroyan's Imperial will transform into a dragon, ascending and soaring in the sky. How can there suddenly be so many from the Martial Spirit Army, and even a level 20 warrior? Lu Guixiang looked around gravely. Grandma really made a big mistake. It's not Grandma's fault. Even if we didn't go looking for Grandpa, with them hiding here, trouble was bound to happen eventually. Besides, capturing me won't be that easy. Surrounded in the dark void, Xiao Tian, who had been swiftly flying towards the Emperor's domain, suddenly stopped. Floating in the darkness, he looked in a specific direction. What's wrong? Shuafugi asked, puzzled by Xiao Tian's sudden halt. Xiroyan, my wife is in danger, Xiao Tian exclaimed. Shuafugi was alarmed. What happened? Why do you say that? I left a trace of my will in Xiroyan. If she's in danger, I'll sense it immediately, Xiao Tian explained. At that moment, Zhong Yanming was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, fighting off the relentless attacks from the hidden Martial Spirit Army. The clash of combat resounded sharply. The green-scaled aliens blindsided Lu Guixian, knocking her out of the fight. Grandma, Xiroyan cried out. Lu Guixian, gasping for breath, urged, I'm okay. Help Zhongling and the others first. Xiroyan gritted her teeth, looking at her struggling companions. We haven't found Grandpa, and we're all going to perish here. Suddenly, a thunderous sound struck, with lightning accurately hitting members of the Martial Spirit Army. Xiroyan was suddenly pulled back, narrowly escaping an enemy's blade. Before she could react, she found herself in a familiar embrace. Bully my majesty? Did I allow that? Lord Xiao. Xiroyan's eyes sparkled with relief as she relaxed completely. Thank goodness I'm not too late. Are you hurt? Xiroyan, Xiao Tian asked. The formidable Great Flame Empress blushed and nodded slightly, her voice soft. I am not injured. My Empress is safe. That's good. But then she quickly realized. Not good. Lord Xiao, you must go save Grandma. It's okay, Grandpa is there, Xiao Tian assured Xiroyan with a smile. Xiroyan spread her hands in exasperation. It's lucky if Grandma doesn't have to save Grandpa. Asking Grandpa to save Grandma? That's like a buy one get one free deal. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed, "Harm my wife, and you seek death." Xiroyan quickly turned her head towards the direction of the voice, and sure enough, Grandpa had charged in from afar. Lu Guixiang, caught in the ambush, was puzzled and exclaimed, "Idiot! What are you doing? This time, I'll protect you," Xuefugui declared, his chest seemingly roaring with rage, as if something within his bloodline was igniting. "All of you, die!" With his arms swinging, he formed numerous palm prints, taking down the surrounding green-scaled aliens one by one. Xiroyan was astonished by her grandfather's sudden change. Xiao Tian winked at her. Grandpa's talent is very impressive. Soon, the remaining Greenscale clan started to flee. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuesheng, along with the heavily wounded Zhong Yangming, joined a group. "Lord Prince, you're finally back," said Zhou Yuesheng. Seeing Xiao Tian return, Zhong Yangming relaxed, feeling reassured. Xiao Tian looked at Zhong Yangming. "You got beaten up pretty badly. Didn't you bring Wang Qiudao with you? If he was here, you two fusing would have easily swept these people away." Everyone turned to Zhong Yangming with odd looks in their eyes, wondering, they can fuse. How did they do that? Zhong Yangming felt embarrassed. "Lord Prince, that's something we should discuss in private. How can you ask that out loud? Don't I have any dignity?" Xuefugui gently rubbed his wife's head. "Now, let your husband take your place and vent your anger. This time, I'll be at the forefront." With those words, he dived forward. "Die!" Accompanied by Xuefugui's furious roar, he charged into the reassembled enemy army, fighting like a precise war machine. Seeing this, Lu Guixiang blushed. "Really? We're an old married couple, and he still talks about protecting me. Isn't he embarrassed in front of the children?" Ji Ruoyan, also feeling a bit shy, glanced sideways at Xiao Tian. "How long are you going to hold me?" Xiao Tian's lips curled up slightly. "Forever. After all, fighting for so long must be exhausting for the Empress. Resting on me is only reasonable, right, my dear Empress?" Ji Ruoyan coughed lightly, her cheeks reddening. "Indeed, I am quite tired." "Exactly. The Empress has worked hard. I should hold you even tighter," Xiao Tian replied, tightening his embrace. Zhong Lisuang looked at Zhong Yaming's wounds, concerned. "Are you alright? It's nothing serious, just minor injuries. Since I've been training with Prince, my physique has grown stronger. These wounds will heal in no time," he reassured her. Zhong Lisuang noticed that his injuries were indeed healing at a visible rate, letting out a sigh of relief. "What's the point of acting tough? Rushing forward alone, trying to look impressive? And you've become so powerful without even telling me." Zhong Yaming endured his wife's playful hit, scratching his head with an awkward smile. "I had to keep it secret to protect our information. The enemy's capabilities were unclear, and acting rashly could have led to failure. Like now, they thought we were weak, so they dared to trap us in the corner of the void with their formation. They couldn't have guessed our family's true strength." Hearing this, Zhong Lisuang turned to Zhongling. "I almost forgot about you." Sneaking onto the ship, she reached out to twist Zhongling's ear. "How dare you sneak on board? What if something had happened? I just wanted to have some fun with Dad. Being cooped up in the Great Flame Dynasty for cultivation is boring, and I'm stronger than Mom now. What could go wrong?" Zhongling replied. Zhong Lisuang fell silent for a moment, her eyes reddening. "Back then, I was the only one who didn't know Prince was so powerful. Now, in our family of 3, I'm the weakest. You both became so strong and still kept it from me." Her voice grew more aggrieved. Zhong Yangming and Zhongling quickly came forward to comfort her. "Wife, I'm sorry. You can hit me. Just don't cry. Mom, you're stronger than me. Really, you're the most invincible race in the world." This warm scene formed a stark contrast to the distant battleground. At that moment, Xuefugi's hands conjured a supreme pull, exhibiting a formidable psychic power. With a shout, he launched the supreme pull at his opponent, then dove forward, bursting the enemy with a single punch. Zhong Yangming was impressed. "Incredible. Old man Shua's mastered psychic power so quickly. It's like he's a completely different person overnight." Shiruoyan looked at her husband, Xiao Tian. "How did you do it?" Xiao Tian rubbed Shiruoyan's head. "Grandpa has an amazing talent for martial arts, naturally robust. Plus, he's consumed a lot of resources. What he needed was just the right opportunity to start his martial arts journey." Just then, Xuefugi threw the person he had captured onto the deck. "Grandson, I've captured the leader and found something interesting. Take a look." Xiao Tian examined it, and his expression changed. "Is this from the Spirit Ability Clan?" He summoned Lin Buyun from the Holy Dragon Relic. "Are you the chief of the Spirit Ability Clan, Lin Buyun? Look at this." Lin Buyun, seeing the image of his clan on the tablet, looked startled. "Lord Xiao, how come my people are on this?" "First, see what this tablet's pattern means," Xiao Tian suggested. Suddenly, the tablet began to vibrate, and a void appeared above it. Lin Buyun knelt down, startling Xiao Tian. "What are you doing?" Lin Buyun first cowed out frantically towards Xiao Tian. "My lord, I can merge my homeland into the Empress domain, but I implore you, visit my hometown first and save my people." Xiao Tian smiled and helped Lin Buyun up. "It's not that I don't want to help you. The spiritual energy in the Empress domain is currently too chaotic. Integrating another realm world might cause an explosion." Lin Buyun shook his head frantically. "No, the spiritual energy in my hometown is pure and flawless. Merging it will only bring benefits. No harm. You'll understand once you visit." Lin Buyun pointed to the void that had appeared beside them. "It can guide us there. I'm worried that similar tablets have exposed my hometown's location to others. It absolutely must not be found by the people of Hidden Marshall." "Sir," seeing Lin Buyun about to kneel again, Xiao Tian quickly stopped him. "Don't keep kneeling. I didn't say I wouldn't save your people. What's the scenery like in your hometown?" Lin Buyun looked up, surprised, then instinctively replied, "Very beautiful." "Then that's settled," Xiao Tian said, turning to Shiruoyan. "How about we go for a leisurely trip?" Shiruoyan met Xiao Tian's gaze, a smile playing on her lips, and she said softly, "I agree." Zhou Yueshing suddenly interjected, "What about them? How do we deal with these two level 20 leaders of the Bone Armor Clan and Green Scale Clan?" Xiao Tian approached the Green Scale Clan member, looking down at him. "This is my first time seeing such a race. Quite rare." Zhou Yueshing pointed at the two. "The Green Scale Clan is a troublesome presence in the Meteor Flame battlefield. They are natural assassins. Their scales help them hide their tracks." Xiao Tian shook his head with a scoff. "Such a pathetic way of hiding. You dare call yourselves assassins? Using such despicable methods. Were you planning to use this tablet to find the Spirit Ability Clan's homeland?" The Green Scale Clan member defiantly said. "Do what you will with us. You won't get any information from me." In the next moment, Xiao Tian effortlessly kicked the Green Scale Clan member into dust. The Bone Armor Clan member beside him was completely stunned, thinking, "What kind of monster is this?" He just vanished with a kick. As Xiao Tian slowly approached him, the Bone Armor Clan member trembled, fearing, "Is it my turn to die now?" Xiao Tian spoke. "From the beginning, you've been silent, like your comrade, preferring death over surrender, never uttering a word of plea. Subjecting you to interrogation would be an insult to your iron will. As enemies, I understand your wish for an honorable death in battle. Therefore, I, Prince Xiao Tian of the Great Flame Dynasty, will grant you this opportunity." The level 20 Bone Armor Clan warrior's pupils dilated in surprise. "I'm not a tough guy. I surrender. Let me surrender." But before he could finish, Xiao Tian had already delivered a fatal kick to his head. Shaking his head, Xiao Tian remarked, "Such is the nature of warriors on the battlefield, all tough to the core." His words caused the onlookers to twitch their mouths in disbelief. Zhou Yueshing glanced at Xiao Tian. They wanted to be weaklings, begging for mercy and a chance to live. Shiruoyan, from a distance, watched in disbelief. Her red lips slightly parted. "Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like the enemies died in such a frustrating way?" Thinking about this, Shiruoyan gently turned her head to look at Zhongling and Lu Yan. Seeing their expressions were normal and not surprised, she mused, "It seems Lord Xiao, in my absence, is quite unreasonable, yet adorably so. I wonder what kind of experiences he's had in the past to develop such an eccentric character." Zhongling, standing nearby, suddenly realized something. "Right, if we go out, what about the Great Flame Dynasty?" Xiao Tian, caught off guard, stiffened, and turned to Zhongling with an embarrassed expression. "Oh no, I got so caught up in the idea of going out that I forgot such an important matter." Seeing Xiao Tian's expression, Zhongling quickly covered her mouth. "Did I say something wrong? Will Lord Xiao silence me for this? There's no problem. Going out for a few days. What could possibly happen?" Xiao Tian then brightened up, looking at Shiruoyan. "Shiruoyan, my dear, you're so considerate. As a workaholic, you're willing to postpone work for me. I'm so happy." Shiruoyan, feigning sternness, asked, "What's the matter? Does Prince Xiao not wish to comply with the decree?" Xiao Tian immediately laughed. "Not at all. I gladly comply. Let's go have fun." Zhongling excitedly shook her head, but before she could get too excited, her mother, Zhongli Swan, grabbed her ear. "You're so powerful, so you should come back home with me and help patrol the Great Flame Dynasty." Zhongling's expression turned into one of dismay upon hearing her mother's words. Ultimately, the group decided to split up. Xiao Tian, accompanied by Shiruoyan, set off towards Lin Boyan's hometown, while the rest headed back to the Empress domain. Xiao Tian was overjoyed, laughing heartily to himself. "Ah, a honeymoon trip with Empress, my wife. This is going to be fun." When the scene shifted to the Imperial domain, at this time Xue Fugui and Lu Guixiang had returned to their home. As soon as they sat down on the chairs, a voice called out from afar, "Have father and mother returned?" As soon as the two had settled into their seats, the esteemed Purple Emperor and Shuaruyan entered. The esteemed Purple Emperor said, "Little Fishy said that Yen Yen has gone to a very faraway place. Father, mother, do you know where she went?" Shuefugui took a sip of tea and said, "There's nothing to worry about. Ji Ruoyan just went on a distant trip with Xiao Tian, that's all." The esteemed Purple Emperor anxiously asked, "Then who will manage the great Yan dynasty?" Shuefugui looked somewhat angrily at the esteemed Purple Emperor. "You are a descendant of the human emperor, having awakened the human emperor bloodline. Ji Ruoyan also inherited this dynasty from you. Currently, she is not here. Can't you handle the government affairs for her?" The esteemed Purple Emperor pointed at his own face, with an extremely distressed expression, said, "So, from now on, I am responsible for the Great Yan Imperial Court?" Seeing the esteemed Purple Emperor's reluctant appearance, Shuaruyan roughly hit the esteemed Purple Emperor's shoulder. She said, "What kind of attitude is this? You, as her father, helping your own daughter a little, is there a problem?" The esteemed Purple Emperor stammered, No, there's no problem." In his heart, the esteemed Purple Emperor secretly thought, "I haven't been in Great Yan for many years. I haven't been the retired emperor for long, and have not achieved anything. In addition, the territory of the current Great Yan Imperial Court has increased 100-fold compared to before. This is really too much pressure for me." 3 days quickly passed. The esteemed Purple Emperor had moved to Ji Ruoyan's study to work. He said bitterly, 3 days already. Why are there so many memorials?" At this time, Little Fishy was also by his side, helping the esteemed Purple Emperor review the approved memorials to see if there were any oversights. While the esteemed Purple Emperor was exhausted, Little Fishy threw another memorial onto the table, saying, "Grandpa, you approved this incorrectly." The esteemed Purple Emperor, weary, collapsed onto the table, inwardly crying for help. Being an emperor is indeed too difficult. At this moment, Little Fishy called out, "Grandpa, tomorrow you need to attend court with Lady Luo to meet the ministers and discuss government affairs." The esteemed Purple Emperor said miserably, "Why was this alliance of female emperors created? Now I have to discuss government affairs together with that junior Luo Fengyuan. This is truly embarrassing." Time flew by, and the next day soon arrived. In the Grand Hall, it was not the esteemed Purple Emperor and Luo Fengyuan, but the esteemed Purple Emperor sitting on the throne together with Luo Taotian, handling court affairs together. Seeing this scene, the officials below struggled to suppress their laughter. They secretly thought, "This place is the alliance of female emperors. Why has it become the alliance of Athers?" The esteemed Purple Emperor also looked at Luo Taotian with a surprised gaze. Luo Taotian, seeing this, sighed and said, "It's hard to explain in a few words. Come drink with me later." The esteemed Purple Emperor sighed and patted Luo Taotian's shoulder a few times to console him. In his heart, he felt a bit pleased. Fortunately, Luo Taotian is a responsible person, completely opposite to his daughter's work style. At this time, Luo Fengyuan was at Long Qiudao and Bai Qing's place, complaining, "You be the judge. My father says that I, as the great emperor of the primal demon kingdom, am irresponsible. He's always telling me to learn from Ji Ruoyan, to be at least half as good as her. Otherwise, it would make him lose face. That's exactly why I abdicated and yielded the throne to him. Yet, he's still unhappy. Don't you think? Is there any father like this?" At this moment, Long Qiudao was still very focused on enjoying the chicken in his hand, paying no attention to Luo Fengyuan. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan grabbed Long Qiudao and pulled him away. Luo Fengyuan said, "Let's go find Ji Ruoyan and talk, to relieve the pressure my father has caused. And by the way, check on Brother Xiao a little. He must be in Ji Ruoyan's study, reading memorials with her." As she was about to rush off, Long Qiudao said, "Don't you know that Ji Ruoyan is not in the imperial domain? She has gone far away with young Master Xiao. I heard they went traveling to relax a bit." These words shocked Luo Fengyuan, leaving her standing stunned on the spot for a long time. Afterwards, Luo Fengyuan angrily shouted, "Ji Ruoyan, you scoundrel! How dare you monopolize Brother Xiao all by yourself?" Achoo! In a beautiful place full of fragrant flowers and large pomelos, Ji Ruoyan, who was beside Xiao Tian, suddenly sneezed. After learning that Ji Ruoyan had eloped with Xiao Tian, Luo Fengyuan, burning with anger, ran to Ji Ruoyan's study to find Little Fishy. She kicked the door open and charged in, only to see Little Fishy in the form of a plump shark, sleeping. Luo Fengyuan didn't hesitate to rush over, grab Little Fishy, shake her vigorously, and call for the little girl to wake up. Shaken violently, Little Fishy quickly woke up. At this moment, Little Fishy also transformed into her human form. While still dazed, Little Fishy was hit in the face by 2 pomelos. The little girl asked in confusion, "Lady Luo, what's the matter?" Luo Fengyuan grabbed Little Fishy and angrily said, "Quickly call Ji Ruoyan and ask her where she is." Little Fishy had no other choice but to comply. As the guardian jade seal of the nation, Little Fishy had a close connection with Ji Ruoyan, and could contact her at any time. Little Fishy immediately blew out a stream of purple spiritual energy. That stream of spiritual energy instantly materialized into a screen, on the other side of which was Ji Ruoyan. As soon as she saw Ji Ruoyan, Luo Fengyuan angrily scolded, "Ji Ruoyan, you treacherous person." Ji Ruoyan smiled and said, "This is just a coincidence. How can you say I'm treacherous?" Luo Fengyuan stared intently at Ji Ruoyan and said, "Come back and pick me up right now." Ji Ruoyan gently shook her head and said, "We have gone to a very faraway place. Coming back to pick you up is impossible." Luo Fengyuan puffed out her cheeks and stared intently at Ji Ruoyan, with an extremely aggrieved expression, said, "You two's world." Ji Ruoyan, seeing her expression, sighed and said, "All right, in the future, I will let the two of you go off alone together." Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan's eyes lit up and she asked, "Really?" Ji Ruoyan smiled slightly and nodded. Luo Fengyuan stood up and said, "If that's the case, then I'll let you off this time." A trace of melancholy appeared in Luo Fengyuan's eyes. She hugged her chest and asked, "Is Brother Xiao there? You have to take very good care of him." Ji Ruoyan glanced at Xiao Tian and said, "He is sleeping. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Of course, I will take good care of him." Luo Fengyuan hugged Little Fishy, her face showing a hint of envy, and said, "All right, but you have to compensate me with 2 chances to be alone with him." Ji Ruoyan looked at Xiao Tian again and said, "Fine, I will give you the next chance as soon as possible." The call ended. Luo Fengyuan stood frozen on the spot, lost in thought. Why did she agree to my conditions so easily? Could it be that 2 times is too few? Being hugged to Luo Fengyuan's chest, Little Fishy curiously asked, "Lady Luo, what were you two talking about?" Luo Fengyuan, somewhat flustered, said, "We were discussing who will make the first move in the next contest. The one who strikes first gains the advantage and can win more easily." Little Fishy suddenly understood, "So that's how it is." Creak! A clear, crisp sound echoed. Long Chiodao was still silently eating fried chicken, only the hair on his head had stood up at some point. On the warship in the dark void, Ji Ruoyan was still reading a book. After a while, she turned her head, only to find Xiao Tian still sound asleep. Ji Ruoyan chuckled softly and said, "Husband Xiao really is someone who loves to sleep." The void warship continued to speed forward along the star chart. Before long, it left the void route. The surrounding spiritual energy was chaotic, causing the ship to shake slightly. Ji Ruoyan looked out the window and exclaimed, "Isn't this the forbidden zone that grandfather mentioned? Why did the leader of the spirit energy tribe bring us here? Could it be that his homeland is inside the forbidden zone?" At this time, the warship was still moving into the death forbidden zone. It was protected by a layer of yellow protective barrier. Inside the room, Ji Ruoyan looked outside and reasoned, Lin Beiyan piloting the ship into this place is definitely not to harm us, because doing so, he also wouldn't survive. He wouldn't be so foolish. Husband Xiao is still sleeping here, so it's absolutely not his intention. It seems this is Lin Beiyan's personal idea. At this moment, Xiao Tian's voice called out, "What personal idea are you talking about?" Ji Ruoyan was a bit flustered. She didn't answer but instead considerately asked him, "Did you sleep comfortably?" Xiao Tian stretched comfortably and said, "Of course, I slept very well, especially when hearing the sound of you turning pages." Saying this, Xiao Tian looked at Ji Ruoyan with deep affection. "Maybe it's not the sound of turning pages, but having you by my side." These affectionate words made Ji Ruoyan's face flush red, and she was stunned for a moment. Ji Ruoyan, embarrassed, turned away and said, "What are you saying? Clearly, you are here to serve me." Xiao Tian smiled and said, "Yes, it is truly an honor to be here serving your majesty." Saying this, Xiao Tian seized the opportunity. He reached out and pulled Ji Ruoyan towards him. Rolling hills collided with a strong physique. This action made Ji Ruoyan stunned, secretly thinking, since when has husband Xiao been so affectionate with me? Xiao Tian began his attack again. Xiao Tian hugged Ji Ruoyan tighter and said, "I'm so happy to have you by my side." Xiao Tian gently lifted Ji Ruoyan's chin and continued, "Your Majesty, it's no longer early. Please allow me to serve your Majesty to rest." Ji Ruoyan's face reddened, and she softly uttered an Xiao Tian laid Ruoyan on the bed. Ruoyan asked in confusion, "What are you planning to do?" Afterwards, only Ruoyan was seen, her face red, stammering, "Husband Zhao." At this moment, Xiao Tian's arms seemed to have found their needed destinations. After a rather long time, with intermittent soft laughter, Ji Ruoyan, extremely tired, slept on the large bed. Xiao Tian also put his clothes back on and went outside. After leaving the room, Xiao Tian went to the warship's control room. Here, Lin Beiyun was piloting the ship. Xiao Tian impatiently asked, "Why hasn't it arrived after such a long journey?" Lin Beiyun hurriedly said, "Sir, our homeland lies deep within this death-forbidden zone. It won't be long before we arrive." But not long after, the ship encountered a jolt. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. The ship also stopped in mid-void. Lin Beiyun widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Tian, asking, "What happened?" Xiao Tian's face was full of strangeness as he said, Why are you asking me? Isn't this your homeland? A loud boom echoed. At this moment, Ji Ruoyan, awakened by the earlier jolt, pushed the door open and rushed into the control room. She frowned, looked at Lin Beiyun, and asked, "What happened?" Lin Beiyun, sweat on his forehead, thought for a moment and then said, "Perhaps the people in my homeland have changed the formation around the realm boundary." Looking at the void ship control formation in his hand, Lin Beiyun worriedly said, "Currently, the void ship is being eroded by the void of the Forbidden Zone. We can no longer continue moving." Ji Ruoyan hurriedly asked, "Can the people in your homeland casually change the formation of this death Forbidden Zone?" Lin Beiyun hurriedly shook his head. "This place was created by a powerful expert from our tribe sacrificing himself. Unexpectedly, today it has been altered. If we stay in this place for long, I'm afraid we are bound to die here. Sir Xiao, do you have any solution?" As Lin Beiyun spoke and turned around, he was startled to find that Xiao Tian had left at some point. At this time, Xiao Tian was already standing outside in the void, observing the surroundings covered in fog. Xiao Tian felt that this place was not normal. Standing outside the ship's protective formation, Xiao Tian asked aloud, "Why is this place called the Death Forbidden Zone? I feel this bone white village is very comfortable. How could it possibly harm others?" Only now did Lin Beiyun see Xiao Tian. He stared wide-eyed at Xiao Tian, exclaiming, "The Death Forbidden Zone is what? How should I answer this question? This land is true to its name. Once you enter here, you are bound to die." Before Lin Beiyun could finish his reply, Xiao Tian had already taken out his guidance sword in hand. Flickering lightning surrounded him from all sides. Seeing this, Lin Beiyun was startled and asked, "Sir Xiao, what do you intend to do?" Xiao Tian just smiled lightly and said, "I'm solving the problem." Having said that, Xiao Tian swung the guidance sword, tearing through the void. The guidance sword struck out, thunder spreading in all directions, instantly dispersing the bone-white village. Quickly, the void of the Death Forbidden Zone became quiet and clear, no different from ordinary places. Lin Beiyun inwardly cried without tears. This place was created by our ancestor with his death. It can be considered the ancestor's tomb. Now Xiao Tian destroyed it with one sword strike. If my father finds out, he will surely beat me to death. Xiao Tian returned to the ship's deck and said, "This seems much better. The view is clear. If anyone wants to hide and ambush us, they won't have a chance. However, I didn't expect your spirit energy tribe's homeland to be so vast. It seems this is a higher realm world. I find it a bit puzzling. As a being from a higher realm world, why were you captured by the Shui family and taken to Huangshan realm as slaves?" Lin Beiyun stammered in reply, "Sir Xiao, this matter is hard to explain. The people of our homeland live in seclusion year after year. After growing up, I wanted to go out and experience the world a bit. I never thought people from other worlds could be so malicious." Xiao Tian spoke up, "I understand." In his heart, Xiao Tian thought, the reason for being captured is too simple and foolish. Lin Beiyun continued to steer the ship swiftly forward. He said, "Sir Xiao, we will arrive soon. Please be patient and wait a little longer." Ji Ruoyan looked at Xiao Tian and secretly thought, husband Zhao's sword strike just now was so cool. He looked very handsome. At this moment, Xiao Tian also noticed that Ji Ruoyan's gaze looking at him was somewhat strange. Xiao Tian worriedly thought, "Oh no, earlier I was too hasty. I forgot to control my power in front of my wife. Is my freeloading career about to be ruined?" Ji Ruoyan said seriously, "In the future, there's no need to be so ostentatious with such matters. If you can disperse the fog with one sword strike like that, then next time, hold back a little of your power. Just need to cut out a path to go. Everything shouldn't be forced." Xiao Tian heard this with a bit of surprise, then looked at Ji Ruoyan, smiled, and nodded. He thought to himself, "This is my wife forcing me to eat soft rice. Oh well, no other way, have to keep eating, heh. At this moment, a collision sound appeared. The battleship began to pierce through the world barrier. Xiao Tian was a bit surprised. Logically, the world barrier should be extremely solid, impossible to penetrate. Why can a ship pass through so easily? The ship passed through the world barrier. The scenery of Lin Beiyun's homeland gradually appeared. Xiao Tian was a bit surprised and uttered two words, "Galaxy," because countless planets appeared before Xiao Tian's eyes. There was even a ring of world fragments spinning around an immensely large sphere. Lin Beiyun looked at Xiao Tian with a strange gaze and asked, "What is a galaxy?" Xiao Tian pointed forward and explained, "This is the name my homeland uses for this thing. I really didn't expect there to be something like this in the myriad realms." Slowly controlling the void ship forward, Lin Beiyun said, "Your homeland is also like this place?" According to ancient records, in the past, the myriad realms did not have world barriers. All were composed of celestial bodies similar to where we are. But I don't know what happened that caused the world barriers to forming what we see now. Before Lin Beiyun finished speaking, rumbling sounds echoed again. At this moment, the void ship's formation was attacked, causing the ship to shake. Several battleships of the energy spirit race immediately appeared around the ship. The people on them jointly controlled the formation to attack Xiao Tian's ship. Being attacked by others, Xiao Tian's face was filled with anger, preparing to take action. Seeing this scene, Lin Buyun fearfully shouted, "Lord Xiao, stop. Please let me talk first." Before Xiao Tian could react, Lin Buyun used spiritual energy to activate a long-distance sound transmission formation, contacting the energy spirit race people over there. He hoped that when they sensed his aura, they would immediately make way. Otherwise, it would be hard to protect their lives. At this moment, a message from Lin Buyun appeared on the energy spirit race battleship with the content, "I am Lin Buyun, you all, make way." After reading the message, the energy spirit race people immediately knelt down and shouted loudly, "We pay respects to your highness the crown prince." This statement made Ji Ruoyan and Xiao Tian very surprised. They didn't expect their boatman to be a crown prince. Lin Buyun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly wiped the sweat. He was afraid that Xiao Tian's anger would wipe out his homeland. Lin Buyun turned back and said awkwardly, "Lord Xiao, I will explain this matter after we arrive." The void ship slowly flew forward. The scenery here was truly extremely beautiful. Mountains and rivers stretched continuously. On a mountain peak, there was an extremely magnificent palace. The void ship was slowly heading towards it. Several battleships followed behind as escorts. Lin Buyun began to introduce, "This is the imperial city of our energy spirit race. It's where I was born. This place is called Garrison Territory number 94. Very quickly, the void ship landed on a landing pad in front of that giant city. As soon as the ship landed, there was a loud shout, "Welcome your highness the crown prince's return." At this moment, Lin Buyun did not immediately disembark but stepped aside respectfully and said, "Please, Lord Xiao, please, Her Majesty Ji, disembark first." At this moment, looking at Lin Buyun was like looking at the servant of the two, and this action made the kneeling welcoming crowd there widen their eyes to look over, their hearts full of question marks. Xiao Tian stepped off the ship, looked around, and said, "Is this your homeland? Why is this place called Garrison Territory number 94? Hearing this question, Lin Buyun pondered thoughtfully. Should I tell him the secret of our energy spirit race? I invited him here to help solve this place's problem. If I don't tell the truth, it's not right. Thinking this, Lin Buyun took a deep breath and said, "The existence of the garrison territory is to maintain a giant protective layer, to prevent the martial bears from invading the spirit treasury." When Lin Buyun said this, several clansmen behind him were startled and simultaneously opened their mouths to call, "Crown Prince," wanting to stop Lin Buyun from continuing. Because this is the life or death secret of their clan, how can it be told to outsiders? Lin Buyun glanced at his subordinates and said, "I invited him here to help our energy spirit race solve the crisis. Of course we cannot hide it. Moreover, his strength is very great. A single sword strike could destroy our entire realm." Saying this, Lin Buyun looked back at Xiao Tian and said, "Lord Xiao, please don't mind them. Before solving this place's problem, I will take you on a tour, as well as enjoy the delicacies of our homeland." Hearing about food, Xiao Tian's eyes immediately lit up. "If you say so, then let's go quickly." Afterwards, Xiao Tian looked at Ji Ruoyan with an expectant gaze. Ji Ruoyan chuckled and said, I came here to travel with you. Of course, everything will follow your wishes." Xiao Tian quickly grabbed Lin Buyun and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly." Lin Buyun hurriedly agreed. Then he acted as a guide, touring with Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan. He also ordered his subordinates to return to their work. The energy spirit race people could only stare in surprise, not understanding what had happened. After strolling for a while, Lin Buyun led Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan to a restaurant. Xiao Tian ate while praising, "The food here is very interesting." Lin Buyun quickly said, "This thing is crispy on the outside, soft and chewy on the inside, and has the fragrance of divine herbs. Eating it will make you feel very comfortable. If Lord Xiao likes it, we'll order more." At this moment, Ji Ruoyan's expression was somewhat puzzled. She looked at Lin Buyun and asked, "What is the current situation of Garrison Territory number 94? Why do they call you the Crown Prince?" Hearing Ji Ruoyan's question, Lin Buyun's expression became serious and he explained to Ji Ruoyan, "This place is a small part of the vast garrison territories managed and ruled by the Energy Spirit Empire. All are people of the Energy Spirit race. It's just that I belong to the royal clan. Moreover, Energy Spirit race is just a name we use for convenience. We have another name." Xiao Tian took a sip of tea and asked, "So what else are you called?" Lin Buyun calmly said 3 words, "Ancient God Race." These words made Xiao Tian choke, spitting out the tea in his mouth. Ancient God Race? Beside them, Ji Ruoyan frowned and spoke up. "As far as I know, the ancient God race has golden patterns all over their body, and they have golden horns on their heads. In the past, Lord Xiao captured someone named Ten Di Lo and sent him to Green Garden Mountain to do work as punishment." Saying this, Ji Ruoyan stared at Lin Buyun and said, "You and that person have nothing in common. Lin Buyun nodded slightly, looked at Xiao Tian and said, Lord Xiao, please wait a moment. After speaking, Lin Buyun closed his eyes, lowered his head, and a stream of golden light flew out from his forehead. Lin Buyun suddenly had no aura at all, as if he had died. Ji Ruoyan was startled, her face also showing fear. She intended to reach out and check if Lin Buyun was still breathing, but at that moment she discovered that Xiao Tian had grabbed her hand. Xiao Tian also spoke very seriously, wait, it seems someone is coming. After hearing Xiao Tian say someone was coming, Ji Ruoyan immediately looked towards the door. At this moment, a person walked in. She was somewhat startled, because the person who arrived was another Lin Buyun, and the power of this person was much stronger. At this time, Xiao Tian also asked the puppy system about the strength of this newly arrived Lin Buyun. The system immediately displayed a notification. This person is Lin Buyun, the Crown Prince of the Energy Spirit Race Empire, and a candidate for the leadership position of Garrison Territory 94. This person has a cultivation level of Void Entry Realm, level 24. Xiao Tian was somewhat startled inwardly and asked Puppy, how do you know so much? Puppy's face showed a pleased expression and said, Respected Master, since stepping into this place, I have begun investigating. Hearing this, Xiao Tian felt happy inwardly, praising this proactive work attitude. At this moment, the body of the previous Lin Buyun suddenly turned into a mist. Then that mist flew over and entered the body of the newly arrived Lin Buyun. Lin Buyun, from the form of an old man, had now become a handsome young man. At this moment, Xiao Tian said with a mysterious look, after reaching Void Entry Realm level 24, one can create clones? Hearing this, Ji Ruoyan's heart was filled with astonishment, thinking to herself, can Lord Xiao see through the opponent's strength? This is truly amazing. Not only Ji Ruoyan, but Lin Buyun sitting opposite was also very surprised. He respectfully said, as expected of Lord Xiao, in an instant you saw through my background. That's right, this body is truly my main body. That one was just a clone. Xiao Tian still stared at Lin Buyun without speaking. Seeing Xiao Tian look at him like this, Lin Buyun said somewhat fearfully, Lord Xiao, please rest assured, I absolutely have no malicious intentions. Xiao Tian maintained his staring posture at Lin Buyun. Seeing this scene, Lin Buyun's forehead was covered in sweat. He said fearfully, Lord Xiao, do you have any questions? Please, ask me anything. Only then did Xiao Tian withdraw his gaze. He shook his head slightly and said, Your Majesty, you ask him for me. After speaking, Xiao Tian even playfully winked at Ji Ruoyan. This action made Ji Ruoyan feel amused. With her experience, she naturally knew that Xiao Tian was just intimidating Lin Buyun. Ji Ruoyan coughed lightly, regained her composure, then spoke up to ask, Just now you said you are an ancient god race, but your current appearance is still far from the ancient god race I know. At this moment, Lin Buyun hurriedly explained, In fact, the reason for this matter, we also don't know the specific cause. In the past, the inheritance of our race was broken. Most of the elderly have died. According to historical records, only a few women, children, and sickly people remained at that time. Afterwards, they wandered to this place to live. As for matters before that, no one knows clearly. Ji Ruoyan was also surprised by this answer. She asked again, You mean you know nothing at all? Lin Buyun sighed and said, What I know is that the name Ancient God Race is just a general term. Within it, the Ancient God Race has many branches and factions. It's very difficult to distinguish based on appearance. There are only two common forms, having divine patterns on the body or not having divine patterns. Now, divine patterns immediately appeared on Lin Buyun's body. Lin Buyun continued, The branches of the ancient god race have different specialties, such as regulating spiritual energy, absorbing souls, refining qi, formations, alchemy. As for the person your majesty mentioned, the one with divine patterns and golden horns on his body, what ability does he possess? At this moment, Xiao Tian said, his specialty is absorbing souls, and his ability to control spiritual energy is also very formidable. Recently, his specialty is gardening, taking care of plants. Besides that, he also has close connections with the flower god race. At this moment, a person walked in from the door. This person's appearance was quite similar to Lin Buyun. He said, Based on your description, that person is very likely from the myriad forms god race. Entering the room, the man spoke up again. Sir, may I come in and chat for a while? As he spoke, he looked attentively at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian looked at Lin Buyun and asked, Is this person your father? Lin Buyun was a bit surprised, then said, Lord Xiao, this is my father, and he is the emperor of the energy spirit race. Before Lin Buyun finished speaking, his father quickly waved his hand and said, What emperor or not emperor? Today, I come here in the capacity of an ordinary energy spirit race member. Saying this, he clasped his hands towards Xiao Tian and respectfully said, "Esteemed sir, my name is Lin Shocheng." Beside them, Ji Ruoyan ate while looking at him, thinking to herself, "Why so humble? This proves that what Brother Xiao did outside the death forbidden zone has shocked the entire energy spirit race." Xiao Tian said with a smile, simultaneously gesturing to invite him to the table. Since he was Lin Baiyun's father, Xiao Tian did not refuse at all. Lin Shocheng still respectfully thanked Xiao Tian before sitting down at the table. Sitting at the table, Xiao Tian asked, "Just now you mentioned the myriad forms god race. What is that about?" Lin Shocheng turned towards Xiao Tian and said, "Sir, the myriad forms god race has the characteristics you described. They are a branch of the ancient god race, with comprehensive abilities and extremely powerful strength. However, according to historical records, this race disappeared long ago. Even before the break in our inheritance, they had already vanished. I wonder where you encountered this race." Xiao Tian took a sip of tea and said, "It's not just seeing. I captured a myriad forms god race member named Ten Di Lo. He is currently in charge of taking care of the ancient flower god tree in the imperial domain. Indeed, his working ability is very good. The fertilizer he manufactures is very effective in increasing crop yield." After Xiao Tian finished speaking, the people at the dining table fell into an eerie silence. Beside him, Ji Ruoyan frowned slightly. She didn't understand why Xiao Tian could say such a thing so proudly. These past few days, she discovered that Xiao Tian had a talent in the field of tormenting others. Moreover, his methods of torment were very righteous. This was the weirdest thing. Lin Shocheng's face was covered in sweat. He thought to himself, "Captured? And what's this about manufacturing fertilizer? Am I hearing correctly?" Lin Buiyun held a piece of cake, thinking to himself, "Should I eat this cake? Why do I feel I've lost my appetite?" Lin Shocheng then spoke up and asked, "Lord Xiao, the fertilizer you mentioned, is it that kind of fertilizer?" Xiao Tian nodded calmly, Exactly the kind of fertilizer you're thinking of." Hearing this, Lin Shocheng tried to suppress his emotions, but in his heart he was screaming, "That's really too brutal. What exactly happened? To make a powerful ancient god race member turn over a new leaf, strive day and night for reform, and even research and manufacture new fertilizer? That's really too miserable." Lin Buiyun at this moment had completely put down his chopsticks. With this atmosphere full of fertilizer scent, he could no longer continue eating. Lin Buiyun looked at his father and asked, "Father, why have I never heard of the myriad forms god race?" Lin Shocheng said, "There are still some classics about the origin of the energy spirit race that ordinary people cannot access. Later, when you become the successor of Garrison Territory number 94, you will know about those things. But currently, the Garrison Territory is experiencing anomalies. It's good for you to know some things early." Lin Buiyun thought to himself, "Currently, the core of the Garrison Territory is unstable. No wonder, after seeing Lord Xiao, my father has such a humble attitude. He wants to request something from Lord Xiao." Lin Buiyun swallowed his saliva and looked towards Xiao Tian. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. Should I straightforwardly ask for his help? This matter is very significant. I don't know if he is willing to help or not. But as he was thinking this, he heard a strange sound. At this moment, Lin Shocheng had knelt on the ground before Xiao Tian. He even continuously cowed out and said, "Lord Xiao, we truly have no other way. Please help us." But this action made Xiao Tian extremely surprised. He thought to himself, "Is this the ancient god race or the ghost pleading race? Lin Buiyun, why don't you quickly help him up?" Seeing Lin Shocheng kneeling like this, Xiao Tian looked towards Lin Buiyun, wanting to signal him to help his father up. But he didn't see Lin Buiyun anywhere. 1 second later, Lin Buiyun appeared beside his father. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Buiyun said, "Lord Xiao, although I don't know exactly what crisis has occurred in the Garrison Territory, my father's action proves that the Garrison Territory is in extremely great danger. We beg you to lend a hand and help." At this moment, Ji Ruoyan spoke with a somewhat displeased tone. "If Brother Xiao doesn't agree, you won't stand up, right? If you have something you need help with, say it specifically. Don't have such a coercive attitude." At this moment, Lin Shocheng hurriedly stood up and said, "I request permission to take you two to a place. There, I will explain the entire truth. Whether to help or not will be up to your decision." Ji Ruoyan looked towards Xiao Tian and asked, "Brother Xiao, what do you think?" Xiao Tian smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look. After all, we have nothing else to do. Consider it sightseeing." Hearing Xiao Tian agree, Lin Shocheng looked at Lin Buiyun and said, "Son, you should also come along to understand the situation in the Garrison Territory." After speaking, Lin Shocheng waved his hand once. Immediately, a spatial gate was opened. Lin Buiyun was somewhat surprised seeing this scene. Xiao Tian beside him felt this was too normal. Lin Shocheng took the lead. He immediately stepped through the gate. Afterwards, Xiao Tian and the others entered one after another. Xiao Tian and the others appeared in a vast dome-shaped building. On the ceiling, formations were constantly moving. In midair, there was a yellow-green cube. continuously shooting out energy rays, which then exploded into fireworks. Lin Shoqing looked up and slowly said, "We have arrived." Ji Ruoyan looked at the surroundings, full of confusion. Only the scene of spiritual energy exploding inside was very beautiful. Looking intently at the cube, Ji Ruoyan was startled when she discovered, it seems there are shapes of humans inside. She couldn't believe what she was seeing was real. Ji Ruoyan continuously rubbed her eyes. Before she had time to see clearly, a sound rang out from within the cube, and a person flew out. This person had no face. He slowly flew towards Ji Ruoyan, making her extremely surprised. This was the first time she saw a ghost. She also had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, the image of that human man was still flying towards Ji Ruoyan. His expression was very gentle, as if looking at his own relative. Seeing this scene, Lin Shoqing was very surprised. Then he looked at Ji Ruoyan with expectant eyes. He brought Xiao Tian here, hoping Xiao Tian could help solve the problem. He didn't expect Ji Ruoyan to have such a change. He very much hoped Ji Ruoyan could help him. Seeing a stranger approach his wife, Xiao Tian had already taken out the guide sword. He looked at the other party with a very serious gaze. Ji Ruoyan saw this and hurriedly said, "Brother Xiao, wait. The aura on this person is very familiar. This person may share the same origin as me." That man flew to before Ji Ruoyan and stopped. He looked at Ji Ruoyan and then smiled, continuously saying, "Good, good, good." Before Ji Ruoyan could react, the man pointed his finger at Ji Ruoyan's forehead, making her surprised. Then a golden mark appeared on Ji Ruoyan's forehead. 1 second later, Imperial will erupted from within Ji Ruoyan's body, then transformed into golden dragons flying around Ji Ruoyan's body, extremely powerful. After doing these things, that man smiled again and said one word, "Good." Then he pointed at the guide sword in Xiao Tian's hand, then pointed at himself and said one word, "Chop." Xiao Tian was somewhat surprised and looked at him with suspicion. Just now, Xiao Tian suspected the other party had ill intentions. Now he's asking me to chop him? I wonder if this guy has some problem. Xiao Tian also quickly used the guide sword to chop the other party into 2 halves. The dissipating illusion laughed heh, his face full of satisfaction, saying, "After I return to the upper realm, I will definitely mock those people for losing this sword." Ha ha. Hearing the man's words before dissipating, everyone there fell into a state of silence. After a moment, Ji Ruoyan stepped towards Xiao Tian with a worried state and asked, "Did you really chop him?" Xiao Tian smiled and nodded, simultaneously putting the guide sword into the system space, then calmly said, "Why not? He was the one who actively requested it." Ji Ruoyan rubbed her head, expressing helplessness towards Xiao Tian's way of thinking. She thought to herself, this kind of thing isn't something you do just because someone asks. After all, he is our senior. Acting so arbitrarily is not good. Seeing Ji Ruoyan's thoughts, Xiao Tian sighed and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Even if I didn't chop him, he wouldn't be able to exist for long. He is just a wisp of consciousness left behind here. He cannot exist long-term." These things were told to Xiao Tian by the puppy system. Ji Ruoyan heard Xiao Tian say this and asked somewhat curiously, "Lord Xiao, do you know what this illusion actually is?" Xiao Tian said, "A very long time ago, the owner of that illusion passed by this place. After we entered here, he was awakened by Ruoyan's bloodline, so he manifested." In that short period of time, Xiao Tian thought to himself, "The other party is the one who fought with me in the Thunder Sea in the past, and this guide sword is his weapon." At this time, Ji Ruoyan became even more worried and said, "Although the other party requested it, you chopping him in half with one sword, won't this cause any trouble? After all, to exist for so long, the other party's strength must be very powerful." Xiao Tian smiled and affectionately stroked the top of Ji Ruoyan's head, saying, "Rest assured, although I don't know exactly who the other party is, it seems he is somewhat related to you. No matter what happens, you will definitely protect me, right?" Ji Ruoyan's face turned red again. She said, "I hope it's as you say. I will protect you no matter what happens." Then Ji Ruoyan used her hand to adjust Xiao Tian's clothes, and this affectionate scene made Lin Buyun and Lin Shoqing somewhat embarrassed. They thought, "Isn't this the time for such emotional display? What should we do? I want to break this atmosphere but am afraid of being beaten. Won't someone save me?" At this time, Ji Ruoyan looked at Lin Shoqing and said, "Now can you tell us what problem you need help with?" Then she looked at Xiao Tian worriedly and said, "Lord Xiao, if you don't want to, you don't need to agree. We don't owe them anything. There's nothing we are forced to do." Xiao Tian smiled and said, "Everything will listen to you." Then Xiao Tian nestled into the 2 milk bottles, thinking in his heart, "There's nothing to worry about. Everything will be handled by my wife. My wife is really cool." Lin Shoqing heard Ji Ruoyan speak like this and thought to himself, "This Empress is really hard to deal with." He adjusted his own mood, then looked at the cube and said, "According to historical records, this is called the Garrison Seal. It is the core existence of the Garrison territory. This Garrison Seal is the source of power for us to maintain the barrier wall, preventing the Martial Bear's army from entering this place. This seal has existed for a very long time, but currently, the seal is being damaged due to attacks by the Martial Bears. Especially, this seal is linked to our entire energy spirit race. If the seal is broken, the entire energy spirit race will be destroyed. Beside them, Lin Buyun heard his father's words. His face also showed a terrified expression. He didn't expect the energy spirit race to be in such a dangerous situation. Xiao Tian looked at Lin Shoqing and said shocking words. From what you all have said, it seems your energy spirit race is not the garrison race. It's just that your race lives here, continuously providing power to the garrison seal, so the protective wall is maintained. Xiao Tian looked at the garrison seal and said, your energy spirit race is bound to this place for life, to support the seal, with no end in sight. It seems like a cage for you. Your energy spirit race is imprisoned here to atone for sins. Xiao Tian's words completely shocked Lin Buyun and the others. They are not guarding here but are being suppressed. Hearing Xiao Tian say that his energy spirit race might be imprisoned here, Lin Shoqing immediately knelt before Xiao Tian. Lord Xiao, even if we are suppressed here, the garrison seal is closely related to the lives of our race. Please save our race. We will accept any conditions. Before Xiao Tian could answer, Lin Buyun knelt again and said, Brother Xiao, as long as you can save the lives of our entire race, we are willing to give our lives to you. Xiao Tian turned towards Ji Ruoyan and asked, what do you think about this? Ruoyan worriedly said, we should still determine if this matter is dangerous. Will helping cause any harm to your body? Shouldn't be too risky. Seeing Ruoyan caring for him like this, Xiao Tian happily nodded and said, what you say is very reasonable. Therefore, I will first check if there is any danger. After speaking, Xiao Tian turned and walked close to the spatial rift. While everyone was curious about what Xiao Tian intended to do, Xiao Tian had already put his head into the rift. Seeing this scene, Lin Shoqing fearfully shouted, Lord Xiao, be careful, the spatial rift can tear everything apart. And at this moment, Xiao Tian stuck his body out to observe. He saw the space on all sides pitch black, couldn't see anything. Only spatial forces continuously chopped at Xiao Tian's head, creating clanging sounds along with sparks, but it didn't cause any damage at all. Xiao Tian turned back inside and said, out there is too dark, I can't see anything. And Xiao Tian's actions had made Lin Shoqing and the others extremely frightened. They thought to themselves, what kind of monster is this? Even if I am a Void Realm level 25 expert, I would be torn apart by spatial forces in an instant. Yet this person can treat it as an extremely normal thing. But while they were lost in thought, Xiao Tian had already flown to the garrison seal, observing while saying, as you said, why doesn't this garrison seal actively close that spatial rift? Instead, it just keeps spinning here. Before Lin Shoqing could answer, Xiao Tian had pushed the garrison seal towards the spatial rift. Seeing this scene, Lin Shoqing seemed petrified, only able to watch anxiously. After all, this garrison seal is directly linked to the lives of the entire energy spirit race. For Xiao Tian to roughly drag it away like this is truly too dangerous. At this moment, Xiao Tian was very roughly stuffing the garrison seal into the rift, but wasn't successful. Ji Ruoyan beside him pointed and said, Lord Xiao, try a different angle. Move it a bit to the left. Lin Shoqing anxiously looked at Ji Ruoyan and thought, this Empress, you're still commanding there? Do you think you can stuff this garrison seal into that spatial rift? Seeing Xiao Tian fumbling for a while without being able to stuff the garrison seal in, Lin Shoqing took a deep breath to calm down. He looked at Xiao Tian and said, Lord Xiao, our biggest problem now isn't why the garrison seal doesn't actively close the spatial rift. Rather, currently the garrison seal could shatter at any time. Lin Shoqing said this and was extremely terrified. Upon hearing the cracking sound emanating from the guardian seal as Xiao Tian used excessive force to insert it into the spatial rift, Lin Shoqing and Lin Baiyan simultaneously shouted, Master Xiao, please stop. It's cracking. Xiao Tian was startled and looked at the two of them. At this moment, the two had fallen to the ground in fear. Xiao Tian put the guardian seal down, then asked in confusion, Wang Kai, is there any effect from me damaging it like this? The system Wang Kai hastily said, please rest assured, Master. It's just a crack. However, this crack cannot be repaired, according to the system's analysis. Currently, spatial tearing force is continuously attacking the protective wall of this world, and the power is increasing. The boundary could be broken at any time. Once the boundary collapses, the army of the Martial Bear can easily invade this low-level void battlefield. Looking at the system interface, Xiao Tian pondered and said, it seems this spatial rift cannot close automatically unless I intervene to close it. Xiao Tian sighed. He then reached out and grabbed the spatial rift. Next, he used his own power to close the spatial rift. In his heart, Xiao Tian secretly thought, if war breaks out, the ones who suffer the most are still the ordinary people. Consider it as me doing a great good deed. Watching Xiao Tian move within sight, using his bare hands to close all the spatial rifts, The father and son Lin Shoqing only showed fear on their faces. They stared wide-eyed in Xiao Tian's direction. After a while, Xiao Tian had returned to the ground, quickly wiping sweat from his hand, saying, "Finally, it's all taken care of." Only then did Lin Shoqing react. He said joyfully, "Is it done? Master Xiao is truly amazing, being able to close spatial rifts as easily as kneading clay, able to modify them at will." But before his joy lasted long, a rumbling cracking sound appeared. An enormous spatial rift appeared behind Xiao Tian again. Spatial power continuously poured in. Seeing this scene, Lin Shoqing secretly thought, "Brother Xiao really did a great job, but it just can't last long." Xiao Tian also darkened his face, looking at the rift and secretly cursing, "Damn it, I just wanted to show off a bit, and you go and do this, clearly trying to slap me in the face, right? You all really don't take me seriously." After saying this, Xiao Tian angrily stepped forward, tearing the spatial rift even wider, wide enough for himself to step inside. As Xiao Tian prepared to enter, Ji Ruoyan worriedly said, "Husband Xiao, what are you planning to do?" Xiao Tian said angrily, "It's fine, I'm going to solve the spirit energy clan's problem." Then, Xiao Tian said to the system Wang Kai, "Release my power at 1/10,000 of its state." Wang Kai also quickly complied. Xiao Tian raised his hand high and clenched hard, simultaneously uttering one word, "Shatter." The spatial tearing force that was madly rushing in was immediately shattered. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, stopping in an instant. No more gaps appeared. Xiao Tian looked towards Lin Shoqing and asked, "After I completely solve the spirit energy clan's problem, are you willing to join the Imperial Domain and accept the management of the Spirit Union Empress?" Seeing the collapsing space all around, along with Xiao Tian's question, Lin Shoqing fearfully looked at Lin Baiyun and asked, "What is he talking about?" After being explained to by Lin Baiyun, Lin Shoqing hurriedly bowed towards Xiao Tian and said, "Everything will be arranged according to Master Zhao's wishes." Without turning his head, Xiao Tian said, "All right, I'll go for a bit and come right back." Xiao Tian stepped into the void space, simultaneously ordering Wang Kai, "Lock the location of this place, and identify the origin of this trouble. I will solve them once and for all." Floating in the dark void, the system Wang Kai said, "Master, the space here is too chaotic. I cannot determine their location." Xiao Tian, still angry at this moment, said, "Control my power to 3/10,000. Xiao Tian extended his hand and released force. A terrifying power erupted, tearing apart the void. In an instant, all the chaotic space in this place was shattered. At this time, the system Wang Kai displayed a notification. "Master, I have identified the origin of this trouble." Xiao Tian smiled and said, "Very good." A second later, Xiao Tian vanished from the spot, using his extreme speed to charge towards those who didn't take him seriously. At Ji Ruoyan's location, Lin Shoqing said, "Your Majesty Ji, this place is too dangerous. Let's go back and wait for Master Xiao." Ji Ruoyan looked at the spatial rift and said, "No matter how dangerous it is, I will wait here for him to return." At this moment, the guardian seal suddenly fell in front of Ji Ruoyan. Then, it erupted with power, forming a layer of golden protection enveloping Ji Ruoyan's group. Lin Shoqing was extremely surprised, secretly thinking, "This is the first time I've seen the guardian seal actively protect others. Could it be because Master Xiao erupted with too terrifying power, causing the guardian seal to actively become a protector?" Let's go to the Martial Spirit Army's garrison position. This is a world realm protected by a red protective wall. A type of formation is carved on it. Inside is a desolate land. There are also many people here. On top of a large platform, there is a purple stone continuously rotating, emitting streams of power to attack towards the Spirit Energy Clan's defensive wall. Inside a large room, a very tall and burly man was standing. Suddenly, at this moment, an explosion and intense light transmitted from outside, causing this man to be startled. The man looked towards the pile of debris and asked, "What just happened?" This man is the strongest person here. His name is Triat Tao. While not understanding what happened, someone entered from outside. This person has a small stature, with garlic bulb-shaped hair. He is the strongest of the Garlic clan, named Siu Toi. As he walked, he said, "The situation is a bit special. The people in the Guardian Realm are launching a counterattack against us." Counterattack? Hearing this, Triat Tao was somewhat surprised. Then, he said sarcastically, "They are just cultivators from a low-level civilization. What do they have to counterattack us with?" Hearing this, Siu Toi also nodded. He said again, "Just now, I tried using the formation to check energy fluctuations. In the area we are responsible for, there is an abnormality. It seems something has blocked our attacks into the Guardian Realm." Triat Tao showed disgust on his face and said, "Damn it, really troublesome. Do I have to personally deal with those ants?" Siu Toi said somewhat sarcastically, "Precisely because of the ants you mentioned, that we cannot directly charge into this low-level battlefield." Triat Tao looked at Siu Toi, secretly cursing in his heart. Isn't it just invading a low-level battlefield? Just wait, sooner or later I'll do it. Try it, Tao ordered. You go strengthen the formation's power. Increase the attack power against the defensive wall. I will go to the Spirit Energy Clan's place to see what's happening. As the two spoke, a huge explosion occurred. Siu Toi's whole body trembled. Looking towards the formation outside, the two hurriedly ran outside. In front of them, the purple stone continuously emitted dazzling light. Then it violently exploded. The formation attacking the defensive wall completely vanished. The power of the explosion was extremely terrifying, and the one who destroyed it was none other than Xiao Tian. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Tian said smugly, "Now, everything is settled. I must quickly return, otherwise my wife will worry." Back at the 94th Guardian Realm, Ji Ruoyan was standing silently watching the collapsing space slowly recovering. The defensive wall formed by the Guardian Seal was also gone. Ji Ruoyan asked in a daze, "Is everything already resolved?" At this moment, Xiao Tian also slowly walked out from within the collapsing space. Xiao Tian raised his arm, saying smugly, "Everything has been completely resolved." But while Xiao Tian was feeling smug, a series of curses came from the collapsing space behind. "Dog, bastard, you come back here." These words also startled Xiao Tian. Suddenly being cursed at, Xiao Tian looked towards the collapsing space, not knowing what was happening. Why would someone curse at him? At this moment, the spatial rift behind gradually closed, the curses still echoing. Xiao Tian secretly thought, "Consider yourselves lucky. I'll make you compensate for my mental damages next time." As the rift completely closed, the curses also disappeared. Xiao Tian slowly said, "Consider the problem solved. For them to attack this place is now impossible." The father and son Lin Shoqing looked at Xiao Tian, showing joy on their faces, secretly thinking in their hearts, "Wonderful. Finally, the Spirit Energy Divine Clan no longer has to sacrifice themselves to maintain the stability of the defensive wall." Suddenly, Lin Shoqing knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards the Guardian Seal in front, saying, "Dear father, grandfather, ancestors, everyone can rest in peace now." At this moment, from within the Guardian Seal, golden light shot out, transforming into the forms of Lin Shoqing's ancestors. Seeing this scene, Lin Shoqing and Lin Baiyun were also extremely surprised. Upon discovering their grandfather and father among the group, the phantoms, upon appearing, faced Xiao Tian and said with great respect, "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for taking action to save our Spirit Energy Clan. Now, all of us can rest in peace." After saying this, those phantoms also disappeared. Lin Shoqing happily walked up to Xiao Tian and said, "Master Xiao, from now on, the entire Spirit Energy Clan Empire, all 94 Guardian Realms, will be under your management." At this point, Xiao Tian asked in return, "Can you dissolve the empire?" Lin Shoqing still said happily, "That can be done." The Spirit Energy Empire was established only to manage clan members, unite forces to deal with dangers. Now that the danger has been eliminated, whether it continues to exist or not is not important. Hearing this, Xiao Tian reached out, using his power to pull the Guardian Seal towards himself. After holding the Guardian Seal in his hand, Xiao Tian brutally crushed it. Seeing this scene, the father and son Lin Shoqing showed extreme terror on their faces, stammering out Xiao Tian's name, because the Guardian Seal is closely linked to the Spirit Energy Clan. If the Guardian Seal is broken, the Spirit Energy Clan will perish. Ji Ruoyan beside them also fearfully said, "Husband Xiao, why did you do this?" At this moment, a blue sphere appeared in Xiao Tian's hand. 2 dragons were carved on it. Xiao Tian said, "If we don't deal with this kind of thing, what if someone else seizes it later to do evil?" Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Lin Shoqing calmed down somewhat and said, "Please forgive me, Master Xiao, I momentarily lost control." Xiao Tian said, "I came here to travel, not to commit genocide. Don't worry like that." Xiao Tian began asking Wang Kai, "Wang Kai, what do we do next?" Wang Kai hurriedly appeared beside Xiao Tian and said, "Master, next you just need to use a little force to pull it apart into 2 halves. A procedure guide also appeared in front of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian also quickly used his hand to forcefully pull the sphere into 2 halves. Then, from within the sphere, countless threads of light shot out. The number was too many to count. Lin Baiyun saw these threads and showed fear on his face. He knew these threads represented the bloodlines of the Spirit Energy Clan people. Regardless of from birth, growing up, and dying, they could not escape the control of this formation. At this moment, those threads entered Xiao Tian's consciousness sea. This further surprised Lin Shoqing's group. After all the threads entered Xiao Tian's head, Xiao Tian also crushed the sphere. Xiao Tian said smugly, "From now on, everything is officially resolved. The source of the Spirit Energy Clan's power is now within me. I can protect your safety forever." Currently, Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan are touring the scenery of the 94th Guardian Realm. Extremely happily, the two are standing on a mountain peak admiring the scenery. Xiao Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "The scenery here is truly wonderful." Ji Ruoyan gently nodded. The Spirit Energy Clan's specialty in controlling spiritual energy is truly unique. When this place merges with the Imperial Domain, I wonder how much Uncle Luo's power will increase. Beside her, Xiao Tian also said, not only that, after merging, your power and even your father-in-law's power will increase greatly, because the fortune of the Great Yan dynasty will increase as the spiritual energy there improves. Saying this, Ji Ruoyan turned her head to look at Xiao Tian and said, even though there are many benefits, currently, husband, you don't need to urgently merge this place with the Imperial Domain. Doing so would greatly affect your health. I know you really like to rest. Xiao Tian said sheepishly, are we resting now? After bringing them into the Imperial Domain, I won't have to worry about lacking delicious food and drink anymore. Xiao Tian gave Ji Ruoyan a loving look. He said, didn't you always want the Great Yan dynasty to be powerful? Your wish is my wish. Ji Ruoyan's eyes brightened, tilting her head to look at Xiao Tian. She said, I promise you, when a nation's fortune is strong, and the people have a prosperous life, I will travel everywhere with you, eat all the delicious food in the world, and let you become a happy prince who only eats and sleeps. Xiao Tian was dazed for a moment, then hugged Ji Ruoyan tightly, laughing happily. Then, the faces of the two were close, exchanging enchanting looks, and finally a deep kiss amidst the majestic mountain scenery. The scene shifts to the Imperial Domain. While Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan were exchanging sweet talk, Luo Fengyuan was sitting bored with Long Qiu Baiqing. She looked at Long Qiu Baiqing and asked, what happened? Why is your mood so bad that you don't even feel like eating? Long Qiu Baiqing remained silent for a long time, then said, something happened. I've lost contact with my homeland. Luo Fengyuan was startled and said, you call this something? After a moment of thought, Long Qiu Baiqing made a decision. She stood up to leave. She wanted to return to her homeland. Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan hurriedly said, wait, I'll go with you. Long Qiu Baiqing looked at Luo Fengyuan. Luo Fengyuan stretched. Then, with a smug look, said, big brother Xiao and sister Ji ran out to play. Things in the Imperial Domain are handled by my father. I'll go out and play with you. Long Qiu Baiqing said, this matter is extremely dangerous. It's not a place for you to have fun. Luo Fengyuan ran to Baiqing's side and said, my cultivation has increased so much. My combat power is not ordinary. The two of us joining forces, our auras resonate. How could there be any danger? Let me go with you. Later, everyone, I saw Luo Fengyuan's chest shrink, but her brain got bigger. Long Qiu Baiqing glanced at Luo Fengyuan and said, you're just thinking that something will happen, so you want to go there to fight, right? Luo Fengyuan chuckled and said, how could that be? This matter is of great importance to your homeland. How could I think about fighting? Long Qiu Baiqing pondered for a moment, then said, such a matter indeed needs your help, but just the two of us is still not enough. Luo Fengyuan also rubbed her chin and thought. Moments later, Luo Fengyuan's eyes lit up. I know who to find. The Holy Dragon Domain has a problem. We'll go find Long Qiu Dao for help. At his place, Long Qiu Dao seemed to sense something. He immediately sneezed. The two big cats had also gone to find Long Qiu Dao, who was repairing Xiao Tian's void ship. Long Qiu Dao asked, has something happened in the Holy Dragon Domain? Luo Fengyuan nodded and said, exactly. We plan to go to the Holy Dragon Domain, but are worried something major might happen. So we want to invite Senior Long Qiu to come along. From behind, Long Qiu Baiqing also said, respectfully request Senior Long Qiu to agree. Long Qiu Dao stroked his beard and said, this old man is now the servant of Lord Xiao. You are his wife, and thus my master. How could I refuse my master's request? But with just a few of us, it's still not enough. Please wait here. I will go find a few more people to help. Saying this, Long Qiu Dao immediately left to prepare. Luo Fengyuan smugly looked at Long Qiu Baiqing and said, see, I told you Senior Long Qiu is very reliable, and also very strong. With him going, it will definitely be safer. Long Qiu Baiqing felt somewhat puzzled. Why was Long Qiu Dao so enthusiastic? He was someone who once followed the human emperor, yet willingly became a servant to Xiao Tian. She felt something was off. Luo Fengyuan and Long Qiu Baiqing waited for several hours. After seeing the people Long Qiu Dao brought, Long Qiu Baiqing was completely shocked. He brought a proper army. It included Xuefugui and Lu Guixian. They also brought a battleship here. Xuefugui confidently said, rest assured, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Lu Guixian somewhat angrily patted Xuefugui's shoulder and said, you, tone it down. Let me see what you can do. Behind them were Shuaruyan and Wu Xinru. The two were excitedly discussing taking this opportunity to visit. And by the way, see what specialties the Holy Dragon Domain has. They will buy everything. Wu Xinru excitedly said, right. This is the perfect time for us to take a break. We can't let Ruoyan have all the fun alone. Besides these royal family members, Long Qiu Dao also called some subordinates. The first was 10D Lo. If danger is encountered, he can be used as a sacrifice to block the enemy. At this time, 10D Lo was still boasting about the good fertilizer he had developed, In front of him were none other than Shui and Zhan Nangji. Their combat power was not low. Seeing Tendi Lo boast about his work, Zhan Nangji said, "It's because I arrived late. If I had come here earlier, you wouldn't have had work to do. This time going out, I will kill a few more people to accumulate some merit." Shui also said, "Right, should kill a few more." Exactly, that bunch of reckless people dare to target Lord Zhao's wife's homeland. Not far away was the fat bear Zhou Yueshing. He was preparing a camera, preparing to take a group photo as a memento before setting off. Looking at the photo, Zhou Yueshing sighed with emotion. This is a precious photo, but it's a pity. If Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan were here, it would be much better. Luo Fengyuan looked at this scene and felt like crying without tears. Why did this happen? He clearly said he would just mobilize a few people. How did it turn into such a grand gathering? Long Qiu Bai Qing's eyes widened. I don't know, but I'm shocked. The void ship slowly moved. Above, Wu Xinru and Shuai Rian looked at their two husbands and said, "Take good care of our home. Manage the country well. Don't be lazy." Below, the two also hurriedly said, "We know," wishing everyone a pleasant trip. Waving their hands watching the void ship fly away, Luo Padian said, "Little brother, if I remember correctly, this place is the imperial domain ruled by the allied empress, right?" ZD Wei also nodded. Tears streamed down Luo Potion's face as he said, "Then why can all the empresses of the imperial domain go out to play, while the two of us have to stay and watch the house?" ZD Wei's face darkened, looking at Luo Padian with a comforting gaze, thinking to himself, this question is too hard. I don't know how to answer. I also want to know why. After Luo Fengyuan and the group left for some time, Xiao Tian had brought the entire garrison territory number 94 back to the imperial domain. Currently, Xiao Tian was proceeding with fusion. The fusion process went very smoothly. After fusion, Xiao Tian discovered a constantly rotating vortex of spiritual energy, extremely strange. Xiao Tian curiously asked Puppy, "What is this phenomenon? Why has this never happened before?" Puppy immediately proceeded with analysis, then said, "Respected master, a new galaxy is currently forming." Xiao Tian didn't understand what Puppy was saying, when a dazzling light appeared. Before Xiao Tian's eyes was no longer dark void, but a dazzling area of light with countless planets spinning. Admiring this novel scene, Xiao Tian found it incredibly beautiful. Just fusing one garrison territory created a galaxy. Xiao Tian quickly flew into garrison territory number 94. Here, Ji Ruoyan and Lin Shoucheng's group were waiting. Seeing Xiao Tian appear, Ji Ruoyan immediately approached and asked, "Lord Xiao, is everything settled?" She felt Xiao Tian's speed of merging realms was too fast. Xiao Tian happily said, "Everything is completed. Everyone can come with me for a tour." Moments later, in the void, Xiao Tian led Ji Ruoyan and the energy spirit race people flying through this place. Xiao Tian pointed forward and said, "This is the imperial domain." Ji Ruoyan couldn't help but be startled when she could see the outlines of the imperial domain's mountains and rivers, because the world barrier had disappeared. The dark void was no longer chaotic currents but filled with spiritual energy. Xiao Tian looked at Lin Shoucheng's group and said, "Next, I will take you on a tour of the imperial domain. Then we will go to Qingyan Mountain to meet Tendi Lo." Ji Ruoyan beside him said, "Lord Xiao, before taking them there, could you take me back to the imperial city first?" Xiao Tian, of course, happily agreed. Not long after, the group appeared at the Great Yin Imperial City. Landing on the ground, Ji Ruoyan also waved goodbye, telling Xiao Tian to come back for dinner with her in the evening. Xiao Tian also happily agreed. Ji Ruoyan hadn't taken a few steps when she heard ZD Wei calling her. ZD Wei hurriedly ran towards her and said, "Yenner, did Xiao Tian merge realms again?" "Just now, your Uncle Luo's power increased again. He is now at Dao Lord level 21. At this time, Xiao Tian had brought the energy spirit race people to Qingyan Mountain. Looking at the surroundings, Lin Shoucheng said, "The spiritual energy here is very pure but contains much chaos. It needs reasonable adjustment." Hearing this, Xiao Tian nodded repeatedly and said, "Exactly, this will all rely on you energy spirit race." As they approached the ancient flower god tree, Xiao Tian was somewhat surprised and asked, "Hua Sulai, why are you fertilizing here?" Seeing Xiao Tian return, Hua Sulai, the flower spirit, respectfully said, "Lord Xiao, welcome back." Then he noticed Lin Shoucheng's group. He curiously asked who they were. Before Xiao Tian could answer, Lin Shoucheng spoke up. His words were somewhat hurried. "Flower god race. I really didn't expect Lord Xiao to have another branch of the ancient god race here." Xiao Tian, full of surprise, asked, "Is the flower god race also a branch of the ancient god race?" Lin Shoucheng nodded. "Exactly. Ancient records mention this branch of the flower god race. It's similar to the myriad forms god race, but why it's separated from the main branch is still unknown." Xiao Tian had an expression of sudden understanding. He looked at Hua Sulai and said, "So you're a stray child." Hua Sulai heard Xiao Tian describe him like this. The corner of his mouth twitched, feeling seriously insulted. He thought to himself, Lord Xiao always has a very strange way of describing things. Xiao Tian looked at Hua Sulai and asked, before, when you awakened your inheritance memory, didn't you know you belong to the ancient god race? Hua Sulai very respectfully said to Xiao Tian, I report to Lord Xiao, I truly did not know that. The inheritance content we received is limited, not complete, so I knew nothing about this issue. Hearing Hua Sulai say this, Lin Shoucheng hurriedly said, your flower god race's inheritance is also broken? If so, it seems all branches within the ancient god race are broken, making us unable to know the specific origin of the ancient god race. Hearing these words, Hua Sulai sadly nodded. Xiao Tian looked at Hua Sulai and asked, we've been talking here for so long, why haven't I seen 10D Lo? He is also a member of the ancient god race, seems very powerful and rare. Call him here so the energy spirit race people can take a look. But before Hua Sulai could answer, Xiao Tian called out 10D Lo's name. Hey 10D Lo, come out here. 10D Lo. Hua Sulai saw this scene inside. Why do I feel like Lord Xiao is calling a dog? Thinking this, Hua Sulai hurriedly shook his head to calm himself. Illusion, illusion, illusion. How could it be a dog? Must be an illusion. After calming down, Hua Sulai hurriedly said, Long Qiu Dao took him away. Besides him, Shui and Zhan Nangji also went along. It seems something happened in the Holy Dragon Domain. I saw them leave in a hurry that day. As Hua Sulai was saying this, Ji Ruoyan's call for Lord Xiao came from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Ji Ruoyan, ZD Wei, and Luo Padian hurriedly flying over. At this time, ZD Wei's strength was Dao Lord level 21, and Luo Padian was already level 22. Seeing their cultivation levels, Xiao Tian smiled slightly. It seems merging garrison territory number 94 has rapidly increased the strength of my two fathers-in-law. Seeing the three arrive in such a hurry, Xiao Tian asked, what happened? Ji Ruoyan urgently said, something happened in the Holy Dragon Domain. Besides my father and Uncle Luo, everyone else went with Long Qiu Bai Qing to the Holy Dragon Domain. Xiao Tian rubbed his chin, thinking, so that's it. Long Qiu Dao brought that group to use them as bodyguards. 10D Lo's strength is not ordinary. Coming here to do labor, his strength has advanced to Dao Lord level 21. The two, Shui and Zhan Nangji, are also martial arts prodigies. Thinking this, Xiao Tian felt somewhat flustered and asked, did Long Qiu Dao, Shui, Zhan Nangji, and 10D Lo have others go with them? Ji Ruoyan began to explain clearly, the Holy Dragon Domain seems to have a problem. Sumanli sent a message to Long Qiu Bai Qing. Long Qiu Bai Qing was worried, decided to return and check. Luo Fengyuan also wanted to follow. Moreover, she dragged Senior Long Qiu along. Somehow, grandfather also wanted to go see the excitement. Hearing that Xuefugui also went along, Xiao Tian panicked and said, what? Grandfather also went? Oh my god, someone wants to harm me. Hearing this, the people around immediately looked at Xiao Tian with puzzled eyes, thinking to themselves, what do you mean, someone deliberately wants to harm you? This matter is in the Sacred Dragon Domain. What does it have to do with you? Ji Ruoyan hurriedly tried to calm Xiao Tian. My dear Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with you at all. I just feel this matter is a bit off, so I came to discuss with you, to see if we need to go together. We must go. This matter is too dangerous, too coincidental. Xiao Tian pointed towards Lensho City as he spoke. The crisis in the Guardian Domain was just resolved, and then something like this happens. I'm afraid they are related. Could it be that everything in the Guardian Domain is known to the other side? I just rested for a few days, and something happened in the Sacred Dragon Domain. Dangerous, dangerous, too dangerous. How could there be such a coincidence? Xiao Tian anxiously paced around in circles. Zun Zidi and Luo Taotian exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, this little Xiao kid, why is he so sensitive? After a moment of thought, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up and he said, right, I must contact Alliance leader Su, to get some information about the Sacred Dragon Domain from her. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian hurriedly flew towards the Imperial City, to the location of the communication array Long Qiu Dao had designed back then. Seeing this, Ji Ruoyan also hastily followed Xiao Tian. Not long after, they saw Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan standing before the array. Inside, the phantom image of Sumanli also appeared. As soon as she saw Xiao Tian, Sumanli teased, how strange. Why would Master Xiao be interested in talking to me like this? It won't be good to talk to me with your wife present. Hearing Sumanli's teasing words, Ji Ruoyan's face darkened. Xiao Tian, somewhat annoyed, said, stop talking nonsense. I'm here to ask you, what's happening in the territory of the Sacred Dragon Domain? Seeing Xiao Tian's attitude, Sumanli looked slightly worried and said, General Xiao, why are you so fierce? You're scaring me. Approximately 6 days ago, the Sacred Dragon Domain suddenly lost contact. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. He looked at Ji Ruoyan and said, Did you hear what she said? It's deliberately targeting me. 6 days ago, after I finished resolving the danger in the Guardian Domain, something immediately happened in the Sacred Dragon Domain. These two matters must be connected. Ji Ruoyan, hearing Xiao Tian's words, was somewhat stunned and said, "My dear Xiao, this could just be a coincidence." Xiao Tian waved his hand and said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Then, Xiao Tian began to explain his reasoning. After we were victorious on the Eternal Ember Void battlefield, then we entered that door, which alarmed the so-called Galvu Dot. Subsequently, everything that happened was closely related to the people around me. First, the Shui family threatened my grandfather, forcing me to make a trip to the Huangshan realm. Then, at the Shui family, we accidentally saved the spirit energy race, forcing me to travel there to help the spirit energy race solve their problem. Now it's the Sacred Dragon Domain. Who doesn't know that Long Qiu Baiqing is my close friend? If you attack the Sacred Dragon Domain, Long Qiu Baiqing will definitely return there. Now they've taken all my relatives. They want to use my relatives to force me to go there. They use everyone's lives to force me to suffer. They are luring me to take action to steal my cultivation secret to make themselves stronger. Xiao Tian stopped speaking, and the surroundings fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Tian, their hearts extremely shocked. Everyone thought to themselves, can this matter be explained like that? But why does it sound so strangely logical? Ji Ruoyan was gradually getting used to this side of Xiao Tian. She sighed, then smiled and said, "What my dear Xiao says is not without reason. I am also a bit worried about that Luo Fen Yuan. So, shall we make a trip to the Sacred Dragon Domain?" Xiao Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at Ji Ruoyan and said, "That's exactly right." Ji Ruoyan looked at Xiao Tian and said again, "Then let's go. I will accompany you on this trip, so you won't be alone. I'm also very curious about what the scenery of the Sacred Dragon Domain is actually like." After saying this, Ji Ruoyan tilted her head towards Zun Zidi and said, "Father, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the Imperial Domain for the next few days." Xiao Tian also looked towards Linzhou City and said, "For now, you all stay here and help regulate the spiritual energy. Wait until I bring the Sacred Dragon Domain back, then we will proceed with the fusion." After giving instructions, Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan flew high up and left the Imperial Domain. After Xiao Tian left, the two people from Linzhou City also hurriedly bid farewell to Luo Taotian and Zun Zidi. They immediately went to arrange for their clansmen to begin regulating the spiritual energy. Very quickly, only Zun Zidi and Luo Taotian remained in the prince's palace. The two looked at each other, expressions full of anguish. Zun Zidi wailed, "Why am I still so busy?" Luo Taotian patted his head and sighed, "It can't be helped. Who told us to be their fathers?" The scene shifted to the Sacred Dragon Domain, a place with incredibly vast mountains and rivers. The green-blue water villages reflected the light, sparkling brilliantly. In a forest, there was a tree that continuously emitted light. Streams of blue spiritual energy continuously moved along the tree's trunk. The tree was also enveloped by a layer of orange spiritual energy, constantly swirling. In this place, there was also a group of Bloodrune clan members struggling against the power emanating from the tree. The leader of the Bloodrune clan said fearfully, "It's over. We've fallen into a trap. We must quickly escape." But before he could run away, a huge explosion occurred. A large fire engulfed the entire area, and the bodies of the Bloodrune clan members disintegrated. Amidst the sea of fire, a figure appeared, a man, holding a wine bottle, drinking very leisurely. He was the Azure Fox Emperor, Su Mushing. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Su Mushing said with a smile, "Truly refreshing. But it's a pity. I wasted a lot of wine because of this trash." While proudly looking at the battlefield he had just created, he discovered a figure flying quickly towards this direction from afar. He said in a mocking tone, "You got here pretty fast. This place is boring. I'm leading first." A strange flying island appeared from the horizon. On it was a spiritual energy array, continuously emitting blue lightning bolts. On it, a group of Myriad Forms Divine Clan members were controlling an array. Seeing this scene, another Myriad Forms Divine Clan member said, "Not long now, the core of the Sacred Dragon Domain will be condensed. Once we have it, the entire Sacred Dragon Domain will be under our control." Beside them, an alien race member of the Martial Spirit Army, his entire body covered in red, with a pair of wings on his back. He looked at the array and asked curiously, "Why does your Myriad Forms Divine Clan take so long to condense a world's core? Isn't this technique created by your ancient Divine Clan?" The Myriad Forms Divine Clan member said, "The world's core of the Sacred Dragon Domain was condensed once before, and it already has a mark on it. Now we must erase that mark." The alien race member asked, "Who did that?" The Myriad Forms Divine Clan member slowly said, "The one who did it was the elder brother of the Sacred Dragon Emperor, the Myriad Paths Dragon Emperor." The Myriad Forms Divine Clan members stared at the world's core and said, "Although this method was created by us, I don't know how the Myriad Paths Dragon Emperor obtained it. But don't worry, just a little more time. we will definitely obtain it. After saying this, he looked at the red alien race member and said, "Have you captured Su Mushing yet?" The red alien race member shook his head and said, "No, he's too cunning. We also have no way to lock onto the position of the Dragon Clan people." The Myriad Forms Divine Clan member said, "It's fine. According to the intelligence we have, Long Qiu Bai Qing, Luo Feng Yuan, and Xuefu Gui are on their way here. Have you arranged people? Are they ready?" "Yes." Speaking to this point, the Myriad Forms Divine Clan member laughed very smugly and said, "According to the agreement, Xuefu Gui will belong to you, and Long Qiu Bai Qing and Luo Feng Yuan will belong to me. Quite commendable for a brother who dares to compete for the milk bottle with Lord Xiao." At this moment, the array on the flying island issued a warning. A screen made of spiritual energy appeared. On the screen was the image of a group of Dragon Clan and Fox Clan people. Leading them was Su Mushing. Behind them were the parents of Long Qiu Bai Qing, Long Qiu Ting and Long Qiu Qingyan. Seeing the group advancing towards them, the Myriad Forms Divine Clan member laughed smugly and said, "Finally couldn't hold back. Taken the initiative to act, have you? This is really interesting." The red alien race member said. The golden-headed one laughed and nodded. "That's right, prepare to act. This time we will take down all of them." At this time, inside the void, Long Qiu Bai Qing's Dark Heart battleship had just entered the realm gate. On the deck, Luo Fengyuan patted Long Qiu Bai Qing's head, happily and excitedly saying, "Really curious. I wonder what your homeland looks like." Long Qiu Bai Qing pushed Luo Fengyuan's hand away, her face expressionless. She just stared straight ahead. At this moment, Long Qiu Dao's voice was heard. "It's been a long time since I returned to the sacred dragon domain. Perhaps the scenery has changed greatly." Luo Fengyuan and Long Qiu Bai Qing turned around and saw Long Qiu Dao walking towards them. Luo Fengyuan said, "Aren't you controlling the battleship? Why did you come out here?" Long Qiu Dao smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the array controlling the battleship isn't complicated. After we pass through that gate, the battleship will automatically fly to the sacred dragon domain." But when he said this, Long Qiu Dao's expression changed slightly. He said, "Something is happening in the sacred dragon domain." Long Qiu Dao condensed spiritual energy into his hand. Then, he opened a spiritual energy visualization array. Long Qiu Dao struck the air with his hand, and spiritual energy immediately erupted. He shouted one word, "Appear." Immediately, images of slaughter appeared on the array. The scene was extremely brutal. The sounds of screams, provocations between the Dragon Clan and the alien race martial spirit army echoed. "Sin, sin, it's all sin." Bloodline Heritage saw this scene and howled, kneeling and crying on the ground. Beside him, War Carver hugged his head, tears streaming down as he said, "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. The sins of our clan are extremely heavy, can never be repaid." Xian Dilu did not wail, but his face was very grave, saying, "It's so sad. When will such slaughter end?" Seeing the expressions of the three people, Lu Guixian looked at Xuefugui and said, "Why can Xiao Tian make them become like this?" Xuefugui shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Perhaps it's Xiao Tian's kindness that influenced them." But then Xuefugui said, "Judging from what we see, the combined strength of this martial spirit army could be at the intermediate void battlefield level. But where do these guys come from?" Zhou Yuexing said, "The battlefield is too brutal. The current situation is not optimistic. My father hurriedly sent me out to cultivate. Could it be he already knew about this? Wait a moment. That person, could it be the Azure Fox Emperor?" Zhou Yuexing saw the image of Su Mushing fighting the red alien race member and hurriedly shouted. Long Qiu Dao said, "That red one is the Flame Virtue clan, one of the three major races of Gaovu in the upper realm world. They are no longer just cannon fodder. Their presence here is no simple matter." Xian Dilu at this time repeatedly shook his head and said, "Truly sinners who have lost their way." The people around all looked at Xian Dilu, secretly asking, "What is the relationship between this Myriad Forms Divine Clan and Gaovu?" At this moment, Long Qiu Dao also quickly controlled the battleship to speed towards the location of the Sacred Dragon Domain. At this time, the battlefield in the Sacred Dragon Domain was extremely fierce. Su Mushing was hovering in midair, his body bound in a blue array. This array was launched sneakily by the Myriad Forms Divine Clan member, taking advantage of Su Mushing's inattention. Su Mushing gritted his teeth as he looked at the two alien race members, thinking to himself, "Never expected the enemy to have such a powerful array. I have no way to escape." Su Mushing worriedly turned his head to look at Long Qiu Ting. Currently, he was fighting the alien race members and couldn't come to help. The basic strength of the sacred dragon lineage was not weak, but at the moment of engaging the enemy had activated an array that suppressed their power. Long Qiu Ting struck and sent an alien race member flying with one palm, his heart also extremely anxious. According to the current situation, "I'm afraid before long, our entire clan will be captured and killed. Because we were too careless, we fell into the enemy's trap." The clansmen of the Sacred Dragon Clan were continuously captured by the alien race members, the situation utterly desperate. While Long Qiuting was distracted, an alien race member seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The alien race member swung his sword while shouting, "You still have time to care about others?" By the time Long Qiuting noticed, it was too late to dodge. At this moment, Long Qiuting quickly rushed over, shielding her husband. A sword struck down. The protective spiritual energy around Long Qiuting exploded. The two were blasted to the ground by the explosion. On the ground, Long Qiuting was seriously injured, spitting fresh blood, her whole body trembling as she lay in Long Qiuting's arms. Long Qiuting asked worriedly, "Qingyan, are you okay?" Long Qiuting said weakly, "I must return to the ancestral land for treatment immediately." But she stopped speaking at this point, because the two of them were currently surrounded by alien race members, making it impossible to return to the ancestral land for treatment. Long Qiuting sought help, but looking into the distance, he discovered that Su Mushing had been captured by the enemy. Long Qiuting's heart ached, and he cried out, "Why is it like this?" At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded, a power spreading throughout the entire sacred dragon domain. This power emanated from the statue of the first-generation sacred dragon emperor. At this time, power continuously poured out from within the statue. Not only that, the statue flew up. Then, at extremely high speed, it shot towards the location where Long Qiuting and the others were fighting the alien race. While fighting, the alien race members saw the statue flying closer and shouted, "Stop it quickly! What are you afraid of? If we're not even afraid of living people, why fear a dead one? Blow it up!" At this moment, the statue also exploded, destroying many alien race martial spirit army members. Many people also escaped danger thanks to this explosion. After the statue exploded, a stream of yellow spiritual energy spread in all directions. The alien race martial spirit army members didn't know what was happening. Then a voice rang out from afar, "You are truly bold." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and discovered a battleship had appeared at some unknown time. From it, Long Qiudao rushed quickly to the battlefield, his face full of anger. An explosion rang out, a column of red-blue fire appeared, shockwaves sweeping the surroundings, the scene extremely magnificent. From within the flames, Long Qiudao's body gradually appeared. Long Qiudao raised his hand high and said, "Activate the formation." Golden light and golden runes appeared, then spread in all directions. In this instant, Long Qiuting's group felt the enemy's suppression formation had been destroyed. Not only that, their injuries were also healed, and their strength was enhanced. After escaping suppression, the suppressed dragon race people quickly gathered strength to break free from the foreign race's restraints. Roars filled the sky. The situation reversed in an instant. Seeing this scene, the Myriad Forms God race member fearfully said, "Is the Myriad Paths Dragon Emperor still alive?" "Impossible. You cannot be alive. Your soul was injured and is declining. With time passing like this, your memory must have been lost. You would go mad or you would have died. How could you appear here?" Not only was he afraid, but the dragon race people were equally astonished. They looked at Long Qiudao and thought, "The Myriad Paths Dragon Emperor is a legendary figure, the ancestor of our branch. He appeared to save us at the most dangerous moment." At this moment, Long Qiudao pointed his hand towards the dragon race group. A stream of pink power emitted from his hand. Long Qiudao said one word, "Go." Immediately, the entire bodies of the dragon race people were covered by that stream of pink power, making everyone extremely surprised, not understanding what just happened. In an instant, all dragon race people had been teleported to another place. At this moment, the surprised ones were the foreign race group. Even the Fox Emperor, Su Mushing, was forced away by Long Qiudao. Before leaving, he looked at Long Qiudao and asked, "Senior, why not continue fighting?" Long Qiudao's expression was extremely calm as he looked at Su Mushing and sent a voice transmission, "Fight my ass. Hurry up and run." The voice transmission ended, and Su Mushing also disappeared. At this moment, Long Qiudao alone was in the middle of the encirclement by the foreign race's martial spirit army. Each of them looked at Long Qiudao with deadly eyes. They thought to themselves, "Is this the Myriad Paths Dragon Emperor? What should we do? Should we fight him?" The golden-headed one looked at Long Qiudao worriedly and said, "Be careful. He sent his people away. I'm afraid he's worried that when he takes action, his people will get hurt." The red-headed one beside him said, "This, you don't need to say. The reputation of the Great Path Dragon Emperor, we know better than you." He felt somewhat angry inside. The plan was being perfectly executed, and then a strong one came to ruin it. Seeing this hesitation, Long Qiudao stood in the middle, spreading his arms, confidently saying, "Why not take action? Now it's only me alone. Are you so afraid you don't dare to step forward?" Redhead, though worried inside, still shouted, "Myriad Paths Dragon Emperor, your reputation is illustrious. Today we will experience your might once. All of you, go up." Hearing this, Long Qiudao felt pleased inside, but outwardly still pretended to be calm and said, "My reputation, what's so good about it that you want to experience?" As Long Qiudao spoke, he transformed into a dragon spirit state and secretly left that body. At this moment, that body became stiff, lifeless. Flying far away, Long Qiu Dao looked back at that body. He stroked his beard and sighed. Lord Xiao likes setting off fireworks the most. This old man, following him for so long, has also learned a little. After speaking, Long Qiu Dao's figure vanished. At this moment, his body in the middle of the foreign race group began to emit sparkling golden light. Seeing this phenomenon, the foreign race group fearfully shouted, "Not good! Quickly retreat!" But it was too late. A rumbling explosion sounded, smoke and fire filled the sky. Not a few foreign race members died on the spot. The number of injured was countless. In the distance, Long Qiu Dao held one hand behind his back, with one hand stroking his beard, looking at the smoke and fire on the horizon and smiling. It's a pity Lord Xiao isn't here. If he saw this scene, he would definitely clap in praise, saying the fireworks are very beautiful. Ignoring the explosion behind, Long Qiu Dao quickly rushed onto the ship and left. He went to the dragon race's ancestral land. Struggling against the explosion, the red-headed one angrily said, "We were toyed with by that old man. He completely lacked the ability to fight us. He was just trying to trick us to save those people." The Myriad Forms God race member's face was also gloomy. The Myriad Path's Dragon Emperor is someone who values face, extremely arrogant. Since when did he become so shameless? The scene shifts to the dragon race's ancestral land. Long Qiu Dao had used his power to bring the dragon race group here. Simultaneously, Xue Fugui's battleship was also brought. Long Qiu Qingyan lay on a chair. In the distance, Ten Dilo was helping to concoct medicine to heal her injuries. Seeing this scene, Long Qiu Ting was extremely surprised to see a Myriad Forms God race member helping to save dragon race people. He turned to another direction and saw Shui and Zhan Nangji dividing the task of brewing medicine and lighting the fire. He wondered why the Bloodmark race and Bloodbrave race were so obedient. "Alright, bring the medicine for the patient to drink." After finishing the medicine, Ten Dilo brought it to Long Qiu Baiqing. At this time, Long Qiu Dao had also returned. Walking in, he said, "Your work speed is really fast. Consider this your act of atonement. Work a bit harder to earn more merits, and I will report to Lord Xiao to consider reducing your punishment." Hearing this, Ten Dilo hurriedly bowed with clasped fists. "Thank you, Lord Long Qiu. Treating this lady is out of kindness in my heart, not for atonement, nor for earning merits." Shui beside him also sighed and said, "If we have committed wrongs, we must pay for our sins." Zhan Nangji knelt down, continuously kowtowing and saying, "We were wrong. Please forgive us. I apologize for what my race has done." Long Qiu Qingyan had just woken up. She saw this scene and was frightened, not knowing what was happening. She looked at her husband and asked, "What's going on? Am I dead? Is this an illusion?" Seeing his wife so worried, Long Qiu Ting hurriedly went to comfort her. "What nonsense are you talking? You're alive. That's good. Not only you are doubting, even I am now doubting myself. Am I also under an illusion? The enemy is really beside us helping us?" Long Qiu Baiqing also hurriedly came over and said, "Mother, how do you feel?" Long Qiu Qingyan gently stroked her daughter's head and said, "Mother is fine. But why did you return here? Currently, the Holy Dragon Domain is an extremely dangerous place. Now you've returned, isn't that putting yourself in danger?" Long Qiu Baiqing said, "I am the Holy Dragon Empress. If something happens in the Holy Dragon Domain, I must return." Long Qiu Qingyan saw her daughter so stubborn. She gently stroked her daughter's face and said, "You are a silly girl." Saying this, Long Qiu Qingyan turned towards Long Qiu Ting and shouted, "It's all your fault. You, just a bit older. Why must you let Baiqing take the position of Holy Dragon Emperor? It's all because you love to play and enjoy." Long Qiu Ting was startled and thought, "Why blame me for this?" Long Qiu Qingyan suddenly looked at Long Qiu Dao. She asked, "Who is this senior?" She thought to herself, "This person looks so familiar. Seems I've seen him somewhere before." At this moment, Long Qiu Baiqing looked at Long Qiu Dao with a very solemn attitude and said, "Although I once speculated you had a connection with the Holy Dragon Domain, I didn't expect Senior Long Qiu to be the Myriad Path's Dragon Emperor." Hearing the words Myriad Path's Dragon Emperor, Long Qiu Qingyan stared at Long Qiu Dao in shock. Although this person is just a soul form, is this person really the Myriad Path's Dragon Emperor? Long Qiu Ting hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Ancestor." Su Mushing also hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Senior." Long Qiu Dao quickly waved his hand. "You don't need to be so polite. I am no longer the Myriad Path's Dragon Emperor." Seeing Long Qiu Ting's group look at him with strange eyes, Long Qiu Dao glanced at Long Qiu Baiqing and said, "This old man today is merely a servant beside Lord Xiao." Hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on Long Qiu Baiqing again, waiting for her confirmation, but only saw Long Qiu Baiqing reach out her hand towards Long Qiu Dao and say, "After traveling so far, I'm very hungry now." Then, Long Qiu Dao quickly took out a roasted chicken and gave it to Long Qiu Baiqing. But for some reason, the chicken was not seen in the following pictures. Only saw Long Qiu Bai Qing's eyes very bright, looking at what Long Qiu Dao gave, drooling. Watching Long Qiu Bai Qing eat, Long Qiu Dao stood beside with clasped hands, waiting, looking exactly like an old servant. Long Qiu Ting, Long Qiu Qingyan, Su Musheng, and the remaining dragon race people completely couldn't believe their eyes. This myriad paths dragon emperor was too different from the legend. At this time, Luo Fengyuan spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. She looked at Long Qiu Dao somewhat displeased and said, "Old man Long Qiu, why did you run away in the middle of fighting? If you are the myriad paths dragon emperor, this holy dragon domain is your territory. Why not fight them properly?" Seeing Luo Fengyuan angry, Long Qiu Dao hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty Luo, this old man has no way to continue fighting. My flesh body is lost. My combat power is currently only 1/10. Even if I want to fight, I can't." Saying this, Long Qiu Dao spoke more seriously. "Moreover, I sense the other party still has a backup plan, so I chose to retreat." Hearing this, Long Qiu Ting hurriedly asked, "Ancestor, you say the other party still has a backup plan?" He felt puzzled inside. During the fight, he didn't see the other party hiding anything. They seemed to have fought with all their strength. Long Qiu Dao stroked his beard and said, "This matter is not simple. The opponent's formation level is very high. I'm afraid there's some conspiracy. The opponent's formation has covered the entire Holy Dragon domain. Now I cannot contact Lord Zhao." Saying this, Long Qiu Dao looked at Ten Di Lo and asked, "The person controlling the formation here is of the same race as you. Do you know his background?" Ten Di Lo hesitated, somewhat sadly saying, "This person can also be considered my descendant. His name is Ed Tian. His level is Void Realm level 25. His goal is to collect the core hearts of 10 world realms." Zhou Yuesheng scratched his head somewhat puzzled and looked at Ten Di Lo. "Can the core heart of a realm be condensed so easily? I remember this is very difficult." Ten Di Lo said, "The secret technique to condense world core hearts was researched by my race. It's not difficult at all." At this time, Long Qiu Dao again turned his head towards Shui and Zhan Nangji and asked, "That Yenda race member, do you know their background clearly?" Zhan Nangji nodded, "Of course I know. That Yenda race member is called Yenda. He is a mid-level void battlefield commander." Moreover, Zhan Nangji said this and looked at Shui. At this time, Shui seemed somewhat excited and said, "When I was on the void battlefield, he valued my talent very much and accepted me as a disciple. He is my teacher. In the past, he was carrying out a secret mission, so he was sent elsewhere." Saying this, Shui was lost in thought. Is this a coincidence, or an arranged coincidence? Tomorrow will come after junior meets senior, teacher meets student on the battlefield. At this time, Long Qiu Dao said somewhat worriedly, "Currently, we in this place have no way to confront them. First, we must find a way to leave the Holy Dragon domain before implementing any plan. Now I have a method to take all of you away." Hearing this, Long Qiu Ting hesitated and spoke up, "Ancestor, please take our clansmen away first. This junior must stay here to guard the Holy Dragon domain. I am not allowed to leave. Moreover, we cannot let them complete the condensation of the world core heart. The Holy Dragon domain still has our Holy Dragon ancestral land." Long Qiu Dao spoke up to advise, "You don't need to worry about that. Although the Holy Dragon domain is our ancestral land, this Holy Dragon domain was created by my own hands. Going elsewhere, I can create a new Holy Dragon domain." Su Musheng heard this and also said, "If that's the case, our leaving first and then planning a countermeasure is a good idea. As long as there are clansmen somewhere, that place will be your new Holy Dragon domain." Hearing these words, Long Qiu Ting also agreed, but his expression was somewhat strange. "No, you go first. I must go find the world core heart." He thought to himself, the world core heart is related to the human emperor. Thinking this, Long Qiu Ting looked at Long Qiu Dao and said, "Ancestor, can you spare me some time for a private conversation?" After speaking, Long Qiu Ting looked at the people around and said, "Everyone, it's not that I don't trust you, but this matter is truly too important." Su Musheng heard this and hurriedly said, "If you say so, then this matter is indeed very big, probably related to the dragon race's secret. I also shouldn't discuss that with you." Long Qiu Ting heard this and also spoke up to thank his brother for understanding. Long Qiu Dao looked somewhat strangely at Long Qiu Ting leaving the room. He thought to himself, "Is there some secret I don't know about?" Long Qiu Bai Qing curiously asked, "Mother, do you know what's happening?" Long Qiu Qingyan shook her head. "I don't know either. Mother never knew father still had secrets hidden from me." Long Qiu Bai Qing said sadly, "He kept that matter secret even from my mother. It seems because of this secret, my father could disregard life and death to protect it." Luo Fengyuan asked in surprise, "Why disregard life and death?" Long Qiu Bai Qing's expression was very complex. She said, "If my mother knew he was hiding something and not telling her, he would be beaten very severely, very miserably, very miserably." Hearing this, Luo Fengyuan also said, probably really miserable indeed. Early in the morning, Long Qiu Ting led Long Qiu Dao away from the ancestral ground. They went to a place deep at the bottom of the sea in the Holy Dragon Domain. Long Qiu Dao looked around and said, "There's something different here from what I remember." Long Qiu Ting said, "That's right, ancestor. This place has special characteristics." After speaking, Long Qiu Ting waved his hand. At this moment a vortex appeared, and the two slowly walked into it. This place was a small mysterious realm, with a giant golden formation. On the formation were strange characters, along with many rotating soul lamps. In the middle of the formation hung a broken sword. Long Qiu Dao looked at Long Qiu Ting and asked, "Is this a soul-nurturing formation?" Long Qiu Ting said, "According to historical records, this formation was arranged by the human emperor, and was accepted by ancestors' elder brother. This secret was passed down to the emperors of the dragon race. Because Long Qiu Baiqing was still young, she didn't know about it. Long Qiu Dao already understood what this formation was." Long Qiu Dao's eyes turned cold. He put his hands behind his back and walked forward. These 99 soul lamps represent the 99 deceased children of the Flame Emperor. In the past, when the martial spirit attacked the human emperor, Ji Wudi alone resisted the enemies. To help the human emperor, the Great Flame Emperor, along with his 99 children, sacrificed themselves together in the war furnace, creating the Great Flame Sword, to protect the myriad realms of the heavens. The Great Flame Emperor's family contributed the most. Long Qiu Dao knelt on the ground, cowed out and said, "Big brother Lu Minsheng, little brother has come to see you." But the soul lamps and the Great Flame Sword showed no reaction at all. Long Qiu Dao clearly knew the opponent's soul was too severely injured and had not yet recovered. If not for relying on the origin of the Holy Dragon Domain, I'm afraid it would have long since dispersed. Long Qiu Dao tilted his head and looked at Long Qiu Ting. "Is this the reason you intend to abandon the Holy Dragon Domain?" Long Qiu Ting worriedly said, "Now I'm worried. I don't know if the enemy has discovered that we are nurturing the Flame Emperor's soul here or not." Long Qiu Dao asked, "Besides you, does anyone else know of this place's existence?" Long Qiu Ting said, "Currently only I and ancestor know." But Long Qiu Dao then said, "If that's the case, perhaps the enemy came here only for the World Core Heart, not for the Flame Emperor. Don't act rashly. Let me self-destruct to report to Lord Xiao. If he comes here, then no problem will remain a problem." Hearing this, Long Qiu Ting said, "Then ancestor, be careful." After saying this, Long Qiu Ting felt something was wrong. He panicked and said, "What is self-destruct? Ancestor can't do that." But at this moment, Long Qiu Dao had already self-destructed, creating an explosion, causing Long Qiu Ting to be scared out of his wits. Witnessing Long Qiu Dao explode, Long Qiu Ting stared blankly inside. How could he create such a powerful explosion? After Long Qiu Dao left, Long Qiu Ting also left that place. After returning to the dragon race's ancestral ground, Long Qiu Ting was startled to see the dragon race people all fallen on the ground, their faces filled with extreme pain. It seemed their strength was being sucked away. Long Qiu Ting asked in confusion, "What's happening?" At this time, Ten Di Lo appeared and said, "They have entered the final stage of condensing the World Core Heart." At this time, Ten Di Lo performed his technique. He constructed a formation covering the dragon race people. Under the effect of the formation, the dragon race people felt a little more comfortable. They spoke up. "We were living normally, suddenly felt like something was choking our throats." "That's right. We felt like something grabbed our heads and sucked away our vitality. It seems an invisible monster wants to take our lives." Luo Fengyuan looked at Ten Di Lo and asked, "What is this about?" Ten Di Lo quickly explained, "This is similar to what I once did in the 100 Flowers realm. Tian's target is precisely the World Core Heart. To condense the World Core Heart, he needs to absorb the strength of all life in the Holy Dragon Domain." Speaking to this point, Ten Di Lo's words were extremely urgent. "Currently my cultivation hasn't recovered to its peak, so this formation cannot be maintained for long. After this formation is destroyed, the women, elderly, and children of the Holy Dragon Domain will all die within a day, and all life in the Holy Dragon Domain will be wiped clean within 3 days." Hearing this, Long Qiu Qingyan hurriedly said, "Since things have come to this, we cannot sit still and wait for death. We must take the initiative to attack. Anyway we will die. We might as well risk our lives and fight them once." Long Qiu Ting also thought for a moment and said, "If it's like this, we'll risk our lives and fight them. Ancestor has self-destructed to seek reinforcements. We need to buy a little time, wait for him to return." Ten Di Lo heard that Long Qiu Dao went to seek reinforcements. His face showed a resigned expression, saying, "It seems Long Qiu Dao has gone to find Lord Xiao. We can only wait for him to return." While flying through the void with Ji Ruoyan, suddenly Xiao Tian's expression became very strange. Seeing this, Ji Ruoyan immediately asked, "What happened?" Xiao Tian still maintained a worried expression and said, "Long Qiu Dao has exploded. He really exploded in the Holy Dragon Domain." Speaking to this point, Xiao Tian was extremely worried. He hugged Ji Ruoyan and said, "This is bad. We must speed up. It seems a great calamity has occurred in the Holy Dragon Domain." After speaking, Xiao Tian used extreme speed, rushing rapidly through the void, causing the surrounding space to twist and collapse. However, not long after Xiao Tian left, a figure slowly appeared where Xiao Tian had just been standing. This person was Long Qiu Dao. As soon as he appeared, Long Qiu Dao called out, "Lord Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Qiu Dao was startled, discovering he was in the middle of a dark void. There was no sign of Xiao Tian around. According to the rule, after self-destructing, he should return to the Holy Dragon Relic and appear beside Xiao Tian. Why am I alone here? Looking around, Long Qiu Dao discovered traces of torn space slowly recovering, and the one who could have done this could only be Xiao Tian. Long Qiu Dao felt joy in his heart. It seems Lord Zhao's delusional disorder has relapsed, but in this situation, it seems like a good thing. Long Qiu Dao looked thoughtfully towards the Holy Dragon Domain and said, "You're in for a miserable time this round." At this moment in the Holy Dragon Domain, the sound of fighting rang out. Su Mushing was severely injured, knocked to the ground. Fortunately, Ten Dilo stepped in to assist. Standing high above, Tian said to Ten Dilo, "Senior, why are you doing this? Are you willing to stay with these stinking ants?" Ten Dilo's face showed some sadness, saying, "It's truly sinful, you need to be re-educated." Tian heard this and angrily said, "You are a traitor. Today you must die." Before Tian could act, a foreign race member was knocked flying towards him, making Tian somewhat surprised. Tian looked in that direction and discovered Shui and Zhan Nangji were brutally slaughtering his subordinates. Tian was startled and said, "Yenda, don't you care about the life and death of your people?" Yenda angrily said, "Shui, Zhan Nangji, you two dare to betray the martial spirit?" On the ground below, Shui and Zhan Nangji said, "We have abandoned the darkness to turn towards the light, to become new people, useful to life. I advise you to quickly stop fighting. Don't let there be meaningless sacrifices. Accept reformation to become a new person." Hearing this, Yenda angrily roared, "You must die." Afterwards, flames appeared all over his body, spreading in all directions. In the distance, Luo Fengyuan rushed quickly towards Yenda, her body also bursting with purple flames. Luo Fengyuan said, "Let's you and I see whose flames are stronger." Yenda heard this and sneered, saying, "Try then try. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" After speaking, Yenda once again burned himself, bursting with even more powerful flames. Luo Fengyuan then said, "Then what are we waiting for? Come at me." Her words were tough, but in her heart Luo Fengyuan felt worried seeing the opponent burning his lifespan to increase his power. But before Luo Fengyuan could act, a rumbling explosion sounded. A bolt of lightning appeared near Luo Fengyuan, making her somewhat startled. Luo Fengyuan looked at Long Qiu Baiqing and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Long Qiu Baiqing's face was full of determination, saying, "You have nothing to do with the Holy Dragon Domain. It's me who involved you. Absolutely, I will not let anything happen to you." After speaking, Long Qiu Baiqing explosively released her Emperor's will. A white dragon was immediately conjured by Long Qiu Baiqing. Without a word, Long Qiu Baiqing controlled the white dragon to charge towards Yenda. Seeing this scene, Luo Fengyuan was extremely worried, shouting, "You fool, come back here." She also explosively released her Emperor's will, rushing forward to chase after Long Qiu Baiqing. Baiqing was not far away. Long Qiu Ting saw his daughter determined to fight to the end. With such a life-risking appearance, he was utterly horrified. Lu Guixiang saw this scene and worriedly shouted, "This is terrible. Quickly go help them." Beside her, Xue Fugui was also extremely worried. At this moment, dragon roars reverberated throughout the area, only to see Tian standing mid-air, his whole body explosively releasing power, as if waiting for something. Below, Long Qiu Ting worriedly shouted, "Damn it, Baiqing, quickly retreat." All around, the dragon roars grew increasingly loud. At this moment, not just 2 dragons, but 3 dragons had appeared charging towards Yenda. The flames on Yenda's body seemed to be completely swallowed. Only Tian wore a smile on his face, looking into the distance and thinking to himself, "Finally arrived. Have you, Ji Ruoyan, the Orthodox Emperor's bloodline? This plan is truly perfect. The 3 empresses will finally become my playthings." A sudden explosion occurred. From behind, Ji Ruoyan appeared, holding a long sword in her hand, her whole body enveloped by a stream of golden power. Ji Ruoyan spoke up, "Mother, Aunt, Wu Xinru, Luo Fengyuan, running here is enough. Why are you 2 here too?" Wu Xinru and Shui Rian turned around and saw Ji Ruoyan, extremely surprised. In the distance, Xiao Tian also reached out and hit Long Qiu Baiqing on the head. Xiao Tian said, "Now you can rest." Seeing Xiao Tian appear, Long Qiu Baiqing and Luo Fengyuan were utterly surprised. Luo Fengyuan saw Xiao Tian. After so many days apart, she was overjoyed like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey, charging towards Xiao Tian. Submerged between two fleshy hills, Xiao Tian struggled to speak. "Calm down, let me go first, I'm about to die from suffocation." At this moment, Xiao Tian noticed Yenda once again burst into flames, looking towards him. Xiao Tian said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you provoking me? I'll strike first." Xiao Tian gathered power in his hand. In an instant, the flames on Yenda's body disappeared, to his astonishment. While Yenda was bewildered, down below, the group of 10D Lo, Shui along with Zhan Nangji quickly knelt on the ground, saying in unison, "Your subordinates pay respects to Lord Xiao." Xiao Tian held Luo Fengyuan with one hand, his other hand seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Xiao Tian's gaze stared fixedly at Yenda, saying, "Those secretly plotting against me behind my back, are you also one of them?" Yenda heard Xiao Tian's words, his mind filled with question marks. Like other villains, he thought to himself, "Who is this madman? What conspiracy against him? What is he talking about?" Yenda pondered for a moment. "This guy just now easily dispelled my technique. Seems his strength is not low. Wait a moment. Why does this person look so familiar?" Yenda fixed his gaze on Xiao Tian. Then, with a look of sudden realization, he looked towards Ed Tian. At this moment, Ed Tian also wore an identical expression looking at Yenda. The two said in unison, "It's him. Jishan Kanji Temple Heavenly Venerable, Xiao Tian." Hearing this, Xiao Tian was immediately startled. Then, Xiao Tian put on an expression of worry and anger, saying, "You really have guts to investigate so clearly. This proves you are conspiring against me. You martial spirit people are truly too terrifying to target me. You have meticulously calculated every step. If I hadn't come to my senses in time, discovered, and rushed here, I'm afraid you could have completed your plan." Xiao Tian stood mid-air, his scolding voice reverberating all around. Ed Tian heard this and angrily said, "What every step? What sinister and vicious?" As he spoke, Ed Tian pointed at 10D Lo and said, "I haven't even asked you. You took advantage of my senior's weakness. What did you do to him, to turn him into such a person?" Before he could finish, Xiao Tian said, "Enough. The schemes of your ancient god race are all clear to me. Do you still want to hide here? Still want to put on an act to mislead public opinion here?" Xiao Tian moved Luo Fengyuan aside. His hand viciously pointed at Ed Tian, saying, "You are all accomplices, all a pack of vicious hounds. Your lives cannot be spared." Xiao Tian's roaring shout made both Ed Tian and Yenda jump, thinking to themselves, "Aren't the ones being persecuted the people of the Holy Dragon Domain? What does it have to do with you? Is this guy not an idiot?" Ed Tian looked at Xiao Tian and said, "No wonder intelligence says this Xiao Tian is a naive romantic, always protected and cared for by the empresses. It seems there's more. This Xiao Tian is a certified idiot." As he spoke, Ed Tian looked at Xiao Tian with a contemptuous gaze. Xiao Tian, while extremely angry about being conspired against, took out the guide sword from his system. The guide sword appeared, thunder rumbled, making Xiao Tian's face more ruthless than ever. By now, fear had appeared on the faces of Ed Tian's group. The two thought to themselves, "Is this the parasite described in intelligence? Something's not right." Xiao Tian raised the guide sword high, shouting loudly, "Lonely souls, seize their lives." More and more lightning shot out from the guide sword. In this instant, the entire group of foreign race martial spirit army was covered in lightning, their appearances extremely agonized. Xiao Tian's face was cold, without a trace of pity, saying, "Go to hell." As Xiao Tian's words ended, thunder roared. Each foreign race martial spirit army member was struck into dust by lightning, explosions ringing out one after another. Their blood dyed the space here red. Standing in midair, surrounded by the color of blood, Xiao Tian's face at this moment was colder than ever, like the king of hell demanding lives. Witnessing this terrifying power of Xiao Tian, the group of Long Choding and Su Mushing showed expressions of fear. Long Choding secretly thought, "He is too powerful. He truly deserves to be the one whom Senior Long Chodao follows and serves. That move far surpasses the thunder tribulation and cultivation." Lu Guixiang, seeing this scene, continuously patted Xuefugui's shoulder and said, "I never expected little Xiao to be so formidable. With this strength, one slash could kill you, right?" Hearing this, Xuefugui's face showed panic. He didn't understand why his wife had such a strange idea. Lu Guixiang smiled and said, "So you must diligently practice martial arts and cultivate with Xiao Tian. Don't be complacent and arrogant." Not far away, Shuarian was also startled and said, "Since when has this child Xiao Tian become so powerful?" Wu Xinru also felt excited and said, "That's right. It's truly too domineering." Ji Ruoyan nodded slightly. She was not arrogant because of Xiao Tian's strength. She said, "It's just killing a few subordinates. It's just luck. The leaders are still there." At this time, looking at Xiao Tian holding his sword standing in front of them, the group of De Tian cursed inwardly. Damn those Intelligence Bureau bastards. What did you collect the information with? You actually said this guy is a naive freeloader of the female emperor? De Tian, with a tense expression, sent a voice transmission to Yenda. This Xiao Tian is extremely powerful, but if you and I join forces, taking him down definitely won't be a problem. Yenda glanced at De Tian and transmitted back. Of course I agree with your plan, but don't you dare play any tricks. At this moment, we must cooperate sincerely, if you don't want to capsize in a ditch. After the two reached an agreement, they looked at Xiao Tian together, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this time, Luo Fengyuan had also quickly approached Xiao Tian's side. Seeing Xiao Tian reveal an opening, De Tian and Yenda were extremely pleased and smiled. They signaled each other, preparing to strike. At this moment, Luo Fengyuan worriedly said, "Brother Xiao, that move you used earlier, did it affect your body?" At this time, Long Q Baking had also walked to Xiao Tian's side and said, "Brother Xiao, are you okay? Are you stable?" Seeing Luo Fengyuan run over to worry and inquire about Xiao Tian, he sighed and secretly thought, "Currently, I am not the Xiao Tian of the past. I am now in freeloader paradise, a respectable Xiao Shenwang, no longer the assassin Yanwang Xiao Tian." At this time, the murderous aura on Xiao Tian's body gradually dissipated. Xiao Tian looked at Luo Fengyuan, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." But at this moment, Luo Fengyuan's face became panicked as she shouted, "Brother Xiao, be careful." But when Xiao Tian turned around, De Tian and Yenda had already rushed over, a sword stabbing into Xiao Tian's body. Stabbed by the large sword, blood splattered. Xiao Tian was forced back. Seeing this scene, the two, Luo Fengyuan and Long Q Baking fearfully. Having just taken a slash from De Tian, Xiao Tian had no time to react, or it could be said he couldn't be bothered to react. Then from behind, Yenda stabbed with his spear. At this time, Xiao Tian's expression was extremely calm. De Tian also added a move, Great Desolate Star Cloud Palm. This palm contained an incredibly terrifying force, rushing towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was still very calm at the moment, and at this time, Luo Fengyuan and Long Q Baking were extremely confused and frightened. After all, in their eyes, Xiao Tian wasn't strong enough to withstand these two attacks. Yenda stabbed his spear at Xiao Tian's head. He was extremely pleased in his heart. No matter how strong Xiao Tian is, with a full power strike to the head, he will definitely die. Plus De Tian's palm, success is assured. But a second later, a cracking sound rang out. Yenda was shocked to find that his spear body had developed dense cracks, but before he could understand what was happening, the entire spear completely shattered, creating an extremely beautiful scene. In panic, Yenda immediately threw another palm at Xiao Tian's body, inwardly screaming, "Damn it, what's happening?" At this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure erupted from Xiao Tian's body. A yellow protective spiritual energy burst out, dispersing the flame attack from Yenda. A moment later, De Tian and Yenda were seen trembling, kneeling before Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian frowned and said, "You two dared ambush me? Earlier I showed mercy and spared your lives, to let you take it as a lesson and warning, to let you see your own mistakes. Where exactly did you go wrong? Can you atone for your sins or not? Instead, you wasted the chance and ambushed me." Saying this, Xiao Tian raised his hand and slapped De Tian and Yenda's faces hard and continuously, making the two spin continuously in midair. After hitting them, Xiao Tian sighed and continued, "It seems you are still not convinced and hold resentment in your hearts." At this time, De Tian and Yenda had been beaten by Xiao Tian until their heads were swollen like pigs. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, the two fearfully retreated back. Then they hurriedly said, "We are convinced, very convinced, super convinced." Before they could finish speaking, the two were hit again by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian angrily said, "How dare you lie? When you speak, you still stand straight, hold your heads high, and puff out your chests, showing unyielding fortitude. You don't even cry out when hit." While speaking, Xiao Tian continued hitting. After hitting, Xiao Tian observed the two again. Then he said, "Truly admirable. From beginning to end, extremely tenacious, not a single cry." At this time, Xiao Tian pointed at the two and said, "Now I give you two one last chance. Have you now seen your own mistakes?" Hearing this, Yenda and De Tian secretly thought, "What is the meaning of this strange conversation?" Never mind, those who understand the times are the true heroes. De Tian hurriedly said, "I know I was wrong." De Tian is convinced in heart and word. Yenda at the side also hastily said, "Great mighty expert, please spare our lives." This lowly one knows he was wrong. After speaking, the two continuously kowtowed to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian laughed heartily with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, all right. If you have realized your mistakes, then speak the whole truth." Hearing this, De Tian and Yenda competed to speak. "Sir, we came here to collect the core of the Holy Dragon Realm. As for why we need to collect the core of this world, we are not clear, but we heard it's related to an event that happened in the past." Xiao Tian stroked his chin and said, "Explain it clearly to me." Yenda hurriedly said, "We attacked the 3 female emperors out of curiosity, wanting to know why they became so powerful in the void battlefield." Xiao Tian asked again, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing?" Hearing this question, De Tian and Yenda were extremely frightened and said, "Sir, that is the whole truth." At this time, Xiao Tian grabbed the necks of the 2 and lifted them up. His terrifying strength made them unable to escape. Xiao Tian said, "You have disappointed me too much. Until now, you are still deliberately hiding the truth." "What? Want to take action against me?" De Tian, face full of fear, said, "Sir, this matter has nothing to do with you. Everything we know, we have already said." Xiao Tian shook his head and said, "You are truly too stubborn. Until now, you still intentionally hide the truth. You know I am kind-hearted, taking goodness as the foundation, yet you still want to deceive me again. Keeping you is not acceptable. You too, your sins are too deep. Truly makes one tremble with fear. The more I think, the more frightened I feel. Keeping you is not acceptable." As Xiao Tian spoke, his hand exerted force. In an instant, the bodies of De Tian and Yenda shattered. Xiao Tian raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face and solemnly said, "What's wrong with this world? People just keep rushing into darkness, absolutely unwilling to follow the righteous path. It truly makes one sigh with regret." In a flash, Xiao Tian circulated his power. The scene of spiritual energy erupting was extremely spectacular. It made those who saw it extremely terrified. After killing De Tian and Yenda, Xiao Tian threw their corpses to the ground, and this scene was seen by several members of the Wanxiang God tribe who were controlling the formation to condense the core of the Holy Dragon Realm. It made them extremely frightened. Below, the group of the Blood Pattern tribe, including Blood Descendant and Zhang Keiji, were all kneeling on the ground, their whole bodies trembling. Seeing Xiao Tian act so ruthlessly, the kind-hearted Long Q Baking shook her head and sighed. "They are truly too pitiful." Luo Fengyuan, hearing this, glanced at Long Q Baking and said, "Pitiful what? They conspired against us. This is called reaping the whirlwind." At this time, Luo Fengyuan stepped forward and hugged Xiao Tian, saying, "If Brother Xiao hadn't arrived here in time, we would have been in big trouble." Luo Fengyuan pulled Xiao Tian close to her chest. Then she used a triumphant look to glance at Ji Ruoyan. Ruoyan, seeing this scene, secretly snorted. Just as expected, she is a brainless fool. Just being a little more intimate with Brother Xiao. How can she put on such a show-off attitude? Ji Ruoyan placed her hand on her chest. In her heart, she called on herself not to get angry because of Luo Fengyuan's action. Afterwards, Ji Ruoyan also stepped forward and hugged Xiao Tian's arm, saying with a competitive tone, "Speaking of which, husband Xiao and I haven't been out for long, and you've already caused trouble at home?" Luo Fengyuan, hearing this, became angry, her eyes reddening. She inwardly cursed, "What's so great about being alone with Brother Xiao that you have to show off? You're just a little bun." Seeing Luo Fengyuan and Ji Ruoyan argue whenever they meet, the two, Wu Xinru and Shuaruyan, were reminded of the images of Luo Taotian and the esteemed Purple Emperor. The two shook their heads and sighed. Like father, like daughter, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Long Choding also hurriedly ran to Long Q Baking's side to ask if she was okay, then spoke up to scold Long Q Baking for her impulsiveness in acting without thinking. Long Q Baking gently nodded and said, "I'm fine. With Brother Xiao here, everything will be fine." Long Choding looked at Xiao Tian with a grateful gaze. He secretly thought, "Fortunately this young master is here. Otherwise, if something happened to Bai Qing, how could I explain to her mother?" But wait, Long Choding suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly ran to Xiao Tian's side and said, "Where's our ancestor, the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor, currently?" Hearing the name 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor, Xiao Tian was somewhat surprised and asked in return, "Who is that?" But before he got an answer from Long Choding, Xue Fugue hastily said, "What's going on? Don't you know the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor is Long Chodao? Didn't he self-destruct to come find you to deliver news?" Hearing this, Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyan were both startled and said, "What? Long Chodao self-destructed?" At this time, Luo Fengyuan said, "There really is such a thing, because we couldn't contact the outside. Long Chodao could only notify Brother Xiao after self-destructing." Ji Ruoyan said in confusion, "We haven't met Senior Long Chodao. It's just that husband Xiao felt the Holy Dragon Realm was in danger, so we came here." Xiao Tian pointed to his head and explained, "Currently, Long Chodao's primordial soul is in my sea of consciousness. He won't be able to come out unless I die, but currently I don't know where he is. I also can't contact him." At this time, Xiao Tian pointed towards the floating island in the sky and said, "The source of the problem is there. I feel an extremely intense fluctuation there. Let's go over and take a look." Having said that, Xiao Tian quickly flew in that direction. Beside him, Ji Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan also quickly followed. After learning Xiao Tian's true purpose, Xian Dilu shook his head and said, "Currently, I don't know where that place is. The Wanxiang God tribe is always hiding their location. After I left, that place disappeared before my eyes. Long Choding suddenly asked, a realm world can move to another location? How could this happen? Su Mushing also said, a realm world is an eternal existence in the void. How could it disappear to another place? In contrast to Long Choding and Su Mushing's doubt, Xiao Tian was very interested and said, your tribe actually has this ability? It truly makes me extremely admire. Opposite him, Xian Dilu slowly opened his mouth. This, compared to Sir Zhao's ability, our tribe's ability is nothing. Xiao Tian stroked his chin and said, it seems the plan to visit your homeland for a stroll can't be realized now. Xiao Tian felt a bit regretful in his heart. For a mysterious tribe like the ancient god tribe, there must be plenty of resources as well as ancient knowledge. If those things were sold, they would earn quite a bit of money, and the knowledge could be used to supplement the imperial domain. Unfortunately, it escaped. Thinking this, Xiao Tian looked at Long Q Baking and said, if we can't find the Wanxiang god tribe, then let's solve the Holy Dragon Realm's problem first. Currently, the Spirit Energy tribe is regulating the spiritual energy in the imperial domain. We can already bring the Holy Dragon Realm there. Hearing this, Long Q Baking's eyes lit up, showing joy, and she asked again, we can really bring the Holy Dragon Realm there? Xiao Tian smiled and said, definitely no problem. Now the imperial domain's fortune is very good. Long Q Baking excitedly looked at Long Choding. Father, the Holy Dragon Realm is saved. After integrating into the imperial domain, we won't have to worry about anything. In the past, when Brother Shao merged the Great Yin Kingdom and the Holy Demon Realm, the collapse of the Great Yin Kingdom also disappeared. Long Choding continuously nodded, secretly thinking, I've heard. It seems like a good idea. Outwardly calm, but inwardly Long Choding was a bit angry and wanted to flip the table, because he thought, how could such a thing as merging realms happen? And no one could possibly do it. Su Mushing, seeing Long Q Baking so excited, shook his head and sighed, my good niece, why are you so naive? This is a realm world. How could it possibly merge? He must be teasing you. Seeing the suspicious looks from these two, Xiao Tian decided to show off a little. He reached into the system and took out 2 world fragments, in the form of 2 glass marbles. Then, Xiao Tian used his hands to rub and merge the 2 world fragments into one, then presented it before the two, saying, how about it? See how simple it is. Tu Muxing and Long Choding watched, sweating, unbelieving of their eyes, secretly thinking, how could this happen? This must be an illusion, it definitely can't be real. While the two were stunned, Long Chodao called out, Master Xiao, I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Tian tilted his head towards Long Chodao and asked, what is it? Long Chodao respectfully said, to explain this matter clearly, I need you to come with me. Also, I invite the 3 empresses to come along. This can explain why the 3 empresses have a resonance in their power when they are together. Hearing this, Xiao Tian said, if this matter is related like that, then let's all go together. Long Choding watched the group leave, secretly thinking, perhaps Long Chodao will tell the secret about the Flame Emperor's soul being nurtured here. I hope these people won't be frightened by that matter. Not long after, Long Chodao brought Xiao Tian's group to a certain place. This place had a broken sword hanging suspended in midair, and emitting an extremely powerful force. Long Chodao pointed towards the sword, saying, the soul of the Flame Emperor is contained within this sword. Brother Xiao, can you help me check the condition of the sword? Xiao Tian said, that's not a problem, but it's really surprising that the Flame Emperor is still alive. Having said that, Xiao Tian also reached out and took the sword in hand. As soon as he held it, Xiao Tian felt he heard some sound, most likely coming from within the sword. Seeing Xiao Tian use a bit too much force, Ji Ruoyan hurriedly said, Husband Xiao, be a bit more careful, or you might break it. Xiao Tian looked at Ji Ruoyan, happily reassuring her, don't worry, this sword looks very formidable. It's already broken to this extent. How much more broken can it get? Beside them, Long Chodao also added, please rest assured, Your Majesty Ji, the Flame Emperor is a master swordsmith. This sword was forged by him sacrificing himself and his 99 children. How could it possibly be broken so easily? But just as he said this, Xiao Tian's surprised voice rang out, oh my, why is it broken again? At this moment, the sword had been broken into 2 pieces by Xiao Tian. Long Chodao was utterly startled. One could say his soul left his body in fear. Xiao Tian showed an apologetic smile and said, perhaps this sword has been here for too long, so it's gotten a bit rusty over time. That's why it became so fragile. Seeing Xiao Tian break the sword into 2 halves, Long Chodao trembled and said, Master Xiao, this sword contains the soul of the Flame Emperor. We must quickly restore the situation. Otherwise the Flame Emperor's soul will disappear from this world. Xiao Tian panicked and shouted, what should we do now? But unconsciously, Xiao Tian threw the holy sword towards Long Chodao. You quickly figure out a solution. Long Chodao panicked and threw the sword back to Xiao Tian, saying, I will slowly think of a way. Don't throw it towards me. You think of a way to solve this. The two kept throwing it back and forth. At this moment, Long Qiu Dao grabbed Xiao Tian's arm, using a very determined look, said, I've thought of a method, Master Xiao. Please follow my guidance. Please pour a bit of soul force into it. Remember to be gentle. It can help the Flame Emperor recover. Xiao Tian nodded, then with Long Qiu Dao's help, he began to pour soul force into the sword. A gentle blue spiritual energy enveloped the two. Long Qiu Dao looked at Xiao Tian with an expectant and worried gaze. He was afraid Xiao Tian might accidentally erase the Flame Emperor's soul. A moment later, a buzzing sound came from within the sword. From inside the sword, a ball of light flew out at quite high speed. Then it transformed into a blue whirlwind. Seeing this scene, Ji Ruoyan secretly thought, this is the legendary man who sacrificed himself and his 99 children to protect the people of Great Yin. At this moment, the Flame Emperor's figure gradually appeared, but kept swelling up because Xiao Tian continuously poured soul force into it. Seeing this, Ji Ruoyan worriedly said, Husband Xiao, stop. The Great Flame Emperor is about to explode. Hearing this, Xiao Tian also stopped. Xiao Tian and Long Qiu Dao looked at the Flame Emperor's figure with worried eyes. At this moment, the Flame Emperor's body had swollen like a balloon, floating up to the ceiling. Xiao Tian said in confusion, What do we do now? How can we get him down? Long Qiu Dao also looked up at the Flame Emperor and said, This matter probably requires calling Xian Dilu to ask. His expertise is concerning souls. Hearing this, Xiao Tian smugly said, This matter is very easy to solve. Xiao Tian immediately used his divine sense to summon Xian Dilu's soul form. Xian Dilu's soul form immediately appeared before Xiao Tian. Xian Dilu immediately knelt down and said, Master Xiao, what are your orders? Xiao Tian looked at Xian Dilu and said, Flame Emperor Lu Minsheng is still alive. You go to Long Qiu Ding. He will take you to the Dragon Clan's forbidden ground. Currently, the Flame Emperor's soul is swollen from absorbing too much soul energy. You come here and resolve that matter. Xian Dilu hurriedly said, Yes, sir, I will go immediately. Xiao Tian sighed in relief. Good. Leave the upcoming matters to Xian Dilu and Long Qiu Dao to handle. Let's rest first for now. Ji Ruoyan hurriedly ran to Xiao Tian's side and said, Husband Xiao, you just expended soul energy. Is your body injured in any way? Luo Fengyuan also hurriedly said, That's right, Brother Xiao. Even the full power of the sacred dragon realm couldn't restore the Flame Emperor's soul. If he had exploded, would your soul energy have been depleted? At this moment, where the Flame Emperor was floating in the air, he worriedly said, Currently, my soul body contains too much soul power. I'm just afraid that young man's soul has suffered too much damage. If not restored in time, it will greatly affect his body. Saying this, the Flame Emperor looked at Long Qiu Dao in question. Long Qiu Dao, what were you thinking, letting such a young person transmit soul power to me? Hearing this, Long Qiu Dao said, Flame Emperor, please don't worry too much. The soul power poured into you is just a drop in the ocean. After saying this, Long Qiu Dao looked at Xiao Tian and asked, May I ask, has your soul energy recovered? Xiao Tian answered nonchalantly, Not yet. Hearing this, Long Qiu Dao was startled, secretly thinking, Why isn't Master Xiao using the usual script? He should have said something happened, and he just recovered. Great Flame Emperor Lu Minsheng looked at Long Qiu Dao and scolded, I've been in the sacred dragon realm for so many years without recovering, and you ask the other party to transmit soul power to me? Surely he expended an enormous amount. You lied to comfort me. You think I don't know how difficult this is? Hearing these words, everyone looked at Xiao Tian worriedly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian said somewhat sheepishly, All right, I have completely recovered. Xiao Tian scratched his head and said, Does anyone have any other questions? Everyone again looked at Xiao Tian, with utterly helpless expressions. They were all unified in their hearts. No, it's better not to ask too much. After Xian Dilu was brought to Xiao Tian by Long Qiu Ding, he was extremely terrified to see Flame Emperor Lu Minsheng floating in the air. Then, Xian Dilu looked at the broken sword in Xiao Tian's hand and said, Is it because this sword is broken that the Flame Emperor's soul has no place to reside? Seeing Xian Dilu so panicked, Long Qiu Dao hurriedly calmed him. Calm down a bit. This isn't a big problem, considering the current situation. He was forced by Master Xiao to receive too much soul energy, which is why the Flame Emperor's form became like this. Hearing this, Xian Dilu hurriedly said, I will try to see if I can return him to his original form. Xian Dilu condensed spiritual energy into his hand, then struck towards the Flame Emperor. With a bang, the Flame Emperor's plump body exploded, and under Xian Dilu's control, began to condense once again. At this moment, Xian Dilu also clasped his hands towards Xiao Tian and said, Master Xiao, everything is done. Xiao Tian nodded in praise. I didn't expect you to have such formidable skills. At this moment, Lu Minsheng had restored his own form. He cupped his fist, quite respectfully, and said, Lu Minsheng, thank Brother Xiao for saving my life. Without your help, I could only have resorted to self-destruction. Self-destruction. Hearing these two words, Long Qiuding anxiously asked, Flame Emperor, sir, why would you say such a thing? Lu Minsheng showed a bit of anguish on his face and said, if I didn't self-destruct, do you want the sacred dragon lineage in this entire sacred dragon realm to die with me? At this moment, Lu Minsheng looked at Long Qiudao and said, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Long Qiudao smiled and said, I am fortunate to be by Master Zhao's side. With him here, I will never die. Lu Minsheng pouted and said, you still maintain that flattering demeanor from before. Glancing over everyone, Lu Minsheng noticed Ji Ruoyan. He discovered she had an emperor's will on her. Looking at Ji Ruoyan, he secretly thought, the human emperor, Ji Wudi, has such a beautiful granddaughter. It truly makes others envious. Seeing Lu Minsheng looking at her, Ji Ruoyan hurriedly asked, Senior, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me? Lu Minsheng suddenly asked, where's your grandfather? Ji Ruoyan was startled, continuously shaking her head. Senior, I truly don't know who my grandfather is. Lu Minsheng looked at the bewildered Ji Ruoyan and said, you have awakened the orthodox human emperor's bloodline, protected by the emperor's will. You are definitely the one who holds the imperial court. If that's the case, then your grandfather is that Ji Wudi fellow. How could you not know? Long Qiudao hurriedly asked, Lu Minsheng, what are you talking about? Your Majesty Ji is the granddaughter of the human emperor, Ji Wudi? How could this happen? Lu Minsheng looked at Ji Ruoyan solemnly and said, how could it not be? The bloodline on her body is clearly that of Ji Wudi's descendant. If her grandfather isn't him, then who is it? Xiao Tian looked at Ji Ruoyan with admiration. My wife is actually the human emperor's granddaughter. I'm really good at getting a free ride. He. Luo Fengyuan covered her mouth, laughing, approached Ji Ruoyan and whispered, I didn't expect you to be the human emperor's granddaughter. How old are you? Hearing this, Ji Ruoyan spoke up to scold. Are you stupid? Has your chest grown bigger? We were born on the same day, same month, same year. We are only 22 years old. Luo Fengyuan blinked, regained her composure. That's right. Then she looked at Lu Minsheng and hastily said, she is only 22 years old. How could she be the human emperor's granddaughter? Lu Minsheng carefully looked at Ji Ruoyan once more and said, from the aura on her body, it tells me, only his granddaughter could have it. Moreover, the bloodline only exists in one person. That is, a king cannot meet another king. To put it simply, your bloodline, before awakening, should have been taken by your father, but unexpectedly your bloodline power still exists. That is extremely surprising. Ji Ruoyan curiously asked, could this matter be related to me becoming emperor? Ever since I became emperor, I have become stronger. Lu Minsheng said, stronger? How strong are you? Ji Ruoyan immediately erupted with the emperor's will pressure. Quickly, the power enveloped the entire house. Luo Fengyuan, along with Long Qiu and Bai Qing, were also summoned by Ji Ruoyan's power. Together erupting with power, 3 dragons were immediately manifested behind the 3 of them. Seeing this scene, Lu Minsheng suddenly knelt down, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Beside him, Long Qiuding also hastily knelt on the ground, causing the 3 empresses to be startled. Xiao Tian asked, an elder kneeling before you all, isn't that a good thing? The 3 empresses showed awkward expressions on their faces, secretly thinking, it's really not good. It's a very bad thing. After releasing power that caused her father to kneel on the ground, Long Qiu Bai Qing hurriedly ran before her father, kneeling to apologize. Long Qiuding hurriedly helped Long Qiu Bai Qing up, saying, it's nothing. I often kneel before your mother. I can handle it. Nearby, Ji Ruoyan also said to Lu Minsheng, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to show you how strong I am. Compared to my father, I am many times stronger. In the past, I also carelessly made my father kneel. Lu Minsheng looked at Ji Ruoyan and said, girl, later, when you meet Ji Wudi, the first thing you need to do is erupt with power like just now. Saying this, Lu Minsheng began to imagine, that guy is extremely arrogant, claiming he fears neither heaven nor earth. There's nothing in this world that can make him kneel. I'm really curious what it would be like if he knelt before my granddaughter. At this time, Long Qiudao walked over and said, you are still an unreliable person, acting as casually as before, always running from one place to another to discipline others, but an untrustworthy person like you made the bravest decision. Long Qiudao respectfully bowed to Lu Minsheng and said, I performed this ritual because of what you did 1,000,000 years ago. Without your sacrifice, there would be no Great Yen Sword. This world would have long ceased to exist. Lu Minsheng stepped forward to support Long Qiudao and said, that was just a small matter. I am just one of the tens of millions who sacrificed their lives for peace. Compared to them, I am lucky because I came back to life, right? Mentioning this, Lu Minsheng also clasped his hands towards Xiao Tian, An old man like me must also thank you for your help once again. Xiao Tian nodded slightly and said, it's just a bit of soul power, not worth mentioning. Afterwards, Lu Minqing also turned to Long Qiuting and said, I must thank the people of the Holy Dragon Realm. Everyone sacrificed many things, using your homeland to nourish my soul. Without that help, I would have long ceased to exist. Long Qiuting quickly waved his hand and said, if we put it that way, this junior should also thank you, senior. Without you, the Holy Dragon Realm would no longer exist. Lu Minqing's tears flowed. He then clasped his hands and bowed towards the memorial tablets of his 99 children. In his heart, he secretly thought, very fortunate that I can come back to life. My children, father is sorry. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Xiao Tian coughed lightly a few times to attract everyone's attention. Xiao Tian said, Uncle Long Qiuting, next, how do you plan to arrange the Holy Dragon Realm? Now I can move the Holy Dragon Realm to the Imperial Domain and proceed with merging it. But Long Qiuting didn't know what merging with the Imperial Domain entailed. Like Long Qiubaking, who trusted Xiao Tian, he had no choice but to agree. Brother Xiao, you can do whatever you want. Lu Minqing was extremely startled and asked, what? You want to move the Holy Dragon Realm, and then merge it with another realm? Xiao Tian said, yes, exactly. Is there a problem? Lu Minqing slowly said, currently, there's no problem. But when you proceed with the merger, can you let me watch? Not long after, in the void, Xiao Tian had already brought the Holy Dragon Realm to the Imperial Domain and began slowly merging them. At this time, Xiao Tian was working very focusedly. Standing far away, Lu Minqing exclaimed, are young people nowadays this strong? This is the first time I've seen this. It's really very interesting. Xiao Tian's hands gently rotated, merging the worlds. 3 streams of power from Long Qiubaking, Ji Ruoyan, and Luo Fengyuan were also merged together. After completion, Xiao Tian held the orb in his hand and said, everything went smoothly. The Alliance of Female Emperors now has 3 members. At this time, Su Mushing muttered, Alliance of Female Emperors? He secretly thought, my daughter is also a female emperor, perhaps she can also be included in the alliance. Thinking this, he took out his phone and messaged his daughter. The message content was, daughter, do you like being freeloaded off by others? No? Seeing this message, Su Minglieli sighed. Did dad drink fake wine by mistake? Why say such meaningless things? But hearing her father mention freeloading, she began to think, if I were to find someone to freeload off, that Mr. Xiao would be a very suitable person. After all, 2 female emperors are already supporting him. If I join, it would save some money. Far away, Xiao Tian suddenly sneezed and wondered who was talking about him. Forget it. I need to quickly return and have Zhong Yangming make lots of delicious food. Especially his barbecue skills are excellent. Just mentioning it makes me feel hungry. After merging the realm worlds, everyone returned to Xiao Tian's residence. At this time, the esteemed Purple Emperor and Luo Taotian were also present. Zhong Yangming was grilling meat. Xian Dilu, guided by Xiao Tian, was preparing ingredients. The esteemed Purple Emperor was extremely surprised and excited when he saw the Flame Emperor Lu Minqing was still alive. The two stared at Lu Minqing. Lu Minqing spoke up to break the atmosphere. He looked at the esteemed Purple Emperor and asked, "Are you really the son of the peerless Invincible One?" Hearing this question, the esteemed Purple Emperor was startled and waved his hands. "Senior, this matter cannot be spoken of casually. How could I be the son of the human emperor?" Lu Minqing called out, "From the aura on your body, I can confirm you are his son. Your daughter once said, when they found you, you were in a frozen state." Luo Taotian also said, "That's indeed the case. It's been 200 years since everyone discovered you until now, and how long you were in prison before that, no one knows." The esteemed Purple Emperor looked at himself and wondered, "Am I really the son of the human emperor? This is really too hard to believe." On the other side was the battle for food. Shuefugui said, "Everyone, hurry up, otherwise, Long Q Baking will eat it all." Xiao Tian quickly said, "No, you must leave some for me." Zhong Yangming said, "Sir Xiao, these are specially reserved for you. Please eat to ease your hunger." Luo Fengyuan then pounced towards Long Q Baking to grab food. "I'm so hungry, let me have a taste." Long Q Baking quickly dodged and said, "Wait a moment, I'm eating this right now." Ji Ruoyan then grabbed Luo Fengyuan and said, "You milk cow, don't act so shamelessly. You wait a bit." On this side, the several fathers-in-law and soon-to-be fathers-in-law of Xiao Tian also swore brotherhood with each other. They decided to rank from eldest to youngest, Luo Taotian, the esteemed Purple Emperor, Long Qiuting, and finally Su Mushing. Xiao Tian said to Zhong Yangming, "Just proceed with building more welfare facilities. Recently, I've earned a lot of compensation money." Zhong Yangming continuously thanked Xiao Tian. Nearby, Luo Fengyuan also raised a wine glass to Ji Ruoyan and said, "Little bun, don't forget what you promised me." Ji Ruoyan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I always keep my promises." Lu Minqing stood far away, observing this happy and joyful scene, feeling it was extremely wonderful. He was waiting for one of his old subordinates to come find him to rebuild the court after hearing the news of his revival. Time quickly passed. It had been 1 month since the Holy Dragon Realm merged. At this time, Xiao Tian's 4 fathers-in-law along with Lu Minxing were sitting together discussing work. Lu Minxing asked, "A month has passed. The news of my revival has been spread outside. Why haven't the old court subordinates come to find me? What exactly has happened?" The esteemed Purple Emperor whispered his speculation. "Perhaps they suspect you are an imposter." Lu Minxing angrily slammed the table and said, "That's really too unreasonable. How could I be fake? I am the dignified Flame Emperor Lu Minxing. Who dares say I am fake?" The esteemed Purple Emperor hurriedly tried to calm him. "Senior, please don't be angry. I heard from my father-in-law that he heard people from the Merchant Association complain that currently there's a man on the streets constantly saying he is the Flame Emperor, deceiving people." Hearing this, Lu Minxing's face stiffened, remembering the scene of himself at the market. At that time, he said, "I am the Flame Emperor Lu Minxing. As long as everyone spreads the news that I am alive to the people from the old court, so they can come find me, I will give rewards." Lu Minxing awkwardly said, "How is that deception? What I said was completely true." The esteemed Purple Emperor said helplessly, "It's just that those words sound like deception, because we know the reason, but those people don't know, so they won't believe." Su Mushing also said, "That's right, this matter is really hard to believe." Lu Minxing and the esteemed Purple Emperor looked at Su Mushing and asked in unison, "Why?" Su Mushing sighed and said, "My daughter is the alliance leader of the 100 Tribes Alliance." When she announced this, no one there believed it. They even said my daughter spread fake news for the position of alliance leader. Also, someone might be intentionally suppressing the news. Lu Minxing said, "How can the tongues of the world be completely blocked? Currently, the imperial domain is in a special location, and the Shui family controls the imperial domain's business and trade. The trade network spreads everywhere. How could it be hidden?" Su Mushing said, "The news doesn't need to be completely blocked. They just spread a few more rumors. For example, saying you are a swindler. People will hear it and treat it as an ordinary matter and ignore it." The esteemed Purple Emperor worriedly said, "The important thing is we don't know the origin of the enemy hiding. Why are they deliberately suppressing the news?" Su Mushing spoke up to reassure him, "Brother, don't worry. As long as the 4 of us brothers are united, there will be no danger. Now the 4 of us brothers join forces. We can also be considered a powerful force in the myriad realms of the heavens. Our hidden strength is extremely great. Besides the 10,000 Paths Dragon Emperor and the Flame Emperor, we have an extremely formidable assassin who uses the war furnace as a sauna." At this time, everyone imagined the image of Xiao Tian taking a sauna. They inwardly exclaimed, "A monster in the form of a freeloader, with unfathomable strength." At this time, Little Fishy was lying on Xiao Tian's stomach. The two were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling Xiao Tian, who accidentally knocked Little Fishy to the ground. Little Fishy also woke up in confusion. The two looked into the distance. At this time, Ji Ruoyan was scolding Luo Fengyuan, "You are clearly deceiving me to get by. This memorial is so unreasonable, yet you approved it?" Luo Fengyuan worriedly said, "Why can't it be approved? I feel what's written inside is quite a good thing." Ji Ruoyan became even angrier. "A good thing? The content inside is very perfunctory and unclear. Are you stupid?" Ji Ruoyan pointed at Long Q Baking. "Look at her and learn. I feel very assured about her work." Luo Fengyuan looked at Long Q Baking, who was concentrating on work, then sighed and said, "It's really too troublesome." Knowing this place was not convenient to stay long, Xiao Tian quickly said, "Xin Dilu came to find me for something. I'll go over to see the situation." Seeing Xiao Tian about to leave, Luo Fengyuan said, "Let's go over together. Maybe we can help brother Xiao a little." As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Ruoyan gave Luo Fengyuan a slap on the head. Ji Ruoyan scolded, "Are you planning to use this as an excuse to escape? You obediently stay here and work for me." Xiao Tian at this time also returned to the prince's palace. At this time, the soul form of Xin Dilu appeared before Xiao Tian to report, "Sir Xiao, my clansmen have already contacted me. They want me to go to the Holy Dragon Realm to investigate the death of De Tian. How should I reply?" Xiao Tian yawned and said, "You can just give a perfunctory reply. Such a small matter also comes to find me. Anyway, sooner or later I will find their hiding place. For now, let them not suspect." Hearing Xiao Tian say this, Xin Dilu immediately agreed to follow. Xiao Tian also waved his hand to dismiss him so he could continue sleeping. The scene shifted to a dark space. There was a person sitting there. He was the elder of the Wanxiang God tribe, Di Hengqin. At this time, a member of the Wanxiang God tribe came to this place to report. His name was Di Jiugu. "Elder, De Tian has died. The plan in the Holy Dragon Realm has failed. Moreover, during the mission, I received some intelligence." He handed a piece of paper to Di Hengqin, then said, "Regarding the death of De Tian, they have sent Xin Dilu to investigate. He wants us to send more people there to cooperate with him in the investigation. After all, He is from a previous era. I am also not at ease about his loyalty. Fourth, Xian Jiaoshan Yu has been renamed to Imperial Domain, managed by an organization called the Alliance of Female Emperors. The Holy Dragon Realm has also merged into the Imperial Domain. As for the news of the Flame Emperor Lu Minsheng, we have secretly blocked it. At this time, Di Hengxin opened his eyes and said, "It's time to take action." Hearing this, Di Jiogu hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Before Di Hengxin could answer, his whole body emitted light. Di Hengxin's realm suddenly increased. Seeing this scene, Di Jiogu hastily clasped his hands and said, "Second level, returning to one realm. Congratulations, Great Elder, on successfully breaking through your realm. With this power, you can dominate the myriad realms of the heavens." Di Hengxin smiled and said, "I have been on this great sun star long enough. It's also time for the myriad realms of the heavens to know of the existence of our Wanxiang God tribe." On Di Jiogu's face appeared joy, tears welling up. Finally, after so many years of waiting, this day has arrived. This is the day the Wanxiang God tribe reappears. Di Hengxin grandly declared, "The first stronghold of our Wanxiang God tribe is the Imperial Domain. The Great Flame Emperor Lu Minsheng, and those 3 female emperors, Luo Fengyuan, Ji Ruoyan, and Long Qiubeking. All of those will be the stepping stones for our Wanxiang God tribe to establish our reputation." Di Jiogu happily said, "Great Elder, rest assured. I will quickly resolve this matter satisfactorily. At the same time, let the myriad realms of the heavens know of our Wanxiang God tribe once again." Di Jiogu returned to his area of defense. He stood before a formation, calculating. The Great Elder gave me this command token. With it, I can mobilize everyone from the Wanxiang God tribe. I must choose carefully. I must become the most outstanding among the outstanding to repay the Great Elder's expectations. Fourth, at this time, a question came from far behind. "What are you planning to do?" Hearing someone ask, Di Jiogu instinctively answered without turning around. He said, "When the time comes, we will disguise ourselves as merchants, then paralyze the enemy and launch a surprise attack. The enemy definitely won't have time to react." At this time, Xiao Tian and Xian Dilu were standing behind Di Jiogu. Xian Dilu held his head and sighed, "Idiot, turn around and look." Xiao Tian stroked his chin and asked, "The people of the Imperial Domain have never caused trouble for you. Why do you want to do this to them?" Di Jiogu said, "Weakness is their greatest sin." Di Jiogu pointed to the formation and said, "Especially, the Imperial Domain has a mystery that is hard to understand, which is that organization, the supreme freeloader of ultimate goodness." Fourth, according to intelligence, currently in the Imperial Domain, this organization is developing extremely powerfully. Their spiritual leader is that supreme freeloader of ultimate goodness, Xiao Tian. He is clearly a freeloader, a weakling. Why is he so beloved by the people? That proves he himself is not ordinary. At this moment, Xiao Tian asked again, "So, how do you plan to deal with this Xiao Tian?" Emperor Jiogu tilted his head to look back, his gaze cold, made a horizontal slicing motion across his neck, and said one word, "Kill." As soon as Emperor Jiogu finished speaking, his whole body trembled when he realized he was talking to a stranger, and this place is one only he can enter. While Emperor Jiogu was bewildered, Xiao Tian looked at Xian Dilu and said, "You heard everything, right? Isn't it infuriating? Before coming here, I said they came to harm me, but you didn't believe it." Xian Dilu clasped his hands and said sorrowfully, "Lord Xiao, your prediction is truly godlike. I truly didn't expect my clansmen would want to harm you. I truly didn't expect our clansmen had fallen so deeply into the path of sin." At this moment, Emperor Jiogu finally shouted, "Xian Dilu, why are you here with this guy? Aren't you investigating the death of Emperor Tian?" At this moment, the door was violently pushed open. A myriad forms divine clan member wearing armor ran in, shouting, "Elder, it's terrible. Someone is attacking our myriad forms divine realm. All 4 of our clansmen guarding the north have been annihilated. Along the way, everywhere is the corpses of our clansmen. Zero survivors. If it weren't for the soldiers changing shifts, we wouldn't have discovered it." At this moment, the soldier discovered the stranger and immediately pointed at Xiao Tian, saying, "Who is he?" At this moment, Emperor Jiogu also looked at Xiao Tian, thinking to himself, "It's this guy. It must be him who acted." Thinking of this, Emperor Jiogu immediately performed the myriad forms divine technique, Golden Sword Formation. The space was instantly covered by the formation, trapping Xiao Tian and Xian Dilu inside. The spiritual energy now materialized countless sharp, small swords aimed at Xiao Tian. At this moment, Emperor Jiogu saw an expression of shock appear on Xian Dilu's face. Emperor Jiogu laughed and said, "Now you're scared, but it's too late." At this moment, countless swords shot toward Xiao Tian. Xian Dilu, terrified, shouted, "Lord Xiao, please show mercy. Keeping this sword formation will be very useful." Hearing this, Emperor Jiogu looked at Xian Dilu with a bewildered gaze. "Do you understand what you're saying? You're asking me to go easy on him? Why are you telling someone who's about to be turned into a pincushion by me to go easy on me? At this moment, Xiao Tian raised his hand and used a bit of strength. The sword formation was neutralized, then condensed into a single sword in Xiao Tian's hand. Seeing this scene, there was also a bit of surprise in Xiao Tian's eyes. Emperor Jiugu couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. At this moment, the connection between Emperor Jiugu and the divine sword also dissipated. Emperor Jiugu reached towards the divine sword, trying to retrieve it, his heart full of fear. I've really lost connection with the sword? Impossible. How could this happen? This is my divine sword. Xiao Tian held the sword and asked Xiandilu, what's the deal with this? Clearly, those swords were formed from spiritual energy. Why, after condensing, can it be held in hand like a real sword? After speaking, Xiao Tian gently swung the sword once. Immediately, an enormous power erupted from the sword. Spiritual energy flames enveloped the blade. 6. Xiandilu took the sword from Xiao Tian's hand, then explained, Lord Xiao, although this sword formation is an offensive technique, it is also a skill that combines formation arrays and weapon refining artistry. As Xiandilu spoke, he condensed divine runes from his hand and transmitted them into the sword. A buzzing sound rang out, and the entire area was once again covered by the sword formation. This time, the swords were aimed at Emperor Jiugu. Emperor Jiugu looked at Xiandilu, his words trembling. Your power, has it been restored already? Jiugu sensed that Xiandilu's aura was already extremely powerful. The sword formation he used was even more terrifying than his own. At this moment, Xiandilu pointed at the sword formation and said smugly, this sword formation is a killing technique. It is also an extremely rare treasure. This sword is a type of spiritual artifact crafted according to our clan's secret technique. It is fused with the formation array. You could say the sword is the array, and the array is the sword. Keeping this golden formation has many uses. It can be placed in a welfare institute to form a protective layer for the elderly, children, women, youngsters. Hearing Xiandilu's explanation, Xiao Tian said contentedly, I didn't expect you wanted to keep this sword formation not for your own use, but to use it to protect an orphanage. Xiandilu bowed and said, I know my sins are heavy, and there's no way to atone. The only thing I can do is follow you to do good deeds. Speaking to this point, Xiandilu put on an extremely happy expression and said, to tell the truth, this subordinate is also a member of the Temple Meal Association who admires you. Currently, this world is full of sin. The myriad forms divine clan here has gone deep into the path of sin. I believe you will pull them back to the righteous path. Hearing Xiandilu speak like this, Xiao Tian showed a satisfied smile on his face, thinking to himself, you don't have to be so proud of my Temple Meal Association like that. Xiao Tian patted Xiandilu's head and praised, Alright, Xiandilu, you always surprise me. If you have realized this, I believe your clansmen can return to the righteous path. 6. Xiandilu, receiving Xiao Tian's praise, felt smug inside. Blood Valor Clan and Bloodrune Clan, I've left you far behind. In the future, my myriad forms divine clan will be number one in the nurturing camp. Emperor Jiugu, opposite, seeing Xiandilu like this, angrily scolded, you're still smiling there? You, as a member of the noble myriad forms divine clan, actually kneel before a human and you put on a proud expression? What is that? Aren't you ashamed? Xiao Tian heard Emperor Jiugu's words and looked at him, asking, what are you talking about? Emperor Jiugu, seeing Xiao Tian look at him, somewhat annoyed, softly said, Sir, I see Dilu is doing the right thing. I am praising him, sir. Can you allow me to follow you, together with Xiandilu, to do good deeds and atone for sins? In his heart, he knew he was no match for Xiao Tian, so he could only pretend to surrender. Xiandilu saw Jiugu change his attitude so quickly and felt worried inside. Your pride was defeated so easily. He remembered the 4 ancient divine clan members earlier. Before Xiao Tian could say anything, Emperor Jiugu had already knelt before Xiao Tian. The armored subordinate saw his leader surrender like this and was somewhat puzzled, but he also quickly understood the problem. He knelt before Xiao Tian and said, I and Elder Jiugu share the same heart. Please accept us. While Xiao Tian was bewildered, a voice echoed, Lord Xiao, the situation here, I have completely grasped it. The danger is almost resolved. At this moment, Long Qiu Dao stepped in. Seeing 2 myriad forms divine clan members continuously kneeling, he wondered what was happening. Why are they so obediently kneeling there like that? According to Xiandilu, the guardian of this place is an elder with very high status. Why did he surrender so quickly? Long Qiu Dao pushed Xiandilu and asked, Who is that man kneeling? Is he the elder you mentioned? Why is he kneeling like that? Xiandilu's face showed resignation as he said, Well, who do you think wouldn't kneel before Lord Xiao? Out of curiosity, Long Qiu Dao walked to Xiao Tian's side and asked, Lord Xiao, what are you doing? At this moment, Xiao Tian also didn't understand and turned back to say, I didn't do anything. Suddenly they knelt before me. Long Qiu Dao heard this and glanced at Xiao Tian and Emperor Jiugu, thinking to himself, Brother Xiao, don't you know about your own character? Who would believe you didn't do anything? If you didn't do anything, why would they kneel? Emperor Jiugu was still kneeling before Xiao Tian. He said with a sincere tone, Lord Xiao, I have an important matter to tell you. Our Grand Elder, Emperor Hung Xian, he just broke through in power. Moreover, his age is already very high. He might be a bit stubborn. I want to ask you to go there to persuade him. In his heart, Emperor Jiugu thought to himself, as long as we can persuade the Grand Elder to submit under this man's banner, then our myriad forms divine clan can turn around this desperate situation. Xian Dilu hurriedly asked, you said Emperor Hung Xian is also here? Xiao Tian looked at Xian Dilu and inquired, you know him? Xian Dilu quickly said, Emperor Hung Xian is an extremely powerful person in my clan. Within the myriad forms divine clan, he also holds a very high position. Emperor Jiugu, kneeling on the ground, added an explanation. Currently, Emperor Hung Xian has the strength of Heavenly Realm level 25. He is called the Crimson Sun Emperor. Xian Dilu said, he is also the one who awakened us from our deep sleep before. Xiao Tian tilted his head and carefully looked at Emperor Jiugu before him, asking probingly, why do you want me to go advise him? Emperor Jiugu clasped his hands towards Xiao Tian and spoke with righteous words, Lord Xiao, something you may not know is that Emperor Hung Xian is a person with great ambition. He also has schemes against his own clansmen, and this plan targeting the imperial domain is also directed by him behind the scenes, wanting to let all heavens and myriad worlds once again know the fame of the ancient divine clan. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's face showed a cold expression. Want to destroy my imperial domain? How dare they? Xiao Tian spoke slowly and angrily. Nearby, Xian Dilu and Long Qiu Dao clasped their hands in prayer. Lord Zhao's benevolence is being challenged. Emperor Hung Xian is in danger. Emperor Jiugu once again knelt before Xiao Tian and said, please go with me to find him. Ask him to lead the clansmen to follow the righteous path, to follow you in doing good deeds, to bask together in the glow of your kindness, to spread your ideology throughout the world. The armored myriad forms divine clan member kneeling beside looked at Emperor Jiugu and sighed. Before, how solemn and dignified you were, and now it's completely the opposite. I didn't expect you to be such a cunning person. Seeing Xiao Tian still silent, Xian Dilu stepped forward to probe, Lord Xiao, what should we do next? Xiao Tian remained silent, looking at Emperor Jiugu, thinking. Emperor Jiugu still kept his head bowed close to the ground, his heart fearful. Could it be he doesn't believe me? Don't look at me like that. Hurry up and answer. Although I'm lying to you, you have to believe me. While Emperor Jiugu's sweat dripped onto the ground due to fear, Xiao Tian had already walked to his side and helped him up. Xiao Tian said, I understand clearly now. Emperor Hung Xian's ideology has problems. I will go there to fix it. Xiao Tian helped Emperor Jiugu stand up and even brushed off his clothes. Xiao Tian smiled and said, you can have such a heart, have such enlightenment, it moves me deeply. You just lead the way. Leave the rest to me. No matter how stubborn he is, I can make him turn back. Hearing this, Emperor Jiugu was extremely happy. He quickly pointed forward, Lord Xiao, please come this way. This place is where he cultivates. Moreover, the place where he cultivates is very interesting. Long Qiu Dao looked at Xian Dilu, his words somewhat playful. That so-called Grand Elder actually wants to attack the imperial domain? Do you think his idea is too naive and innocent? Xian Dilu clasped his hands, looking very serene, and said, as long as these things don't affect my daily activities at the nurturing camp, I don't care about anything. Female Emperor, I am the main palace. Collection 393. Emperor Jiugu led Xiao Tian's group to a teleportation gate covered in golden light. Seeing this scene, Long Qiu Dao said, your Grand Elder cultivates in this place? Looks like his strength is not ordinary. Then, Xiao Tian's group stepped into the teleportation gate. 6. Inside, Emperor Hung Xian was cultivating when he suddenly sensed someone coming, then opened his eyes. In the distance, standing in the dark space, Long Qiu Dao looked at Emperor Hung Xian and said, your strength has surpassed Void Realm level 25. Xiao Tian, looking rather lazy, said, it's fine. Quick battle, quick victory. Today is the final episode. I'm also a bit hungry. Long Qiu Dao sighed inwardly. Didn't we just eat before coming here? Emperor Hung Xian was somewhat confused and asked Emperor Jiugu, what are you doing here? Who are these people? Didn't I tell you to prepare to attack the imperial domain? Before Emperor Hung Xian could finish his sentence, Xiao Tian had already appeared before him. One hand grabbed Emperor Hung Xian's head. Emperor Hung Xian struggled but couldn't break free. Xiao Tian held 2 fingers in front of Emperor Hung Xian's face and said, now I give you 2 choices. 1. Die. 2. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Emperor Hung Xian was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. He stammered, What? At this moment, Xiao Tian spoke again. If that's the case, I'll help you choose. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tian exerted force. Emperor Heng Xian's whole body exploded, turning into bloody dust. Emperor Heng Xian officially became the antagonist with the shortest screen time before Xiao Tian. Emperor Jiugu saw this scene and was terrified inside. He's dead? How could he die so easily? While Emperor Jiugu was bewildered, Xiao Tian had already come to his side. Xiao Tian waved and called, "Hey, wake up!" Emperor Jiugu, seeing Xiao Tian approach, was extremely scared. He immediately knelt before Xiao Tian, sincerely presenting a command token to Xiao Tian with both hands, saying, "Lord Xiao, with this command token, you can mobilize every one of the myriad forms divine clan. Please let me lead everyone to follow you in doing good deeds." Xiao Tian waved his hand. The command token appeared in Xian Dilu's hand. "I already have the right person for that leadership position. Dilu, you keep this." Seeing Xiao Tian decide so quickly, Long Qiu Dao was somewhat confused and asked, "Is that all, Lord Xiao? Aren't you going to ask anything more?" Xiao Tian waved his hand and said, "No, I don't have the strength to ask another question. I'm too hungry. I ran out of energy too quickly today. Have to quickly go back and eat something." Long Qiu Dao wanted to flip the table and scream inside, "We just had dinner." Xiao Tian looked at Xian Dilu and pointed at Emperor Jiugu, instructing, "You, together with Long Qiu Dao, take this guy and capture the remaining myriad forms divine clan members. Bring them back to the imperial domain for reformation. Those who refuse to submit, kill directly. Do you understand?" Xian Dilu quickly said, "This subordinate understands clearly." After speaking, Xiao Tian yawned, "I'm going back first." Both tired and hungry, it's really an uncomfortable feeling. After speaking, Xiao Tian also disappeared. A few days later, in the imperial domain, after eliminating the danger caused by the myriad forms divine clan, Xiao Tian also held a grand celebration banquet at the prince's palace. Everyone ate and drank to their fill, happily together. The two fathers-in-law continuously toasted. 6. Xue Fugue continuously urged everyone to eat. "Hurry, eat while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold." Sitting at the banquet table, Ji Ruoyan asked, "My dear Xiao, why did you return so quickly?" Xiao Tian smiled slyly and said, "Because I missed you." And so, the leisurely days of Xiao Tian being generously supported by the round and plump female emperors of the Temple Meal Association continued like this. What follows is Xiao Tian's time to enjoy. Thank you all for accompanying me for such a long time. Wish you all good health and success. Please give me a like to support my spirit. Sincerely, thank you.